When the young man opened his eyes, he saw the unfamiliar scene of a classroom before him. Kianmo was startled and shouted, "Where is this place?" At that moment, memories began to flood back into his mind. This planet was called Blue Star, essentially no different from Earth. But 100 years ago, a great calamity changed everything. Demonic monsters attacked, causing countless human casualties. Fortunately, humans here were born with innate special abilities. Through training and job class changes, they could deal with the demonic monsters. Everything felt familiar to Kianmo. He realized he had crossed over to another world. As he was thinking, a hand slapped heavily on his back. Li Heng scolded, "You still have time to space out?" He suddenly started crying, "I am so nervous. The awakening trial only has one chance. If I fail, my dad will beat me to death." Kianmo comforted him, "Don't worry, let me check the secret realm first, and we will figure it out later." He quickly arrived at the training ground, where a spatial gate opened at the end of the wall. Kianmo curled his lips into a smile and walked forward excitedly. With that thought, he stepped through the spatial gate. Before his eyes was a blinding white light. 2 seconds later, the sun shone brightly, and the scenery of trees and houses appeared. Kianmo was sure this was the newbie village in the celestial warehouse. A system notification sounded. System detects user connecting. Progress 50%, 70%, 100%. Before he understood anything, another notification appeared. Conversion successful. System level 1. The system allowed converting 2 active skills into passives, strengthening their power based on attributes. Kianmo was thrilled. This system was extremely powerful. In the celestial warehouse, most skills were active and required cooldown. They could not be activated infinitely, leaving openings for counterattacks. Passives were permanent, had no cooldown, and their activation rate increased with level. He clenched his fist. In his past life, that limitation prevented him from becoming a god, but now he had a chance to fulfill his regret. The system requested he select skills to convert, listing things like trip and weapon swap. After some deliberation, Kianmo chose Fierce Leap and Swift Strike. The system created a longsword, confirming the skill Fierce Triple Slash level 1, a powerful downward slash that released a 3-meter shockwave. The passive conversion was successful, granting a 30% chance to activate on each attack, making him invincible for 0.2 seconds. Kianmo excitedly swung his sword. The improved attack and damage were truly a golden finger. Before he could celebrate, a strange foot slammed heavily into the ground. A bull-headed humanoid panted, its body covered in muscles, wielding a silver axe as it approached. He understood immediately this was a troublesome 3A-ranked monster. The gleaming axe blade was raised, and the bull-headed humanoid roared as it charged forward. Kianmo was startled by its ferocity, but he quickly regained his composure and swung his sword at the monster. Spiritual energy burst forth, sending the bull-headed humanoid flying. Its heavy body slammed into the stone monument behind it. Explosion sounded, but Kianmo was surprised to see it was unharmed. The monster immediately pushed off the ground and leaped up. The axe blade came down right over his head. Its shadow loomed over him, but he managed to jump back to avoid it. Although he kept dodging, Kianmo realized he was only level 1 and could hardly defeat it. When the axe blade struck down, he could only think, "This is it." Instinctively, Kianmo raised his sword to block. Sword shattered, but the system activated the passive invincibility for 0.2 seconds. He was stunned by this effect. The system window displayed a notification. Forced release of Fierce Triple Slash. Damage increased by 1.5 times. The bull-headed humanoid's axe only cut through an afterimage, while Kianmo had managed to duck down. Feeling intense surge, the Fierce Triple Slash passive activated, knocking the axe away. All the damage fell upon the monster. The bull-headed humanoid went stiff, its teeth and blood flying out. His energy gradually subsided. Finally, the monster's body exploded. Kianmo quickly went over to check. He understood clearly. The passive skill not only solved the cooldown problem, but also came with a new damage system. In this life, he would definitely make up for past regrets and ascend to become a god. The story continued in the newbie space. After a moment of observation, he stabbed his sword into the neck of a bug monster with a dominating stance. When Kianmo withdrew his sword, the monster collapsed limply backward. The squelching sound of insects filled the space. The corpses of demon beasts piled up. Kianmo was anxious. It had been a few hours, and he had finally found his combat rhythm. As long as he knew the trial's secret realm was tomorrow, he could help Lei Heng. The system appeared again, requesting he choose a second passive skill. Facing countless options, he thought newbies often died from a lack of power and long cooldowns. The first skill chosen was for offense, so the second skill should be for reducing cooldown time. As soon as he pressed the button, the system analyzed weapon swap level 1. Within 30 seconds, reduces cooldown time by 30%. Spiritual energy and power funneled into his body. Kianmo saw a notification. Passive skill conversion successful. Weapon cooldown time permanently reduced by 30%. He calculated there were many basic weapons in storage, and the passive helped him switch between them quickly. Kianmo's status screen was simple. Level 1 human race, all base stats at 20, but he was not sad as the cooldown issue had been resolved. Everything was ready, only waiting for the day of the trial. Finally, the timeline drifted to the assessment day, the training grounds already crowded with students and cheerleaders. The students reminded each other to bring medicine, and Li Hong ran over to show off that his dad bought him a map with money. He listened in silence, lowering his voice, worried others would find out his dad pulled strings. He handed out the map, saying the Fierce Flame region was chosen by Windmaster Liu, who is very strict. He was intrigued, said the map's monsters were level 3 to level 10, and then asked Qianmo what level monster he could solo. That level gave Qianmo a headache, his strength was too poor. Right then, someone came from behind, shouting that Li Hong had a bit of money, so he learned to pull strings from others. Leave now or be ranked last, embarrassing your dad. He immediately retorted, get lost, what nonsense are you blabbering about? Though Qianmo advised him, Li Hong was still infuriated, swearing today he would end that man together. Mao Feng took the chance to taunt, praising Qianmo for being sensible for stopping the useless brat. As soon as he finished, his foot was hooked, and in front of everyone, Mao Feng lost his balance and fell. Qianmo looked at him with glee, saying, sorry, there is no need for such a big bow. He immediately roared, do you want to die? Mao Feng tried to take revenge with force, but his punch was easily caught. He struggled until his hands shook but could not budge. This guy sure was strong. Qianmo said lightly, forgot the important thing, that guy dare to bet. I bet Li Hong will have a better result than you. The whole group trembled. Mao Feng burst out, laughing, I am not hearing things, am I? I have no reason not to accept this bet, but I decide the loser runs 10 laps, snaked, and shouts daddy 3 times. Qianmo agreed cheerfully, no problem. Rumor spread quickly, everyone said it was the class bottom versus the elite student. The gap was too obvious. Li Hong was anxious, complaining to him that he just wanted to pass the assessment to ask for money. Why did he sell himself out? He remained calm, stood up and told him to just listen to him. He whispered a few sentences and Li Hong's face instantly lit up, asking if those words were all true. After receiving the nod, he was overjoyed. Everyone was stunned when Li Hong announced that today he would make Mao Feng run and call for dad. Half an hour later, Director Zhang Lai cleared his throat, announcing the formal start of the assessment. All students are invited to enter the teleportation point one by one. Qianmo also began to walk in. Li Hong, who went ahead, still reminded him, wait and see my performance. Then he excitedly stepped into the space gate, the teleportation tearing open a rift. The Fierce Flame region appeared, old memories resurfacing, a vast volcanic area with lava and full of evil spirits and vicious beasts. An oddly familiar feeling, it had been a while since he played a beginner dungeon. Noise behind startled him. 2 massive fierce bodies stepped out, low-level blue-skinned monsters. On the arms of the blue-skinned monster, extremely long sharp spikes were also attached. The attack made Qianmo stagger. Relying on experience, he quickly retreated, but another difficulty rushed in from behind. The situation was critical. 3 monsters had already cornered him. He was surrounded from 2 sides. He decided to use his body to attack, the system supporting a beginner blade, the basic beginner equipment. Even with equipment, Qianmo was still in danger. The monsters here were stronger than in training. The system displayed a notification. Experienced player detected, switching to bodily instinct. He read it and froze on the spot. The system reported experience had become instinct. His skeleton was enveloped by a green aura. Several blue-skinned monsters lunged fiercely at him. They moved fast but were unexpectedly spotted by him. Qianmo quickly kicked off and clung to the cave ceiling. He slightly tilted his head to observe them. Suddenly, he leaped down from his foothold. One of his feet powerfully pressed into the monster's demonic face, the monster staggering and flying away. He was satisfied. This ability was too incredible. He could even control each muscle, just like when he played games in his past life. Qianmo grew more confident fighting. If you are dissatisfied, all of you come at once. Their eyes bloodshot, they charged ferociously like a pack of beasts hunting prey. No matter what, Qianmo kept dodging and twisting his body. After a moment, he decided to lure them into a straight line to finish them all at once. He zigzagged through the group of monsters, lowering his body and landing in an open area. They slowly turned their fierce heads around. The plan was complete. Qianmo unleashed his killing intent. This was the chance. 5 blue-skinned monsters were blasted high into the air. He pierced through their line, sliding with a graceful move. His hand pressed lightly on the ground to break, holding the sword firmly. Passive skill Flame Triple Slash activated, and 5 massive bodies were cut in half. He was quite surprised activating the passive so quickly, and even resetting the cooldown. Once again, 5 blue-skinned monsters were hit simultaneously. Qianmo glided beneath them with overwhelming dominance. After a few heavy thuds, Zukin's kill notification appeared. The main system also reported a special hit, increasing experience by 50%, granting 250 XP, and congratulating him on reaching levels 2 and 3. Qianmo's condition grew even more excited as Chu Qin's special kill method gave bonus experience, needing only to kill 5 monsters to jump 2 levels. Everything was gradually falling into place, and he moved quickly. While moving, Qianmo thought that there were many basic skills and weapons, much more interesting than the game from his past life. Outside, the students' rankings kept changing. A spectator exclaimed in surprise, seeing a name on the board leveling up extremely fast. Our Qianmo was holding the top spot at level 3. No one was surprised. It was the one who faced off against Mao Feng, who gained levels in just 5 minutes. Our academy has a genius. Zhang Lei was also curious. Was it Qianmo? Interesting, I wonder what other surprises he will bring. Inside the secret realm, Kianmo continued jumping back and forth between the rocks. After a while, he seemed to detect something, his instincts telling him to quickly land at this spot. After hiding in a corner, Kianmo couldn't help but freeze. Wasn't this shadow mage he had encountered in his past life? The system added that the level 2 shadow mages had a relationship with hounds, but he was not afraid. In the game, they had a flaw. If he could exploit it, he wouldn't need to hunt them one by one to level up. Saying meant doing, and that might make leveling easier. Next, Kianmo summoned the grappling hook, one of the basic weapons. From the barrel, a hook shot out and latched onto the rock face, and he used the cable to swing himself higher. After gaining a wide view, the small newbie Tsukin was also taken out. Throwing knife spun and then slowly descended toward the shadow mage. With a thud, seeing their companion hit by the throwing knife, they immediately entered combat mode. A gentle observation made the mages aware of Kianmo's location. Dark chants began to glow on their arms. Shadow arrows were slowly charging, but Kianmo already knew. Shadow mages only knew how to use arrows and summon hounds. From the mage's perspective, Kianmo had disappeared. Seeing no threat, they immediately resumed their normal peace state. In the corner, his heart was relieved. The stealth effect was very good. The shadow mages couldn't attack him. Spells with cast times could not attack outside their range. Step 1 was successful. Step 2, exploit their casting time. Right at that moment, he would kill all the hounds. And so, one Tsukin after another embedded itself into the necks of the hounds. Despite being slightly short of breath, Kianmo was delighted. Next was the fun part. The priority of the hound summoning skill was higher, so they would summon first. Just as predicted, several hounds gradually emerged from the magic circle. The magical light clearly showed his joy. It could really be exploited successfully, because the shadow mages could not select an attack target, and their confused logic from switching between two skills, they would endlessly summon hounds. Finally, when Tsukin killed the mages, the hounds would die with them, granting a massive amount of experience from hundreds of them. After that, Kianmo lay back, planning to take a nap while waiting for them to multiply. 8 hours had passed, but there were still many spectators outside. The leaderboard changed. Sun Qi was in first place. Mao Feng was at rank 18 level 7. Li Hong was at rank 498. Thinking the outcome was decided, the viewers noticed a difference. Senior Sing Sing had become the first gunner specialist, having been second place earlier and now taking the lead. On the competition map, hundreds of monsters were being defeated by her. Not only that, but spectators were also discussing that Senior Sun Qi had become a swordsman, wondering if he could defeat the boss. The notification of his class change ran even faster. Director Shang Lai remained quiet, silently noting that several outstanding students were starting to appear. Where was that boy Kianmo on the rankings now? When he glanced at the leaderboard, the name was at rank 659. He trembled at the small text, last place. Others almost laughed out loud. That initial top spot must have been luck. How could a genius only appear now? As for the director, his heart also grew cold. The secret realm only lasted 12 hours. At his pace, he wouldn't even reach level 6, let alone awaken a talent, and now there were only 4 hours left. But just a few minutes later, everyone shouted that the first place had changed. Zhang Lei jolted and looked up. The name Kianmo jumped from the bottom rank to Tomb 52, then 121. Such speed made the director very suspicious. Let us rewind to 1 minute ago. At that time, Kianmo had just sat up, feeling very refreshed after his nap. When he looked down the cliff, the area below seemed completely empty. A patch of ground filled with hounds made him jolt. The number was greater than expected, probably over 400. Next, Kianmo immediately drew his Greenier machine gun. Thinking about the experience points, his eyes lit up. How many levels would he gain? Several crackling sounds began the show. Time to kill the hounds. Barrel quickly blasted out extreme heat, flames beginning to pierce through the witches and then burn them. Kianmo immensely enjoyed the pleasure of monster hunting. Only the poor shadow witches struggled in vain. The blazing red flame spread at a dizzying speed, the system continuously reporting that the shadow mages had been killed by Tsukin. Below, the empty ground was thick with hot smoke and dust. Kianmo stood there, satisfied, resting his gun down. Next, several level-up congratulations rang in his ears, the steady notifications greatly pleasing him. Then the main system appeared, listing 3 passive slashes leveling up to 2, with a 35% chance to activate, granting 16 times additional strength and invulnerability for 3 seconds. Congratulations on weapon transformation reaching level 2. Transformation time reduced by 40%. Kianmo skimmed the lines and said, so based on leveling, the skills could also level up accordingly. This passive potential was quite strong. In the future at higher levels, who knew if it could be increased to 100% activation? Back to the present, his name had retaken the first place. now at level 13. Spectator stammered a comment, rising straight to the top 10 in 1 minute. Since when did our academy have such a figure? Others were also terrified. He was truly a monster. Even at my age, I have never seen such a thing. From the teacher observation area, Zhao Erlong began to boast that this was my student. Impressive, right? But then director Zhang Lai's silhouette silenced him. As he stepped forward, Zhang Lai snapped, "Are you usually blind? You had such a good seedling and didn't report it earlier." Then he muttered again, "I am getting old, yet I misjudged Qian Mo's talent as the strongest since the academy's founding." Inside the secret realm, everything had been cleared long ago. As he was about to move, the system window popped up. "You have leveled up to 13. Surpassing level 10, you may choose a class change. May I ask for your choice?" Qian Mo immediately stopped, facing a major decision. Looking through the list, he felt quite emotional. In his past life, he had achieved all god-tier titles, but there was one thing he had never tried. That was Tanyan, the special non-transition class. It allowed a solo player to use all equipment, without class restrictions, freely combining them. But its weakness was huge, low damage, many skills but none specialized, only usable in the early stages and easily defeated later. Now, with a powerful passive system, all the drawbacks of the solo playstyle were overcome, helping him unleash this class power to its peak. As soon as he selected it, the system warned him for not allocating free attributes, automatically binding him to the hidden class, Spell Controller. Then the system bound him with success rates of 50, 80, 100%. A blue light surged into him, startling him. Outside, everyone was bewildered. Did the big shot have a problem with his brain? If he did not need the talent, give it to me. Why choose this troublesome class? Zhang Lei also questioned Zhao Erlong, "A good seedling, how did you teach him? Is this not a joke?" Zhao Erlong stammered, "I am wronged." His willpower before was still a warrior's. The director was very troubled. Choosing this useless class was like destroying his own future. In the stands, a few youths wondered, is Tanyan really that bad? Someone thought the big shot had his own way of thinking, then was brushed off by his friend. What do you know? Tanyan had the advantage of being able to use all equipment and skills, allowing consecutive attacks early on with high freedom. He quickly added, but later on, because he cannot transition, his skills remain at the basic level. Damage is weak, he can only be tortured. They had already imagined Qian Mo's miserable defeat. He despaired. A good game turned to mud. A class with no future, what is there to say? Conversely, inside the secret realm it was completely quiet. Qian Mo enjoyed the joy. Tanyan was too perfect for him. The passive system compensated for damage, plus his past life experience, he could unleash its peak. But he wondered, what is this bound one? Qian Mo had to click to take a look. In an instant his mind felt frozen. System information. Cannot actively learn skills at the academy, only learn from boss drops. All dungeons are on the hardest difficulty. He hesitated. Cannot actively learn, only rely on dungeons. This truly is too perfect. Every dungeon situation I have memorized. This is an advantage no one else has. The bound one is not bad at all. Now the most important thing was to increase passive damage. First of all, attack speed. A few seconds later, a few blue-skinned monsters heard a sound above. A flash of air brushed past their skin. Qian Mo suddenly appeared, his twin swords already raised. He praised, the attribute points increase not only changes the numbers, but also enhances body functions. Very interesting. At this moment, a special item named Malice Quest Book flew by. The book falling made him excited. It seemed to be an item to open a hidden quest. Almost forgot this quest. Then no need to rush to fight the boss. Collect all the items to open the hidden quest first. Outside time was only 60 minutes. All students gradually arrived at the boss area. The final challenge was the vicious Jialan. Just kill it and touch the awakening stone behind to pass the test. The thing radiating a blazing halo was the awakening stone. Player kicked a stone forward. He observed cautiously. Is this Jialan? Defeating it means successful awakening. His will urged him to shout and charge forward. The blood sacrifice spread wide, dealing continuous damage to enemies while releasing a random weakening curse, reducing base attributes. Being struck by Jialan's release meant certain failure, but he was very confident in his speed. Those were the only two thoughts he had. But reality was not as expected. A tremendous counterforce slammed into his chest. After that, his body tumbled to the ground. The poison just now made the male student tremble in pain. Despair crushed his initial will. It is over. Jialan's sharp iron fangs seemed to mock him. A giant blue-skinned demon had appeared. Once again, he could only feel despair. Base attributes weakened, cannot dodge. Outside the hall, many students were injured. He was also knocked back. Everyone was shocked. This is a top 50 person. How did he get out? This year's secret realm required a 5-person team to win. There were also 2 beastmen guards supporting the boss. How could they fight? The secret realm was too hard, unused for 10 years. Why did Professor Liu open it? Back at the boss Jialan location in the secret realm, this challenger was Qian Mo. His state was quite precarious because collecting the hidden quest took an hour. Luckily, no one had defeated Jialan yet. He stared intently at his opponent. That man also secretly released a pressure to respond. Next, Jielan received a strange demonic blessing. The two beastmen guards were activated and charged forward. One of them just swung his blade down, causing him to praise. Looks big and tall, but his movements are fast. At the same time, the other beastman guard attacked. Kianmo arrogantly declared, but unfortunately not as fast as me. Next, Kianmo nimbly dropped his body close to the ground. The two guards only turned around upon hearing the scraping sound, but Kianmo had already leaped up high from somewhere. In their blind spot, he began to swing out 2 slashes. Space froze behind him, only 2 explosions remained. Flew again to another position. As long as there were no blue-skinned beastmen protecting him, Jielan could not move while chanting his spell. Even though magic surrounded him, that man was truly immobile. When he was 1 meter from his opponent, he thought to himself, this is a success then. Against the sky, everyone saw boss Jielan suddenly fly up. It turned out Kianmo had used a kick to send him flying. Target is my prey. Time is running short, so fight fast and win fast. A few seconds later, that massive body was about to fall. Below, Kianmo had already taken out his gun and fired. Scorching bullets drilled deep into his skin, causing him to roar, but Kianmo ran out of ammo. All 10 shots hit. Seems I have not lost my mobile aim accuracy from my past life. The enemy again dove headfirst into the ground. When that man struggled up again, the berserk state had been activated, so Kianmo had to face a more ferocious Jielan. But he was not afraid. Switching weapons and leveling skills was very convenient, leaving no openings. Jielan growled and charged forward, wanting to crush him, but each spear thrust forced him to stop. Cracking sounds rang out. The demon's bones had shattered. A triumphant smile bloomed on his lips. The kick to that small calf bone broke it directly. The difficulty of the dungeon was the coordination of the 3 monsters. Jielan was originally weak but was protected. If it dragged on until the sacrifice, he would lose. Now that Jielan was down, Spear-Nose Brother advanced towards him. Kianmo lowered his gaze to look at defeated foe. Now he had lost protection. You are just a weak brain. A single spear thrust struck straight down, causing the demon body to completely collapse. Looking out at the training ground, the number of people who had been knocked out had increased. Xing Xing stepped out with confidence, declaring first place was in her hands. Sun Qi humbly replied, "Congratulations, I lost this assessment without complaint." But when checking the results, she was startled and cried out, because the name at the top of the list was not hers. How is that possible? Only those who reach level 10 can change class. Xing Xing trembled with anger from losing to Li Hong, who had been last for 10,000 years. Classmates immediately comforted her. First place is definitely yours. A level 7 cannot beat 3 monsters. Li Hong must have cheated and has been taken to the academic affairs office by the head teacher. Sun Qi also hurriedly said, "Sister Xing Xing, those troublemakers in the class can do anything." In the academic affairs office, the atmosphere was tense. Li Hong, did you cheat? He was so scared he stammered that he was just better than usual. Liu Yamin asked loudly, "Why won't you tell the truth? Just now when asked about the boss's appearance skills, you didn't even know. How can you say you passed the exam yourself? Or do you want to become the first student to be expelled? The person who helped you cheat, the academy will find out too." Sweat beaded on his face. Finally, Li Hong knelt down, confessing that classmate Kianmo had helped him. He begged to take all the blame. Don't punish that person. So that's it. Nearing the end of the fork, he bypassed all the monsters to reach the final boss. Kianmo analyzed. Because their vision was blocked, they did not attack. He only needed to touch the awakening stone to finish. Upon hearing this, Liu Yamin pondered, so our academy actually has such a genius? Zhang Lai, how are the students' results this term? He reported that this person had made history by reaching level 13, but still had not left the secret realm. This is the entire assessment video of him. Just by glancing for a few seconds, Liu Yamin could hardly believe it. He could not help but exclaim, truly limitless potential. Scene change. The training ground still had many interesting things. Some people praised Xing Xing and Sun Qi for coming out, truly the rocket class. On the viewing platform, people were discussing Kianmo. He is level 13 and still hasn't come out. Only 15 minutes left until it ends. No matter how high the level, he will fail anyway. But they did not know that the awakening stone was already within his reach. Looking at the stone, he conceived a different idea. Touching it would force him out, so let's just wait. I'll go complete the hidden quest first. In no time, various items like tomes, flamestones, Lao Hai figurine, dry wood, transparent crystal, and a broken sword were all in hand. Suddenly remembering, Kianmo checked again. There was also the evil skull, collecting all 6 items. I will be able to do a one-step summon. Before he could finish speaking, dark iron chains shot out from the ground. A gloomy voice echoed through the air, "Who dares to disturb my sleep?" Kianmo immediately became alert. Sure enough, it was the hidden boss. Strong figure clad in demon armor appeared. The system immediately displayed information. The hungry one, that man Boston, level 12. He gnashed his teeth. That man's sword plunged into the ground with a declaration of killing without mercy. The ground immediately cracked open. A shockwave was about to sweep through Kianmo's position. Lava below pushed rocks flying up, emitting a scorching heat source. Around him there was only dust and smoke. The ground had been torn into a deep pit. Kianmo calmly remarked, "Not bad for a Boston, much stronger than Jielan." That man's strength was immense, but he lacked flexibility. Just a skill control combo could take care of him. He immediately taunted, "Being this clumsy, go home." Instantly, the demon claw was raised, walked step by step, creating terrifying booming sounds. Next, that man released demonic pressure, shouting "Kill, kill." As that man leaped up, the ground beneath shattered. His entire oppressive form tried to suck Kianmo in. At that moment, he just calmly searched for something in his pocket. His hand swung forward, basic combat skill, throw. Instantly, that man was blinded. This move was simple, throwing debris at the opponent to reduce their accuracy and vision for 3 seconds. Kianmo calculated very carefully. Although it dealt no damage, it restrained his actions. Suddenly, that man roared very loudly, activating a passive skill, lasting 1 second to escape the restricted state. Kianmo was a bit surprised but quickly recovered his composure. Truly formidable, but now it's my turn. Equipping the self-destruct robot, first use the slide skill to close in on the opponent. That man was too heavy, could not be kicked into the air. So next, use the hook skill. Just as he finished thinking, he punched directly into the center of his chin. Kianmo continued, he has entered a stun state. Very good. He did not stop, shifting grabbed that man's horn. The edible weed equipment he took out with the purpose of stabbing from behind. Next followed another technique, basic skill, forward kick. His head tilted towards the self-destruct robot. Kianmo rejoiced inwardly fall. In an instant, firepower engulfed the entire space. That man's demon body twitched a few times. Kianmo quickly realized his intention. Don't even think about getting up. His hand shot out 2 peach wood swords. That man was still stubborn, only focused on getting up. But then he had to howl in pain as the sharp blade stabbed into his thigh. Kianmo said softly, no matter how strong you are, if you are completely controlled, you can't deal any damage. He even rhythmically said goodbye to the demon. The assessment leaderboard changed. Kianmo took first place at level 14. His level up sparked controversy. He hasn't awakened. He must have cheated. He is stalling and refuses to come out, probably feeling guilty. Anyway, when the assessment ends, the secret realm will forcibly expel everyone, and then we will expose his true face. Liu Yamin scolded softly. A bunch of ignoramuses who do not understand that there is always a higher mountain. Zhang Lai stood behind, thinking it had been a long time since he saw him so excited, as if he was certain of Kianmo's strength. At this moment, the countdown timer was less than a minute. Inside the secret realm, the system suddenly buzzed with "Congratulations, successfully eliminating all bosses," triggering a reward. All attributes increased by 50%. Because the Tower Barbarian was controlled throughout the process, the experience gained was doubled, collecting over 30,000 experience points. After the system announced he had reached level 14, Kianmo gently wiped his sweat, thinking it was not in vain that he spent so much effort on the hidden quest. But he had already changed class to a spell controller. Would this awakening stone still be useful? Thinking this, Kianmo placed his hand on it to check. After just a moment of contact, countless incantations appeared on the stone's surface. The system's mechanical voice rang out, congratulating the player for passing the assessment. The awakened talent is. Kianmo was nervously waiting when the text suddenly burrowed into his core. The system announced again, conversion system upgraded to level 2. The spell controller can gain additional passive conversion abilities. The stage clear reward was a pair of traveling boots, and the reward for killing Boston was a basic lethal damage skill. Kianmo quickly checked 2 conversions, no need to hold back then. Kianmo received notifications in succession. Gatling gun conversion successful. When using any weapon, there is a 25% chance to fire 10 bullets that will surely hit the target. The more he looked, the more delighted he was. In future battles, he could skip some operations, and might even defeat higher level monsters. When facing high level monsters, all attributes are suppressed, and one could be defeated before even attacking. But with this skill, as long as he survived, he could slowly destroy high level bosses. Next, Kianmo weighed his options. He had to choose the most effective skill to maximize his power. He reached out and selected an umbrella from the bottom row, and the system immediately confirmed a successful conversion. When attacking, there is a 10% chance to unleash sweeping power in a 2-meter radius. Kianmo contentedly dusted himself off. Compared to skills that require a lot of force to knock opponents away, sweeping consumes less stamina. This thing is very suitable for his system. The status bar then appeared. Kianmo's information now included many new skills, especially possessing 4 extremely powerful passive skills. After finishing the upgrades, Kianmo murmured softly, combat power is about to exceed 10,000. From now on, even on the day of apocalypse, he will have combat strength. He gently raised his hand, letting a surge of black kai flow. Outside, the instructor announced the end of the assessment, closing the secret realm. Everyone suddenly saw a blinding light. What is this light? A hand lightly touched the edge of the spatial door. Kianmo stepped out with an easygoing demeanor. He has successfully awakened. Liu Yamin was also very excited, not expecting he would actually succeed. This child truly has boundless potential. On the viewing viewing stand, a wave of intense protest arose. He is a cheater. Get out of the academy with Li Hong. This guy's results are questionable, Professor. Please invalidate them. Faced with the weight of public opinion, his mood immediately turned gloomy. Liu Yamin directly released the pressure of a grandmaster. His dignified voice rang out silence. Those who were just chattering immediately clamped their mouths shut. Then he walked over to Qian Mo. Did you really get through that? Qian Mo coldly replied with a few words, yes, I passed. He did not blame him for being rude, but instead praised him. Good, a true genius. Well-deserved first place, with a bright future ahead. At this moment, Sun Qi and Sing Sing ran over. Qian Mo's results are problematic. How can the last person to pass become first? We need an explanation. The crowd also regained their courage. Here is the evidence. Expel the cheater. Liu Yamin had to shout. A bunch of stupid frogs at the bottom of a well. Student Qian Mo defeated a hidden level 12 boss within the time limit, more than any of you. If he is not first, then who is? The top two students were stunned for a long time, while the crowd was even more suspicious. How did Qian Mo know about Boston? They had never heard of it. On the viewing stand, homeroom teacher Chu Qin gritted her teeth. A poor student gets first place. Is this not a slap in the face to the rocket class? Zima Boston, it must be cheating. She immediately jumped straight down to the training ground, speaking with the most aggressive attitude. Then I invite student Qian Mo to share how he discovered the hidden boss. If you cannot explain, then it is cheating and you are not fit to stay in the academy. On this side, Qian Mo bluntly questioned, why should I tell you? Chu Qin immediately shouted, what? The other male students trembled at the shout, because she was the youngest homeroom teacher of the rocket class. Qian Mo dares to insult her. He is done for. Teacher Chu Qin will not let this go. The atmosphere in the training ground became heavier than ever. Sun Qi was the first to break the silence. Going too far, who do you think you are to be rude to our homeroom teacher? Finally, he drew a treasured sword. I want to fight you. The surrounding crowd started whispering again. Senior, teach him a lesson. Let us see if he still dares to pretend. Then, everyone heard his deep voice, a duel? Are you worthy? On hearing Qian Mo's question, he clenched his teeth tightly. The anger on the viewing stand grew even heavier. A man issuing a challenge is respecting you. All you do is show off and talk arrogantly. Sing Sing suddenly touched Sun Qi's shoulder. Then add me together, are we worthy of a match with you? Qian Mo only glanced at her. And who are you? She was flushed with shame, not knowing how to react. You. And you do not even know I am the campus beauty of Jiangcheng Academy. Sun Qi immediately roared, going too far, you look down on the rocket class. Today I will teach you a lesson. Get on the arena deathmatch. Chu Qin was very sharp. The arena is a forced duel between awakened ones. Refusing means forfeiting, and if he agrees, even if Qian Mo took first place by cheating, he would not be Sun Qi's match. Then he coldly replied, since you are asking for death, I will see it through. Liu Yamin found it very interesting. This child is even more aggressive than I was back then. Perfect chance to probe his strength. So he performed a summon. If both sides agree, I will construct a fighting ring for you two. With a single exertion of force, a fighting ring taller than a person instantly rose up. Before stepping in, Liu Yamin also reminded, I hope you can restrain yourself so you will not regret it. Sun Qi showed no fear. I want to see what you are capable of. Qian Mo coldly replied, less nonsense, do not waste my time. Next, he jumped onto the fighting ring before him. From above, he spoke as if giving an order, start now. Sun Qi did not hold back either. Arrogant brat, do not regret it. He swiftly climbed up, using maximum speed. That is an A-grade talent, capable of increasing movement and attack speed by 50%. The male students on the other side all cheered. This is the swordsman's special skill. I did not expect the senior's talent to be so perfect. While running around, he did not forget to taunt, I think you are only good at talking. When he reached Qian Mo's blind spot, he quickly drew his sword. Sun Qi's whole body was filled with killing intent. He roared the word die and thrust forward, but his powerful sword strike was dodged with just a single leap. Qian Mo did not forget to provoke him. Is that all you have? The audience could not help but wonder, how could he dodge that? Did you see it clearly? Was he not just an E-grade talent? On this side, Sun Qi assumed it was just a coincidence and that he could avoid that painful blow. But he still could not evade my strongest chain attack. Instantly his eyes scanned the opponent's moves, then he unleashed a sweeping strike with his blade. In a flash, Qian Mo was pushed backward by the powerful gale. Seeing the opportunity had come, he activated his assault skill. Qian Mo quickly raised his sword to parry, while Sun Qi used a knockback technique as the two blades clashed. Midair, Qian Mo surprisingly did not lose his balance. In that split second, he seemed to see something unbelievable as Sun Qi below the stage gradually faded away using his phantom shift. No one noticed he had already soared higher than him. I win attack from above. Qian Mo froze in surprise. Everything in the air was obscured by an explosion. Tears erupted everywhere, truly worthy of Brother Sun. A perfect chain combo with devastating damage. Then Sun Qi landed on the arena. No one could escape his speed. Before he could finish speaking, his face took a kick. Kianmo appeared completely unharmed, stomping directly onto the famous senior. Director Xu Qin was horrified, while Liu Yanmen was extremely excited. He had not misjudged this kid after all. On the battlefield, Kianmo had met the conditions to activate his passive. Everyone saw his figure move extremely fast, as if merging with the air, readying a triple slash. Finally, only the sound of Sunki's body hitting the floor remained. Kianmo did not look at him, only checking his sword. Your maximum speed is still inferior to my agility, but your opponent is already in too much pain to argue. Public opinion gradually shifted. It was already over before I could even see it. Sun Qi is a top genius, taken down in under 30 seconds. At this moment, Tianmo finally remembered she still wanted to fight. He stood on the high platform, looking at Sing Sing like a small, insignificant creature. The arrogance on her face had completely vanished. Finally, Sing Sing meekly answered that she was truly not worthy of a one-on-one fight with him. Shouts echoed from the stands, "Big boss, I was wrong about you. From now on you are my god." Job changers always put strength first. Someone as strong as you deserves to be the #1 genius. Zing Zing's heart suddenly filled with pink. She never expected him to be this strong. Why did she have this strange feeling, wanting some relationship with him? From a professional perspective, Liu Yanmen was very astonished. Extremely fast reaction speed, flawless skill execution, far surpassing me in my prime. Perhaps he will become the legendary 5-turn divine being. This is a true genius. Such a good seedling must be kept in our Jiangcheng. Then, he spoke seriously, representing the academy, to announce, "Seeing that student Kianmo has achieved outstanding results, I decide to award him 1 million blue star coins and the special title of prodigy student." The crowd felt as if an explosion went off in their heads. The trio of directors also momentarily froze at the new title, prodigy student. In contrast, Kianmo was quite calm. Their expressions made him wonder if this title was cool and whether it could be exchanged for money. Zhang Lei explained, "Jiangcheng has not had a prodigy student in over 20 years. The only one is now a level 4 job changer. Ordinary people only reach level 3. Only a few in the whole city like Professor Liu are level 3. This title for Kianmo, needless to say, Zhu Qin also guessed. It means his future will be at least level 4. A student with such strength, I must recruit him to the Blaze class. If I become the director of a future level 4, I will achieve fame and fortune." So she coyly called him classmate, asking if he was interested in being the class monitor of the Blaze class, and that she could give him private tutoring every month before the exam. Some young men on the side were jealous. Teacher Chu Qin is a goddess. Being tutored privately by her would be worth dying for. Unexpectedly, Kianmo decisively pulled his hand away from her. "You cannot teach me. Not just you, but all the teachers in the academy cannot teach me. Are all of you merely team players?" Before clarifying the next events, let's look back at his stats. The most prominent was the SSS rank conversion with a battle power of 9,972. He also possessed level 18 ranged boots, doubling his speed for 5 seconds. Ju Qin was furious. "You are only level 14. What makes you say I cannot teach you?" But Liu Yamen interrupted. "No one has enough professional expertise to teach him. After job changing, we have abandoned our initial skills, so we have no experience with combos and solo techniques. Even searching the entire country, we cannot find someone to teach him. Kianmo's future is defaulted to facing things alone." Liu Yamen said, "Student, the path of a solo player is full of challenges. I hope you will not regret it." He replied, "Since I chose it, I will not regret it, especially with the help of the passive system." The old man announced, "I approve you for self-study. I hope you will shine in the joint exam 1 month from now, organized by the nation to find the most outstanding, with rewards based on rank." Many other male and female students were shocked. No one has ever had the privilege of self-study. Kianmo is too amazing. Then he respectfully asked the teacher a question. Everyone was floored when they heard the second half. "When can I collect the 1 million cash prize?" The matter ended there, but the press extensively covered news about him. Zhang Lei was busy with reporters, who asked all sorts of questions, but he only replied, "He is not at the school." At the same time, at the Heavenly Awakening Management Association, Tianmo stood at the scanner, commenting that the login procedure for the system was quite complete. The advanced machinery confirmed he was Tianmo of the Xian Nation, level 14, solo playered. Then, a mechanical voice played. 100 years ago, a ferocious beast appeared and landed on Blue Planet. After slaughtering humanity, they withdrew on their own. The screen showed a few short clips of monsters. The story continued. Humanity fought against the Great Calamity, discovered the Heavenly Awakening world within the beast bloodstains left behind, and found a way in and out. This then began the training era, everyone entering the Heavenly Awakening continent, which became a battlefield of conflict between the professions of various nations. A special warning appeared in large text. Only awakened individuals individuals with powerful talents can hold a position here. Tianmo mused. Compared to the dream learning zone at school, the Heavenly Awakening continent can do much more. Most importantly, I need to quickly reach level 20 to pass the joint exam. A few minutes later, the shattered archipelago for levels 13 to 18 appeared. The layout and architecture around him felt familiar, like from his previous life, truly nostalgic. He clearly remembered that upon first entering the main continent, everyone usually hunted monsters to level up, but since he had past memories, he would start with a special hidden quest. After moving for a while, he stopped at a remote place, then entered a desolate and dilapidated village to search through the ruins. As soon as he spotted a white piece of paper among the rubble, he rejoiced. Found it. The paper required proof of the existence of a dangerous shadow for the quest giver. The system beeped. You have accepted a hidden quest. Shadow vanishes. It was a special quest, difficulty 3.5 stars, requiring the defeat of a mysterious monster. Tianmo gripped the paper triumphantly. Only I can find this location. The quest not only yields a lot of experience but also awards a very useful divine artifact at the end. At the shelter beach, mutated sea turtles were swarming with people. Other players were fiercely killing the small monsters on the shore, using everything from swords to magic to maximize experience gain. Meanwhile, someone attacked with a lava fireball, a single blow dealing damage even to players who could not defend in time. An angry man shouted, "There are rules against player killing. You not only steal monsters but also injure others." Ding Hong shamelessly retorted, "I was only attacking monsters. Magic has no eyes. All the monsters on the beach belong to us. Now get lost." The man angrily struck out. This is a public area, not the private grounds or Ghost Academy. But a sharp swipe cut across his face. Ding Hong blatantly challenged, "If you have a problem, come at me. I guarantee I won't kill the monsters anymore." His friend beside him advised, "We can't take them back. Don't waste time. The students of Ghost Spirit Academy are not ordinary people to mess with." The man replied angrily, "But they come every day to take the monsters, keeping us stuck at level 3. At that moment, Zhao Yanner shouted, "Senior, there is a player fighting monsters." They showed contempt. Another blind fool, and playing solo at that. That man charged forward aggressively. "Today I will teach you a lesson. Do not even think of touching a single monster. Same old strategy, I lure the monsters, you two use Blizzard to eliminate them all, leaving none for that guy." On this side, Tianmo realized they want to use area damage to steal the monsters. But Heavenly Rise has ownership rules. Only the one who hits the monster first has the right. This method might not work ordinary people, but it is a pity you have encountered me. Immediately after, his entire body was shrouded by the transcendent skill, Instant Dream. Tianmo calculated as long as he dealt 3 times their damage, ownership would shift to him. He had to keep his target on Su-kin. If he changed targets, he would be eliminated instantly. While he was acting, other players started to gossip. A solo player was charging into the monster pack. Did he want to steal monsters from mages? Ding Hong heard this and sneered, believing that a solo player's damage could not seize ownership, and it happened to be a good chance to use an area attack to kill someone. The next second, the talisman in the sky rotated. It was the Blizzard's skill with freezing. A red warning appeared. Death would cause a level drop. Dying too many times would prevent revival. Ding Hong's group was smug. "Do not blame us. This is the consequence of daring to oppose the Spirit Ghost Academy." Weaker ones could only lower their voices. Indeed, relying on a solo player's damage not only failed to seize, but also implicated themselves. Next, Ding Hong's group panicked as they realized the Blizzard did not kill him. The crowd of players was also shocked. How did that guy survive? That combination was strong enough to instantly eliminate someone of the same level. On this side, Ding Hong urged his comrades, quickly launch another blizzard, kill the monsters first. Inside the formation, he switched to another ultimate skill. The previous attack speed had activated Ripple Slash, then used freezing to slow down, and also used the machine to increase damage. The kill triggered the submachine gun's passive at 25%. The next second, the surrounding conditions helped activate this skill. Amidst the haze, Tianmo furiously attacked the turtle monster pack. The team that had been bullied earlier looked delighted. All the monsters were stolen. How could the damage be that high? The submachine gun's cooldown was 8 seconds, but he used it continuously. Their impression of that solo player was completely different. On Ding Hong's side, they also suffered a shock. The ownership had been stolen by that solo player. The next second, their blizzard also completed. Tianmo felt the timing was precise. Their freezing blast quickly swept into the turtle monster pack, helping him. He jumped out of the battlefield just as the monsters all flipped onto their backs, so he did not forget to thank them. "I will remember this help." Ding Hong was provoked into a rage by him. Never thought he would have all the monsters stolen, I will make you pay. Those other players felt avenged and were very satisfied. These three had their loot snatched, daring to act domineering on the Xuan Qi continent. They really stepped in it. Then Ding Hong wanted to charge forward. Zhao Yanner had to tug his sleeve. Class monitor, do not be impulsive. His damage is even higher than the three of us combined. After hearing this, he turned away in humiliation. I have remembered your name. Let us go, Qianmo. Unexpectedly, Qianmo spoke in a deep, somber voice. When did I say you could leave? The footsteps of the three of them then froze solid as stone. Ding Hong stammered, you have stolen the monsters. We have given up our spot. What more do you want? Qianmo only domineeringly spread his hand. I will give you 1 minute. Bring out all the items you just took here. If not, go back and level up again. Sun Weijun on their side jumped out. You are going too far. So what if your damage is high? Even if it costs me my life, you will not get a single thing from me. Then his wooden staff began to spew out an energy sphere. Those familiar with this skill immediately recognized it. Explosive fireball art. A freshman already mastering this technique. Even though Qianmo was extraordinary earlier, he could not withstand this attack. Sun Weijun was still pouring all his mana into the fireball. The status bar was already over half, so they were very worried for him. Why has not the master made a move? Waiting until the incantation finishes will be troublesome. He thought Qianmo was scared and was very smug. Too scared to move, huh? I thought you were all that. Turns out you are just all talk. Then he pointed the staff straight ahead. The flame shot out, burning more fiercely the further it traveled. At this moment, Qianmo quickly switched his weapon to boxing gloves. Next, he used the warrior's transcendent skill, Shield Strike. His entire body leaned to one side to match the stance of Brutal Fist. Just like that, the force of his punch pierced through the fireball, slamming directly into him. Before he could hit the ground, Qianmo leaned and teleported behind Sun Weijun. One of his flying kicks was enough to suspend his body in the air for a few more seconds. This kick from Qianmo showed no mercy at all. In the end, Sun Weijun drilled deep into the ground like a spinning star. The other players were terrified again. Are my eyes blurry? If I am not mistaken, that solo player used 3 skills in a combo in an instant. Can a level 14 achieve this? On his side, Qianmo had arrived in front of Ding Hong. I take back what I just said. Now I want not only the materials in your hands, but also all the Heavenly Rise coins on your persons. 20 seconds left. His intimidating aura had its effect. I will hand it over. I will give you everything. Zhao Yanner respectfully offered pouch, kneeling down like a lowly slave. In the shadows behind them, Sun Weijun still dared to curse. How dare you humiliate me? This is not over between us. Ding Hong heard this and yelled at him, you idiot, are you not embarrassed enough? Next, he directly took his comrade's pouch. Qianmo was treated with utmost respect. Senior, the fault was ours for being reckless. Please accept these items. In his heart, he was already overjoyed. 120 taels. He had to thank these fools for saving him several hours. Then he let them go. Watching this scene, the other players were all amazed. Is this really a solo player to actually defeat students from Spirit Magic University? Next, the group began to argue again. Master, team up with us. Another person shouted, team up for what? The master is collecting materials. Get out of the way. At this very moment, Qianmo thought to himself, exactly like the past life on this continent, power is paramount, but it is also good. No one bothers me while I do my quest. The system panel was now updating, needing 400 turtle tails, also needed a high-quality fishing rod. So Qianmo decided, still needing 239 tails. Looks like I will have to pull an all-nighter. This group of turtle monsters probably had no idea of their fate. Arriving on the second day, another turtle shell flew up. On the ground were all the defeated monsters. Qianmo sat down exhaustedly and sighed. 400 is enough. No wonder it is a hidden quest. I am about to level up too. Now Qianmo had reached level 15, with only 1,000 experience left to advance to the next level. Moreover, he felt quite satisfied after distributing all 6 free attribute points into agility. His agility had reached 1,000, combat power 10,000. Probably most freshmen would find it difficult to achieve this. Since everything was ready, then I will complete the hidden quest and get the newbie divine weapon. At Spirit Magic University, doubt was spreading. Did they need to make such a big deal to deal with a solo player? Ding Hong retorted angrily, that guy might be a freshman, but he is extremely mysterious. To eliminate him we must not be careless. When he asked what progress had been made, no one knew that Qianmo had actually only just graduated high school. On this side, Zhao Yanner gleefully reported, I have found the person. Qianmo definitely will not escape. Sun Weijun also added, I have contacted the top 30 freshmen. They all agreed to help out of respect. Ding Hong could not help but praise, so now we only need the last person. Xianer asked fearfully, are you talking about the provincial valedictorian? He proudly confirmed, correct, they say he not only possesses an S-rank talent and abundant mana, but also advanced to level 21 in 1 year, becoming the strongest freshman. Sun Weijun hesitantly asked him, but I heard he is very arrogant, can you really invite him? Ding Hong replied without hesitation, this world, who does not like money? If he is not interested, it means he needs more money. As soon as they stepped out the door, they encountered an extraordinary event. A pillar of fire inexplicably exploded. Only Ding Hong among them could withstand its knockback force. Then he spoke respectfully, worthy of being the most talented student at Spirit Magic University, to unleash such a powerful explosive fireball. A figure was standing at the top of the academy building. Hearing his voice, Gu Feishan was slightly surprised. The training hall has been abandoned for months. What business does the young master of the richest Ding family in Tianhai have here? Ding Hong immediately acted friendly. Since you know me, I will be direct. I want to invite you to join an operation. Before he could finish speaking, a refusal interrupted. Not interested. Seeing him about to leave, Ding Hong quickly said, please hear me out. I will not waste your time. He is about to level up to 2, right? But Gu Feichin refused, saying it was unnecessary. That man hurriedly chased after him, pleading for him not to go. This time he wanted him to teach someone a lesson. Zhao Yanner also added, yesterday they were bullied terribly by him. Seeing him stop, Ding Hong quickly grabbed his arm and said that man was only a level 14 student, but his strength was profound, and the 3 of them together could not defeat him. No matter what was said, Gu Feishan silently walked on. Finally, Ding Hong revealed a special detail. That man was just a lone player. His panicked shout seemed to have an effect. He turned around, a lone player. Interesting. He thought all his classmates were useless, but finally met someone who intrigued him. New location this time was the Choose Fishing Gear shop. As soon as Qianmo entered, he said, boss, bring out all the best items in the shop for me. He recalled collecting the tail was only step 1. Next he had to prepare a fishing rod. Fortunately, he had the 100 gold coins from those 3 idiots, saving him from exchanging 1 million blue star coins. Old Chu only noticed him then, said all items had a price. You see which one I will get for you. In his heart he was contemptuous, thinking he was a rich but foolish person. Qianmo looked at the price list and said, the quality of your items is mediocre. I choose the exquisite purple bamboo fishing rod and 10 wriggling mud earthworms. Old Chu jumped out of his chair upon hearing this. He had already chosen a matching pair without any effort. His tone sounded like he had dealt with someone with better items before. Could he be a fishing expert? But even if he fished from his mother's womb, it would be hard to have such extensive knowledge. He came out to greet him, cheerfully introducing himself as Chu Xia. Seeing the guest has expertise. Is your family in the fishing business? Qianmo quickly made an excuse about a personal hobby. He guessed the old man's thoughts, knowing he misunderstood, because in his past life this set was the best beginner gear, everyone had it. Old Chu made a straightforward offer. Young man, I feel a connection. The items you want I will discount to only 10 gold coins. His intentions were clear. He knew this young man was no ordinary person. Why not seize the chance to build a relationship? He also said later, if you catch anything good, sell it to me. I won't let you lose out. The transaction completed, he moved on to another place. Qianmo was different from other beginners. He did not fight the weaker monsters. Gazing out at the distant sea, he thought he had the turtle tail and fishing gear. Only one last thing was missing. He recalled from his past life, on the island opposite, a rare boss appeared every 72 hours. That place was not far from the beginner village, but no one could defeat it, so few people went there. What he needed was the drop from that boss, a permanent equipment piece, an important fragment for the Fading Shadow mission. Splash of water and a falling sound startled several players. How could someone jump into the sea? One must know on the Tianqi continent you can only stay underwater for 2 minutes. Beyond that time you lose health, and at most 10 more seconds you die. Underwater there were also aberrant beasts, so the death penalty was very harsh, hence no one dared to go down. Everyone thought this person was incredible. The underwater environment was much more complex. They had never seen a beginner swim into the sea alone. Was he not afraid of the demon beasts? In the bushes behind, 2 masked youths discussed. Going underwater was dangerous. Should they follow? The other replied, if you want to invest you have to take risks. The money Zhao Yanner promised was enough to live on for several years. He said he had inquired. There were no dangerous monsters nearby recently. Let's find a secluded corner and go down. A few hours later, at a location on the Shattered Archipelago, the leader whispered, choose this spot, a small island. Going around it only takes 10 minutes. Zhao Yanner paid so much. Don't underestimate that person's strength. The accomplice agreed, yes boss, we hide behind this rock. As long as he wants to return, he cannot escape our sight. Near a cliff on the island, a strange symbol suddenly appeared. The underground water currents created a strange, lingering aura. Qianmo was not afraid. He moved closer. This was the place. He used all his strength to kick against a nearby water current, and a foul-smelling black mass suddenly sprang up. Thick slime fell everywhere. Mo calmly summoned his weapon, thinking his weapon was not bad. After a moment, it condensed into a giant monster. The system displayed information: Radiant Dust Slime level 18 creature. Mo brought his staff forward and greeted it. Long time no see. The flame at the tip of the staff immediately shot onto its body. A hot temperature touched it, and a part of the slime stretched out. The slime on its body trembled, the radiant dust slime swung its arm, and shot countless green slime balls flying out. Seeing an area was pierced through, Mo was quite interested, using your ultimate move as soon as you enter the arena. He recalled when attacked by the corrosive dust, speed was reduced by 30%, damage decreased by 50%. With his current attack power, getting hit once would cost more than half his health. He could not endure it. When he got close, he lowered his body and switched to a longsword. His 3 slashes were as fast as lightning, cutting deep into the monster's arm. Conditions were met. The system activated the passive of Infernal Flame Slash. Each cut continuously reduced the health of the radiant dust slime. After a while, Mo extended his blade. Its mud-like face twisted like flowing mud. A cloud of green gas was released by it. Poison gas seeped up from the ground. Mo understood this skill clearly. Poisoning causes continuous health loss. The boss was good at AoE skills, but moved slowly. That was a fatal weakness. The system quickly announced the activation of the passive of Blazing Spirit. Bullets, long like laser beams, scorched its surface. While it was flailing, a stone wall appeared above its head. With a loud crash, the mountain of rock crushed down on the radiant dust slime. Mo landed perfectly not far away. It was over. From where the monster disappeared, an item flew up. The system displayed information: Aqua Lamp Spell Staff, perfect quality, allows underwater breathing. Mo picked it up with satisfaction. The effect was exactly the same as in his past life. Everything was ready. Now it was time to go fish for the fading shadow. A fierce battle was coming. Because it was the strongest boss in the beginner village, everything he did was to increase the success rate of the mission. While pondering, he keenly detected a noise. Mo only gave a slight smile. He had noticed those 2 guys secretly following him since yesterday. If you have the patience, then go ahead and wait. He paid them no mind and plunged into the sea with a splash. The system activated the underwater breathing skill, an effect from the Aqua Lamp spell staff. The 2 followers panicked. They couldn't take it anymore. They had been soaking for 4 hours underwater. The boss gritted his teeth. Impossible. The other side was the open sea. To return to land, you had to pass by us. The underling suggested, let's go check the island. Could a monster have killed him? The island echoed with curses. They searched everywhere and found nothing. How did he escape? Powerless. The leader made a call. Miss Mo has vanished without a trace and escaped. The underling trembled. Have we offended some god? The plan is as good as ruined. Back to him, it was now the Scrap Island's fishing spot. Mo carried his gear while calculating. Everything was ready. Next, he absolutely had to catch the fish to activate the mission. He remembered the spot to catch the fading shadow was here. Oh, someone had already taken the spot. Cast a glance, the system displayed no information. Mo felt a nameless fear. Why can't I see his attributes? Here, only when the gap was too large could a lower level not see a higher one. Before he could do anything, the man called out, you came to fish? Come over here. I'll give you the spot. It's good for a young man to be alert, but if I wanted to kill you, it would be as easy as turning my hand. If you want to fish, then just sit down. Although worried, Mo arrived first, planning to fish temporarily and wait for him to leave before doing the quest. He ignored the other man completely and cast his fishing line. Old Kin, seeing that he showed no fear in front of him, thought to himself that this kid had some guts. Less than 2 minutes later, joy came to Mo. The power system suddenly transformed into a fishing system, informing him that he had caught a grass carp weighing 4 kg. Mo murmured excitedly that his luck was not bad. He was proud that in his past life, his fishing skill was always at its peak. Next, he bought more bait and continued fishing alongside Old Kin. A minute later, the system reported again. Congratulations, you have caught a red snapper weighing 4.75 kg. Old Kin looked at the fat fish with admiration. Then another notification came. Congratulations, you have caught a grass carp weighing 4.1 kg. At this point, Old Kin could no longer stand it. He had sat for half a day without catching anything, so how could this kid do it? What shocked him more was that the system kept flashing, from red snapper to piranha, as the boy caught everything. After a while, Old Kin had to strike up a conversation. This old man has dominated the fishing world for many years, and today I meet a rare talent. I wonder if you could offer some pointers? Mo quickly hid a few sarcastic remarks in his mind, keeping a respectful face as he answered, Senior, you flatter me. Then, if I may, I would like to offer some advice on your bait combination. After a short explanation, Old Kin burst into laughter. You are truly a rare talent. At your age, to have such vast fishing experience, I am impressed. But as I see it, you are not only good at fishing. It seemed the old man had decided to test him. His meaningful gaze put Mo on guard. Next, Old Kin's face reddened as he reached out to grab him. After that, he directly exposed the truth. Why do you want to walk the path of a solo player? Sensing danger, Mo stepped back and then crouched down by the machine. Next, he stood up boldly, slinging his gun over his shoulder. Mo did not forget to ask back, the path of a solo player, why can I not walk it? Unexpectedly, old Kin made a proposal. Possessing such talent, even choosing to go solo is fine. One day, you will reach the peak. Are you willing to accept me as your master? Maintaining his stance, Qian most seriously refused. Thank you for the kindness, senior, but I wish to continue on my own. Old Kin did not force it. In that case, this old man will not insist. If you change your mind, I will still welcome you. Keep this ring. If anything comes up, contact me or come find me at the Management Association. Qianmo looked at the gold ring in his hand, feeling heavy-hearted. What era was this, to still give keepsake items? Scene shifts to the group chat hunting Qianmo. After reporting his location, the trackers were ordered to gather at the Tianhai City Management Association. After that, the scene cut back to the Malin University Management Association. Voices discussing echoed from both sides of the hallway. Why are the top students of the university showing up today? Leader was young Master Ding Hong, but the strongest was Gu Feichin at the back of the line. Walking amidst admiration, Ding Hong grew even more arrogant. Today is the day Qian Mo dies. After that, he did not forget to instruct. I will be counting on you later. He had his own calculations, letting them go first. If that guy is really formidable, then I will have a proper fight. Then the group began entering the spatial gate. Little Zhang, who was nearby, went to make a call. Ding Hong just led 20 people into the Tianqi continent. Could something happen? On the other end of the line, Wu Zhonglai ordered in panic. You quickly follow and report to me immediately if anything happens. When he hung up, his face was full of exhaustion. He could only sigh. That Ding family brat causes trouble every day. I pray nothing happens today. On Qianmo's side, while he was fishing, the system notified. Remaining tail segments count 39. Immediately, Qianmo felt a bit annoyed. 400 tail segments lured the Black Shadow, which was the maximum his past life stats recorded. Could a lucky person like him become unlucky? Suddenly, Ding Hong appeared. Qianmo, I bet you cannot catch anything today. Upon hearing this, he calmly replied, so this is a group of weaklings. Could not win, so you went to call for help. I did not expect Mullen University to have such a unique learning style. Among the crowd, Gu Feichin quietly observed him. He was a solo player. Interesting. Ding Hong now raised his voice, quite the tongue. Insulting us. Do you think you can escape easily? I will send you level 1 today. Just as the tension peaked, luck arrived for him. An unidentified creature bit the hook. Qianmo cheered happily. It is finally here. Beneath the water, a massive figure was stirring the great sea into chaos. The dark shadow emitted 2 red rays that made the people from Malin University's hair stand on end. They could not move from fear. What kind of monster is this? Could it be a hidden boss? Next, the full appearance of the monster came into view. The system confirmed the information. Jia Qi, chieftain of the Naga race, level 22, HP 6000. Gu Feichin finished reading the stats and froze. Even he would have trouble fighting this alone. Could it have some connection to that solo player? Meanwhile, Sun Duijun had an idea. This is a rare boss. With many of us here today, if we kill it, we can get treasure. Only Qianmo, hearing this, replied, dropping treasure is true, but you will need to be alive to get it. Then he threw the tail segments he used as bait to them. The sea surface was whipped into waves by that man's tail. The crowd knew Jia Qi was rushing toward them. The hidden boss let out a satisfied roar each time it devoured one of them. Gu Feichin, on the other hand, was very calm, casting a frost spell. Jia Qi's sharp teeth were temporarily frozen. He added more ice and then ordered them to attack during this chance. Next, Ji's HP bar began to drop. Taking the opportunity, Ding Hong instructed, only you can hold the boss back. That bastard dared to harm us. I will take people to kill him and then come back to help you. Then the group of students bypassed Jia Qi. Qianmo could not help but sneer. 3 sword mages to block me, 3 mages in the back for support. That guy has some brains, but all tactics are useless. Return spear stance. He then swung his hand to create a skill that swept the enemies. Next, Qianmo chose to switch his weapon to Flying Dagger, a basic assassin skill, shuriken. His 3 flying daggers were extremely accurate, taking down the 3 mages in the back line. Not stopping, he switched his weapon again to a one-handed sword, the Crescent Blade. The enemies now saw his prowess. How could he switch weapons so fast? Even a solo player could not do it that smoothly. I have seen solo players before, but they switched half as much as Qianmo. On this side, Jia Qi's roar rang out. Hateful humans. The system also notified the players. The boss's HP is too low, entering a berserk phase. The trident that man pointed summoned countless swirling water currents. He directly cursed them, sink into endless bondage. The crashing waves broke the land and flung people at the boss's command. Next, Jia Qi submerged the entire space. Ding Hong's people had sunk into the deep water. Qianmo also fell but felt thrilled. Finally entering phase 2, underwater is my true playground. The system immediately displayed again. Jia Qi has entered phase 2 state, invincible, unable to move, remaining time 30 seconds. Although underwater, they all tried to send messages. What do we do now? The terrain is not suited for mages. Everyone has to surface to breathe every 2 minutes. Should we abandon him him and let the monster deal with him? He felt furious inside. It was not easy to gather so many people. Yet they ran into such a twisted boss. Was heaven helping Qianmo? Unexpectedly, his chance came. You all go, I have to go meet that solo guy. So Ding Hong signaled again. Since we are struggling, he is too. If we ignore attacking the boss, prioritize attacking Qianmo. Once he dies, the benefits everyone receives, I will double. Money was always something that made them reckless. Then the swordsmen and mages reformed their formation. The front line of swordsmen, following Ding Hong's order, began to swim upward. Qianmo looked at them with contempt. Standing in my home territory and still want to kill me. Then the mages behind began casting spells at him. However, he swam and dodged all the attacks. 30 seconds remaining, he could not linger with them or he would get caught too. After that, he started luring their attacks deeper. Ding Hong gritted his teeth in hatred. Is he suicidal? He can only breathe underwater for 2 minutes. Yet he dares to swim this deep. At that moment, the system notification popped up. Jiaqi, unable to move, ended. He realized too late. He had not realized it. The most terrifying thing was not Qianmo, but before he could finish the thought, the underwater tornadoes began to twist his comrades. In an instant, screams and the sound of turbulent water filled the area. Everyone panicked, sending messages to each other. I can no longer control my body. If I get pulled to the bottom of the sea, I cannot swim up. Someone help me, I do not want to die. In Boston Harbor, an extremely powerful fireball spell suddenly struck, causing him to lose nearly 300 health. Gu Feishan was shocked that his full force attack was so weak. Ding Hong quickly explained that the fire element was weakened underwater. The group felt despair and realized they could not fight him, so they decided to retreat. Ding Hong suggested everyone retreat first, as Qianmo would surely die underwater. He nodded in agreement. The group of students struggled to swim against the current toward the surface, but Jiaqi frantically chased after them, shouting that since they had angered him, they should not dream of escaping. Blinding light suddenly engulfed them. From Jiaqi's mouth, a torrent of ice spread further and further. Some students were frozen, while Ding Hong trembled, realizing the danger was approaching. The mechanical system signaled that oxygen was running low, counting down death to only 10 seconds. He only had time to curse, swearing he would tear Qianmo into 100 pieces after resurrecting. At the very last moment, his perception became incredibly sharp. The human-shaped ice block let out a surprised shout because he was still alive. Even as he fell deeper, Ding Hong roared that he would not die quietly. This time, it was Jiaqi's turn to notice something unusual. Qianmo transmitted a voice message directly, stating that now was the stage for the two of them. Jiaqi initiated an attack with an ice torrent. Qianmo summoned a telekinetic claw skill from a keymaster to defend. The boss used its monster body to adjust the direction of its spray. Qianmo's golden key was ready to protect its master. After checking his equipment, he decided to close the distance with the boss. Qianmo wore the traveler boots to double his speed. He praised how useful the previous reward was, helping him swim like a water rocket. Moving continuously, he calculated that although he was only level 15, thanks to the boots being equivalent to level 17, plus the magic attribute effect, he reached level 25. Jiaqi possessed enhanced crushing damage. Just as he finished thinking, he plunged his sword into the center of the gantry. Qianmo drew out his sword, making Jiaqi even more furious. He shouted that he would destroy all of humanity. Seeing the sword shatter, Qianmo immediately switched to a Gatling gun. Even underwater, the firearm's firepower was still incredibly strong. Combined with the gun's passive skill, every burst of bullets caused Jiaqi pain. Jiaqi's health bar was nearly depleted. Qianmo seized the opportunity, with only 110 health left, to finish him. Suddenly, Jiaqi opened his mouth wide like a black hole, roaring that he would bring everyone down with him. Faced with that horrifying mouth, Qianmo remained calm, challenging whether he could survive long enough to reach him. The moment he let his guard down, a shuriken lodged itself under his eyelid. Fresh blood exploded like fireworks, ending the mission. The system flashed, congratulating him on completing the hidden quest, the vanishing shadow, and awarding 97 sci-fi 88 experience, leveling him up to 17. Seeing a gleaming golden chest floating toward him, Qianmo shouted in delight. Immediately returned to land and prioritized opening the chest. The system announced that inside was an epic-grade accessory. This item was called Doomchain Amulet, capable of emitting a shockwave that stunned the target for 4 seconds. The system noted that the item had no level requirement to equip, only based on quality value. An idea flashed in his mind. This was a new trump card to take down enemies. This skill could bypass level restrictions. This meant that when facing an expert, he could still win, even defeat those over a dozen levels higher. The scene shifted to the Jiangcheng City Education Bureau, where an argument over Qianmo's directed mission slot was taking place. Li Tian asked angrily. He broke the record and reached level 14. If not for him, then who? The other person argued that even if he was a genius, he chose the path of playing solo and had no class advancement. There was only one directed mission slot. It could not be given to someone so lacking in future potential. Wang Zhao Tianfeng declared his disagreement. Li Tian slammed the table and shouted. Everyone knew he had a conflict with the political commissar Liu. He should not take personal revenge here. The third person in the room clapped once, saying slyly that the solution was very simple. Originally, the direct admission slot had been decided to be given to Li Daoyu. Li Daoyu reached level 12 during the assessment, awakened the S-grade mental storm talent, and the curse master profession. This combination was the best for the first-class advancement, but Kianmo's appearance had everyone tense. The best suggestion was to let them have a match. Whoever won would get the direct admission slot, but they did not know that Kianmo already had a battle power of over 23,000 plus 2 permanent equipment items and a Doomchan accessory. Back at the fishing supply shop, the boss came out to announce that the employee had tallied 637 kilograms of fish. The boss asked if he was a reincarnated fishing god, then increased the buy price by 30%. Kianmo was astonished to sell for 48 gold coins, remarking that this continent was truly a treasure trove. Just then, the TV broadcast live from Jiangcheng Academy. Seeing Kianmo's interest, Old Ju explained that this was the match for the direct admission slot between the two academies. Kianmo found it strange and complained why no one had informed him of such an important matter. He suddenly remembered the reason was that he had blocked all calls earlier to avoid being disturbed. He decided to go take a look. The announcer introduced the match, which consisted of 2 parts, a group battle for 10 points and a round-robin battle for 20 points. The side with the higher total score would win. Now everyone, please welcome the contestants with a round of applause. The camera panned to the Jiangcheng Academy lineup, consisting of a boxer, a mage, a spear master, a priest, and a berserker, all at level 10. The Fenghua Academy side had a swordsman, a knight, a curse master, an assassin, and a free-spirited fighter. Cheers rose from the stands, encouraging Sister Luo and warning that Lei Daoyu was already at level 12. Another person shouted that even though he was strong, he was no match for Kianmo, but then wondered why he was not seen. Wang Zhao Tianfeng chimed in, claiming that Kianmo was too scared to show up on the field. Liu Yanmin replied curtly that he would definitely come. Lei Daoyu, standing on the field, acted arrogantly, asking where that so-called capable guy was. He showed contempt for this group of people. Xing Xing was furious but had to hold back. She wondered why Kianmo was just standing by and watching. Lei Daoyu ordered the mage to protect the priest, to avoid being ambushed. He was certain the first person to be targeted would be the priest. On the Jiangcheng side, Xing Xing instructed her teammates she would provide covering fire. The boxer and the berserker would attack Li Daoyu together to prevent him from casting spells. Lei Tian adjusted his microphone and then announced the start of the match as the supervisor. Xing Xing ordered the attack. The boxer and the berserker rushed forward quickly. The opposing side immediately used spells and swords to block them. The audience murmured that Sister Luo, relying on her fire control talent, had suppressed the opponent. Now the boxer could take the opportunity to attack Li Daoyu. Just as predicted, the boxer threw a straight punch at his back, but unexpectedly he was tossed away by the opponent's knight using a shield guard and leap skill to protect his teammate. Next, the assassin on his side used a stealth skill. Xing Xing was directing the formation when she heard a teammate yell a warning from behind. Before she could react, the assassin stabbed her in the back. The action was so fast it was impossible to dodge. Despite the pain, Xing Xing struggled to turn his body. She hurriedly kicked her leg, sending the assassin flying. She also found it strange why the target was her. At this moment, Li Daoyu suddenly appeared, saying she misunderstood, that the mage in the team was the key. Xing Xing's diehard fan was furious. That spell needs 5 seconds. Who else can play if it chants so fast? Wang Zhao Tianfeng politely explained. Li Daoyu awakened an S-grade talent. Corpse Burst helps reduce casting time by 30%. Below the arena, lightning bolts shot from the staff like shooting stars. The target clearly was to take down Xing Xing. Her teammate ran over and used a mantra shield. The system explained, this thing creates a magic immunity shield, supporting short-range teleportation for allies. But the purple magic light was already sticking close to her. Xing Xing heard the opponent taunt, "Don't run, the lightning bolt has locked on." She felt the light before her like a pause button, every cell going numb. And then Xing Xing lay motionless on the ground. Chu Qin felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. She hurried over to stop it, saying, "Don't fight anymore. She's about to lose her life. We admit defeat." Li Daoyu laughed out loud. "The leader is defeated, but Qianmo hasn't shown up yet. Today, Changyang City will be trampled by us." Notification appeared. The final team match was lost due to Xing falling. The rotation battle score, Jiangcheng 4, Fenghua 18. The student was anxious. "We lost 18 matches. 2 more and it's a total defeat. It's all because Li Daoyu is too strong. He won 8 in a row before leaving the stage." Wang Zhao Tianfeng turned to me and Mei. "If you surrender early, you'll retain some dignity." Lu Yanduan answered calmly, "No rush." Wang Zhao Tianfeng was teased by a fan. "Didn't expect you to give in too. Let's just enjoy Fenghua's performance a bit more." Zhang Lai panicked. Qianmo's number was still unreachable. Could it be that even if the academy is in danger, he doesn't want to show up? Wang Dali viciously sent another female student flying off the stage. She was knocked flying weak and soft, but suddenly someone wrapped an arm around her waist. Everyone in Jiangcheng Academy was stunned. People recognized him. "Classmate Cheng?" Qianmo spoke coldly. "Leave the rest to me." The stands regained their noise. Senior Qianmo finally returned. "We still have hope. Wang Dali was unaware. He was soloing with a pompous attitude. Today I will trample you underfoot. He heard him roar fiercely. Die. He gripped his blade and ran frantically. Qianmo domineeringly summoned a spirit gun. His face stiffened, a barrage of bullets grinding against his stomach. Then his entire body went stiff, falling with a loud thud to the ground. Qianmo coldly asked for the next opponent. A panicked youth watching the match said, "That's it. 4 levels higher and goes down in 1 hit. Everyone, look at Qianmo's info." The system panel showed, solo player level 17. Everyone was surprised, that fast in just 3 days. Senza really has hope to turn the tide. The entire arena cheered, Senior Qianmo is too awesome. Wang Zhao Tianfeng was agitated. What? How does a solo player level up so fast? Old Lu, could it be everything is according to plan? He smiled deeply, thinking, I received notification he returned in time, but level 17 was unexpected. Li Tian praised, you know how to endure, holding the trump card, calmly watching the opponent get eliminated. In the midst of the audience chanting his name, someone jumped onto the arena. Lei Qi trembled. This is unfair, your teammates faced weaklings and fought comfortably. Now I have to fight a monster like Qianmo. He coldly ordered, get up here now. Lei Qi decided to place his hopes in a few tricks. He used a vial of reckless steps. His figure appeared blurry in others' eyes. Qianmo used a boxer's eagle stomp skill. Knockback made him fall backward, forcing him to reveal himself. One audience member commented with delight, using an AoE skill to catch an invisible opponent. Why don't the teachers teach this? I must consult him more in the future. Zhang Lei also found it correct. This is why the academy cultivated him as an idol to motivate students in their studies. A male student ran over to report, something bad happened. Lai Daoyu asked lazily, what is it? Can't you see I'm resting? He urged, Qianmo has appeared. In a few minutes he caught up to your 8 consecutive wins. Our students are demoralized. He was astonished. This is impossible. Outside, everyone commented. This is the first time seeing a wonderful 1 versus 15 miracle. Fenghua is under pressure now. If Qianmo takes down the last person, he can turn the tables. Lei Jiamu was both scared and angry. Why am I the last one? That guy stepped on my head to win. Why am I bearing the brunt? Li Daoyu appeared. What's the point of a level 17 bullying a level 10? Do you dare to have a proper match with me? Referee yelled. The rules are set. You left the stage and cannot come back up. He didn't care, looked at him. I'm only level 12. Are you scared? Do you dare to fight? Qianmo assessed it. Interesting, earlier I noticed something off about the Fengho guys. A good chance to test my thoughts. Qianmo spoke up. Fine then, both of you fight together. Students from the same school mocked. You people are truly despicable. Be careful, senior. Li Daoyu's talent made senior sister Sing suffer. Li Tian probed. Old Liu. I think you agree, right? Lu Yanduan announced so everyone could hear. Permission granted. Zhang Lei announced both sides agree. The final match is changed to Li Jiamu and Li Daoyu versus Qianmo. After the signal, he jumped onto the arena floor, saying, you just need to fight head-on, leave the rest to me. Zhang Lei yelled. Final match begins. Li Daoyu chanted from behind. Li Jiamu ferociously threw a straight punch. Even though the punch was fast, Qianmo performed a weapon switch even faster. He used a gauntlet to punch Li Jiamu high into the air. That was an uppercut masterpiece. Not stopping there, he leaped up to match the falling speed of the enemy. He decisively executed a powerful dragon punch. Golden dragon pierced through his body. Li Jiamu fell to the arena floor like a giant rock. The performance received cheers. Taken down instantly, worthy of Qianmo. Only he can maximize the advantage of a solo player. Meanwhile, Li Daoyu's lightning ball had also completed its incantation. After just 1 second, Qianmo immediately sensed something unusual. He thought Qianmo was merely afraid and reacting too late, then fired the ball without hesitation. The lightning ball shot straight toward him with a thunderous roar. Qianmo pondered, remembering that an incantation required 5 seconds. Even with talent it took 3.5, but only 3 seconds had just passed, so he was half a second faster. Immediately after, a thick layer of black smoke appeared before him. Qianmo spoke from within the smoke. Even with talent you cannot reduce incantation time to 3 seconds. Do not try to fool me. If so, you must have violated the rules of the 2nd floor of the basic baptism secret realm. Am I correct? Qianmo unsettled him by exposing his technique. He hurriedly shouted that it was slander. A puzzled spectator was told that the baptism secret realm granted special field buffs. The Academy's Furious Flame Strike, it had 2 modes. From level 10, one could change profession after awakening, while level 20 granted blessings and special buffs. Based on their level, they could not pass the medium difficulty trial, so they must have hired an expert, an act strictly prohibited by the academies. A wave of criticism rose, claiming it was cheating. They demanded Fenghua Academy restore fairness to Jiangcheng. Li Tian asked Liu Yamen if he had noticed. Liu Yamen admitted it would be hard to detect without Qianmo. He suggested going to the Data Inspection Management Association motivation, right old Wang? Wang Zhao Tianfeng flinched and yelled, "Can't win so frame us." How did Qian Mo spot the issue? Some students agreed, saying the experts saw nothing unusual, so how could Qian Mo know? They suspected his strength was also unreasonable. Qian Mo was annoyed. Indeed, the guilty often cry foul first. Wang Zhao Tianfeng grew confident, claiming a third year reaching level 17 so fast must not be clean either. Unexpectedly, Qian Mo calmly replied, "Because I am too familiar with first-tier profession skills, I recognized it at a glance." He shouted loudly, saying an undergrad dared to brag. Suspicion fell on him, as they thought the world had too many professions to remember them all. He leveraged public opinion. "Since you said that, I'll test you. Tell me, what attribute does the blue fist, Holy Boy's mind control have?" Everyone was confused upon hearing this, as it was one of the underwater Dao Trio masters, hard to grasp without training. He was certain the kid was bluffing, but then his deep voice rang out. "It is a basic skill of the Blue Fist Holy Envoy, can bury heavy soldiers, stun enemies for 0.8 seconds, and increase own speed by 20% for 10 seconds. Wang Zhao Tianfeng's smug face froze. He knows even this? The crowd grew excited, seeing the instructor's expression showed he answered correctly. His talent was enviable. Lai Daoyu dismissed it as luck, then asked what hidden trait the spellcaster's basic skill had. The audience thought he was setting him up. How could an outsider know? Qian Mo calmly replied, "The trait is the ability to add magic after learning spell talismans. Talismans are divided into gold, water, wood, fire, and earth, each enhancing different effects. Your lightning ball was so strong because you fused gold talismans. After reaching second-tier spirit, you even absorbed the life force of living beings. What is so difficult about that?" Lei Daoyu's legs retreated. He could not believe it. In the end, he fell off the arena by himself. At the observation area, Li Tian said, "Not bad talent, but chose a crooked path. The farce can end now. What do you think, Instructor Wang?" He replied dejectedly, accepting only hope Fenghua Academy gets a lenient sentence. Blinded by hatred, everyone heard the announcement canceling Fenghua's result with strict action after investigation. The friendly match, Jiang Cheng wins. Qian Mo stood under the lights and cheers. "We are champions." Liu Yamin teleported over, declaring the scholarship would be awarded to Qian Mo. He spoke to him. "Besides, I also want to know what secret realms the top 10 universities of Chia country currently control." He was invited to the principal's office, growing more frustrated as he found no high-level dungeons he wanted. "Wait, what school is this?" "Chengdu University." Qian Mo raised his head to ask. "Chengdu University has no shortage of secret realms. So why is it not in the top 10? Li Tian sighed. "It's a long story. 50 years ago, Chengdu had many secret realms. Students were very strong, once ranked first nationally. Over time, other schools developed harder secret realms. Their students grew stronger. Chengdu's secret realms were too difficult, students struggled, and they gradually weakened." Qian Mo thought to himself, "This school's dungeons are all what I need. Their difficulty does not matter." He decided to return the scholarship spot, wanting to take the graduation exam and choose his own school. He reminded him, "Think carefully, opportunity only comes once, miss it, and regret." Liu Yamin spoke, "You must have your reasons. The school respects your decision. Tell us if you have any requests." Qian Mo asked if Zhang Lei could provide these materials and he agreed. But when looking at the list, Liu Yamin seemed devastated. "Are you ordering supplies from me?" Scene change. Xiao Zhang reported that he had downloaded the newcomer's own data, possibly containing information on Qian Mo. Wu Zhonglei was curious which school trained such a genius. Jiangcheng Academy, third-year student. How is that possible? Power exceeding 12,000 points. Xiao Zhang clicked his tongue. No wonder a level 15 beat a level 22 boss, a true freak. Wu Zhonglei grew more interested. This child could reach the peak in the future. Must not let him be ruined. He continued to misread here. An unknown power once appeared. Could it be a peerless powerhouse? Why would the Grandmaster be linked to Qian Mo? Just then, Xiao Zhanglai received a call. "Malin Academy is at the door?" When the parlor door opened, a crowd was already waiting. Several women clamored, "Commissioner Wu, the day has finally come. We must seek justice today. Our child was once top-ranked, now dropped 4 levels for no reason. The villain Qian Mo acted cruelly. Please give us the information." Zhang Hongshan appeared. "Long time no see. You have heard everyone's request. This is the voice of the masses. Please hand over Qian Ma's information." Wu Zhonglei answered firmly. "Need further discussion? From what I know, Qian Mo is not at fault. The reason stemmed from your school starting it. I cannot disclose personal information." Zhang Hongshan exuded pressure, gritting his teeth. What if Malin University decides to pursue this to the end? He thought, Qian Ma's potential is the hope of Xia country. I cannot let him fall into these people's hands. The room was thick with tension. Suddenly, he burst out laughing. "Knowing you would be stubborn, I prepared a countermeasure. Before you arrived, I borrowed Malin's name to seek approval from the General Bureau. I am about to receive an order." Wu Zhonglai's head burned. This man dared to go to the General Bureau to demand a person. "Qian Mo, I have helped all I can. May fortune be with you." A notification board appeared, amazing the crowd. No wonder he was vice principal. Even the General Bureau showed him face. But the next second everyone stared in disbelief at the red screen. Why was it rejected? He was horrified. The request was rejected. This kid definitely has backing behind him. Wu Zonglai speculated lightly. Could it be related to information about that powerhouse? Is this expert a big shot inside the management association? Kid, your background runs deep. I broke my back struggling for you. Several parents wavered. I respect the decision from above. This was my child's fault. It'll be going now. Zhang Hongshan spoke up. Today was a misunderstanding. I was only loyal to my work. I have a small token here. Please send my regards to friend Qian Mo. He quickly retreated. What he left behind was a gold-plated card and a black card. He picked them up and found it ironic, too generous. The black card for the Tianqi Continent auction house still had a top-tier armor set. Kid, your starting point is already ahead of over 90% of the population. Do not let those who have expectations for you be disappointed. Turn to Principal Jiang Cheng's office. Liu Yamin spoke up. Even with all-out mobilization, he had only gathered 1/3 of the materials he needed. Li Tian reminded him that his request was a bit excessive, and to get a complete list, he would need the cooperation of all the academies in the city. Qian Mo repeated involuntarily all the academies. Director Li, thank you for the reminder. He remembered he had an important matter to attend to. He would be going now. That man hesitated and asked, wait a moment, why did he suddenly feel like he had a dangerous idea? Liu Yamin said casually, go ahead, as long as it doesn't involve human lives, the academy would arrange it for him. But could he tell them what he needed all those materials for? He did not hide it, revealing that he was preparing to forge a weapon that surpasses its time. Scene change. The classroom of Manhwa Academy was stifling because of the notification that had just arrived from the Ministry of Education. He would read it out. The ministry decided that within 3 years, the academy's resources would be reduced and all honorary evaluations would be revoked. Students who cheated would be expelled and banned from the college entrance exam for 5 years. Teachers involved in this case would be fired and never hired again. Wang Zhao Tianfeng was forcibly taken in for investigation by the disciplinary committee. The others were devastated, believing that Manhwa Academy had suffered a heavy blow, and they also received news of students continuously transferring. Kang Dang spoke coldly, prepare for hard times. Without 7 or 8 years, their academy would find it difficult to return to normal. Suddenly, someone burst through the door. It was bad news. Qian Mo had come to their doorstep. The teachers slammed the table. He came from Jiangcheng Academy. Weren't they pitiful enough already? Why did he have to come? One person suggested, go meet him. He wanted to see what he was here for. Outside whispers sounded behind him. That guy was the monster who solo defeated their academy. He looked handsome too. Strong and good looking, he wanted to transfer to Jiangcheng Academy. A few minutes later, Kang Dayang led the group over. He was the principal. He was Qian Mo. Right, was he here today to watch the fun? Qian Mo answered directly. He didn't have that kind of free time. He was here to propose a battle for the secret realm. Everyone was stunned. Did a student really want to make such a proposal? Someone explained that was to compete for ownership of a secret realm. For example, all secret realms managed by the school belonged to the school. Outsiders who entered on their own would not receive rewards, unless they set new records to obtain ownership rights. The teacher snapped. A level 17 student wanted to compete for a secret realm. He had better be smart and get lost. Qian Mo retorted he wasn't here to be welcomed. Were they scared? Did they dare to make a bet? Just as someone was about to object, Kang Dayang stepped forward. What did he want to bet? The old man would accept it. Qian Mo handed over a piece of paper with 20 materials listed. If he obtained the secret realm, they had to give him at least 5 materials. He wondered to himself, such precious materials, could he be a forging prodigy? But then he asked, what if he failed? Qian Mo laughed heartily and said if he lost, he would agree to any conditions. Kang Dang immediately agreed. He accepted the bet. He gestured with his hand, please, this way. Very quickly, they arrived at the entrance to the secret realm. The training grounds of Manhwa were much larger in scale than Jiangcheng. Kang Dang introduced, their academy controlled 4 secret realms. As long as within 3 attempts, he cleared any one secret realm and set a record, this bet would be considered his win. The first secret realm on the screen was the Deadly Furnace, with a fastest record of over 2 hours. Next was the Howling Cave, with a highest record of nearly 3 hours. The third one was the Phantom Eye Fortress, with a fastest record of nearly 3 hours and 21 minutes. The last secret realm was called the Dark Abyss. Even the best person needed over 4 hours to clear it. Teachers taunted that Qian Mo would choose the easiest secret realm, but they thought he wouldn't be able to pass it. But Qian Mo directly chose the Dark Abyss, leaving them stunned. Why did he choose the hardest one? Kang Dayang kindly said, don't say their academy was bullying him. The terrain of the Dark Abyss was complex. Wanting a record, there was something he couldn't do at his current level. Qian Mo emphasized, choose this one. He was certain he would succeed. He gave a serious order, all classrooms turn on the screen. He would broadcast Kianmo's image. The students praised him, thinking he was using this matter to boost morale and lower Kianmo's prestige. A few minutes later, Kianmo was summoned into the dark abyss. The sky was a single shade of pitch black. Kianmo walked forward without fear. Songying searched his memories. This was the underground maze lake, an unpopular dungeon. The main monsters were mermaids. Nearby, a few level 16 blind mermaids were communicating. As soon as they saw him, they let out piercing screams. Kianmo directly summoned his weapon. Speak of it and it appeared. He swung his staff with force into the body of a mermaid. In an instant, a series of words appeared. Overwhelming attack. Kianmo continued to swing his staff relentlessly. Steps were nimble, without a moment of hesitation. Each swing of the staff only used a little strength, but it was enough to knock down the small, insignificant monsters. The students were shocked to see him make them cry out in panic. In the secret realm, his path had been cleared, but ahead his path was blocked by a marsh of water. Kianmo found it familiar. That was the first obstacle. Swimming underwater would be difficult. Luckily, he was a solo player now, easily overcome. The system confirmed the universal skill manipulation for all professions, medicine wall. The underwater monsters only saw the lake surface ripple, a few steps disturbing the foam. Just like that, Kianmo crossed by walking on the lake, landing safely on the other side. That performance made the viewers doubt. What background did this guy have? Using a common skill like it was lightness skill. He had been tortured by that school of fish for half a day. In the meeting room, Kang Diang hastily asked how much time had passed. Teacher Luo Deng had taken 25 minutes, but the answer was too surprising, 12 minutes. The famously calm principal was immediately flustered. Back in the secret realm area where he was challenging, in front of Kianmo appeared a sleeping monster. It gently woke up due to his noise. Its information appeared, 3-clawed giant lobster, HP 3000. Kianmo looked contemptuous. This boss was even weaker than radiant dust, not scary at all. Following that, Kianmo unleashed a burst of firepower, reducing its HP by 6/32. Giant lobster angrily raised its 2 claws to scare him. Its attributes were special. It only attacked when someone attacked or got close. The watching teachers felt pleased, thinking that since it was attacked, he was done for, judging his combat experience as too little. They brought up the past. Teacher Luo Deng had gone through hundreds of battles before discovering the trick to this level. One had to swim across the river full of piranhas to reach the shore. It was time-consuming but effective. If he killed the giant lobster, its blood would drive the piranha fish crazy. He wouldn't be able to avoid them. They laughed with delight. Let's all witness it get torn to pieces. Back inside, the lobster's 2 claws were clearly thrashing everywhere. Kianmo was unafraid. He ran towards it, expertly using the slide skill to speed up his movement. Next, it was the familiar flying kick skill. This time, Kianmo kicked from a lying position, but it was still powerful enough. The giant lobster was immediately knocked flying into the water. Before it could orient itself, Kianmo rushed over. Its sinister voice echoed. The water was its home turf. Once it dived, how could he catch it? Kianmo replied without fear. Then it depends if it dares to dive. He thrust his hand through it. The fresh blood of the lobster spurted out. The fresh, delicious smell triggered the fish's frenzy. They would bite and tear at any target. Kianmo thought to himself with joy, very good. The crazed fish wouldn't bother with the boss. Immediately, the giant lobster was bitten and torn, in terrible pain. While the lobster tail thrashed, Kianmo immediately acted. He tore off a piece of meat and said it wouldn't be allowed ashore. The third shrimp saw itself being torn apart, becoming even more enraged, vowing to perish together with its opponent. It struggled trying to swim away, but Kianmo quickly transformed his weapon into a grappling hook gun. Below him, the third shrimp had already slammed into the rock wall. With each collision, the shrimp sent a chunk of its flesh flying. Kianmo toyed with it comfortably. Your IQ is far too low. Finally, he left behind a pool of shredded lobster meat and continued on his way. The teachers outside were astonished, and the principal also sighed in admiration. This unbelievable maneuver was the result of battlefield judgment and flexible thinking. Was this kid really a high school student? He only hoped the maze would waste his time. No, that's not right. This brat's movement route seemed to have no flaws at all. The other teachers were suspicious. How was that possible? Back then, teacher Luo Yang tried over 20 times just to memorize the path. One teacher spoke up. His route is even better than teacher Luo's. Could he have been here before? They heard Kang Yang angrily say, "Don't fool yourselves, this secret realm has always been in our hands. Is admitting you're inferior that hard? It seems our school is losing to a high school student." In the classroom, the other students watched with amusement. They nervously guessed whether he could actually break the record, one that would be hard for anyone to beat in the future. Back inside, Kianmo placed his hand on the entrance door. This was the final trial. If he remembered correctly, lighting one brazier would cause 4 level 18 black snakes to appear. Light all 4 braziers, defeat the black snakes, and the final boss would appear. With his current strength, lighting all 4 at once was no problem. Then Kianmo picked up the staff. He told himself, let's end this quickly. Following his spell, all 4 braziers burst into flames simultaneously. The Manhwa students were terrified by his action of activating everything at once. They resolved that if he succeeded, they would apply for a school transfer tomorrow. Luo Yong spoke up, "This guy is too arrogant." Another teacher thought, "If he meets with an accident, our school would be saved." Only Kang Yang was deep in thought. "Let me see if you are a genius or a fool." Within the secret realm, the strange sounds of reptiles echoed. Over a dozen black snakes surrounded the place where he stood. Next, Qian Mo performed a skill, Ghost Joint Pulo Demon Wolf Erosion, reducing the abnormal status resistance and magic defense of nearby targets for half a minute. 1 second later, the black snakes all crawled forward simultaneously. His skill emitted a pressure that slowed them down. After 16 of them plunged their heads into the center of the formation, Qian Mo leisurely flew out and casually tossed a few Molotov cocktails at them. As soon as he threw them, the 2 bombs exploded. The teacher who was about to mock Mai Yingying was stopped. This guy had a big plan, a skill that reduced resistance and magic defense, and Molotov cocktails that caused burns. That teacher hesitantly pointed at the screen. Could he be planning to? Inside the secret realm, Qian Mo began to mutter a few lines of ancient incantations. Immediately, his earth elemental stone spell created a boulder that crushed several snakes. Next, dust and smoke flew into the air. Before him, everything erupted in a violent explosion. The perfect combination of 3 skills opened the teacher's eyes. The solo player profession wasn't completely useless. Kang Yang had to praise him, truly a genius. Combining unique skills with terrifying combat ability, losing wasn't unfair. The lampposts within the hall began to emit flames. Then, a Kormashir appeared. "Who dares to summon me?" Its information panel appeared, "Hydra Clan, level 20 HP 4800. Qian Mo challenged domineeringly. "Long time no see, show me your strength." A Kormashir roared, "I will make you pay." Then it spat out its ultimate skill, Corrosion. The surroundings were shrouded in poison, but he still moved nimbly. Wherever it sprayed, Qian Mo dodged in time. Then, he destroyed its left head. A Kormashir had a regeneration mechanism. To prevent it from activating, he only needed to sever the secondary heads first. Afterwards, Qian Mo switched to a dagger and activated an attack from the rear. When the weapon was firmly lodged in its jaw, the right head was also destroyed. He didn't stop but used the grappling hook to fire at its body. That was his goal: pull the target close, then release the accumulated energy. The system switched according to his will, changing the weapon to a longsword, activating the prerequisite skill of the sword soul slash of binding, performing a crescent-shaped strike with a 1.5-second charge time. During that time, a Kormashir writhed in pain, its heads being severed one by one. Finally, the notification arrived: successfully killed boss a Kormashir. Congratulations to Qian Mo for smoothly setting the highest record, completing it in 1 hour, 56 minutes, and 32 seconds. Next, the system announced congratulations on reaching level 18. Qian Mo's status window was augmented with a few pieces of equipment, his current combat power being 13/28. After receiving the primary materials, he immediately commanded open. Inside were 3 items: Fang of the Hydra, Sea Turtle Shell, Void Tentacle. Qian Mo was quite satisfied after seeing them. They were all things he needed. This time he was getting closer to a transcendent weapon. In the classroom, the groups of students from the academy stood up and cheered wildly at his success. It was a record twice that of teacher Luo Yang, hard for anyone to break for several decades. The teleportation gate of the secret realm displayed the 2 words completion. Teachers were all deeply dejected at the loss of a secret realm. On the contrary, Kang Yang lamented that his record from back then had actually been broken. The years of leisure had now cost us dearly. Qian Mo quickly appeared and reminded him, "The abyss of darkness has been taken. It's time for you to fulfill your promise." He replied sternly, "Rest assured, I will deliver it all within a week." Qian Mo suddenly proposed, "Dare to bet on the other 3 secret realms." Teachers were panicked. The principal couldn't bet anymore. The academy had nothing left. He angrily barked, "So if I don't bet, will he stop?" According to the regulations, no one can refuse a secret realm challenge. Then he turned and said to him, "Of course we'll bet. If you obtain the remaining 3 secret realms, those things will be doubled. I want to add one more condition. Manhwa requests a merger with Jiangcheng." The news that day surprised all who heard it. Kang Yang was really old. Now that Manhwa had lost all its secret realms, it was the perfect time to use the merger to exchange for its survival. Just then, someone opened the door. "That guy Qian Mo has arrived at our school." Sister Sungdu was nonchalant. "Why make such a fuss over such a small matter?" That old man turned away disdainfully. "Based on his performance, I admit he has some skill. Setting a record at our school probably isn't a problem. Though it said one can't refuse a challenge, it depends on whether he can even set foot in the secret realm hall." Scene changed. This was the gate of Tianyi Academy. Qian Mo was surprised to see someone waiting. Zheng Ngake asked him politely, "Are you Qian Mo?" "I am Zhang Yuxi, level 20 high, key master. I want to duel you." Mo saw through him at a glance. Do you think this trick can stop me? In the distance, everyone familiar with Ruan Shen knew that the teacher fighting a student was Fan Kuei. The person next to him replied, that teacher says he's level 22. As long as it's on the calendar within the standard targets, it's fine. This student is really unlucky. What did he do to deserve such punishment? In the school classroom, Zhang Sung-du loudly ordered everyone to watch carefully to find his weaknesses. Zhang Yuxi said coldly, don't blame me for being vicious. Blame yourself for coveting the academy's foundation. In the meantime, Mo had already countered with his gloves. That man had long left several rings of lightning energy behind. When the thunderclap stomped closer, he gently blocked it with his hand. When he was sent flying, he realized this was perfect defense, activated within 0.1 seconds, a skill mastered only after the third transformation. Next, Mo directly jumped to his location. Trungake was kicked by him with an eagle kick, spitting blood in pain on the spot. When he landed on the steps, he also slammed his body into them. Blood gushed from the teacher's nose, and he was completely unconscious. Then another person appeared from inside. The other students heard the sounds of fighting, surprised that he easily took down someone 4 levels higher. But they grew more interested as someone approached. Tu Kunle walked down the steps like a supermodel. Mo grew more disgusted the more he looked, saying, you line up to get beaten just to stop me, aren't you ashamed? He declared with full confidence, don't think you're invincible. Today each one of us will make you eat dirt. I don't believe you can still challenge the secret realm after a dozen rounds. Mo coldly ordered, finish this quickly. The next second he saw him activate the Twilight Tide Talisman effect. The equipment soul attack effect activated, stunning him for 4 seconds. Tu Kunle's entire body trembled, but he couldn't move. Mo then drew his Gatling gun and a chain of gunfire rang out before stopping as bullets embedded into his body. In the meeting room, the atmosphere was panicked. How could that teacher stand there in a daze? Was he controlled into a stupor? At that moment, Mo instructed next person, hurry up, don't waste my time. After his message, the projection screen was heavily damaged, and the teachers all urged at once, get down there quickly. Are we a bunch of people afraid of one brat? Outside, Mo was already waiting for them. He even deliberately put on the most dominant stance. As soon as the group of teachers appeared, they all erupted with aura at once, but Mo's killing intent was stronger. Get in line as you arrive. Then, one man leaped forward aggressively. I am a level 27 Steel Storm warrior. I will fight you, followed by a strangely shaped greatsword. But as soon as his feet touched the ground, he felt his entire body go limp. In the end, he lay flat on the ground just like his colleague from earlier. Mo coldly ordered next. Tan Xiangxi and Hong He Lu, who were over level 30, stepped forward. Moreover, a level 38 Hua trainee led them. In a flash, the challenge dragged on until dusk. Mo still stood proudly erect, with only 3 people left in front of him, aside from the fallen teachers. Sungdu felt despair. There were no more teachers below level 38 left. According to the rules, I can't do anything, but how can I be willing to let him take the secret realm? In an instant, he thought, maybe I should just kill this kid. What? I'm locked on? This brat actually has a top expert protecting him from behind. If I force my hand today, I will surely face death. I can't stop him anymore, or it will be hard to keep my position as principal. Trinh Sungdu had to change his expression. Your ability has made all the teachers give you a warm welcome. Student Mo, please come this way with me. Mo stopped causing trouble and walked away with him. Few days later, the news reported it extensively. In short, he had occupied all 60 secret realms of 20 academies, forcing them to merge with Jiangcheng. Immediately, a meeting was held, and everyone felt the school's development. It all stemmed from Mo's performance over the past half-month. They probably all knew how he swept through those academies. Then, Liu Yamin continued, today I need to discuss an issue. The school plans to award the title of honorary principal to Mo. Does anyone have any objections? As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell into silence. Then Liu Yamin himself spoke again. If not, then let's wait for Mo to return and hold the commendation ceremony. However, no one dared to ask where did Mo go? After causing such a commotion, he just disappeared. Scene change. This place was the Tianqi continent, the Lacknam coastline. A pile of seafood was sent flying by sword energy. Mo received a reward. You have reached level 20. The system transformation has been upgraded to level 3. All passives have been upgraded to level 3. The Gatling gun now has a 30% chance to fire piercing bullets. The sweep passive has increased its kill rate to 15%. This Fisher Slash has a 35% chance to transform into 7 sword strikes. Next, Mo's weapon transformation time was halved. Critical hit chance increased to 22%. He read it with great interest. The Gatling gun's passive increased damage by 50%. The invincibility time of Fisher Slash lasted 0.4 seconds, making future operations much more feasible. After the overall upgrade, damage improved significantly. The next transformation points needed careful consideration. Perfect timing as I've gathered enough materials to go craft weapons. Quickly moved to the newbie village. Entering the forge, Mo asked softly, can I learn forging and equipment crafting here. The other party replied bluntly, tuition is 50 gold coins, processing fee is 100. If you don't have the money, get lost. He was momentarily startled. This is such a ripoff. Normally forging lessons only cost 20 gold coins. He found it strange. This old man doesn't seem greedy. Could the money all be used to upgrade forging experience? Tung Van Leung replied angrily, it's always been this price. Think about it. Have you been diligently saving money all these years? Qian Mo just turned away, then forget it. I'm just upset that my great design won't see the light of day anytime soon. Tung Van Leung, with a sharp eye, noticed this blueprint was no ordinary thing. When he was called back, he was extremely smug. He took the bait. The old man asked urgently, where did this drawing come from? Let me have a look. Qian Mo said flatly, you can look, but about the fee. Immediately, Tung Van Leung changed his tune. No need to pay. The textbooks are on the right side of the bookshelf. Go read yourself. Just as he read a few lines, the system notified, you have comprehended the basic forging skill. Currently, the maximum forging quality is mortal. To reach intermediate, you need 10,000 experience. Right then, Tung Van Leung slumped down. The inventor of this blueprint is truly a genius. I have been smithing for over 30 years, yet I can't understand it. Qian Mo, however, understood clearly. I based it on the masterpieces of digital masters from my past life, making a weapon that can flexibly shift between forms. Of course, not everyone can get it. He then walked over to take it back, then I'll go ask at another shop. The old man hastily clasped his hands and pleaded, even if you don't fully understand its inner principles, I do. Please let me participate in the crafting process. I will provide the processing fee and auxiliary materials for free. Qian Mo felt a bit worried, but I only prepared one set of main materials. If it fails, I'll have to gather them all over again. How about this? I have 4-part designs. You forge them for me for free and let me see your skill. 2 hours later, Tung Van Leung brought the items. I forged them with all my might, used up a lot of my precious materials. Qian Mo picked up the Howling Wolf gauntlets and saw the stats were perfect quality, level 25. Next, he checked the silver scale chestplate, also of perfect quality. The Brotherhood heavy helmet was even more exquisite, suiting an assassin. Finally, there was a giant Demon Slayer Guardian talisman suited for drifting. Qian Mo heard the system notification that he had successfully equipped 4 items. He thought to himself, I indeed didn't misjudge. The old man's skill was extraordinary. He even forged the excellent designs to perfection. His status screen subsequently saw increases in his strength, agility, spirit, and physique stats. Furthermore, Qian Mo noticed another stat, an increase of 3,000 combat power. Probably no student has ever had over 16,000 combat power points. Next, the old man urgently asked, forcing him to praise the quality as not bad, considered passing the test. I have already gathered all the materials you need, he excitedly asked. So can I help you forge the weapon today? Right then, a young man named Huang Tian entered, saw the quiet surroundings, and asked. Old Tung went out. This old man, though arrogant, is a true master craftsman. Many people are willing to pay to have him forge equipment. I had to use my family connections several times just to barely get his cooperation. Hearing the noise behind the door, Layan deduced that someone was discussing Jena techniques. As soon as he entered, he was scolded harshly by the old man for not even knowing mold forging or free forging. Qian Mo explained at length about the Venus number when pouring molten metal. The old man muttered, not understanding what Venus was. Huang Tian was indignant. A young man dared to scold an old general like him. Then he spoke up to greet. Little Huang has arrived. The lecture was interrupted. Qian Mo turned to look and showed excitement. That gaze made Lion shiver, remembering the old man who once liked him. But actually, Qian Mo was only emotional because he met a comrade from his past life. Huang Tian was the top 1 spirit sword soul, level 98, famous for his calmness and skill in adjusting combat. In the past life, he were very close. Zhang Wenliang coldly asked him if he was the one who wanted to forge a weapon. Come another day. Qian Mo intervened, saying that before they had only tested his equipment forging skill. He then felt wronged for being used. Realizing that the young man's skill surpassed the master's, he had no way out. He had to agree to his and his request. Zhang Wenliang poured all his anger into every hammer blow. 2 hours later, Huang Tian received the sword. Worthy of old Zhang, he had forged a level 24 elemental weapon. He angrily replied that few in Xia country could surpass him. He swung the sword around like a child, damage per second over 100, speed only 2.1. But this person probably helped me because of my looks. I must be cautious from now on. Qian Mo announced that he had passed the test and asked him to forge the Zen weapon. He gladly accepted, and they worked until 2 a.m. Zhu Ying's appearance was actually due to the relentless light emitted by Liu Guang at the first stage. Zhang Wenliang Liang looked at the finished product, unable to suppress his emotion. To think they had crafted a brilliantly shining weapon right at the initial stage. The umbrella was enveloped in searing heat, possessing overpowering stats, special quality, never being worn down, and able to transform into 4 forms. The umbrella finally lowered its light intensity. Qian Mo secretly clicked his tongue, because the damage was 25% higher than in the past life. No one would think a student could have a base damage of 150%. He tried commanding it to transform into a machine gun. The fan handle disappeared to reveal the gun barrel. Zhang Wenliang couldn't help but exclaim, was this something he helped create? Huang Tian was also very pleased and asked if this was a legendary weapon. Qian Mo continued testing the combat spear form transformation. When he lowered his wrist, it turned into a long handle, the spearhead thin, light, and exquisite. The system announced a soul connection with the weapon. The weapon would not drop upon death. The weapon was not yet activated, so its attributes were halved. It needed to be soaked in the blood of a boss above level 25. Scene change, this time at the Blade Marsh Secret Realm. Among the crowd, a few players circled looking for people to team up with. Only Qian Mo stood in a corner laughing to himself. 10 minutes remained until the appointed time. He, like in the past life, just happened to be preparing for battle and setting up the 2 remaining transformation slots. First, he transformed a void orb for the elementalist. The system announced firing projectiles at enemies creates a black orb dealing continuous damage. Cast time 3 seconds, high attack and pierce, slow flight speed. Immediately after, he received a congratulations message for successful transformation with a 15% chance to fire a black orb. Qian Mo tried firing a small orb to observe. There was indeed a significant enhancement. Using magic to activate passives, the cooldown time could at least activate 2-3 passives. Next, he wanted to use it for a state skill, unsure if the system would allow it. This item is a dark attribute illusion rune. After 30 seconds of attacking an enemy, it can create an illusion rune. When used, it increases physical critical strike, maximum 7 illusion runes. The system announced successful transformation. Hitting an enemy creates an illusion rune lasting 2 minutes. Increases physical critical strike and 10% magic damage. Maximum 9 illusion runes. He calculated very carefully, choosing it because it deeply increased damage and synergized with the void orb. He didn't expect that after transforming into a passive, the duration was removed and didn't require activating a specific skill. If in the future he transformed all illusion runes into passives, attacking with the combat spear would summon all 5 illusion runes. It was truly amazing. Just then, Qian Mo saw someone mocking him as a low-level player wanting to solo. It grew louder while someone shouted, "Huang Tian has arrived." Acclaim surrounded Huang Tian. He was in the top 10 of Blue Wind Academy, already level 28 at such a young age. Was he here today to set a new record? Amidst the chatter, he simply walked past silently. Reaching him, Huang Tian spoke. "Let's go, Great One," he politely urged. "Next time, call me Old Mo." That group of people began to discuss, wondering about his background upon hearing the words, Great One from Huang Tian's mouth. Information about the Blade Marsh appeared, located in the northwest thorn forest. The secret realm was entered from the outskirts, difficulty higher than normal. Beside it was also the Blade Highlands. Legend said this place was related to a demigod named Nikakamo, an immortal boar covered in vines, on the side of justice in the war between gods. The battle between it and the Abyss Lord Manas passed through the entire Tianqi continent. Though it died in the end, its blood irrigated the thorn forest, nurturing creatures and minerals. A group of boar people gained intelligence from that, becoming followers of Nikakamo. They hoped that one day Nikakamo would be reborn, and future generations would continue to stay, forming the secret realm. A moment later, both of them stepped inside. Huang Tian reminded him, "Deep in the fork, both paths have many bosses. Follow behind me, remember to be careful." Unexpectedly, Qian Mo suggested a competition, each choosing a path to see who could kill the boss and return first. He hesitated and asked, "A level 20 solo player wants to compete in speed with a level 28 spirit sword soul. Aren't you afraid of getting hurt by the monsters?" He simply challenged, "Afraid to compete?" Huang Tian rubbed his forehead then replied, "Later, if you die, don't come crying to me." He decided the number of monsters on the left was higher, so he chose to go left. But before Huang Tian could speak, he was left behind. He could only yell, "Why did you steal my path? I wonder if you are a brave person or someone who doesn't know fear." In the forest, the gusts of wind that blew by were full of chill. Huang Tian stood before a pack of wild boars but appeared confident. 4 came at once, he couldn't be too careless. Saying that, but one slash of the broken army rising dragon thrust sent them flying. His battle stance was completely different from his words. Next, Huang Tian grabbed them and charged in. The beautiful cuts he made formed a star shape. The more he slashed the monsters, the more fierce he became. He wondered, hasn't even 10 minutes passed and I've gone a part of the way, can he really catch up to me? Huang Tian didn't know that he had already traveled nearly 2/3 of the path. The path was clogged with monsters. They deliberately formed a formation to attack him. A sharp glint flashed intensely in Qian Mo's eyes. cheerfully declared he would let them taste his new weapon. After that sentence, he immediately transformed it into a machine gun. The automatic machine gun fired with enhanced style, each shot hitting its mark. The wild boars seemed unable to escape their fate. The massacre ended in the blink of an eye. Kianmo returned to his normal state. In front of him were the corpses of the wild boars. He confirmed that one volley of over 50 bullets dealt about 170 damage. This damage was almost too insane. On the other side, Huang Tian was also decapitating a boar with his ghostly sword technique. The heavy body of the boar could only stand still and take the blow. When its head was lost, its entire body fell to the ground. Huang Tian was quite comfortable setting a new record after 27 minutes. Switching to the cruel hook, his strength increased significantly. He thought that old Mo was probably still fighting monsters or had already returned to the earth. After that, he immediately returned to the meeting point. But what surprised him the most was seeing that he had already returned first. How could he be back already? From a hidden corner, the corner of Kianmo's mouth slightly curled. Huang Tian understood the intention and comforted him, saying it was fine. With his current level, if he couldn't win, he could just run. Just sit there, leave the rest of the path to me. After walking for a while, Huang Tian started to find it strange. Why couldn't he see a single monster? What is this? Why are the elite boar corpses piled up on each other? This is already the 7th pile of corpses he had encountered. How could Old Mo single-handedly take down so many higher-level monsters than himself? This was impossible. Could this solo player be even stronger than him? This place should have level 27 wild boars. If they were all dead, where would the essence materials be? At that moment, Kianmo caught up to him and told him to stop walking. Huang Tian instinctively complied. Vines were tightly clinging to something. Kianmo had already seen clearly. He immediately asked, "Have you conceded?" Huang Tian was shocked to see him single-handedly kill a level 27A wild boar. He immediately replied, "I admit defeat, you are too strong." Huang Tian eagerly asked how it was done. Kianmo replied, "It's actually not hard, just when using the skill." A moment later, he asked again, "Have you understood the key point?" He sincerely answered, "I understand." At this moment, Kianmo was quite excited. The plan to cultivate the #1 sword soul had officially begun. Next, the wild boar herd encountered them again. One of them sneaked behind Huang Tian. In that instant, it lost its combat ability. The sudden noise startled Huang Tian, making him turn around. In the distance, Kianmo had just relaxed his gun. He did not forget to remind him the timing of that strike just now was 0.2 seconds too slow. Next, more monsters came to attack. Although he had no rest, his sword strike was still powerful. Now Huang Tian had changed. Having seen Kianmo with his own eyes, he realized his own inferiority and was even more shocked to know that he understood all his combat habits. While he was lost in thought, a shadow suddenly charged at him. He could only feel an intense wave of pressure. Huang Tian knew that the cooldown of his skill was not over yet. The cleaving strike sent him flying. In that moment, Kianmo had created a barrier. He looked at him with a mocking gaze. "Is this the potential sword soul? Are you trying to make me die laughing?" Retorted angrily, "Your demands are too exaggerated. Teaching so many points just now, you wanted me to kill Master Mortis and his lackeys without taking any damage. That's perverted." In contrast, he coldly asked, "Do you know why you couldn't even avoid Master Mortis's basic attack? As a warrior, your subconscious often ignores minor damage, blindly pursuing a fast attack target, which disrupts your rhythm. The true timing of an attack lies in precision, not speed. Many times, a delayed strike can still achieve the same effect as acting first. Only when you understand this can you utilize the knowledge I taught you." The serious training session moved Huang Tian, and he muttered the things he had just heard. Seeing this, Kianmo spoke softly, "At least you have some intelligence. This is the Huang Tian I know." Next, he directly asked, "Do you want to become the #1 sword soul of the Tianqi continent? Train with me, and you will surely obtain that title." Everything seemed to be creating an opportunity for Huang Tian. He immediately grasped his hand. "I trust you." "That's right, I will definitely become the #1 sword soul of the Tianqi continent. How could I accept defeat over such a small matter?" On this side, the wild boar boss had been waiting for a long time. He directly used his axe to smash against his sword. When he saw the enemy crouch down to leap, Huang Tian keenly spotted an opening. The small monster was in its pre-attack waiting state. If he changed position, the opponent's attack would track him. He needed to wait until that state ended. Only when the opponent actually launched the attack could he dodge. So Huang Tian held back, waiting for 0.2 seconds. After that, he lightly twisted his body, and the wild boars missed their strike and hit the ground. Huang Tian knew clearly this was the moment. Golden light from the blade quickly swept across his body. Huang Tian had completely mastered the timing. He was delighted to realize this was the thrill of doing something dangerous. Could the method of thinking before every action be this exhilarating? Standing in the distance, Kianmo looked at him with emotion. The strongest sword soul had finally awakened. Shortly after all the monsters had fallen, You are amazing. Your teaching ability is at least good enough to be a first-year homeroom teacher at Lanchin Nuosi. Kianmo was only concerned if you can absorb half of the techniques from today, then my efforts won't be wasted. Next is the final lesson for today. Cardira had been waiting for them early on. Kianmo explained clearly, this is the great sham of the Boar people, with 4 skills. Pure Star Immortality for 2 seconds. Healing, and third is Mana Sustaining Circle. The final content is to try and break his non-damaging skills. Leave the damage to me. You are responsible for the disruption. The whole fight won't last too long. Don't feel pressured. Next, Cardira was burned by a fire spell. Before it could stabilize, Kianmo summoned a war spear to counter it. The wild boar growled as if warning enemy. In contrast, Kianmo strongly declared that today he would use his blood to christen the weapon. His memory of him was very clear. He possessed extremely strong regeneration. Long-range fighting alone wouldn't work. Next, Cardira was continuously stabbed in the belly by him. Kianmo stabbed while crouching and leaping up. At the same time, illusion runes were activated at the wound sites. That made him proud. Indeed, the war spear form at this moment was optimal, having both minor punishing attacks and stacking dark attribute illusion runes. Cardira roared with the voice of a beast, "Despicable humans, I represent the Great Mother to destroy you." Next, the status bar for the healing spell began to activate. The situation is not good. Kianmo signaled that it was your turn, Old Huang. Flash of blazing golden sword light immediately flew towards him. Kianmo saw his teammate move very swiftly before his eyes. The system immediately announced the formation had been successfully restored. On the other hand, he clasped his hands tighter. The core began chanting, restoring 1500 HP. He yelled angrily that man could still read. His companion whispered to him to focus and not miss the opportunity. Then, Kianmo Sufang performed the old move again. The tip of his spear continuously pierced deep into that man's flesh. Huang Tian understood the intent and began moving faster. Seeing he wanted to stop the healing, he also retreated. Huang Tian struck with a demon slash. The status panel appeared, and the healing spell was blocked. But the core stubbornly kept chanting, which annoyed him since the demon slash hadn't cooled down yet. At this moment, the only option was to use that move. Next, Huang Tian slashed 2 diagonal lines in front of that man. The motion ended with a perfect kneeling posture. The system recorded the successful block, displaying the mindful slash information. The skill combining interruption and swift slash with automatic rotation sent smaller monsters flying, while larger ones were stunned for half a second. Kianmo praised that he was finally on the right track, then continued, "I will perform the Blood Flame Su Kin Lost Art." The magic arrays emanating from the district runes began to extend. The overflowing magic brought continuous damage to the system. Finally, the dust was stirred up to head height. The core roared furiously, "I cannot die, still have to wait for Nikaka's treacherous plan." But Kianmo did not allow the magic to be interrupted. A sphere of darkness silently flew out from behind him. When it exploded, the core was knocked down. 771 Fatal Strike dealt 80% shadow damage, with a 12% critical hit rate increase. Huang Tian was excited, over 1000 damage in one hit, absolutely amazing. I dare say, thanks to you rising up, the number of solo players will increase more and more. Kianmo looked at the opponent, just like the previous life. After his maneuvers, Old Huang would always praise him enthusiastically. If in the future old comrades gather, everyone will dominate the heavenly rising continent and reach the peak. A few moments later, Kianmo was guided by Huang Tian to a spot, looking at a tent with a passage running underneath it. That was the final stage, a total of 100 elite wild boars, simply needing to rescue the goblin inside the tent and escort it to the end of the passage to succeed. It had only taken 2 hours and 3 minutes so far. Next just needed to search carefully to set a record. Just then, Kianmo proposed a question. Did he want some excitement? Kicked him straight down, very exciting indeed. Poor Huang Tian could only cry out a storm. Inside the tent, the guarding wild boar was sound asleep, and that tent happened to be exactly where Huang Tian was about to crash into. So the wild boar was crushed to death by him in one go without a chance to resist. "Master, someone," the goblin cried out. "Kind human, you came to rescue me, right? I send you my highest regards." Huang Tian rudely grabbed it and pulled it away, shouting a phrase to save the nonsense. "Old Mo, your prank is too extreme. Are you trying to corner me to death?" Luckily, ice spell suddenly sprang up, dividing the two sides. Next, Kianmo left a message telling him to protect the goblin and leave luring and handling the monsters to me. He shouted from below that he was crazy, causing such a big commotion. Did he want to fight 100 boars alone? Finally, Huang Tian decided. Today the young master will sacrifice himself. His footsteps grew faster and faster. On this side the wild boars had gathered. Their numbers were completely opposite to Kianmo's. He smirked slightly. "Done. Now gather all the wild boars in one place." Next, he switched his weapon to a machine gun, and Kianmo specifically ordered a cannon. In an instant, a barrage tore right through. The recoil also affected his body. That was a skill used to move through the air using the kickback. Thanks to that move, Kianmo reached a favorable position. Behind him, Huang Tian ran back dumbfounded. The goblin muttered, asking if they weren't going to rescue it. "With so many wild boars, how could they get out?" Kianmo replied smugly, "Look here, I will perform the dark sphere boar pit." The machine gun in his hand had already switched to a staff. Kianmo very skillfully condensed a void sphere. As the void sphere swept through, dozens of damage notifications rang out. Huang Tian could only guess this was old Mo's trump card. Though the damage was strong, it only lasted 4 seconds. Once it was gone, the boars would definitely scatter. On this side, Kianmo had long started condensing a new skill, magic bullets. He coldly tossed a few bullets for the boars to enjoy, making him stir restlessly. Bring out any skills, use them all. While the passive was being activated, he gently calmed him. Don't rush, even magic bullets have their good uses. Ground in an instant was struck by the void spheres. Each time a sphere drifted a little, another damage notification appeared. He watched this scene, pale with fear. A miracle? Where did 2 spheres come from? He himself also felt excited. The void sphere skill had a long cooldown, and the mana consumption was extremely high. An ordinary person could only use it once, but after using the passive, mana would not be depleted, perfectly compensating for the weakness. The ground behind him had been cleared by him. Follow me, you will also create many miracles. Then the system announced congratulations to Kianmo and Huang Tian for breaking the record, completion time 2 hours 14 minutes. The announcement also appeared outside. The ranking stone had engraved their names at the top. The crowd, having seen it, immediately praised Huang Tian's talent. Meanwhile, Kianmo received new news. Liu Guangyuan successfully tamed the public blade, attributes at 100% function. For breaking the Mystic Realm record, a reward of 1 level up. For possessing the hidden profession, Magic Controller, a reward of an additional 1 level up. Then another notification came. This stage clearance was rated SS rank, rewarding a diamond treasure chest 11. You have opened the treasure chest. Congratulations on receiving perfect quality equipment, Phantom Cloak. Its information was quite complex. Perfect quality, level 65, can actively release the Phantom Form skill, duration 2 minutes of undetectability. Just then, Huang Tian smiled and said, I just got a perfect quality level 35 armor piece. What did you get? And it turned out to be class transition equipment, plus the Phantom State. Its usability far exceeded the rankings. Even auctioning it would get 50 million blue star coins. You've hit the jackpot. Afterwards, they heard a voice thanking them for rescuing him from those hateful boars. Earlier, in a moment of carelessness, I discovered their secret about the undead cataclysm. I recorded all the content at coordinates 38226922. I hope you can complete the task for me. Thank you, I must go home to recover from my injuries. Huang Tian guessed if that was the legendary hidden quest. I've never heard of it. Kianmo explained because this quest is activated when escorting the goblin to the exit within 10 minutes. The normal playthrough doesn't have it. This quest only points towards the hideout hall. Our level is still insufficient. Wait until the second awakening, then go. He readily agreed immediately. I will hurry to level up, let's go. Suddenly, he stopped him. Don't rush. We've reached this place. In the blink of an eye, they advanced deeper. The cliff face here looked quite steep. Below, the ground was shaking violently. The reason was that Huang Tian had just attacked, gouging out a cave mouth before stopping, and curiously asked what was inside. Before he could get an answer, the light from within overwhelmed him. This seems to be an altar. I've only seen it in books before, heard it can help learn skills from other classes. Never thought it would appear in a level 26 secret realm. Kianmo had to make up an excuse, say a hidden quest leading here. In reality, he had long memorized this location, and Huang Tian, now immersed in burning love, gave him this precious information, saying he loved him too much. He disgustedly shooed him away. Go activate the altar quickly. Following the instructions, Huang Tian placed both hands on the altar. Streams of mana slowly entered his body. The learning ritual was immediately activated. The system notified that he had learned the Rage Burst skill, and his entire body was struck by red electric currents. Huang Tian proudly boasted to him that he had learned the Warrior's Rage Burst, a skill that truly added wings to a tiger. Old Mo, you try it. Now I'm really looking forward to seeing what you'll learn. Kianmo felt quite suspicious. A level 26 altar could only teach tier 1 skills. What skill could possibly be left for him? He decided to try his luck, reaching out his hand. The mana on it immediately probed him. The next second his mind seemed to clear, so that was it. The system warned that since you have learned all available skills, you may choose one skill from the second class advancement. The selectable skills are Death Grave, Mountain Splitter Strike, and Black Hole Entombment. He thought for a moment. Based on the forms of Light Stream Ring he could deploy, choosing a long-range skill. I choose the Berserker's Quantum Bomb. Momo tried it and successfully learned level 1 Quantum Bomb. Throw a bomb at the enemy, dealing light attribute damage within a 10-meter radius. With a certain chance to electrocute the enemy, Kianmo gradually absorbed the residual electric currents. He felt more invigorated because he had finally filled the gap in his long-range attacks. His power no longer had a blind spot. Scene change. He arrived at the forge again. Song Wenliang looked at him quite surprised, asking why he had come. He said he didn't expect the two of them to be so strong, breaking a new record. Only Kianmo cared about his own needs, wanting to borrow the iron shield and furnace for a few days to raise his forging skill to intermediate before the exam. He immediately stammered, asking, "Are you only a 12th grade student?" "No, the exam is only 4 days away." "Aren't you going back to prepare for combat? You have a talent for cultivation. Don't let forging slow down your exam. Intermediate forging requires 10,000 experience points. Even 40 days might not be enough." He stated firmly, "I know what I'm doing." Jiang Wenliang saw the pile of items on the table and exclaimed in shock, "These are Ni Kaka Mo bloodstones, at least 50 of them. You might not get this much even after 100 trips to the secret realm." Qian Mo smiled slyly. "The drop rate is low, but after the combo technique reaches 100, it forces a drop. This is why he used the void sphere for the final attack." The old man became excited. "This can triple forging experience. With this many, maybe you can create a miracle." That day was another night of intense training. Jiang Wenliang couldn't help but be stunned. "Are you a reincarnated iron hammer? Your very first piece of equipment exceeded the excellent grade limit. Why did you use so few materials? What principle is this? Can you teach me?" Time passed very quickly. Another 3 days went by. Kianmo was recognized. "You have learned the intermediate forging skill. Now you will forge at least perfect equipment. To advanced, you need 100,000 experience points and recognition from the Forging Association." Yang Wenliang looked at him darkly. "You're truly a monster. In just 3 days, you reached 10,000 points, and you even used 50 bloodstones to forge 46 finished products. Now the pile of equipment is mountainous." He felt dizzy as he spoke. A beginner achieving a 92% success rate. "Even if I could say this old man is top tier, compared to you, I'm truly not worth mentioning." Kianmo only gave brief instructions. "Sell this pile of equipment. Sell it as you see fit. I trust your judgment. Wait until I pass the entrance exam, then I'll come back to find you." Jiang Wenliang, while sitting to reorganize the items, looked at his retreating back. Scene change. Kianmo had arrived at the exam location. Yu Yamin angrily scolded him. "Do you even know the way back? I thought you weren't participating in the enrollment." Next, he curiously asked about that big battle. The old man hinted that he would know soon, but first he had to explain about the exam. The exam location was the Hanwu City Gymnasium. There would be over 400,000 examinees. He asked why they had to go to a different location. The old man explained that Jiangcheng City was too small and unqualified to be an exam venue. This secret realm is called Nuomori Gen, level 21, with a total of 4 bosses. You must defeat at least 2 to pass the test. The exam secret realm has been improved by science experts. Even if you die, there's no penalty. But each person only has 1 chance. This result determines the maximum limit. That said, Jiangcheng has grown to where it is today. One could say you are the main contributor, so I plan to give you a surprise. Next, he pushed the door open for him to see. The crowd inside shouted out, "Senior Kianmo, you are our pride. Next year, I'll have to play solo too. We all strive to keep up with you." Liu Yamin waited a bit before speaking. "Today is the day all 12th grade students of Xen Academy participate in the enrollment. But I have an announcement to make. After high-level discussions, the Academy has decided to award Kianmo the title of honorary principal." He was stunned and asked back, "I'm just a 12th grade student. Why did the organization decide this?" Someone immediately explained, "This is something you deserve. Your future will take you far. The old folks here are your backup. Jiangcheng will always be your home. We will do our utmost to help you. This is the Academy's promise." Faced with that trust, Kianmo let out a deep breath. Then he declared boldly, "All right. As long as the Academy does not betray me, I will never betray the Academy." Liu Yamin then said that the direct admission slot you gave up has been handed over to Sing Sing by the Academy. She asked him shyly, "Which rank in the top 10 do you want to apply for?" He couldn't help but find her attitude strange. The next second, Li Hong appeared. "Let me translate for Sing Sing. Actually, she's taken a liking to you all. She wants to attend the middle school." He angrily pinched her hand. "So you've finally become a knight. Did you read the manual I left you?" Li Hong, enduring the pain, replied that she had read it thoroughly. Back to the scene, the crowd was cheering. "They look so perfect. Good fortune stays within the family. Just get together." Just then he received a phone call. "Hello, who is this?" The person on the other end replied, "I am Wu Zhonglei, standing committee member of the Tianhai City Management Association. Let's meet." Next, he arrived at Hanwu City, the exam venue for the entrance exam. Sitting in the car, Li Hong teased him playfully, "Sing Sing is excellent. Why won't you agree?" Now his mind was only on one thing. He didn't expect the Ding Hong incident to have dragged out Vice Principal Zhang Hongshan. The person protecting him whom Wu Zhonglei mentioned must be that hidden old man. If not for him, I would probably have been dead without a burial place master. Just then, an argument broke out in the parking lot. "Where did your academy get so many cars?" The situation was rumored to be that the driver from Jiangcheng Academy had their parking spot taken by the Hanwu side. Then another person stepped forward. "Your academy didn't report the number of vehicles and still occupied parking spaces. Move to the outside immediately." Don't you know that parking spots and other services are allocated based on the strength of the school? Yufeng quickly chimed in. A school from the countryside dares to be so arrogant. Yang Yang hesitantly said Dean Liu about this matter. Just then Wu Zhonglai appeared again, quite energetic for so early in the morning, aren't you? Guo Lian immediately flattered him gently. After you arrive later, we will arrange for the entire leadership team to come and receive you immediately. The man brushed it off. No need, I'm only here for personal business. You are Dean Liu Jiawei, correct? May I ask who is Qian Mo? They all couldn't help but wonder about the situation. Guo Lian then whispered that we should yield our parking spots to them. Next, Wu Zhonglai walked over to him, praising him with great interest. Truly a hero emerges from youth. Very good. This is the reward from Magic Lin Academy for him, take it. Everyone was buzzing with discussion, wondering what Qian Mo had done for Magic Lin Academy to send such an apology. Qian Mo calmly accepted it and asked them to convey his thanks to the vice principal, which even made Wu Zhonglai laugh and praise. Behind him, Liu Yamen silently evaluated. Even Commissioner Wu knows him, and today he helped the academy again. Who knows how many more surprises he has. The scene shifted to the monitoring center of the exam hall. The teachers were discussing the linked Wuhan Academy being humiliated when they suddenly received a report about the potential ranking table. He smugly declared that the top 300 were all his people, saying having many useless examinees was pointless. Immediately after, a code was recorded in second place. Guo Lian anxiously worried, not knowing who the top one was. The name that shocked him was Qian Mo. He stood up in fury, insisting that was impossible. The other teachers buzzed with discussion about the S potential level, unheard of for any student in Hunan. More terrifyingly, he went alone and his talent was unconfirmed. Guo Lian mocked, no wonder he was calm earlier. Such a genius threatens Han Yu's champion position. The loudspeaker announcing the rules for this exam sounded. The exam area was Luo Water Route, where examinees needed to surpass 2 of the 4 boss monsters to enroll. The voice from the loudspeaker announced that the exam officially began. Qian Mo observed during the teleportation. This exam determined his future limits. He decided to display true power to gain a high status, not wanting a repeat of the Magic Lin Academy incident. At this moment, the beginner training secret realm officially opened. Information appeared. Although setting a secret realm projection record could earn a training buff, the isolated memory also stored another type of buff. Qian Mo looked at the system with satisfaction for setting new records for all buffs in Jiang City, giving him many choices. He declared he would choose the basic enhancement storage. The system relayed that this buff could permanently increase all attributes by 5 points and add 5% speed. Your personal information has been updated. He reached level 20, combat power 20 Tum 54, buff being basic enhancement. Everyone was shocked to realize Qian Mo had hidden his SSS potential. According to records, Luomo Water Route was once a magical city with supreme technology. Now polluted by radiation, only monsters and out-of-control machines remain. A monster-level dungeon appeared. The system announced examinees had been taken to an underground castle, and the exam began. Qian Mo silently remarked, at the end of the spiral staircase was the #1 boss among a swarm of mutated rats. Normally, one must clear each step from top to bottom. He did not need to waste time, so he activated a hidden outer gear. In a flash, no one saw him. He had plummeted to the bottom of the abyss. A sticky clump of sludge appeared right there. Qian Mo was intrigued, recognizing the old enemy as sticky radiation dust. It was stronger than the one outside, increased by 2 levels and 500 health. But now things were different. He had 50% additional damage. He immediately unleashed all firepower and attack. Each bullet hit accompanied by a health drop notification. Qian Mo was confident one round was enough to finish it. In the monitoring room, a teacher complained that potential evaluation was just a reference. Actual results were the deciding factor. He believed Qian Mo must have cleared a quarter of the stairs. But the next second, he shouted because he saw he had killed all the radiation dust. Everyone discussed needing to watch closely in the second round. Screen switched to an image of a robot squad. Qian Mo stood alone facing them. Everyone mocked, saying the robot squad attacked indiscriminately, and he would not withstand 2 hits. Han Yufeng sneered that the SSS student was just a reckless fool. In the secret realm, a few students were sent flying past him. In contrast, Chen Qiamo calmly jumped over the firepower below. The teachers were surprised he dodged bombs in the narrow path. Someone noticed the end of the path was the #2 boss. Liu Yamen hid his worry, not knowing how Qian Mo would deal with it. Back inside, he had advanced very close to the purple-pink cage. Inside, it was sealed by old spider webs, and the spider machine immediately spewed more webs. In reality, it was a 6,000 electric shock device, with 4,500 life. Facing it, he still maintained a cold expression. In an instant, he used light body skill to jump up to the spider's height. Finally, he landed on the power button, causing electric shock and overload. The robots below sensed the danger and threw bombs at him. Qian Mo had to switch to a magic staff to destroy them en masse. He then used displacement, and the robot behind him was stunned, unable to react. It was sent flying by him using Metal Mountain Strike. The other robots were all tossed into the air by him. Their bombs were pushed toward the spider, and all collisions were engulfed in a massive explosion. He had to curl up to withstand it. After the battle, only a few scattered pieces of scrap metal remained on the ground. The teacher praised, never expecting just 2 small skills to take down a boss and over 100 minions. He had never seen such a talent. Golian suggested switching the main screen to Qian Mo's perspective, and the request was met with approval as many wanted to study his techniques, and Yufeng swallowed his anger. Today, Head Hanyu was supposed to be the main event, yet an unknown student had stolen the spotlight. But now, he was being watched by hundreds of eyes. One slip-up would be caught. He wanted to see if he could make a mistake. Currently, Qian Mo had entered a different space, facing the 996 mass attacker with 5,000 life. Qian Mo couldn't help, be on guard. This was top killing machine of Mukri Kang. As per convention, defeating it would guarantee a spot in the top 10 universities. It was known as the boss due to its buff skill Senescence Aura, which increased damage by 5% per second within 50 meters, causing challengers to suffer 60% physical damage within 1 minute, greatly increasing the risk of death. To Qian Mo, he thought contemptuously it was all trivial. After that, he charged forward again ahead of the boss. The tip of his spear repeatedly performed the thrusting motion. Next, Qian Mo took the chance to execute a slide, moving parallel to its mechanical body. After tightly hugging the robot's back, his chest slam activated. The projection screen clearly recorded every detail of his action sequence. Murmurs arose, saying that using a chest slam against a heavy unit showed a lack of fundamental knowledge. Yufeng burst out laughing, but someone suddenly cut in. Look at his status, everyone. He was not affected by the Senescence Aura. The others exclaimed in shock, why was the damage buff not taking effect? He also grew angry. This brat, could he be utilizing the invincible moment of the chest slam? What is invincibility? Some skills have extremely short invincibility frames, few can utilize them, but during that time, one can be immune to all damage and abnormal statuses. A spectator exclaimed, each class has a few such skills. Could he have chosen the solo player class for this reason? In the combat zone, Qian Mo used Circular Slash to attack Senescence Aura, dealing massive damage to enemies within a 3-meter radius and knocking them back. And he combined it with Airstrike to increase the damage. Senescence Aura took a direct hit, unable to stop it. Qian Mo continued to pull out a golden spear, stabbing its body 4 to 5 times consecutively, each attack force exceeding 260. He struggled a bit, using the enhancement mechanism. Just then, the system announced that Senescence Aura's 5-second cooldown was ready. Qian Mo's weapon transformed into a longsword. The viewing room buzzed. This was a specialized silver-grade weapon. He was only level 20. How could he possess a divine artifact? The person next to him gasped. Could he have connections with the higher-ups? On the screen, Qian Mo was still calmly attacking Senescence Aura. The crowd held their heads in horror. Wait, why isn't he affected? I get it, he's utilizing the invincible moment of Fierce Bash. The older professors also marveled at his incredible prediction and control skills, fearing they couldn't do it even in a lifetime. No wonder his potential rating was SSS. In the combat room, Qian Mo excitedly shouted, preparation complete, time to finish it. Radiant emission fired from the purple orbs behind him, heading straight towards Senescence Aura. Each wave of attacks struck different parts of its body. Amidst the smoke, Shen Qiamo confidently observed the predetermined outcome of Senescence Aura. The crowd buzzed over the victory in just 24 minutes, breaking the old record by over 2 hours. Some regretted that if he switched to a battle mage he would reach tier 4. Others argued it must be a Polarm Saint. Still others thought all views were narrow-minded. At this moment, Wu Zhonglai crossed his arms and evaluated seriously. In my opinion, Qian Mo is very likely walking a completely new path. In the future, his solo player class will surpass all others. The reason Mecha Makar El Gigar was the final boss was not only due to level 24 6000 HP and astonishing physical defense, but also because during battle, the 6 passages around the hall would continuously spawn all kinds of monsters. To defeat him, players had to face the boss and countless minor monsters from all sides. One slight mistake would lead to being overwhelmed, which was why no one had ever passed it. Watching Senescence Aura enter repair state, Qian Mo confidently faced it. Others might not be able to, but I have a way, only need 2 minutes. Summon Spirit Adwenshan de Ki Lai Wu Sai Bing Nai Sai Fu Li Ti Zeng Di Ao Zu Lu Yi Sai Mage Gabulin He Di Taunt Doll Shu Lu Lu Self-Destruct Unit S8 Corona G1 Venom Snake Cannon XS Hunter 7 GX60. As he finished speaking, a crowd of spirits and mages appeared one by one. His weapon transformed into a mystic staff, incantations flowing out. Soul Blade spraying Sweating Song, Devouring Pulai Meng, Ice Bone Dia, Dawn Blessing, Voice of Nature, Revenge of Holy Light Infusion Light. Among the onlookers, someone shouted, I get it, he's using his pet army to block the minor monster's path, then focusing all his power on the boss. A colleague added, he just said it only takes 2 minutes, but summoning and buffing already took 2 minutes. Could it be? Tianmo's weapon changed into a Gatling machine gun. He smiled and stepped forward. Alright, let's begin. In the distance, Senescent's aura had awakened from the attack. It threw its arms up, bombs and bullets firing continuously towards Tianmo. A faint purple light flashed in his eyes. The Gatling machine gun aimed straight at the charging Senescent's aura. Jade green magic condensed, each line of damage reaching 1,000. On the big screen, Senescent's aura fell over, with the cool silhouette of Tianmo carrying the machine gun on his shoulder behind it. The crowd shouted in fear, "Killed, is it killed?" At the same time, Hanyu Mashao joined Academy ranked in potential, ranking second. Mashao wiped his sweat and panted, "Not bad today. Only 30 minutes to beat Boss 2. He thought this year's provincial top scorer was his. But while he was complacent, the system announcement came. Congratulations to Qian Mo from Jiangcheng Academy for passing the entrance exam, becoming the provincial top scorer of Northern Hubei. Completion time was 30 minutes. Evaluation grade SSS. This is the best record in history. Mashao clutched his head and collapsed, unable to believe it. What, such a despairing record? Can a human really achieve this? Han Yu joined Academy. Li Ganyu ranked in potential, ranking 6th. He was running for his life and looked at the announcement board, mouth agape. Are you kidding me? Han Yu joined Academy was actually defeated. As he spoke, 2 fireballs flew towards him, screams echoing. Xing Xing was also fighting fiercely, shooting at the control units of each robot. Looking at the announcement board, she narrowed her eyes with determination. Classmate Cheng, I will try my best to keep up with your pace. Li Heng smiled, indicating it was within the data. As expected, old Mo, creating another miracle. Our students' morale will be boosted. In the hall, female students screamed, Qian Mo is so strong, I like him so much. I want to bear his children. Qian Mo is both handsome and powerful. I'm in love. The assistant behind He Yufeng covered his ears. This is bad, director. Many students from our school just now were affected by Qian Mo's results. Their operations failed and they were eliminated. He Yufeng gritted his teeth and slammed the table. Damn it. On the other hand, Wu Zhonglei clapped in praise. Excellent. He brings glory to our Xia kingdom. For Xia kingdom to have such an outstanding genius is truly a blessing. He sighed inwardly. No wonder he was the talent that the high-ranking officials from the Management Association had their eyes on. Go Lian, sitting next to He Yufeng, also smiled unconvinced. Today, Jiangcheng Academy gave Han Yu Join Academy a lesson they won't forget. Liu Yamin directly taunted He Yufeng. Sometimes, one trump card can tear through the bamboo curtain of 1,000 people. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Do not underestimate a poor youth. For Qian Mo, the announcement board appeared. He clenched his fist in pride. The special design of the entrance exam secret realm, with the limited vision time of the Mocker Nil thermal plug, gave me enough preparation time. This maneuver is hard to replicate in real combat, otherwise, each time I activate buffs and summons, everything would be simple. The system popped up a gift box congratulating him for passing the Nomakuri Kang with an SSS rating and breaking the record. As a magic controller, the reward was upgraded by 2 tiers. In the secret realm, Kianmo received a total of 182,933 experience points and a Yang Gold Diamond Seek Treasure. Kianmo pressed to open the gift box, not expecting the experience in the entrance exam secret realm to be so high. A level 20 secret realm could also reward a Yang Gold Diamond. Could the entrance exam secret realm be special? Let me see what other surprises there are. A book dropped along with the system notification. Congratulations, you received the S-rank skill book Basic Attack Speed. He couldn't help but be delighted. Not bad luck, did an S-rank skill book here. Due to the restrictions of the magic controller class, I cannot learn skills at the academy. Finding an S-rank skill book outside is a fantasy. Therefore, this reward is truly a lifesaver. Especially the attack speed increase effect perfectly compensates for the agility cap of the limit effect. And this attack speed book could be directly added to the current attack speed, completely disregarding the limit effect. Truly a qualitative leap. Just after learning it, another notification popped up. Basic attack speed passive skill increased to 15%. Current attack speed is 32.8%. Ganmo clenched his fist in confidence. This wave of development is rapid. My speed now completely overwhelms my peers, even surpassing most level 30 players. Looking at Senescent's aura lying on the floor, he calmly calculated. Next will be the final hidden reward. He took out a bottle of green liquid, radiant water, and while opening the lid, muttered to himself. If he remembered correctly, pouring this on the face of the final boss would get him a corrosion mask. As soon as he poured it on the face of the decaying old Halo, the system immediately reported, "Congratulations, you have received the hidden item, Corrosion Mask." Corrosion Mask could turn the wearer into the dwarf race for half an hour, changing both height and weight, with a cooldown of 12 hours. Qianmo said calmly, "Alright, since all the rewards are collected, let's head head to the academy. The large bulletin board on campus displayed bold text. Congratulations to student Qian Mo from Jiangcheng Academy for winning first place. Qian Mo was teleported back to the assembly area. The crowd stirred up a commotion upon seeing him appear, some even startled in shock. A few people immediately surrounded Qian Mo. Congratulations on achieving the top provincial score this year. I always believed in you. Today you truly lived up to that belief. His eyes scanned around, all sweet words flattering him to the skies. No wonder you are a once-in-a-millennium genius. Who else could handle the demon beast extermination mission? That's right, Xia country needs brave people like you. The future of Xia country is in your hands. Go for it, sweep away all difficulties, and build a beautiful homeland. I believe you will definitely succeed. Qian Mo frowned in annoyance. These people sure knew how to calculate, trying to use public opinion to force him with the label of patriotism. Later, when demon beasts attacked, he would have no choice but to fight or be criticized. The corner of his mouth curled into a sarcastic smile, truly a kill without a blade. After standing apart from the crowd for a moment, he finally spoke. Could the teachers who just now wanted me to bring glory to the nation please step forward a bit? An instructor in a purple robe crossed his arms and confidently retorted, Student Cheng, what is it you want by calling us out? Qian Mo continued to play along naturally. Nothing much. Just wanted to get to know my future comrades. I know my own abilities are limited. If I have to sacrifice for the country later on, of course I need to find like-minded people to go to the battlefield together. His eyes locked onto them. Since you are all so bold-spoken, you must be mentally prepared to die, right? The whole group broke out in cold sweat, each one declining in turn. Student Cheng, you must be joking. We are weak and lack strength. We can't be of any help. The teacher next to him chimed in. Right, how can we compare to you? We were just joking for fun. Qian Mo immediately seized the key point. Well said, for fun. He slowly stepped towards them. According to your logic, a student like me dares to go, yet you teachers at levels 30 and 40 want to be deserters. Is Xia country not your homeland too? Or could it be that your words just now had some other intent? The crowd immediately chimed in. This sounds wrong. So you wanted to morally bind and threaten to destroy a future genius. How vicious. I need to file a complaint with the Ministry of Education later. A calm, steady voice rang out to suppress the crowd. No need to file a complaint. I already heard everything. Guolian, now on behalf of the Ministry of Education, I will deal with you. All 6 teachers had their teaching qualifications permanently revoked, and their school's evaluation ratings were reduced by 2 levels for the next 5 years. 3 teachers started crying and ran towards Guolian. President, give us another chance. We know we were wrong. We only made a mistake out of jealousy. We have elderly mothers and young children at home. We can't bear this outcome. Wu Zhang walked over to Qian Mo, shook his hand and praised. Not bad. No wonder you are the top student from the northern provinces of Hubei. Not only talented, but also extremely mature in thinking. Qian Mo remained courteous. Commissioner Wu flatters me. After the handshake, the man glanced at Guo Lian. President, I hope you can arrange a private room for us. I have a few things I want to discuss with Qian Mo in private. A moment later, in a meeting room of a campus building, Qian Mo and Wu Zhang sat opposite each other. Raising his teacup for a sip, Wu Zhang started, Student Cheng, do you happen to know someone in the upper echelons of the Management Association? Qian Mo held the hot tea and thought to himself, it seems I can't hide it anymore. But I'm also curious about that old man's identity. On the surface, he feigned confusion. Actually, I don't know his identity either. I just happened to meet him by a lake once while fishing. Wu Zhang heard the answer and felt it hit him like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. Fishing. Could it be that? The man only thought to himself, waiting for Qian Mo to continue. At that time he gave me a ring. He held up the shining ring and saw the character clearly. Wu Zhang crushed his teacup and stood up sharply. You actually have the token of Old Man Qin? Among the upper echelons of the Management Association, only one person is surnamed Qin. That is the only level 4 combat mage of Xia country, the ultimate powerhouse standing at the top of the pyramid, the battle spirit. Why, to crossing level 75, Fai Yu. Wu Zhang, sweating, looked at Qian Mo's puzzled expression and calculated. Even though Old Man Qin's combat power is incredibly strong, his personality is famously eccentric, and it's not easy for him to befriend anyone. Qian Mo is clearly just a student. How did he earn such regard from Old Man Qin? Regardless of the reason, with this connection, this child's future was sure to be extremely smooth. After thinking for a while, the man slowly sat back down. Student Cheng, I cannot reveal much about Old Man Qin. I can only say he is a top-tier powerhouse of Xia country. The man pushed the ring with the character Qin back towards him. In my personal opinion, keep the ring he gave you on your hand. It may prove very useful to you in the future. A broad broadcast came through the TV news from Jiangcheng Satellite TV. The college entrance exam has just ended. Student Qian Mo of Jiangcheng Academy has made history, becoming the top scorer in the northern region of Hubei province. Under his leadership, Jiangcheng Academy achieved the second highest score in the entire province. The senior teachers of Jiangcheng Academy returned in triumph, with Mayor Gan Jiaqing and the president of the city's management association Tong Ao personally arriving at the scene to welcome the heroes. At the gate of Jiangcheng Academy, a line of large vehicles blocked the entire road. The students standing by the roadside exclaimed in awe, "Look, why are there so many cars?" The big brother type said in a commanding tone, "Don't you know? Today is the day for the self-selected enrollment of schools across Xia country. The top 300 of the entire province are eligible to participate." Another person gasped, "Damn, looking at the logos on the cars, 16 of the top 30 schools in the country are already here. In previous years, having 5 schools come was already a big deal. This is a first in history." The blonde-haired big brother nodded. "Of course, these schools are definitely here for Senior Cheng. I wonder which school Senior Cheng will finally choose." The academy's classroom, the door was closed tight. A calm person stood before the representatives and introduced himself. "I am Liu Yamin, representative of Jiangcheng Academy. Welcome, everyone. On the large screen is the information on this year's qualified students. You can enter the student ID numbers of those you want into the control panel. Afterwards, I will arrange interviews based on your choices." One person looked at the board and shouted, "Oh my god, a strategy of over 20,000. Even if he's the top scorer in the entrance exam, he can't be this exaggerated." The person next to him also broke out in a cold sweat. "This is even stronger than more than half of the students at our school." Tang Yusheng, the grade principal of Maling University, sneered inwardly. "Truly a bunch of country bumpkins who haven't been to the city. This Qian Mo, starting from what age did he destroy our school student team? Having such combat power is only natural." Seeing Qian Mo's votes had already reached 16, he thought to himself, "Even if I can't recruit him, I at least have to resolve the previous feud." The grade principal of Lanshan University, Wang Kaifu, found him even more impressive. "This kid Huang Tian, ever since he suddenly smartened up, he always may pay attention to the solo player profession." The person Huang Tian mentioned must be him, truly no ordinary person. No wonder Huang Tian was so fanatical. "Today I absolutely have to get him." Half an hour later, Qian Mo's votes obviously occupied 16 votes, with Xing Xing getting 10 votes. But Sun Qi Huang Ye and the other 8 were all below 10, including Zhang Wei who only got 1 vote. Looking at the results on the screen, Liu Yamin announced, "Alright, the results are tabulated. In 5 minutes, please head to your interview rooms." However, the situation for student Qian Mo is quite special. All the schools want to interview him. Since everyone is so enthusiastic, how about we organize a group interview after the other students are done? The group protested. "What kind of joke is this? It goes against the rules, a group interview with 16 schools. Are you trying to make us compete openly?" "That's right. How can you just set the price on the spot like that for your school? If it's not possible, then just give up on this student." A sarcastic voice rang out. "Our Maling University agrees with this plan." Tang Yusheng smiled. "A once-in-a-century genius like Qian Mo deserves for us to make an exception." The person next to him was startled. "Chang, are you doing this on purpose?" Wang Kaifu also gave a triumphant smile and continued, "Our Lantern Academy also agrees. We are willing to participate in the public interview." The group immediately started discussing. "Oh damn, 2 of the top 10 schools have already betrayed us on the spot. If we don't participate, won't we just be letting them benefit?" "That's right. I also want to see in person just how monstrous a student with 22,000 strategy points and an SSS potential rating really is." Shortly after, voices of representatives rang out one by one. "Our Shenyang University also agrees. Our Qingbei University also agrees." A while later, in another room, Zhang Lai held the admission list and opened the door to enter. "Professor Liu, the results of the independent interviews are out. Jiangcheng Academy has 28 students passing through, an admission rate exceeding 60%. He handed the paper to Liu Yamin. Xing Xing was even admitted to Baiting University. Holding the paper, the old man's pupils contracted. "How is this possible? So many passed. Since when did our students become this good? Are they crazy?" Lanshan University accepted 4, Maling University accepted 6. It seems these 2 schools really went all out to gain Qian Mo's favor. Liu Yamin's gaze followed the interrogation room opposite, anxious. "Now it all depends on Qian Mo's performance. The group interview of 16 schools is unprecedented. That is the last thing I can do for him. No matter what his final decision is, from this moment on, his reputation will soar." Qian Mo stood alone in the middle of the 16-school council. Chang Yusheng spoke with a familiar tone. "Student Qian Mo, I am Chang Yusheng, representative of Maling Academy. There were a few minor misunderstandings between us before. I hope you won't mind." Qian Mo's eyes sharpened slightly. "So he was the minion sent by Zhang Hongshan. It seems Maling Academy academy intends to reconcile the enmity with me. Beside him, Wang Kaifu was not to be outdone. I am Wang Kaifu, representative of Lantian Academy. There should be someone in our academy whom you know. He previously gave you a very high recommendation to me. Qian Mo swallowed a gulp of nervous saliva. Isn't this the academy where Huang Tian is studying? Could that kid have spilled something to others? The surrounding representatives all jeered in envy. Good. Good. Old Chang, old Wang. So you two had prior connections. You hid it well. No wonder you were the first to jump in when the group interview was decided. Student Chang, choosing an academy affects your future. You must not decide based solely on personal relationships. Among the 16 schools, the representative of Shenyan Academy sat silently on the edge. He couldn't help thinking, I never thought the Divine Speech Academy of old would have fallen to such a state. One person had the authority to steer the conversation back to the main point. Ahem, let's stop the chit-chat here and begin. That person was the representative of Qingbai Academy. The man extended his hand towards Qian Mo. Student Chang, the 16 of us have come together, hoping to understand you better. May I ask what your purpose is in choosing the solo player profession? His eyes sharpened, his lips slightly curling as he spoke 4 words: to dominate, then rise. All the adults sighed in admiration. Now that's quite an arrogant ambition. The representative of Bingshuang Academy, Renhang, a level 50 frost mage, sneered and spoke to teach him. It's fine for the young to have dreams, but you still have to be a bit realistic. With a profession with no late game like the solo player, how do you plan to dominate and rise? Upon hearing this, Cheng Yusheng also wondered to himself, true, although his early strength is formidable, solo players are extremely weak in the late game. That is the fundamental reason the vast majority dare not bid high. Qian Mo slowly raised his hands like 10 claws. Whoever says the solo player's attack power is weak can come and try. Ren Hang stood up abruptly and sneered. Good, very good. Kids these days are truly insane. The veins on the man's forehead bulged. If you can beat me today, from now on I will not only stop criticizing you, but will sing your praises. A person next to Ren Hang clapped once, focusing attention. Alright, if both sides agree to a duel, then we will follow the usual competition rules until it's over. A moment later, the two stood facing each other, under the supervision of 15 representatives from other schools. Ren Heng focused his internal energy, summoned a series of swords that floated around him and challenged. I have already reduced my power to level 21. Do not say I am bullying you. Let me show you the difference in combat experience among those of the same level. The crowd behind buzzed with discussion about his skill casting speed, but believed that a student like Ren Heng showing off like this would invite ridicule. Suddenly, he waved his hand, and a frosty gale pushed sharp projectiles toward Qian Mo. Qian Mo calmly stood still, watching nearly a dozen projectiles hurtle toward him, and commented softly, "Is this considered fast? Let me show you what fast really means." As he finished speaking, he drew his weapon. Silver bullets were already loaded into the barrel of the Faizukin gun. Using only one hand, Qian Mo pulled the trigger repeatedly. All the projectiles were shattered by him within a second, and a few bullets even flew back toward Ren Heng. He was too confident and could not react in time, taking 4 or 5 bullets before falling. He was sprawled on the ground just at the start of the match, the entire hall filled with only the sound of Ren Heng collapsing. Qian Mo tilted his head slightly to look at the crowd, and asked coldly, "Is there anyone else who still disagrees?" The entire group jumped up in shock, chattering excitedly. Finished in one move, the weapon in his hand is special silver, his attack speed is monstrous. Is this a solo player or a mobile fortress? Chang Yusheng gritted his teeth. It was definitely this feeling. He understood why Ding Hong and his group were killed, so this kid was this strong. Huang Kaifu also broke out in a cold sweat, thinking that Huang Tian had said such a monstrous friend but never mentioned it earlier. Damn, that the group interview earlier was snatched away by Chang Yusheng. That is a huge loss. While no one had reacted yet, many people rushed to make their offers. Zijialan, Li Yun, Dan Fu, and Yinglan School all offered essence coins and A-rank skill books, and some schools even promised faculty benefits and apartments. Huang Kaifu also stood up, overpowering the others' voices. Our Lantian school promises, as long as you join, we will unlock the entire A-rank skill library access rights. His eyes gleamed brightly. The person next to him mocked. Old Wang is really going all out, trying to bring out the whole school's assets. Chang Yusheng stammered, "You people from Lantian school are truly shameless." The two people at the table also subtly reminded Director Chen. "Old Chen, your Shen Yu school has not made an offer yet." "That is right. Even if the deal does not go through, do not hurt the feelings, just make your offer." Qian Mo waited quietly, finally hearing the person he cared about most speak up. "Our Shen Yu school can unlock full access to all secret realms, plus 1 ability fruit." His voice grew softer as he spoke. Then he stopped dejectedly, causing those beside him to criticize. "Is that all? An ability fruit adds 5 attribute points. Your secret realms are not worth much." Qian Mo slightly lowered his eyes, smiling as he calculated. Skill books were priceless to others but held no value for him. Access to secret realms was the real pleasant surprise. All schools had made their offers, and Mo began to announce his choice. I have felt the enthusiasm of all the teachers. I have my own thoughts. My final decision is... Director Chen lowered his head deeply, thinking that the prestigious schools had too high benefits. Shen Yu School had lost its chance. His mouth fell open when he heard Mo announce his choice of Shen Yu School. Director Chen stood up in shock. Everyone at the table was startled. In the forge, an old voice sounded full of anger. Nonsense. Jiang Wenliang was furious, as if grinding iron that would not become steel, and scolded Mo. You are the top scorer in northern Hebei province. Why would you choose that declining school? Why act so recklessly? He only smiled slightly to calm him. Old Jiang, do not worry about this. I know what I am doing. Let us talk business. How is the situation with the equipment sent for sale earlier? Jiang Wenliang was dejected and did not bother to look at Mo, fumbling through his bag. Fine, I will not lecture you anymore. I see you are not a reckless person. You must have your own plans. 46 pieces of equipment have all been sold with a profit of 920 gold coins. He handed the money pouch to Mo and then asked, do you have any plans for the next step? There is still some time before school starts. Anyway, Mo looked at the light outside the door and stated his intention. I plan to go to Thunder City and conveniently settle some matters. Jiang Wenliang nodded, continuing to rummage through his things. Thunder City, that is the nearest main city to the novice village, about 3 days of travel. That is right, all good things must come to an end. You need to explore the wider world. He pulled out a shiny golden card and handed it to him. I have this gold medal. If you want to participate in the assessment for Master Craftsman, it might be useful. On the way back, the sky had turned to dusk and Mo's silhouette was solitary. He held the gold medal and thought. When old Jiang handed it over, he looked like he wanted to say something. This medal must contain some unforgettable memories. Mo pulled up his system panel to calculate. After deducting the transaction fees, he had secretly sent 120 gold to old Jiang. His current total assets were 933 gold coins. He planned to go buy materials for the second stage of the flowing light distant umbrella. Looking at the items, he remembered he still had Zhang Hongshan's black card, and decided to stop by the auction house as well. He smiled and continued walking. There could be no delay. He had to continue his journey. Mo waved his hand to summon his Beastmaster skill, and a massive wilted one-horned lion appeared. He smiled confidently. Before leaving the novice village, he had spent a large amount of money to learn all 5 secondary professions: herb gathering, alchemy, mining, skinning, and leather working. Over the past 8 days, while hunting and collecting, his herb gathering, mining, and skinning skills had reached 90% experience. At this rate, before arriving at Thunder City, all 3 gathering skills would be maxed out. A sound echoed from the forest, catching Mo's attention. It was the sound of a mosquito. A mosquito was an extremely rare moving treasure in the wild. Although its level was only 27, its health reached 8,000 points. Players of the same level usually found it difficult to defeat it. If one were lucky enough to kill it, there was a small chance of dropping 40-level epic equipment. Mo laughed heartily as he accelerated toward it. Such good luck! Today might just be a profitable day. As he ran, he heard a helpless voice. This big guy is so hard to deal with. Mo stopped. Oh, someone is already here. As he got closer, he saw below a cliff wall a girl was struggling against the mosquito. Ling Rixie was only level 24, a close combat mage, gritting her teeth in resistance. I finally encountered it, but I cannot beat it. No, my magic points and stamina are almost out. I have to run. But the mosquito would not let her go. With its gorilla-like form, it chased her, terrifying Ling Rixie. You ugly freak, do not come over here. She ran while waving her hand, shouting, Phantom Pattern Knight! Blocks of ice continuously struck the mosquito, but it did not even dodge. Ling Roxy waved a few more times, shouting, Take this, a meteor impact from me. Mo stood on the cliff looking down, silently praising. This girl was only level 24, but her attack speed was even faster than his. Her talent was definitely top tier, a true budding talent. What a pity that with her current strength, it was hard for her to defeat the mosquito. Below, the monster was not only unharmed but had become more enraged, its magic radiating as a pressure. It swung its massive arm. Ling Rixie was exhausted and trembled as she exclaimed, We are doomed. She decisively shut her eyes tightly to avoid the fear, thinking that this time it was over. A thud echoed. Ling Rixie opened her eyes wide and found that the strike had been blocked by someone. Mo charged in like a bullet, each strike hitting a weak point, not giving the mosquito a chance to fight back. Then he created distance and used Phantom Pattern Emission to continuously attack it. After dodging the attack, Mo landed just as the mosquito crumbled into pieces of stone. The system notified him that he had leveled up to 22. Ling Rixie's heart pounded, and she blurted out in praise, That was handsome. No, that was amazing. Mo held an item in his hand, and from the notification he knew immediately. Congratulations, you have received an epic weapon, the Rhino Spirit Staff. Rhino Spirit Staff had epic quality, item level 40. but could be equipped at level 25. Besides the basic attributes, it also added 50 points of damage and a recovery effect to all spells and magic effects. Kianmo stored it away carefully, thinking this was a very rare top-tier magic weapon from his past life. It was the earliest skill damage-boosting weapon for magic-type professions. Although he could not use it, it would certainly fetch a high price. Ling Rixie hurriedly approached him to chat. "You are clearly only level 22, but how are you so strong? I am level 24 and cannot even defeat the mosquito, but you killed it easily." As she spoke, she wiped the corner of her eye. "I thought today was my lucky day, finally encountering a rare boss, but I could not beat it." Kian Mo looked at her and comforted her. "Your talent must grant you a great deal of attack speed, right?" She stammered, her eyes wide. "How did you know?" She thought to herself her talent was indeed SS rank, capable of increasing attack speed by up to 40%. Kian Mo knew she understood and shared more. "But your technique is still a bit green. Close combat mages require very high skill. Your tactics earlier were not bad, but your timing for activating skills was not skillful enough." Ling Rixie let out a shy gasp. "You are a solo player, how do you understand close combat mages?" Kian Mo just smiled faintly and shook his head, not denying it. He turned and left. Ling Roxy hurriedly chased after him. "Hey, wait for me!" A moment later, on the road, all obstacles or beasts were handsomely dealt with by Kianmo. Ling Rixie's eyes sparkled, covering her mouth in awe. So impressive, his understanding of close combat mages completely surpasses the teachers at school. Just watching his movements makes me feel like I am opening a new door. Seeing that she was still tagging along, Kianmo said in a deep voice, "Ahead is Thunder City, I have business to attend to. I will go on ahead." From a distance, she bowed slightly. "My name is Ling Rixie. Thank you for your guidance." He did not mean to look, but Kianmo just glanced and saw a soft, rosy area revealed before his eyes. He quickly turned away, coughing a few times. Ling Rixie seemed to realize something as well, hurriedly covering herself. She whined, "How annoying." At the same moment, a dazzling bolt of lightning appeared in the sky. The sun and clear sky momentarily turned red, and a crimson crescent moon also appeared. Both of them were startled simultaneously as they heard the announcement. "The blood moon hangs in the sky. The world is abnormal. A beast tide has appeared in the Thunder City area. The beast tide will arrive within 5 minutes. Everyone please prepare to respond." Ling Roxy screamed in panic. "Oh no, I thought today was lucky. Who knew it would be this unlucky? I never thought I would encounter a monster siege on the city. We are still a distance from Thunder City. We cannot escape now." Kianmo had to calm her down. Beast tides are usually divided into 3 levels: small, medium, and large. Thunder City is only a primary main city. It should not have a medium level beast tide. For now, we can only look for a place nearby to hide. Seeing a spot in the distance within the trees, his eyes lit up. "Found it!" Kianmo immediately grabbed Ling Rixie's hand. Then, without asking, he carried her on his back. Ling Rixie was startled and struggled wildly, asking what he was doing. Kianmo only said seriously, "If you want to live, stay quiet." His strong hands held her waist without any hesitation. Forced to endure the jolts as he ran like the wind, Ling Rixie only got angrier. Where were his hands? That place was not allowed. But the twilight beasts did not give anyone a choice. A horde of them continuously surged forward, too many to count. After shouting for a while, Ling Rixie blushed as she realized he wanted to save her, but this position was too ambiguous. She suggested go down and fight together to clear a path. Kianmo sneered, "Your strength is too weak, you will only affect my sword drawing speed." Blushing deeply, Ling Rixie still decided to have it out, pressing her body against his back. She said, "Did you not want me to hold on tight? Then I will hold on tight for you to see." Kianmo's face also turned red. He thought silently, is this girl a demon, doing something like this in a moment of danger? In just a moment, the two arrived in front of the well. He looked at her with slight concern, telling her to see the abandoned well next to them, hurry and hide inside. She worriedly asked about him. Kianmo quickly said not to worry. He could escape on his own, hurry down. Watching him rush off without hesitation, she bit her lip, moved. Clearly he was just a stranger she had met for the first time. Having thought it through, she resolutely stood in front of Kianmo at an astonishing speed, startling him into asking what she was doing. He told her to hurry and hide, but before he could finish, Kianmo was hugged tightly by her as she rushed forward, pushing him back. As expected, she wanted both of them to jump into the well together. Kianmo had to brace his hands and feet against the well wall to slow down. The well was bottomless. If they continued falling, they would surely die. When his feet caught hold, and he stopped, Kianmo's arms trembled. Ling Rixie was still holding his waist tightly, happily saying they were saved. But she suddenly pulled back in shock, shouting in embarrassment, "Your lower stomach, pull it in, control it a bit, that thing touched me." The sounds of magical beasts running and and roaring came from the well's mouth. The two below waited in tension. Ling Rixie glanced at him, shy but still warning, "Later when we go out, you cannot talk nonsense, understand?" After that, Ling Rixie asked what his name was. He hesitated before answering Qian Mo. Ling Rixie's face was red, her eyes sparkling as she stared straight at him. "Tell me the time you were guiding me earlier. Was it intentional? Why did you do it? You have 3 seconds. Qian Mo turned his head and sighed. This girl truly was a demoness. Where did she get such bizarre questions? He gritted his teeth and answered, "Yes, because of your good talent." She caught a certain word, her face full of danger. "Huh, saint." Qian Mo could only look up at the well's mouth and wait, sweat covering his forehead. Oh heavens, this time the monster attack was taking too long. If this girl asked any more questions, he really could not take it. After an unknown amount of time, a hook was thrown over the well's mouth. The attached rope retracted, pulling both Qian Mo and Ling Rixie up. He quickly jumped up. The weather had returned to normal. Looking to the side, Qian Mo breathed a sigh of relief, finally out. But Ling Rixie's clothes were almost completely torn. She screamed in shock, turning her face away. "Do not look." Qian Mo stammered, almost biting his tongue. Had her clothes torn while coming up here? He quickly tried to smooth things over. "It is fine. Let me sew them for you." Qian Mo took out leather and sewing tools from his bag, shyly handing them to her. He said, "My leather working skill is not high. This is all I can do." Ling Rixie snatched them and scolded, "Go far away, do not peek." He was dejected, to that extent. Finally, Qian Mo moved far away. Ling Rixie finished changing and walked out from behind a rock. He was astonished, covering his mouth in admiration, while she was furious about the short, barely there leather skirt and the low-cut leather top. She asked, "Is this your craftsmanship? You did it on purpose, did not you?" Qian Mo's system quickly displayed a notification. He sewed a round costume. Ling Rixie grabbed it without ceremony, cursing, "And you say you did not do it on purpose? If you had a jacket, why did not you take it out sooner?" She walked away fuming. "I knew men were evil. My mother was not wrong at all." Qian Mo silently lamented, "I pity your father." The gloomy Thunder City was bustling with people coming and going. Ling Rixie turned her head to look at Qian Mo, asking where he planned to go next. Qian Mo spotted a sign for an auction house and answered that he wanted to go there. Ling Rixie became interested. She could lead him. She was very familiar with the place. He turned his head, agreed. "Then let us go together, and I will buy you a new set of clothes as compensation." Ling Rixie was even happier, cheerfully pulling his arm to go. "Really? Then hurry up and go." "But the things I want to buy are not cheap. I do not think you look like someone who is rich. You will not go back on your debt later, will you?" Qian Mo gave a confident smile. "Do not worry, I will not run away. Later you can pick whatever you like, it is all on me." Inside a clothing store hidden on the main street, Ling Rixie and Qian Mo entered. Seeing its grand scale, she was shocked. A store clerk greeted them. The clerk was initially enthusiastic, but after clearly seeing the two of them, she drew out her words, feeling annoyed inside. What bad luck. Where did these two country bumpkins come from? Their clothes were so plain. What a waste of time. Qian Mo seemed to sense the disdain. Ling Rixie was still innocently picking out clothes, asking him if this one looked good. He nodded approvingly. "Not bad, it suits you very well." The fat female clerk crossed her arms contemptuously. "Be careful. The clothes here are very expensive. If you dirty them, you cannot afford to replace them." Hearing this, Ling Rixie looked at the price tag on the collar, startled. So expensive, over 30 gold coins. She awkwardly put it back. She did not even have 150 gold coins on her. She said to forget it, she could not let him spend so much money. Qian Mo stopped her. "It is fine, if you like it, I will buy it. Do you like anything else?" Both the clerk and she were embarrassed. She leaned in and whispered, "This one is very expensive. Those are gold coins, are you not mistaken?" Qian Mo still confirmed, "It is fine, just keep looking at the clothes." He flicked his hand. A bag of gold coins landed squarely on the clerk's counter, almost causing her jaw to drop. Her face did a 180-degree turn as she pulled Ling Rixie's arm. "Miss, over here there are new arrivals." After a while, she came out wearing a new outfit. The clerk cheerfully asked if it was these 2 sets, totaling 40 gold coins. "Let me wrap them up." She sighed inwardly. If her attitude had been good earlier, she could have sold a few more sets. But when it came time to pay, Qian Mo grabbed the clothes first and said, "Do not rush. Let me check the quality first." He picked them up, felt the fabric for a while, then commented, "The quality is nothing special. All the details are not good, there are even flaws, yet it is this expensive." He glared at her. "Are you ripping off amateurs?" The clerk was startled, saying, "You eat carelessly, but you cannot talk carelessly. The store has been open for 20 years, its quality is renowned as the best in the city. Do not talk nonsense." Qian Mo did not back down. "Oh, then call the owner here. I can teach him how to be a tailor." Suddenly, a voice came from the left, quite an arrogant tone. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed, elegant woman walked out, claiming to be the owner of the tailor shop. She asked him if he had just said he wanted to teach her how to work. Qian Mo explained, "Madam's material ratio is probably 50% weaving silk, 40% turning fur, 10% sheep wool, correct? For clothes at this price, to dare put sheep wool in. Even worse, this batch was already defective right after dyeing. Its original brightness was 1 level higher than it is now. Now it has obviously become darker. Is this really what you call top quality?" Are you deceiving your customers? Seamstress turned pale and stammered as she asked how he had noticed it. This should have been absolutely impossible. Ling Rixie quietly glanced at him from behind, secretly wondering if there was anything he did not know. The owner swallowed hard and broke into a cold sweat as she thought it over. This was bad. She had run into a true master of the trade. If this was exposed, her tailor shop would certainly be shut down. The owner finally bowed to Qianmo. Please forgive me for being blind. So you are actually a hidden tailoring master. This batch really was our mistake. I beg you to show mercy and keep this matter private. I will compensate you generously. Ling Rixie took the chance to glare at the saleswoman and complained, your employee looked down on us just now. The owner immediately slapped the employee across the face. How dare you disrespect my honored guest? The employee burst into tears and tried to explain, but the owner shouted for her to shut up. From this moment on, you no longer work here. Get out. Turning back to Qianmo, the owner brought out a box. I have already fired the employee. Please calm your anger. Today you may take anything you like from this shop, and this is a small token of my sincerity. I hope you will accept it. Qianmo put on an innocent smile. I feel embarrassed. I only pointed out the problem because of my profession. As long as you understand, just do not make the same mistake again. By then Ling Rixie was already wandering around the shop. I wanted this outfit earlier, that one is also nice. I like the style. This color is beautiful. I will take it too. The tailor shop owner was furious but could not say a word. She could only silently pray, little ancestor, please show some mercy and do not empty out my entire shop. After leaving the shop and strolling through the streets, Ling Rixie still could not believe it. They had taken 8 of the newest outfits for free. What an incredible haul. Hurry and see how much money that woman gave you. Qianmo opened the box. The glittering gold made her eyes light up. He smiled. It looked like that woman had cheated quite a lot of people. She had actually paid 300 gold coins as hush money. He silently calculated that his wealth had now reached 1,070 gold coins, making him incredibly rich in Thunder City. Ling Rixie happily grabbed his hand. Did you not want to visit the auction house? Come on, I will lead the way. A short while later, Qianmo and Ling Rixie stood before the auction house. It looked as grand as a castle. He widened his eyes in amazement. He had never expected the auction house to be so much more magnificent than in his previous life. She glanced back and introduced it. Surprised, this is only a master rank auction house. I looked exactly like you the first time I came here. Without hesitation, Ling Rixie pulled him forward. Come on, I will take you inside. They walked to the reception desk. Ling Rixie placed her badge down and asked how long until the next auction began and whether there were any private rooms left. The receptionist picked up the silver card with delight. Welcome, esteemed silver card guest. The auction will begin in 10 minutes. There is still one final VIP room available. I will arrange it for you immediately. Qianmo smiled faintly. He had already guessed this girl was no ordinary person, yet he had not expected her to possess a silver card from the auction house. It was probably given to her by her family elders, but that was fine. He would not need to reveal his black card. Just as everything was about to be settled, a group of 3 arrogantly pushed forward and asked whether there were any private rooms left. Young Master Junji wished to attend the auction. The receptionist apologized awkwardly. Dear guest, the last VIP room has already been reserved by this young lady. She is a silver card holder. Junji disdainfully flicked out a gold card and tossed it onto the table. A mere silver card is considered VIP. Take a closer look and see what color this is. The receptionist picked it up and gasped. This is actually a gold card. The receptionist immediately changed her attitude. I am sorry, miss, but you will have to make a concession. I will arrange the best standard private room for you. Ling Rixie could only stare in disbelief. When she turned toward Qianmo, she saw him shaking his head. Junji and his 2 lackeys swaggered away, leaving Ling Rixie furious. At least you people know your place. If you ruin young Master Wei's mood, you will regret it. Ling Rixie asked Qianmo indignantly. We clearly arrived first. The receptionist had already agreed to give us the room. He had no reason at all. Why would you not me argue? He looked at her meaningfully. It is fine. Let us have some fun with them. Inside standard room 996, Ling Rixie was still fuming. That guy earlier was so hateful. I am furious. Qianmo gently told her to calm down. Do not rush. The real show is only just beginning. Ling Rixie looked confused. What show? We do not even know who they are. Do you really have a plan? Qianmo had just taken a sip of water when he choked and turned his head to cuff. He walked to one side of the room and slowly spoke. From my observation, that Junji is a level 26 elementalist. As long as we know that, dealing with him will not be difficult. In a moment he will experience what real discrimination feels like. Taking out the ring engraved with the character Qianmo placed a mountain of treasures before Ling Rixie, leaving her mouth hanging open in shock. You actually have treasures like these? This is unbelievable. There are even medicinal herbs and ores I have never seen before. No wonder you are so wealthy. On the auction stage, the host Wang Gang stepped forward. Esteemed guests, I am the auctioneer for today's event. Now let us officially begin. The first auction item is 10 stream orchid herbs, an essential ingredient for elementalists to craft mana potions. The starting price is 2 gold coins, with each bid increasing by no less than 20 silver coins. Inside VIP room 414, Junji curled his lips in satisfaction. 10 herbs at once, and they are this cheap, I will gladly take them. The bids on the screen steadily climbed from 40 and 80 silver coins to 3 gold coins. At last Wang Gang struck the hammer. Congratulations to buyer number 414 for the final bid of 15 gold coins, winning all 10 stream orchid herbs. Holding the stream orchid herbs in his hand, Junji nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Although they cost an average of 1.5 gold coins each, they are still worth it. It is not easy to obtain 10 at once. At that moment Wang Gang continued. The second auction item is also stream orchid herbs, but this time there are 46 of them. The starting price is 4.6 gold coins, with each bid increasing by no less than 50 silver coins. The crowd erupted with excitement. 46 stream orchid herbs, and the opening bid is even lower than before. What are we waiting for? The numbers on the bidding board quickly rose from 6 to 7, and then all the way to 50 gold coins. Junji grinned as he kept pressing the bidding button. Hmph, these stream orchid herbs are definitely mine. Let me crush all of you with my bids. But the screen suddenly displayed a message along with a voice. We apologize. By request of the seller, buyers with the surname Wei are prohibited from participating in this auction. Please wait for the next opportunity. Junji nearly bit his tongue. Damn it, this is targeting me. Wang Gang swiftly announced. Congratulations to buyer number 782 for the final bid of 60 gold coins. Junji clenched his neck in fury. That price was even lower than mine. Yet they got all 46 herbs. I suffered a huge loss. The gold coins were delivered to Qian Mo's room. He looked at them and said, now it is confirmed. Room 414 belongs to Junji. Ling Rixi blinked in confusion. How did you figure that out? He pointed at the pile of gold coins he had just received. Both batches of stream orchid herbs were supplied by me. However, I placed a restriction preventing Junji from bidding on one batch, and judging by how desperately buyer number 414 wanted the herbs, he could not possibly ignore the second batch. The only explanation is that the buyer's surname is Wei, and he is an elementalist. She immediately understood and praised him. You are amazing. You completely mastered the auction restriction system. That man with the surname Wei must be going crazy by now. Qian Mo rubbed his hands modestly. This is only the appetizer. From now on he will only be able to watch helplessly. During the following auctions, the same cold announcement kept driving Junji insane. We apologize. By request of the seller, buyers with the surname Wei are prohibited. That man roared with furious resentment. Junji's eyes turned bloodshot as he ordered his 2 lackeys. Go find the manager. For me, today I must find that damned seller. The 2 hurried off immediately. Below the auction hall, Wang Gang continued calmly. Ladies and gentlemen, next comes the final item of this round, an exceptionally rare treasure. Please take a close look. Auction number 88. The epic grade Spirit Rhinoceros staff increases spirit and constitution by 11 points, adds 50 points of magic damage, and can be equipped at level 25. The starting bid is 100 gold coins, with each increase no less than 10 gold coins. The price gradually climbed to 520 gold coins. Junji covered his face with regret. I can only try placing a bid, my heavens. This is truly an incredibly rare treasure. It is worth going all out for. But perhaps I will not even be allowed to bid on this one. Just as that man expected, this time the restriction was different and came with a condition. We apologize. By request of the seller, buyers with the surname Y may only increase their bids by no less than 100 gold coins each time. Junji became even more enraged. Loud crashing sounds echoed through the room as that man smashed things around. His body trembled. You want me to raise the price 10 times each bid? You are playing with me. Today I will fight you to the end. You will learn that my money is not so easy to take. Even so, the auction announcement continued. Congratulations to buyer number 414 for winning the Spirit Rhinoceros staff with a final bid of 840 gold coins. Junji collapsed onto the floor. Damn it, I have gone mad. I actually spent all my savings on a single weapon. Qian Mo snapped his fingers and smiled with satisfaction, counting both purchases and sales today. My wealth has reached 2,660 gold coins. What a tremendous harvest. At that very moment, an unexpected visitor arrived outside the room, opening the door and walking straight in. Greetings. I am the auction house manager. Several people wish to meet with you. Qian Mo stepped in front of Ling Rixi, silently thinking that at first he had only intended to make you lose some money before letting you off. If you have other intentions, then do not blame me for showing no mercy. Junji stepped forward and glared at Qian Mo. So it was you, brat, you used tricks to toy with me earlier. He did not deny it, that is right. The lackeys shouted, do you even know who our young master Wei is? You dare oppose him? Are you tired of living? Qian Mo still wore a mocking smile. Of course I know, Junji, so what? Hearing that cutting insult, Junji became even more furious. That man clenched his fists and challenged him. You really have a death wish. Do you dare fight me in a life or death duel? Kianmo answered without hesitation, fine. His eyes lowered slightly, filled with profound meaning. A short while later, beneath the auction arena, Kianmo and Junji stood facing each other. That man held the spirit rhinoceros staff and sneered, You little brat, you brought this upon yourself. Challenging this young master is the greatest mistake of your life. The surrounding crowd gasped in admiration. An epic weapon? That is incredible. A player 4 levels below his opponent will surely be crushed. Flames burst from the tip of the staff as Junji mocked him again. Today I will use the spirit rhinoceros staff that you sold to personally send you to your grave. Kianmo pressed his lips together slightly, revealing a confident smile. With lightning speed, he had already slipped behind Junji before anyone realized it. A powerful kick slammed into that man's back, sending him flying without even managing to cry out. The pain made Junji's head spin. That man could not believe it. How could this be? Junji flew through the air, gripping his staff tightly, panic rising as he realized he had been restrained. Kianmo drew his weapon and transformed it into a spear. He relentlessly attacked both the staff and Junji. The crowd below wondered why he ignored Nguyen and kept striking the staff instead. They believed his goal was to wear down its durability, a ruthless tactic because once it reached 0, the equipment would be permanently destroyed. Ling Rixie's heart trembled. This was truly the man she had chosen, completely merciless, making Junji lose both his money and 4 levels. Junji panted heavily, clutching the cracked staff as he heard the notification that the spirit rhinoceros staff had only 1 durability point left. It was about to break. Kianmo raised 2 fingers to command the magic. If someone liked bullying others, he would see it through to the end. Arcane runes erupted, the spirit rhinoceros staff shattered completely. Junji took the full barrage of icy spikes and screamed, My staff. His body grew unbearably heavy. Junji collapsed onto ground. Kianmo slowly walked over to where that man lay face down. He pulled out a small card, tapped it against Junji's temple, smiled mockingly, and asked, Look carefully, what color is it? Blood seeped from Junji's lips. His eyes nearly burst open. Black card. The man refused to accept defeat, but his strength was gone. After suffering the overwhelming shock, he fainted. The crowd stood frozen in disbelief. The item he held was a black card. Someone asked what rank a black card represented. A scar-faced man explained that the black card ranked second only to the red card. Another person suddenly realized Kianmo was the Hubei provincial champion, the rogue monster, an SS potential genius, undoubtedly a member of one of Xia Nation's great clans. Ling Rixie grabbed Kianmo by the collar with reddened eyes. Provincial champion, you hit it well. You clearly had a black card and never showed it. Kianmo rubbed her head. Sorry, I only hit it to lure Junji into taking the bait. Don't be angry anymore. Ling Roxy blushed deeply and turned away. You jerk. So many people are watching. Be more careful. I'll let you off this time. The manager bowed respectfully, saying he had failed to recognize Mount Tai, and offered a small gift, hoping it would not be rejected. Cold sweat covered his back as he thought that offending such a great expert would never be settled without paying a heavy price. Looking at the item inside the golden box, Kianmo found it amusing. Sun Moon Demon Scale. Today truly was a lucky day. He had obtained another material to upgrade the heavenly umbrella. He accepted it without hesitation and handed the manager a sheet of paper. Today's incident was entirely Junji's own fault. If anyone sold the materials listed here, please purchase them for me. The manager accepted it immediately and promised to complete the task. Along the way, a trace of sadness appeared on her face. Kianmo looked at her curiously. What's wrong? Is something bothering you? Raising her misty eyes, Ling Rixie softly asked, I have to return home for a while. Will you miss me? He blushed, turned his face away, scratched his nose awkwardly, and answered yes. Hearing that, she placed a hand beneath his chin, turned his face toward her, and gently kissed his cheek. That's more like it. After the kiss, she ran away shyly. You bad guy, this is your reward. While I'm away, you are not allowed to look at other girls. You have to keep your promise. Kianmo smiled as he touched his cheek. What a little temptress. During the following days, he immersed himself in crafting. Both the speed potion and the basic vitality potion reached perfect mastery. His herbalism experience reached 9,000, and with the bonus points, it was just enough to reach 10,000 and advance to intermediate level. Kianmo shook the potion with its 80% experience bonus. In just one day, he completely mastered herbalism. The 400 gold coins spent renting this crafting room were truly worth it. Now that the ingredients were gone, it was time to head outside and inspect the goods. Around Thunder City, at Nightfall Town, Kianmo observed his surroundings. Nightfall Town was a strange monster nest occupied by level 25 wraiths. Once night descended, they became 5 times stronger. Ordinary players never appeared here. This was his personal hunting ground. He released a withered branch ranch, the night of slaughter officially began. The staff activated, summoning spirits, aid flame, saming deck, Leos, Banes, magic summons, goblin Hector, provocation puppet, Shulu. He ordered his followers hidden in the darkness. You have only one mission. Lure every monster from every corner into this battle. As soon as he finished speaking, he ordered them to spread out, and the spirits and summoned mages immediately flew away. They herded wave after wave of wraiths and monsters back, waiting for Kianmo to eliminate them. Everything gathered in the central plaza, temporarily holding back the wraiths. I'll handle the final room myself. A short while later, inside a house, two groups of monsters fought each other before smashing through the windows and charging outside. While his followers held the monsters back, Kianmo leaped over their heads and threw a specialized net, capturing 3 of them. He activated a long-distance travel scroll and dragged them away. He had to move faster or his summons would die. He immediately drank a perfect agility potion, increasing his movement speed by 80% for 1 minute. Kianmo's spirits and contracted creatures had already been surrounded by wraiths. Kianmo threw the net down in front of them and stood before his summons. The overwhelming pressure was dangerous, but fortunately none of them had died yet. More wraiths were still gathering. He swung his staff, creating a wall of ice that sealed the wraiths inside. Kianmo sprang high into the air and summoned a grappling gun, smiling at the wraiths. The next step was my greedy harvest. As he spoke, he snapped his fingers. Quantum explosion. A massive sphere dropped into the center of the ice wall. Level 1 launches a quantum light bomb at enemies, dealing damage within a 10-meter radius, with a chance to inflict paralysis. The bomb can be controlled within 100 meters, cooldown 20 seconds. World-shaking explosion erupted inside the ice wall. Kianmo had already moved far away. The wraiths and monsters were blown apart. Some lost arms while others lost their heads. Every one of them was completely wiped out. Kianmo sighed with satisfaction. Instant annihilation. A large-scale destructive weapon like the quantum bomb was simply too powerful against areas below level 30. As expected of a skill stolen from the altar, with just one burst of light, his experience bar had already increased by 1/40th. Looking at the monsters and the rising death aura, he guessed he had gathered their essence. They would soon be reborn. Next came the simple mechanization upgrade. As soon as he finished speaking, Kianmo waved his hand, and another enormous oppressive construct appeared in the sky. After struggling through the entire night, the first rays of dawn appeared beyond the horizon. Kianmo sat atop a rooftop to rest, then stared at his status panel in astonishment. After only one night, he had reached level 25. The status window displayed his attributes and wealth. Several values had increased along with his level. Kianmo nodded in satisfaction. After assigning his points, his 79 base strength was quickly catching up with agility. Before reaching level 30, I should be able to raise both attributes above 100. After reviewing everything, he jumped down from the rooftop. There were 4 days left before the new students enrolled, but I should finish my leatherworking experience first. At the leatherworking workshop in Thunder City, Kianmo gasped for breath as he finally crafted an excellent wolf fur hat, earning enough experience to advance to intermediate level. 3 exhausting days. Tomorrow is the opening ceremony. I really want to relax. Inside the library, an employee handed him a book. Hello, this is the intermediate crafting skill book you requested. As he accepted the book, a middle-aged man approached and started a conversation. Young friend, at such a young age, you have already advanced both herbalism and leatherworking to intermediate level. Such talent is truly rare. The crowd exclaimed in admiration. That is the president of the Thunder City Life Profession Association, and the young man beside him is Kianmo, the Hubei provincial champion. Everyone marveled at his extraordinary talent. Kianmo turned back cautiously and asked, "May I ask who you are?" The man introduced himself warmly. I am Gao Jin, president of the Thunder City Life Profession Association. The staff reported your outstanding performance, and I would like to invite you to join the association. Kianmo remained indifferent. Sorry, I'm not interested. Gao Jin was stunned and tried to persuade him. Don't reject it so quickly. I can offer you the position of council member. The crowd erupted in shock. A council member ranked 3rd within the association, below only the president and the elders. In every store across the continent, you would permanently receive a 15% discount, saving countless amounts of money. Kianmo glanced at him, silently recalling that this association had never appeared in his previous life. There must be enormous benefits hidden within it. He replied with the same calm tone, leaving Gao Jin speechless. Sorry, I'm still not interested. Gao Jin found it impossible to believe. Young friend, do you not understand the authority held by a council member? He was interrupted by Kianmo. I already said it. Kianmo looked at him with smiling eyes. The position of council member is still not enough. The crowd immediately burst into another uproar. Qian Mo is too arrogant, his greed knows no bounds. Though reluctant, Gao Jin changed his offer, with your current 2 intermediate secondary professions. This is already the highest condition I can provide. If you still refuse, I have no choice but to give up. He turned around to leave, secretly thinking he had misjudged the young man. His talent was exceptional, but his personality was terrible, too greedy and arrogant. But just as he was about to leave, Gao Jin heard Qian Mo say, who said, I only have 2 intermediate secondary professions. He spun around in shock. Are you telling the truth? If you really have 3 intermediate secondary professions, I will grant you an elder position along with a permanent 20% discount at every store. Qian Mo smiled to himself. A 20% discount was pretty good. He never expected training his skills along the way would bring such a pleasant surprise. Seeing the completely blank book, everyone was stunned. Gao Jin nearly bit his tongue. Impossible. He had already mastered the intermediate forging skill. A while later, Qian Mo followed Gao Jin. Along the way, the old man praised him while sighing at himself. I never imagined your skills had already surpassed mine. Ahead was the Thunder City Life Profession Association. There I will give you the Elder Emblem so every shop will treat you with the highest respect. Jan Ying curiously asked about the relationship between the Blacksmith Association and the Life Profession Association. Gao Jin replied sadly, the Blacksmith Association is beyond our control because we lack a master blacksmith. Qian Mo nodded slightly. So that was the reason. Gao Jin thought to himself, perhaps you will create miracles in the future. Inside the senior conference room of the Life Profession Association, Gao Jin led Qian Mo inside. He happily introduced him. This is the top scorer of Hubei province. Starting today, he will become an elder of the association. There were fewer than 10 elders in the room, yet every one of them was so shocked they could not speak. Yang Shuang objected. Combat talent has nothing to do with life professions. Everyone agreed and spoke against Gao Jin. Qian Mo mocked them for being frogs at the bottom of a well. Yang Shuang angrily challenged him. If you pass the test, I will never object again. Qian Mo agreed immediately. Alright, no problem. But with so many people testing me, is there an extra reward? Kui Feng stood up and promised, if you pass the group test, everyone who sets a question will give you a reward. He agreed and explained the situation with his secondary professions. I have learned 6 secondary professions. All of them have reached the intermediate level. Yang Shuang broke into a cold sweat and shouted, 6 intermediate secondary professions, you are truly a monster. The old man turned to blame Gao Jin for not saying it earlier. Gao Jin shook his head. That was your own decision. What does it have to do with me? The group of elders fell silent. Qian Mo suggested, I will ask each of you one question, first to 4 wins out of 7 rounds. Gao Jin agreed, this idea will save a lot of time. Student Qian Mo, go ahead and ask your questions. The elders burst into an uproar in disbelief. How do you know steel forging, iron classification, even nether mushrooms? Qian Mo scratched his head awkwardly. Yang Shuang sighed in frustration. I thought he was only lucky. Who knew his theoretical knowledge was so extensive? Kai Feng stepped forward to fulfill his promise. Now that you have won, this old man will naturally keep his word. He presented a fruit covered in strange patterns, leaving Yang Shuang staring with his mouth wide open. This is an ability fruit worth a fortune, and you are giving it away just like that. Qian Mo lowered his head and accepted the fruit. Thank you, sir. Then he held out his hand toward the other 6 elders. Today I will gladly accept all of them. No one expected Qian Mo to openly ask for the fruits like that, leaving everyone completely dumbfounded. 1 month later, Qian Mo wandered alone through the forest. The elder emblem was already pinned to his clothes. He had collected many treasures worth a fortune, including a piece of refined iron essence. The day after tomorrow was the start of the new semester. It was time to leave the Genesis continent. Upon reaching the teleportation point, the system advanced to level 4. It unlocked a new ability and upgraded every passive skill. Level 4 Gatling passive had a 35% chance to fire 15 perfectly accurate bullets. Qian Mo happily realized that training secondary professions also upgraded the system. In the status window, the most eye-catching change was that his talent had advanced to SS level 4. He marveled at it for a long time. This upgrade was incredible, but the new ability was still not worth converting yet. After all, I have only learned intermediate alchemy. Converting it too early would only bring regret. Qian Mo closed the system panel and placed his hand on the teleportation gate. It was time to go home. At Jiangsheng Academy, the area beneath the stadium was packed with people. Qian Mo appeared and wondered to himself why there were so many students and parents during the summer break. Hearing people shout Senior Qian Mo, female students rushed over asking for his autograph. You will always be our idol. Realizing the situation was getting out of hand, Qian Mo dashed away without a trace, leaving the younger students calling after him. In a dark and secluded place, Qian Mo peeked out from behind a bush to observe. Liu Yamin suddenly appeared behind him. startling him. Kianmo asked, "Commissioner Liu, who are all those people outside?" The old man laughed heartily. "They are this year's new students because of your reputation. Thanks to you, this year's enrollment is on par with Wuhan Academy. Come with me before you leave, we have a gift for you." Confetti burst into the air as Kianmo stood there with a gloomy face, enduring the shower of popcorn falling onto his head. All the teachers had gathered together. Although it was a little old-fashioned, they had spent several days preparing it. They simply wanted to offer their blessings and hoped you would not laugh at them. Kianmo removed the ribbon from his head and praised them. "It was wonderful. But please do not do this again next time." Liu Yamin handed him a red certificate and reminded him that he had to go to the capital. "We bought you a house worth 20 million, and we also bought every plane ticket for the coming days." Holding the gifts in his hands, Kianmo smiled and thanked them. "Then I really cannot refuse." Liu Yamin and the others cheered proudly. "Remember to come back and visit us in the future. If you ever feel wronged, Jiangcheng Academy will always stand by you." Kianmo bowed to the teachers. "Thank you for taking care of me. I will not disgrace the academy. The next time I return, my name will be known throughout China." The following day, very few students were passing through the gate of Divine Oracle Academy. One of the two people welcoming new students cried out, "Is this year's freshman?" He looked Kianmo up and down. "Your physique is incredible." The senior girls crowded around him, trying to get his contact information. Kianmo turned away awkwardly. "I am only here to enroll. Could someone tell me what I should do next?" One person casually grabbed his hand and pulled him along. "Let your senior sister take you to register your information." She gave him a confident wink. "After that I will show you around the campus. Divine Oracle Academy is huge, so be careful not to get lost." The other girls gritted their teeth in jealousy, but could only let it go. Ning Yu explained while leading the way. "Reaching level 30 and completing your second-class advancement means graduation. The Academy assigns classes according to each student's level. The first group, levels 15 through 25, are first-year students. The second group, levels 26 through 28, are second years. Third years are all level 29. Fourth years are level 30 students waiting for their class advancement." She stopped and told Kianmo to swipe his card for dormitory assignment. He followed her instructions. The machine announced that verification was complete. Freshman Kianmo, level 25, top scorer of Northern Hubei, assigned to the luxury dormitory in Zone Z, room Yazan 1. Students gathered around, wondering why a level 25 monster had enrolled this year. He would probably crush the entrance examination. Ning Yu said flatteringly, "No wonder you received an SS evaluation. This dormitory only opens 9 rooms each year. Let me take you there." Kianmo declined. "I can find my own way." Left behind, Ning Yu's face turned livid with rage, but she forced herself to stay calm, secretly vowing that he would never escape her grasp. In Zone Z of Divine Revelation Academy, there was an entire private residential area in addition to the dormitories. Only Kianmo wandered around, planning to stay here for the time being. He still had plenty to do and had not found time to inspect the house he had been given. Suddenly, he spotted an elderly man practicing martial arts and recognized it as the roaring fist technique of the ultimate martial saint. As expected of the capital, even this place had a 4th advancement powerhouse, though judging by his condition, the old man seemed to be suffering from several illnesses. The old man noticed him, spoke first, and asked whether he was one of this year's new students at Divine Revelation Academy. Kianmo politely answered and said he had been assigned to this dormitory, quietly wondering if the old man was one of the academy's teachers. The old man asked for his room number, and he replied that it was 001. Ling Xiao was startled and immediately asked for his name again. Kianmo found it rather strange but still answered. After hearing it, the old man said nothing, continued practicing his fists, and told him he could leave. As he walked away, Kianmo wondered if this person also suffered from a troubled mind. Ling Xiao chuckled softly, thinking that Kianmo of Ruzhen 1 was quite interesting. At that very moment, Ling Rixi stormed over in anger and caught him secretly practicing martial arts. Inside the Grand Hall of the Divine Revelation Academy dungeon, countless students crowded together, anxiously waiting for the test and the life that awaited afterward. Director of Academic Affairs Lai Jianji praised Director Chen for his outstanding recruitment, saying the academy had enrolled 2 provincial champions this year. He wondered whether Kianmo from Yanbei Province or He Shuji from Kilu Province would come out on top. One teacher confidently declared that He Shuji would win because of his superior level, while Kianmo only had a higher rank with a weaker class. Someone else mocked that He Shuji was not even a pure mage, and other academies had competed fiercely to recruit him as well. Director Chen Shi merely remained silent and could not be bothered arguing with them. At the entrance to the dungeon, He Shuji called out to Kianmo, introduced himself as the provincial champion of Kilu, and challenged him by claiming his skills were superior. Kianmo glanced at him coldly and said he did not know him. He Shuji's veins bulged with anger as he shouted that he would soon learn who the true number 1 was. Kianmo turned around with an impatient expression, believing that such an opponent was beneath him. He Shuji gritted his teeth and resentfully said that he should just wait and see. Before long, the freshmen entered the dungeon and heard the announcement directing them to the library graveyard, level 20 to 30. Mo also received another notification, unlocking the cathedral armory, level 30 to 40, extreme difficulty, because of his hidden class. He looked at the monsters and saw that neither area posed much of a challenge, so he decided to finish everything as quickly as possible. Outside the dungeon, the teachers watched the giant display screen as it recorded every student's progress. The teachers discussed the results despite the level 28 boss, eagerly waiting for Hishuji's performance. He reached level 23 and cleared 40% of the trial in 4 minutes and 13 seconds, but he ranked only second. The teacher who had been praising Hishuji celebrated excitedly, while a younger teacher beside him asked in shock why he was only in second place. Opened Kianmo's progress panel and were stunned to discover that he had already achieved 100% clear after only 25 minutes. Immediately, the teachers began competing to recruit Kianmo into their own academies. However, someone found it strange that he still refused to come out. After refreshing the records, they discovered that he had already explored 1% of the armory, a location that was never part of today's examination. Those who supported Hishuji claimed that Kianmo had violated the rules and demanded that he be punished. Director Chen stopped them and advised reporting the matter to the principal first. Lai Junji agreed and headed toward the principal's office. Director Chen sighed, hoping Kianmo would make good use of his time, because once 30 minutes had passed, even the gods would find it difficult to protect him. Inside the armory dungeon, Kianmo hid in a corner while observing the monsters guarding the entrance. He noticed that the difficulty had increased. There were around 70 level 30 monsters, all Crusader warriors that were extremely troublesome. He immediately put on his cloak and transformed into a ghostly form. While invisible, he gathered explosive crates and slipped past the monsters without a single one noticing him. After collecting every explosive in the warehouse, he dusted off his hands and prepared to make his move. He stood beside the explosives, waved his hand, and shouted loudly to draw the monsters over, then cast Ice Wall to slow them down and gather them together. Once they were all grouped up, he quickly retreated and cast Fireball to detonate the explosives. He immediately activated an ice shield to protect himself, becoming immune to damage for 10 seconds. A tremendous explosion erupted, and the shield blocked the damage perfectly. Outside, Lai Junji arrived at the principal's office to report the incident. Ling Xiao, the level 73 principal, looked through some documents while asking what important matter had brought him here. Lai Junji explained about the student who had violated the regulations by refusing to leave after clearing the trial. Ling Xiao asked whether it was Kianmo who had cleared it in 25 minutes. Lai Junji asked in surprise how the principal already knew, then mentioned that the teachers wanted to punish him. Ling Xiao snorted coldly and demanded that they produce the regulation supporting such a punishment. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand, sending a streak of golden light flying away, leaving Lai Junji stunned. Lai Junji stared with his mouth wide open as he realized the principal had granted him the injury immunity privilege, something that was only bestowed once every 5 years. Ling Xiao dismissed him, telling him to pay more attention to this outstanding young talent. Although confused, Lai Junji could only obey and promised that it would not happen again. Looking at the charred monsters behind him, Kianmo nodded in satisfaction. It had taken only 8 minutes to wipe them out. As expected, taking risks always brought greater rewards. Next came the true fierce battle. A massive gate opened, revealing Weapon Master Harrow, a level 35 elite leader with 18,000 health points. Kianmo stayed on guard. This opponent possessed the extremely troublesome Whirlwind Slash, a wide-area attack that was immune to crowd control. He thought to himself that today he would probably have to break his invincible golden body. He began gathering void orbs. He immediately launched an orb at Harrow, intending to strike first with a powerful attack. As the orb approached, Harrow's eyes flashed. That man swung Mozilla downward, shattering the orb without taking any damage. Harrow charged forward and declared that he had been waiting for a real battle, wanting to witness Kianmo's true strength. Kianmo used an onion pill to boost his speed and dodge. Harrow unleashed relentless attacks, forcing him to retreat continuously, while his void orb had already been kicked away. After a while, he finally regained the initiative and shouted that it was time for Harrow to take a beating. Harrow's eyes turned crimson. With more than half of his HP gone, that man went berserk, activating Frenzy and Endless Whirlwind Slash. Blade-like tornadoes swept toward him. Kianmo silently thanked himself for bringing plenty of potions. That man still had 50% health left, and it was time for a direct confrontation. While dodging, he searched for an opening to launch his counterattack. He drank 4 high-grade vitality potions in succession, gained another 21% damage reduction, and resolved to show that man what a true king of potions looked like. The intense battle continued as the sounds of potion bottles opening and endless system notifications echoed one after another. Before long, Kianmo Mo's HP had fallen dangerously low. He managed to land one final critical slash across Harrow's back. The system announced that Weapon Master Harrow had been defeated. Mo panted heavily, relieved that it was finally over. He had less than 500 HP remaining. Suddenly, a beam of golden light enveloped him as a notification announced that he had received the injury immunity privilege. He stared blankly, wondering who had helped him, before deciding that perhaps the higher authorities wanted to ensure his safety for the next battle. Mo cleared the armory in less than 54 minutes. The teachers heard Lei Junji cry out in shock. How is that possible? I only went to the principal's office for a moment, yet he has already cleared the armory. Then the damage immunity privilege Principal Ling gave him has become meaningless. The department heads stared with their mouths open after hearing Lei Junji. Principal Ling actually gave Mo the damage immunity privilege. This is the greatest opportunity available to newly enrolled students. No one has received this privilege in 20 years. It seems Mo's status is about to soar. Look, Mo has entered the wind corridor. He still intends to continue. A level 25 actually dares to challenge a level 40 wind corridor. This is madness. No, we demand that the secret realm cameras be activated. Lei Junji had been waiting for that and immediately pressed a red button on the control panel. Very well. Since Principal Ling said we should pay special attention to him, we will make an exception this time. In any case, I also want to see with my own eyes how he plans to deal with that terrifying final boss. Inside the secret realm, another stone door opened. Mo cautiously pushed it aside and stepped through. Before him appeared a chapel filled with worshippers kneeling below. He looked toward the center and muttered, "The monastery has two final bosses. One is Machni, commander of the Scarlet Crusade, sitting upon the throne. The other is his wife, High Priest Wayman, waiting in the room behind him." Mo curled his lips and pulled up his hood, activating shadow concealment. The soldiers and worshippers below immediately collapsed to the floor like empty suits of armor. He lit another flame lamp beside a different passage. Later, I will have to face two level 38 bosses at once. Honestly, it will still be somewhat difficult, but I can make use of that person. He looked at the prisoner whose hands and feet were bound in chains, yet who was still alive. Mo stood before him and asked, "Fabank, do you want revenge?" Fabank's eyes were barely open, and his flesh had nearly rotted away. "Can you help me?" Fabank had once been an adjutant officer of the Scarlet Crusade, but after exposing the affair between the commander and the high priest, he had been imprisoned here for decades. In his previous life, Fabank had been a hidden NPC in the game. Players had two choices: either kill him and obtain a perfect blue-grade item, or help him sever the chains, after which he would assist the player in fighting the boss. Mo naturally chose the priest's advanced skill healing art on him. He considered that because Fabank had been gravely injured, players in his previous life could not heal NPCs, so his impact on the battle had been limited. But in this world, as his limbs and body gradually recovered, Fabank stared in stunned disbelief. He knelt on one knee before Mo. "Thank you, benefactor, for healing me. As long as I can take revenge, I will obey your every command." He nodded and laid out the strategy. Later, listen carefully for the sounds outside. I will clear out all the Scarlet Crusaders in the chapel. Once you hear the High Priest's voice, make your move. After returning to the chapel, Mo immediately deactivated shadow concealment, which also meant the Scarlet worshippers were activated. Mo turned and sprinted away. "Come on!" The worshippers surged after him in droves, and he led them at full speed toward the stone door. Mo stepped onto the water and leaped across to the opposite bank. Worshippers also swarmed down, sending water splashing everywhere, but Mo had already leaped upward from below. He immediately cast freezing art toward the worshippers, soaked in water and packed tightly together. They were instantly frozen solid. The academy heads outside gaped as widely as bowls. No one expected Mo to dare lure 50 level 37 worshippers together and freeze them all at once. His calculations were terrifyingly precise. Without making them wait long, Mo had already condensed 2 fireballs and 2 void orbs, along with the activation of his passive skill. Everyone outside was utterly baffled. What is going on? Does void orb not have a 15-second cooldown? How can Mo cast the skill twice within 5 seconds? Could this be related to his talent? Everyone assumed it was his rare talent, while Mo had already reached the place where Machni sat motionless. Holding his golden spear, he muttered to himself, "At last, I have to face this shameless pair." When the distance became close enough, Machni's eyes suddenly lit up. Machni was activated and entered combat mode. He sprang to his feet in fury. "Heretic, I shall purify you in the name of the holy light." He charged forward without hesitation to meet him. "Someone fallen into darkness like you dare speak for the holy light. You are unworthy." Sky Strike smashed into him, knocking Machni's weapon away. His shield also fell as his body flew several meters. With astonishing speed, Mo rushed forward and attacked him in midair before he could even land. By the time Machni's body was covered in wounds and he spat out a mouthful of hot blood, the observers outside were staring staring at him, with their jaws nearly falling off. He kept the boss continuously controlled for 30 seconds. His skill transitions are incredibly smooth, and his timing is perfectly precise. I have never seen anything like this in my life. Judging from the density and size of the magic runes behind him, they have already reached medium grade. Magic rune orbs gathered densely around Qianmo, and he gave a mocking smile. Let that man taste the power of these medium-grade dark attribute magic runes. As he finished speaking, he swung his hand and hurled them all toward Machni. Crushing and critical attacks erupted with continuous damage. Qianmo leaped backward to avoid the effects of his own skill. The instant Machni fell, another woman emerged from behind the door. Machni has fallen. You will pay for this with blood. Wave of energy surged over and enveloped Qianmo's body. A notification appeared. You have entered a forced immobilization state. It will automatically end after 60 seconds. He gritted his teeth and endured it. Here it comes. This is the most difficult part of the monastery, and the very reason there are two bosses. The so-called two bosses were not two consecutive battles. She raised her pitch-black staff and called out, "Rise again, my love." Wayman used resurrection art. Once Machni fell, the storyline would trigger and force Wayman to revive him. No matter who entered, they would ultimately be forced to face the attacks of two level 38 bosses at the same time. But Fabank appeared from the side wielding twin hammers and roared, "Blood will be repaid with blood. Today is the day of reckoning." Wayman jolted in panic. How did you get out?" He swung a hammer at her head, forcing her to dodge, while Qianmo's body trembled slightly as he watched the resurrection art being interrupted. Fabank stood opposite her and mocked her. "You never expected this. Today is the day you shameless pair die. For all the humiliation I endured over these years, I will repay it 100-fold today." Qianmo forced a faint smile. 10 seconds remain on the forced immobilization state. I cannot break the storyline myself, so I will let that NPC break it instead. Perfectly reasonable. She suddenly turned toward him in shock. "It was you were the one who freed him. I will kill you." Wayman spun around and attacked Qianmo, but before she could gather her energy, Fabank leaped up. "Do not even think about touching a single hair on my benefactor's head. Surrender your life." At that moment, the forced immobilization ended, and Qianmo pushed himself upright. "I never expected Fabank in this world to be so fierce. He is far stronger than in my previous life. Could it be because as I heals?" He gripped his sword and rushed behind Wayman. "It seems I should change my way of thinking more often in the future. I cannot use the logic of the apocalypse from my previous life to judge everything. Clearly, in many situations, altering certain processes in this world can bring unexpected benefits. Just like now." Department heads outside kept breaking into cold sweat. A freshman entering the secret realm for the first time actually knew this strategy. That was terrifying. Lei Junji was so excited that his entire body trembled, as expected of someone Principal Ling values. With this kind of performance, calling him the nation's top scorer would not be an exaggeration. At that moment, He Shuji and Shukin strode out of the secret realm gate. "No one has come out yet, haha. First place in this entrance examination is mine after all. That Qianmo is merely someone with an undeserved reputation. Nothing more. 1 hour and 38 minutes. I smoothly cleared the graveyard and library areas. Can you achieve that?" But Hishuji also sensed something was wrong. "Why is no one applauding? I already took first place. This is far too quiet." He immediately turned toward the place everyone was watching intently. Hishuji's eyes widened as though he had seen a ghost, nearly bulging out of their sockets. When he saw Qianmo had just defeated the final boss, he staggered backward and pointed with a trembling hand. How is he already in the chapel area?" On the ranking monument outside, Qianmo's name and level clearly stood at the top of the entire cohort. He had cleared the Scarlet Monastery in only 1 hour, 40 minutes, and 58 seconds. Watching the beam of light rise from the monument, Ling Xiao could not help praising him. This person is truly an extraordinary genius. He actually cleared the Scarlet Monastery at level 25. This is far from simple. Could it be that even the heavens can no longer bear to watch Divine Oracle University decline after so many years? At that moment, someone carried over a tray of medicine and called out, "Grandpa, it is time to take your medicine." Ling Xiao watched Ling Rixi set down the bowl and asked, "Ling Rixi, how long do you plan to stay on the Apocalypse continent this time?" She lowered her head slightly. "This time might be a little longer, perhaps more than 10 days. Is that all right?" He drank the medicine while doting on her. "Grandpa's health is fine. You can stay and enjoy yourself for a few extra days. However, you are no longer young. Do you already have someone you like?" Ling Rixi jolted and then forced a smile. "Of course not, Grandpa. Stop imagining things." At that moment, Ling Xiao pulled out Qianmo's file. "Then I have a very good candidate here. This young man is handsome and courteous, and his strength is even more outstanding. How about the two of you get acquainted?" Ling Rixi ignored him and rushed away. "There is no need. I already have my own plans. Then I will leave first." Watching her flee and slam the door shut, Ling Xiao drew a soft breath. Our Ling Rixi has finally grown up. She actually has someone she likes. No wonder she said she wanted to stay on the Apocalypse continent for several more days. Outside in the courtyard, Ling Rixi also let out a relieved breath. But before long, Ling Xiao threw open the window and shouted down into the courtyard, "A young woman like you must still be careful in the apocalypse. There are plenty of bad men there. Do not let yourself be deceived." Her lips twitched as she repeated his words, "bad men." Remembering that embarrassing scene, Ling Rixi sulked, "Yes, especially that hateful bastard. He is the worst of them all." She then looked up at the sky and fell into thought. "That bastard, have you missed me during these past few days? If you have not, I will make you regret it." Meanwhile, a strange phenomenon had appeared at the secret realm entrance. Qianmo brushed the dust from his shoulders and stepped out through the gate. The department heads swarmed forward and praised him endlessly, each of them eager to recruit Qianmo into their own academy. Shuji could no longer remain standing on the other side, trembling as he mocked himself. With a provincial champion like Qianmo, could the next evaluation be for Xia Nation's top scorer instead? He had completely stripped Kulu of its glory. Lei Junji stepped forward to calm the chaotic crowd. "Everyone, please settle down. Student Qianmo, congratulations on making history. The university has 4 major academies, and with these results, you may choose any one of them." Qianmo considered it carefully. He still did not understand how Blue Star University operated or how capable its instructors were, so he asked whether he could attend a trial lesson. After thinking it over, he scratched his head and smiled innocently. "I have not decided yet. It would be best if I could sample a lesson from each academy." Everyone rushed to express their approval. "No problem, the War Academy will always welcome you. The Magic Academy also welcomes you," and both the Command and Support Academies agreed. Students from every year were on their lunch break, gathered around the dining tables. Lin Bing, head of the Student Council Discipline Inspection Department, held a pair of tickets and said to the girl opposite him, "Ning Yu, I went through a lot to get 2 tickets to Zhao Tong's concert. Come watch it with me today." Seeing how pleased he looked, she sighed. Lin Bing had decent strength and family background, but his appearance was not her type. While thinking of a way to refuse, Ning Yu noticed a familiar figure behind him. She immediately recognized Qianmo. Ning Yu suddenly stood and said to Lin Bing, "Sorry, I have something to do. You can go by yourself." He assumed she was genuinely busy and replied casually, "No problem, next time." Yet right before his eyes, Ning Yu sat down beside Qianmo. That man gritted his teeth in fury. Damn bastard, what relationship does he have with Ning Yu? On the other side, she gently brushed back her hair. "Junior Qianmo, we meet again." Qianmo continued eating ravenously and asked what she wanted. She searched for a topic and praised his privilege of auditing lessons throughout the university. Qianmo merely grunted in acknowledgement. Lin Bing seated behind them. "I grovel before her, yet he ignores her, and Ning Yu is not even angry. This is infuriating." He rolled up his sleeves, strode over, and stood in front of him. "You are Qianmo. I have heard of you. Stand up. Do not think you can act arrogantly just because you scored well on the entrance exam. A junior should behave like one. I am the head of the Discipline Inspection Department, and I have the authority to supervise you." Being disturbed by 2 people while eating made Qianmo slam the table in anger. "Shut up." He flipped the food tray directly over Lin Bing's head, leaving that man frozen speechless. Shuji sat far away watching the commotion, chewing as he exclaimed, "Damn, on his first day, he already smashed food into the department head's face." The tray fell to the floor, leaving Lin Bing's face covered in sauce and vegetable scraps. He flew into a rage and swung his fist. "Brat, you are dead." Yet his hand trembled and the punch faltered. Qianmo dodged, causing him to strike the table instead. The dining table shattered, and Ning Yu beside them was showered with splinters and dust. Looking at Lin Bing sprawled on the floor and trembling, Qianmo turned away calmly. "Sorry, my hand slipped." He roared, "Brat, just wait. If I do not avenge this humiliation, my name is not Lin Bing." The next day, inside a large lecture hall, the solemn instructor taught. Everyone turn to page 265 and review the section on warrior attack execution. The lecturer Gan Yanghui, a level 58 third advancement expert, wrote on the board while inwardly fuming. "The dean actually arranged for a freshman to evaluate me. This is infuriating." Unable to endure it any longer, he turned toward Qianmo's bored expression. "What is the meaning of this? Do you think my lesson is too simple?" He flipped through the book and sighed. The teaching logic is not foolish, but it is far too outdated and conservative. There are clearly many better techniques, so why force every student to learn only one method? Clinging stubbornly to old ways only kills creativity. Qianmo slammed the book shut. He stood up. "Then there is no need to waste any more time." His conclusion was that there were truly too few people in this world qualified to teach him. Gan Yanghui called after him, "I have taught for more than 10 years, and you are the first person to walk out of my class. Do you have an urgent matter? You must report it beforehand. That is the most basic rule. Did no one ever teach you that?" Qianmo kept walking as though he had heard nothing, leaving the entire class stunned. Gan Yanghui grew furious and used blink to block his path. He glared at him. "Today, you must give me a reasonable explanation, otherwise do not blame me for being harsh." Qianmo shrugged lightly. "Since you insist that I speak, then I will give you one sentence. You remain stuck in place while obstructing your students' progress. this. Gan Yanghui trembled with rage. You. The student stood and shouted, Qianmo, you may be strong, but teacher Gan has eaten more salt than you have eaten rice. What right do you have to criticize him? Others echoed, exactly, apologized to teacher Gan at once. Lin Bing entered with two people. Student Qianmo, the Discipline Inspection Department discovered during patrol that you left class early and are suspected of insulting a teacher. Please cooperate and come with us for investigation. The three of them blocked every direction, clearly unwilling to let Qianmo leave. Lin Bing smiled maliciously. Brat, now that you have fallen into my hands, genius or not, I guarantee you will suffer. Gan Yanghui waved his hand. Fine, take him away. Everyone else will continue listening, and anyone who dares break the rules should remember this lesson. Qianmo sneered, truly stubborn, no wonder Divine Oracle University has declined this far. He prepared to leave, but Gan Yanghui called him back. Wait, what do you mean? Qianmo turned around. Since you truly want to hear it, your lecture contains many errors and excessively conservative ideas. Anyone who trains according to your method will find their path growing narrower and narrower. Gan Yanghui trembled. Fine, if you truly have the ability, refute me in front of everyone right now. If you can say even a few convincing words, I will resign tomorrow and never teach again. He thought, I refuse to believe that an unadvanced freshman can identify flaws in my lecture. He ignored the challenge and walked to the podium. You just said that every warrior should allocate strength and constitution points at a ratio of 3-to-1. In reality, anyone who does so will find more than half their build crippled in the later stages. He immediately picked up the chalk and began calculating. The chalk clattered against the board, every sound clearly audible within the silent classroom. The student thought it over before shouting. Wait, that really seems correct. According to the formula, after level 50, the benefits from Constitution sharply decline. Another student also noticed it. The formula falls 3 grades below the standard. This conclusion really can be reached. Qianmo glanced at Gan Yanghui. Teacher Gan said speed should be sacrificed for critical strike to maximize damage. I have another formula that disproves that claim. A while later, the board was covered in white writing, and he concluded everyone has different abilities, and what I have said may not be completely correct either. He gave a provocative smile. Teacher Gan, would you like another slap to the face? Gan Yanghui collapsed onto the floor. How is this possible? How could a first-year freshman possess stronger theoretical knowledge than me? Blonde senior led several people inside Lin Bing. The student council has received orders from the dean. You are suspected of involvement in insulting a senior. Come with us. He was dragged away in front of everyone and shouted unwillingly, no. After class, the students whispered among themselves, I heard the discipline department head offended Qianmo and was suspended and dismissed. Even teacher Gan Yanghui voluntarily resigned. Qianmo is incredible. He swept through all 4 academies, and this matter even reached the university president. Lai Junji led the way while praising him. You did well, those stubborn old fools deserve that blow. They probably have no dignity left at the university. Do not worry, President Ling has wanted to deal with them for a long time. Qianmo recalled the voluptuous girl and thought inwardly, President Ling, the surname Ling. He reassured himself and pushed open the door. Many people in the world carried the surname Ling. Surely it could not be such a coincidence. The moment he entered, Ling Xiao spoke, young friend, we meet again. Remembering the old man he had encountered while walking through Zone Z, he widened his eyes. It is him. He smiled faintly and replied, I have to admit that my luck is excellent. The old man circulated his power, and the pressure of a 4th advancement expert released golden light around his body. Qianmo also gathered his skill and produced similar pressure, though his light was purple. Ling Xiao praised him delightedly. The younger generation is truly formidable. He withdrew his skill and spoke solemnly, I have heard about your performance in all 4 academies. I will not ask why, nor will I investigate your past. I only want to ask you one thing. If I want you to become the homeroom instructor of the most special class at Divine Oracle University, would you dare accept? He smiled confidently. Why would I not dare? But do you dare grant me full authority? Having finished asking for his opinion, the old man moved straight to the conditions. Fine, since I have chosen. What harm is there in giving you an imperial sword of authority? Besides, I will not ask you to help me for nothing. The two sat down and Ling Xiao said, tell me what you want, as long as it is not excessive. I will do everything possible to fulfill it. Qianmo rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said, I need several rare intermediate potion recipes. Ling Xiao looked curious. Is that all? Very good, neither arrogant nor impatient, and not greedy either. Fine. Everything you need is in the recipe treasury and must be exchanged with contribution points. I will authorize 100,000 points for you, so exchange them for whatever you need. Suddenly his phone rang. Qian Mo checked his phone and was slightly surprised to see Huang Tian calling. He had not expected it to be him. Ling Xiao casually said it was fine and told him to answer. He raised the phone to his ear. "Hello. Old Mo, long time no see. What have you been doing lately? Have you missed me? I called today to tell you 2 pieces of good news. Which one do you want to hear first?" Qian Mo and Ling Xiao exchanged glances, both breaking into a cold sweat. "Hello, why are you not saying anything?" Huang Tian spoke while walking. "Do not be like that. I know you are listening. Fine, I will tell you directly. The first piece of good news is that I have reached level 30. The second is that I need you as my assistant for my awakening mission." "Well, are you shocked? I did not even consider any other level 30 people and immediately thought of you. Sincere enough, right? We have such a good relationship, so you will not refuse me, right?" Qian Mo asked in confusion. "You are a student at Blue Sky University. Would it not be more suitable to find someone from your own school?" Huang Tian interrupted irritably. "I can ask whoever I want who can stop me." Qian Mo could only sigh. "Fine. Since you are not afraid, I have no objection. Send me the address later." After the call ended, Ling Xiao praised him. "I did not expect your social circle to be so broad. However, inviting a level 25 student for assistance is probably something only this person would do in all of Xia country. How confident are you?" He smiled brightly and confidently, completely confident. Standing before the entrance to the recipe treasury, Qian Mo considered that before heading to Blue Sky University, he should use some contribution points to select a suitable recipe for his 4th transformation slot. When the attendant saw him, he said, "Student, please insert your student card into the slot here." The moment he inserted the card, a notification sounded. "Qian Mo, card number 5001, current balance 100,000 points. Access to all areas has been granted." The attendant was stunned. 100,000 points. Everyone waiting behind him cried out, "Someone hit me so I know I am not dreaming. He has only been here a few days, yet he already earned 100,000 points. Is he even human? Damn it, I worked all last year and earned barely over 8,000. Comparing people truly drives one to despair. On the 3rd floor of the recipe treasury, Qian Mo entered alone and finally understood why it was called a treasury. Every recipe was displayed separately, like an antique. That said, Divine Revelation University truly possessed immense resources, unexpectedly housing so many rare items. He glanced over recipes for spirit potions, ice potions, lava potions, and various others priced below 1,000 points, passing them all by. It seemed there was nothing worthwhile outside, only the lowest grade recipes. He decided to head deeper inside, looking at several perfect grade recipes such as death-resisting secret grove, sacrificial oil that dealt fire damage, and magic potions that increased damage. Qian Mo exclaimed in admiration, "Not bad." From this point onward, every recipe was perfect grade or higher. However, the 4th transformation could only be performed once, so he needed to examine everything carefully in case something even better appeared. A while later, he stopped at the final section and exclaimed that the intermediate potion area actually contained 4 competition-grade recipes. These included Demon Blood Potion, which restored 100 mana every 5 seconds for 1 hour. Limited Invincibility Potion, which increased all elemental magic damage by 35 points for 1 hour. Purification Potion, which removed all basic abnormal conditions for 1 hour. Ancestor Potion, which increased all attributes by 8 points for 1 hour. He laughed heartily in delight. His restraint had not been wasted. In that case, he would choose Purification Power. There were far too many troublesome debuffs in the later stages, and if this potion's transformation effect was decent, it would undoubtedly bring him a pleasant surprise. After making his choice, he immediately commanded the system, "I want to transform Purification Power." A notification sounded. "Congratulations to the host for completing the transformation and obtaining a new passive ability, Purification Power." Purification Power was a passive skill. The host's body would generate a recurring buff capable of removing all basic abnormal conditions. The effect lasted 5 seconds and activated once every 3 minutes. The system notification continued. "Congratulations to the host for obtaining the passive ability Purifying Strength. The entire body generates a recurring buff that removes negative conditions, lasts 5 seconds, and activates every 3 minutes." Qian Mo was delighted. This recurring buff was truly powerful. At least before the middle stages, he could sweep through most terrifying monsters without fear. Now it was time to inspect Huang Tian's progress during this period. At the entrance of Blue Sky University, far more students came and went than at Divine Revelation University. Seeing the incoming call, Qian Mo, whose face was fully covered, answered the phone. Hello, is that you, old Mo? You have arrived. Walk around the campus for now. I will come find you as soon as my meeting ends." After saying that, Huang Tian immediately hung up. Qian Mo found it amusing that brat, who invited reinforcements like him. He was not paying him a single coin, and now he could not even be bothered to welcome him. A distant voice caught his attention. "I, Zhao Dabao, have stood on this arena today and fought 11 matches, yet no one has defeated me. However, whoever defeats me will receive all the prize money here." Zhao Dabao was a level 30 sturdy graduating student of Blue Sky University and an ammunition specialist. Qian Mo removed his hood and silently praised the university. Blue Sky University truly deserved its reputation as one of the nation's leading institutions. It even encouraged students to fight publicly, since only through such battles could they rapidly improve their strength. Someone below the stage sneered, Zhao Dabao, do you have no shame? You bully younger students for money, what impressive trick do you have? Tell us. Zhao Dabao was provoked. Liu Xianghuai, stop slandering me. I am openly issuing challenges here, and the rules are perfectly clear. How is that swindling money? Since you are so capable, wager 4 million blue crystal coins, and if you win, every prize here will be yours. That man pulled out a golden card. 4 million is not enough. This card contains 6 million blue crystal coins. Do you dare accept it? Zhao Dabao's face paled as he thought. He had opened this arena to earn enough money to hire assistants for his awakening mission. Winning this single match would give him enough to accomplish that important goal. However, he gritted his teeth and agreed, I accept, come onto the stage. The students below whispered among themselves. Liu Xianghuai was using the advantage of his soul sword to bully an honest man. This match was probably caused by an old grudge. Although no one expected Zhao Dabao to win, no impartial observer supported Liu Xianghuai. Qian Mo narrowed his eyes with interest. He had not expected to find such an entertaining spectacle. Since he had time to spare, he decided to observe the educational quality of Blue Sky University. The moment the match began, Zhao Dabao fired a barrage of ammunition from long range and shouted for his opponent to receive the attack. Liu Xianghuai dodged while using his sword to deflect several bullets. That man gritted his teeth as he struggled to block the shots, wondering whether this opponent had taken some drug today. Zhao Dabao was so powerful that he might not be able to withstand him. Losing money was tolerable, but losing face was unacceptable. He had to give Zhao Dabao a surprise. Liu Xianghuai refused to lose, and his hidden hand had already prepared something. Qian Mo noticed the movement and immediately understood that this man, seeing he was about to lose, was preparing to fight dirty. Zhao Dabao had not expected it and panicked when he saw an iron grenade capable of dealing 600 to 700 damage flying toward him. You actually used an item in the arena, Liu Xianghuai. You are shameless. In an instant, the grenade exploded and flames erupted before him. After the smoke dispersed, Liu Xianghuai looked at the unconscious Zhao Dabao and mocked him. How did that iron grenade taste? That man added, I will take these 4 million first, and I will collect the rest tomorrow. I am the arena master now. The old rules remain. Anyone with courage may come up. Qian Mo chuckled and turned to leave. Liu Xianghuai called after him, the man in gray, stop. What are you laughing at? Qian Mo glanced coldly at that man. Are you certain you are calling me? Liu Xianghuai raised his chin arrogantly. Who else would I be calling? Blue Sky University is not a place where stray dogs and cats may enter. Also, what was with that expression just now? You seem to look down on Blue Sky students. He narrowed his eyes and glared at that man. I am indeed not a Blue Sky student. However, today is an open day. Besides, what are you? Do I need your permission to laugh? Hearing Qian Mo's contemptuous words, Liu Xianghuai became even more furious. You are merely an outsider, yet you speak so arrogantly. I am still standing on the arena. Do you dare come up? Before that man finished speaking, Qian Mo leaped directly onto the stage and asked, the current prize money is 12 million, correct? He produced both the property deed and his personal card. I have 6 million blue crystal coins here, along with a property in the capital worth 20 million. Do you dare accept? The Blue Sky students stared with their mouths open, seeing that Qian Mo was only level 25 and possessed the National Treasure Grade Assistant class. They all said he had come to donate money and openly looked down on him. Liu Xianghuai was overjoyed. Fine, since you came up here to give me money, I accept. Today I will show you. Before that man could finish speaking, Qian Mo's figure vanished, leaving him wondering where he had gone. 1 second later, Qian Mo appeared like lightning and punched Liu Xianghuai directly in the stomach. What use was a sword afterward? Black blood spilled from that man's mouth. Even ordinary ears could hear 4 or 5 of that man's ribs shatter. As Liu Xianghuai collapsed, he curled up in terror and wondered what had happened. Elsewhere in the university, someone rushed inside in panic. Professor Liu, something terrible has happened. Please hurry to the arena. Liu Guanyuan, a professor at Blue Sky University and a level 57 third advancement powerhouse, was reading when he scolded irritably. What kind of behavior is all this shouting? The messenger anxiously summarized the situation. Professor Liu, your son just participated in an arena match and has been seriously injured. Please hurry over, otherwise it may be too late. Hearing this, he sprang to his feet. What? Who is so daring that they would harm my son? Only one person remained standing on the arena as the students shouted loudly. Incredible, who is this person? He defeated Liu Xianghuai with a single move. He is too powerful. I could not even follow his attack just now. Qian Mo remained calmly standing before Liu Xianghuai's trembling body and demanded payment. Hand over the money. That man struggled to swallow the salty taste in his mouth and stammered. Could you give me a few more days? He firmly calmly stepped on the chest of the bully who preyed on the weak and shouted, "What? Do not tell me. You intend to default on the debt." That man hurriedly explained, "I will pay. I will definitely pay. However, you must wait for my father to arrive. He is a professor at Blue Sky University." Kian Mo curled his lips in contempt. A professor at Blue Sky University. How impressive. The moment he finished speaking, the crowd below erupted angrily again. Who are you to insult a teacher? Blue Sky University is not somewhere. You may enter and leave as you please. Although he had come to assist them, none of them knew it, and they arrogantly tried to drive him away as though they were the strongest people in the world. Even so, Kian Mo calmly asked them, "What is wrong? Are you dissatisfied? The arena is still open, and the old rules remain. Who dares come up?" Everyone fell silent. There were now a total of 38 million blue crystal coins on the stage. Who could possibly produce that much? Kian Mo immediately gave them another choice. It does not matter. Since you have no money, I will lower the requirement. Each challenger only needs to wager 3 million. As long as you defeat me, all the prize money will still belong to you. The moment he finished speaking, someone leaped onto the arena. "I, Gong Fei, wager 3 million and ask to exchange pointers with you." The students immediately grew excited. "Look, that is Senior Gong. He is an outstanding graduating student with extraordinary strength. It really is him. It seems we are saved." But before that man could regain his footing, he screamed as Kian Mo stomped him straight into the ground. He yawned and casually told them that the current prize money was 41 million blue crystal coins. At that moment, the person they had summoned arrived, and the students were startled to see Professor Liu. The person who beat his son would not escape easily. Liu Xianghui lay beside the arena, barely keeping his eyes open as he looked over. He furiously scolded him, "You are truly bold. Daring to injure my so severely, release him at once." Kian Mo kept his foot pressed against that man's chest and said mockingly that his son owed him money. Once he paid, he would release him. He broke into a sweat and awkwardly asked how much money was owed. He raised 2 fingers and said that according to the arena rules, that man owed him 26 million blue crystal coins. Liu Guanyuan trembled and widened his eyes. 26 million was his entire fortune, but he could only grit his teeth and sign his name. He threw the signed document to Kian Mo and shouted that the money was his. "Now release him." Kian Mo waved the document in his hand with satisfaction. He kicked Liu Xianghui off the arena before his stunned father, blood filling that man's mouth as he weakly begged his father to avenge him. As soon as he finished speaking, that man rolled over unconscious, causing Liu Guanyuan's face to turn pale. He ordered someone to carry his son away, then asked in a deep voice which academy he attended. Kian Mo ignored him and walked past, making Liu Guanyuan furiously shout, "You damn brat, I am talking to you." He turned around and mocked him, casually asking whether he had a brain. Liu Guanyuan flew into a rage and charged forward to punch him. Kian Mo remained still and smiled provocatively. "Oh, you dare attack me?" The students were indignant, but then they saw Senior Huang Tian arrive. As Huang Tian approached, he thought that old Mo truly lived up to his reputation. People surrounded him wherever he went. The students gathered around and pleaded for help. "This man injured 7 students. He is far too arrogant." Another student added that he had gravely injured Professor Liu Sir Liu's son and extorted 26 million from him. Huang Tian broke into a sweat and marveled that old Mo had caused absolute chaos. He scratched his head and explained that there had been a misunderstanding. "This person is my honored guest. I hope everyone will let this matter go for my sake." Liu Guanyuan bitterly realized that this person had been invited by Huang Tian, so he could expect no help from him. He turned away with a cold snort and said this matter would not end so easily. Huang Tian walked dejectedly over to Kian Mo and said that he had caused him great trouble today. He angrily knocked Huang Tian on the head and asked who had truly caused trouble for whom, while Huang Tian could only laugh awkwardly. The students discussed how Senior Huang had brought someone to the second advancement examination room, wondering whether he was outside assistants. Inside the conference room, Principal Fei Yingguang held the list of assistants and asked whether anyone had any objections. Liu Guanyuan hurriedly claimed that Huang Tian inviting a level 25 assistant was cheating and proposed suspending the examination. He smugly thought that as long as he stopped Kian Mo from taking the examination, he could find someone to beat him up. Wang Kaifu argued that he had witnessed Kian Mo's strength at Jiancheng Academy, and that he was an exceptional talent. Fei Yingguang gently intervened, saying that they should respect the student's choice, but since there was a dispute, they might as well make a wager, and the loser would bear the responsibility. Liu Guanyuan smugly believed that Kian Mo was certain to fail and eagerly agreed. Wang Kaifu refused to back down. "I accept as well." Then he activated the large screen in preparation for the examination. Before the underground labyrinth, Huang Tian told Kian Mo that the secret realm was Odamanta Palace, and their mission was to retrieve Noganong's disc. Kian Mo asked whether obtaining the item meant clearing the stage, and Huang Tian answered with certainty that it did. Huang Tian anxiously asked whether he was certain and told him not to use him as a test subject. Mo confidently pushed open the door and told him to remember to stay 15 meters away. Ahead lay a pitch-black cavern. Countless monsters rushed toward them as Huang Tian followed behind. Mo suddenly leaped beside one of the monsters. Level 34 elite boss Lu Willow roared that intruders had entered and ordered them to be destroyed. Huang Tian silently cursed that every time he followed old Mo, he nearly suffered a heart attack. While outside, the instructors discussed how Mo was taking the lead. Is he not acting recklessly? Adamant is a level 35 secret realm. Liu Guanyuan criticized them for trusting a student from another academy and said they would have to restrain him later. Wang Kaifu silently encouraged him to keep going, while Fei Yingguang hoped he would demonstrate his abilities. Inside the secret realm, Mo turned around and shouted that now was the moment. After drawing the monsters over, he immediately moved in another direction. He used the skill Phantom Shadow Cloak to turn invisible, leaving the monsters standing blankly after losing track of him. Huang Tian hid behind a boulder, secretly feeling unconvinced. Huang Tian laughed and praised him. As expected of you, that illusion technique truly broadened my horizons. Outside, the instructors were stunned and wondered how he had disappeared, while Fei Yingguang excitedly praised the move. He analyzed that Mo had drawn the monsters away while Huang Tian followed closely behind at a safe distance. At the right moment, Mo turned invisible and severed their hostility. The coordination was flawless. After avoiding the monsters, Huang Tian realized that they only needed to obtain the final boss's disc, but Mo crossed his arms and said that the boss behind them had to be defeated because it dropped an M. Huang Tian pointed toward the stone door and said that the third boss was the level 35 Ironess with 16,000 health points. Mo asked whether he intended to fight the boss directly, and Huang Tian nodded, saying that was exactly right. Mo placed a hand on his shoulder and whispered something, causing Huang Tian to ask in confusion whether it was true and whether such a method was even possible. The instructors outside became frustrated because they could not hear and proposed banning whispering inside secret realms. One instructor stood up and called for everyone to look at Huang Tian on the screen. He was twisting one of the decorations inside the secret realm, and the moment those words were spoken, a mechanism opened. A golden staff rose from below with a white orb mounted at its tip. Light streamed through an opening in the ceiling of the labyrinth, struck the orb, then reflected onto the circular pattern on the wall. Immediately, Ironass, a level 35 elite boss with 16,000 health points, appeared and declared that no one was allowed to steal the secrets of creation. The instructors were astonished by this unusual method of opening the door. One of them praised Huang Tian for discovering the hidden mechanism within the architecture. They believed he now had a strong chance of clearing the examination. Huang Tian laughed when he saw that the method worked. Mo told him to handle this battle, while he would only provide minor support and assess his current ability. Huang Tian confidently declared, "Open your eyes wide and witness this great master's magnificence." He charged forward and unleashed a combo Ghost Swordsmanship, Rising/Ghost Swordsmanship, Wave Splitting Slash. The instructors excitedly praised him as the most outstanding sword soul genius in the Academy's history. Mo analyzed that his first use of Ghost Swordsmanship had been delayed by 1 second, so the combo still needed improvement. He suggested ending with Minor Mountain Collapse followed by Draw Slash to take advantage of the stun duration, even though the damage would not be higher. The instructors angrily believed Mo had no right to instruct such a genius. They mocked and cursed him harshly. Huang Tian considered Mo's words. He shouted for him not to lose focus, but during that brief distraction, the boss struck him with a punch. When he saw the boss cast the Soul Impact title talisman, Mo immediately told Huang Tian to dodge. Huang Tian followed his instructions and unleashed a combo Ghost Swordsmanship, Rising/Ghost Swordsmanship, Minor Mountain Collapse, Draw Slash. The instructors were shocked that the damage exceeded 20%. Someone assumed his family must have a powerful expert. Wang Kaifu stood up and revealed that Mo was the top scorer in Yanbei province and the first student in Xia country to attain SSS rank potential. Another person pointed at the screen and shouted for everyone to look at what was happening. Huang Tian delivered one final slash through Ironass, completely draining its health bar. The boss roared in fury that it refused to accept defeat because it possessed the aura of a titan. The instructors rejoiced and believed they should use this method of activating the miniature sand table to reduce the difficulty for future candidates. Fei Yingguang silently thought that things were beginning to grow interesting. Huang Tian praised Mo for being incredible since he had not only improved the combo but also discovered the mechanism. He calmly told him to collect the item and continue onward. Huang Tian held a fragment of the final boss chamber's key in his hand. The two of them continued continued deeper into the labyrinth. From a distance, they saw countless monsters clinging to the walls with glowing red eyes. They realized the passage had become narrower, leaving them no choice but to clear the monsters. Huang Tian charged forward and took responsibility for drawing the monsters, telling Qian Mo to deal with them quickly before he was killed. A short while later, Huang Tian returned with a dense swarm of monsters behind him. Qian Mo swiftly waved his staff and created an orb of nothingness. The moment Huang Tian reached him, he immediately hurled the spinning orb through the swarm of monsters. Huang Tian collapsed to the ground and panted heavily, admitting that Qian Mo's damage remained unmatched. One instructor stood and asked whether they could persuade him to transfer schools, since allowing such a genius to remain at Divine Realm Academy was a terrible waste. Wang Kaifu closed his eyes and said that he had also tried recruiting him at first, but he had personally chosen the lowest-ranked academy and was nearly impossible to persuade. After walking farther, they found 3 monsters waiting ahead, one holding a kite and 2 wielding swords. Gagarin was a level 36 Dark Iron Dwarf with 18,000 health points. Qian Mo asked whether Huang Tian knew Gagarin's abilities. He confidently explained the fire damage amplification debuff and the ultimate move Flame Nova. Qian Mo nodded and told him to assist by tanking attacks while trying to dodge every Flame Nova. One of the 3 monster bosses spread a pair of crimson flaming wings and declared that the Dwarven Kingdom would not tolerate outsiders. Qian Mo and Huang Tian entered a state that caused them to suffer an additional 150 points of fire damage. Qian Mo used the passive skill Purification to remove the status, then charged forward and unleashed a combo, Circle Dance Staff, Sky Strike, Falling Flower Palm, Heavy Sweep, Chain Transformation Strike, leaving the boss terrified. While fighting another boss alone, Huang Tian marveled at Qian Mo's talent as a battle mage and even found himself slightly agreeing with Gagarin. Qian Mo continuously guided Huang Tian in defeating the 3 monsters. He asked whether Huang Tian wanted to learn an even more advanced technique. Huang Tian complained that he was being teased while fighting a boss and told him to stop keeping him in suspense. Qian Mo explained directly that Gagarin's fire damage amplification debuff had a visible tell. With fast enough reactions, it could be completely avoided. He told him to watch the instant Gagarin raised his hand. Gagarin narrowed his eyes at them as his right hand shifted slightly. Huang Tian blocked Gagarin's attack. An announcement sounded. He had entered the 5th stack of fire damage amplification, increasing the fire damage he received by 750 points. He lowered his sword while panting and realized that before Gagarin raised his hand, his right hand would first contract slightly. Qian Mo smiled in praise and told him to use Wave Splitting Slash at the instant Gagarin pulled his hand back to block the debuff, though the window was only 0.1 seconds. Gagarin swung his hammer again. Huang Tian groaned and slashed out with Wave Splitting Slash. He failed, entering the 6th stack and increasing the fire damage he received by 900 points. Huang Tian cursed because the maneuver was too difficult. Qian Mo shouted for him not to lose focus and to continue practicing. Huang Tian kept swinging his blade, sometimes half a second too slow, sometimes 0.2 seconds too slow. Qian Mo's voice echoed out, reminding him to remember the feeling from earlier and not become tense. Outside, Instructor Lan Tian angrily accused Qian Mo of treating a genius like a test subject, since achieving a reaction time of 0.1 seconds was nearly impossible. Huang Tian entered the 10th stack, increasing the fire damage he received by 1,500 points, and he had to brace himself against his sword just to remain standing. Qian Mo frowned and warned him that this was his final chance. With his current debuff stacks, Gagarin could instantly kill him with a single attack. Huang Tian's exhausted face suddenly filled with determination. He leaped upward and slashed at Gagarin's ring of fire while shouting with resolve. He brought down a desperate slash, shattering the ring of fire. The system announced that he was within the invincibility duration of Wave Splitting Slash, making fire damage amplification ineffective. Huang Tian shouted in delight that he had done it. Qian Mo said in disappointment that he had needed too many attempts to succeed, and demanded 10 consecutive sixes before helping him. Huang Tian was startled and complained. A short while later, notifications of fire damage immunity appeared repeatedly. Qian Mo smiled and silently praised him. He had finally mastered the ultimate technique. He lightly twisted the tip of his spear, stepped forward and shouted, "Arcane Rune, release." A purple sphere shot toward Gagarin like a nuclear missile and exploded before Huang Tian. The moment the move ended, Gagarin lay sprawled on the ground, his soul already sent to the heavens. Qian Mo asked how it felt. Huang Tian raised his sword and said it felt incredible, although he was not as monstrous as Qian Mo. Overpowering opponents of the same level would now be effortless. The instructors believed Qian Mo had created a miracle and insisted they must retain him at any cost, otherwise, he would become a dangerous enemy to both their academy and Xia country. Each of them held one key fragment. Qian Mo said that the final boss chamber belonging to Azadar was ahead, and it was time to begin. They placed the two fragments into the recesses on the door together, activating the mechanism as the door slowly opened. Upon seeing the boss, Qianmo asked whether Huang Tian fully understood the battle procedure. Huang Tian nodded and said the greatest difficulty was defeating the boss, while also dealing with a large number of smaller monsters. He explained that the boss activated 5 statues every 10 seconds, and once its health fell below 50%, all of them would awaken. Normally, one person restrained the boss while the other cleared the monsters. Qianmo said he had a more exciting strategy, making Huang Tian curious as what it was. After hearing it, Huang Tian cried out in shock, "You mean forcefully killing it, and that is your entire plan? This is a level 38 boss, how are we supposed to do that?" Qianmo smiled mockingly. "What strategy is needed for a forceful kill? We only need to kill it quickly enough and control the rhythm of our attacks. Then the boss becomes simple." Huang Tian repeated, "Kill it quickly, control the attack rhythm, 50% health awaken." He smiled and replied that he understood the idea. Although it was bold, it was worth trying. Qianmo confidently assumed a battle stance and said, "Then let us start preparing for the job." He imbued his weapon with a series of skills: Blade Soul, Phantom Blade Armament, Paladin's Grace, Mobile Fortress, Blazing Battle Soul, and Little Spirit's Blessing. Every instructor was shocked by the sight. Only today did they understand the true power of the supporter profession, an all-purpose class when fully equipped and assisted by pets. Its strength was equivalent to adding another person, but supporters were extremely rare, and few could reach Qianmo's level, which was why the scene caused such a sensation. After summoning a large group of followers to support them, Huang Tian finally raised his fierce gaze and spoke, "Begin. I will focus entirely on stacking vulnerability effects on the boss. You only need to concentrate on dealing damage, and remember to avoid its wide area attacks." Azadar used Electrified Water Mine, while Qianmo fired his armor-piercing rounds in response. The two attacks collided, scattering electric sparks. That man charged forward and roared, "Who dares summon Azadar? Who dares anger the god of creation?" Azadar was a level 38 elite boss with 22,000 health and the electrified status. Each stack increased the damage it received by 20% and lasted 8 seconds. Each stack of armor break increased physical damage received by 10% and lasted 15 seconds. Qianmo ordered the spirits, "All of you hold back the revived lieutenant." He charged forward while calculating in advance. The key to this battle was vulnerability. To quickly suppress Azadar, they needed to stack as many vulnerability effects as possible. Only then would their strength be sufficient. Other professions could not accomplish this, but a supporter could. His speed instantly surged, and he darted behind the enemy before rushing back. Seeing that the health bar had barely fallen, Huang Tian asked anxiously, "Old Qian, can we really defeat it? We have only taken away 1/10 of its health so far." He reassured him, "Do not lose heart, the damage will increase soon." As soon as he finished speaking, Qianmo fired a barrage of arcane runes at Azadar. Damage continued stacking across that man's body until he could no longer withstand it. Huang Tian cried out joyfully, "Old Qian, you are incredible, even my damage has directly doubled. You must be Xia Nation's greatest supporter." He paid no attention and ordered everyone to continue attacking. Azadar's eyes flashed with a strange red light. He raised his claw-filled hand high and summoned his slaves. The health below 50% warning activated all the statues. The group of instructors sighed. Their strategy was too radical. A 22,000 HP boss was not easy to kill. It was hard to divide the handling like the previous boss. Liu Guanyuan laughed slyly, "You guys just keep pretending. I'm about to turn the tables." Inside the secret realm, Qianmo was vigilant, focusing on his mystic runes. Every hit that landed on Azadar activated a critical attribute, bringing his health to 0. As he shattered, he shouted with deep resentment, "You despicable humans, the Titan race will punish you." Huang Tian wiped his sweat, looking at the final boss that had been dealt with. He sat down heavily and complained. No wonder he liked to play nerve-wracking games. Qianmo said calmly, "Life was bland. Wasn't adding some spice good." The instructors in the meeting room were all silent. Fiang Kuang also let out a sentence. Zhang Sheni was about to lose his students. Fiang Kuang said sternly to Liu Guanyuan and Wang Kaifu, "Victory and defeat were clear. The two of you resolve it yourselves." Before he understood anything, Liu Guanyuan had already kneeled down. He earnestly begged the principal, admitted his mistake regarding the speculation, and requested a demotion and a 1-year salary suspension. Fiang Kuang asked, "What about the incident at the arena 2 hours ago?" The other instructors were confused. What was the principal talking about? Fiang Kuang said, "I just heard it from the students." Liu Guanyuan's face turned pale. He didn't expect the matter with Qianmo to reach the principal so quickly. He kowtowed and begged. Since he had a child late in life, he made a momentary mistake. Please grant him a way out. Fiang Kuang said in a deep voice. So he wanted to use public affairs for personal revenge. The arena was supposed to be fair. If his son lost, he should compensate. Instead, he used his position to avenge a genius. Did he have no conscience? He told Liu Guanyuan to voluntarily resign tomorrow. This was his last shred of dignity. Liu Guanyuan was dragged away, still begging for forgiveness. The Secret Realm board displayed, "Congratulations to Huang Tian for completing the 2nd class advancement, leveling up to Sword Saint, receiving 20 attribute points. Time was 1 hour 58 minutes 49 seconds. Personal evaluation grade S, received 500 million FB and a platinum chest. Tianmo's system also chimed, activating the retaliator characteristic. The evaluation was raised to grade SS, turning the platinum chest into a diamond chest. He was delighted. At the same time, he leveled up to level 27. Wang Tian was overjoyed. The reward was too monstrous, gaining up to 3 levels and a platinum chest. Tianmo laughed heartily. The FB from the secret realm was really high. Combined with his old FB, he went up 2 levels. He could plan to do mercenary quests. He opened his status window to allocate points. Smiling, he allocated all 13 points into strength. His combat power must have broken through 28,000, only 1 step away from 30,000. He immediately opened the diamond chest. The system reported receiving a perfect grade equipment, virulent shoulder guard. He was stunned by the stats. He was excited because this was his second class item, and it had a group control skill. He imagined using the new skill with the void orb. It was too perfect. Huang Tian bragged he hit the jackpot, another high-grade equipment. He demanded to see Qian Mo's reward. Seeing the shoulder guard, Huang Tian was flustered. His luck was explosive. Another second-class item. He hadn't even gotten one after advancing. This was so infuriating. Continued, he was already level 31, graduating from Lantian. What did Qian Mo plan to do later? He could follow him. Qian Mo replied, wait until he had done his second advancement. The next day, the school buzzed with news of Huang Tian's achievement and the monster at level 25. They were even received by the principal. Wang Kaifu said to Qian Mo, after not seeing him for a few days, his strength had already advanced. Qian Mo asked directly. Today the two of them came to see him, presumably to persuade him to transfer schools. Wang Kaifu admitted Lantian Academy intended to do so. Principal Fai promised that as long as he joined, any conditions would be met. He would personally speak with Shenyu Academy. Qian Mo stated clearly, this matter would likely disappoint them. He had chosen Shenyu Academy and would absolutely not change. The relationship between him and Huang Tian was known to them. As long as Lantian did not cause trouble, there would be no conflict. Faiyan Kuang smiled in satisfaction. Since that was the case, he would not make things difficult. Qian Mo added, he had a plan that would benefit both sides. The two leaders showed anticipation. The Lantian Awakening grounds, everyone was discussing. Principal Fi had invited Qian Mo to be a temporary instructor for 10 days to help students clear the second advancement secret realm. The payment was materials guaranteeing a 100% clearance rate. Many were doubtful, as the previous rate was only 37.5%. They decided to wait and see Senior Liu Kui try first. A student carrying a wooden box entered the room greeting teacher Qian Mo. I am Liu Kui. I have obtained the Void Channing Spirit. When can we start the trial? Seeing the item, Qian Mo perked up a top-grade Void Channing Spirit. Then it would be disrespectful of him to refuse. He said there was no one. He was the first. Let's go right now. Liu Kui was surprised going right now. Didn't the teacher need to prepare any potions? Liu Kui quickly said, teacher, don't misunderstand. I'm just afraid teacher will have to work hard. If teacher wants to go immediately, I'll lead the way. The crowd discussed. Liu Kui had arrived. Half a year ago he failed, dropping 4 levels. The top experts before couldn't carry him. This would be Qian Mo's first job, probably just a warm-up. Qian Mo reminded Liu Kui to relax, trust himself, and trust his own judgment. Liu Kui was awkward, his luck was bad. He drew the map of the Soul Demon Mountain, which was harder than Odamante. Qian Mo was confident he had always kept his word. Let's go. The announcement board appeared. The progress of the Soul Demon Mountain's secret realm was at 80%. The crowd was shocked. This speed was too unreal. He had taken Liu Kui in for less than half an hour and had already passed the first boss. The final boss, level 39, was running and begging for mercy. Liu Kui stood watching him grind, thinking that if only he had met him half a year ago, he wouldn't have wasted so much time. The boss fell, and the announcement board appeared. Congratulations to Qian Mo for breaking the secret realm record. Time was 1 hour 35 minutes 32 seconds. Grade SS evaluation received 600 million FB, a diamond chest. The evaluation was raised to grade SSS, turning the diamond chest into an astral chest. Qian Mo was thrilled. Working as a temp was a double win. He got the materials and farmed FB. He wondered if farming later would still give FB. He wasn't in a hurry to open this astral chest. There were many more secret realms. He would open them all at once for the thrill. Liu Kui's progress bar reached 100%. Everyone was surprised. So what Qian Mo said was true. If he could carry even Liu Kui, then he could carry almost anyone. Everyone bustled about to find materials. Teacher Trin was only carrying for 10 days. It absolutely had to be his turn. The trial concluded and Qian Mo walked out heroically alongside Liu Kui. Liu Kui kneeled to thank Teacher Trin for carrying him through the second advancement. Qian Mo replied lightly he was paid for the job. There was nothing to thank, and he hoped to meet again by fate. In front of Qian Mo's office, it was already dark. An instructor directed everyone to line up and maintain order. When the number was called later, they could enter. Anyone cutting the line would be penalized. A student spotted him returning and exclaimed. Seeing the crowd gathering since late, Kian Mo was stunned. His office had turned into a hotpot restaurant, complete with taking numbers. At the agreed time, a luxurious black car drove into the middle of Shenyu Academy's campus, surprising the students. Everyone discussed. This was a specialized vehicle from Lantian University. Something big was about to happen. No, they had to hurry and report to the teacher. A lecturer from Shenyu asked Director Chen if he had received any notice, as the two schools had never interfered with each other before. So why had Lantian suddenly sent someone over today? Director Chen replied that he had not received any news, worrying in his heart whether Kian Mo had caused trouble at Lantian, and they had come for revenge. Kian Mo slowly stepped out of the car under the gazes of the lecturers. He closed the car door and said, Director Chen, I am back. Director Chen was shocked to see Kian Mo riding in Lantian's special car, wondering if he had defected to the enemy. Kian Mo introduced the person beside him, saying today he had both brought him back and represented Lantian in discussing collaboration with Principal Ling. The lecturers were stunned by the news of him being brought back and the proposal of collaboration. They wondered what Kian Mo had done to make the Lantian director personally escort him, and why the other side would willingly take the initiative to cooperate. Wang Kaifu spoke up to praise Kian Mo as amazing, saying they must treasure him. Director Chen and the lecturers were bewildered, wondering what they had missed. Entering the meeting room, Wang Kaifu said that, in just 10 days, Kian Mo had helped 28 Lantian graduate students successfully advance, nearly a quarter of the yearly graduation count. Ling Xiao politely replied that he and Principal Pei had previously discussed it, and from now on, the two schools would be bound by academic credits to form an alliance, making everyone family. Wang Kaifu smiled in agreement, and since they were about to become allies, Principal Pei had entrusted him to invite Kian Mo to be a visiting professor at Lantian. Ling Xiao stiffened, knowing that old man was waiting for him. This was poaching. A first-year freshman serving as the director of his own school and a visiting professor at another was an absurd situation rarely seen. He asked Kian Mo's opinion, and he calmly replied he had no time for reports. Wang Kaifu replied that this had been considered. He did not need to make reports, just needed to lend his name, and his treatment would be that of a professor. Kian Mo calculated. Both schools would eventually be his garden plots. When he established a guild, he would need many talents, and maintaining relationships was necessary. Thinking this, he agreed. By the time he left the school, it was already afternoon. Wang Kaifu straightened his coat as he walked out with a satisfied expression. Ling Xiao asked Kian Mo what his next plan was. Kian Mo replied that today he would refine the advanced class details and then make materials. Tomorrow he would go to the Tiankai continent for the final sprint before the second transfer. Ling Xiao inquired about his level, and Kian Mo said he was already level 29. He was delighted because he was 25 at the start, and in a few days he had gained 4 levels, certainly in time for the Xia Kingdom University competition. Kian Mo asked what the university competition was, and Ling Xiao replied it was the annual ranking competition for schools. Competition was divided into 2 zones, the general zone and the advanced zone. The general zone was for people at 3rd transfer and below. The advanced zone was for those at 4th transfer and below, and participants had to be students or teachers of public schools. The results determined the school ranking. Ling Xiao said that at his speed, he would likely participate in the general zone, giving Shenyu a chance to shine. Kian Mo was confident. The competition was an excellent opportunity to raise his reputation and introduce himself to all of Xia Kingdom. Cut to the scene below on the streets of leading city. Kian Mo opened the system to check information. Ling Rixi called. She cursed and interrogated him as expected. Kian Mo messaged back to apologize, saying he had important matters and forgot, asking where she was. Ling Rixi said she was doing a quest on Chiji Mountain and was about to reach level 27, but she was far from leading city and could not return to meet him in time. Kian Mo praised her leveling speed and asked if she had found any hidden quests. She was surprised that he guessed and said her family was preparing to find a partner for her, rumored to be very outstanding and handsome. She waited for his message and trembled when she saw him wish her well, saying she was about to bring disaster to her new target, and he was finally free. Ling Roxy flew into a rage, telling him not to regret it. Since she had not agreed before, she now decided to go back for a blind date. She angrily shut down the system, believing he was trying to bait her. After calming down, she told herself that no matter what the other party was like, she would not agree. Kian Mo was speechless at the girl's naivety. With just a few taunts, she believed him. He used a basic move, and she had already activated her ultimate, Tsukin. Shortly after, Kian Mo entered a luxurious place. The manager respectfully invited him to sit. Kian Mo asked about the materials he had requested to be kept an eye on. The manager brought out a wooden box, saying he had collected 4 types. Opening the box, Henshuangquan Qi Mu Yao Ji, Su Tao Yu and Ying Yu Sheng Yan glittered. Kian Mo was startled by the precious Ying Yu Sheng Yan, telling himself this was an unexpected happy event. He pretended to be calm, criticizing the low efficiency. The manager forced a smile, saying he had tried his best. Kian Mo let it go and asked the price. Manager paled, saying it cost 1,000 gold and begged for a 20% discount due to the delay. Even though he had actually spent over 2,000, he feared the adult's status and dared not give the original price. Kianmo pushed over the gold pouch, accepted his goodwill, and promised to recommend him to the higher-ups. The manager bowed in gratitude. Outside, Kianmo happily calculated. That place had Yin Yang Saint Silk, but before that there were still other places he needed to go. To outside Lighting City, Kianmo opened a cellar hatch to enter the Dark Brotherhood branch to get the assassin token. The Dark Brotherhood was the largest assassin organization on the continent. Awakened ones could apply to join through a test. He came to receive a quest for money and, after advancing, would receive an assassin mask. The assassin mask has no attributes but hides all information of the wearer, only revealing a code and level. The levels from high to low were Tiansa, Dg, Si, Mi Wang Wang Liang. Most stopped at Si Mi Wang Liang, only the strong at third transfer and above entered the Ju level. Kianmo walked to the end and pushed the door to enter the inside. Unexpectedly, the place was packed with people. Everyone wore assassin masks, with a card at their waist indicating their rank. Kianmo stood at the reception desk to apply for membership. The crowd murmured in admiration that an edgenter not yet at level 30 was registering, believing he could not pass the exam. The receptionist wearing a mask handed him a card, charged 100 gold coins, and told him to go to the exam hall on the 3rd floor. On the door the receptionist pointed to, many people were also waiting for the exam. Coin swung her whip irritably, yelling that it was invalid. The people in line grew nervous, murmuring that she was a Psi-level assassin about to enter the Jew level, hot-tempered and cursing people. As they discussed, she appeared behind them, saying discussion was fine but they needed the skill to back it up. She pointed with her chin to the test location, demanding each person test their combat power. Anyone above 20,000 points would be let off. Before she finished speaking, they kneeled to apologize for being talkative. A queen still swung her whip, striking them, and ordered them to run. Shortly after, all three received invalid results because none of their combat power passed 20,000. Koyin cursed them as a group of trash without 20,000 points, asking if they were worthy to discuss her, and led them all into the water prison. The staff dragged the three away, and they screamed for mercy. Seeing Kianmo, she looked at him and asked if he wanted to join. Not yet at second transfer and still an agenter. She advised him not to waste time. Turning around and leaving was still an option. He said concisely, "It is fine." Kianmo walked to the test station on his own initiative. She said the guild did not accept trash. Even if he had not reached second transfer, they would not lower the standard. If his combat power was below 20,000, he would go the water prison. He placed his hand on the stone tablet, reporting Kianmo, level 29, profession first transfer agenter, combat power 30,058 points. Akuin was startled. She widened her eyes in shock. At level 29, combat power over 30,000. Who was he? Kianmo asked lightly if he now had the qualifications to test. She no longer intimidated him, admitting she had underestimated him. She said he would face 4 gates: strength, agility, physique, and spirit. If he died, he would lose levels. After hearing this, he stepped into the portal to the secret realm. This place seemed more interesting than before. Inside, the wind rose for a moment and then fell silent again. Feng Qiong stepped forward. Quan said, "I guessed you would be here. Have you found a suitable person?" She looked at the secret realm gate and replied, "It seems I found one, but I still have to see the test results." Kianmo was slightly surprised to find himself in front of a golden sandy beach on the open sea. He chuckled in amusement. This place looks like a tourist spot. Is this an independent space outside the secret realm? Interesting. Notification sounded. 30 seconds until the next wave. 10 contestants prepare. Use all your strength to hit the waves. Skills and potions are prohibited. Kianmo thought. As expected, 4 trials corresponding to 4 attributes. The first trial is strength. The waves outside crashed relentlessly without mercy. Kianmo drew his weapon and transformed it into a greatsword. Since auxiliary methods are banned here, they likely want to test pure strength. He had not used a full force strike in a long time. Looking at the incoming wave, he took a stance. At this height, it was a small-scale tsunami. The greatsword converted, the blood Kai ring activated, and the blade glowed red. Kianmo cleaved the wave break for me. The powerful sword strike cut straight through the massive wave. He used the sword blade to block the cascading water. The notification jumped up. One sword cut 1,000 meters. Congratulations on passing the strength trial. Grade A superior. The left door leads to the agility trial, the right door to the rest area. He decisively turned left, letting me clear all 4 trials in one go. Outside, the secret realm glowed bright red. Feng Qiong stared maliciously. Grade A superior, how is that possible? Quan asked, "Feng Qiong, what grade did you get in the strength trial back then?" She answered, "B superior." Quan gently clicked her tongue in mockery. Even the ace assassin of Thunder City only got B superior. Feng Qiong argued, "I was only level 32 back then, while this person is at least close to level 40. Quan covered her mouth and laughed. "Nearly level 40, huh?" Feng Qiong was confused. "What are you laughing at? Did I say something wrong?" Quan looked at the secret realm. Back then I only got a lower. I hope he is not just a flash in the pan. If he gets a double A rank, he is the person I need. The agility trial was a snow-capped peak. A notification sounded. Prepare in 30 seconds. An avalanche will occur in 40 seconds. Reach the mountain base as fast as possible. Invincible and slow skills are banned. Mo sighed inwardly. The mountain is 1,000 meters tall. One needs speed to avoid it. He pulled out an agility potion and smiled. Nearly 2/3 of the mountain is covered in snow, affecting speed. Luckily, his agility stat is high and potions are not banned in this trial. It should not be too difficult. Countdown sounded. 3, 2, 1. Begin the challenge. Perfect great agility took effect. Mo bolted down the mountain at an unbelievable speed. He calculated he must run as much as possible before the avalanche. Time was very tight. The snow on the peak had already begun to collapse. He drew his weapon and changed it into a staff in an instant. Mo turned and swung the staff, shouting, "Ice wall!" The wall cracked in less than a second, shocking him. It could only hold for a few seconds at most. He must speed up. Mo jumped off the mountain. Even if the avalanche was fast, it could not match free fall. His mind raced, his speed increasing. Using only the grappling hook could not withstand the final shockwave. If he did not slow down, he would be smashed into paste. Only 100 meters more to the snow-free zone. That was the key to victory. Staff transformed into a spear tip. The mystic wind spear spun continuously at an astonishing speed, landing on the mountain face. Mo smiled lightly. There is no snow here, so no matter what I do, I won't trigger a second avalanche. Reaching the tree at the foot of the mountain, he shot a hooked rope that wrapped around the sturdiest branch. Using the momentum, he landed spectacularly at the mountain base. Mo praised himself. I have never lost in speed, and the notification followed suit. Landing successfully. Congratulations on passing the agility trial. Overall grade A superior. Crossing his arms while listening to the notification, he was proud. Surely A+ is the best achievement. There couldn't be an A++. That would be too absurd. Seeing the secret realm glow bright red again, Feng Qiang was stunned. Who the hell is he to get A+ on both trials? Quan smiled greedily. 2 consecutive A+ trials. Show me more surprises. Feng Qiang fell silent, thinking this man is doomed, being targeted by a violent person like Quan. The next secret realm, each step inflicted 100 damage. The physique trial had molten rock underground, stacking a burn status. He raised his leg in doubt, losing HP just by walking. Truly absurd. He thought, it's a physique trial, but I haven't allocated any stat points here. This tunnel is at least 2,000 meters long. Losing 100 HP per second, plus stacking burn, I need to think of another way. Let me test if I only lose HP by stepping into the lava space or by touching the ground. Having thought it through, Mo leaped towards the lava. Standing right next to the molten rock but not touching it, he shot out a rope. The hook pulled and latched firmly on a rock, then retracted. Mo used the momentum to jump back to the ground. He snapped his fingers. Last time I lost HP stepping on the molten ground. This time, in the space above it, I didn't lose any. So there is a way. Mo drank a few potions. The jump state and traveler's rope were activated, along with a perfect great agility potion. After activation, he jumped off, combining it with the rope to see the maximum jump distance. When nearing the molten surface, he shot the rope and pulled himself up. Using the landing point, Mo yanked the rope to gain speed. He stepped onto the molten ground. The trial announced a stack of burn, now 2 stacks. He smiled, a single jump of 600 meters. Not a bad start. He swung his staff, switching the Radiance Far blade into a spell staff, creating an ice wall in front of him. Then he kicked, splitting the ice mountain in 2. Then, standing on the ice block, he slid along the molten rock tunnel. The ice block, steaming, shot towards the finish line. 700 meters left, almost there. He changed the celestial blade into a plane form, firing it towards the ice block so the recoil would push him higher. Mo swung out an aerial combat drone, a storm based on the summoner's skill cards. Then, the Heaven Net Earth Net, a net-like rope, covered the plane to travel the final stretch. Reaching the end of the molten rock tunnel, he jumped down and landed safely. Watching the plane explode, he marveled, only taking 200 HP damage. The third trial praised his masterful technique, congratulating him on passing the physique trial with an A++ grade. Mo scratched his head in shock. A+ really exists. Truly absurd. Feng Qiang's mouth hung open, then turned to fear as she saw the secret realm gate glow red again. Could the legend be real? A red this glaring had never been heard of. She asked hesitantly, what background does the person inside really have? Quan said truthfully, he is level 29 class minion, combat power 30, Han Feng 58 points. Feng Qiang found it hard to believe. A level 29 minion with over 30,000 combat power, 3 consecutive A+ grades, and even the legendary A++. Are we trash? In my opinion, we should report the news about this freak. With his current achievements, even if he fails the last trial, the kill rate for reaching super grade is high. The higher-ups will definitely be very happy. But Kwon turned around abruptly. No, I still need him. If you report it, someone might recruit him immediately. I have waited half a year, finally finding a top-tier item. I cannot let it go. Fang Qiong still advised that place is only for a Wakan below level 35, but he might not be impossible. If the higher-ups punish us upon return, the consequences will be severe. But seeing her stubborn expression, she could only sigh. Fang Qiong turned and left. Today counts as if I was never here. Inside, Qian Mo had already arrived at the final trial. Looking at the architecture, which had a high kill rate, it was a library. According to the pattern, this trial would definitely test spirit or intelligence. The trial announced, you will enter the maze library with only one exit. When you encounter a crossroads, use your spirit force to sense it. The correct shelf direction will have a guiding book, but its feedback will weaken over time. Qian Mo smirked. A spirit trial. This testing method is very novel. A faint map of the maze appeared and disappeared in his mind. Qian Mo suddenly understood. The glowing books on the shelves were the guide for the challenger. But he had a slight headache. His mental energy showed signs of fatigue after the first use, a thing as weak as his physical constitution. This trial required high spirit. If his stats were insufficient, it would take a long time to get out. But the trial creator probably never expected he could exploit the rules. He draped the ghost cloak over himself, activated its stealth effect, and chuckled as he walked through the bookshelf, finding that he truly could phase through walls. The ghost cloak's stealth ability could bypass terrain, and these towering bookshelves were clearly considered a form of terrain. Qian Mo leisurely walked out with the notification for clearing the spirit trial and the guild admission test, both achieving an A+. He received 1.6 million FB and became the first person in guild history to achieve an A+. Even though he was ranked at C grade, still 20,000 points away from the ultimate grade, he was still surprised that clearing the test gave such a high amount of FB. Looking at the secret realm gate, Qian Mo clenched his fist. Before the class change, there was only one final task left: to obtain the yin-yang sacred silk. The system suddenly popped up to congratulate him on reaching level 30 and assigned a special second-class change quest. Solo clear any intermediate secret realm with an SSS rating. Bonus effect of the corpse revenant was invalidated. Completion would promote him to soul revenant. Qian Mo was stunned, realizing that even an alternate body had class promotions. Outside, the examinees discussed the A+ rating, and were even more surprised to see that he was only level 29. Aquan seemed to remember something, and immediately ordered her subordinates to devour all the examinees who had not yet retaken the test. Dragged away without knowing why, they clamored and screamed, demanding to be let out. But she only looked at them with a fleeting hint of pity before telling herself that this person was very useful, and that the others would just have to suffer the loss. Aquan ordered her subordinates not to leak what happened today, then said they would be released after a while and compensated with 100 gold each. At this moment, Qian Mo had already calmly walked out from the secret realm gate. Greeting him was an enthusiastic Aquan, congratulating him for receiving the first A+ rating in the history of the Dark Brotherhood Guild. He pretended to be naive and smiled, replying that the senior was too kind, it was just luck. But inside, he wondered what drug this woman had taken. Earlier she wanted to eat people, and now she had changed her tune. Seeing the badge on his waist, she was even more surprised that he had directly reached some grade. Quan turned around and smiled, telling him not to be modest, that achieving this at his grade was extraordinary, and since they were now colleagues, he should follow her. Walking behind her, Qian Mo assessed that this woman was absolutely not simple, and decided to follow her for now. If things went wrong, he would activate his ghost form and flee. Aquan handed him a stack of items, saying these were C-grade assassin clothes, and if he wanted to take assassination missions in the future, he should go to the hall on basement level 2. She guessed that with his current strength, he would reach the ultimate grade in at most 2 years, and not to let the organization down. Qian Mo pretended to be naive and smiled, replying, "Yeah, great," but his gaze fell elsewhere as he thought to himself that he seemed to understand why her name was Aquan. Those two were indeed very round. Then he quickly stood up and asked Sister Aquan if there was anything else. If not, he would be going. But she showed a troubled expression and grabbed his hand, telling him to wait. She said there was actually something she needed his help with, that she was sharing this because she saw his incredible talent, and asked him not to tell anyone outside. He nodded seriously and promised, but laughed inwardly, thinking she had taken the bait. Thinking he was honest, she put on a melancholic expression, and told him that she had previously accidentally discovered a mysterious cave, with an ancient altar that no one knew about. Hearing this, Quan Mo understood, so it was because of the altar that she had changed her attitude. If she could not activate it herself, it was more than half likely due to a level restriction. He pretended to be surprised and exclaimed that it was a hidden altar. Aquan glanced at him slightly, then continued, saying she valued him, so she was telling him this. But there were guardian beasts and prohibitions in the cave, and with her current level, she could not enter. The next day, she led Kianmo to a waterfall with a prohibition outside. She said they had arrived. This was the flowing cloud opening. She hinted that behind the waterfall was the ancient altar, and that she would help guard the entrance later. He just had to go in and challenge it. With her strength, no one would disturb them. Kianmo showed a bit of fear, saying he trusted in her strength. It was just... She crossed her arms and asked just what. He then had to say that he had just achieved a good result in the previous test, so he was a bit arrogant. But after 2 days of thinking, he felt worried, fearing that the beast inside was too strong. Aquan encouraged him by patting his shoulder, saying his worry was reasonable. Because she could not enter, she did not know the beast's level, but based on the seal, it should not be too high. She said she had a life-saving item for him to bring along, it might be useful, then rummaged through her bag and took something out. This item was called the Azure Touch Jewel. Activating it would temporarily increase health by 3,000 points. Could be used 3 times, but she had used 2, so do not use it too early before the critical moment. Kianmo tightly grasped the jewel and promised he would complete the mission. With that, he leaped into the waterfall. Aquan behind him pursed her lips and sneered contemptuously. A pity he was a rare talent. If he successfully opened the seal, she might compensate him, but if he failed, it would only be because his strength was too poor. After passing through the waterfall and entering, Kianmo stopped for a moment. He told himself that the Azure Touch Jewel was a good item, only the rich could afford it. It seemed assassins really had a lot of money. She was level 45 and had such a powerful item. Since she willingly gave it, there was no harm in accepting. He originally did not plan to activate the altar early, but since he was here, he might as well deal with it. He pulled out a phantom mask. Wearing it would transform him into a dwarf for half an hour, with a 12-hour cooldown. Kianmo put it on and immediately transformed into a dwarf form, thinking that using this item here was a bit weird. He swayed as he walked inside, muttering to himself that if he remembered correctly, the guardian beast was a level 40 stone rat. Although with his current strength it was not hard to defeat it, the seal would also disappear. Seeing the stone rat's claws emerge, Kianmo was determined not to let Aquan gain any benefit. His small dwarf body stood opposite the stone rat, which was 10 times his size. Seeing its sharp claws fall, he calmly introduced himself. Greetings, Stone Rat, I am the dwarf Linfeng, also a creature of the Skyfall continent. He asked it if it was trapped in the cave, and if the food was not good. Seeing the Stone Rat nod vigorously, Kianmo thought to himself, success. Pulled out various kinds of food and threw them over, saying meeting him was its good luck. Come and eat as much as you like. The stone rat's eyes lit up at the sight of drumsticks and golden grilled ribs. It happily sat down and noisily stuffed the food into its mouth. Seeing this, Kianmo took the opportunity to tell it to eat slowly. There was more. He would take a stroll. A moment later, he had arrived at the deep altar inside. He did not hesitate to step up the stairs, hoping that this time he could still learn the second-class change skill in advance. When he touched the altar, the system popped up, reporting that his class was Corpse Revenant. He had learned all first-class change skills, and could choose one second-class change skill from all classes. The available skills included Death Tombstone, One Mountain Splitting Slash, and Abyssal Black Hole. Kianmo smiled brightly. It was time to get spooky. He chose to learn Killing Intent Wave. The altar pillar shone brightly. This skill spewed out intense killing intent, causing piercing damage within a 5-meter range, and increased critical hit rate by 5% for himself and party members. It cost 50 mana per second to maintain. Kianmo clenched his fist, determined that the next time the system upgraded, he would convert it into a passive skill. A consumption of 50 mana per second was a bit heavy with his current mental energy. He could only use it as a critical skill. Aquan waited outside the waterfall impatiently. This guy had been inside for half a day without a sound. Surely he was not killed instantly, right? She thought it could not be that bad. Even if killed, he would have screamed. How could a level 40 beast take him out in one hit? The inside of the waterfall remained eerily silent. Kianmo walked out and curiously asked the stone rat if the ceiling barrier outside relied on its power to maintain. Understanding him, it nodded amiably. He continued, saying that while strolling just now, he discovered that the altar seemed to have no power left, and asked if it knew what was going on. The stone rat jumped, its mouth wide open, red eyes rolled back, and it hurriedly ran inside to check. Kianmo stayed behind and grinned slyly. Moments later, a rumbling sound echoed outside. Aquan was delighted. Finally some noise. It seemed a fight had started. She sighed softly. That kid was too cautious, waiting half a day before making a move, but the more careful he was, the higher the chance of success. Seeing the stone rat crying and holding its head, Kianmo advised it that the altar had been extinguished and would need several months to accumulate enough energy. It was already skin and bones from hunger. It might as well go out with him to eat and drink. But he then sighed and said there was a level 45 awakened person at the entrance. That woman had just been chasing him, and even if the two of them teamed up, it would be hard to win. The stone rat was just about to help, but hearing this, it also drooped dejectedly. Mo then took its hand and whispered, but there was currently a plan that could help them escape safely. First, a moment later, Mo, in his dwarf form, rushed out screaming that the stone rat had eaten a person. Seeing the stone rat chasing the stranger, Quan cursed the failure. He could not even handle a level 40 beast. Seeing the seal in front of the waterfall disappear, she was startled and her eyes lit up. She had not expected the cave entrance seal to be lifted. With astonishing speed, Quan lunged towards the waterfall. Seeing her jump inside, Mo turned around panting and smiled with satisfaction at the stone rat. He praised their teamwork as not bad. The evil woman was inside. Now it was time to reactivate the seal. Inside, Quan looked at the extinguished altar and roared in fury. Who on earth dared to steal my item? She gritted her teeth. She had been preparing this altar for over half a year, only to have someone beat her to it. Could it be that Mo? But currently, there was no sign of him in the cave. He must have been killed by the stone rat, because only a dead person would naturally disappear. She widened her eyes and thought, why were there a dwarf clan in this cave? It must have followed someone else in and the altar was activated earlier. Aquine also tossed her hair. Let it go, maybe it was fate. Now that the ceiling barrier was gone, she could try her luck again in 3 months. When she returned to the cave entrance and placed her hand on the waterfall, Aquine immediately sensed a difference. An extremely strong barrier knocked her flying backward. Aquine lay on the ground gasping for breath, puzzled as to why the barrier had reappeared. Laughing and scared at the same time, she realized that this time Sukin had no escape route and could only starve to death. She wondered if everything was a scheme targeting her. She drew a sharp dagger and aimed it at her chest, preferring a quick death over a lingering one. As red blood splattered, Aquine's face twisted, vowing never to rest in the same sky if she ever found out who that person was. Outside, the stone rat was still busy eating the food Mo had given it. Seeing enough time had passed, Mo stood up and told the stone rat to watch some magic. He took off his mask and returned to his real form, startling the stone rat into a series of squeaks. Seeing it was about to attack, he drew his sword and asked, "Brother Stone Rat, did I scare you?" He smiled and asked if it wanted to live, he would give it a chance. On the golden sand desert, a man and a rat sped away swiftly. Sitting on the rat's back, Mo complained about the slow speed, saying he would add extra food tonight if it ran faster. Hearing that, the stone rat cheered up and accelerated to full speed, leaving only a trail of dust behind. Mo was satisfied. On the Tianqi continent, an awakened person at level 30 automatically gained the taming skill. This stone rat was sensible. With the promise of safety and delicious food, it became a temporary mount for him. Riding it increased his speed by 150%. Today the destination was Spider Canyon, where the level 40 field boss, Flame Witch, resided. After defeating it, the drop rate for yin yang silk was very high. It would be good to get one. The hunters on the desert only caught a glimpse of a figure flashing by. They marveled, this person was only level 30 yet already had a mount, and a full-body rockstone rat was really cool. Arriving at Spider Canyon, Mo patted the stone rat's head and told it to wait there, as the path was too narrow for it to go down. It obediently nodded and sat waiting. As he got closer, Mo heard sounds of battle, realizing someone had already made a move before him. At the bottom of the cliff, a person was trying their best to dodge the attacks of the Flame Witch, almost running at full capacity. Noticing that person's high speed, Mo silently praised him. Though he was one level lower, he was very impressive. He leaped down, recognizing this as a promising thief seedling worth recruiting. Down there, he sighed while looking at the enraged Flame Witch. The level gap was too large. Dodging this AoE skill was too difficult. Li Minghao stood frozen, accepting the barrage of fire descending upon him. Fortunately, Mo arrived in time, swinging his sword to cut through the flames, making him cheerfully exclaim, "So it's you." Mo asked suspiciously, "You know me?" He beat his chest. "I am Li Minghao, enrolled at Yunma Academy this year. Thank you for letting me pick up materials outside Lightning City that covered my tuition." He suddenly realized, so this was the person who had followed him that day. At that time on the road to Lightning City, he had collected almost all resources, and many people, including this kid, were picking up the leftovers behind him. Mo glanced at the Flame Witch. Li Minghao cheerfully continued, "Back then, many students like me were gathering tuition fees, and everyone was grateful to you." He rushed forward, saying to discuss other things later, that his level was too low and to stand aside and wait for him to deal with this monster. Mo charged in, unleashing a continuous combo, double hammer strike, crushing blow, heavenly smash, heart-rending pierce. Li Minghao marveled, "That's strong, but you are only one level higher than me." Seeing Mo switch his weapon to a dagger, he looked confused and uncomprehending. He leaped up to attack the Flame Witch from above. She spewed flames, but he dodged them all. The dagger tip shot straight into a vital point with incredible speed. Li Minghao was stunned, unsure if he was some kind of divine assassin. The fire nun was stunned for 2 seconds. He shouted out a lesson. This was the opportunity to strike with Mystic Rune Overwhelming. The spear tip gathered all the runes, attacking forward, creating a massive damage explosion for surrounding enemies. The more runes, the greater the damage. The skill dealt over 12,000 critical damage, and the fire nun took the full hit. Li Minghao raised his hand to block, wondering how the attack power was so terrifying when he was only 1 level higher. Qianmo explained, Mystic Rune Overwhelming differs from sustained damage, dealing total damage in an instant, suited for hitting monster weak points. Holding the thin thread in his hand, Qianmo smiled. Luckily, he obtained Yin-Yang life thread after just 1 kill. Li Minghao ran over excitedly. Master, master. He praised the recent technique as too amazing. His understanding of assassins was truly frightening, wanting to become a disciple. Qianmo asked indifferently, you should talk about your situation first, since we have only met twice. He introduced himself shyly. Master, I am an assassin. My talent is SS grade battle sense, which helps dodge danger in time. Thanks to it, I got into Yunba Academy. He calculated lightly. His leveling speed was also fast, reaching level 29 not long after entering university. He honestly took out an item. My luck is good. I received a spirit energy jewel that helps level up fast. It provides 100% extra experience when killing monsters, up to 800,000 points, totaling 2.4 million experience. Qianmo was stunned. This kid smelled favored by heaven, hitting a 1 in a million probability. He flicked the jewel back, turned around. Want to be my disciple? Fine. After second job change, come find me. The corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile. As Qianmo stepped out of the teleportation dungeon, a person approached and asked, Are you Sir Qianmo? He asked coolly, Speak. The person invited, Please follow me. President Zhang requests your presence. In the president's office, the wooden door was tightly shut. When he entered, the person in the room spoke up. Please have a seat. I am Zhang Xiaoyuan, president of the Capital Management Association. A moment later, Qianmo walked in and sat opposite. Seeing Zhang Xiaoyuan constantly staring, he wondered, why is he staring at my ring like that? Is he targeting Old Man Qin? He decided to ask first, What business do you have with me today? Zhang Xiaoyuan praised, Truly a hero emerges in youth. Already level 30 upon entering Shen Yu Academy. Old Man Qin instructed me to give you this item, telling you to use it only after awakening the second job change. Qianmo received the box, unable to open it. It seemed the box was sealed by some magical power, needing the second job change to unlock. He took the box and bowed. Thank Old Man Qin for me. I accept the gift. At the second job change exam room, Lai Zhenji asked, Are you sure you don't want to rest a while? He replied with a smile, Headmaster Lai, trust me, I'm fine. I am a freelancer. My second job change quest is quite special. Can the academy ban the live stream? Lai Zhenji said, What a pity. I plan to have the whole school observe. But since you raised the issue, you must have a reason. Fine. Today I will forbid everyone from watching, including the teachers. He looked around. Where is your assistant? Why is no one here? He cast a meaningful glance. Today it is only me. I want to take the exam alone. Seeing him charge into the dungeon without hesitation, Lai Zhenji fell silent. He hurried to Ling Xiao's office. Principal Qianmo just returned and immediately rushed to take the second job change advancement. I couldn't stop him. Ling Xiao leisurely pruned a branch. He is still the same. Youth is truly wonderful. Lai Zhenji added, During the exam he requested to ban everyone from watching, including the teachers. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao froze, causing him to gulp nervously. But then he shook his head. Never mind, everyone has their secrets. A talent like this shouldn't be watched too closely. You did well this time. Just then, Ling Rixi walked over and called out, You should take your medicine now. We can talk later. Lai Zhenji saw her arrive and smiled warmly. So it was Xiao Xi. Long time no see. You've become even more beautiful. Ling Rixi shyly denied it. Uncle Lai teased her. He turned around slowly, no longer teasing her. I've finished what I need to say. You two talk, I won't disturb you. Ling Xiao gave Ling Rixi a meaningful look, about to put the medicine into the glass of water. The child I introduced to you has already arrived. She was startled, almost knocking over the glass of medicine. So soon? Grandpa, didn't I say I didn't want to go on a blind date? He finished his glass of water. That won't do, I already promised them. He's at Jiarui's second ring now. I'll arrange for you two to meet when he comes out. Ling Rixi wanted to say more, but Ling Xiao had made up his mind to leave. It's decided then. I won't force you, but you must at least meet once. In the desert, golden sand stretched beneath the azure sky. A stone rat leisurely walked on the sand. Qianmo held the energy fruit gifted by Kui Feng, breathing a sigh of relief. This instance was a desert. To reach SSS rank, he had to go all out. Luckily, there was no live stream to disturb him. This time he could finally evolve into the complete form. He pressed the confirm button. The energy fruit, once consumed, would permanently increase all of the awakener's attributes by 5 points. You have used the energy fruit 2 times, all attributes increased by 10. Qianmo's status changed again, both his identity and attributes rose. He was excited. Now my body is full of strength, ready to charge into the legendary soul-binding realm. Qianmo patted the stone rat's head. Buddy, today is your last day by my side. Once I get through this instance, I will set you free. A moment later, all kinds of monsters appeared from the desert. The stone rat dodged attacks while dashing like the wind. A notification sounded. You have been hit by the curses of haunting, cripple, weakness, silence, and the burning state. The stone rat squeaked discontentedly continuously. He found it amusing. Are you saying that pulling so many monsters is asking for death? He pointed at the stone slab ahead and ordered it to aim accurately and jump up. The stone rat agilely left the group of monsters behind, landing exactly where he pointed. Qianmo pointed ahead again. See that wall over there? Jump one more time. The stone rat used all its strength, its claws digging into the stone wall as it climbed up. Once it was high enough, the group of monsters suddenly scattered, no longer chasing. Qianmo took out an essence-grade blood bottle and drank it, sighing in relief. This was why he chose this map. Whether it was a stone wall or a stone pillar, he could break combat by borrowing his pet to jump up. The system announced that the purification cooldown had ended, removing all debuffs. He looked at his hand. If only the cooldown were shorter, he wouldn't have to play this heart-pounding, leg-shaking game. Looking at the chaotic dust below, Qianmo calculated, to achieve SSS rank today, he had to kill all the minor monsters and complete the mission. Luckily, that thing was here. These monsters would be easy to handle later. The stone rat obediently sat down and Qianmo instructed. Ahead is the #1 instructor boss. You stay on the high platform, I'll handle the rest. A massive bull lay at the center behind the stone wall, along with a swarm of smaller insects slowly walking below. Qianmo leaped down from the wall, landing safely. Looking at the insects crawling all over the rocks, he hesitated. Just like in the previous life, the armored shell insects were neutral creatures if not provoked. But today's SSS rank goal was to clear the instance. He took out an M18 grenade. This was the best choice. But while the instructor was still patrolling, he had to start setting up immediately. A moment later, M18s had covered the area. After setting up, Qianmo turned and hid. Very good, the instructor was about to enter the insect swarm. Now was the time to light the fireworks. After hiding behind a rock, he strongly pressed the control button. Right now, fly up. A series of massive explosions occurred consecutively, burning the entire desert region. Red liquid splashed into the sky, falling like rain. Qianmo opened a parachute to shield himself. Under the parachute was his triumphant expression, along with the mechanical voice notification. You have eliminated a level 36 boss, the drunken instructor. On the ground now, there was only thick dust. Qianmo slowly approached the corpse of the large animal, a sword floating above its body. It was a one-handed sword weapon, the Guardian's sword. Aside from its high stats, it could combine with the retaliation blade to create the Vanguard's glory. He happily picked up the sword. It's even stronger than my ever-flowing ring. Truly a semi-legendary weapon. Speaking of legendary weapons, the Vanguard's glory once existed in the desert city, but a long time ago it was split into 2 semi-legendary weapons. One half is the Guardian's sword in my hand, the other half is the Retaliator's blade. Qianmo was delighted. When the 2 swords merge, the ancient Vanguard's glory will reappear, even though the Vanguard's glory can only be used temporarily within the instance. Having it will make clearing this place easy. He said this, then saw the stone rat appear, squeaking as it rushed closer. In front of it was an area with many monsters stationed at the base of a staircase. He shouted an order. See the monsters at the bottom of the stairs? Pull them all up for me, and then charge up the stairs. The stone rat immediately accepted the order, dashing quickly towards the group of monsters. Its agility caused chaos among the monsters. At this moment, the level 36 elite boss, the sand demon, appeared. Qianmo mounted the stone rat's back and charged directly towards him. When he was a certain distance from him, he quickly jumped off. His hand grabbed the boss's arm, simultaneously unleashing a powerful punch of fire, and shouted, "Go down." The large boss fell into the swarm of monsters below, creating a loud noise. Qianmo arrived at the prison cell area. 5 people were locked in iron cages, some begging for help. We came to the desert to explore but were captured. Please release us. We will reward you. He quickly agreed. No problem, I'll release you right away. The sound of chains breaking rang out, and the freed people thanked him repeatedly. The sand demon's angry voice rang out. Hateful slaves, the price for escaping is death. Behind him was a horde of monsters charging forward. The group of rescued people saw this and panicked. Down there are all giant monsters, at least over 100 of them. We're doomed. Erbrahim in the group shouted, "We are all level 40. Holding the stairs gives us a chance. Everyone prepare to fight." Despite his courage, he turned worriedly to Qianmo. please grant us your strength. He encouraged them, it's okay. I'll act when the time comes, just keep advancing. As if given new strength, the man thanked him, then turned to command, heal me, unleash full attack power, let's fight. A fierce battle erupted, the group and the monster horde clashing. Kianmo stood to the side, holding a fireball, secretly smirking. Want him to help? This wasn't his first time in this instance. The group continued fighting. One person said to the captain, it seems my attack power isn't enough. The monsters are about to break through the line. As soon as he finished speaking, that person was attacked by a monster, screaming for help in panic. The captain turned to Kianmo, please increase the attack. He looked at the magic bullet in his palm and calmly replied, let 3 of them die first, then we'll talk. The battle hadn't stopped. The men and monsters were locked in a disadvantageous fight. A monster charged forward. The captain gritted his teeth. Only 10 some monsters left to win, but with only 1 man left, are we going to die here? As soon as he finished speaking, a figure rushed over, stabbing down the massive monster with a single strike. Following that was a series of attacks. Countless monsters were successively eliminated by the powerful punch of fire. A moment later, only 2 figures remained on the ground, the captain and Kianmo holding a long spear. The man cupped his hands and bowed, thank you for your help. Luckily 2 of us survived. As he finished speaking, the spear tip was pointed directly at his chest. The captain trembled in fear. What do you want to do? Kianmo's eyes turned bloodshot, his voice full of danger. I should be the one asking you that. Or were you planning to thank your savior with a dagger? The man hit the nail on the head, his expression turning vicious. How do you know? He didn't answer, just thrust the spear straight, unleashing a single strike might, finishing the opponent. The man lay flat on the ground. He leisurely replied, of course I know, because I've entered Desert City countless times. The real second-tier boss is your 5-man team. These 5 people were not an exploration team, but traitors to the human race, who fled here after being hunted. If I helped them too much, the exploration team's strength would become greater, making it harder to deal with betrayal. If I helped too little, they would die too early and the retaliator's blade wouldn't drop. Meeting me is your greatest misfortune. He looked at the short blade floating with an orange glow, smiling in satisfaction. Kianmo held the sword, praising it with satisfaction. A good blade, a pity it must be merged as soon as it is obtained. Saying this, he merged the 2 blades, and the entire ground emitted a brilliant golden light. A moment later, a single azure sword appeared. This was the legendary Vanguard's glory, with superior attributes such as emitting shockwaves, dealing basic damage to enemies in front, and being affected by the fatal strike of a 4-dimensional attack. Kianmo delightfully held the blade, praising it as a true legendary weapon with impressive attributes. He shouldered the blade and continued walking on the dusty ground. A group of massive monsters with various shapes appeared before him. Kianmo remarked that before meeting the final boss, these level 39 monsters were the strongest in the Desert City. It was the perfect time to test the blade. He charged forward, planted 1 foot, and unleashed the Mistbreaker strike. A single swing of the blade sent the monsters flying. Kianmo's eyes turned cold as he continued to focus on the area ahead. The effect of the Vanguard Glory equipment activated. A slash carrying a fierce wave of heat swept the monsters clean. Red special damage stat numbers continuously appeared. After a while, he shouldered the blade, feeling that his strike had cost no effort at all. Kianmo felt both admiration and regret. With just 10 seconds of normal attacks, he had killed 24 elite monsters. If only he could take this weapon outside. Suddenly, the water surface behind him stirred. Kianmo had to turn around to look. He saw more and more bubbles rising, hoping that the final boss was a hydra for entertainment. Otherwise, it would be too boring. Water surface suddenly erupted with a loud bang. Kianmo stood still, looking at the massive cloud of mist created by the bubbles in front of him. A gigantic level 40 hydra emerged from the water. He looked down at him and asked aggressively. Kianmo replied sharply with provocation, saying that even a demigod like him dared to argue, but he had already killed the patriarch of their kind. Hearing the provocation, the hydra became even more ferocious, swinging its massive tentacles in the air, stirring up dust. Kianmo stood calmly watching without dodging, only flexibly moving his feet. Holding the sword firmly with both hands, he leaped into the air, continuously attacking with the demonic ghost sword art. The hydra stuttered and roared in disbelief, not expecting him to have obtained the holy relic of the pioneer. He did not reply and continued to charge forward, his eyes bloodshot and filled with killing intent. Kianmo unleashed the rising dragon sword, and lightning-like thermal rays appeared around him. He approached like lightning, raising his blade. The hydra could not react, only staring with wide eyes. Countless slashes struck the hydra's massive body. He glared, opened his mouth wide with sharp teeth, and roared in disbelief. The hydra's body was destroyed with a loud noise. He leaped into the air and watched the corpse vanish. Covered in sweat, Kianmo gasped for breath. Maintaining this state was very taxing. It was time to deal with the small monsters. A system voice congratulated Kianmo on completing the mission, allowing him to unlock a new skill. He looked at the red gradually dyeing the sky. After listening to the long system notification, he was dazed. Soul Reclaimer was some kind of strange class. He had had become a master of the second job change of all classes. If this pattern continued, his complete form would be the 5th job change of all classes. Kianmo happily closed the stat panel, pointing to the sky, saying he was increasingly looking forward to how the Soul Reclaimer class would develop. Elsewhere, urgent preparations were underway. Many people were bustling about, quickly completing their tasks. Lai Junji loudly asked the members how their preparations were coming along. Had they prepared flowers, medals, and a welcome team for the young lady? He pointed and ordered everyone to hurry up, not knowing when the little demon Kianmo would appear. A man sitting nearby spoke up. Wasn't the bureau chief being too cautious? How far had the Divine Guardian Academy fallen? Scared by just one phone call. Another replied that the academy had a long history, and the principal was a 4th job change powerhouse. At this moment, Beijing Television's top female anchor, Li Yushen, stepped out of the car. Seeing her, someone called out in greeting. She stood with her arms crossed and complained loudly that she was supposed to interview at Yunba Academy, but was dragged here instead. An academy with only one graduate was hardly newsworthy. What a waste of time. The cameraman smiled and went along with her, saying that she took off her coat and ordered the cameraman to turn on the equipment. She might as well take a look at the situation at Divine Guardian Academy. The last time she came was several years ago. The camera started, and the anchor sent greetings to the live stream. Today, she accepted the principal's invitation to witness the promotion exam of a genius. Comments on the live stream screen scrolled continuously, most of them ridiculing and disparaging. Dai-san also read the negative comments, telling herself to just let them be. This boring show had no viewers anyway. Suddenly, a convoy appeared, drawing attention. Viewers wondered why the cars from Lantern Academy were there, along with cars from Mailing Academy. Could something be happening today? The 2 leading black cars stopped parallel to each other. 2 men stepped out. One was Chang Yusheng, the director of Mailing University, and the other was Wang Kaifu, the director of Lantern University. They shook hands in greeting and nearly simultaneously asked each other if they had come to attend Kianmo's graduation ceremony. The scene caused the live stream room to explode. Who was Kianmo to make these 2 veterans come here? Even the provincial top scholar did not receive such treatment. The screen was also broadcast in the conference room of Yunba Academy, ranked number 1 in Xia country. Wu Suijing, the principal of Yunba Academy, sat watching the screen, tapping the table with his fingers, and asked in a low voice what the Divine Guardian Academy was preparing today. Academic Affairs Director Zhao Sui closed the file and replied that, as far as he knew, Mo was the provincial top scholar, but because of his deputy class, they did not send anyone to recruit him. The Divine Guardian Academy might want to use his name for a stunt. Another person spoke up. Perhaps Qian Mo's exam results were quite good. He achieved an SSS potential rating. Suijing tilted his head in thought. That old man was about to enter the coffin but still refused to stay still. Times have changed. After thinking, he spoke. Since we are classmates and there are many academies participating, we cannot be impolite. So Sui, you go in my place. Sui quickly agreed. Hawking did not forget to remind him, do not forget to call that child over. He has been back since yesterday. Back on the sandy lot, only Kianmo remained. He was smoothing his bangs when he remembered that he had not yet looked at the brocade box old Kin had given him. He held the brocade box in his hand, ready to open it. Now was the time to open it to see what good items were inside. As soon as the lid was opened, a beam of golden light immediately shone before Tianmo. He looked at the item inside, his eyes wide with shock. It was an SS rank skill book, and a passive skill at that. As soon as he finished speaking, the scroll turned into a crystal and flew up, absorbing into him. The system announced that he had learned the passive skill Explosive Rage, increasing critical damage by 20%. His eyes were now filled with a purple hue. Kianmo thought carefully. Old Kin probably wanted to help him during the exam, which was why he set a seal, allowing him to open it after completing the second job change. This gift was certainly not a light one. Kianmo smiled. If he had the chance, he would still need to express his gratitude directly. Then he opened the system panel and allocated the 20 attribute points from the second awakening reward into spirit. He did not want to experience that state of exhaustion again. After selecting, the panel moved to the next section, and the points were allocated. Now, thinking about the two new passive skills, the skill Killing Intent Aura would be unlocked. The system announced that it congratulated the owner on upgrading the Killing Intent Aura to level 2. It had an additional 20% chance to deal damage to enemies within a 5-meter range, while also increasing the critical rate for himself and his teammates by 5%. Kianmo looked at the notification and wiped the sweat from his forehead, exhaling. This time, the passive skill did not switch to a permanent active form. If it did, not only would his mana be insufficient, but it would also cause chaos and attract monsters. If he followed the current development trend, he would need to increase his attack speed in the mid to late game. Next, he would convert that other skill. His finger pressed to activate it. The system announced a successful conversion. This skill summoned a swarm of falling, dealing multiple instances of damage and draining life from enemies. Kianmo Mo looked at the information and was very satisfied. This passive skill was useful. From now on, he would have a dual method of recovering HP during a battle. The status window opened, listing basic information and skill stats clearly. He stepped through the wide-open door, not expecting his battle power to have increased by 20,000 points in just one day. There were still many treasure items left unopened. He would deal with them when he returned to the Tianqi continent. A large bell rang out, its sound echoing across the sky. Ling Xiao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking at the bell before him, feeling at ease. The Divine Guardian bell had rung 9 times. He had succeeded. This time it was an unprecedented record. On the smooth surface of the large stone slab, the name Qian Mo appeared as the holder of the best record in history. Ling Xiao raised his wrinkled eyes, looking at the bell in contemplation. The Divine Guardian bell was brought by the founding principal. Every time a student achieved a feat, the bell would be rung. In nearly 100 years, it had rung many times, but 9 consecutive rings was a first. The number 9 symbolized the pinnacle and supreme power. He said this, then turned and left, sighing inwardly about Qian Mo. He stepped out from the teleportation gate. His eyes were immediately dazzled by the flashing camera lights. Qian Mo raised his hand to his brow to shield against the sudden lights, wondering in his heart what event was happening today. As soon as they saw him appear, the entire hall buzzed with excitement. People cheered that the Grandmaster Qian Mo was out. He had succeeded, becoming the youngest outstanding graduate in Xia country's history. The livestream screen also exploded. Dai San's eyes widened and her mouth hung open in shock. Comments scrolled continuously over the shocking news. From Qian Mo's side, 2 men approached. Chang Yuansheng took the initiative to greet him, saying it had been a long time, friend Cheng. After receiving the news, he came immediately. Luckily, he still made it in time. Wang Kaifu, standing by, cut in, congratulating and saying that today he represented Principal Fei Yingguang to come. That day he had been asked to relay that today he was truly sorry, because the principal had an important meeting he could not leave, otherwise he would surely have come in person. The crowd behind heard this, and were astonished, not understanding what earth-shattering thing Director Wang had just said, that the Dodol 4-turn powerhouse Principal Lan Tian, if not for an unexpected matter, would actually come to support in person. At the broadcasting hall of Xia State General Television, the man watching exclaimed in surprise, "There are 5 million viewers. This is the highest record since Jingcheng Television was established." The director of Xia State General Television angrily said, "Damn it, at such an important occasion we received no news at all, and let Jingcheng Television easily reap huge benefits." Returning to Qian Mo's place, the invited crowd made way for Ling Xiao, who was arriving. His appearance caused the crowd to become even more noisy, and Lei Zhenji had to remind everyone to maintain order. Ling Xiao looked at Qian Mo and gently smiled, announcing, "This record has been recognized by the Zhongshendu. Congratulations to you. You have once again created a new page in historical records for Xia State. The 9 chimes just now are the clear proof." Qian Mo heard these words, and his face became even more excited. Ling Xiao spoke as if for everyone to hear. On the live stream, the audience discussed excitedly, "What is the Zhongshendu? Why are the expressions of the 3 high-level leaders so shocked?" Wang Kaifu said with a trembling voice, "I said it, just hearing the bell chime, my soul felt shaken. So that legend is real, the Zhongshendu truly exists." Broadcaster Yushin said in her voice, "Dear teachers, I am the host of Jingcheng Television. Everyone does not know what the Zhongshendu is. I wonder if you could explain." Lai Zhenji actively stepped before the camera and spoke through the microphone. "Legend has it the Zhongshendu was created by the first principal of Shendu Academy, possessing the miraculous ability to assess student potential. When an outstanding student breaks a dimensional instance record, the Zhong will chime a certain number of times. The more chimes, the faster the achievement improvement and the greater the student's potential. But very few people have triggered it, and usually only 2 or 3 times. Before today, the school's highest record was 6 chimes, set by Principal Ling." On the livestream, Yushin quickly asked, "Director Lei, do you mean Qian Mo's potential is stronger than a 4-turn powerhouse?" Lei Junji read the comments and angrily clenched his fists. "I have a reputation, how could I lie? These people still do not believe." Chang Yusheng looked up straight at Qian Mo standing still in one place up high. He asked, "Classmate Qian Mo, may I ask what the evaluation of today's 2nd-turn exam and the passing time were?" Qian Mo calmly replied, "SS rank evaluation. The specific time I did not look closely, probably around an hour and a few minutes." The answer caused the livestream to explode, with some praising, but also some doubting Qian Mo. Lei Junji read the comments and only sneered. "These people are truly dead pigs not afraid of boiling water. Let me slap their faces hard." Having said that, Lai Zhenji asked Qian Mo, "May I ask where your assistant is? It seems we did not see him." Qian Mo quickly calculated in his head. He knows, he wants me to cooperate, right? He replied crisply. Today I soloed alone. I did not bring an assistant. The comments on the live stream now acknowledged. Then that is also awesome. Sister reporter is stunned again. I bow to the great one. It looks like Shendu Academy is really about to rise. Does anyone who suspected Mozi have a sore face now? At least sore for 2.5 years. The name Qian Mo will surely resound through Jingcheng tomorrow. A girl holding roses stepped forward, with admiring words ringing in her ears. Senior Ning Yu is so lucky today, being chosen as the representative to give flowers. So envious. Ning Yu's heart was full of determination. Such an outstanding man, she must pursue him. Today she had tried her best to get the task of giving flowers, and she would show them her methods later. In another place, a slender, wet hand reached up to turn off the faucet. Ling Rixi was wrapping a towel while crying dejectedly without tears. I have to meet the blind date target later. What do I do? Why did he clear the second turn so fast? Could he not slow down a bit? Why did I go along with grandfather's arrangement? I am truly an idiot. She tore at her hair and wailed. There is really no way. I have to make that person fail. If he fails, then I do not have to go. I really do not want to go on a blind date. She said this while walking to the vibrating phone on the table. Ling Roxy picked it up and opened the live stream, puzzled. Why is the viewer count of Jingcheng television so high today? Exceeding 10 million already. Her eyes widened in shock when she saw the main character was Qian Mo. At the flower presentation area, Qian Mo stood on the stage with the teachers, looking at the restless crowd below. Lai Junji spoke up. Everyone, please be quiet. I am sure you all know Qian Mo's incredible achievements. Now please welcome the student representative to present the flowers, and I hope everyone applauds for Qian Mo's contributions. Hearing the introduction, Ning Yu held the flowers and slowly stepped onto the stage. Qian Mo saw the approaching person and was unhappy inside. Why did they let her present flowers to me? Deliberately trying to make me sick, right? Watching that person come closer, Qian Mo's face darkened even more. He told himself it was truly bad luck. For the sake of Shendu Academy's rise plan, he could only sacrifice personal interests to achieve the common goal. Standing before Qian Mo, Ning Yu smiled and thought to herself, I wonder what expression he will have when I confess my feelings in front of tens of millions of people later. Below the stage, there was a buzz of praise for Ning Yu. Qian Mo reluctantly smiled as he accepted the bouquet and listened to the seniors' congratulations. Her face flushed and she stammered, I really. At that moment, a voice suddenly cut in. So it is you. Kimo saw the person appear and asked in surprise, Ling Rixi, why are you here? Ruoxi did not answer but rushed over and hugged him tightly, letting out a curse. She looked at Qian Mo with tear-filled eyes and sobbed. So the person grandfather wanted me to go on a blind date with is you. Why did you not tell me when you took the exam to get into Shendu Academy? Qian Mo looked at her, speechless. Chairman Ling watched the scene and cursed inwardly, Qian Mo, you bastard. I am not done with you yet. On the live stream, the audience was in an uproar over the scene of her rushing into Qian Mo's arms in front of so many people. The first person has feelings for him. The second is even more proactive, so jealous. Qian Mo looked at Ling Rixi awkwardly and said, stop yelling, this is live. Watch your image, my dear young lady. Hearing him speak, she suddenly came to her senses and pushed hard away from him, her face darkening as she said nothing. Chang Yusheng and Wang Kaifu looked at the unexpected situation and asked Principal Ling in unison. He stammered in reply, this is an accident. His heart was full of unspeakable thoughts. He could not say publicly that the person on stage was his grandson-in-law. Lai Junji stepped forward to conclude, the celebration ceremony ends here. Please follow me to the lecture hall. An important decision of Shendu Academy will be announced. Everyone below the stage heard this and began to move. Qian Mo rubbed her head and asked with a smile, everyone is gone, do you still want to cry? In reply, she punched his chest and cursed, I knew you were bullying me. Having said that, she turned and ran off, no longer paying him any attention. Ning Yu lightly glanced at him and then quietly left. After walking a short distance, she quietly turned her head to look at him still standing there. The young girl's face was full of pain as she said to herself, so my rival is Ling Rixi, a genius with SS talent. In figure, appearance, and family background, everything surpasses me. From now on, I will probably completely become the laughingstock of the academy. Thinking this, she let her body fall backward under gravity. Below the stage decorated with flowers, Ning Yu lay on the ground. The boy from before now lay silently beside her, looking both lonely and pitiful. After everyone sat down at the meeting table, they discussed Shendu Academy noisily together. Lai Junji arrived and someone spoke up. Director Lei of Shendu Academy is here. He extended his hand, inviting Qian Mo to sit here. Qian Mo thought to himself, is the principal going to announce that thing today? Yushen below was puzzled. How can a student like Qian Mo sit in the main seat? That is the seat for the heads of the academies. Even with outstanding talent, he is not qualified. The person beside her replied, he might be representing outstanding students to give a speech. Yushen found this reasonable and nodded. She gave an order. No matter what, Kianmo is today's highlight segment. Point the camera at Kianmo. Another place. Looking at the screen, someone said, truly a bunch of trash. Why did we not send anyone to Jiangcheng Academy back when we were promoting, and we let a monstrous talent like Kianmo fall into Shendu's hands? Xu Jing shouted, Guangdi, you are the recruitment director. How did you do your job? Guangdi explained, Kianmo did not display frightening power before. Everyone could not judge his future. With our traditional style, our academy does not consider students with no future. Xu Jing agreed. That is also true. Misjudgment happens once or twice every few years. Let us drop this for now. What do you think Ling Xiao will do next? Guangdi speculated. I think Shendu Academy helping Kianmo is a front. Their true intention is to return to the top ranks. If I were Ling Xiao possessing the trump card Kianmo, I would make full use of it. Xu Jing was satisfied. An accurate analysis. If they want to use the opportunity to gain momentum, I will just have to throw cold water on them. Sui should be arriving soon, right? My big gift is about to be sent, Ling Xiao announced. Next, I will announce an important measure. From now on, Shendu Academy and Lantin Academy will become strategic allies, sharing resources. He extended his hand. Besides establishing a student exchange mechanism, we will also cooperate to open an improvement class for teachers to enhance teaching standards. After the decision is made, the temporary head of the improvement class will be student Kian Mo. Everyone heard this and could not believe their ears, quickly voicing opposition. Fuji spoke up. Shendu Academy is indeed making big moves, he said with a laugh. Why is everyone silent? Continue talking about the cooperation plan. Our Yumba Academy also wants to hear just how miraculous the plan to promote a weak academy is. Everyone whispered about Suai. Li Junji still warmly welcomed, so it is friends from Yumba Academy. Our Shendu Academy welcomes everyone. Please be seated. Suai asked further, Principal Ling, if I heard correctly, you just said you want to make this student the head of the improvement class, right? Ling Xiao coldly looked at Sui. Does Yumba Academy have any guidance? Sui questioned. I just want to ask, what qualifications does this Qian and Mo have to be a teacher of the improvement class? Everyone was stammering. At this moment, Qian Mo spoke up. Do I need the recognition of Yumba Academy to be the class head? Is that too arrogant? Sui angrily retorted. Education is the foundation of all Xia State academies. Is a second-turn student going to teach third-turn teachers? He said angrily. Are you using your own students as experiments, playing with the future of Xia State? Seeing this, everyone responded, giving various reasons to reject this request, each person discussing it animatedly. They believed that no matter what, Qian Mo was just a student, and the Shenyu Academy seemed to be panicking and grasping at straws. Kai Fu stated that Zheng Qianmo had a high teaching standard recognized by many teachers. Suddenly a voice rang out. Enough, Director Wang, no need to say more. Qianmo jumped up and said, it seems the Yunba Academy came prepared today. Since that's the case, let's be direct. What exam do I need to pass to become the homeroom teacher today? Sayu immediately replied, there's no exam, but today the Yunba Academy has set up a challenge platform at the Shenyu Academy. The referee is a graduate student from the Yunba Academy. If you're confident you can try, beat him, and I'll have nothing more to say. Everyone buzzed with excitement upon learning the challenger was Kai Xiang, the Silver Moon transfer student prodigy. 2 years ago he broke many rules, and now there were rumors he had reached level 40, returning as an alumnus, somewhat to bully. They continued, aren't fellow students trained by the academy? If you're behind you have to accept defeat. That's not bullying. So you challenged, do you dare agree? Directors felt a bit uneasy inside because on the schedule, he had a full 10 levels, and he excelled at solo combat. With the Silver Moon profession, who would dare accept? But if they didn't agree, this batch of teachers likely couldn't continue. Qian Mo confidently replied, Qian Mo will play with you to the end. Everyone buzzed again. He actually agreed. Truly fearless. There are a full 10 levels on the schedule. Shenyu Academy is done for this time. Ling Xiao spoke up. Today's press conference is about to end. Since you have requested to organize a public challenge, then I, this old man, must agree. Everyone, follow me to the arena. Suddenly a voice rang out from a distance. It seems I arrived just in time for some drama. Yuan Hao walked in and asked, Principal Ling, I just heard you say you're going to hold a martial arts activity, right? Junjai was surprised. Commissioner Dai, why are you here today? Ling Xiao welcomed him warmly. Long time no see. Today was originally a press conference announcing an alliance between the two schools, but the Yunba Academy wants to have a martial arts match with us. The crowd below became noisy again. Who is this Commissioner D? You don't know Yuan Hao? He is a close confidant beside the big shot old kin. So you explained, our Yunba Academy heard that the Shenyu Academy let a second-tier student become a teacher, so we wanted to organize a friendly match. After hearing this, Yuan Hao nodded in support. he announced. I am here today representing the Management Association to state our position. We wish the advanced teacher class of the Shenyu Academy continued development. We hope Qian Mo can lead the teachers to bring glory to our Xia kingdom. Ling Xiao thought to himself, just how many secrets is this kid hiding? Could he have a connection with old Qin? After pondering for a moment, he spoke. Our Shenyu Academy will definitely not disappoint the expectations of the Management Association. Qian Mo thought smugly, old Qin is truly skillful. Not only does he have a complete grasp of the situation here, but he also made a move that leaves Seiyu with nothing to say. I must find time to make a trip to the Management Association headquarters. Yuan Hao turned and left. Your Shenyu Academy is very good. We look forward to the results. I have other matters, so I'll take my leave first. Everyone around discussed. It seems the Management Association's position is to stand with the Shenyu Academy. Didn't you hear? He specifically mentioned Qian Mo. He came to support him. Suzy thought anxiously. Why is the Management Association siding with Qian Mo? Does he have some kind of background? At that moment, Yu Sheng's phone rang unexpectedly. The phone showed a message from Hongshan. At all costs, we must form an alliance with Shenyu Academy. Yu Sheng thought. So the principal has made a decision too, he announced. Regarding the discussion between my school and Principal Ling, on behalf of the Ma Ling Academy, I declare that from today, Ma Ling will join this alliance. Student Qian Mo will assume the position of homeroom teacher. Everyone was surprised. I didn't expect even the Ma Ling Academy to join. With support from the Management Association, of course they have to start taking sides. Things will definitely get interesting next. Then they all raised their hands in response. We also join the strategic alliance. Our academy also requests to join us too. On the side of Zhu Jing, everyone was silent with no reaction. He slammed the table. Since when the Shenyu Academy becomes so close to the Management Association headquarters? The Ma Ling Academy just goes wherever the wind blows. Do these old men really want to drag each other back? Guangdi suggested a plan. So what if it's the Management Association principal? As long as we defeat Qian Mo, he won't be able to be a homeroom teacher then, and the alliance will fall apart. After hearing this, Xu Jing was somewhat reassured. Right, Bao Saiyu and Qi Xiong must defeat Qian Mo in the arena at all costs. As for Zhang Qian Mo, he remained calm. Didn't you say you wanted to set up a martial arts platform? Then hurry to the arena. Finish the fight early so I can make it to dinner. So you trembled. The Management Association and the Ma Ling Academy are on the same side. Even if we win the match, we'll lose face with the Management Association. The principal behind the scenes is fine, but the one on the front lines takes the blame. Kei Xiong also hesitated at this moment. Suddenly, Seiyu received a message: defeat Qian Mo at all costs. I will bear any consequences. Seiyu was terrified. The principal is throwing me into the fire, he said angrily. No matter what background Qian Mo really has, I'm not afraid. Here, strength is the only proof. Seiyu shouted loudly. Of course we fight. You are a forced PK profession at level 40, afraid of a free player 10 levels below you? Having said that, he stood up with a determined tone. Let's go to the arena. The crowd outside buzzed. Have you heard? Yunba Academy is challenging Shenyu Academy. People then rushed in to watch the spectacle. Meanwhile, at the broadcast station, they were hastily working to ensure the feed wasn't delayed. The audience discussed. Many think Qian Mo is sure to lose. Qiang thought anxiously. Damn it, I've really been played by Director Chu and the principal this time. This Qian Mo has the Management Association backing him. Even if I beat him, I'll have trouble later. It's really no good. He said arrogantly. I'm not the type to bully the weak. You better find someone else to replace me. With your level junior, switching people isn't anything shameful. Qian Mo smiled and replied. I'm different from you senior. I like bullying the weak. He confidently said. So today's match must be fought by me. Saiyu sneered. Qian Mo is too arrogant, daring to call a level 4 like Qiai Shang a soft persimmon. Someone beside him replied, arrogance requires strength, but the opponent is 10 levels above him. Provoking the opponent is not a good strategy. Kai Xiang was furious. For the sake of the Management Association's face, I was going to give you an out, but you don't know what's good for you. Don't think setting a record makes you strong. If you're seeking death, I won't be polite. The referee announced, this match is a duel. Any tools or equipment can be used, but no harm to life. The last person to lose combat consciousness or be knocked out of the arena loses. Kwai Song used the skill Silver Moon Stealth, causing his body to nearly disappear. Qian Mo sneered, Silver Moon Stealth, a mere trick dares to show off before me. The entire audience was surprised when Kai Xiong suddenly vanished. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the ground below, drawing everyone's attention. Then one crack after another appeared rapidly. In an instant, the arena floor was covered in cracks. In the observation room, a voice said, it's a pity we can't see their figures. Aren't they both hidden? How can they see each other? Another Another replied, it all relies on combat instinct. To fight this way with a 10-level difference. Ling Xiao spoke. The stealth skill is used with impressive ability, but it lacks a bit of thrilling factor, not quite satisfying. Having said that, he used a spell. Let this old man add a bit of entertainment. Kai Xiang was terrified. How is this possible? This guy is just an ordinary person, 10 levels below me. Not only can he sense the stealth skill, but he can also keep up with my speed. Qianmo sneered. As expected of a level 40 Silver Moon, your speed and combat instinct are above average. However, from now on, this is my stage. That moment, taking advantage of Qi Xiang's distraction, he used the skill Shadow Trace Step. Then Qianmo unleashed a backlock strike. The skill caused him to bleed and then collapse to the ground. As soon as Qi Xiang fell, Qianmo hit him again, sending him flying into the air. He thought, this kid is no simpleton. I can't let Qianmo continue to control the fight. Seeing Qi Xiang use Shadow Escape, he smiled. It won't work. Backlock has already inflicted a delayed bleeding effect. Stealth won't last long. Qianmo timed it perfectly. Exactly 3 seconds later, he reappeared. Qi Xiang drank a potion. I indeed underestimated you. I must admit your assassination skills are very well used. He began to split into 5 clones. That was my carelessness just now. But from here on, you won't be so lucky. Everyone at this point was marveling at Qi Xiang's power. Immediately after, the 5 clones of Qiong rushed forward to attack Qianmo. Junjai thought worriedly, Shu Qin is unleashing a 5-fold attack, but he remained calm, holding his blade and making a decisive slash. Just some cheap tricks. With his slash, Kai Xiong's blood spilled onto the ground. Once again, he was revealed. How can this be? Did you grow eyes in the back of your head? Qianmo explained, there's a skill called distinguishing position by sound. Your real position was locked by me long ago. He thought, distinguishing position by sound is crucial in FPS games. I've practiced this skill and can now use it in combat. Qi Xiong shouted in anger, I don't accept this. You're just a cripple at level 30. What right do you have? He spread his arms wide. Since you forced me to use this move, then prepare to welcome the pain of death. He then used Swift Wind Chaos Dance, using his own blood as a medium to stimulate all the energy in his body, allowing him to move at high speed and launch attacks on the enemy. Everyone commented, he's about to use Swift Wind Chaos Dance. No, that is the Silver Moon's strongest skill, a blood-for-blood trade. If he uses it, either Qianmo dies or he dies. Yu mused. Even though he's 10 levels above Qianmo, Kai Xiang is the first person to use the Swift Wind Chaos Dance. After this skill, his life force will decrease by 80%. Is Qianmo really that strong? He observed, no matter how strong he is, it doesn't matter. When Qi Xiang uses his ultimate move, everything is over. Tuan Kiet was worried. He did not understand why the principal did not intervene to stop the match. He was afraid Qianmo would be in danger. Ling Xiao thought to himself, perhaps this time they would really have to lose. They could only blame the Shenyu Academy for being too weak, unable to harm Qianmo to this extent. After a moment of thought, he decided to stand up and say, let me end this. Seeing that, Qianmo stopped him, saying that the principal had not even awakened to the second turn yet and dared to boast. Kai Xiang angrily prepared to use his shield to defend against his attack, but that shield was new to use. Hearing that, he jumped high and lunged to punch Qianmo. That was quite an itchy thought, but Kai Xiang was quickly sent flying far away after just one blow. Sui observed in shock. Even though it was a new shield, that perfect block could still counterattack. His reaction was so fast and terrifying. Kai Xiang stood up to counter, saying he did not believe he could block forever. The people below were buzzing about Qianmo's ability. Tuan Kiet quickly explained, the perfect replica not only negated damage but also repelled all attacks. Kai Xiang was in a forced attack state with 4 more moves remaining, so he was not struck, but instead affected by the counterattack force. The people above watching saw the massive energy wave behind him as the clearest indication. Although the counterattack force did not make him lose health, the physical pain was real. Qianmo simply raised his hand and smiled, saying, I have played enough, get down. After speaking, he used his foot to kick, sending him flying down to the ground. Qianmo stepped on Qi Xiang and said, if you fall, do not get up. Should I call a doctor or a teacher? So I angrily slammed the table and yelled, enough Qianmo, do not push your luck. He sneered and asked, if you are not convinced, why not let someone else take your place? The referee announced, Shenyu Academy defeats Yunba Academy, Qianmo wins. After the match, the entire arena continuously praised Qianmo's skill. Ling Xiao excitedly spoke up to congratulate him on his victory. I praised Director Chang for being truly spirited today, daring to openly object. Ren Sheng said shyly, the Malin Academy has always had spirit. I realized early on Qianmo was no ordinary student and was secretly happy that today's deal would surely be profitable. Sui shouted, quickly send Qi Xiang to the best hospital for emergency treatment. If there is any delay, you will all be dismissed. That man thought to himself, today not only has he offended the management association, but Yunba also lost the match. The coming days would not be easy. Sui turned his head and thought to himself, this guy absolutely cannot be left alive, otherwise he will become a threat in the future. Qianmo smiled, if Director Chu still wants a challenge, just bring it on, I am ready. Sui angrily turned back, the green mountains remain unchanged, the water flows long, we will meet again soon. The people whispered among themselves that they had not seen Yumba Academy suffer such bad luck in a long time. They wondered since when Shenyu Academy had become so strong and how they managed to recruit such a talented Qian Mo. The other academy directors saw Qian Mo's ability and scrambled to invite him to join their schools. Ling Xiao turned his face away and said this matter would be discussed privately later. He thought to himself that those people were like hanging plants without clear force fields. He looked down at the field and said, "Come to my office later. It is best you provide a reasonable explanation." Qian Mo looked puzzled. "What do you want me to explain?" At this moment, Yushin walked over and asked Qian Mo if he could spare a moment. Currently in the live stream room, there were tens of thousands of viewers who all wanted to interview him. He declined, saying Principal Ling just said he had important matters to discuss, so he could not accept the interview for now. Then he walked away, leaving everyone standing there dumbfounded. She was flustered. This was a rare chance to become famous, yet he refused. Contrary to her thoughts, he gained Pan's admiration. A moment later, he arrived at the principal's office. As soon as he entered, the teachers were already inside waiting for him. Ling Xiao ordered Ling Rixi to go prepare some tea and snacks, as there were still some matters to discuss. Ling Rixi obeyed and left immediately. She walked past him and let out a puzzled snort. Ling Roxy slammed the door hard, making Qian Mo feel a bit uneasy. Sunlight streamed through the window onto the bonsai plants in the room. Ren Sheng spoke up, "Mr. Ling, this time you have truly obtained a treasure." The person next to him continued, "If I had a beautiful daughter like that, I would definitely compete with you." Ren Sheng agreed. Ling Xiao smiled, "Enough joking, let us talk seriously. You have reached second turn, do you have any plans next?" Qian Mo replied, "I might stay on the Tianqi continent for a while and plan to form a small team of my own." He said cheerfully, "Of course, before I leave I will handle the advanced classes at the 3 academies. Well, everyone need not worry." Kai Fu wondered, although at level 31 can form a team and at level 35 form a guild, development is not easy. Do you have a basic foundation yet? He pondered that currently there were 4 people, but it would surely grow quickly. Kai Fu suggested at least 5 if there was no suitable support target yet, and they could recruit from the 3 academies. Qian Mo said, "Besides me, I have confirmed Huang Tian Zilan and the principal's granddaughter Ling Rixi. The 4th person is from Yunba Academy." Ling Xiao was surprised and did not understand what he was planning. Kai Fu laughed heartily, "You are something. Huang Tian is the future star of the academy, and you've already started poaching." Qian Mo smiled, "Rest assured, Director Wang, even if Huang Tian joins voluntarily, I will not let you lose. When I have the chance, I will help train a group of excellent sword spirit masters." Yuan Sheng hurriedly said, "Our academy also has many magic system talents. If you need anything, just ask, and we will cooperate fully." He replied, "Let me finish building first and we will talk later. I will definitely need magic system professions." And Qian Mo and Ling Xiao discussed the scale and strength of the guild at Shenyu Academy. He clenched his fist, determined to establish the guild early, and wanted to contact the person in charge, which made Ling Xiao show a helpless expression. Dunji explained, "The chairman of the Shenyu Guild is Vice Principal Pan Han Yu, 48 years old, a level 64 powerhouse who has reached the 3rd transfer, only 1 step away from the 4th transfer." Qian Mo did not expect the vice principal to be so strong. He thought to himself, then why did the principal seem so helpless? Kai said the vice principal was remarkably talented, but had a strange temper, making contact very difficult. Qian Mo guessed the relationship between Han Yu and the principal was quite complicated. Ling Xiao sighed and handed him a token. "If you have the chance, you can go see him once." Ling Xiao took out a token and gave it to him, then instructed, "Just meet him and show the token. It will prove your identity." Ling Roxy brought the tea. "Grandpa, I am back." She served tea to everyone, and when she reached Qian Mo, her face unexpectedly turned red. Seeing Ling Roxy's embarrassed expression, everyone understood and went outside. Everyone laughed and made excuses to leave, leaving the 2 of them in the room. By this time, everyone had gone out, leaving only Qian Mo and Ling Roxy. They both turned to look at each other and spoke at the same time, both turning their faces away in embarrassment. He scratched his head. "Ladies first, ask your question." Her face was bright red. "I never expected you to be in the same place as me. I came back once before but did not discover you, and later Grandpa forced me to go on a blind date." Ling Roxy stammered, not knowing what else to say. Qian Mo was curious, never expected what? She shyly punched him playfully, "You hateful thing, you are bullying me." Ling Xiao and the others outside heard the entire conversation of the young couple. Hearing this, Ling Xiao felt delighted. It resolved several of his worries. The group was still outside, the door eavesdropping. Ling Xiao cuffed a few times. "Alright, you shameless old people, get going." He thought to himself, Qianmo, my precious granddaughter is in your hands. This old man can finally rest a bit. The scene shifted to a magnificent castle before their eyes. Ling Xiao spoke, this time the two of you should stay on the Tianqi continent for a while. The girl can stay with me for half a month. I am satisfied. She is about to undergo her second transfer. Help her out more. Qianmo happily agreed. Rest assured, principal. I will take good care of her. I have also arranged the teacher guidance class. For now, let them practice. I will check later. Ling Xiao feigned anger. My precious is in your hands. If you dare bully her, I will not let you off. He hesitated. How would I dare bully her? Ling Xiao instructed Ling Roxy. You also need to control your temper. If you dare bully Qianmo, I will not you off. He secretly rejoiced. It was not easy to get a good grandson-in-law. Do not let your hot temper ruin it. Ling Roxy was speechless. Ling Xiao saw them off. Alright, enough talk. The two of you set off. He thought to himself it was time to put the plan to cure Principal Ling into action. If they wanted Shenyu Academy to return to its peak, they needed a healthy and strong fourth transfer powerhouse to guard it. After thinking for a while, Qianmo spoke, we should also officially set off. A moment later, the scene shifted to the outskirts of Leiting City. He yawned as he walked. It had been a long time since he returned to the Tianqi continent. Ling Ruoxi smiled. That is right, the air here is much fresher than the Lanxing continent. Just then, two messages were sent to Qianmo. He thought to himself, just arrived and already found me. Are they all so impatient? Qianmo replied, meet at the Lighting Tavern in 1 hour. She walked over to him. Who just messaged you? Why do you look so strange? Is someone unlucky enough to be tricked by you again? Qianmo took her hand. Let us go to the Lighting Tavern for a drink, and I will introduce you to two people. Ling Roxy followed but still wondered who they were meeting. A moment later, the two arrived together at the Lighting Tavern. She was curious, who exactly are we meeting? Qianmo explained, my good brothers, and also future guild teammates. He has arrived. Huang Tian opened the door. Old Mo, let me tell you, you still need to work harder. Look, I am almost level 32. Should you put in some effort? He slammed the door. Stop wasting time. Hurry up and train for your second transfer. If you do not, I will lose face for you. When he saw that he had already reached level 30, Huang Tian was astonished. You have also undergone the second transfer? That fast? Qianmo was confident. What, you do not believe me? Want to have a spar? He smiled wryly. No need. Is this girl my sister-in-law? Nice to meet you. Please take care of me in the future. Hearing this, Ling Roxy, who was drinking water, choked and sprayed it all over their faces like rain. At this moment, Ming Hao also arrived. What water splashing festival are you guys holding? Huang Tian wondered who this person was. He introduced him. This is Li Minghao from Yunba Academy. Alright, everyone is here. Qianmo announced. Today I invited you to announce that I am preparing to form a team. Ming Hao was curious. Is the great god preparing to establish a guild? He worried. A guild can only be established after level 35, and it needs at least 5 people. We only have 4. He replied, rest assured, the conditions will wait for me to reach level 35. I am inviting you all to be the first generation members of the guild. Do you have any objections? Qianmo said, even if you say something I will not listen. If anyone does not want to join, they can pass. Huang Tian raised his hand. Who does not want to join? Whoever does not want to, I will be the first to be unhappy with him. I live and die as a guild member. To destroy the guild, you would have to step over my dead body. Qianmo glanced at him, but some people seem to be geniuses of the Tianlan Academy. Are you not afraid of the bad influence? Huang Tian showed clear determination. Geniuses or not, I go wherever I like. Regardless, I definitely have to join. Qianmo looked at Li Minghao. I will not hide it from you. Currently, they have some conflict with your school. Yunba Academy has already considered me an enemy. If you want to join my guild, you will have to cut off all ties with them in the future. After hearing this, Li Minghao immediately took a glass of wine from the table and downed it in one gulp. He clenched his fist. I am certainly willing to join. Qianmo smiled. Then from today our team is officially formed. The future guild will be named Eternal Peak. He thought to himself, this guild name is the same as in my past life. They all placed their hands together in unison. Let us reach the peak of Tianqi. Huang Tian wondered, esteemed guild leader, what is our next support target? When Mo Ling said, our next support target is Bloodfang Fort. Li Minghao was curious, where is Bloodfang Fort? Huang Tian explained, it is an outdoor arena that allows awakeners from level 20 to 50 to participate freely. You can receive rewards and resources while honing your combat ability. He was puzzled. There are so many dungeons around Lighting City. Why choose this one? Qianmo explained, there are 3 reasons. First, the newly formed team is still weak and needs to improve quickly. Second, I am short on money and need to earn it fast. Continued, third, it is to quickly let Ling Roxy undergo her second transfer and help her get revenge. Huang Tian did not understand what revenge. Ling Roxy was once cheated by a heartless merchant at Bloodfang Fort, so Qianmo wanted to get revenge for her. He put his arm around his shoulder. From the moment we become teammates, we are brothers. My brother was bullied, and she is my sister-in-law. This grudge must be avenged. The scene shifted to Bloodfang Fort. At this moment, the four of them were standing right in front of the gate. Qianmo hesitated. I think I forgot to mention something important. Huang Tian thought he had a new plan. Qianmo asked everyone how much money they had left, because his money seemed insufficient for the registration fee. Ming Hao currently had over 500 gold coins, Ling Ruoxi had over 80, but that cruel old man had cheated her out of it. Qianmo thought his money had previously been used to craft the Earth's second-generation heavenly ring, so now he had very little left. Huang Tian jingled a pouch of money. Not enough money? Come to me. Money flows like water to me, I earn a coin a day. Our team leader turns out to be this poor? Qianmo immediately gave Huan a punch. How embarrassing. I am the team leader and guild leader. Your assets have been forcibly confiscated by the guild. With me, it is a 10-to-1 ratio, no returns. Shortly after, their group discussed the challenge matches. Qianmo entered with everyone. Let us go in and take a look, then figure things out. As the group stepped into the Bloodfang Fort Hall, they saw a crowd of people standing there. A voice rang out. Passersby, do not miss out. I have top-grade life-saving items here at reasonable prices. Absolutely no deception. As soon as she looked, Ling Ruoxi immediately recognized the man who had cheated her. He pointed ahead. It was indeed the treacherous man who had swindled all his money. Ruan Shen was sitting there selling. It would not be a loss whether he bought or not. He would not be cheated. Feel free to browse. He mentioned it, so it was him. This man only had a little mustache, not like an old uncle at all. Huang Tian wondered. The old man ignored that he recognized him. Having heard Ling Rixi's description before, Qianmo had a feeling unexpectedly it was Ruan Shen, the notorious soul harvester from a past life, who loved to deceive. He secretly gloated. The goods truly had not changed. He was still selling and cheating as usual. It seemed he had set his sights on Su Qin. First let him suffer a bit, best to fleece him clean. Qianmo walked over to Ruan Shen to ask about the invisibility potion. He doubted. Surely it was not fake. Ruan Shen insisted. How could there be fakes? His sales always upheld good faith. All were genuine. If fake, he would pay tenfold. Qianmo laughed gleefully. Pay tenfold? You really mean it? Ruan Shen quickly replied, of course it was real. Saying pay tenfold meant pay tenfold. He thought to himself, I absolutely will not cheat. But young man, do not blame me a fat prey. He held the potion bottle in his hand and asked, how many gold coins is this invisibility potion selling for? Ruan Shen smiled and quoted a price of 80 gold coins per vial, but he seemed dissatisfied with the cost and suggested a slight discount. Ruan Shen persuaded, this is a PvP divine tool. With it participating in the solo tournament, you might advance another round. I will sell it to you for 75 gold coins. He smirked wickedly, thinking Qianmo would be fooled. Ling Ruoxi and Huang Tian behind him kept being wary of him. Right now they only had a little over 1,000 gold coins, not enough to spend, and he wanted to save 75 gold coins to buy an invisibility potion. Ruan Shen saw Qianmo hesitating and immediately lowered the price. If you need to buy more, I can give a further discount, 70 gold coins per vial. Hearing this, he was extremely surprised and then bought 4 vials, one for each person. Ruan Shen thought Qianmo had taken the bait, but he had long seen that only one of the 4 vials was real. He laughed inwardly, unsure whether to praise him for having a conscience or being too foolish. Unexpectedly, Qianmo spoke up. I am still a bit worried about buying a fake. You are not planning to cheat me, are you? Ruan Shen pledged that a person of Jia country does not cheat another person of Jia country. If there is a quality issue, I will pay tenfold compensation. The reason he was boastful was that this type of potion could not be distinguished as real or fake before use. But he was not easily let off. I think we should still test it a bit. How about you drink 1 vial and we will see together? Ruan Shen was a bit flustered at this. Are you sure this is not cheap? It could have helped you go further in the solo tournament. Wasting 1 now would be a pity. He stood up as he spoke. If you insist on testing it is fine, but I am telling you in advance, wasting this vial I will not give you another. Qianmo smiled and agreed. As long as it is genuine, I will take responsibility myself. The surrounding onlookers witnessing the transaction started to gossip and criticize him. Seeing the tense situation, Ling Ruoxi had no choice but to advise Qianmo to drop this matter. Ruan Shen outwardly agreed to test the potion, but inwardly laughed, thinking he was a foolish kid. Surely he would not suspect that one of the 4 vials was real, and he had marked it beforehand. Ruan Shen took the vial from Qianmo's hand and confidently drank it all. In 1 second I can become invisible. He arrogantly thought he was truly invisible and provoked Qianmo. I told you it is the real deal. You are too cautious and wasteful. I am right now to your left. You cannot see me, can you? But Ruan Shen did not expect that he not only did not become invisible, but also got caught by everyone around him selling fakes. Ruan Shen was stunned. How could this be? I clearly chose the real bottle to drink. Qianmo exposed his trick, saying he was still too inexperienced. He laughed inwardly. This counterfeit trick was usually hard to spot, but unluckily he met me. also because you smuggled too much in the past life, so I know it all. Only then did the three people realize he had planned it all along, thereby recovering 2,800 gold coins. They were both surprised and in awe, calling him a money-making master, despite his plain appearance being unremarkable. Minghao suddenly turned back and looked at everyone warily. Wait, he is trying to run away. Before they could react, Ruanshen had already made a quick getaway. I cannot repay 2,800 gold coins. Consider the stuff on me as a gift to you. Goodbye. Huang Tian examined the items Ruanshen left behind. All were fakes, worth maybe less than 10 gold coins. Suddenly, Minghao noticed Qian Mo was nowhere to be seen. A careful look at where he had just stood now showed only white dust, and no sign of anyone. Now Qianmo had caught up to Ruanshen. He panicked and begged, I give up, do not do anything rash. In this outer city area only the arena allows killing. If you have evil intent you will be immediately jailed. Ruanshen was helpless against his strength. I have no money, only my life, take it if you want. Hearing him say that, Qianmo coldly replied, then I want your life. Seeing how serious he was, Ruanshen was a bit flustered. Do you really intend to kill outside the Bloodfang fort? Have you thought it through? Qianmo held out the contract in his hand in front of him. He demanded Ruanshen sign the deed, causing him extreme panic. Ruanshen was utterly stunned after reading the indenture contract. Qianmo still wore a serious expression. Wang Tian also acknowledged Ruanshen was a talent. On the surface, Ruanshen had no choice but to sign the unequal contract, but deep inside he thought following him was not necessarily bad. Perhaps he could make a profit. After signing, he returned the contract to Qianmo and immediately asked when they would eat. He complained he had not had a proper meal in days. Qianmo chuckled. No problem. With that he took out a bag of money and tossed it to him. Here is 200 gold coins. You go register for the solo tournament first, win 10 consecutive matches, and then come back to find me. Hearing the conditions Qianmo set, Huang Tian and Li Minghao were extremely shocked. 10 consecutive matches were not easy to achieve, and this 200 gold coins could be lost for nothing. He said nothing and turned to leave, leaving everyone baffled. Seeing Qianmo's blunt attitude, Ruanshen guessed he might have seen through something. Only then did he speak. Everyone register for the solo tournament. I hope you achieve the goal of 10 consecutive wins. Huang Tian and Li Minghao, your goals are 12 consecutive wins in the intermediate zone and 8 consecutive wins respectively. He instructed them, win or lose. Remember to record the match videos for me. Complete it, and there will be extra food. Otherwise, it is vegetarian meals. Huang Tian tried to persuade him to reconsider. They only had little money left now. If they lost, they would be broke. Qianmo heard his words and found them reasonable. Still better to conserve energy, use it in the arena. Then he urged them to quickly go register. They all had no choice but to agree and support Qianmo. Suddenly Ruanshen asked him what his own goal was, but his question was met with Qianmo's blunt jest. When did I say I would participate in the solo tournament? He explained with a calculating expression. Everyone goes to participate in the solo tournament. I as the team leader will naturally stay here to cheer everyone on. Ruanshen was unconvinced. While everyone fights for their lives, he sits sipping tea and watching the show. But before he could finish his sentence, he was dragged away by Huang Tian. Qianmo just gave a knowing smile. Today's meal will be all vegetables, so he planned to go earn some money. Otherwise, everyone would truly go hungry. While later in the solo tournament area F382, at the arena of the Bloodfang Fort's intermediate zone, the solo match was reaching a climax when the player Chu Kaicheng was gradually exhausted. His opponent kept provoking him. If you are exhausted, you should just admit defeat. Out of respect for your father, I might spare you. Everyone was discussing the match between He Yongsheng and Chu Kaicheng. He Yongsheng had won 15 consecutive matches and was deemed far superior. Now the crowd hurriedly placed bets on him, hoping to profit before the match ended. Bloodfang Fort employee guessed Qianmo was a newcomer and offered to explain the mechanics, but he immediately refused and placed a bet on player Chu Kaicheng. She reminded him that Chu Kaicheng was currently at a disadvantage. The odds were 2.1 to 1. Qianmo did not say much and bet 700 gold coins, causing the employee to double-check. She was puzzled but had to comply. This is your betting information. Please keep it safe after the match ends. If you win, you can exchange it here for gold coins. Everyone was surprised and chattered noisily, because Chu Kaicheng was about to lose, but he still bet. They guessed he was new and did not understand, just chasing high odds, so he would definitely lose. Mo ignored the idle gossip and only focused on calculating in his head. After the registration fee, the team only had this amount of money left. What a pity the betting round could only earn this little. Not long after the match result was clear, player Chu Kaicheng unexpectedly defeated He Yongsheng and won, advancing to the next round. Those who bet on He Yongsheng grew agitated. They could not believe an exhausted person like Chu Kaicheng could turn the tables. They not only refused to accept the result, but also blamed Yongsheng for being useless. The employee announced Qianmo had won the bet bet with a current prize of 1,470 gold coins. Everyone around envied his luck. Qian Mo obtained a large sum by betting on Chu Kaicheng. Even though he was at a disadvantage, he was confident in his experience. He could see the opponent's weakness. The winner would surely be Chu Kaicheng. The employee offered to help Qian Mo exchange the money, but he refused. He thought there was still time. Everyone had probably not completed their goals, so he would take the chance to play 2 more rounds to earn some money. Then Qian Mo confidently asked the employee to help him bet all the money he just won on player number 8827. She was extremely surprised. Qian Mo remained very confident in his decision. The surrounding onlookers kept gossiping noisily about his actions. At the very last moment, the player numbered 88827 won again with a conservation tactic, cleanly eliminating the opponent with the least bloodshed. Everyone was surprised and envious. They gossiped that Qian Mo was too lucky. The employee informed Qian Mo that he had won again. His current bet amount had exceeded 18,000 gold coins. She asked Qian Mo if he wanted to continue betting. He did not answer but remained silent for a long time as if calculating something. It was getting late. The matches were probably over. Qian Mo thought it was time for him to leave. Then he asked her to withdraw all the prize money. After leaving the noisy and bustling arena a while later, Qian Mo returned to the waiting room. Seeing Li Minghao, he immediately asked about the situation. Li Minghao dejectedly recounted, "I only won 3 matches. In the 4th match, I met an opponent 6 levels higher and lost." Qian Mo then asked, "Did you bring the video back?" He immediately took out a USB drive and handed it to him. Qian Mo looked intently at the USB drive containing the video in his hand and then asked about Li Minghao's current feelings. Li Minghao gloomily replied there was only one main feeling, was that he was too weak. He patted his shoulder to comfort him. "Recognizing your own shortcomings is good, but do not feel inferior. You must believe in yourself. Later I will help everyone analyze and summarize." Hearing this, Li Minghao became spirited again. A while later, Huang Tian and Ling Rixi also arrived. Although defeated, Huang Tian was still carefree and optimistic as if nothing serious had happened, while Ling Rixi and Li Minghao were extremely depressed. Ruan Shen walked over with a smug expression. He was singing and dancing while boasting. 10 consecutive wins, old man passed it easily. Hearing his boasting, everyone was surprised. Huang Tian was stunned, thinking he misheard. Ruan Shen arrogantly said, "You did not mishear. 10 consecutive wins is my achievement. It can be verified." Huang Tian suspected he had a secret technique. Ruan Shen did not hide it and offered the decaying strength great pill, something that caused the enemy to continuously lose health, dealing a maximum of 2,000 damage. Qian Mo smiled, thinking Ruan Shen looked unreliable, but was actually much stronger, a bit mischievous but lived up the atmosphere. Ling Rixi, Huang Tian, and Lim Minghao competed to ask for the decaying strength great pill. He generously laughed and told them to take it easy. No one would be left out. Qian Mo spoke up to expose the truth. There was no decaying strength great pill. Everyone had been fooled by him again. The 3 of them only then realized they had been tricked. Ruan Shen laughed gleefully and replied, "Once sold, no returns accepted." Qian Mo said today's completion rate was 1 out of 3. According to the rules, dinner would only be a vegetarian feast. He placed a pouch of 200 gold coins on the table, said to bring the battle video to room 301 after eating. Li Minghao worried Qian Mo would not eat with them, guessing he was preparing for the lesson. Ruan Shen, standing nearby, immediately revealed Qian Mo had just secretly eaten his fill in the banquet area, leaving Li Minghao utterly astonished. Qian Mo frowned in anger at being exposed, blamed Ruan Shen for only being good at causing trouble, and silently vowed to make him understand what hard training meant. After eating, everyone gathered in room 301 as Qian Mo had said. Seeing everyone was present, he did not hesitate to speak and begin analyzing the match, requesting old Yu to bring the recording. Ruan Shen smiled smugly. As the only one to achieve the Chukin standard today, being used as a model for analysis was only natural. He had to admit the team leader had a good eye for people. At this moment he realized something was off. Where did the money come from to rent such a luxurious room? It was not embezzled from the public funds, causing Huang Tian's jaw to drop. Qian Mo coldly threw the money pouch onto the table and replied, "Stop guessing. While you were fighting, I went to the casino to stock up." Huang Tian was excited. Ruan Shen also lit up, wanting to be taught. Qian Mo seriously asked the 2 of them to stop their nonsense, get back to the main task, which was to watch and analyze the match video. He played the video recording Ruan Shen's matches for everyone to watch together. After watching for a while, Qian Mo suddenly paused and asked everyone to share their thoughts. Ling Ruoxi, Li Minghao, and Huang Tian unexpectedly acknowledged Ruan Shen's ability. They thought he was just a fraud, but it turned out he was a real expert. Huang Tian was angry at being deceived. Qian Mo seriously analyzed. Old Yu was very skilled at controlling debuffs, but his reactions were a bit slow, making him vulnerable. Ruan Shen reassured him it was not that bad. I fought 10 matches, and did not encounter anyone on my level. Qian Mo smiled provocatively. It seemed he was not convinced. Why not try a little sparring? Ruan Shen accepted the challenge but demanded a reward for himself. Qian Mo agreed that if he won the indenture contract would be voided. If he lost he had to shave off all his facial hair. Ruan Shen reluctantly accepted. Huang Tian was excited, hearing him speak as if certain of victory. Qian Mo turned and walked away. Let us go open a private battle room. Half an hour later, their match was also over. Ruan Shen had been defeated by Qian Mo, but he still bragged optimistically that it was just shaving. He would still be handsome after. Ling Rixi and Huang Tian both comforted and taunted him. Qian Mo announced starting tomorrow everyone would train an extra 2 hours with him. Everyone unanimously agreed. He did not forget to tease Ruan Shen a bit more. And your training fee is 300 credits per hour. Ruan Shen's jaw dropped. Why do I have to pay a fee? Qian Mo smiled slyly and explained, did you not earn quite a bit of money selling the decaying strength great pill? Hand it all over to me. Ruan Shen was provoked to anger and helplessness, shouted loudly, how infuriating. At this fee rate when will I ever finish paying? The next day, Huang Tian practiced very diligently with Qian Mo. The result was as expected. The Eternal Peak team led by Huang Tian defeated the opponent, completing a streak of 10 consecutive wins in the solo tournament. Li Minghao also tried very hard to focus on training with Qian Mo. His performance improved a lot, but he still failed in the 8th match of the solo tournament. This was his 3rd failure, but his streak was on the rise with a bright future ahead. Ling Rixi was no exception. She was determined to train with Qian Mo for 2 hours before the match. In the match, her opponent was the Ghost Sword Li Wangyao, who had won 9 consecutive matches. The two were evenly matched, both aiming for 10 consecutive wins. The battle between them was extremely thrilling and tense. The whole audience was buzzing with discussion. On Qian Mo's side, a group of people had gathered around thanking him for helping them earn money. They expressed gratitude, inquired about the betting and gave gifts, but he did not realize his every move had been observed from afar by the owner of Blood Fang Casino. Staff member from before reported that Qian Mo had placed bets 56 times with a 90% win rate, winning 20,000 gold coins, and many people followed his bets so the casino could suffer heavy losses. He remarked, just predicting wins and losses, the casino has many game types, but this method had no element of luck, relying entirely on insight and strength. Gugan asked about Qian Mo's team data. The staff said they participated in solos and bet on consecutive wins. From one person now there were 2. It seemed Qian Mo was testing the arena's strength to improve skills. Although it was an internal team, one member suddenly became stronger and won. The staff member bowed to report, rest assured boss, the next one to enter the arena is Shen Shu Yun. Guaranteed they will have no chance to win anymore. Finding the situation increasingly interesting, Gu Gan laughed with great interest. I hope they will not disappoint me. Let us see their strength. In the match, under the fierce attack, Ghost Sword Li Wangyao lost consciousness. Ling Rixi won 9 consecutive matches. She smiled triumphantly. Finally level 30, one more win to reach the goal. What that Wickman taught was very effective. Amid the noisy cheers of the audience, Ruan Shen told Qian Mo that if she won more match, this girl could prepare for her 2nd class change. But Qian Mo thought it was not that simple. Ruan Shen only now understood his thoughts. Qian Mo explained that 2 days ago the opponents were no longer weak, but he and Huang Tian were too strong so they could not be defeated. Whereas Ling Rixi and Li Minghao were under some pressure. He blamed himself for being too flashy, making the organizers uneasy. Ruan Shen doubted him. Having been around here himself, he understood the secrets. How did this guy know? It was truly frightening. Ling Rixi's next match began. Her opponent this time was the 100 Wins King Shen Shuyun, who immediately provoked her upon meeting. Down in the audience, when they saw the player was Shen Shuyun, the spectators cheered and supported her continuously. Shuyun arrogantly asked the little sister if she still wanted to fight. If not, then just surrender. But Ling Rixi was not to be outdone, replying that she very much looked forward to meeting her again. Ling Rixi spoke while drawing her weapon and charging forward. She was currently very excited. The people below began arguing over which side to bet on. Even Ruan Shen wavered. Maybe they should bet on Shen Shuyun. They could still make a profit anyway. Qian Mo angrily shouted, "Do you underestimate Ling Rixi or underestimate my teaching methods?" And Qian Mo declared he would bet all 20,000 gold coins on Ling Rixi. Even though Ruan Shen tried to stop him, he was threatened in return. The audience was still doubtful, but a few wavered and decided to bet with him. The staff member reported to Gugan about Qian Mo placing an all-in bet, but this time the house did not follow the bet, so the odds were surprisingly extremely high. He looked at the screen in surprise, confirming Qian Mo had placed an all-in bet. The staff member reassured him that Shen Shuyun was the 100 Wins King, had defeated this opponent 3 times before. There would be no surprises. At this moment, Gu Gan suddenly shouted in great anger upon learning that the two of them had fought 3 times before. Back at the arena, the major match between Shen Shuyun and Ling Rixi finally began. As soon as the match started, Ling Rixi swung her staff and charged straight forward. She calmly provoked. No improvement at all. The same opening move as ever, nothing new. But suddenly Ling Rixi withdrew her staff, catching Shen Shuyun quite off guard. Before she could understand what was happening, Ling Rixi unleashed another technique, striking hard at the opponent's abdomen, leaving Shuyun unable to react. Seeing Ling Rixi move behind her, she realized something was wrong. Shen Shuyun currently found it difficult to avoid Ling Rixi's relentless attacks. She quickly counterattacked, firing 2 consecutive bullets at her. Looking at the light traces behind her, it was hard to believe Ling Rixi had executed 5 changes in an instant, earning everyone's admiration. Shen Shuyun suspected this was not her own skill. Curious who taught her, Ling Rixi did not answer but only provoked her to surrender. Noticing Ling Rixi had changed for the worse, she cautiously took advantage of long range to maintain distance, not letting her approach easily. The previous was due to carelessness. Now she was truly getting serious. She fired 3 consecutive shots, a fatal barrage towards Ling Rixi, making it difficult for her to dodge. At this moment, Ling Rixi recalled Qian Mo's words, Shen Shuyun starts with 2 consecutive moves. If your reflexes are not enough to dodge all the bullets, you can only focus on dodging the last one, and she successfully dodged her fatal barrage. Seeing the opponent evade her attack, Shen Shuyun was extremely surprised and bewildered. Seizing the moment her guard was down, Ling Rixi took the chance to charge forward and continue her attack. In the end, Shen Shuyun was counterattacked repeatedly on her body. Having no other choice, she resorted to the forced golden body skill. Standing firm for 1.5 seconds, she was now in an invulnerable state. Ling Rixi calmly sought a countermeasure because Qian Mo had previously instructed her on this situation. She channeled all her power into the staff and swung it fiercely at her. Caught off guard, Shen Shuyun tumbled across the arena floor, terrified by the strength of Ling Rixi. She lay at her feet, trembling and begging for mercy. Ling Rixi said coldly, "This is just a match. Admit defeat." While verbally conceding, Shen Shuyun praised her growth, but inwardly schemed to draw a gun. Just as she declared defeat, she suddenly shot at Ling Rixi and laughed loudly. The furious audience condemned her fake surrender. Gu Gan watched the show leisurely, thinking to himself that this game was already his. He laughed arrogantly, believing that Qian Mo's bet would belong to Bloodfang Fort. The stands were in chaos. Ruan Shen asked Qian Mo anxiously, but he calmly replied that everything was within expectations. He smiled faintly, seeing this as a valuable lesson for Ling Rixi. Shen Shuyun's arrogant provocations made Ling Rixi tremble with rage. She pointed her gun at her face, admitted to envying her talent, and fired 3 shots. Thinking the match was over, Ling Rixi was suddenly enveloped by a powerful surge of energy, her eyes turning icy sharp. Shen Shuyun was terrified, not understanding how she was still standing, suspecting she had some strange equipment. The audience realized Ling Rixi's sapphire had a protective shield. Shen Shuyun fired wildly. Miraculously, Ling Rixi dodged all the bullets. The situation reversed, and the audience cheered enthusiastically. Ruan Shen suspected Qian Mo had given her equipment. Gu Gan angrily crushed his wine glass, accepted the defeat, and ordered Qian Mo to be invited. The final outcome was reversed. Ling Rixi won 10 consecutive matches and received a reward of 1,000 gold coins. Qian Mo won 39 to 600 gold coins, and the arena gave him a black card. Ruan Shen was amazed. Everyone was talking noisily. Suddenly, a stern voice broke through the atmosphere. Everyone move aside. Someone recognized the voice of Cao Di, the arena's head guard. Everyone was puzzled. Cao Di got straight to the point, inviting Qian Mo to meet the arena master. The crowd buzzed. Ruan Shen was annoyed. Cao Di explained it was just a misunderstanding. Qian Mo seemed interested and agreed to go. On the way, Qian Mo pondered. Even if he did not know their intentions with Yu Ling, he was still safe. Back in the waiting room, everyone was worried because Qian Mo had been taken by Bloodfang Fort's people. Li Minghao and Huang Tian calmed everyone down. Ling Ruoxi was still uneasy. Finally, the 3 of them decided to go find Qian Mo. Huang Tian devised a plan for a frontal assault, while the other 2 launched a surprise attack from behind. After a few steps, they met an arena staff member who was looking for them. Huang Tian shouted to signal the plan, but the staff member bowed and announced that their team leader had been invited as a guest by the arena master. The 3 were bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Qian Mo went to meet Gu Gan. He politely offered him wine, introducing himself as the arena master. Qian Mo was not reserved, leisurely taking a sip of wine. After drinking, he even praised its quality, while Ruan Shen broke out in a cold sweat, fearing poison. Qian Mo was confident because he had an antidote. He said he was a strong man, no need for poison. Gu Gan appreciated his way of speaking, smoothly deflecting responsibility for Shen Shuyun incident. Qian Mo reasoned coldly the arena master wanted to hire him to cause trouble at another arena. Gugan was surprised. Kian-mo clearly analyzed his purpose. He stopped beating around the bush. Since this matter had offended many, he wanted to confirm if Kian-mo dared to accept it. Gugan declared a 70-30 split. If they earned 100,000 gold in 2 months, he would bear the consequences. Despite showing goodwill, he was secretly calculating. Kian-mo did not agree immediately, suggesting further negotiation. Gugan considered a 50-50 split offer, but required Kian-mo to provide the capital. He changed his attitude, his voice threatening that it was not easy to take money from him. Kian-mo calmly replied his odds were absolutely accurate. He presented the professional guild badge. Gugan changed his perspective, accepting a 50-50 split of the bets. The two officially cooperated. Before leaving, Kian-mo received 50,000 gold coins as capital, plus his winnings of 100,000 gold coins. Gugan asked him if he was not afraid of being attacked. Kian-mo sneered, challenging him to try. The provocative reply amused him. Cao Di warned that the agreement was risky. Gugan calmly believed he was the one profiting. Meeting his teammates again, Ruan Shen was annoyed that they were leisurely eating and drinking. They explained the misunderstanding. Kian-mo reassured them. Wang Tian wanted to go argue, but Ling Rixi stopped him. Ruan Shen boasted about the black card and told the story. Ling Ruoxi could not believe it. Kian-mo snatched the black card, telling everyone to leave this place. Back in the room, they explained Gugan's desire to cooperate, asking everyone if they were afraid. All three declared that with him as team leader, they feared no one. Kian-mo felt relieved and assigned tasks. He told Ling Rixi to go for her second advancement ritual. He instructed Li Mingkao to go to the Dark Brotherhood branch to receive the assassin identity. As for Huang Tian and Ruan Shen, they would continue training at Bloodfang Fort. Kian-mo gave 10,000 gold coins to everyone. Ruan Shen was happy to be close to paying off his debt, but Kian-mo mentioned the training fees and Ruan Shen cried out in despair, saying he hated him. In Thunder City, the Grassland Horse stable signboard stood out. Kian-mo looked at the white horse before him with great satisfaction. He asked the owner about the price and characteristics. The owner thought he could not afford to buy it, so he pointed to the pen with cheaper horses, causing Kian-mo to sneer and ask back. Xiao Wang appeared, advising that the special grade horse cost 1,000 gold, but there could be a discount for members of the professional association. Kian-mo declined the discount, tossed a large gold pouch, and demanded the paperwork be done immediately, astonishing both Xiao Wang and the owner. He rode the horse leisurely under the early morning sun, calculating that he had half a month to prepare materials and complete the second-class advancement. Arriving at Thunder City's gate, 2 guards saw him and saluted solemnly, calling him Master Cheng. Gao Jin came to greet him, congratulating him on the second-class advancement, and reporting that the auxiliary materials had been collected free of charge. Kian-mo took out a VIP card to decline, saying money was a trivial matter, surprising Gao Jin with the gold card of the Bloodfang Vault. Gao Jin received the card, asked about his intention to forge the class change weapon, and offered to recommend a blacksmith, but he had already chosen. He said the blacksmith's name was Jiang Wenliang, which surprised Gao Jin due to the old man's strange temper and the tense situation in Zhao Tianfeng City. Kian-mo was curious about old Jiang's past and asked what the turmoil was. The two arrived before the large door, and Gao Jin promised to tell what he knew about the upheaval in the Blacksmith Association. Gao Jin waved goodbye, asking him to check on old Jiang if he encountered a storm. Then he rode away, thinking about the materials and the treasure chests. The chests opened revealed wild bind arm guards, hand gloves, charged helm, and blazing spiked wheels. He smiled in satisfaction as all were level 40 equipment from the second-class advancement, able to replace his old gear. The next item was a magical anti-equipment, granting magic immunity for 20 levels, forcing mages to keep their distance. He opened the system panel to see if there were any surprises behind it. The system rang out a series of congratulatory sounds, granting experience books and a spider-catching net from the astral chests. The last 2 chests opened to reveal the heat chain belt and Rodrigo's ring, surprising him because he had a third-class advancement item, despite being only second class. At the Chu's fishing supply store, Old Chu was being loudly shouted at by a man, falsely accused and threatened with a beating. He raised his hand to strike Old Chu, but Kian-mo grabbed it firmly, and he shouted, asking who he was, wanting to die. He asked Old Chu what happened. The old man replied they deliberately broke the fishing rod to frame him. Kian-mo coldly challenged the consequences. He tightened his grip, breaking the man's wrist. The man in pain knelt and begged for mercy, confessing he had framed Old Chu on purpose. Kian-mo let go, warning that next time it would not be just one broken hand. The gathered crowd and Old Chu smiled. Bailu from the capital city came to get acquainted, but Kian-mo coldly cut her off, telling her to scram. He decisively refused, telling her to get lost if she did not want broken arms and legs. Bailu was furious, her face flushed red. She turned around and left, holding a grudge in her heart, vowing to remember him. Old Chu praised his progress but reminded him of Bailu's background. He did not care, only asking about the news of many experts in the beginner village. He looked at the fishing rods in the store and decided to pick a good set as a gift for Old Kin. Riding into the beginner village, he caused a commotion. People whispered about the big shot and the white horse, but he silently observed. In front of Jiang Wenliang's fort, forge, a crowd had gathered. Bai Lu was talking to an employee asking to see old Jiang. Qianmo also arrived and asked to be announced, but the employee firmly refused because old Jiang was resting. He handed a scroll to the employee, instructing him to deliver it to old Jiang. The employee was surprised, but agreed. Bai Lu was annoyed seeing him. Her man confidently said he would not get in either. The employee went in to report to old Jiang. The employee handed over the scroll. Old Jiang, busy forging, did not pay attention, asking why he had not refused. The old man opened the scroll and gasped in shock, recognizing the sender. Outside, Bai Lu sneered, but old Jiang rushed out to greet Qianmo, scolding him for not coming straight in. The old man pulled him inside, cursed the crowd to get lost, and reserved the warmest welcome for him. Bai Lu and her man stood dumbfounded with jealousy. Qianmo awkwardly told the old man to put on some clothes. Old Jiang laughed it off and moved on to drinking tea and eating pastries. Old Jiang guessed he had come to forge a divine weapon for stage 2, and Qianmo nodded. The old man was anxious, and finally, he admitted he had come to forge the radiant far rumor umbrella for stage 2. Old Jiang was astonished that he had already collected all 12 main materials, and he had even prepared auxiliary materials. Old Jiang poured out a pile of auxiliary materials for him to see. The old man introduced Crimson Starlight, Mountain Sea Dragon Silk, and Scarlet Refining Stone, boasting they were not bad. Qianmo commented they were not enough. The old man wondered because these were treasures he had kept hidden away. He then took out his own items for the old man to see. Old Jiang was stunned to see the Blood Sun Heavenly Flame, thinking using it as an auxiliary material was too extravagant. He then took out Thunder Fire Lava Rock and Mystic Yin Dragon Chariot, making the old man even more surprised. Asking if he had struck a gold mine, the old man recognized the Yin Yang Sacred Key only dropped from the Flame Spider Queen, a level 40 boss, and asked if he had taken it down himself. The old man praised him as a monster, possessing forging talent and terrifying combat ability, calling it a blessing for the Xia Kingdom. The old man promised to do his best since he had been training for half a year following the instructions. Qianmo humbly replied. The old man was delighted and decided to start immediately. Zhang Wenliang closed the forge to focus on forging the Radiant Far Rumor Umbrella Stage 2 for Qianmo. Du Xu wondered why the shop was not open. The employee replied that old Jiang was busy, even though the boy introduced himself as the son of the Blacksmith Association counselor. Du Xu stuffed a gift pouch into the employee's hand to ask for help delivering a letter. The employee agreed to help deliver the letter, but was not sure if old Jiang would agree to see him. Inside, the forge fire blazed brightly. Old Jiang prepared to work. Qianmo told him not to rush. Slowness yields fine products. The employee entered to report about Du Su. Zhang Wenliang demanded to see the letter. Qianmo thought to himself that this was the high-level change in the Zhao Tianfeng City Blacksmith Association that Chairman Gao had mentioned. The old man ordered the boy to wait in the living room. The employee immediately obeyed. He wondered if the old man had run into trouble. The old man denied it and said it was just old matters. Qianmo looked displeased. He was a top blacksmith. If he did not adjust his mood, he feared he would have to finish it himself. Zhang Wenliang was flustered. No, he had been waiting for this opportunity for half a year. He wondered, then tell him, why did you lose your composure just now? Zhang Wenliang hesitated. Your strength is not bad, but you are only a freelancer. I do not want you to get involved in trouble. It is best not to push me. Seeing the item in his hand, the old man panicked and asked how he had the elder badge of the Lifestyle Profession Association. Qianmo calmly replied, he obtained it by passing the trial. Zhang Wenliang praised his talent as astonishing. Qianmo steered to the main topic. I already know about the two associations. Tell me about your matter. The old man slowly recounted. This is a long story. That year on the Tianqi continent, the blacksmith guild in Zhao Tianfeng City became famous far and wide, so I went there too. My master was Tong Hufei, a renowned blacksmith. Being accepted as his disciple was both an honor and a misfortune. He valued my talent but only wanted a good assistant. He did not expect me to be even better than imagined. One time I discovered a new forging method and excitedly shared it, but this made him jealous. During an important competition, he switched my materials, causing me to fail in the forging process. The master's son, also my junior disciple, presented an identical work and accused me of plagiarism. I was expelled from the guild. Exhausted, I returned to the newbie village to live out the rest of my life. Recently, many families sought me out, and I also caught wind of the movements in Zhao Tianfeng City, but my heart has grown cold. If not for meeting you, I would not want to run this shop anymore. Qianmo offered to help him return to the association, even sit as the president. The old man advised, kid, I know you have skill but do not get involved in this. He persuaded, I am establishing the Eternal Summit Guild. The guild has a base, high-level talents will be a great help. I am already an elder of the Lifestyle Profession Association. If I promote a merger, it would be very promising. Zhang Wenliang refused, saying you are no ordinary ordinary person but this plan. He shouted in frustration, can you bear living under false accusations your whole life? You have unparalleled talent, but why can you not progress? Do you know the reason? Because your mind is not clear. This matter is stuck in your heart. To progress you must cut through the inner demon. Running away will not solve the problem. After the advice, he finally agreed. Kianmo said he had a preliminary plan. After finishing today's forging tasks, they would discuss it in detail. Jiang Wenliang replied okay, and received a new weapon blueprint. Kianmo added that when adding auxiliary materials, follow the order on the blueprint. The old man indicated he understood. In the blazing hot space of the forge, the two focused on their own work. Scene shifted to the living room. Du Shui impatiently questioned that she had waited nearly 3 hours. Why had old Jiang not come out yet? The employee calmly replied that old Jiang was forging a masterpiece. Do not complain. Du Shui retorted if it was an epic-grade equipment. Then she looked like she wanted to barge in. Inside the room, a strange light suddenly emitted. A powerful surge of energy burst from the room, blowing the door apart. The explosion filled the area with smoke. Du Shui was shocked. What kind of weapon was this with such terrifying attributes and stats? Looking at the new weapon, the old man shouted in joy. It succeeded. The system congratulated him on successfully forging the level 2 silver weapon, flowing light distant blade fan. He received forging points. Experience was full. He could go to the association to rank up. The weapon was unclaimed, so attributes were reduced by 50%. The new weapon had 2 premium effects, allowing switching between 7 forms and activating a hook and rotating blades. Kianmo said smugly, these attributes were truly top-notch. Jiang Wenliang happily said he had touched the threshold of Master Blacksmith. It was all thanks to you. Without you, I might have stayed at high-level blacksmith my whole life. He humbly said, I told you once you overcame the barrier in your heart, you would progress quickly. The old man was still joyful and promised that from now on, if anything came up, he would not refuse. Kianmo asked old Jiang if he wanted to advance to Master Blacksmith. Did he need to go back to the association? Jiang Wenliang sadly replied, yes, but I have no face to return. He turned around and said, well, first listen to that person's story, then decide. It turned out Du Shu was standing behind the curtain. He spoke up, Uncle Jiang finally found you. Our Du family is in trouble. Jiang Wenliang wondered, are you the son of Tianlei? What exactly happened? Du Xu reported, your whereabouts have been exposed. Tang Hufei said that even after being expelled, you still forged weapons, disgracing the association. Now they want to capture you. My father voted against it, so he was restrained. I already came all the way to the newbie village. What more does he want? Qianmo encouraged, see old Jiang, even if you hide, they still will not let you go. If you want to settle things with Tang Hufei once and for all, you have to go back. Might as well break through to Master Blacksmith while at it. Du Xu was shocked. Uncle Jiang has already reached Master? Great, my father has hope of being saved. Jiang Wenliang reassured, your father and I have known each other long. I will not stand by. This is Qianmo, the one who helped me touch the Master threshold. Du Xu knelt in thanks. He also comforted, your father is probably still safe for now. I will go with everyone to Zhao Tianfeng City. I still have a big gift for the Blacksmith Association. Du Xu happily exclaimed, that is great. He silently judged that Qianmo's aura was absolutely not that of a level 32 awakener. Qianmo continued, since it is decided, let us start acting. I will go prepare a bit, meet again in Zhao Tianfeng City in half a month. He thought to himself that it was time to start the next plan. Scene shift, Huang Tian and Ruan Shen were still doing missions. He laughed and chatted happily. Huang Tian said, old Ruan, are you doing okay? I have won 13 consecutive matches. Ruan Shen replied, I am ahead of you by 2 matches. Want to try? Looking at the dark shadow before him, Huang Tian wondered, this person's aura is too heavy, old Ruan. Do you know him? Ruan Shen shook his head. That man wore a ferocious mask with sharp teeth. It turned out to be Li Minghao in disguise. He mischievously said, Brother Huang, Brother Ruan, were you scared? This outfit is pretty cool, right? Huang Tian irritably knocked his head. You little brat learned bad habits, daring to scare us. Ruan Shen keenly noticed, it seems you have passed the assassin organization's test. Huang Tian was curious about the card with the character charm engraved on his belt. Li Minghao explained, assassins have 8 ranks. My rank is the 2nd level under 3rd turn 2nd. Huang Tian praised him and asked where the team leader was. Ruan Shen replied, not just him, even Ling Rixi has not returned. What do you guys think? Could the two of them have run off together? Huang Tian saw the silhouettes of the two, then turned serious. This kind of thing cannot be joked about casually. If old Mo hears it, I am afraid there will be trouble. Ruan Shen replied, what is there to fear? Even if he were here, I would still say the same. Ruan Shen said irritably, your brothers are suffering here, while he runs off somewhere to enjoy benefits alone. Li Minghao tried to mediate, but Ruan Shen grew angrier, saying Qianmo is fine as a trainer, but not as a team leader. What were you guys saying? At this moment, the other two were already scared pale. Qianmo silently delivered a hard kick to Ruan Shen's backside. He yelled in anger, "Who dares kick my ass?" Qian Mo, with a face full of killing intent, said, "It was me, just returned from enjoying the benefits." Ruan Shen fearfully flattered, "Oh, it is my beloved team leader, then it is fine." Huang Tian teased, "How come you two returned at the same time? Could it be you ran off together?" Ling Rixi defended herself, "I just happened to run into him on the way back." Qian Mo declared, "It seems everyone has completed their missions. The initial form of Eternal Summit has been revealed. It is time to shake the Tianqi continent." A moment later, outside Zhao Tianfeng City, their group arrived on horseback. Huang Tian wondered, "Why are we not going to Fenghua City?" Qian Mo explained, "This time there are 2 commissions, the first integrated mission." Ruan Shen interrupted, "I only know about the smash-up mission. What else?" He answered, "The second matter is to help an old friend seize the position of president of the Zhao Tianfeng City Blacksmith Association." Huang Tian assessed, "That is no small power." Qian Mo assigned, "I will handle that myself. The arena mission is for you." "Are you scared?" Huang Tian shouted fiercely, "Whoever is afraid is a coward." Qian Mo praised, "Very good, let us set off." After some travel, their group arrived at the Phelan Arena. Qian Mo said as he entered, "Gugan's Moonfang shield is a bit weak. Its popularity needs to be built up. You guys wait, I will go form a temporary battle team." Saying that, he went to the registration area. After a simple inquiry, Qian Mo requested to form a temporary battle team to participate in the tournament. The person at the counter quoted a price of 500 gold coins. He did not hesitate and placed the money on the table. The receptionist asked for the team name. Qian Mo said without hesitation, "Eternal Summit." A few people in the team, including Yun Shuiqin, overheard and started discussing this name. After hearing the name of his team, his accompanying teammates immediately looked displeased and openly objected. The receptionist explained that the team ranks consist of 8 levels: black, iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, star, and king. The Eternal Peak team was currently at black iron, needing 100 win points to reach bronze. Qian Mo calculated that winning just 10 matches would be enough to advance. Qian Mo took out his money pouch and asked if 3,000 gold coins on his own team's victory violated the rules. The receptionist replied that betting on a win was allowed, but betting on a loss was not permitted. He pointed behind him and said quietly, "Then we want to choose them as our opponents. What do you think?" The receptionist refused, because they were a bronze tier team, level 38, with far superior strength. Qian Mo immediately bribed him with 500 gold coins, telling him not to worry, and that there would be an additional reward after it was done. The receptionist pretended to refuse, saying he was a long-time employee and could not break the rules. In reality, he only wanted more money, appearing strict on the surface, but with a greedy heart. Not long after, the referee announced that the match between the Eternal Peak team and the Soaring Cloud Su Qin team would take place at Arena 987 in 10 minutes. Ruan Shen praised Qian Mo for choosing a difficult opponent. Huang Tian worriedly reminded him about the level difference. Qian Mo only replied briefly, "The word risk does not exist in my dictionary." Entering the arena, the referee declared the match had begun, stating that if any member was absent within 3 minutes, they would forfeit immediately. Team leader Zhang Alman declared he would end the match within 10 minutes. Qian Mo put on his mask and responded, "Then 10 minutes it is." The audience showed boredom with the mismatched fight. One team was entirely new recruits who had just reincarnated only black iron. Qian Mo calmly assigned roles, Huang Tian as main attacker, Ling Rixi as support, Ruan Shen as free agent, and Li Minggao to pin down the enemy's backline. The other team was bronze tier with a much higher average level. The outcome seemed already decided. The referee loudly announced the start of the match. As soon as he finished, both teams charged forward like a storm. An enemy member wondered why they only saw 3 people. Even with Silver Moon's stealth, there should be 4. He thought the remaining person was useless. Huang Tian attacked while shouting loudly, "Full power, take them down." The 2 sides clashed fiercely. Dust and smoke filled the air. The leader named Zhang was secretly shocked that an opponent at level 33 could be this strong. Ling Rixi lightly knocked one enemy flying. He thought to himself, "This girl attacks really fast." Panicked enemy yelled that the ironclad tank had been ambushed by Silver Moon. Ruan Shen excitedly roared, unleashing his ultimate move, Corrosive Mud Rain, targeting a gap in the enemy's formation. The enemy was thrown into chaos by the continuous dark attribute damage, which could stack up to 5 layers within 12 seconds. Team leader Zhang immediately ordered the suppression of Ruan Shen. Another enemy shouted and aimed a mechanical explosive spear to fire at Ruan Shen. That man did not know Qian Mo had appeared behind him. He gently kicked him into the corrosive rain zone, saying, "Calm down." The red-haired enemy on the opposing team was also being attacked relentlessly, looking quite unstable. Team leader Zhang secretly wondered why a lower-ranked team could overpower his own. He unleashed a powerful blow that staggered Huang Tian, then roared, "Gather up, don't let them control our tempo." The subordinates immediately obeyed and charged forward, preparing to use a combined skill. Ruan Shen noticed in time and shouted, "Break their formation, don't let them use their combined skill." Team leader Zhang charged forward shouting, "Combined skill, bloodthirsty evil." He believed Eternal Peak had no chance left. The moment he finished speaking, he unleashed a massive surge of power. Seeing the terrifying energy wave, Huang Tian thought to himself, "We're done for." Suddenly, the wave of power shattered into 100 pieces. It was the product of the light gleam ring of dispersion. Qian Mo said smugly, "Go practice some more." Team leader Zhang refused to accept it. "How is that possible? One person blocked our combined attack?" Huang Tian praised. "Is this your and old Jiang's new creation? So cool." Ling Rixi seized the opportunity to charge in and attack. On the other side, Li Minghao had already taken out 2 enemies cleanly. Team leader Zhang refused to accept defeat and roared in frustration. "Damn it." Qian Mo lightly delivered a blow while advising, "Don't be so arrogant next time." Glanced at the time, 4 minutes 58 seconds. 10 minutes is still too long. The referee announced the Eternal Peak team's victory, awarding them 10 points and 400,000 experience points. The audience was utterly stunned by Qian Mo's team's victory. How did the Soaring Cloud Zukin team, with a 9-match win streak, lose to rookies? One person speculated, seeing the mask that concealed information, that the other 2 must be assassins from the Dark Profound Society. Qian Mo slowly walked to the reception desk to collect 6,000 gold from his winning bet. He then continued to bet 3,000 gold on the next match. The receptionist asked, "Sir, don't you need to rest?" Qian Mo replied, "No need, we're in a hurry." The referee's announcements rang out continuously, congratulating the Eternal Peak team on winning 2 matches, then 6 consecutive matches. Congratulations to the Eternal Peak team for achieving the feat of 10 consecutive wins, earning 100 points, 1 million experience, and officially advancing to bronze tier. The whole team was cheerful, walking and talking in the corridor. Ruan Shen asked Qian Mo how much he had earned today. He replied, "About 20,000 gold." Ruan Shen was surprised. "And that's not a lot?" Qian Mo received a message from Jiang Wenliang, reporting that he had arrived at Zhao Tianfeng City and was waiting at the Moonlight Inn to discuss the Blacksmith Association matters. He informed everyone that he would be going to the Blacksmith Association for the next few days and told them to continue challenging the individual rounds. Huang Tian asked if it was about the struggle for the chairman position, worried about him going alone. Qian Mo replied that it was important business for the guild. Finally, Huang Tian and Ruan Shen affirmed they would fight confidently, telling him to be sure to notify them if a fight broke out. He waved his hand in command, "Then let's move out. Message me if anything comes up." Night fell and Qian rode his horse to the meeting point. He slowly searched the endless corridor. Qian Mo knocked on a door. "Old Jiang, are you in there?" Jiang Wenliang carefully cracked the door open to observe the surroundings. Confirming it was him, the old man exclaimed joyfully, "Kid, it really is you." The 2 entered the room and carefully closed the door. Duke Sui asked about the plan. Qian Mo replied that old Jiang could not show his face yet and needed to blaze a trail first before bringing him in safely. Jiang Wenliang worriedly objected, fearing it would affect Qian Mo. Qian Mo said with contempt that the Blacksmith Association was just a bunch of unawakened people, not afraid even if they invited honored guests. "Don't you still trust my strength?" Old Jiang sighed, knowing it was useless to advise him, but told Qian Mo to retreat immediately if things seemed wrong. Duke Sui gratefully praised his righteous actions. Qian Mo stood up. "Get some rest early. Wait for good news from me tomorrow." Duke Sui was still worried, unsure if Mr. Cheng would be fine alone. Zhang Yuanliang reassured him, saying, "Rest assured, the Blacksmith Association could not possibly have expected that what awaited them tomorrow would be a monster." The next day, in front of the Zhao Tianfeng city gate, the Blacksmith Association was gathering. Qian Mo thought, although its strength was inferior to the professional association, one had to admit the Blacksmith Association was quite wealthy. A person asked, "My friend, are you here to take the association admission test too?" Qian Mo denied it. "I am here to take the Advanced Blacksmith Aptitude Assessment." Upon hearing this, the people around immediately showed contempt, dismissing his words entirely. While queuing, the examiner said, "Sorry, let me check again." He wondered silently, "Impossible. The machine is new. There cannot be a problem." The machine still reported, "Intermediate forging level, experience 100,000 out of 100,000, qualified to register for the Advanced Blacksmith exam." The examiner announced that he was qualified. "Please follow me to register." Seeing this, those who had previously scorned him felt regret. They truly had been blind, having just missed the chance to befriend an expert, and also having offended him. The Advanced Blacksmith testing point, a long line was also waiting. Chen Shihan read the information sheet. Qian Mo, 19 years old, Soul Summoner level 32, Guide Wen Liang. So young, and with the Soul Summoner class, yet already having intermediate blacksmith qualifications. Your place is in the second row on the left. Please find it yourself. The old man silently praised, having waited so long, finally encountering a good seedling, a 19-year-old dual awakened. He hoped he could bring him a surprise. Chen Xian ordered a check of the records to see if there was any master blacksmith named Wen Liang. The staff immediately obeyed. The old man was still in a good mood. If lucky, Who knew, maybe he could help the association gain 2 more talents. The people in the advanced testing room were also surprised, reminding Kianmo, this is the advanced blacksmith testing room. Seeing him walk to the testing table, they finally acknowledged, so he really was an examinee, truly a formidable youth. Chen Shihan from the front said loudly, first I will introduce myself. I am Chen Shihan, a member of the Zhao Tianfeng City Blacksmith Association, an advanced blacksmith. The person beside me is Yi Long, also a member. We will be the judges for this advanced blacksmith exam. Now I will announce the exam content and rules. The exam consists of 2 parts. Part 1, within a specified time, the examinee must choose suitable materials and design a forging plan that meets the standard. Qian Mo silently assessed, the test question seemed simple but actually tested foundational forging knowledge. In terms of this test, the Blacksmith Association was not mediocre. Chen Xian wondered, has Tong Xueqing arrived? Why do I not see him? Yi Long replied, over 10 minutes ago he entered the city. He should be here soon. The old man was quite dissatisfied. Even if he was old Tong's son, he could not disregard the rules. At most, he would give another 5 minutes. Yi Long immediately feared and calmed him down. Please calm your anger. Everyone was murmuring, why has it not started yet? One person answered, have you not heard? Old Tong's son has not arrived yet. We must wait for him. Qian Mo thought Master Tong is the father-son pair that framed old Zhang. Sure enough, Du Su was not wrong. The Blacksmith Association was rotten to the core. Tong Xueqing then stumbled over, apologizing, Counselor Chen, I just had a banquet, so I am a little late. Chen Shihan said irritably, your place is in the middle of the 2nd row. Hurry over there. The exam is about to start. He looked at him, silently appraising, not expecting the advanced blacksmith assessment to have someone so young. Chen Shihan barked, hurry to your seat now. The old man could not help but evaluate. This kid was neither arrogant nor humble, maintained his composure. He seemed to be a talent. Yi Long announced, today's test is to design a forging plan requiring a finished weapon of at least level 50, damage exceeding 150 points, weight no more than 3 kilograms, within 1 hour. Draw a detailed blueprint and select all necessary materials. Now the competition begins, everyone start working quickly. Yi Long took the chance to chat, Brother Chen, do you think the pass rate today can reach 15%? You set this question yourself. Give me a prediction. The old man replied, the question I said is not so simple. The number of people entering round 2 today will definitely not exceed 10%. Yi Long evaluated, it is just because his father taught him well. Chen Shihan saw him seriously stroking his chin and could not help wondering, why has this kid not started yet? Could he be an incompetent, stuck at the first hurdle already? Yi Long expressed that the old man was quite interested in this young man. Could he have something special? Chen Shihan replied, nothing special seen yet, maybe I was mistaken. Not long after, Tong Xueqing happily slapped the table and shouted loudly. He was secretly proud, thanks to his father's help. This test paper was unbeatable. Thinking he had something special, he only now started to work. He seemed to be all talk. This moment, Qian Mo's hand was constantly dancing on the drawing board. Yi Long clicked his tongue. This kid only started when half the time was gone, but his drawing speed was impressive. Chen Shihan added, drawing blueprints is about precision, not speed. Starting halfway through, he was likely rushing and prone to errors. Looking at the blueprint in his hand, he was confident the first time drawing so seriously was not bad. Next was selecting materials. He was secretly proud. How did this person reach intermediate blacksmith level, not even knowing that fire gold and wind spirit stone are mutually exclusive, and using nearly 5 kilograms of fire gold as the main material? Truly foolish. Qian Mo just lightly dropped a remark, summer insects cannot speak of ice, frogs at the bottom of a well cannot discuss the sea. Those with stupid minds, seeing things beyond their understanding, immediately spout nonsense. Tong Xueqing flared up, daring to insult me. Do you know who my father is? Chen Shihan yelled, no noise. Yi Long announced, alright, the round is over, everyone stop. Next, Counselor Chen will begin the reviews. After checking around, many people were eliminated, only a few barely passed. Chen Xian came to evaluate Tong Xueqing's drawing. This idea is not bad, can be rated an A-. Also, the material ratio is quite reasonable, meeting the requirements. He showed dissatisfaction. Just an A-, please take another look. The old man darkened his face and turned away. Since when is it your turn to teach me how to grade? It was Qian Mo's turn. Shihan questioned, 5 kilograms of fire gold. Is this the material you chose? He bluntly asked, yes, is there a problem? Chen Shihan angrily barked, with such a large ratio of fire gold, how can it be catalyzed? Furthermore, the materials include wind spirit stone, which is incompatible. Is this what you call material matching? Are you taking the exam carelessly? He explained, raise the temperature to 6,000 degrees, use 4 forging techniques of light slow, heavy fast, forge continuously 1,000 times, remove impurities, add flowing sand to increase heat, then continue forging into shape with double drop force. Is this method acceptable? Tong Xueqing cut in, kid, do you even know forging? A 1,000 continuous forge blows with 4 techniques. And increasing heat. Is this something a human can do? Chen Shihan evaluated. This method is a bit exaggerated but somewhat feasible. The material part is past for now. What remains is to see the blueprint. He immediately was displeased. This gets accepted. Are you going easy? Looking at the drawing, the old man could not help exclaiming, this drawing is truly very good. No, it must be said it is excellent. Even I could not manage it. Just in terms of design level, I could give an A+, or even higher. The people around were dissatisfied with the grading result, constantly protesting that he was giving favoritism. Tang Xueqing angrily shouted, Chen Shihan, do you dare to openly play favorites? Yi Long also came to advise, Brother Chen, this is after all a public exam today. If word reaches the old man, the two of us will be in trouble. Chen Shihan showed unconcern. I grade by the standard. You can go report me. I am not afraid. Qian Mo modestly said, relying on just one blueprint to give an A grade. Counselor Chen is a bit hasty. It is better to wait after you see the next round to decide. Hearing him speak, the people around became even more agitated. Tang Xueqing thought he had some skill. Not only is he useless, but his head is also problematic. Chen Shihan agreed. Then this round I will temporarily give you no score. Prove in the next round you can make the weapon. The old man silently praised. This kid, though speaking arrogantly, is actually indirectly clarifying the relationship between me and him. A good seedling indeed, but I must see what his real strength is like. He suggested, since the result of the first round has been decided, then let us quickly start the second round of testing. Yi Long announced, the first round of testing is over. 90 people eliminated. 12 people just passed. The eliminated examinees may leave the testing ground or move to the spectator area on the right to observe. Eliminated ones naturally also determined to see just how capable he was. Yi Long continued, next will be the second round of testing. Please ask the examinees to complete their design tables within 3 hours. The top-ranking examinee will receive a counselor title and 10,000 gold coins as reward. The second round officially begins. Tang Xueqing proudly thought, and a great assessment, this 10,000 reward is definitely mine. What are you looking at, trying to learn by secret observation? My method is very complex. Someone like you cannot understand it. Qian Mo did not reply, only calmly observed his blueprint. He thought, the weapon he wants to forge is a short saber it seems. I do not need to make many adjustments. Chen Shihan and Yi Long were quite surprised to see him modifying the blueprint, constantly discussing it. Yi Long was displeased, too chaotic. I already gave him a chance earlier. Now he wants to change the plan on the spot. I must disqualify him. The old man stopped him. It is fine. We have given him a chance already. Just keep watching. He thought, Tang Xueqing's designed saber is a bit heavy in weight, so his new plan also needs to adjust the material ratio accordingly. Using this block is just right. He cheerfully looked at the block of material. Tang Xueqing silently scorned, foolish, such a large block of fire gold. Let us see how you handle it. Qian Mo evaluated. The temperature is almost reached. I can probably start forging now. The sight before him made one person exclaim, heavens, such a large hammer he can control with one hand, truly terrifying. He must be an awakened one. Moreover, an awakened one specialized in adding strength points. Do dual-class people not progress in their secondary profession very slowly? Why is his forging level at this point? Yi Long finally realized, so he is a dual class. The old man continued, though dual class is rare, nearly no one advances equally in 2 fields, so we must see how it goes. He lightly used the hammer to strike the fire gold block. Qian Mo just kept continuously striking this fire gold block. Tang Xueqing was now panicked, his heart constantly thinking, a 50-pound iron hammer used with the 4-pattern forging method. This guy is truly too terrifying. No, cannot panic, he is only strong in strength. I still have not played my trump card. It is nothing. The people around still kept wondering, some showing unwillingness. He lightly wiped his sweat. The 1,000 hammer strikes are complete. Next is the final step. There was a cheer, and everyone's eyes turned to young Master Tang. What was that thing? That was the ascending embryo form, a weapon not yet fully shaped, but showing signs of advancing. He was secretly smug, thinking the opponent's technique was merely showing off in front of his family's forging heritage. Qian Mo thought, the ascending embryo forging technique invented by old Jiang was truly astonishing. But that was not the best way. He would help the old man reclaim the glory that father and son had stolen. Yi Long was startled, thinking Qian Mo was crazy for putting the wind spirit stone into a 100-degree furnace. Chen Shihai also lost his composure. Ignoring everyone, Qian Mo continued on. The people around felt a chill, the temperature suddenly dropping. Everyone look at the furnace. A blue light is emanating from inside. He pulled the weapon embryo out with tongs. It had a unique blue color. Tang Xueqing laughed loudly, saying he could not forge it, that it was a waste. Yahello was regretful, having thought he would witness a new forging method. Chen Shihai thought to himself, was he actually hoping he could fuse the fire metal and wind spirit stone? Seeing the blue light radiating from the embryo, he proudly exclaimed, "It's done." Everyone was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. The sound of an impact and a terrifying aura. Could it be the phenomenon of a masterpiece? The embryo in his hand shattered, revealing the shape of a cutting-edge weapon. Finished, Qianmo held it up for everyone to see. Everyone admired his talent. People outside also buzzed with discussion about the strange aura. Elder Tong Hufei spoke up, calling it a masterwork of epic grade. Guild leader Shidong also arrived, saying the association was about to have a genius. Then Shihai stammered in astonishment, unable to speak. An epic grade masterwork, Qianmo had forged it. I declare Qianmo the first place winner. Tong Suecheng roared in protest, accusing Qianmo of plagiarizing his design. People sneered, saying Qianmo's skill was clearly superior. Chen Shihai shouted at him, "When you lose, do not disgrace the association." Tong Suecheng yelled in the old man's face, accusing him of shielding Qianmo because of a backroom deal. Chen Shihai calmly said, "I am the one who decides here." Tong Hufei walked over slowly, telling Tong Suecheng to shut up. He then meekly called him father. Qianmo assessed silently. He was the one behind framing old Jiang. Chen Shihai and Yahello respectfully greeted. Tong Suecheng tattled to his father, accusing Chen Shihai of favoring the contestant. Tong Hufei replied, "I already know everything." He walked over and asked Qianmo if he was the one who forged an epic grade item using fire metal. He calmly replied, "It was me, Elder Tong. Do you have any advice?" Tong Hufei clasped his hands behind his back, praised him for being talented at a young age, and asked who his master was. Chen Shihai stepped forward, informing him that the records showed the name Wen Liang, but there was no information about this person in the association. Tong Hufei found the name Wen Liang strangely familiar. Qianmo smiled lightly, saying his master cared not for fame or fortune and therefore was not well known. Tong Hufei placed his hand on Qianmo's shoulder, tentatively confirming him as the top contender. The rewards would be distributed after the association discussed it. Tong Suecheng quickly tried to stop him. Tong Hufei ignored him, continuing to request a meeting with Qianmo's master. He agreed to relay the message but was not certain the old man would agree. He turned and left, saying he would return in a few days to receive his certification and reward. Tong Suecheng pointed at Qianmo's retreating back, asking his father why he just let him go. He accused Chen Shihai of bias. Tong Hufei frowned and shouted at his son to shut up. Tong Hufei praised Chen Shihai for a job well done, saying he would recommend him for a reward. The old man humbly replied it was his duty. Tong Hufei turned to leave, telling Tong Suecheng to follow. He asked in confusion why his father had given the title to Qianmo. He thought the Blacksmith Association was under the Tong family's control. He did not notice the anger that had appeared in his father's eyes. He angrily swung his hand and slapped him hard across the face, turning his head completely to the side. Tong Hufei's face was dark as he called him an idiot. He trembled and stammered, calling out to his father. He shouted loudly, "Guild leader Shi is getting old. A personnel change is coming. The important thing is to win over mid-level counselors like Chen Shihai to vote for me." He said, "Enduring a little is no problem. Wait until I become guild leader. Then there will be ways to help you advance to master." Tong Suecheng lowered his head and admitted his mistake. Tong Hufei narrowed his eyes thoughtfully, regarding that brat Qianmo. "We cannot just stand by." He ordered Tong Suecheng to investigate the familiar-sounding name Wen Liang. Tong Suecheng nodded in agreement. A few hours later, the scene changed to the Moonlight Tavern. Jiang Wenliang looked at Qianmo, unsurprised that he passed the examination, but he was surprised that he could forge an epic-grade equipment. He waved his hand, saying he merely absorbed the old man's ideas and improved upon them. Duxu stood by the side, silently admiring him for making old Jiang have to learn from him as well. Qianmo asked Duxu if she could contact the Blacksmith Association's guild leader. Duxu said, "The guild leader is old and has been in seclusion for a long time, difficult to invite out." He believed Tong Hufei would investigate his identity. He said, "If he wants to investigate, then there is no need to hide anymore. We should take the opportunity to expose him in front of guild leader Shi." Jiang Wenliang asked back, "Guild leader Shi has always been fair, but are you really sure you can clear up what happened back then?" Qianmo firmly nodded, telling the old man to rest assured. Duxu clasped her hands, bowed slightly and swore to do this well even if it meant life or death. Qianmo was calm but resolute, saying, "Let's set off. Time waits for no one." As promised, 2 days later at the Blacksmith Association, Qianmo followed Chen Shihai, asking if he could collect the 10,000 coins this time. The old man laughed heartily, telling him he valued money more than the high-level certification. Qianmo scratched his head and laughed, saying he was a practical person. Chen Shihai thought to himself, he didn't know how much money the high-level certification could earn. The old man led him to meet the association's high-ranking members, promising a certification and 10,000 gold coins. In In the room, all the high-ranking members were present. The old man introduced Mo to everyone. Many voices of discussion arose, unable to believe their eyes. So young? He forged an epic item. He's really a high-level blacksmith? Tong Hufei stood up to ask about the agreement with the master. Mo calmly replied. The man still did not wish to show himself. Tong Hufei's voice was full of provocation, asking if the master was unwilling or afraid to come. Chen Shihai retorted. Tong Hufei was angry, saying let the genius Mo answer for himself, and asked why an elder of the Thunder City Life Professional Association was here. Everyone was in an uproar. Chen Shihai couldn't believe it, asking if he was really an elder of the Thunder City Professional Association. He took out an elder's badge and admitted it. The Blacksmith Association high-ranking members could hardly believe it. Tong Hufei suppressed his anger, curious as to why Mo had come here. He calmly replied he only wanted to obtain the high-level blacksmith qualification. Tong Hufei did not let it go, asking why he concealed his identity and pressured him, believing he had come with a mission. Tong Hufei interrogated further about his master, advising him to confess. Two tall, fierce-looking men were already standing behind him. The atmosphere was tense, when suddenly a voice came from the doorway. Heard you were looking for me. Standing at the door were Du Sui and an elderly man wearing a hat that covered his face. Everyone was astonished. Tong Hufei recognized the man in the hat, excitedly shouting, Wen Liang, so it's my good disciple, I have been looking for you. Seeing he was recognized, Jiang Wenliang pulled off his hat, sarcastically remarking that Tong Hufei was still as shameless as ever. Chen Shihai exclaimed in shock, the high-ranking members becoming agitated. They called him a shameless villain who had long been expelled. Jiang Wenliang angrily retorted, saying Tong Hufei stole his work and then framed him. The old man, out of respect for their master-disciple bond, did not argue, but never expected they still would not let it go. Seeing Jiang Wenliang's serious expression as he pointed to the sky and swore, Tong Hufei believed he was telling the truth. Tong Hufei heard the oath, his eyes showing a mocking look, saying that back then he was just a small apprentice. What right did he have to accuse him of stealing his work? He spared him out of respect for their master, yet he dared to impersonate a blacksmith and cheat across the continent, tarnishing the name of the association. Qianmo cut in, saying he thought old Jiang wasn't so easily fooled. He had already defeated his son Tong Suecheng. Jiang Wenliang looked at the back, shielding him, his eyes moved with emotion, because Qianmo dared to acknowledge him as a disciple, feeling that this debt of gratitude was too great. Tong Hufei's face turned pale with rage. After all, one was a trash expelled from the association, the other an informant from the Living Profession Association. Today he would act on behalf of the Blacksmith Association. Before he finished, Shidong's voice rang out from behind, saying he was speaking too soon. Everyone stood up and bowed. Shidong looked around the room, told everyone to sit, saying he was an old man who hadn't cared about the association for a long time, but was free today, so he came to take a look. Tong Hufei hurried to stand before Shidong, saying Jiang Wenliang had used a disciple to conceal his status as an elder of the Living Profession Association, in order to infiltrate the Blacksmith Association. Shidong turned to look at Jiang Wenliang, asking how he had been all these years without meeting. Jiang Wenliang glanced aside, replying that it was still the same. Shidong then pointed at Qianmo, asking since his disciple was already an elder, why did he still send him here? Could it be that he truly wanted revenge? Jiang Wenliang raised his hand toward Qianmo, admitting that he was not his disciple. With Qianmo's help, he had only managed to touch the threshold of Grandmaster. Everyone was shocked. Had Jiang Wenliang really reached Grandmaster? Leaving the association without resources, how could he level up? Tong Hufei was still a high-level blacksmith, not yet a Grandmaster, yet Jiang Wenliang had surpassed him. Thinking back now, the incident from years ago was probably not so simple. Tong Hufei grew angrier with each word, shouting for Jiang Wenliang to stop his baseless slander. Weren't these words just a beg for pity? Was there any proof that he had framed him back then? Jiang Wenliang was calm, saying that he truly had no evidence for this matter. He could only blame himself for trusting him too much. But today he returned not to argue, simply to participate in the Grandmaster examination and reclaim the glory that belonged to him. Tong Hufei was furious, his hair standing on end, shouting that without evidence, he dared to bring an outsider to cause trouble and deliberately defame an elder. What did he take the Blacksmith Association for? Suddenly Qianmo's sharp gaze swept over him, asking who said they had no evidence. Tong Hufei was so angry his beard bristled and his eyes bulged, saying this was an internal matter. It was not Qianmo's place to interrupt. He ordered Qianmo to be thrown out. Shidong struck his cane hard against the ground, producing a clear sound. He was still the president. It was not yet Tong Hufei's turn to speak here. Shidong turned to Qianmo, saying if he had evidence, he should present it. Qianmo took out a scroll, saying this was an improved design for the forging game-changing method to upgrade the body blank, capable of producing a master-level masterpiece. It originated from the upgrade method improved by Jiang Wenliang. The high-ranking members of the Blacksmith Association recalled the past years, how the Tong father and son had relied on this method to continuously rise in status. Yet their forging technique had not improved at all. They simply sat back and enjoyed the benefits. It seemed this matter was largely true. The association had been ruined in the hands of such a parasite. Tong Hufei clenched his fists, loudly arguing that a single design plan proved nothing. No matter how skilled Qian Mo was, he could not prove that he copied Jiang Wenliang. He believed this group was sent by the association to cause trouble, so he ordered them all arrested. Tong Xueqing led a squad of fully armored, masked soldiers charging in. Du Zhui was startled, not understanding what the guild leader intended to do. Tong Xueqing sneered, releasing an arrogant aura, saying he had come to purge the association of its pests. Shidong narrowed his wrinkled eyes, asking Tong Hufei if he wanted to start a rebellion. He ignored the threat and stubbornly followed his own will, declaring he would arrest all the troublemakers, and then personally apologize to the guild leader. Qian Mo lowered his head slightly, his face darkening, his expression difficult to read. He said coldly, "Arrest him. Do you think you are worthy of that?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Qian Mo's body blazed with a blinding purple light, sending all those who tried to arrest him flying far away. A few soldiers fell right at Tong Xueqing's feet, shocking him. Tong Hufei's face twisted in horror as he realized the level 35 guards he had hired couldn't last 2 moves against Qian Mo. But now he yelled desperately, ordering everyone to be subdued. Qian Mo remained unusually calm, sweeping his gaze towards Shidong, asking if the elders had such great authority that even the guild leader could not control them. Shidong slammed his staff down, the shockwave causing everyone to lose their footing, and barked, "That's enough, tell them all to calm down." Windows in the room shattered with a loud crash. A figure now stood right behind Tong Hufei, eyes full of killing intent. He broke out in a cold sweat, not expecting the guild leader to possess such strength. All the soldiers led by Tong Xueqing were struck down, lying paralyzed on the ground, unable to move. Qian Mo looked thoughtfully at the newly appeared confident, wariness rising in his heart. This man's strength was unfathomable. He couldn't even see any related information. Could he also be a fourth-turn powerhouse? This blacksmith association truly had some hidden depths. The elders unanimously denounced Tong Hufei as a despicable and filthy man who dared to steal his disciples' achievements. Jiang Wenliang trusted him, yet he destroyed a genius for personal gain. At this moment, Tong Hufei knelt in fear, begging Jiang Wenliang for forgiveness, saying they were once master and student. Shidong ordered the expulsion of Tong Hufei and his son from the Zhao Tianfeng City Blacksmith Guild, permanently banning them. At the same time, he appointed Jiang Wenliang as the candidate for the next term's guild leader. Tong Hufei was dragged away, still shouting incessantly, insisting they couldn't treat him this way, that the next guild leader should be him. Shidong patted Jiang Wenliang's shoulder, saying he had endured grievances for many years. As long as he passed the master-level assessment, the guild leader position would be his. Jiang Wenliang was astonished, asking about Qian Mo, seemingly unable to believe his ears. The elders also voiced their agreement in unison, stating that Wenliang was worthy of being guild leader. Shidong looked at Qian Mo, asking if he had written the improvement plan. Qian Mo smiled and scratched his head, admitting it but adding that he was inspired by Jiang Wenliang. Shidong turned and walked toward the door, saying he was old and would abdicate within at most half a year. He hoped Qian Mo would help the Blacksmith Guild more in the future. Qian Mo watched the old man's back, promising that the Zhao Tianfeng City Blacksmith Guild would never decline. The accompanying confidant asked why he left the guild to Jiang Wenliang. Wouldn't it fall into Qian Mo's hands instead? Shidong did not stop walking, slowly explaining that on this continent, no matter how skilled a blacksmith was, it was only a fringe profession. To develop, one had to rely on a guild. He walked to the window, looking out at the buildings of varying heights. He believed that Qian Mo was no ordinary person, and the guild would become even stronger in his hands. A few days later, in the twilight outside the guild, the senior elders surrounded Jiang Wenliang, congratulating him on becoming the second master-level blacksmith. They said the guild leader was about to abdicate, and the guild would depend on him. Jiang Wenliang humbly replied that it was just luck. When he turned back, his face beaming with joy as he looked at Qian Mo, he announced that he had officially become a master. Qian Mo smiled and gave a thumbs up, saying it wouldn't be long before he had to call him guild leader. Jiang Wenliang happily grabbed Qian Mo's arm, insisting that he must have a drink with him today. Qian Mo did not pull away but declined, saying he had come today to say goodbye. Jiang Wenliang was startled and felt regret. Qian Mo replied that the guild's affairs were settled, and he had to return to the Fei Lam arena to reunite with his team. Du Xu suddenly knelt on one knee, clasping his hands, saying that Qian Mo had saved his father's life, a debt the Du family could never repay. From now on, with just one word, he would give his all. Qian Mo smiled and helped him up, telling him not to be so polite. But he truly really did have a matter requiring the help of both father and son. Duxu firmly said to speak, even if it meant through fire and water, he would not refuse. Qian Mo laid out his plan. He would soon establish his own guild, claim territory, and develop power. He hoped they would join with double the compensation. Duxu laughed and replied, just say the word. There was no need to mention compensation. Zhang Wenliang burst the bubble, saying that Duxu's father was a high-level blacksmith and inviting the entire family would cost at least 200,000 gold coins. Qian Mo was taken aback, admitting he was a bit short but would have it soon. Zhang Wenliang laughed, suggesting they invite this future guild leader, and he would give a 50% discount. Duxu panicked, saying that was unfair because Qian Mo had invited the Du family first. Zhang Wenliang thumped his chest, proudly boasting that he was about to become guild leader and a master. Duxu retorted unconvinced that his father was also a high-level blacksmith, and there were even more in his family. Qian Mo watched them argue, secretly pleased that the first alliance was settled. Suddenly the system screen showed a message from Huang Tian. Trouble, come back quick. At an open ground, the crowd buzzed with talk about the Eternal Peak team sweeping through 5 arenas with 85 consecutive wins. The 5 arenas had selected elites to form a new team to deal with them. Everyone was amazed that the new team had pushed the prestigious arenas to this extent. Qian Mo rode up on his horse and, hearing the chatter, thought to himself that 85 consecutive wins was indeed too exaggerated. No wonder they called him back. When he reached the front of his teammates' lodgings, he was blocked by 2 soldiers. He sneered, asking why the lodgings were also under surveillance. One soldier yelled, ordering no one to come near. In the blink of an eye, Qian Mo took down the 2 soldiers, coldly telling them not to get in his way casually next time. Inside the room, Huang Tian boasted, pointing at his own face, asking Li Minghao if he was formidable, always turning the tables in desperate situations. Ruan Shen crossed his arms and jeered, telling him to stop acting like he had won all by himself. Qian Mo entered the room and upon hearing this, teased that they were all too amazing, fighting until he got placed under house arrest. Li Minghao stood up in surprise, calling out team leader. Ling Rixi approached to ask about things on the other end. He smiled and replied that everything was smooth. Qian Mo looked at the 4 people under house arrest, puzzled, and asked if anyone could explain the situation outside. Huang Tian sneered, saying it was just because they were too outstanding. Ruan Shen also laughed smugly, saying there was no helping it since they couldn't lose. 85 consecutive wins forced the arenas to know they were here to cause trouble. Li Minghao summarized, during this time they followed the team leader's advice and won big bets, so they were targeted. The 5 arenas allied to form a new team, intending to settle things with one decisive match. Qian Mo laughed again, saying this was precisely an opportunity. At that moment, Rongsheng led 2 soldiers in, asking in surprise if Qian Mo was the captain of Eternal Peak. He curled his lips, stroking his cat, saying he had been waiting for him for a long time. Qian Mo replied, indeed, and asked if he had any guidance. Rongsheng calmly introduced himself as the owner of the Feilam Arena, the one in charge here. He asked directly, you are the team leader, so was the troublemaking at the arena your directive? Qian Mo asked back in confusion, why call it troublemaking? His team registered legitimately, participated in matches, and only placed bets and won a bit more. Rongsheng claimed he used a winning streak to sway public opinion and bring down the arena. Qian Mo asked if they had violated any rules. He replied, probably not, otherwise the arena would have acted long ago. Rongsheng yelled that he didn't care about that, you caused losses and must compensate. Faced with his anger, Qian Mo remained calm, inviting the owner to state his terms directly. Rongsheng's expression changed, saying that despite the losses, it also created a stir. He wanted to cooperate, arrange a match, and have them lose to the allied team. He continued, if they did that, he wouldn't pursue the matter and they could take all their winnings. Qian Mo replied, that didn't sound bad, safe and profitable. He said the conditions were tempting, but there was one thing he couldn't agree to. Rongsheng's hand paused, asking what that was. Qian Mo smiled imposingly, saying that before forming the team, he set a rule, Eternal Peak would never lose. Rongsheng frowned and gritted his teeth, telling him his tone was arrogant. He shouted, advising him to be sensible. If he resisted, even if he won the match, he wouldn't be able to leave Zhao Tianfeng City. Qian Mo clicked his tongue, telling him not to waste words. If he wanted them to lose, don't even mention it. Rongsheng stared at him, saying fine, refuse the path of life and charge into hell. He had given him a chance. From now on, only a life or death match remained. Qian Mo replied, as you wish, but he didn't want to be watched like a criminal tomorrow. If so, things wouldn't end with just knocking them unconscious. Rongsheng's face turned dark, and he turned and left. The whole team praised Qian Mo for being very cool, but then worried if there would be trouble. They were on someone else's turf. What if they got ambushed? He smiled brightly, full of confidence, and replied it was fine. They had no evidence, so they wouldn't dare act. The 85-match win streak had spread far. If anything happened, the reputation of Feilam Arena would collapse. He explained, rather than gambling with their reputation, it was better to use the hype to make a profit. That was why Rongsheng came to talk. Ruan Shen asked curiously why he didn't go along with it. Ling Rixi continued, the team leader had said they weren't allowed to lose any match. No matter what, Qianmo was the team leader. If he said they wouldn't lose, they definitely wouldn't lose. Just follow him into battle. Ruan Shen pouted, saying fight then fight. No one was objecting. Wang Tian hooked an arm around his shoulder, telling him not to be stingy with a few coins. The reward after winning wouldn't be bad either. Li Minghao excitedly agreed. Qianmo coughed lightly, reminding them they had accepted a commission from Gu Gan and had to complete the transaction. So don't think about cooperating with Rongsheng. The whole team was excited, preparing to fight. They even planned to go place bets before the match. At the same time, Rongsheng stormed off in anger. He muttered ungratefully. The soldier beside him said, "Boss, they placed bets again, still on themselves to win. What should we do?" Ni Rong angrily roared with reddened eyes. What else is there to ask? Fight. Those country bumpkins won a few matches and think they are invincible. Negotiation was only to secure the win rate. Since they are ungrateful, we fight. Has Tuomeng returned yet? Tell them not to hold back. Kill them all. The soldier said sternly, yes. The person opened the door and entered to report. Captain Lu, news has arrived. He is Vice Captain Tuomeng, a Soul Reaper level 40. In the room gathered Fake Judge level 40 Wu Baoan, War God Captain level 42 Lu Gu, Wordbinder level 40 Bing Bing, and Divine Maiden level 40 Wang Yu. They curiously asked how the negotiation with Boss Ni went. Sun Qian calmly said, "It is settled." They disagreed. Wu Baoan questioned. Boss Ni offered such generous terms yet they still refused. He was curious about the opposing team's strength. Wang Yu explained. None of their members have reached level 35, but their 4-person team record is 40 consecutive wins, with a 100% individual win rate. After hearing this, they remained indifferent. Bing Bing clicked his tongue. They would not even accept a rigged match to split the money. Truly abnormal. Lu Gu sighed. This makes it more interesting. Calling us from afar just to fight a fixed match would be too boring. Did Boss Ni say anything else? Sun Qian glared arrogantly. He told us not to hold back, to kill them all. On the day of the match, the loudspeaker announced, Team Eternal Summit and Team Dream Shatter proceed to arena number 520. The match begins in 10 minutes. After the match starts, absent members will forfeit. Ruan Shen said they are too high-leveled, the lowest is 40. Huang Tian added, their strongest is their captain. Lao Mo, any tactics? Qianmo sneered, tactics? My presence is the tactic. Ruan Shen sighed, I know you are strong, but can you tone down the exaggeration? Be realistic, Captain. He was still confident. I am not exaggerating. Before we went on stage, they must have watched our match videos over 100 times. Any tactic now would be useless. The loudspeaker sounded again. 10 seconds to start. Countdown, 10, 9, 8. He continued, my match video only has one match, so the tactic is me. The audience murmured. This is the arena's main force. Tuomeng gathered 5 elites. Eternal Summit, fight hard. I bet a lot on you guys. Do not lose. Dream Shatter is invincible. Rongsheng's subordinate was about to speak. The arena had never been this lively thanks to this match. Total bets reached several million. A win would net a huge sum. Rongsheng narrowed his eyes, determined to win. Rest assured, Dream Shatter has never lost since its founding. I have a backup plan. Everything is well prepared. Qianmo stood arrogantly in the center of the stage, ordering his teammates to charge forward and start the fight. Lu Gu's face remained unchanged. He laughed loudly. Still the same old tactics? Wu Baoan, you go protect Wang Yu. They have an invisible class approaching. Sun Qian, follow me. Bing Bing, you stay in the middle for long-range support. Qianmo observed their formation, thinking, their strength is indeed greater. The previous teams were all weaklings. I should warm up a bit. He heard him speak, thinking, he took out that strange weapon so quickly, not saving it for the decisive moment. Sun Qian, while dueling with Ling Rixi, was suddenly controlled by his whip swing. He wondered, what is this? Qianmo yanked the whip, pulling him closer. Come here. Wu Baoan and Wang Yu were shocked. He shouted, his Musu Qin is the vice captain, support him. Two of them, caught off guard, stood petrified in place. Both were caught by a single tongue. They wondered, what kind of weapon is that? It is poisonous. After dealing with the two, Qianmo turned and kicked Sun Qian. They are done too. Ruan Shen lightly shook the weapon in his hand, muttering a painful curse and attacking toward Lu Gu. He was surrounded by the curse, wondering. The one they wanted to focus fire on, Mushu Qin, is not the healer, but me. Lu Gu saw the situation spiraling out of control, thinking, how can this be? It just started. Everything should have been under my control. He looked at Qianmo, thinking, why were the three of them stopped by him alone? He stood still, calmly watching those attacking him, adding, how is his teammates' coordination so high? Lu Gu was pierced through by several daggers. Cold sweat broke out, he lamented. Could Dream Shatter really be losing here? Rongsheng frowned. What is this Lu guy doing? We already showed them the match videos and they are still being led. The man behind him told him not to worry. They still had a hidden ace. It is something I spent a fortune on, guaranteeing no mishaps in the match. The audience above was in an uproar. In just a moment, Dream Shatter is being overwhelmed by Eternal Summit. The money they bet is about to be lost. Bing Bing gritted his teeth. Captain, if they cannot break free, relying on just the two of us, we will definitely lose. Lu Gu followed. Damn it, I do not believe his control skill can last forever. Tianmo retorted. My control is not a skill, but the weapon's auxiliary attribute and technique. If you are waiting for cooldown, you might as well surrender. He blurted out in admiration. The weapon's auxiliary attribute can be like this. Bing Bing explained. It is an enchanted weapon. Attacking without a casting motion, it must be the weapon's auxiliary attribute. Lu Gu had no choice but to pull out the residual crystal, which when destroyed creates a fog. Inhaling it increases all stats by 30%, he said. I never thought a rookie team would push me to use this. He had no other option, so he shattered the residual crystal in his hand. Bing Bing panicked. Captain, is it necessary to use that? He gritted his teeth and inhaled the residual fog, wanting to boost his power for a counterattack. Huang Tian was shocked. They are using doping. Is that cheating? Ruan Shen explained. It is a residual crystal, a type of item. But using this means for 5 years, they cannot level up or improve. The others also use this type of item. Huay'er said, everyone carries this kind of item. Sun Quan broke free from the bindings, intending to attack Qian Mo. After being boosted, Wu Baoan and Wang Yu managed to escape the net, forcing him to retreat. He thought, this kind of suppression is no longer enough. They regrouped, glaring and emitting killing intent. Ruan Shen felt uneasy. We fought for half the match, barely controlled the situation, and now they are fully recovered. He remained calm. It is just a desperate struggle, nothing to worry about. Lu Gu was annoyed. Shameless boasting. We have figured out the information on your weapon. Do not expect it to work on us anymore. Then he ordered his teammates, form up, do not give them any more chances. Qianmo spoke up. Even if it is useless now, you have some skill. Since you have revealed all your moves, I will show some respect too. Witness my new skill, Flowing Light Scatter Second Rotation. His umbrella was enveloped by a ring of energy and warped. It immediately transformed into a staff. Ruan Shen was astonished. This is a rank-defining magic staff. You even know mage skills. He fired magic directly at Lu Gu's group while saying, I know a lot more, you will learn gradually. Bowen, upon receiving the defense order, raised his shield to block the skill. The powerful skill made him struggle to withstand the blow. Lu Gu wondered, we held steady. Now it is our turn for a real counterattack. After that attack, Qianmo summoned a cluster of magic orbs. He was shocked. How is this possible? He is just a newbie second turning class. How can he cast a chain reaction formation? That is the mutual destruction black hole, creating a continuous black hole that pulls in enemies and deals dark attribute damage around them. It lasts 5 seconds, and when the black hole explodes, all enemies in range are stunned. From there, the magic orbs charge straight at them. Tianmo said, the hardest part of a chain reaction is controlling the spellcasting phase and the medium, which is the casting tool. Flowing Light Rain First Scatter consumed countless resources to reach its best state. Looking at the pitiful state of the people before him, he mocked. Now it seems you cannot rely on your backers. Rong Sheng roared in fury. Lu Gu, you bastard! Wake up! My money! Boss, do not get agitated. He struck the soldier beside him and said, and you bastard, did you not say we would definitely win? After that, Qianmo turned and left. Alright, I will leave it to you guys to finish the match. The team members shouted in unison. Do not worry. In the stands, those people cursed in frustration. Damn it, my money is all gone! Dream Shatter, more like trash! Down on the field, the Dream Shatter team was now completely collapsed on the ground. Some who won their bets cheered. Victory! Eternal Summit is amazing. We are rich this time. Qianmo listened to the crowd praising him, smiled and said, like this, the first battle of our Eternal Summit can be considered concluded. A while later, he and his team rode their horses out of the city. Behind them, pursuers shouted, capture them! Do not let them leave! Xiao Tianfeng City! Damn it, how are their horses so fast? Huang Tian asked if they should teach those persistent pests a lesson, but Anlian said no need, as they were about to leave the range of Zhao Tianfeng City. Qianmo looked at the people in front and said their reinforcements had arrived. Cao Di led his men on horseback to reinforce, and the people from Zhao Tianfeng City quickly stopped, saying the men of Bloodfang Fort had reached the border of Thunder City. Someone asked the captain if they should let them go, and he replied that the loss was not just Fei lands, it was a matter for all 6 houses, so why should they risk their lives, telling them to go back and wait for Elder their knee to speak. After all, knowing they were from Bloodfang Fort, they could just directly settle the score with them. Mo said Captain Cao arrived just in time, and Cao Di replied that he had received the news and had been waiting early, saying the boss was still waiting for everyone. Later, back in the city, someone heard Mo's account and yelled angrily that he was only told to earn money, not to cause such a big mess. Damn it, 86 consecutive wins, you are really something. Why not just kill Rongsheng while you were at it? Gu Gan continued, saying the Eternal Summit team was truly adorable, saying those 300,000 gold coins were burning his hands, and suggested he take them back and claim that Bloodfang Fort had nothing to do with it. Anmo replied that Bosku used to say he could handle any matter no matter how big, but now he was backing out so quickly. The old man said he told them to secretly collect data, not to step on the faces of the 6 major arenas, and now he had imprinted a size 48 shoe print on their faces and even said it was a shoe from Bloodfang Fort. Someone rushed in to report a major incident, and Gu Gan, already annoyed, yelled for them to speak quickly, so the person stammered that according to the report, people from Feilan Ziyun and other arenas had appeared at the outskirts of Laiyun Gorge. Gu Gan was terrified upon hearing this. Seeing this, Qianmo taunted him, asking if he was scared too. Gu Gan sighed and said he had promised to protect them, but his matter was too terrifying, and he was too incapable to help, but he would keep his word, at worst returning the money, and after 5 years he would try to break into the top 10. Qianmo replied that he did not expect Boss Gu to be so honorable. Have a big business deal, do you dare to take it? The old man said wearily to just drop whatever business it was because they would be here in just a few hours. And Lian continued, saying that after leaving, he would start a guild and occupy a stronghold, and he wanted to invite the man to join. The man asked suspiciously if he had heard wrong, saying he, an arena boss and a third-tier powerhouse, would work for him. He said he had nothing to rely on, just some useless subordinates, causing Huang Tian to protest angrily that it was too much. Li Minghao advised the man to trust the captain, saying he would make him soar. Qianmo quickly shook Gu Gan and asked what his dream was. The man frowned, rubbed his chin, and said his dream was to sleep until he woke up naturally, until his hand cramped, and to become a 4th-tier powerhouse. Qianmo replied that there was no problem, just follow him and he would achieve it. After hearing this, the man laughed loudly and asked back what the young kid had to make him abandon everything to believe in him. Qianmo calmly asked if he doubted his ability. Gu Gan replied that he was good at fighting, but surviving required real power and background. He then asked if he would follow if he could show power and background. Qianmo confidently made a deal that he would handle the 6 major arenas, and if he succeeded, the man would have to join the guild. Gu Gan said with a strong tone that if he could do it, he would even eat shit. Ruan Shen teased Boss Gu not to start a landslide, saying he was afraid he would not be able to eat it at that time. Huang Tian also joked that maybe the man wanted to eat it so badly that he was just using it as an excuse. The man clicked his tongue, turned around to leave, saying to just try so he could watch with wide eyes. Cao Di asked if he was really going to hand Qianmo over, and the man replied that he believed the kid could do it, and he was going to negotiate to spend some money. The man asked if it was necessary, and why not just hand the kid over. Gu Gan raised his voice and said it was his idea, and if something happened, should they take the blame? That was not his style. Ruan Shen said he always did the unexpected, but this time handling all 6 arenas was hard to believe. He asked why not apologize or pay money, but Qianmo wanted to defeat them, fearing it would make a mountain out of a molehill. Qianmo was still paying attention and said they would just wait and see. A while later, Gu Gan arrived at Laiyun Gorge. Rongsheng asked Gu Gan how he wanted to resolve this. The man replied it was not his doing, but that was how the arena was. They had poisoned the territory first, and their methods were not good either. Gu Gan explained that he only wanted them to provide evidence at first, but then everything turned out like this, and he wanted to offer 300,000 as compensation for the losses. The man's face darkened as he said 300,000 compensation for them. Did he think they were beggars? Gu Gan then asked what else he wanted. Rongsheng glared with a resolute attitude, saying besides this money, he also wanted Qianmo. That person must die. Suddenly, they were startled and retreated half a meter. At the edge of the cliff, a group of people appeared. The leader said the brothers of the Lao Hai Society had accepted Qianmo's commission to act as mediators in the dispute. The people from the 6 arenas started making a ruckus. They wondered why some would come forward to help Qianmo, and whether they would end up on the Shu Qin kill list. Rongsheng calmed down, looked at the masked men, and said he knew of the assassination organization, so there was no need to threaten him. Gu Gan thought this was the kid's trump card. This time, bringing him out would likely anger the Dark Brotherhood. Someone stepped forward and said Yong Shuang, a 3rd-tier elder of the Survival Professional Association, had come to mediate on behalf of Qianmo. The people below the cliff were in an uproar at the old man's appearance. Rongsheng gritted his teeth and asked Gu Gan about the Survival Association. The man, sweating, said he did not know what was going on either. Another person stepped forward and said Du Zui, a senior blacksmith from the Blacksmith Association of Zhao Tao Tangfeng City, had come to mediate. Rongsheng yelled, asking if Du Shu was also here for Qian Mo's matter and whether President Xi knew. The man said President Xi had retired and the new president, Zhang Wenliang, had given orders that if he did not calm down, all transactions with the 6 major arenas would be cut off. From now on, the 6 major arenas would be sworn enemies until death. The man gritted his teeth and thought about where the brat got his power, why the guilds had come for him. Wait. Another group of people stepped forward. The 3-School Alliance, the Kikai Continent Office, and the Association General Administration had all come to mediate for Qian Mo. Ni Rong was stunned that the brat had mobilized so much power. Gu Gan asked Boss Ni if he still wanted to settle the score with Qian Mo. Rongsheng ground his teeth and spoke through them, saying they would let this matter drop. But they had remembered the grudge with the Bloodfang Fort. After they left, Gu Gan sighed, saying he had somehow handled the 6 major arenas already. That kid really spoke no lies. Suddenly, he thought of something and yelled, wait, damn it, did it mean he had to eat shit? Old Kin's figure flickered on the cliff, and he sighed, saying it seemed the matter was resolved. The kid Cheng sent a messenger pigeon to give him this fishing rod, saying he needed his help, which made him rush over at high speed. In the end, his strength was not needed, so he owed that kid a favor. At the same time, Qian Mo was deep in thought, wondering if these people were enough to handle everything. But if Old Qin showed up, even the 6 arenas would not dare to show disrespect. Seeing him like this, Ruan Shen said they were dead. This look from the captain meant he was probably not confident, so they should prepare to run. Huang Tian added that he believed it was confident, but Ruan Shen retorted that everyone liked to show off, but their captain was even more unreasonable. Seeing Gu Gan enter, Ruan Shen said they were in deep trouble, asking if they saw that. The man had come to settle the score. Qian Mo did not turn around, only asking what was the matter, Boss Gu. The man beamed with a gleaming smile and said Zhu Qin was flawless, praising that the kid really did it, and he had underestimated him. Ruan teased from the side, saying it was the captain's moment to shine. Qian Mo calmly asked if the agreement to join them was still valid. Gu Gan replied that he, Boss Gu, was a man of his word. Since he said he would join if this was done, he naturally would not regret it. But before joining, there was a matter to discuss. He asked curiously what it was. The man quickly explained that joining was no problem, but about that mention of eating shit before, could he let it slide? The scene shifted to a meeting between Cao Di and Gu Gan. Cao Di asked suspiciously if the boss really wanted to go with them. The man had made up his mind. A true man keeps his promise, worth 1,000 gold. Since he said Qian Mo handling the 6 arenas would make him go with him, he would not go back on his word. Cao Di asked if he left, what about the arena? Gu Gan decided to let Cao Di run it. If he did not go now, Rongsheng would not give up. He continued, I have a feeling that kid will help me reach new heights. The scene shifted to Qian Mo's group. Huang Tian looked into the distance impatiently, waited so long. Is this old man reliable? Ling Rixi replied, if he promised he won't trick us. Ruan Shen still sat waiting calmly, taunting, the boss eats and drinks well every day. How could he endure suffering with us? We've definitely been set up. Gu Gan suddenly appeared, saying confidently, sorry I'm late, had to hand over work thoroughly. You people don't understand the busy life of a rich man like me. Everyone got excited seeing him, he really came. Ruan Shen stood up surprised, didn't expect him to actually join. Camo announced, from now on, Boss Gu is officially our guild manager and team member. Gu Gan smiled warmly, I look forward to your guidance. He took out envelopes and handed them to everyone. This is a joining gift, everyone gets a share. He spoke softly, we should discuss our next move. Gu Gan replied confidently, don't worry, I've arranged everything. The guild registration documents at Moon Spirit City Hall were prepared yesterday. No need to queue, can go through procedures immediately. He continued, Captain Cheng discussed the plan, I've started preparations. Even though I'm not the official manager of Eternal Wind Guild, I have some experience. Qian Mo nodded in satisfaction. Huang Tian praised, if I did it myself, it would take at least half a month, maybe 6 months. Only someone like Gu Gan with connections could do it so fast. Qian Mo thought to himself, worthy of the person I chose, truly did not disappoint me. At the same time, at Moon Spirit City Hall, the receptionist said, hello, you want to register a guild, right? Need to verify assets first. She took Qian Mo's card, thinking another level 36 with so much money. He continued, sir, the check is complete, you qualify. Please provide the official guild name. He replied, Eternal Wind Pavilion. The receptionist asked, which district do you want the headquarters in? Qian Mo answered, Dark Shadow Forest. She was surprised, her face darkening, sir, that place has many strong monsters and inconvenient transportation. Do you want to change? He thought, lucky no guild guild has taken it yet. Then said, just choose that place, help me register. She replied quickly, I will deduct 200,000 for the establishment fee and monthly maintenance. The fee will increase with scale. In her mind, she thought Kianmo was a rich kid wasting money. Done, your guild has been successfully created. Congratulations to Kianmo for establishing Eternal Wind Pavilion, located in Dark Shadow Forest. Please go to the headquarters within 3 days and complete the first mission. He walked outside. Everyone immediately asked, Kianmo raised the glowing red stone. Registration done. This is the guild core crystal. Just go to the headquarters and place the stone to officially establish it. He asked where Gugan was. Everyone explained he went to a wedding banquet with people from the city hall. Kianmo thought, establishing a guild inevitably involves interacting with factions. But those banquets aren't for me. Leaving it to Gugan is best. Suddenly Gugan appeared and asked, is the guild registered? Kianmo replied, done. He asked again, where is the headquarters? Learning the location, he shouted, Dark Shadow Forest. Why choose that place? That place is unexplored, full of high-level monsters. Who would choose that place? Kianmo remained calm. I see no problem. Gugan said, I bet you'll regret it. Huang Tian interrupted, the last bet hasn't been paid yet. Gugan quickly covered his mouth, face turning red. Later, everyone arrived at Dark Shadow Forest. Seeing the beautiful scenery, Huang Tian said, doesn't seem dangerous at all. Ruan Shen replied, that's because we haven't made any noise yet. A notification board appeared. Congratulations on reaching the headquarters center. Please place the core crystal. To gain ownership, you must defend against 10 waves of attacks and protect the crystal from destruction. Gan's face paled, quickly dissuading, guild leader, we should check the monster count before placing the stone. He didn't listen, directly placing the stone down. A stone pillar rose with the words Eternal Wind Pavilion engraved, a shockwave radiating outward. The information board popped up. Do you wish to start the mission now? Gan quickly said, position first. This mission needs careful thought. After accepting the mission, everyone watched in shock as a horde of ghost beasts charged in. Kianmo remained calm. Things are about to get lively. Huang Tian sneered, I take back what I just said. This place is very dangerous. Ruan Shen asked, don't tell me we have no plan and are just going to fight head-on. Kianmo replied, there is a plan. The people should be here by now. Could we have been stood up? Ruan Shen said, don't joke, even if we win against this scale of monsters, we'll be worn down to death. The ghost beasts surrounded them, staring fiercely. They were about to attack, but were suddenly interrupted by a single strike. Duxu appeared. Duxu from the Blacksmith Guild of Zhao Tianfeng City greets the guild leader. Sorry I'm late. Luckily saw the light from the core crystal and found my way. Gugan asked curiously, you came from the Blacksmith Guild to help? Duxu said, hello boss Gu, from now on we are guild teammates. He cheered happily, so the Blacksmith Guild wants to lie with us. Duxu smiled, not just an alliance, we are members of Eternal Wind Pavilion. Yang Shuang also appeared, and us too. Elder Cheng no. Guild leader Cheng, long time no see. Krianmo greeted, Elder Shin, you've worked hard, I didn't expect the high leader to send you. The old man said, the leader received your letter and immediately sent me with all the elite members. You won't be disappointed. Gugan thought to himself, I thought they only owed a favor and came to help at Thundercloud Canyon. Turns out they directly joined the guild. Good thing I didn't bet with him just now or I would have lost again. The ghost beast still stared, ready to pounce. Ling Rixie spoke up, chat later, the monsters are about to attack. Kianmo cleared his throat to get attention. Everyone, from today you are the first members of Eternal Wind Pavilion. I won't say much. After the headquarters develops, I will definitely not let anyone suffer. From now on, follow my arrangements and prepare to accept the first mission. His gaze turned sharp, commanding, begin the battle. Everyone followed the order and charged to attack the surrounding ghost beasts. In the quiet night, a flock of birds suddenly flew up in chaos, creating a scene of turmoil. The angry roar of a three-headed monster echoed. It charged at the humans ferociously. Yang Shuang commanded, don't be afraid, form a defense formation. Just as he finished speaking, a sword light cut through the wind, cleaving the three-headed monster in two. Kianmo appeared, sword on his shoulder, standing tall and imposing. He said, the brothers from the Life Association handle the rear, defend against the small monsters. Leave the rest to the combat team members. Ruan Shen Li Minghao, you two are in charge of defending the east. Huang Tianling Rixie, you two handle the south. The west and north are up to you, Gugan. Everyone quickly moved according to the assignment. Soon the system announced, congratulations on successfully defending the first wave. The next wave will arrive in 30 seconds. He asked everyone, how is it, tired yet? Gugan scoffed, these monsters, a trivial matter like a rabbit. Ruan Shen turned and smirked, just got warmed up. 30 seconds passed, the system sounded again, prepare for the second wave. Kianmo pointed his sword at the monsters, his voice full of momentum. Then let's continue fight. Consecutive fierce battles unfolded. A series of congratulations appeared, all attack waves defeated. Congratulations on completing the settlement mission. Eternal Wind Pavilion is officially established. Please name the settlement. Kianmo stood on the monster corpses, his voice joyful, finally over. The other members immediately chimed in, guild leader. The place you chose almost capsized us. But we made it through, and my level even jumped several ranks. He looked at the notification, stroking his chin and thought, what should I name this settlement? The atmosphere became lively. Ruin Shen suggested, call it Ruin Shen's Snail Wine or Bloodthirsty Demon Domain. So domineering, I think call it Bloodfang Ultimate Sanctuary. The more he heard, the more he felt annoyed. After a while of thinking, Kianmo decided, call it Eternal City, to match the guild name. The system immediately confirmed the settlement named Eternal City has been saved, cannot be changed. Guild Level 1 received 11 basic structures, 11 resource bags. Congratulations on receiving a forge, herb room, crafting workshop, warehouse, bedroom, and dormitory. Guild mission complete. Received 1,000 wood, 1,000 stone, 300 metal, 500 leather. The full guild information appeared. He smiled in satisfaction. Success. Next was expanding resources and upgrading the guild. Ling Ruoxi suddenly spoke. She saw the attributes here increasing unusually fast. Ruin Shen teased, do not say that just because you know the guild master. Huang Tian came to defend her. No, I think so too. Tian Mo thought to himself their feeling was indeed correct. Under the ancient tree, he said in a deep voice, the world tree is still here. It is a sapling 3 days for 5 units of life essence. Protects territory, attacks enemies. Material quality increases by 1 rank. Duration 1 year. Yang Shuang wondered, is the world tree a special material? Duke Sui also said she had never heard of it. Qian Mo cut a line on the tree trunk, explaining this liquid is life source spring. It doubles quality when crafting, stabilizes the process, and also increases stability when making medicine. With it, the guild need not worry about development. Du Su was delighted. Really, that is a treasure for blacksmiths. Yang Shuang nodded. This liquid has medicinal properties but needs verification. Qian Mo said now this is their territory. They could take it but in moderation. He pondered, in addition, the world tree emits light that transforms the environment, making Ling Roxy level up faster. In the previous life, this place once caused a shocking scramble when it was discovered. Now it belongs to him. The system sent a series of notifications congratulating the host on discovering the world tree, the guild leveling up to 6, Cusing machine gun, explosion, and slash wave. Qian Mo was surprised. The system also upgraded. Congratulations host on converting the passive skill metal regeneration. Each day the base automatically increases by 500 units. He was overjoyed, was just worrying about metal, when the system gave a big gift. At the Eternal Guild base, everyone was busy. The sound of metal clashing rang out continuously. After a period of hard work, Qian Mo finished forging the weapon. Success. He looked at the result, named it Divine Light War Spear, epic quality, base damage 180. He asked Duke Shu, what do you think of this spear? Du Sui examined it, reaching epic rank, sell for at least 4,000 gold coins. At auction would be higher. He attached the spearhead, handed it to Ling Roxy. You use this first, later I will make a higher rank one. She was surprised. For me, this is very good. I really like it. Du Sui wondered, did you only use Black Star Iron and Starling Crystal? Qian Mo calmly replied, I also used the most basic blueprint. He asked, do you understand the meaning? Du Sui said in a deep voice, it means we can mass produce epic rank weapons. Qian Mo nodded, correct, but you have been up all night. Rest. They were even more excited. No need to rest. Using Black Star Iron to make epic rank, voluntarily working overtime. He chuckled inwardly, not forcing them, all voluntary. After speaking, he turned away not far before hearing a shout, success. Qian Mo was startled, confusedly thought, what is it now, another madman? Yang Shuang held a bottle of pills and came before him. Guild Master, these are pills made from life essence, double the effect. Success. He was delighted, great, Vice Guild Master has done me a great service. Over there, Huang Tian urged, collecting the spoils. Old Mo, this place is really good. Same level monsters give higher experience and benefits. Qian Mo explained, probably related to the world tree, the monsters are affected. Huang Tian was busy giving orders. Qian Mo thought to himself, if this continues, how will the guild develop? Half a year later. 1 month later, the guild was filled with weapons and materials. The Vice Guild Master reported all material stockpiles are complete. Qian Mo collected them, saying everyone has worked hard this month. Leave the remaining work to everyone. I will sell them at a good price. He was about to turn away when he heard Du Su's voice. Wait, we have a gift for you. Qian Mo looked dazed. A gift. Ling Ruoxi opened a box. We used base resources to upgrade equipment. Only the Guild Master Celestial Blade Scatter second turn could not be passed. After much deliberation, I made a new robe, named Holy Robe of Origin, excellent quality. He took it and tried it on. Ling Roxy looked at his super handsome appearance. Her heart fluttered. This guy looks even better in this outfit. Du Zhu crossed his arms, his voice serious. The Eternal Peak Guild Master is the face of the guild. Huang Tian was envious. Is he that handsome? Make me a set too. Ruin Shen teased. Ling Roxy is too shy to even look. Upon hearing this, she was embarrassed. Damn it. Believe me, I will tear your mouth apart. Qian Mo intervened. Alright, I am setting off now. I will return in half a month. Ling Roxy looked at him, her eyes full of reluctance. Okay. Suddenly, before everyone's eyes, she stood on tiptoe and kissed his cheek, making his face flush red with embarrassment. After the kiss, she shyly turned and ran off towards Wang Ping'an's path. Huang Tian was envious, truly enviable. Ruan Shen jeered, truly infuriating. At the Moon Spirit City auction house, Qian Mo looked at the two long lines of people before him, marveling. Not bad for an intermediate auction house. So crowded. Waiting in line would take a while. He pushed to the front. Everyone was indignant. Why are you cutting in line? Ignoring the murmurs, he pulled out a VIP card for the staff to see. I want to sell some items. The staff saw the black card, quickly invited him to the VIP area. People in line were dumbfounded. That guy at level 36 has a black card. Must be a rich young master. Even a level 39 only has a silver card. So jealous. In rooms in 3 VIP area, Qianmo stood with his back to the window. The door opened. A female staff member entered. Hello, I am Liu Qian. May I ask if you are the guest who owns the black card? He turned his head, calmly replied, correct, I am Qian Mo, guild master of Eternal Peak. She maintained her composure but thought he was a big fish, who knew it was just a level 36 solo player. Qian Mo did not speak much, laid out sample items on the table. I have a batch of goods I want to sell, take a look. Liu Qian's mouth gaped. Are these all epic rank? Sir says these are just samples. How many do you have? Are the qualities all like this? He nodded. Weapons, potions, materials, total about 100 items, high quality, not low. She heard and could not suppress surprise. How many did you say, sir? 100 epic items, are you joking? He said frankly, I am not joking, it is just the output of 1 month from the guild. After confirming she did not hear wrong, Liu Qian changed her expression. I will arrange to put them all into the auction. Do you have any other requests, sir? He said he had a few requests. She suddenly tensed, shyly covering her chest. Qianmo continued, all epic items sold must have a price limit set. She was slightly stunned. Oh, is that so? But with the quality of the batch, setting a price cap will lose money. Do you not want to earn more, sir? He turned back, calmly replied, do not worry about it. Just help me collect the materials on this list. Looking at the list, Liu Qian was shocked. Wait, the guild master is familiar with first-rank guilds. We do not encourage charging testing fees. He smiled faintly. I understand the rules, just do as I say. She said nothing more. Leaving the room, Liu Qian's inner heart was still shaken. What is wrong with me today? Losing composure, residents of Moon Spirit City are indeed not few. At the Adventurer Hall, the atmosphere was lively, crowded with people coming and going. Qianmo observed. Those wanting to join a guild all gathered here. He read the notice board, thought to himself like in the previous life. Low-rank guilds expanding often provided for newcomers. Wealthy guilds would charge assessment fees. People around were discussing the Eternal Guild's price. A first-rank guild setting an exorbitant price. Probably the guild master relies on joining fees to make it back. Those criticisms made Qian Mo's face twist, indeed criticized. This time it will be hard to find suitable people. Suddenly a voice came from behind. This recruitment is interesting. If not to attract attention, then there must be something truly worth caring about. Qian Mo recognized it immediately. Is that Q Ling did not expect to meet him here. Excellent. Some jeered. Someone is planning to be a fool. Q Ling shouted angrily, if the guild has real strength, 300 gold is nothing. Those trash who begrudge 300 gold are because they dare not pass the assessment. I, Q Ling, have enough confidence. Anyone who disagrees, come fight me. The gossipers were scared by his aura. We were just thinking for you. He sneered disdainfully. Who needs your concern? Next time you meddle, I will tear your mouth. While still angry, Q Ling saw someone approaching, his arrogant face asking if you want to fight. Qian Mo smiled, not that, but I believe there will be an opportunity sooner or later. He smiled with a hidden meaning. This Q Ling is still arrogant as before. In the previous life, Q Ling was one of the 3 strongest on Tiang continent, developing an attack tank style. Unfortunately, he belonged to an enemy guild then. Now finally a chance to make up for that regret. He turned away angrily, was originally interested, but being looked down on, he had to go to Eternal and see for himself. Qian Mo looked at Q Ling's back, craftily thought he is level 42, his equipment is a bit mediocre, but no matter, as long as I recruit him, I will turn him into the desired form. So recruiting new members should not be a problem, just need to wait for tomorrow's auction to end. The purpose of this trip is almost fulfilled. In a corner of the auction district, an angry voice rang out. What, the guild sales area has been postponed. On what basis a first-rank guild dares to cut in and the order of the Flame Dragon Guild? How are you people doing business? Zhang Xiang, level 40, second turn, angrily threatened the staff. The staff apologized. They had never confirmed the schedule for Flame Dragon. Those words fueled Zhang Xiang's anger. Elder Mai personally promised today's auction for our guild, now letting a first-rank guild replace us. Whose idea is this? The staff was frightened, revealed it was the idea of manager Liu Qian. A moment later, in the corridor, Liu Qian holding documents came to inform Qian Mo, this is the proposed auction plan. Please take a look, sir. Before he could receive it, an angry voice sounded from behind, Manager Liu. Zhang Xiang stepped forward with a resentful face, questioning Manager Liu. I heard you let a first-tier guild take our Flame Flame Dragon auction slot. This needs an explanation. Liu Qian maintained a polite demeanor, replying that today's auction slot had been arranged for Eternal Pavilion from the start. Zhang Xiang looked at Qian Mo with a hateful glare. Oh, so this is the level 36 guild leader of a first-tier guild who snatched our spot. He insulted her. Liu Qian, are you having some shady deal with this pale-faced brat? His words made her blush with anger. Just then, Qian Mo exuded a thick murderous aura, making Zhang Xiang wary. He said coldly, I will give you one chance. Apologize to her now. Zhang Xiang's face was covered in sweat, terrified as he wondered what was happening. Clearly, he was just a wandering cultivator at level 36. Why'd I feel as dangerous as if facing a deep abyss monster? His body issued a strong alarm. You will be killed. If the next word he said was not an apology, he would surely lose his life. Fearing Qian Mo's presence, Zhang Xiang hurriedly bowed his head and admitted fault, saying he was rash and rude. He blamed Elder Mai of the auction house, who had taken his money. As he finished, Elder Mai appeared, shouting at Liu Qian, What are you doing, huh? He said, Lord Zhang Lei is the representative of Flame Dragon, our honored guest. I heard you let a first-tier guild take his auction spot. Is that true? Liu Qian raised an eyebrow. Elder Mai, you came at just the right time. Please clarify when exactly I arranged a spot for Flame Dragon. Zhang Xiang grew angry, cursing Elder Mai for taking money but not delivering. Elder Mai coughed a few times, awkwardly promising a satisfactory explanation. Qian Mo asked Liu Qian what was going on. She explained that according to procedure, the person in charge decided the auction spots, but the elders often took bribes to change the schedule. Elder Mai had violated the rules before, but she guaranteed it would not affect his business this time. Elder Mai shouted loudly, Manager Liu, Flame Dragon is a third-tier guild. Their resources are better than that small first-tier guild. Why put them behind? Did you take a bribe to deliberately arrange it this way? Liu Qian grew angrier as she listened. Elder Mai, you are good at shifting blame onto others. You arbitrarily interfered in the order arrangement that was already wrong, and I haven't settled accounts with you yet. Besides, who says Eternal Pavilion supplies are not higher quality than Flame Dragons? With someone backing him up, Zhang Xiang became bold. Manager Liu, I don't accept that. We are a third-tier guild. How can we be inferior to a first-tier guild? Elder Mai chimed in. That is right, Liu Qian. You are blinded by greed, to the point of talking nonsense. I will report you to the guild master and demand your dismissal. Liu Qian sneered. Report. I advise you not to bring disaster upon yourself. Seeing her unwavering stance, Elder Mai angrily shouted, Even if I violated rules, I don't believe your arrangement for a first-tier guild had no cheating. The argument quickly attracted Guildmaster Nian Kaihua, who walked over with 2 guards. He said sternly, What is going on? Has today's auction not started yet? I could hear you arguing from afar. How can you still do business? Nian Kaihua asked again, What is the matter? Has the auction not started yet? I heard arguing from a distance. As Liu Qian was about to report, Elder Mai cut in. Guildmaster Liu Qian put a first-tier guild at a high rank for petty gains. Nian Kaihua walked past Elder Mai, coldly saying, Elder Mai, actually this was my idea. The old man was stunned speechless. Nian Kaihua stepped in front of Qian Mo, politely greeting him. Qian Mo was slightly impatient. Guildmaster Nian, I don't have time for your internal issues. I just want to know when my auction will start. Qian Mo looked at the other two, threatening. If you don't handle this well, I will go elsewhere. Nian Kaihua quickly apologized, assuring him that he would give a satisfactory answer. He told Liu Qian to help Lord Cheng start the auction first, without worrying about other things. She nodded and complied. Elder Mai refused to give up, asking the guild master, This is just a small first-tier guild. Is it really necessary for you to do this? Nian Kaihua's gaze darkened. Small guild? This time they provided over 100 epic-grade weapons and various potions, equivalent to our yearly output. How dare you offend a client of this scale? The numbers left both them gaping in shock. Nian Kaihua raised his voice. Elder Mai, you are old now. From now on, you don't need to work at the auction house. I will investigate your bribery. Be prepared. Elder Mai panicked and begged, Guildmaster, I have worked here for 50 years. Nian Kaihua ignored him, ordering him taken away. As 2 men dragged him off, Elder Mai still shouted, Guildmaster, please. When the shouting faded, Nian Kaihua coldly spoke of Flame Dragon's items. Tell them to queue according to the rules. If they can't wait, go to another auction house. At the venue, the auction was about to begin. The stands were already full. Liu Qian quickly started with the Dragon Transformation Sword. She introduced the epic-grade one-handed sword, with a base attack of 180 and a range of 1.6. It could summon a low-tier dragon to fight for up to 1 minute, a very special attribute. Stands immediately buzzed with excitement. People remarked that such an epic-quality item being offered first meant there must be many more treasures. However, everyone guessed its price would be very high. Qian Mo observed from the second floor, thinking that Liu Qian was truly an auction master, very skilled at it stirring emotions. He was curious how everyone would react upon hearing the price. Liu Qian quickly announced the starting price at 500 gold coins, each bid at least 100 coins, with a ceiling price of 3,500. The starting price caused a stir. They were surprised that an epic weapon had a ceiling of only 3,500 coins, thinking it was a misreport. Immediately, someone shouted, "I bid 3,500 gold!" Liu Qian slammed the gavel, announcing number 879 had bid 3,500 gold. Since the ceiling was reached, the item was awarded immediately. The stands were shocked, thinking this person was incredibly lucky. Liu Qian quickly calmed them. "Don't rush, everyone. There are many more epic weapons and pills." The crowd cheered. "There are still more?" The second item was displayed on the screen. Liu Qian announced it was also an epic weapon, a staff type, with the same ceiling of 3,500 gold. The stands grew noisy, with everyone scrambling to bid. One person shouted, "I bid 3,500. But someone else had already pressed the button first. The items were brought up one by one. Number 60 was a healing potion, but before it could be introduced, someone shouted a bid of 3,500. The speed of closing deals was dizzying. Number 70 was a saber, taken by number 6 round 3. Liu Qian had to speak up, "Ladies and gentlemen, I haven't introduced item 72 yet. Please don't rush." The stands were buzzing with discussion. Some complained that if there were no ceiling, they could buy more. Others said this was the first time seeing epic weapon auctions like a vegetable market. Tianmo observed from upstairs, a faint smirk on his lips. He thought the purpose of the ceiling was to create a market effect. The guild now lacked influence, not money. While observing, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. Yuling was also there, lost in thought that he intended to buy an epic shield, but now it was price limited. With this level of madness, it would be hard for him to snatch it. Qianmo rubbed his chin, staring at Yuling. He thought to himself, he also came to buy equipment, so I might as well sell him a favor. The next item on the screen was shield number 80, called the Undead Shield. One person was about to shout 3,500, but Liu Qian stopped them. She explained the shield had a special sale method. The seller had already designated the buyer. Only those with a green button could buy it. Everyone quickly checked their seats. Qiuling saw the green button on his seat, wondering suspiciously, could the seller know me? How did they know I wanted to buy this shield? Qiuling thought that he really needed the shield, and considered it a debt of gratitude to some person. Without overthinking, he immediately pressed the button. Liu Qian announced number 72 had successfully bid. The crowd expressed dissatisfaction, calling it shady activity. Qiuling was in a good mood, thinking if he met the seller, he would show his sincerity. The auction ended, and Liu Qian thanked everyone. In VIP guest reception room 3, Liu Qian reported the results to Qianmo. After deducting expenses, the profit is 800,000 gold. She asked if he wanted to receive it now or after the next 2 auctions. Qianmo replied, "No need to withdraw for now." He told her to exchange all the money for materials and space storage according to the list. He handed over the list, which Liu Qian took, surprised so much. Qianmo asked coldly, "What, is it difficult?" She was a bit awkward. "No, I'm just surprised. This demand for materials exceeds the supply of one first-tier guild." She informed him that dozens of guild leaders wanted to meet him through the guild master. Qianmo firmly refused, "I don't want to meet them, and I don't want to reveal my identity." Liu Qian understood and left without disturbing him. As the door closed, Qianmo pondered. He hoped the news he had sent out would achieve the desired effect. When he collected enough items, he would return to the guild to level up. In a tavern within Moon Spirit City, the customers were enthusiastically discussing the auction. They were astonished that the auction house sold dozens of epic items at the ceiling price. People from the towns were flocking in. They were curious about the origin of the weapons, as they usually had engravings with information. One person took out the item to examine and saw that the production site engraved on it was Eternal City. Many others also confirmed their weapons had the same mark. Qiuling sat silently, thinking that was the headquarters of Eternal Pavilion. He was about to stand and leave when he heard others talking about this first-tier guild, with someone sneering that they couldn't even pass the entry test. Qiuling walked out the door, thinking, and decided to go see what kind of guild that was. At the base of the Flame Dragon Guild, a sword strike swung horizontally, cutting through an iron shield. Zhou Yan admired the sword appreciatively, praising its power. The person behind him said this weapon was bought from the auction house, a product of Eternal Pavilion. Zhou Yan was surprised. A first-tier guild can create a weapon like this. If they are allowed to grow, they will be even more terrifying. He heard news that the opponent guild leader was only level 36, yet Zhang Xiang was scared into apologizing. Zhang Xiang knelt down, shamefully admitting he didn't know why he felt the danger. Zhou Yan's voice was deep and somber. Such a low-level guild leader yet having high forging skill shows they focus on forging. Our guild spent many resources to get you to level 40, yet you were so scared you apologized. He scolded Zhang Xiang as a waste, bringing shame to Flame Dragon. Zhang Xiang panicked and begged, "Guild leader, I know my mistake. Give me another chance." Zhou Yan turned his back, his voice cold. "Their position has been clearly investigated. I am giving you one chance to wash away the shame you have brought." Zhang Xiang was sweating in fear. Guild leader, rest assured, this time I will definitely satisfy you. New day was about to end. Liu Qian came to report, guild leader, all the materials you requested have been brought. The remaining money has been transferred to the card. Qian Mo was pleased. It was a pleasure cooperating with you. Send my regards to Guildmaster Nian. She politely replied that they greatly valued this cooperation. The guild leader had instructed that as long as he asked, they could accommodate. He smiled and said not to worry. He had never let his friends down. There would surely be many more opportunities for cooperation in the future. Liu Qian bowed in farewell with a professional demeanor, promising that the Lingyu City auction house would always serve him. Not long after, at the encampment of the Eternal Summit Guild, a figure on horseback rode straight to the city gate. The guards on the wall shouted a warning that this was guild territory, and unauthorized personnel were not allowed entry. Qian Mo stopped his horse, looked up, and said in a teasing tone, "Even I am not recognized anymore." The guards, upon seeing him, urgently ordered the gate opened and shouted that the guild leader had returned. Seeing the sturdy city gate and the changes after just 1 month, Qian Mo was secretly pleased. It seemed they had not been idle, and the guild was developing well. He took out the pile of supplies he had brought back from the auction house, stacked as high as a mountain. Qian Mo turned and said to Elder Qin and Duke Xu that all the harvest was here. Everyone could directly come and get whatever they needed from now on. Elder Qin was astonished by the vast amount of supplies, having never seen a first-level guild with so much. Duke Xu added that with more people and a perfect supply channel, the development would amaze the entire continent. Qian Mo reassured them that he had partnered with the Lingyu City auction house, and the population issue would soon be resolved. Now they could upgrade the guild to level 2 in order to handle the upcoming influx of population. After he pressed the upgrade button, an unexpected pillar rose up. Ruan Shen, who was hiding in a corner on a date, was also startled, knowing instantly that the guild was being promoted. Huang Tian, who was hunting monsters in the forest, was also attracted and knew that old Mo was back. The pillar rose in the middle of the encampment, firmly encased in stone. The system sounded to congratulate the guild leader. The Eternal City Fort had been upgraded to level 2, unlocking the construction function, and the information was updated. Qian Mo looked at it and said it was not bad. Since the upgrade to level 2, the sphere of influence had expanded, and there were many new buildings. It was time to improve the living environment. First, they should look at the residential buildings because the collective dormitory was not a long-term solution. The system suggested that currently, they could build residential houses, restrooms, and small eateries. Elder Qin thought the upgrade was good, but blind expansion was not advisable. Duke Xu agreed that costs were rising and manpower was insufficient. They should focus on recruiting people first. Qian Mo grinned, saying not to worry, manpower was not a problem, and a large number of people would soon come to join. The guild shop was already arranged. Everyone should prepare to receive the guests and arrange the entry tests for new members. Duke Xu and Elder Qin were bewildered. Guests and new members? A while later, outside the fort's gate, 2 guards were on duty. One suddenly saw a large group of people approaching closer and closer. It turned out to be the group of buyers from the Lingyu City auction house who had come looking for them. The leader approached and asked the guard if this was the Eternal Summit Guild. The guard immediately confirmed and asked what their business was. Zhang Xiang stepped forward and said they were buyers from the auction house. Having heard the guild had many epic-grade weapons, they had brought friends to show support. Inside, Duke Xu, after listening to Qian Mo, still did not understand his meaning. He was being too mysterious. No adventurer had ever come close, so how could there be manpower? While she was confused, someone shouted for her to come to the city gate. The guard ran over, out of breath, and Duke Xu asked what was the matter. The man replied that there were many people at the city gate, some coming to buy weapons, and some coming to apply to join the guild. Hearing this, she was suddenly stunned. Then she quickly went to the gate to receive the guests, assuring them that the warehouse stock was sufficient. Everyone was delighted that they would not leave empty-handed this time. Duke Xu secretly admired Qian Mo's extraordinary ability, wondering what he had done to attract so many people. She clapped her hands to get everyone's attention, inviting them to the guild's mobile shop to choose their goods. As soon as the mobile shop opened, a brilliant golden light flashed inside. The items were all of common grade, with a uniform price of 4,500 gold. The crowd buzzed with discussion, as the goods were good but the price was too high compared to before at the auction house. Duke Xu explained that at the auction house, they had to compete. Here, with sufficient stock, they set the price. Hearing this, some people found it reasonable because they were saving auction fees. Zhang Xiang suddenly spoke up to cause trouble, saying not to listen to her nonsense. They were clearly maliciously inflating prices, and this guild was really too much. In his mind, he calculated that he just needed to amplify the conflict and incite the crowd to charge in and create chaos. He pointed directly at Duke Xu and cursed, asking how a level 2 guild could be so arrogant, and demanded to see Qian Qian Mo. Duxu coldly told him not to get all worked up and appeared to be deliberately causing trouble. That man grimaced and shouted loudly. He was just a blacksmith yet dared to say such a thing. Didn't he believe he could be dealt with right now? Duxu's lips curled in contempt. He could try. Seeing his fearless attitude, the crowd murmured that this guild was too arrogant. Qiling, standing in the crowd, thought to herself that she owed the guild a favor and wondered if she should step in to save him. Zhang Xiang grabbed Duxu's collar tightly, cursing harshly that this was his last chance to keep his life. Duxu was unafraid, saying coldly that he would give him a final chance. He would count to 3. If he did not let go, his head would fall to the ground. He grimaced in annoyance and asked if he was crazy. Duxu counted coldly 1. Just as he counted to 2, a flash of light shot straight towards Zhang Xiang. Duxu looked towards the city gate in dissatisfaction. He said he would count to 3. The girl on the wall picked her ear, pretending not to hear the count from afar. Zhang Xiang was taken down in a single move, terrifying the crowd. They thought the person on the city wall was at least at the 3rd progression, maybe even the guildmaster. Duxu scratched his head and apologized, asking if everyone could talk things out properly now. The crowd grew noisier. One person spoke up saying, there was no free lunch. The guild had no obligation to sell at a loss. Everyone should search their own hearts. Seeing the commotion, he spoke up to calm everyone, saying they were not demons and would not kill innocent people. Everyone began trading. Those who wanted to buy weapons could go to the left. Those who wanted to join the guild could go to the right to register. Crowd below quieted down. Gu Gan said calmly, some people just would not listen until someone died. Qian Mo, standing beside him, smiled and said that combining softness and hardness was always the best approach. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Gan suddenly remembered and asked if that person who kept targeting him was someone he knew. Qian Mo replied bluntly that the guildmaster was too busy to remember some supporting roles, but he did look a bit familiar. Too bad he had already lost his face. Lo, Qiling, waiting in line, accidentally saw a familiar face on the city wall. She thought to herself, was that guy from Eternal Peak? At night at Eternal Peak, bonfires had been lit. Outside the outpost, a line of people still queued to register. Gugan went up the city wall to report to Qian Mo that they had interviewed over 100 people, and more than 200 others had set up camp nearby. They had already sent food over. Now did he understand why they had to charge membership fees? If he had not demanded an entry fee for the guild, there would probably be even more people today. Gugan understood upon hearing this, and gave a thumbs up in praise. Indeed, the guildmaster was a master of strategy. Below, a dissatisfied voice rang out because he had not been approved. Gugan looked over and saw someone causing trouble. That man grumbled, claiming he was a level 40 storm user, so how was he unqualified? Duxu said flatly that if it was not enough, it was not enough, so do not waste time. That man was furious, his eyes bloodshot, insisting they had paid the fee and brought sincerity. They had even accepted the guild's inspection from morning till night, but now they let someone under level 40 judge them. It was too much. Duxu sighed. Huang Tian, standing behind him, asked bluntly if he was not convinced. Did he want to try his hand? That man looked at Huang Tian with contempt, a level 36 daring to challenge him. He agreed but said not to expect any mercy. Huang Tian replied he better think that way, because he would not go easy either. On the city wall, Qian Mo and Gugan watched, deciding to let Huang Tian handle it himself. The two went to an open area, with onlookers surrounding them. Huang Tian told that man to make the first move, his arrogant attitude angering the man into unleashing a whirlwind attack. That man charged forward, his arm creating a vortex aimed at Huang Tian as he yelled, "Die." Huang Tian watched his movements and laughed slyly, not dodging in a hurry. When that man got close, he suddenly stepped back and shot out a beam of light. The man blocked it with his hand, gritting his teeth in pain, his mind in chaos, wondering how a sure-hit skill had been dodged and countered. As that man was distracted, Huang Tian closed in. His attack had a half-second of invincibility, so he judged it to be evitable. Next, it was his turn. He kicked that man, sending him flying into the air. Huang Tian leaped high. That man panicked. Thinking he was fast, he needed to counterattack immediately. He slashed out with his sword. That man dodged hastily and went to a defensive stance. Internally, that man was burning with fury, wondering why his movements kept getting interrupted. In the blink of an eye, Huang Tian had appeared behind that man. A sword in his hand struck straight at that man's face, but was interrupted again. In midair, their battle created a trail of connected light, making it hard for those below to follow. As he watched, Gugan remarked that although Huang Tian was weaker than his opponent, every move he made interrupted the enemy. Qian Mo smiled faintly, confirming that was the result of arena practice, and a gap of 4 levels meant nothing. After a while, Huang Tian landed on the ground, smugly asking if anyone else wanted to test their skills. The crowd panicked at seeing the strong fighter so badly beaten, thinking everyone from the guild was a monster. Suddenly, Qiling stepped forward, declaring he wished to receive guidance. Huang Tian was surprised that it wasn't his turn yet, but Q Ling calmly replied he just wanted to try his strength and would choose his own opponent. He asked back with annoyance, who did he want to fight? Q Ling pointed at Qian Mo, demanding to fight that person. Huang Tian was a bit flustered, but the other remained adamant. Before he finished speaking, Qian Mo stepped forward and said to let him handle it, confusing Huang Tian. Qian Mo explained that he had wanted to test himself since the auction, so just let him have his wish. Hearing this, Q Ling was startled to realize Qian Mo was the one from Eternal Peak. Even though he was just a level 36 freelancer, Q Ling still found the other person special and wondered if the fight counted as bullying. Qian Mo denied it. He proposed a limit within a circle. If Q Ling forced him out, he wins. If not, he loses. The crowd murmured that a small circle made winning easier than defeating the opponent and thought the guild member was too arrogant. Q Ling got angry, slammed his shield into the ground, released killing intent, and demanded Qian Mo take responsibility for his words. Rocks suddenly rose from the earth. Qian Mo vanished, the crowd stunned, not knowing where he had gone. He appeared behind Q Ling, scolding him for rushing before the talk was over. Q Ling spun and struck out with a surprise move. Qian Mo dodged easily, lightly landing on a rock, and proposed a bet. Q Ling lost patience, urging Qian Mo to hurry up and state the terms, or he would blast him out. A terrifying beam of light shot out, sweeping away everything in its path. Crowd was amazed by the power, the ground within the circle completely destroyed, smoke and dust everywhere. When the smoke cleared, Qian Mo emerged completely unharmed, praising Q Ling for forcing him to use the Heaven Scatter fan. Q Ling frowned, wondering why that move was ineffective against him. Qian Mo proposed that if he lost, Q Ling must join the guild and receive no rewards for 3 years. If he lost, Q Ling could do whatever he wanted with him. Q Ling quickly agreed, secretly calculating that even if he couldn't force him out, he was a tanker, hard to push from the circle. Qian Mo gripped the Heaven Scatter fan tightly, his voice serious as he warned his attack would be very fierce. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of light swept past Q Ling, surrounding his position, stunning him at the sheer speed. Qian Mo suddenly closed in from the side. Q Ling quickly used his shield to block the attack. Qian Mo continuously attacked from different angles, forcing Q Ling to spin around constantly. Gugan crossed his arms and asked what the guild leader was doing. Was this a fight? Huang Tian replied with amusement that Qian Mo was trying to recruit someone. The crowd both marveled at Qian Mo's speed and debated who had the advantage. Q Ling gritted his teeth and defended, cursing inwardly as he noticed the frequency of his blocks seemed perfect. He confirmed this was the perfect blocking technique. Thinking that, he swung his shield to push Qian Mo back. Q Ling gasped, asking if something was wrong that he wasn't attacking, and demanded they continue at that same frequency. Qian Mo raised his head, smiled, and said he had only learned up to this point. He would not teach the true perfect blocking. Q Ling's face turned ashen. He stammered, asking if he had really been teaching him just now. Huang Tian sneered. Gugan felt sorry for him for not knowing how terrifying his opponent was. He urged Qian Mo to finish quickly so others could take the test. Q Ling blocked while asking in astonishment if Qian Mo was the guild leader of Eternal Peak. As soon as he finished speaking, Qian Mo swung his hand and pulled him up into the air. Then, Q Ling was slammed to the ground, smoke and dust everywhere. Qian Mo approached and asked if he was still alive. From the smoke, a trembling armored arm rose along with Q Ling's voice saying he was fine. Qian Mo asked if he conceded or wanted to continue. Q Ling knelt on all fours, sincerely admitting defeat and volunteering to join, but with one condition. Qian Mo immediately turned away, saying talk about conditions later. Go through the joining procedures now, and remember to report 3 years no pay. Huang Tian comforted Q Ling, saying teammates wouldn't let him starve. Onlookers all sighed in admiration and wished to join their guild. The next morning at the guild city gate, Q Ling reported that the procedures were done. Qian Mo told him to call him guild leader. Q Ling bowed his head in apology, and he casually encouraged him. Q Ling timidly rubbed his hands together, asking about the joining condition mentioned earlier. Qian Mo said the 3 years no pay was just a joke, but Q Ling quickly denied that, then hesitated. Huang Tian spoke up, saying Q Ling wanted to learn perfect blocking. Qian Mo smiled and agreed to teach him when he had time. Q Ling beamed with thanks and asked if the shield from the auction was sold by the guild leader. Qian Mo confirmed, saying he thought only he was suited for that shield. He promised to teach perfect blocking anytime. Q Ling exclaimed he was a true gentleman, declaring he would work for free for 10 years. Huang Tian cursed Qian Mo as a beast, while he smiled cunningly. At that moment, within the Flame Dragon Guild, a shocked shout rang out. Zhang Xiang is dead. Zhou Yan couldn't believe a level 40 was wiped out by Xu Qin. The subordinate explained they had a third-turn destroyer. Zhang Xiang was shot dead instantly. Zhou Yan pondered at the mention of a third-turn destroyer, thinking the guild leader must have acted. The subordinate denied it, saying the leader was just a strong level 36 freelancer. The crowd clamored for revenge. Zhou Yan frowned, finding the guild's composition strange, and decided to investigate their strength first. He ordered his subordinates chance to go to the Moonlight City Guild Alliance and spread rumors. At the same time, at the Blade Domain High Hall, countless people gathered before a light vortex. Qian Mo's group walked over, Huang Tian lamenting how time flew. Huang Tian worried if the four of them were strong enough. Ruan Shen confidently replied with him here, it was a piece of cake. He and Huang Tian immediately argued over who was stronger. Q Ling enthusiastically promised to contribute. Huang Tian quickly suisoed things, telling them not to be nervous. Qian Mo turned his head and declared this time they would achieve the best record, making the other two stop their bickering. Not far away, a group of people stood by the cliff mocking them for not knowing their limits, their levels still not reaching 40 yet, daring to challenge the sword tower of high voltage. Hearing them call him a frog at the bottom of a well, Huang Tian gritted his teeth wanting to argue back, but Qian Mo stopped him. Don't waste words, let's hurry on the road. The whole group advanced into the vortex, leaving behind sighs and jeers. Before them were two doors. Huang Tian immediately asked Qian Mo which way to go. He searched his memories from the previous life. The left led to detention area, lower difficulty. The right required a long detour to reach the final boss area. Both could reach the top of the tower. After thinking for a moment, Qian Mo pointed and told everyone to head in one direction. Suddenly he turned his head to look at Q Ling. This is your first team fight. Just do your best, don't be reckless. After all, you're not getting paid. Q Ling felt offended, saying since he was a teammate he would definitely give his all. Having said that, he strode forward aggressively, telling everyone to wait. He would pull the monsters back. Huan Shen and Huang Tian blamed Qian Mo for taking advantage of a knave person. He could only protest his innocence. This time he was genuinely concerned with advising him. As if waiting for that, Huang Tian pointed at Qian Mo and laughed loudly. So you admit you manipulated him before? Qian Mo didn't want to say more, quickly dashing off. Everyone hurried to chase after, not letting him escape. The blue sky was blocked by thorny plants, birds scattering from the commotion. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed, pair of legs running like the wind forward. Q Ling held his shield and ran for his life, shouting that he had pulled the monsters back, but these ones here were too strong. Right behind him was something very ferocious. At this moment Qian Mo's group had also arrived. They were shocked to see that behind Q Ling there were not only many monsters, but also high-level elite monsters. Qian Mo yelled a warning, careful. That's the elite monster, withered skeletal giantmen. Before their eyes now were level 40 withered skeletal giantmen, ferociously charging to attack. Qian Mo looked at the horde of monsters charging aggressively, loudly warning everyone to be careful. They were all withered skeletal giantmen elites. He quickly swung his sword and charged into battle, telling everyone to hold aggro tight so he could control it. Following Qian Mo's words, he unleashed his ultimate skill, Rending Slash, to cut down the monsters. Huang Tian and Ruan Shen then also charged forward to attack following him. His corrosive rain skill successfully made the monsters lose a significant amount of HP. Huang Tian raised his sword and slashed at one, then roared a curse. These elite ones were only level 40, but their HP was terrifyingly thick. After a long while, the space in the thorn forest finally returned to silence. Qian Mo stood among the scattered withered skeletal giantmen, speaking slowly. Now do you all understand how the sword tower of high voltage is different from previous secret realms? Huang Tian immediately complained why he didn't tell them beforehand. At this moment Q Ling hesitantly apologized for rushing forward too hastily. He promised to adjust himself from now on, determined not to hold everyone back. But they didn't mind this at all. Qian Mo encouraged him that he did very well. In a short time he already knew how to calculate damage and his limits to adapt. He said he hadn't misjudged. He played tanker very well. Hearing this, Q Ling was delighted. Huang Tian turned his head away, unable to bear watching, saying he preferred his previous arrogant demeanor. Now he was completely tamed by old man Qian Mo. Ruan Shen was also speechless, not only volunteering to work but also grateful. Truly a disgrace to the horseman circle. Deep inside this forest was a deep hollow cave, full of mystery. Seeing the skeletal spirit monster group with HP up to 15,000, Huang Tian couldn't help but lament. Again, with mini bosses with super thick HP, even if their attack power isn't high, they really wear you down. Qian Mo spoke up. The mini-bosses here are tough, but after completion there will be worthy returns. Get used to it slowly. Suddenly he saw behind them a bronze gong and wondered. Qian Mo rushed forward to warn, don't care what it's used for. Before clearing these monsters, don't be foolish enough to strike that gong. Having said that, Qian Mo unleashed a skill to knock away several monsters at once. Afterwards, he used a sweeping strike to cut down all the skeletal spirit monsters within a 5-meter radius around him. Q Ling was astonished. A sword master who pulls aggro even better than me, did he turn on hacks? Ruan Shen laughed and said get used to it slowly. The guild leader always likes to cause chaos. Only Qian Mo turned his head and yelled loudly. Don't stand there dazed, hurry up and fight. Immediately after, Huang Tian and Q Ling immediately rushed to engage. Ruan Shen at this moment also used his staff to support the whole group. The four of them joined forces to defeat the entire group of skeletal spirit monsters, not stopping for a single minute. A moment later, Finally, the last monster was taken down. Kianmo handed each person a potion, telling everyone to take the chance to recover their status. He said they were about to face the first boss. Huang Tian was still puzzled. What exactly was that bronze gong used for? Kianmo drank his potion while explaining. When pulling the monsters, after the first boss appears, if you strike the bronze gong, the monsters will focus their attacks on the one who struck the gong. At that time, you all focus on clearing the mini-bosses. I will handle fighting the boss. Knowing the danger behind that gong, Ruan Shen and Huang Ting couldn't help but feel a chill. Qiling quickly volunteered for the gong-striking task, but Qianmo dismissed him and assigned it to Ruan Shen. He stammered in shock, "But I'm a support, giving a dangerous task like that to me. I didn't badmouth you today." He calmly explained, "This place has a special mechanic. If a tanker goes to pull the monsters, the mini-bosses will enter an aggro state, making them harder to deal with. But a fragile build has a smaller impact." Ruan Shen heard this and didn't refuse anymore, but was still puzzled why Qianmo understood such strange mechanics so well. Huang Tian, however, completely trusted him. Seeing those guys still seemed hesitant, Qianmo turned and walked away, saying, "Or let me strike the gong, I'll handle the mini-bosses, you guys go fight the boss, I'm fine either way." But before he could reach the gong, Ruan Shen had already run ahead to snatch the strike. Qianmo didn't forget to advise, "My brothers are in your hands, make sure to react quickly later." Immediately after, he used his axe to strike the bronze gong with a loud sound. The sound of the gong echoed throughout the space, creating an extremely eerie atmosphere in the cave. Just a second later, countless skeletal winged beasts with 25,000 HP appeared, astounding everyone at the sheer number of elites and mini-bosses. Behind them was the evil Tum King Todd Taming, a level 43 elite slaughterer with 150,000 HP. Huang Tian cried out in horror. Even adding all the mini-bosses together, it's not that high. Qianmo carried a parasol and charged forward, telling them to just keep striking the gong to hold the mini-bosses tight, wait for him to kill the boss, and he would return to help. He turned pale and yelled loudly, "Team leader, just seriously deal with the boss, don't worry about us." Ruan Shen was panicked. "I'm even starting to agree with what those people outside the instance said. Are we perhaps overreaching by taking this one on?" Qiling used a shield to block a monster, shouting not to overthink it, just endure this wave. Qianmo looked at the giant spider, having returned countless times in his past life to understand the bronze drum mechanics and defeat it. This time, he brought the combat experience from the past. Qianmo's eyes were filled with killing intent. He gave a grim smile. "I hope you can still let me enjoy this." Immediately after, Qianmo charged forward swinging his sword, heading straight for the spider. The scene shifted to the Eternal Summit Guild Hall. Ling Ruoxi asked a subordinate, "You urgently called me back, what is it?" The other person panted, "Captain Ling, no time to explain. Someone is here to cause trouble." On the city gate, Gu Gan loudly asserted to the crowd below, "I repeat, Eternal Summit will not join any team, get lost." Zhou Yan flattered, "Don't think you're all that just because you're a third class. Our Blood Flesh Alliance leader is also a third-class powerhouse." Xinji arrogantly said, "I came with the sincerity to cooperate. Don't blame me if you don't know what's best." Gugan raised his eyebrows sternly, "Less nonsense. If you have the guts, come up and fight." He muttered, "It hasn't even been half a month since founding and they're expanding everywhere. Last time they sent Zhang Xiang to negotiate, and he was beaten to death before he could do anything." Xinji angrily ground his teeth. "A level 2 guild dares to be so impudent. Letting them develop would be unthinkable." Zhou Yan excitedly said, "The guild master and their main team are out. We just need to attack together, and we will definitely take it." Xin Ji immediately agreed. "Even if the guild master returns, it will be useless." Ling Rixi came up to ask Gu Gan what was going on. He answered frankly, "It's just the Blood Slaughter Alliance from Moonlight City trying to take us over. Everyone get ready." As soon as Gu Gan finished speaking, an arrow suddenly shot up from below and embedded itself in the stone pillar behind him. He turned angrily. Those bastards actually dared to make a move. Ling Ruoxi, Li Minghao lead the combat squad to prepare defense. Hold on until the guild master returns. Ling Rixi rushed off anxiously. "I wonder if that scoundrel has finished the dungeon or not. Anyway, just hurry back." On the other side, Qianmo had successfully used the explosive strike skill to stab straight into the spider monster's head, causing its HP to drop continuously. He slung his sword over his shoulder, smiling contentedly as he received the system's congratulatory notification for killing the first boss. Wang Tian panted in disbelief. "Is the first boss already dead?" Ruan Shen also slumped down at this point, breathing a sigh of relief, finally saved. Qianmo walked over to them. "The first boss is done. Need a bit more strength for Chu Qin to take down the other two bosses. Do you all still have the energy? We might be able to return." As soon as he finished, the others regained their composure, vying to assert their strength firmly. Kianmo felt more at ease. Then let's push a little more and clear it in one go. As he turned, he couldn't help worrying about the guild's situation. After resting, Huang Tian panted and asked, "Next is the second boss. What mechanic will this one use?" He said bluntly, "Forget the mechanics. As soon as I see the boss, I'll charge straight in for a quick victory." Huang Tian found this a bit reckless. Kianmo turned his head. "I originally thought this would be somewhat hard work, but it turned out quite easy. Just speed up and finish it quickly." Right after, another skeleton monster charged at them with a roar. Ruan Shen's face was ashen, still speeding up. "We're already going very fast now." Huang Tian gestured for energy. "Stop complaining, it's not easy to have old Mo leading us. We're about to set an unprecedented record." With that, everyone seemed to gain renewed strength, charging together to fight the monster. The scene shifted to Kianmo's guild headquarters in the forest. Something caused a flock of birds to scatter in panic. A subordinate of Eternal Summit was shot down, falling below the city wall. Zhou Yan'an and Xinji coldly watched the scene. Clearly this guild's defenses were stronger than they thought. But since battle was joined, they had to take it down. If they withdrew, the Bloodflesh Alliance would have no standing in Moonlight City. Xinji directed him to return to the city and mobilize the other allied guilds to help. "This place, I will handle personally." He took out a giant blade as his weapon, saying coldly. Above, Gugan observed, "If we don't teach the Blood Slaughter Alliance a lesson, they'll think we're easy to bully." Ling Ruoxi reported, "Dusu's city wall has been fully reinforced. The forest flank defense is under Li Minghao. It won't be easy for them to break in." Gugan then asked for news regarding the guild master. Ling Rixi replied, "Still no feedback, probably still in the dungeon." Gugan fell silent. "We can handle it for now, but I worry a level 4 guild usually has third-class powerhouses stationed there." As soon as he finished, a strike with immense power charged up from below, carving a deep line in the ground, heading straight for the city gate. Xinji widened his eyes in surprise. A full force strike couldn't break the gate. Is this thing that hard? He refused to give up, raising his blade again. "If once isn't enough, I'll add another. Let's see how many consecutive strikes of mine you can withstand." Gugan gritted his teeth in anger. "If he keeps slashing like this, no matter how tough the gate, it won't hold. We absolutely cannot let him break in." Saying so, he turned around, told Ling Rixi to stay in guard, and said he would go deal with that third-class guy. With that, Gugan used the face the sky step technique to instantly teleport. A second later, he appeared before Xinji with a gun in hand. "Your opponent, also a third class, is right here." Before the man could react, the bullet from Gugan's gun was already flying. But Xinji was no pushover. He quickly raised his blade to block the incoming bullet. He arrogantly said, "A ranged attacker has no advantage in a one-on-one with me." Gugan taunted, "Stop boasting, catch me first before you talk." As soon as he finished, Gugan immediately teleported away, startling Xinji slightly. Not only him, but all the subordinates present were also dumbfounded. Gugan somehow wove through the group of subordinates, firing his gun continuously. Xinji reacted very quickly, unleashing extreme wave slash towards him. Immediately after, all the subordinates were sent flying into the air. They were all injured to varying degrees by his attack, both scared and confused as to why Xinji had struck his own men. Z didn't care, smiling with bloodshot eyes. "I can't see anyone, but you won't escape." The scene shifted to within the forest, where night had now fallen. Gan, with an arm bleeding profusely, hid behind a tree, cursing under his breath. That bastard attacked even his own men, a true master of firearms. In a one-on-one against a martial artist, he had no advantage. He just wanted to make money and get stronger, but was tricked by that brat into joining this damn guild. If he had known, he would have stayed in the arena and become a big shot. Suddenly, something with immense destructive force tore through the forest, snapping countless trees. Xinji charged forth with his blade, roaring, "Stop hiding. Once you're hit by my skill, you're marked. You won't escape." He looked towards a distant tree and smiled sinisterly. Gugan was still lost in thought. If he could survive this time, that brat would owe him a big favor. Just thinking about it felt good. He smiled, completely unaware that Xinji had already arrived. Like lightning, he swung his blade straight into the tree trunk, but strangely, no one was there. As Xinji was stunned, Gugan, having somehow dodged, was already leaping away and throwing several grenades towards him. Immediately, an earth-shaking explosion echoed through the forest along with his voice. "Changjian, if I survive this time, you absolutely must help me realize my dream of making money and advancing to 4th class." Scene shifted to another area that seemed to have just been churned up by someone, with dust flying everywhere. Kianmo's group appeared to have defeated another boss. A notification appeared. "The giant scorpion of the Sky Marsh Swamp has been killed by Sukin. Congratulations on defeating the third boss and successfully clearing the trial." The scorpion's corpse dissolved, revealing several glowing purple stones floating in the air. Wang Tian turned to Qian Mo, marveling. We went straight from the second boss to the third without even pausing for breath. Q Ling was excited. I never expected to clear the stage so fast. The rewards must be plentiful too. The system congratulated Qian Mo on completing the hidden quest to destroy the swamp disaster stronghold, clear the trial's secret realm, setting the fastest record. Then came individual and team evaluations, finally choosing one of 3 rewards. After the notification, Qian Mo immediately leveled up. He was now at level 39. Ruan Shen's eyes went wide in shock, leveling up 2 levels at once. You're about to surpass this old man. Qian Mo smiled. You all should have gotten experience points too, right? Sure enough, the others also leveled up, and everyone was very excited. Qian Mo looked at the control panel. This trip to the secret realm was very difficult but worth it. Next was the passive skill reward from the Soul Bender. Looking at the flashing screen, he thought it seemed truly random, so he just picked one at will. Qian Mo obtained an SS rank skill, Frost Spear Strike. Casting time 6 seconds. Unleashes an ice attack within a 50-meter range. All targets hit will be frozen for 3 seconds. Qian Mo was extremely excited. It turned out to be the signature skill of the Frost Scorpion. This is a super AoE skill, plus it comes with crowd control. Another notification appeared, this time allowing him to review all his stats and personal information. Qian Mo was very satisfied. I even got a physical attribute point. The trip to the trial was truly a perfect harvest. Huang Tian teased Ruan Shen. This intermediate baptism corn is pretty strong. If old Mo closes his eyes and swings wildly from now on, he'll still kill you. He replied angrily. This old man leveled up quite a bit this time too. If you don't believe me, come here. Qian Mo walked over to them. Finishing this trip took a few days. We should head home now, he said in a low, serious tone. I wonder if anyone over at Moonlight City can still hold out. Outside, a crowd was still gathered, astonished that the record of the high ground blade had been broken. But when they learned that record belonged to the low-level team from before, they were even more shocked. Soon, Qian Mo's group walked out. Ruan Shen stretched and yawned, saying if he stayed in there any longer, his arthritis would act up. Huang Tian pursed his lips. With their strength, even staying 3 more hours might not have finished it, yet he's complaining after benefiting. He finally looked ahead and discovered there were still many people here, all buzzing with admiration, even wanting to join their guild. Huang Tian curled his lip and snorted coldly, thinking they were frogs at the bottom of a well. He still remembered the contempt in their eyes from before and wanted to taunt them to vent his anger, but Qian Mo told him not to bother with them. Just then, an urgent message from Ling Rixi appeared before him, saying the guild was under attack by the Blood Kill Alliance, urging him to return as soon as possible. After reading the message, everyone's face darkened. Those bastards dared to strike while they were away. Immediately, Qian Mo led the way, leaping high into the air, shouting that they must hurry back to reinforce. The guild city gate had just endured a fierce battle, leaving the place in ruins. Ling Ruoxi stood on the city wall and asked Li Minghao about the casualties. He reported that many brothers were injured, but with Elder Qin and the World Tree, there were no major issues. Li Minghao worried about her, saying she hadn't rested all day and should take a break. But Ling Rixi firmly refused. Even though they had repelled 2 waves of attacks, who knew when they would launch a third? At least until the guild leader returns, we cannot let our guard down. She gazed into the distance thoughtfully. Li Minghao had no choice but to accept. If the guild leader were here, we wouldn't be so passive. Ling Ruoxi thought they must have finished the dungeon. Li Minghao was worried, saying they had lured away that triple-class dark warrior, but still hadn't returned. Suddenly, several lookouts on the high wall loudly announced, Captain Ling, they're preparing to attack again. Indeed, below the city wall, many soldiers from the Blood Kill Alliance were already charging up, ready to launch another assault. Li Minghao cursed in frustration, saying they were starting the third wave so soon. Weren't these people afraid of death? Ling Roxy guessed someone was instigating forces from Moon Spirit City against them, aiming to wipe them out completely. But regardless of the reason, once they had made a move, we were not afraid. She glared and ordered Li Minghao to prepare the defenses. As soon as Li Minghao left, Ling Rixi received a message from Qian Mo. She was so happy she cried. Finally, there was news. They had completed the high ground blade, thank goodness. Down below, the soldiers were still ferociously charging like a storm. In the forest, Zhu Yan heard his subordinate report that he had mobilized all members from the Alliance guilds. He never expected a small second-tier guild to be so difficult to deal with. This suited him perfectly. It was best if Xinji and them fought until both sides were exhausted. By then, Zhu Yan's Flame Dragon Guild would have the chance to become the leader of the Blood Kill Alliance, then seize Eternal Peak, steal the forging techniques, and upgrade to become the largest guild in Moon Spirit City. That way, the brat Zhang Xiang would have died for nothing. The subordinate immediately echoed, saying this tactic of using a tiger to devour a wolf was truly brilliant. The sky in the forest had turned the deep red of dusk. Xinji was still fiercely determined to chase Gugan to the end. Followed a thin red trail left by his blade when it slashed Gugan's body to track him. Zinji grew more excited, thinking running was useless. Without a powerful third-class warrior, how long could your second-tier guild last? Surrender now, and I'll spare your life. Moreover, with my tracking skills, you absolutely cannot escape. With that, he charged forward. As he passed a tree, Zinji caught sight of a bomb flying straight towards his temple out of the corner of his eye. Sure enough, another huge explosion rang out in the forest. Gugan leaned against a nearby tree, speaking in a challenging tone. I'll make a bet with you. Bet on whether you can kill me today. But that bomb earlier didn't seem to faze Zinji at all. He immediately stood up, waved away the smoke around him, and asked if he wasn't going to keep running. Instead of answering, he fired 2 consecutive shots, saying the loser would have to eat shit. Did he dare to bet? Zinji nimbly dodged the bullets, thinking this boring game was just to buy time. With that, he suddenly changed his mind and lunged straight at Gugan. I'll take that bet, he said, his blade already swinging right in front of him. The blade was just a hand's breadth away from his neck. But at that very moment, just before it touched Gugan, Zinji was suddenly knocked flying far away. He quickly used his sword to brace against the ground to avoid falling, but his eyes were fixed ahead, not understanding what was happening. Mo stood blocking in front of Gugan, asking if he was alright. Gugan was overjoyed that he had arrived, saying he had deliberately led him this way to bet that he would meet him, and he had won. He then slumped to the ground, panting heavily. This time, someone was going to have to eat shit. Zinji raised a trembling hand and asked who the person in front of him was. Mo solemnly introduced himself. I am the guild leader of Eternal Peak, Mo. Upon hearing this, Zinji immediately changed his attitude. So you're the guild leader of the second-tier guild. Perfect, I'll capture all of you at once, Mo replied calmly. Then hurry up, I'm busy. Zinji charged forward, swinging his blade fiercely, cursing Mo for being arrogant. Gugan, watching from the side, panicked and shouted a warning to Mo to be careful. This was the Dark Warrior's extreme third slash. Ordinary defenses were useless, but just as his blade came down, Mo raised the umbrella in his hand to block it. Zinji, putting all his strength into the blade, was shocked to realize the umbrella was spinning. He had used it to block his attack just now. Meanwhile, Mo remained utterly calm, telling him that this was no ordinary defensive gear, and he also knew quite a bit about the Dark Warrior's skills. Zinji immediately leaped back, thinking this was far from over. Yet, in the very next second, Mo was already behind him, coldly saying it was time to end. He then used the soul-stealing technique, landing a kick on Zinji's back. This kick pierced straight through his heart, making his eyes roll back. Mo arrogantly held his umbrella, turned around and walked away, saying if it were before, he might have played with him a bit longer, but today he was truly busy. Gugan watched the fight, his mouth wide open in shock, exclaiming that he was really too monstrous. After all, he was a triple class, how could he be defeated so quickly? Mo explained that was just a triple-class Dark Warrior. His movements were full of flaws. Was he the one who infiltrated the guild? Gugan confirmed, but added that there were others still attacking the base. He suddenly remembered the people with Mo and asked worriedly. He replied calmly that as soon as he heard the guild was under attack, he rushed over. They weren't as fast, so he left them behind. He was injured, so he should stay here and wait for Huang Tian to provide support. As for me, I'm going ahead to help the guild. With that, Mo turned away. After speaking, Mo leaped away like lightning without looking back. Gugan could only marvel from behind, saying that guy was truly monstrous. At this time at the Eternal Peak Guild Hall, a subordinate of the Blood Kill Alliance was stabbed right in the chest. Ling Rixi was fighting fiercely, slashing at the crowd surging forward like a storm. Although they fought valiantly, both were being surrounded. Li Minghao worried that they couldn't hold the main gate, but Ling Rixi reassured him. Hold on a little longer, the guild leader will be back soon. Just then, they both heard a deafening explosion and turned around in shock. Their guild gate now had a large hole blown through it. It turned out the Blood Kill people had used a cannon to blast straight through the gate to break in. The soldier carrying the cannon laughed loudly, saying the main gate was breached. Charge in now. Seeing this, Ling Rixi quickly turned and told Li Minghao to hold the line while she went down to stop them. But he stopped her, saying it was too dangerous. Ling Rixi gritted her teeth and glared back, saying no matter what, she couldn't just stand by and watch them break in and take over the guild. But just then, the Blood Kill Alliance crowd suddenly froze, staring open-mouthed in one direction, as if someone was attacking from behind. Immediately after, before they could react, they were all sent flying in one by someone. Mo came charging in from somewhere, knocking them flying in all directions before they could even resist. The guild members were overjoyed to see him, cheering that the guild leader was back and they were saved. Li Minghao and Ling Rixi on top also saw Mo, and were about to rush down to help him. Mo appeared like a heavy god, declaring that anyone who didn't want to die should leave immediately. But those men were not afraid. Seeing that he was alone, they despised him and charged at him all at once. Kian Mo sighed, looking helpless, saying the opportunity had been given to them. Immediately after, he raised his sword, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. Kian Mo swung his sword, releasing ice directly towards the enemies charging at him. The moment the ice touched them, the entire group was frozen solid. Before Kian Mo now stood only the frozen statues. Li Minghao and Ling Rixi jumped down and realized he seemed to no longer need their help. At this moment, Kian Mo turned to ask her about everyone's situation. Seeing Ling Rixi keep her head down without answering, he worriedly asked if she was injured. She rushed over and hugged him tightly, sobbing, glad that he had returned. Kian Mo gently patted her head to comfort her, then looked up and coldly vowed this would not happen a second time. Li Minghao asked Kian Mo how he would deal with these people. He calmly replied, anyone who dares to touch us must pay the price. Keep a few for interrogation, kill the rest. Kian Mo's icy expression made people shudder. The scene turned to Zhu Yan. A subordinate asked if they needed to provide support. He sneered, support what? This is exactly according to plan. Xinji is dead. The other guilds suffered heavy losses. Only Flame Dragon maintains its strength, and Bloodkill is firmly in his grasp. He won this battle and he also controlled the alliance. Each side achieved their goals. Zhu Yan turned and walked away. He gave a sinister smile. He only managed to beat Xinji. My strength is no worse than his. Why should I be afraid? Back at Eternal Peaks post, the enemy that was aggressive earlier was now tied up, groaning for mercy and blaming Zhou Yan. Kian Mo asked about him. That man hurriedly replied he was the Flame Dragon Guild leader. Out of jealousy over your forging skills, he stirred up division. Kian Mo asked Huang Tian when he had offended Zhou Yan. He guessed it was related to those troublemakers during the entrance exam. Petty people will always find a reason to cause trouble. Huang Tian angrily said such a big matter happened and he wasn't present. We definitely cannot let it slide. Kian Mo also frowned. They touched us. They must face the consequences. Yong Shuang analyzed. Bloodkill is the largest guild in Lingyu, with connections to the council. Taking action could affect the council. Even if we are in the right, alliance leader Xinji is already dead. Kian Mo asked in a low voice if Elder Qin's opinion was to advise him to let it go. The elder denied it, only saying the relationships were complex. He hadn't thought of the best way to handle it yet. Kian Mo frowned, this time without Old Gu. Once the ice crystal membrane is withdrawn, there is no chance for recovery. Moreover, Old Gu almost lost his life because of this. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Gan spoke up, saying, don't be so dramatic, I didn't die. Huang Tian happily asked how he recovered so quickly. He proudly replied, with the world tree, he could pull someone back from the gates of death, let alone a minor wound like this. Gu Gan advised Kian Mo to let it go, but he was determined not to back down. Whoever touches me, I will repay 100-fold. Huang Tian also agreed, but he still tried to dissuade him. Bloodkill is connected to major guilds. The council won't sit idly by. Even if you are good at fighting in the outside world, the main things are power and personal connections. Hearing Gu Gan say this, Kian Mo turned back to look at the enemy, muttering, making them pale in fear. Power and personal connections, huh? In the end, he was still firm. No matter what, I must eliminate the ringleader. Remove future trouble. That is my limit. Everyone heard this and no one objected, all saying they would follow the guild leader's orders. A few days later, Kian Mo's guild swept over to massacre the guilds of those people. They not only looted but also destroyed the signs. In a tavern, several martial artists discussed spiritedly about how they attacked the guilds under the Bloodkill alliance everywhere. The crowd was sure the city council would make that guild obedient. Then someone walked into the tavern. Huang Tian was annoyed and wanted to teach those gossiping people a lesson, but Gu Gan stopped him. This time we came for a settlement, don't cause more trouble. Huang Tian was still angry because they fought everywhere but couldn't find Zhou Yan. It was obvious the council was shielding him. He explained his goal was to blow things up so the council would step intermediate. Now he has achieved his goal. Huang Tian asked Kian Mo what his plan was later. He calmly said don't act rashly. This time we came to settle, so we must follow the conference rules. He was a bit surprised to hear Kian Mo say that. This isn't like you at all, old Mo. Gu Gan was worried about Kian Mo's calm demeanor. If he truly listens to the conference, that would be good, but acting so unusually likely means he is preparing to cause big trouble. The majestic guild building stood tall against the blue sky. Outside, a group of people were preparing to enter. Zhou Yan stepped out to welcome the guests, raising his voice to greet Guild Leader Cheng. I finally get to meet you. This time we can resolve our misunderstanding. Kian Mo had no idea who the person before him was. He introduced with a smile, I am Zhou Yan, leader of Flame Dragon, currently the leader of the Bloodkill Alliance. As soon as he heard this name, Kian Mo's face immediately darkened. So you are Zhou Yan. At the Lingyu City Council's conference room, the council chairman scolded Xinji for being reckless, provoking a monster like Kian Mo without investigating. Another person argued that Kian Mo dared to kill Xinji and wanted to wipe out the alliance, showing no regard for the council. Liu Qian retorted, it was clearly because Bloodkill was greedy for their technology and tried to take it over, so they got killed. That man snorted coldly. Your Liu family does business with Eternal Peak, so of course you protect them. She did not back down. Aren't all of you connected with Bloodkill as well? Deng Yuan told everyone to stop arguing and asked where Zhou Yan was. Hearing someone answer that he had gone out to welcome Eternal Peak's people, he was shocked and alarmed. Outside, after confirming this was Zhou Yan, Huang Tian asked Qian Mo if they should strike. Gu Gan replied, wouldn't that be disrespecting the council? He retorted, if we strike now, the council couldn't stop us in time. But strangely, he paid little attention to Zhou Yan, just bowed his head and walked past, saying, since we are here, let's go inside and settle things. Deng Yuan led people out, scolding as he walked. Zhou Yan wanted to go out and you people didn't stop him. If they fight here, the council loses all face. Walking a bit further, Deng Yuan saw Qian Mo and greeted him. Guild leader Cheng, I've long heard of your name. He asked coldly in return, who are you? Yang Shuang stepped forward to introduce. This is Deng Yuan, the branch chief of the Lingyu City Professional Association and acting council chairman. Hearing this, Qian Mo urged to go inside and talk. Deng Yuan looked at his retreating back, his face difficult. I didn't come here to welcome you people, but because I was afraid you would fight. Zhou Yan was bitter because things weren't going as he imagined. He thought they wouldn't be able to control themselves, but this guy is now so calm. Inside, Qian Mo sat down in a seat, looked at those opposite and said, why are you standing? Please sit. Deng Yuan had to speak. The Bloodkill Alliance was wrong, but Xin Ji is dead. Alliance leader Zhao intends to settle this. Zhou Yan immediately covered his face and acted. Alliance leader Wang was truly reckless, but he has already paid the price. He stood up straight and declared firmly to erase all grievances. The Bloodkill Alliance can cooperate with Eternal Peak for mutual benefit. Hearing this, Qian Mo immediately praised. I also came today to do business with all of you in the council. Deng Yuan asked in surprise, you want to do business? What kind of business? Qian Mo confidently continued, I will no longer pursue the losses, but you must assign me a group of people. Each person must have a mid-grade or higher auxiliary profession for at least 1 year. Hearing this, the elder panicked. Does Elder Cheng mean they will join Eternal Peak? Qian Mo waved it off. They don't need to join, they just need to work for us. A man stood up discontentedly. Does Guild Leader Cheng mean we stop the war? And the council also has to compensate you people. Qian Mo calmly replied, we will pay higher than market wages, and in return we will transfer alchemy techniques to the blacksmiths in our guild. Everyone was extremely shocked after hearing this, thinking he was joking. Qian Mo continued, every month, I will distribute 20% of the high-grade products to you agents at cost price. At the same time, I guarantee that Eternal Peak will no longer sell these products, expanding business scope to wider areas. Everyone was thrilled and agreed immediately after hearing this. Qian Mo smirked. Forging and alchemy still depended on the World Tree sap. Even if they taught the techniques, they would still need to rely on his guild to get the finished products. Sharing profits for development was the path he set for Eternal Peak. Zhou Yan's face turned pale as he gritted his teeth. If he does this, the entire Lingyu City will become his subordinates. Won't all my hard work to obtain the Bloodkill Alliance be for nothing? Qian Mo stood up, raised his hand high, and declared the Eternal Peak Alliance officially established. From now on, your stance must be unified with mine. If in the future I have a war with another guild, you must sever relations with them. He couldn't hold back anymore and angrily asked if this action was clearly targeted at Bloodkill. But before Qian Mo could answer, Deng Yuan and several others spoke up to criticize Zhou Yan on his behalf. He completely exploded, yelling, shut up, all of you, just follow whichever way the wind blows. Seeing this, everyone was terrified. This is the third transfer. When did he enter the third transfer? On the opposite side, Gu Gan, Huang Tian, and Ling Rixi sneered. Looks like we've got a good show. Zhou Yan pointed directly at Qian Mo's face and said, I have been tolerating you step by step, and you think I am afraid. I just wanted to live peacefully, but you simply won't let me be. He retorted, I originally didn't want to settle scores. You were the one who actively provoked me. As soon as he finished speaking, he completely lost his mind and lunged at Qian Mo. In the Tianqi continent, the strong rule. Today I will show you that my strength, Zhou Yan, is no less than Xin Ji's. Qian Mo slammed the table and stood up, saying loudly, I like your attitude. Even though I am only a second transfer, if you insist on fighting, I can only do my best to receive you. A moment later, everyone in the meeting room was outside. Deng Yuan wordly told Huang Tian to persuade Qian Mo, but he only smiled and comforted, our guild leader will be fine. Zhou Yan sneered sarcastically, saying you were foolish, yet you made the council turn their backs for you. Saying you were smart, yet you agreed to a one-on-one fight with me. Qian Mo was as if listening to a joke. Are you so sure you will win? He raised his hand to create a flame with a limit that could not be crossed, asking if he was not taught this at school. Qian Mo replied that his school really did not teach it, only saying that strength only had one standard, Zhu Qin. While he lowered his head to answer, Zhou Yan's fireball had already shot over. That was the skill, so he drew his sword and swung it, slashing straight into the fireball. He immediately created countless other fireballs, just a lone cultivator. Let's see how long he could pretend to be good. Countless fireballs flew in, but Qianmo quickly slashed them all down with his sword. He lightly landed on the ground without being touched by the fire. Deng Yuan outside recognized the triple transformation fire magic. The attack power was not strong, but extending the battle line could change the terrain. If the guild leader had no way to break it, then the competition was in danger. At this moment, Zhou Yan had created a wall of fire in front of him. He called this the Demon Flame skill, which would deal real damage if there was no way to counter it. However, a flash of light shot out from within the fire wall. Qianmo had somehow jumped through and used his sword to stab straight into Zhou Yan's chest. He was stabbed but was still astonished. He smiled and replied that this was his top-tier equipment. Impervious to water and fire, his speed was too slow. Zhou Yan grabbed the sword that was stabbing into his chest. Did he think he could kill him like this? He still had the elementalized skill, but he quickly discovered that the elementalized skill had no effect. Qianmo pulled out his sword. His weapon was also top-tier with a passive skill that dealt continuous damage. It was useless even if he turned into a turtle. Zhou Yan fell to the ground. How could he possess so many top-tier items? Wasn't it said that it only relied on skill? He spat out blood as he questioned unwillingly. Qianmo approached like the god of death holding a scythe, causing him to retreat in fear. Zhou Yan said he could not kill him. He was the leader of the Blood Kill Alliance. But before he finished speaking, he saw the cold, watching gazes of everyone. Qianmo raised his sword high, using benefits to bind me. Then I will show you who can offer higher benefits, using force to suppress. Then see who has greater power. Comparing fists. Unfortunately, his fist was not bigger than mine. Be a decent person your next life. His eyes were bloodshot like a true demon. After killing Zhou Yan, Qianmo turned to everyone and said that this time he came wanting reconciliation and to win together. That man refused to stop, so he took action. They immediately chimed in. Gu Gan secretly smiled. The guild leader had strong strength and left no loopholes in his actions. Following him was the right choice. Afterwards, everyone gathered around Qianmo to discuss cooperating with Eternal Summit. Inside the Eternal Summit Guild, everyone was busy transporting goods. Deng Yuan marveled that he did not expect the guild to produce so many weapons and potions. He replied that this was only the initial stage. Once the Parliament's manpower was gathered, the capacity would increase even more. The old man said that high-grade materials were saturated and needed to be exported to the main cities. Qianmo understood that he needed to think carefully about transportation and logistics. The two of them walked and discussed cooperation and goods transportation. The old man clasped his hands in farewell. Having the guild leader's word put him at ease. He truly did not misjudge him. Cooperating with the principal was the most correct choice. After Deng Yuan left, Gu Gan raised his brow, truly a sly fox, always seeking benefits. Then he anxiously asked if he really had a way to solve the transportation issue. If so, then the entire Lingyu city would be under their control. But Qianmo said an irrelevant sentence. It seemed there were already some signs, then told everyone to go complete the guild upgrade. A moment later, the three of them, Qianmo, Gu Gan, and Huang Tian, arrived in front of a large stone engraved with the words Eternal Earth Summit. At this moment, a notification appeared. The conditions for upgrading were now met. Did they wish to proceed? Qianmo did not hesitate and pressed the upgrade button immediately. Immediately afterwards, a green light emanated from the top of the engraved stone. The people in the guild were extremely overjoyed. The guild had been upgraded again, becoming a level 3 guild in just 3 short months. Another notification board appeared in front of Qianmo. He read aloud the information after the guild reached level 3. The production buildings could finally be upgraded and had enough facilities to support the manpower. Not only that, they also gained 2 additional building types, the stone-throwing defense tower and the rapid-fire crossbow. Qianmo smiled, finally having defense buildings. This was a crucial link to no longer worry about incidents like the Blood Kill Alliance happening again. As soon as he finished speaking, the guild received a crossbow cart. The guards were extremely delighted. Anyone who dared to cause trouble would be smashed to pieces. Afterwards, another notification appeared reporting the guild's current information. Seeing this, Qianmo was very happy. At this rate of development, level 4 was not far off. Suddenly, they heard a loud noise and turned to look. The guild guards looked up at the sky and discovered dragons. In the sky, hidden within the green clouds, were dragons discussing. Huang Tian asked in astonishment, Lingyu City was not a mid-level map area. Why were there dragons? Gu Gan expressed his thoughts. They seemed to be the type living in the gloomy forest. After the guild expanded, it had encroached on its territory, causing this commotion. Qianmo looked up at the sky and saw the dragons, then smiled to himself. The second benefit of the gloomy forest had arrived. Ling Rixi, upon receiving the report, ran over to inquire about the situation. Huang Tian helplessly said that this time it was not people but dragons about to attack their stronghold. Everyone was startled upon hearing this. Gu Gan calmed them down, saying if the dragons were at the juvenile stage, they could still deal with them, but if they were large or adult dragons, then they might be in trouble today. Hearing this, everyone was dejected. Qianmo stepped forward fearlessly and told everyone to go take a look first. and then figure things out. The dragons were still circling in the sky, unwilling to land. Gu Gan looked closely and concluded that these were jade juvenile dragons. Their temperament was not ferocious, but they were not friendly towards humans either. Huang Tian counted a total of about 7, not easy to handle. Normally, dragon ranks were divided into 4 levels: low, mid, high, and super. These jade juvenile dragons were the super type. Even though they were only juveniles, their strength was equivalent to a level 40 awakened. Then Qian Mo fell silent and seriously said, "You all keep guard here, I will go and take a look." But Huang Tian quickly stopped him. "Do not rush. Those are dragons." But before he could stop him, Qian Mo had already jumped straight down. As he rushed forward, he thought to himself, in the past life's battles for the gloomy forest, these juvenile dragons had appeared and caused heavy casualties. Thinking back now, they did not wipe them out completely back then, so the purpose was probably the dragons. Upon seeing him, immediately charged ferociously. But Qian Mo quickly raised his hand to block in front of them. Instantly, the dragons were forced back by his single move. Afterwards, Qian Mo took out a large jar of life source essence and looked at a dragon, asking, "You want this, right?" Seeing what they needed, the dragons immediately nodded. Qian Mo told them to come down quickly and try it. He thought to himself that he guessed correctly. They came for the life source essence. Meanwhile, in the forest, everyone was rushing towards him in panic. Huang Tian, Ruan Shen, and Gugan rushed forward extremely worried. Oh no, seeing all 7 dragons rushing in. The old man was definitely going to die. The guild leader was too fast to call back. And he shot up, saying, "Hold on, old man, your brothers are here." Qian Mo was at this moment telling the dragons to step forward and eat the life source essence. "Do not rush. I have plenty more. You have eaten. Let your companion come and take over." When everyone arrived and saw this scene, they were extremely astonished. He explained that they had no ill intentions. They had always used the essence as food. It just so happened that the place he took over seemed to suit their tastes better. Perhaps these few juvenile dragons could become allies. Huang Tian heard this, his mouth agape in disbelief. Allies? Did he mean their guild would have dragons? The people in the guild, upon hearing him say this, all marveled that the guild leader was truly bold. Qian Mo pointed at the jar, which was now completely empty of essence. It was all gone. They'd eaten it all. Then he asked in a clear voice, "Do you still want to eat this in the future?" As soon as he finished speaking, the dragons nodded in unison. Then Qian Mo smiled and continued, "Then you stay here. Every 3 days I will give you a share." The juvenile dragon thought for a moment with wide eyes. Then it reached out and touched Qian Mo's hand. Like this, it had agreed. At this moment, a notification appeared. "Congratulations, you have reached an agreement with 7 jade juvenile dragons. They agree to stay in Eternal City. However, you need to provide at least 4 units of life source essence every 3 days. If the requirement is not met, they will automatically leave. May I ask if you agree?" Qian Mo could only smile wryly upon hearing this. These juvenile dragons ate a lot, needing to eat 4 units of life source essence every 3 days. So in the future he would only have 1 unit left to use as materials. Then he thought to himself, never mind, just lure them in first, deal with the rest later. At this moment a new notification appeared. "Congratulations to the Eternal City Guild leader for temporarily reaching an agreement with the Jade Dragon race, while also outlining the benefits and penalties for violating the contract." Qian Mo read it and could not stop smiling. Buying a dragon egg every week to develop like this? Wouldn't everyone in the guild have a dragon? Truly a huge profit. The people in the guild, seeing him tame 7 dragons, were extremely overjoyed. Like this, the trade route with other main cities could be connected. In the future, wouldn't they be able to transform into dragon warriors? Qian Mo looked at the system information. Indeed, risk always walked hand-in-hand with reward, perhaps because he had tamed the jade juvenile dragons. It activated a protection mechanism, causing their race to send a jade dragon at the young adult stage to test his strength. Whatever, when the army comes, the general will block it. When the water floods, the earth will stop it. This time was a huge opportunity. He absolutely could not miss it. A satisfied smile clearly appearing on his face. The scene shifted to a nearby cave. Inside, a very worried voice was saying, "What is going on? Why have my younger brother and sister not returned yet?" King Dai looked around anxiously. Had they been lured away and captured by bad people? In the sky above the guild at this moment, several young dragons were conversing with each other. Gugan, Huang Tian, and Ruan Shen all felt this matter was troubling. Qian Mo replied, "The main warrior this time. I intend to reward that person with a jade young dragon." As soon as he finished speaking, those few people changed their attitude faster than flipping a rice paper, expressing their gratitude to him. Seeing them full of vitality, Qian Mo could only smile. Alright, quickly prepare for battle. Eternal Peak City, night had fallen. Qian Mo entered the workshop to ask Du Zhu about the progress of crafting the crossbow bolts. He replied that he was making them according to a configuration of 100 bolts per person, almost reaching 5,000 arrows. He listened and commented the progress was quite stable. At the latest, they must go into battle tomorrow. He instructed to produce as many as possible and arrange tanks for protection, so everyone could fire freely. Duxu heard this, smiled happily, and told him to rest assured. Qian Mo reminded him to later take all the gunpowder gunpowder from the warehouse and stack it on the city wall. Do not spare resources, because a young jade dragon must not be underestimated. This battle was the decisive point for the survival of Eternal Peak City. Even if I exhaust all my assets, I must take down this jade dragon. Just then, everyone heard a sky-shaking roar. When he jumped up high, Mo spotted from afar the silhouette of a jade dragon flying over. It had finally arrived. This was a young jade dragon with 500,000 health points. You people are the ones who lured my younger brother and sister. Everyone quickly ran forward, preparing their fighting spirit, surprised both by the dragon's power and by its ability to speak. Mo calmly said, "The word lure is a bit harsh." They all voluntarily joined the guild. She roared angrily. "How could the noble dragon race voluntarily join such a weak territory as yours? The children must have been deceived by you." Mo persuaded, "If you do not believe me, come to the headquarters and see for yourself." But as soon as he finished speaking, suddenly a bolt shot straight towards King Dai's face. Mo immediately asked that subordinate what he was doing. The man shakingly said it was because he was too nervous. She was now furious, opening her mouth wide to form a large sphere. Immediately after, King Dai spat that sphere straight at the guild's guard post. Mo quickly rushed over, grabbed 2 soldiers and jumped down, shouting, "It seems there is no way to reconcile anymore. All members prepare for battle." Gugan held his gun ready, aiming at her. "Let me test the strength of this young dragon race first." He fired many consecutive shots at King Dai. Several soldiers below were extremely amazed and showered Gugan with endless praise. But before they could celebrate, the very spot where he was standing was hit by her attack. King Dai was completely unharmed, roaring, "Are you only capable of sneak attacks?" Mo saw Gugan was severely injured, ran over and asked, "Are you alright?" He lay there, coughing weakly. "I am fine. Just remember to save a dragon for me." Seeing this, Mo looked down below and shouted, "Ling, gather all tank professions, set up defense for everyone." Then he added a reminder, "Everyone activate only the strongest defense. Protect your teammates beside you." As soon as he finished, she took a breath and breathed fire on them. Done, King Dai clamped her mouth shut, staring fixedly ahead. Mo seized the moment to order, "Everyone quickly seize the chance to attack." As soon as he spoke, several people below immediately fired consecutively at her. Mo used Lightning Flash, pointing it straight at King Dai. Heavenly Lightning Flash. Hit by his attack, she was electrocuted violently. Afterwards, King Dai fell straight to the ground, creating a considerable shockwave. Gugan saw this scene and was worried. Can a mage skill have such high damage too? This person is too monstrous. Perhaps I should be more polite to him from now on. If he reaches a high level, I would not dare raise my voice in front of him anymore. King Dai lay motionless on the ground, her body still surrounded by lightning. Mo told everyone, "This damage is not enough to harm a 4th transformation monster. All melee fighters advance, ranged units focus fire. Everyone can use their ultimate moves now." Just after he said it, everyone simultaneously charged into battle. Huang Tian quickly swung his sword, slashing at one of her wings. The others also attacked relentlessly with fervor. Ling Roxy also fought without rest. A moment later, unable to withstand it any longer, King Dai was knocked to the ground. The others were not much better off either. In the end, they finally defeated her. The very next second, she breathed fire at him again. "I have no need to speak with a human like you." Mo's face darkened like a pot bottom glaring. "It seems you truly wish to die." Saying this, he took out his weapon, raising it to decapitate her. Right at this moment, from afar, the young dragons all flew over, making Mo look up attentively. They landed beside King Dai, looking at him with pleading eyes. Mo asked in surprise, "You want me to spare her?" Before he could say more, she roared again, "Do not beg him." Suddenly, King Dai's voice changed. "Wait, you call him guild leader. Were you not imprisoned and brought here by them?" Mo stepped forward to stroke the chin of a young dragon. "So she is your older sister. Rest assured, I was only threatening a little. I will not make things difficult for you." While later, everyone cleaned up the battlefield. King Dai transformed into human form and said, "This is not my fault. You did not explain clearly. You humans are too cunning." He said helplessly, "Did I not explain clearly? I said from the start we should negotiate first." She retorted stubbornly, "I do not care. You struck first anyway." Huang Tian was astonished. "It is hard to believe that giant dragon is such a cute young lady." Gugan explained that dragons have high intelligence and when they reach a certain level they will transform. Ling Rixi seemed displeased, so Ruan Shen teased her a little. Mo raised his voice. "Anyway, we were kind enough to accept your younger brother and sister. You are ungrateful and came to destroy and injure people. How do you plan to settle this?" Just mentioning this matter, she weakened and stammered. "Then what do you want?" As if waiting for that sentence, Mo replied, "Since you admit to causing the damage, then work for me." King Dai frowned as soon as she heard, "Make me work for a human? No way." Mo continued, "Raising these younger siblings must be very hard for you, or else they would not have risked coming into human territory to find food. If you join the guild, I guarantee guarantee unlimited food and life supplies. He added, I am your prisoner. How dare I deceive you? Hearing this, Ruan Shen outside was also crying bitterly. This guild leader, on what grounds can others eat and drink freely, while I have to work to pay off debts? Q Ling sighed in sympathy, who is not the same. In the end, King Dai was persuaded by the food, agreeing to Qian Mo's request for the food. I reluctantly agree. At this moment, a notification appeared congratulating him on successfully taming a young jade dragon, an SS-grade pet with peak quality. When used as a mount, speed increases by 500%. When used as a combat unit, it assists the master. Qian Mo suddenly remembered, you probably do not have a name. Your whole body is green, so I will call you King Dai. She accepted. Finished with the matter, King Dai cheerfully walked off. Alright, now quickly take me to see this whole place. Brienne came closer. Kid, you are really something, even daring to take in a female dragon. In this life, I have never admired anyone but you. He worriedly asked about his health. Gugan confidently patted his chest. It is nothing, just a flesh wound, a few days of rest, and it will heal. As soon as he finished, he coughed weakly and told Qian Mo to remember to fulfill his promise of giving him a dragon. He broke into a sweat. Stop forcing yourself, go rest. I will go with old kin to make some recovery medicine for you. After Gugan was helped away, Qian Mo thought to himself, it seems I must seize the time to refine some good medicine. Otherwise, after today's news gets out, perhaps some people will not be able to restrain themselves. It is now time to learn about high-grade herbs, he smiled, clenching his fist. Next morning, at the gate in the forest, Qian Mo asked Yang Shuang, about the improved formulas I gave you, what do you think? He held the papers, stammering, did you really improve all this overnight? Truly a genius. I am in awe. Hearing this, Qian Mo was pleased. If old kin sees no problem, then prepare the materials, let us seize the time to refine medicine. He was extremely surprised. Seeing Yang Shuang's reaction, he felt a bit embarrassed. Yang Shuang explained that these were high-grade herbal formulas, which a mid-grade alchemist like Qian Mo could not refine. But Qian Mo was confident. It is only a high-grade certificate. At most I will obtain it in 2 days. Before Qin Yongchang could say anything more, he looked up to the sky and called out King Dai. Immediately after, a young jade dragon descended. Qian Mo turned back to leave him with a final remark. Old Qin, just prepare the work ahead and wait for my return. With those words, he rode the dragon away, leaving a stunned Qin Yongchang behind. 2 days to go from intermediate to max-level herbalism. Was that young man too monstrous? Or was he himself falling too far behind? Scene shifted to an extremely vast and luxurious alchemy trade association. There, everyone was astonished to see Qian Mo arriving on a dragon. Some thought he was a rich second generation, but others quickly recognized him as the guild master of Eternal Summit. As soon as he saw Qian Mo enter, a man hurried over to greet him. Master Cheng's arrival makes this humble place shine brilliantly. Qian Mo brushed past him. Prepare the best medicine room for me and a high-level herbalism skill book. The man quickly complied and asked if he needed auxiliary materials. The manager suggested paying a room fee of 1,000 gold coins, but Qian Mo ignored him. He took a pouch of money from his bag and tossed it onto the table. Here are 2,500 gold coins, handle it properly. The surrounding people began to speculate about his intentions again. Not long after, at the council's grand and luxurious building, the man who had greeted Qian Mo yesterday reported back to Deng Yuan. Qian Mo wants to challenge the high-level herbalism certification. The old man was shocked. He is already a high-level blacksmith. Now he wants to be a high-level herbalist too. It seems the rumors about merging the two associations are true. If he becomes an herbalism grandmaster, unifying the two major associations will only be a matter of time. With his friendship with Jiang Wenliang, the lifestyle association might be suppressed. The subordinate suggested tampering with the materials, but Deng Yuan roared and scolded him, reminding him of Jian's incident. Deng Yuan raised his eyebrows in thought and said, if he truly becomes a high-level herbalist today, we will double the number of experts we've already sent. The guild will pay their salaries, plus an additional batch of accompanying materials. After hearing this, the subordinate was shocked. Isn't this investment too big? We will take a loss. Deng Yuan retorted, for such an outstanding genius, if we don't invest now, do you want to gift him to the Blacksmith Association? That man had no choice but to follow his orders. 2 days later, he rushed in to report breathlessly. Qian Mo raised his herbalism level to high in less than 2 days. Upon hearing this, Deng Yuan ordered, what are you waiting for? Gifts must be given while they are still timely. Don't let the Blacksmith Association snatch the chance first. On Qian Mo's side, he was sitting cross-legged in the medicine room. A notification appeared. Congratulations, your herbalism has risen to high level. He received the title of Herbalism Grandmaster and let out a breath. Although it took less than 2 days, not sleeping still made him a bit tired. Suddenly, he heard a commotion outside. A voice said, this is the territory of the Lifestyle Association. Why are people from the Blacksmith Association making noise here? Another voice retorted, we came to congratulate President Cheng on his promotion. A moment later, he stepped outside and saw 2 groups of people standing on opposite sides. so he asked, "What is everyone doing here?" Before he could react, the two men rushed over to introduce themselves and express their intent to give gifts. They were people from President Deng and the Blacksmith Association. Kianmo quickly waved his hand after hearing them. "Thank you both presidents. The people you sent can stay, but please spare the gifts." The two were disappointed and tried to hold him back, but he quickly turned back into the room. "I just got promoted. Let me rest a bit." Scene shifted to the Eternal Summit Guild City. The people in the guild were chatting happily and marveling. The guildmaster disappears for 2 days, yet so many craftsmen have come. With the help of many artisans, Eternal Summit's productivity is sure to reach new heights. Duxu asked Kianmo, "Why are you back so soon, and with so many people?" He replied that he had successfully promoted. Then Kianmo added, "These are the people sent by the Lifestyle and Blacksmith Associates to assist. Please arrange them. As for me, I will discuss matters with old kin." Duxu was stunned upon hearing this. "You succeeded. You've only been gone for 2 days. Kianmo stood at the gate of Qin Yongshuang's house and asked, "Old kin, I'm back. How's the progress so far?" The old man came out to report, "Guildmaster, you returned exactly after 2 days. It looks like a failure, right? No matter, I've almost finished studying your formula." Kianmo retorted, "Who said it failed? Take a closer look." Yongshuang rushed over to look at him and was astonished. "You really succeeded in becoming a high-level herbalism grandmaster in 2 days? Are you a monster?" Looking at the finished product the old man had researched over the past 2 days, Kianmo commented, "Not bad, these herbs took a lot of effort. Now that I've been promoted to grandmaster, the medicine refinement plan can begin." Yongshuang was so happy he almost cried. Being able to refine medicine with a genius like the guildmaster is this old kin's blessing. "I will definitely support you well." Outside, the sky in the forest around the old man's house had turned to late afternoon. Night fell, and the place was filled with hazy night dew. Dawn once again cast its first rays of sunlight onto the house. At that moment, Yongshuang's joyful voice rang out from inside the house. "Success, success." Guild members passing by early in the morning heard it and wondered, "That's old Kin's voice. Has he gone crazy?" One person answered, "It seems the medicine is done." Inside the house, a notification appeared. "Congratulations on successfully refining the peak-level corpse refining recovery potion. Increases physical injury recovery speed by 500% for 12 hours. Yongshuang exclaimed, "The effect is too monstrous. We're not going to supply it indefinitely, right?" He replied, "It must be limited. First, sell 10 bottles through auction to increase appeal without causing trouble." Yongshuang clenched his fist and said, "After refining this peak-level potion, I feel I've touched the threshold of becoming an herbalism grandmaster. It's truly not simple." Kianmo said to Yongshuang, "I'll give you a few days off to obtain the Grandmaster qualification. There's still much to rely on you for later. Once the guild reaches level 4, I will temporarily leave the Tianqi continent." Yongshuang was startled. "Guildmaster, what do you intend to do?" "We have a development opportunity. Eternal Summit cannot be without you." He explained, "The high school examination of Xia country is coming up. I'm a student of Shenyu Academy, so naturally I have to participate." Yongshuang suddenly realized, "Ah, right, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. You only graduated from university this year." Kianmo held the small potion bottle and examined it. "I should have reported back to the school long ago. I was just waiting for this potion. With it, Principal Ling's latent illness will no longer be a problem." The first scene was a system notification. "Congratulations, you have met the upgrade conditions. Would you like to upgrade the guild?" Kianmo, along with Gugan and Huang Tian, stood before the stone pillar. He sighed. "After all that, the guild is finally level 4. Gugan said, "You don't sound satisfied. You should know that in the entire Tianqi continent, only Eternal Summit has leveled up to 4 so fast, with a scale larger than a mid-level main city." Kianmo replied with a smile, "The achievement is quite satisfying, but the speed was a bit slower than expected." The old man behind him could only smile wryly upon hearing this. After pressing the upgrade button, a blue light enveloped the guild. This time the scale expanded even more than the previous time. Another notification panel appeared before Kianmo, reporting all the guild information. Upon reaching level 4, the guild membership exceeded 200, and the territory's influence radius increased by 500 meters. Gugan raised an eyebrow and said, "A larger scale means a larger area to protect. Even with the Dragon Clan guarding, our armed forces are still insufficient." Huang Tian added, "We've been seeing spies from other guilds frequently lately. They are jealous and might attack." Kianmo turned his head and replied, "Don't worry, I've already thought about defense." Another notification panel appeared, this time showing the World Tree's post-upgrade information. Huang Tian said, "The World Tree also leveled up with the guild. Its shape seems to have changed." Gugan noticed but wondered, "What are these vines for? Are they effective?" Just then, Kianmo stood under the World Tree's canopy and said to Gugan, "Boss Gu, stand over there and fire your minigun at me with all your might." Huang Tian, standing in the distance, thought he misheard and hurriedly asked, "What did you say? You want Boss Gu to shoot you?" Gugan Gan also turned pale upon hearing this. Do you not want to live anymore? But Kianmo was very insistent. I told you to shoot, so just shoot. Gugan didn't stand on ceremony and picked up the gun, replying, fine, you told me to shoot, but I'm telling you now, if I have to pay for your medical bills later, I won't have a single coin. Huang Tian panicked and tried to stop him, but Kianmo stubbornly told him to shoot with full power. Then I won't be polite anymore. With that, he fired directly at him. As the bullets flew over, some of the world tree's vines moved closer to Kianmo. They quickly used their bodies to deflect all the bullets, protecting him. Gugan and Huang Tian widened their eyes in shock. Is this the world tree providing defense? The old man darkened his face and said, well done, kid. So you had this trick up your sleeve. In that case, I'll go all out. You'd better be careful. Immediately after, Gugan raised his gun and fired a volley of bullets stronger than before, heading toward Kianmo. This time was the same as before. The vines nimbly blocked all the bullets again, causing Kianmo to sigh. The defensive effect is much stronger than I imagined. It seemed Gugan had given up. His minigun fell to the ground with a thud. Gugan panted heavily, knelt on one knee, and said, if I only rely on the minigun, I can't break through the defense. I need to use the power of a stronger Barrett rifle. Kianmo further explained, after leveling up, the world tree looks like an ordinary tree, but in reality, it has developed intelligence and knows how to protect members. Its branches and leaves are extremely tough. Even a third-turn cultivator would need to use a special skill to damage it. With it, if we encounter firepower attacks in the future, everyone can retreat and stand under the world tree to counterattack safely. Gugan admitted it was a good thing but asked, why did you prepare all this? Do you plan to leave the guild? Kianmo happily confirmed, saying he was preparing to return to school for the exam. Huang Tian added, he has to go back to school too. Gugan was still a bit stunned. Then he broke out in a cold sweat and stammered, I almost forgot you two are still students. Back at the city gate of Eternal Summit Guild at this moment. Inside the city, goods were being transported in a bustling manner. In the weapon forging area, Du Shu was standing there supervising everyone. Every guild member was busy with their own tasks. At the main city square, several people were standing. Kianmo faced Du Shu, Yongshuang, and Gugan and said, in the blink of an eye, the guild has grown to such a large scale. It's all thanks to everyone's help. Yongshuang heard that and immediately refused, saying it was not right, all thanks to the alliance leader Gugan. Gugan agreed, yes, the main credit belonged to that formidable leader. Zhen Qiamo said to stop discussing it. Ruan Shen and Q Ling had to go back for exams, so they returned together, handing the alliance over to everyone. Everyone confidently accepted. After speaking, Kianmo turned away with peace of mind, instructing again, "Don, not worry, finish the college entrance exam, and he will come back to lead everyone to clean up around Lingyu City." Gugan was still in shock, muttering, a dignified founder of a level 4 alliance, yet he's a student who has to go back for exams. What kind of nonsense is this? The scene shifted to a room where a voice reported, Kianmo has just left the Tianqi continent through the teleportation gate, and the core members of Eternal Summit have also departed. Rong Sheng's subordinate hugged a cat, cheering joyfully, he really left, that is so great. The person opposite Rong Sheng was a hooded figure, saying, I told you he would go back to the Shenyu Academy for the exams. That man replied in disbelief. Who would have thought in just a few months? He built the dominating alliance of Lingyu City, and is still an undergraduate student. The hooded figure was Zhao Sayu, the former academic dean of Yunbo Academy. He gritted his teeth in anger. It was this brat who got me fired from Yunba, forcing me to go to the Tianqi continent. I would not be human if I did not avenge this grudge. Zhao Sayu continued, my men are on their way. They will arrive by the day after tomorrow at the latest. As long as you agree to cooperate, we will destroy his alliance. Rong Sheng's face darkened. The kid's background is extraordinary. He has uprooted opponents before. I have to think of a way to deal with him. Zhao Siyu said he had hired 20 mercenaries with an average level above 45. If we defeat their alliance, the spoils will be 7 for you and 3 for me. What do you think? Yai Rongsheng agreed, raising his glass with a smile. Since Director Shou has been sincere, this old Yai will take the risk. We will attack the day after tomorrow. Zhao Seiyu smiled and raised his glass. This cooperation will surely make him die without a burial place. But inwardly he cursed Yi Rongsheng as an old fox, taking the profit when he sees it and leaving the difficult part for others. Anyway, in the end he could make Qian Mo pay the price. The scene shifted to the gate of Shenyu Academy under the warm sun and blue sky. Qian Mo and Ling Rixi walked side by side into the school. Many students saw them and started whispering among themselves. Qian Mo looked around and asked Ling Rixi, am I really that famous? She smiled and replied, you broke the record for the Alliance tournament and became a teacher before graduating. You will be surrounded wherever you go. Just then a voice rang out, my good granddaughter, you little brat, you are finally back any later, and it would have been too late. In front of them stood Ling Xiao, smiling with affection. Seeing him, Ling Rixi rushed over and burst into tears. Grandpa, I am sorry. It has been so long since I came to visit. After the reunion, Qian Mo inquired about the principal's health. Ling Xiao stroked his granddaughter's head and replied, "This old body is fine, but with fewer people bothering me, life is more peaceful." Ling Xiao observed Ling Rixi, "You are already level 39. Zhao Qian is also level 39, but the difference is huge. Even so, this time the Shenyu Academy will surely make a name for itself in the exams." Qian Mo said with determination, "Since I am back, I will help the academy achieve the ranking it deserves. Also, I brought back a potion that can cure your hidden illness." Ling Xiao held the vial, astonished. "This can cure my illness. Are you joking with me?" Ling Rixi told him to trust him. He is a high-level herbalist grandmaster. Ling Xiao was even more amazed. A high-level herbalist grandmaster, a level surpassing the exam standards, truly an unparalleled prodigy. Praised Qian Mo could not hide his joy and told Ling Xiao to go inside quickly to test the potion's effects. Ling Xiao did not hesitate, turning around to walk. "Cannot delay. Let us quickly find a quiet place to test if the potion can cure this old man's illness." In the principal's office, Ling Xiao sat seriously and said, "I have consulted many herbalist grandmasters to cure my illness, but to no avail. Whether it succeeds or not, do not be discouraged." Qian Mo told him to rest assured. He had faith in himself. Ling Ruoxi encouraged him, "Just trust him, Grandpa. Hurry up and drink it." Ling Xiao picked up the vial and took a sip. Immediately after, the vial fell and shattered. Ling Xiao trembled, convulsing and unable to speak. Ling Rixi panicked, stood up, and shouted loudly. Outside the school grounds, 2 black cars were parked. Lao Fei stepped out of the car, puzzled. "The principal from Lantian and Maling are invited to the tournament. Why cannot the others be contacted?" Chang Shengyu replied that he just received news that Qian Mo was back and was in the office. Lao Fei smiled, "So that is it. Shenyu Academy is stable this year." Suddenly, both of them sensed a powerful aura emanating from the principal's office. Chang Shengyu asked Lao Fei if he sensed it too. Lao Fei pondered, "This is the aura of a 4th-turn powerhouse. Why has Shenyu Academy suddenly erupted with this aura?" During this, Chang Shengyu darkened his face. Could it be because of that little monster Qian Mo? Lao Fei did not believe it and reassured him, "Of course it cannot be him. I guess old Ling invited an old friend. Let us go over together and see." In the principal's office, Ling Xiao stood straight, full of vitality, his illness cured and his realm improved. Ling Roxy was excited. "This is great, Grandpa." Qian Mo explained, "The peak-grade potion not only cured the illness, but also unlocked the power you have accumulated over 10 years, which is why your realm advanced." Hearing this, Ling Xiao was overjoyed to the point of tears. 10 years have passed. This old man has finally returned to his peak. At that moment, Lao Fei and Chang Shengyu walked in and congratulated him. "So it was Principal Ling recovering. Truly congratulations." Ling Xiao happily stepped forward to apologize for his rudeness. Chang Shengyu asked him what level he was at now. Ling Xiao replied joyfully, "A blessing in disguise. The years of accumulation helped me advance to level 75. Lao Fei was shocked, his face paling. "Level 75. Your hidden illness is completely cured." He thought to himself, "This old man is something else. I trained hard and stayed healthy, yet only reached level 74. What kind of fortune did Ling Xiao stumble upon?" Ling Xiao introduced, "Thanks to Xiao Qian, he is a high-level herbalist grandmaster." He stood up to greet them. Lao Fei smiled. "That brat Huang Tian at level 40 was already monstrous. But your principal is even more impressive, mastering herbalism." Qian Mo humbly replied, "Principal Fei flatters me. It is thanks to everyone cultivating talents like Huang Tian." Lao Fei said with his mouth that there was no need for formalities, but inside he was jealous. "Damn it, why is this genius not at our Lantian Academy?" He pondered silently. A few years ago Ling Xiao was a 4th-turn martial sage, but he fell ill after fighting demonic beasts, causing Shenyu Academy's status to drop. Now his illness is cured and his strength restored. Shenyu will truly lead. It seems we need to have deeper exchanges with Shenyu Academy. Ling Xiao suddenly remembered, "The competition is tomorrow. You two do not know the mechanism yet. Let me introduce. The scores are divided into Secret Realm challenges and elimination battles. For the Secret Realm challenge, each academy forms a team to participate. The results are ranked based on the evaluation of clearing the trials. The elimination battle is a match on the arena stage. Each school selects 3 candidates, but to help weaker schools, the organizing committee of Xia Nation allows the bottom 4 schools to have 1 extra person, making a total of 64 participants. Since Shenyu Academy was ranked 20th last year as the last team, they are allowed to form a team of 4. The overall ranking is calculated based on points from the Secret Realm Challenge and elimination battles. The champion of the Secret Realm Challenge gets 20 points, second place gets 19, and the last gets 1 point. The elimination tournament has 5 rounds. Each contestant who advances a round gets 3 points. The winner of the championship match receives an additional 5 points. The 3 previous champions from Yunma Academy have won the championship, with results in the top 8 and top 4, achieving a total elimination score of 41. In the last exam among our 3 schools, only Maling ranked 8th. Our Shenyu was last, truly embarrassing. Lao Fei said politely, "Old Ling, rest assured, Huang Tian's strength strength has greatly increased. Our Lantern will make a breakthrough. Ling Xiao sighed. I am the one at the bottom. I have no right to judge Lantern. Ling Xiao asked Qian Mo what he thought about the mechanism. Qian Mo scratched his head awkwardly. Honestly, the rules are too complicated. I do not understand after listening. Anyway, whether it is the Secret Realm Challenge or the solo battles, as long as I win everything, there is no problem, right? Everyone agreed. True. As long as you win everything, it is fine. Qian Mo was confident. Then there is no problem. This time I have a small request. I hope you all will agree to it. Ling Xiao was willing to help. Qian Mo stated clearly, I hope this year to select some graduating students from the 3 schools to recruit seeds into my alliance. I know it is abrupt, so I wanted to discuss it first. Lao Fai said tactfully, if it is voluntary, I have no reason to stop it. Inwardly he thought these outstanding students took so much effort to train, how could they be easily poached? This is a sudden proposal. What conditions does your newly founded alliance have to attract them? After speaking, Kan Mo bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle to respectfully thank them both. He laughed to himself. You said it, do not blame me when the time comes. Next day at the competition venue of Xia Nation, the arena was vast and majestic. A reporter holding a microphone hosted fluently, at this annual event in Xia Nation, over 800 million people are watching on TV. Many universities have already arrived. First is the elite team led by Yumba Academy, which has always topped previous exams. Next is the 3-school alliance led by Shenyu, whose past results were not good. But this year, thanks to the genius Qian Mo, they have gained great attention. She said to the cameraman, Qian Mo is over there, go interview him. Wu Xuejing walked while asking his subordinate about Zhao Sayu's situation. The subordinate replied, Director Zhou has reached a cooperation agreement with Phelan Arena, and is preparing to depart. Hearing this, he smiled sinisterly. I have prepared a big gift for you on the Tianqi continent. I hope it does not scare you to death. In the arena, Gu Zizhen, the general committee member managing the chief referee, saw Qian Mo and asked the person behind him, is that little Dai the child old kin values? Di Yuanhao replied, he is Qian Mo. This year, the old man was pleased. Good, I hope he surprises me today. Maybe I can include him in the plan. Yuanhao was startled and asked, are you talking about the National Fate Plan? Does that brat have such qualifications? Gu Zizhen replied that the Academy Conference was originally intended to select talents for the country. If he was truly a genius as rumored, he naturally qualified. After speaking, he turned and left because the opening ceremony was about to begin, and he still had preparations to make. The scene shifted to the competition arena of Xia Country. The host announced that the central competition of the Xia Country United Academy was officially open. Next, he invited Director of the Education Bureau, committee member and chief referee of the Manager Association, committee member Gu Zizhen, to draw the first Secret Realm round. Hearing the name Gu Zin, the entire audience buzzed with chatter, shocked that the referee this year was the director himself. Some even said he was a committee member of the Manager Association, only one step away from the top, so it was no wonder the mayor was sitting nearby. He went on stage and spoke, I think everyone knows me, so I won't say much. Let's see what luck today brings. Right in front of Gu Zizhen, a control panel appeared and the dungeon he drew was Islama. Seeing this secret realm, Gu Zizhen's face turned pale, and he thought to himself that it had to be this map. He did not know whether to say his luck was too good or too bad. In the stands, everyone was dismayed when they saw the secret realm Gu Zizhen had drawn. No one expected the committee member to pull out the hardest Islama. Some predicted that half the teams today would not be able to pass it. Even the school principals were surprised. Chang Yuxing thought it was unlucky, but Ling Xiao calmly comforted him, telling him to trust Qian Mo and Huang Tian. In the arena, Qian Mo and Ling Rixi were talking. She said her grandfather had arranged teammates for them, but they still had not shown up. Just then, Ling Roxy suddenly spotted a familiar figure. She shouted loudly, Ruan Shen, Q Ling, are you two here too? Qian Mo quickly stopped her, telling her she did not need to shout like that. She wondered, what, aren't they Ruan Shen and Q Ling? He explained that she was not wrong, but could she not see that they were students from another school? He had not expected Q Ling to be the second-ranked student of Yunlin Academy, and Ruan Shen was from Mailing Academy. These two really were hiding deep. Ruan Shen stood beside Q Ling, sweating profusely, and said, well done, you old monster. You turned out to be from Shendu. How could Shendu create such a monster? Q Ling sighed in admiration. The association president is truly extraordinary. Just then, Huang Tian's joking voice came from behind. Ruan Shen, look over here. Your daddy is right here. Ruan Shen turned around and yelled curses. Who are you? I don't know you. Don't call me that randomly. Huang Tian rolled his eyes and replied, still pretending not to know me. Later in the knockout round, I will beat you until you call me daddy. Seeing this, Q Ling asked, that blonde brother, you don't know him? Ruan Shen replied angrily, I know that guy. Damn it, he is from Lanchin again, that lousy school. Qian Mo thought to himself that it was the Yumba Academy team. All members above level 45. Only the top-ranked school could form such a strong team. He said to Ling Rixi, sure enough, Li Minghao is not here. Yunba did not value him. This is their loss. She replied, so we don't need to fight Li Minghao. Qian Mo shook his head with a wry smile and said, "Forget it, they will soon regret it." Right then, two newcomers approached to greet them. They were Senior Su Hanhai and Senior Sister Liu Xiaoyu. Seeing them, Ling Roxy greeted them, introduced them to Qian Mo as her grandfather's direct disciples. Qian Mo politely greeted them, silently sighing at their strength as direct disciples. It seemed the principal had exhausted all his resources. Ling Roxy then introduced Qian Mo to the two. "This is Qian Mo, our team leader. He is very capable." Liu Xiaoyu looked at him and smiled. "Oh, so you are Qian Mo. I have long heard of your name." Su Hanhai heard the name Qian Mo and thought to himself that this guy was so young yet already level 39. His strength was truly terrifying, but the principal had appointed him as team leader, which was somewhat ridiculous. Everyone gathered together. Su Hanhai felt that this Islamist secret realm was really unlucky. Ling Rixi asked, "What's wrong? Is this map very difficult?" Su Hanhai nervously said to Qian Mo, "It is indeed a bit difficult. Junior, you are the team leader. Do you have any ideas?" He thought for a moment and replied, "Our team's level among the top 20 teams is definitely at the bottom. Therefore, if we want to secure first place today, we need to race against time. At the same time, we cannot follow the usual procedures and must come up with some unexpected moves." Su Hanhai and Liu Xiaoyu heard him say this and their faces turned pale. Getting first place? Just then, an announcement echoed throughout the arena, asking the candidates to enter the secret realm dungeon one by one. Mo added, "I will explain the specific plan after we enter the dungeon." Su Hanhai whispered to Liu Xiaoyu, "He dares to talk about getting first place. Are strong schools like Yunba and Yunlin just air? Getting into the top 10 would be a big deal." She replied with a smile, "He is still a young junior. Cut him some slack." Before them now was a gate leading into the secret realm. The four of them stepped in together. Qian Mo began to explain. The Islama temple is the temple of the elemental goddess. The map is divided into 3 areas based on earth power. The place we are entering is the first area. The first area has 3 types of monsters. The first type is the whip wielder with low attack power, classified as a small monster. The second type is a contaminated area with a large number of mud-covered oxen, with high attack power and night radiance. In the final area, there are algae larvae with low attack power and weak health, but they are very numerous. Therefore, we can attack based on the weaknesses of each type. Ling Roxy immediately agreed. Liu Xiaoyu turned and asked Su Hanhai quietly, "How does he know the map so well? Has he beaten it before?" He frowned and replied, "It could be a blind stroke of luck, but the fighting won't be that easy." Just then, Qian Mo turned back to Su Hanhai and said, "Senior, the first area has 8 groups of whip wielders, 4 per group. Can you pull them all at once?" Su Hanhai's face paled. "Are you joking? It says 32, but it's actually 64. How can I handle that?" As soon as he finished speaking, Qian Mo turned sharply and said, "Fine, then let me pull. After I control the small monsters, you all just attack." Su Hanhai frowned and said, "Fine, you pull. If you can actually do what you say, I will block the small monsters for you even if it costs me my life." Liu Xiaoyu said urgently, "Junior, wait for me to give you an extra armor." But Qian Mo had already leaped forward, reminding them to stay safe and maintain distance. Ling Rixi also rushed forward and said, Senior sister, let's quickly charge in. Just trust him." In the stands, seeing this scene, everyone was not only surprised, but also criticized their school. Wu Suijing saw this and sneered to himself that Qian Mo wanted a quick victory, but he would soon become a joke. At this moment, he charged straight into the middle of the thorn bushes, using a freezing barrier to attack. Just as the thorn vines attacked him, Qian Mo raised his shield in time to block. On the surface, the other 3 quickly ran past. Su Hanhai was shocked. He really pulled them. Liu Xiaoyu told him to quickly prepare to aggro the monsters after entering, but Su Hanhai said urgently, "Damn it, how can I get in there?" Qian Mo quickly turned his head and snapped, "Senior, what are you still asking for? Quickly activate your defensive skill." After saying that, he used another skill, Ice Bloom Displacement. Liu Xiaoyu asked in shock, "You are actually a mage?" Su Hanhai stood frozen on the spot, watching the vines charge straight at him, and shouted in panic, "How can you do this? Are you trying to kill me?" Before he could prepare, the vine shot forward but stopped abruptly, just before touching him, as if held back by some force. Qian Mo held a sword in his hand and roared, "What are you still standing there for? Defend now!" Sure enough, right after that, the vines fiercely rushed back. This time, Su Hanhai quickly took out his shield to defend. After that, all 4 of them charged forward and attacked simultaneously. Each person fought against a group of vines with incredible coordination. Soon after, the secret realm fell silent as if no battle had ever taken place. They finally defeated all the vines, and even Su Hanhai sighed. That was amazingly fast. No one was seriously injured. He now had to admit, "I understand why the principal chose him as team leader. In the stands, everyone was shocked by the battle of Shendu Academy. They could not believe that Shendu was the first team to get past the whip wielders. Zhang Yusheng and Old Fei sat high up laughing and congratulating Ling Xiao. Even Gu Zizhen, sitting in the referee's seat, felt that Qian Mo was indeed somewhat interesting. The host excitedly announced loudly, "What a surprise! Shendu Academy, which always ranked last every year, has become the first school to break through the thorn whip wielders. Hot on their heels are Yunba Academy and another surprising team, Lantern Academy." Ling Xiao, sitting in his seat, was extremely angry. Where did this host come from? How dare he say our academy ranked last? Old Fei waved his hand to comfort him. "Old Ling, don't get angry. Later we will slap them in the face with our strength." Wu Suijing, sitting nearby, saw this and darkened his face. "It's just a temporary lead. Let them be smug for a while longer." Gu Zizhen found Qian Mo very interesting, so he asked Di Yuan Hao, "Little Dai, did Old Qin ever say anything about Qian Mo before?" He replied, "I only know Old Qin is very fond of him, but I don't know much else." After saying this, Di Yuan Hao laughed to himself, thinking it seemed Gu Zizhen wanted to play the game of snatching people with Old Qin. It was best for him not to get involved in the struggle between these big shots. At this moment, Qian Mo's group had entered the second secret realm, the level 45 Muddy Mire Ox, which had an elite mire entity with 15,000 health points. Qian Mo stepped forward to explain, "The Muddy Mire Ox looks hard to spot, but its attack power is high. It also carries a debuff. If you rush in recklessly, your stats will be reduced by 30%. This is a rather troublesome small monster." Xu Hanhai stepped forward and said, "Team leader, let me handle this one." But he turned back and refused. "This monster is a tank's nemesis. Pure toughness is not enough. It's better if I go." Hearing him say this, Xu Hanhai wondered, if just being tough is not enough, then how do you pull the monster? Right after that, Qian Mo leaped up high and told everyone to follow his lead. He rushed forward to attack while thinking to himself, these crawling monsters had enhanced basic defense but were very slow. As long as he was fast and timed his strikes correctly, he could avoid the debuffs and pull the aggro to himself. After taking down a few monsters, Qian Mo loudly told everyone they could now make their move. Zhang Hanhai watched in disbelief. Could he really pass through without any harm? Ling Roxy rushed forward and said with a smile, "Now the two of you understand why I said he is very strong." Both Liu Xiaoyu and Zhang Hanhai charged forward together. They began to believe they could take first place. The four of them coordinated their battle perfectly. Qian Mo charged to the front, recklessly engaging each crawling monster solo. The audience in the stands watched this scene, utterly amazed by Qian Mo's talent. The commentator remarked Shenyu Academy had overtaken Yunba by a narrow margin of 0.6 seconds and continued to lead. Wu Zuijing couldn't help but slam the table and stand up, shouting, "How could it be calculated as 0.6 seconds? Is there an error?" His subordinates quickly tried to calm him. "Principal, don't get angry. They won't be able to jump around for long." Qian Mo's group was now facing the third secret realm. Zhang Hanhai and Liu Xiaoyu charged forward together, defending and advancing through the horde of monsters. On the other side, Qian Mo and Ling Roxy were also engaged in a fierce battle. The commentator's voice rang out. The Shenyu team once again took the lead in eliminating the larvae. Next, they will face the secret realm boss Nasus, a level 46 elemental water golem with 150,000 health points. It stood before them filled with aggression. Qian Mo informed everyone about this boss. Its first skill was a toxic mushroom cloud, causing a spore parasite to all targets within a 3-meter radius around Nasus. At that moment, the monster released its toxic gas. The moment he finished speaking, the health bars of the other three instantly dropped upon contact. The second skill was an acid arrow rain, dealing 600 continuous damage every 3 seconds. Nasus had 3 skills, putting immense pressure on the healer who had to watch the tank's health and ensure the teammates did not die. True to its name, Nasus fired 5 poison arrows simultaneously. This skill was instant, so one had to be careful, each second absorbing 18% of the target's health and transferring it back to the boss, maintaining health regen for 10 seconds. However, these 2 skills could be avoided, just as Ling Roxy dealt with the mud crawlers, so they were useless against me. Nasus, enraged, fired sticky poison from its hands and roared, "Accept my terrifying natural power." But Qian Mo was not only unharmed but also counter-attacked with another fire skill. The final passive skill was Inheritance Split. This was the most troublesome ability. Saying this, he struck downward very powerfully with his sword. Nasus gradually dissipated after the blow and Qian Mo shouted to everyone, "When its health bar empties, it will split into 6 smaller forms. If the clones escape, it will regenerate. Everyone's mission is to shoot them down." Hearing this, Ling Roxy immediately charged forward and unleashed the Rain of Spears skill. As for Zhang Hanhai and Liu Xiaoyu. They did not hesitate either, charging forward with combined swords to defeat the clones. Suddenly, the remaining clones gathered into a vortex. Nasus roared in fury as it saw Qian Mo preparing a skill. He smiled and told everyone, "Good, now it has no way to retreat." Immediately after, an extremely powerful flaming vortex pierced through the monster's body. The space fell silent, the smoke and dust gradually clearing with no one in sight. A notification appeared. The #1 boss of the Islama secret realm, Nasus, had been eliminated. The commentator shouted excitedly, 1 hour 15 minutes. The Shenyu team has killed the #1 boss and broken the record, currently leading by a large margin. Ruan Shen and his teammates were utterly shocked upon hearing the news. One teammate exclaimed, "Damn, we haven't even finished the larvae. Who eliminates the boss this fast?" Ruan Shen replied with a dark face, "That guy is a freak." Wang Tian, who was fighting, could only smile wryly upon hearing the announcement, "This old Mo is too fast." The entire audience erupted. Someone said in amazement, "How is Shenyu so strong?" Someone rejoiced thinking a genius had finally been discovered, while a skeptic shouted there must be cheating. Gu Zizhen sat on the referee's seat, thinking to himself, no wonder old Qin valued him. He truly has the skill. The other teams successively defeated the first boss. In second place was Yunba, then Heluo, fourth was Lanqian, fifth was Mailing with 1 hour 47 minutes. Old Fei, sitting up high, looked at the rankings and said with a smile, "That kid Huangtan is pretty good. Making it into the top 4 is excellent." Chang Yusheng replied, "Mailing is in 5th, but entering the top 5 is also commendable." Wu Suijing was nearing his limit. He suspected this was either luck or he had activated a hidden mechanic. His subordinates quickly tried to soothe him. "The secret realm is long, he cannot be lucky forever." Wu Suijing remembered something and asked his subordinate, "How is Uncle Sui over there? Go hurry him up so we can see how long they can still laugh." The scene shifted to the city wall of the Eternity Peak Guild. Jian Rongsheng and Uncle Sui stood under a tree. He said that row of city walls must be Qian Mo's city. Jian Rongsheng was astonished. Even though he already knew the information, seeing firsthand the scale of the guild that Brat built, they had prepared many soldiers and weapons. Rongsheng said, "Why do I have a bad feeling?" Uncle Sui said, "Don't worry, we spent time only to prepare the siege weapons. With these, capturing it is as easy as flipping a hand. Today we have no shortage of manpower and full equipment. I want to see how they plan to defend this city." Gu Gan stood atop the city wall using binoculars to observe. Over 80 people in the team, half of them level 45. They prepared 10 siege engines, each costing over 10,000. That Jian Rongsheng really knows how to spend money. He said with a laugh, "Didn't expect that Brat to be right again. What is hidden in his head?" Duke Xu agreed. Luckily the guild leader made arrangements in advance. Gu Gan turned back and joked, "A level 4 guild meeting and exam season, the main force disappearing, only Eternity Peak has such strange occurrences." He ordered everyone, all personnel in the city immediately return to defensive positions and enter combat status. The commentator's voice became excited again. "Another first place for Shenyu. An interesting start. I wonder if the 3-school alliance is prepared to steal the start or if other schools have reservations." He continued, "The #1 boss has been killed. Qian Mo has cleared the secret realm stage. Now please welcome Principal Wu Suijing to talk about the second boss." The old man stood up and announced, "Greetings everyone. Islam is a difficult execution level secret realm. The first stage boss Nasus is the simplest, with a high error rate. Some teams might rely on luck. The next boss, Velatak, is not simple. It requires ample resource preparation, not relying on petty cleverness or luck." Old Fei and Ling Xiao frowned. "Wu Suijing is saying we rely on luck. The more he talks in riddles, the more it proves he is not confident. Just wait and see." Wu Suijing continued his introduction. "The second boss has 3 types of small monsters. The first type is shadow specters that like to hide in dark places to ambush. Just keep the light on and kill them quickly. The second type are T-stompers. They have a strong physique. You can use long-range attacks to kid and eliminate them. The third type are rotten fire demons. They have a splitting ability like the first boss, so you need to control the attack intensity." Qian Mo said, "Everyone is responsible for defense and healing. I will focus on offense to ensure the formation." Then he quickly rushed forward. Zhang Henhai was suddenly attacked from behind by a rotten fire demon. He cried out in pain. Qian Mo ran over to help and asked if he was okay. Zhang Henhai stood up and apologized. Qian Mo did not blame him, only said, "We are a team, just do your best." The commentator said slowly, "The second boss is harder. Although Shenyu is doing well this time, due to weak equipment, their ranking has dropped from first place." The team from Yunba Academy, Cloud Hand Branch, temporarily took the lead with a small margin. Next was Yunlin, their team leader Q Ling had been talked about this year. After that were Lantian and Mailing, their team leaders Huang Tian and Ruan Shen both performed excellently. The audience mocked Shenyu. This result is no surprise. See, Yunba and Yunlin are back in first and second. Shenyu is a small school, their supplies can't keep up. What uses technique? Wu Suijing smirked to himself. This is just the beginning. The later monster levels are higher. Without financial backing, even good operations are useless. Commentator said, most groups have already met the second boss, Velatak, a level 47 elite clan exile leader with 180,000 health. Kianmo's group faced him. He was not only proficient as an assassin, but also knew the long-range attacks of a hunter. He had 3 skills. The first was multi-arrow shot, firing 5 fast arrows at 30 meters with high damage. If you think just having good aggro management on the tank and standing behind is enough to eat the multi-arrow shot, you are sorely mistaken. Because the second skill was linked, called Shadow Assault, allowing Velatak to teleport to the target side and make a fatal attack. The final skill increased his evasion rate by 50% for 5 seconds, which could not be dodged or interrupted. Zhang Hanhai was severely injured, and Liu Xiaoyu, while providing first aid, asked Qian Mo how to handle it. Qian Mo replied, his attacks cannot be defended, neither tanking nor dodging works. We cannot kill him instantly, we can only fight while using potions. Zhang Hanhai said tremblingly, that requires high-tier operations and potions. Liu Xiaoyu worriedly said, I only have 3 potions given by the principal. Having to spend money for the competition is unfair. He said gloomily, I didn't think about Islama. If I had known, I would have prepared more. Just then, Qianmo pulled out a pile of potions. I have 8 super-grade potions, 2 for each person. Zhang Hanhai was astonished. Super-grade health potions are always in short supply. The price is too high. These 2 bottles can buy an extra life. Liu Xiaoyu asked worriedly, that's too extravagant. You're not charging us, are you? Ling Roxy replied with a laugh, just use them with peace of mind. He is very rich, unimaginably rich. Qian Mo said with a smile, as long as we smoothly kill the boss, 2 bottles of potions are nothing. After speaking, the whole team set off to prepare for battle with the second boss, and they threw themselves into a fierce fight. Alita erupted in rage, slashing at Su Henhai with her claws while shouting for him to taste her attack. That man was struck right on his old wound, gritting his teeth to endure the pain and thinking to himself, he was really about to die. Qian Mo quickly rushed to assist Su Henhai, reminding him to drink the potion quickly. After drinking, Henhai's health recovered a bit. Liu Xiaoyu stood nearby providing support, so Qian Mo immediately told her to replenish Henhai's health. Su Henhai stood up, watching Qian Mo locked in a brutal fight with Velita, silently thanking the potion. Without it, he would have been eliminated just now. Qian Mo fought while reassuring him, it's fine, just keep this pace. Don't dodge his attacks. Since we have health, let's trade blows with him and see who dies first. Saying this, he fought while drinking a potion. As for Ruoqian, she was also attacking while continuously drinking health potions. Liu Xiaoyu was no exception. She deftly blocked a strike and immediately drank a potion. All 4 surrounded Velita, coordinating smoothly to defeat him. While the entire audience was stunned by the 8 potions Qian Mo had just taken out, everyone praising him for being extremely generous. Chang Yusheng in the audience said in shock to Old Fei, look at how fast that health recovered just now. The super grade health potion Qian Mo brought out is at least premium grade. Old Fei could not believe it either. Not only that, the health recovered nearly 4,000 points in an instant. This is a super grade health potion of epic quality. Ling Xiao saw the 2 of them were surprised and said with a laugh, I told you already. This kid is not only a high-level herb master, but can also mass-produce epic grade potions. Did you think I was fooling you? Wu Xuejin at the table was grinning from ear to ear. Ling Xiao was vicious, but he did not know how many bottles of epic grade blood potions that man had prepared. Gu Zizhen also had to sigh inwardly, too rich. Drinking potions like spring water, wondering whose money it was. A moment later, Qian Mo used a powerful sword to slash down. He had killed the second boss Velita. The host excitedly said into the mic, Shenyu Academy creates another miracle leading the way. Yunba Academy beat the second boss and reached new heights. Yunba, Yunlin, and Mailing Academies followed closely behind completing the boss kill. They were resting to prepare for the next challenge. But Shenyu Academy did not stop, they kept advancing. Do they not need to rest? Moreover, the path they took was not the usual route of the secret realm. The subordinate sitting next to Wu Xuejin said happily, Principal, that brat has gone mad, not taking the main route, but choosing a bizarre path, seeking his own failure. Wu Xuejin frowned and thought, what exactly does he want? Zi Henhai followed behind Qian Mo and asked, Captain, do we really have to take the risk? He calmly replied, just meeting the second-tier boss took time. Taking the usual route would not create an advantage. We need to shorten the path. Zi Henhai turned pale and said, we are leading in points. Just following a set route to the boss would put us in the top 3. If we take an uncharted path and run into trouble, we will be eliminated. Qian Mo did not turn back and simply said, if I said I have been through this path before, surely no one would believe me, so I will not try to convince you anymore, just follow me. Ling Roxy also turned back and told the 2, do not overthink it, just follow him. Qian Mo walked ahead, thinking to himself, in my past life I explored all the hidden routes in the map. If there is a perfect route, it is definitely in my head. With that, they simply walked forward. Before them was a toxic swamp with a few monsters holding maces waiting in ambush. Zi Henhai and Liu Xiaoyu saw this and turned pale, stammering, we are done for, we failed this time. we took the wrong path. The people in the stands saw this scene and laughed. Mo made a mistake in my experience. This lake cannot be crossed without a tier 4 expert. Someone jeered this year Shenyu hoped for the top. Now they are going to drop to the middle. Even the top 10 might be hard to keep. Even Cheng Yusheng and La Fei sitting above were very surprised and displeased with Mo's decision. This kid made a bad move. He was clearly leading. Why turn onto a new path? What a pity. But Ling Xiao did not care, telling them to watch the next developments. Immediately, bubbles appeared on the water surface, evaporating with a sizzling sound. Zhenhai said anxiously, the poison is too strong. Even with my health pool jumping in, I would only last 3 seconds. Liu Xiaoyu agreed. Even with my healing, I could only hold out about 5 seconds, and there are monsters guarding over there. Both tried to persuade Mo to turn back. It was still not too late to retreat now. With a bit more effort they could keep the top 10. But Mo firmly said it was not necessary. Both were startled, but this time he turned back and spoke seriously. We are not turning back. I have a way. Then Mo explained to them, by using that rock as a stepping stone we can get everyone across. Zhenhai heard this and was confused. That rock. 5 seconds is nowhere near enough to swim over. And there are monsters guarding the other side. Even if we barely make it to shore we will be killed. Mo did not care, just told Liu Xiaoyu to cast Guardian Mantra on him. I will go first, you just follow my lead. Without hesitation he dove into the lake with a splash. Mo used his passive purification power to quickly swim to the rock, thinking as he swam, with this passive plus the shield, I can definitely hold out for more than 5 seconds. Liu Xiaoyu on the shore asked Ling Roxy anxiously. It has been over 10 seconds and we still have not seen him. Maybe something happened. But she trusted him, smiling as she said he would be fine. The audience, seeing Mo still not surfacing, buzz with discussion. He has been gone too long, he must not make it. Someone scoffed, this guy always likes to show off with extreme stunts, and now he has brought disaster upon himself. But just then, something shot up from under the lake surface, clinging tightly to the rock. Something suddenly sprang up from under the water. Mo was now enveloped in brilliant flames, leaping from the water and successfully landing on the rock. Zhenhai and Liu Xiaoyu rejoiced and exclaimed, heavens, this junior is really something. Holding on for so long, he has more health than a tanker like me. The audience in the stands was both excited and astonished. No one thought Mo could make it. Someone commented, this maneuver looks simple but requires 4 things. Long distance boots, super high agility stats, passive purification power, and a grappling hook. Gu Zizhen, sitting in the referee seat, also sighed, truly a once-in-a-century talent. But do not forget he still has teammates over there. Moreover, there are monsters guarding the other side, so how does he plan to get the other 3 across? Mo on the rock said to Ling Roxy on the shore, I will call you, then you jump over onto it. Right after, he swung a rope that latched onto an incoming monster. Whoosh! Mo used light-chasing remote blade to yank it up into the air, while shouting for Ling Roxy to jump over quickly. As she started jumping over, the 2 monsters Mo had yanked up fell straight into the water. Zhenhai saw this and was startled. This idea is actually brilliant. But understanding the intent quickly, she jumped onto the monsters that had not yet fallen into the water, swiftly closing in on that rock. After stepping on the last monster, she lunged forward and hugged Mo tightly. We made it, you are really amazing. He also caught Ling Roxy and said, this is just basic technique. After helping her up, Mo turned back to the other 2 and said, senior and senior sister, get ready, 1 by 1 jump up. 2, seeing this, also replied with great determination. The people in the stands now had myriad emotions. Some saw Mo's weapon as extremely domineering, others even introduced information about this weapon. The host's excited voice rang out, brilliant. Mo once again shows how heaven never seals off all exits. By choosing a new path, they avoided the Sukin monster of the 3rd boss, directly arriving before the 3rd boss. Before them was the cursed Paulson, the elite center chieftain, level 245 with a vitality stat of 140,000 points. Notably, at this moment, other teams were still dealing with the initial minor monsters of the 3rd boss, while Mo's team had already begun directly confronting the boss. If successful, they would be the first to face Izurama's final overlord, the Queen. Mo told everyone, this boss is not very strong. It almost has no bad status effects on the team, so we can take it easier. I will quickly explain the skills, then everyone get ready. That man has a total of 3 skills. After the explanation, everyone rushed forward simultaneously following Mo's instructions. The boss led a resonant war roar, protect the Queen Chukin, eliminate all intruders. Wu Xuijin at this point was so furious he wanted to curse. Damn it, he crossed that new path so easily, as if he had conquered it before. Just then, that subordinate of his approached and whispered into his ear, Principal, rest assured, Uncle Suai and the others have already begun to act. The scene shifted to the Eternal Summit Guild right now. Uncle Suai and his companions ordered the soldiers to quickly deploy the siege weapons. After capturing Eternal City, everyone would be generously rewarded. That man standing next to a cannon said with a laugh, this works great, but it costs a lot. I heard Eternal City is incredibly rich, do not disappoint me. After speaking, he immediately gave the order to fire the cannon. Cannonball shot shot out, hitting straight into Eternal City. But Gugan and everyone were very calm watching them fly overhead. They had enough siege cannons and were very well prepared. Uncle Sui waited below, hearing no explosion for a while, and asked, "What is going on? No sound after hitting the ground. Are all of them duds?" Hearing this, Rongsheng refuted, "How could they all be duds?" Gugan, standing atop the city wall, looked down and said with a smile, "Rongsheng, this old man is still stubborn. Since you struck first, do not blame me for being impolite." He immediately ordered the world trees, which were holding the cannonballs, to counterattack. Instantly, all the cannonballs that the Chusue group fired were reflected back out. That man and Rongsheng, seeing this, were utterly stunned, unable to understand why it happened. Immediately after, all their military gear and soldiers were detonated into smithereens. Rongsheng was fortunate that Chusue timely used a magical artifact to create a protective circle, so he was safe. That man said to Rongsheng, "It is unclear what trick they are playing. Even without siege weapons, the two of us are tier 3, plus these mercenaries. Defeating them should not be a problem." Gugan, seeing from above that the two were still alive, smiled faintly. "That confident, are you?" Then he waved his hand, and the young dragons took flight simultaneously. Warriors of Eternal Summit, show these invaders what courtesy is. The two, seeing the dragons take off, were stunned in disbelief. How could a mere level 4 guild even have dragon knights? Following Gugan's command, the young dragons immediately fire simultaneously toward the two. Instantly, their people and mounts were burned to nothing. Rongsheng, standing in the protective circle, began to regret, saying to Chu Sui, "I should not have listened to you. Without siege weapons, what do we do now?" But Chu Sui calmed him down, saying, "These are just young dragons, they cannot harm a tier 3, I have an idea. Currently inside Eternal Summit City, there is only one tier 3 expert, Gugan. If the two of us join forces to break the city gate and kill him, this guild will surely fall." Rongsheng immediately agreed. Now they had to find a way to break the city gate. Just then, from within the smoke and flames, a figure gradually appeared with an angry voice. A bunch of foolish humans dared to say that flying inside the city would damage the structures, insisting I appear in human form. Truly a bunch of idiots. After saying this, King Dai also stepped outside. Chusue, seeing her step out, said contemptuously, "Is this the person they sent to deal with us? Just a little girl?" But Rongsheng quickly realized something seemed off. This person seems not to be human. The moment he finished speaking, King Dai transformed into a dragon form and roared, "You are the ones disrupting my meals and sleep, aren't you? You two ugly humans. I will make barbecue out of you." Immediately, she opened her fang-filled maw wide and roared. The two stood frozen in place, unable to believe their eyes. They could not understand why there would be a young dragon of the Dragon Clan in a place like this. The first scene showed a demon beast impaled by a blade straight through the center of its chest. This was Q Ling's group fighting the monsters. One of them joked, "We are about to face the boss. Our performance this year is definitely among the worst 3. Another replied, "Just the worst 3? Only Yumba can compete with us a bit." Then he turned to Q Ling and said, "With you here, I feel like even first place is within our reach." Hearing that, he gave a bitter smile. Securing first place was probably impossible, but if they all tried their best together, there might still be hope for second. The others asked curiously if he meant there would be a very strong person this year, and which school could threaten the top 3. Could it be the Blue Sky Academy? Q Ling calmly replied that he meant the people from the Divine Grace Academy. The other two were stunned and asked again if he meant the Divine Grace Academy, the school that always ranked last. He shrugged and said bluntly, that was correct, it was them. Barring any surprises, they would very likely be the top team today. So if they tried hard, they could possibly surpass the Cloud-Bearing Academy. Q Ling said that, but his teammates clearly did not believe him much. He did not explain further either, only ambiguously said that perhaps everyone would understand in another hour or two. The scene shifted to Kianmo's group. They had already defeated the third boss in the Isurama secret realm. Zihenhai panted and laughed, saying they had passed the third boss, and were just one step away from completion. Kianmo also smiled, but still reminded them not to be careless, as the final boss was still left. He turned back to encourage everyone to keep it up, saying that as long as nothing went wrong with this boss, they would definitely be the champions of today's secret realm challenge. Just then, the corpse of the third boss on the ground disappeared. Everyone was worried and did not know what was happening. Kianmo calmed them down, telling them not to be tense. The final boss, the elemental Queen Li Qi, was about to appear. Immediately, a mass of earth flew into the air and gathered together, quickly forming a monster named Lysis, the elite earth elemental queen of the land, with 250,000 health points. Zihenhai looked up and commented that this was Queen Lysis, uglier than he had imagined. Ling Ruoxi beside him added that her appearance was indeed ugly, but there was no doubt that her stats were the strongest in all of Isurama. Kianmo spoke up, saying that she was indeed very strong. He already had a way to deal with her. Everyone just needed to remember a 3-word tactic: run, pull, and burst. As soon as he finished speaking, the others were all dumbfounded. What kind of tactic was that? Seeing this, Kianmo stepped forward and said he would demonstrate once for them to see, and they would understand immediately after watching. The first skill of the Land Queen Lysis was called Stone Throw. Its effect was very simple, throwing a giant boulder. When the final Dust Storm Force skill was activated, he would actively attack and taunt, pulling Lysis away from her position, retreating to create space for everyone to unleash their full power. This type of area attack could be dodged or blocked with a shield, but trouble would follow immediately with the second skill. The second skill, Gaze of Hatred, caused the queen to periodically apply a wide area fear effect to all targets within a 10-meter range, the effect lasting 6 seconds. When paused by the fear effect, the third skill, Dust Storm Force, was activated, creating a terrible sandstorm spreading out 30 meters. Anyone hit would lose health and be knocked back. As soon as he finished speaking, a sand tornado flew towards the three of them, pushing them back. Ling Roxy cursed, saying she was truly a vile thing. After saying that, she quickly ran to Qianmo and asked if he was okay. Qianmo replied that he had only lost a little health, but that was enough to scare Ling Ruoxi out of her wits. Then he turned and asked the other two if they had clearly seen her skills. Then he gave further instructions. Later, every time she used her skill, he would use his fastest speed to block the first hit for everyone. They just needed to time their movements to dodge. When the final Dust Storm Force skill was activated, he would actively attack and taunt, pulling Lysis away from her position, retreating to leave space for everyone to unleash their full power. Ling Roxy heard this and worriedly asked him if that was not too dangerous. Even Zihenhai agreed, saying that this time everyone was fighting. Their strength was already tripled. Qianmo replied very seriously that whether it was dangerous or not depended entirely on if everyone could deal enough damage in time. With things at this point, Ling Roxy was still not entirely at ease. Before she could say anything more, Qianmo dismissed it, saying there were no buts. Doing it his way would take down the final boss as quickly as possible. At that time, not only would they win first place, but they would also break the record, and that was his goal. The captain had decided, so the members could only follow. He held his spear and looked ahead, saying he would go and aggro the monster, and everyone should prepare to run. Lysis had now gone berserk, holding a huge boulder ready to throw it down. She roared in fury, saying, "You outsiders, stay here and be my companions. Taste the power of the earth," Lysis said, and directly threw the boulder at Qianmo. He quickly opened an umbrella and braced himself to block it. Zihenhai, seeing this from outside, gaped in admiration, saying this was a perfect block, absolutely monstrous. His weapon-switching speed and reaction time were so terrifying, no wonder he dared to single-handedly take the stone throw skill throughout the entire fight. Ling Roxy rushed forward at that moment and reminded him not to just stand there dumbfounded and to execute the tactic. Then she also began to charge and attack her. Zihenhai was also very busy, hurriedly using his shield to block Lysis's speed attacks. Liu Xiaoyu stood behind, supporting both of them. Lysis was now very bloodthirsty, roaring in fury, saying, "You insects, perish before the power of the earth." Yet just as Lysis was about to strike down, Qianmo used his spear to slash at her body. The spectators in the stands could not understand this action. What was he trying to do? Lysis was about to use her skill, and instead of running away, he dared to taunt her. Gu Zizhen, sitting in the referee's seat, saw this and frowned. There were clearly many other options. Was it necessary to take such a risk? Di Yuanhao, sitting beside him, also could not understand, saying that guy was determined to break the record no matter what. Qianmo had now jumped high into the air, close to Lysis. He thought to himself, 5 meters, 8 meters, 10 meters, the distance was enough. Lysis now switched to a new move and screamed, "Erupt, great power of the earth." Qianmo was not afraid at all and charged straight into the tornado, thinking that for others, the Dust Storm Force, with its AoE damage of up to 6,000 points, was truly dangerous. But for him who currently had the Magic Blessing buff, its effect would be halved. At the same time, when using the War Spear form, he could also utilize the Bloodthirsty Dance passive to leech life. In other words, for him it was almost like taking no damage at all. Entire spectator stand was in an uproar over Qianmo's fighting style, bathing in the ultimate skill. "Now I really suspect this guy is using a cheat." Wu Zuijing, sitting up high, was extremely angry, saying this guy definitely had a problem. He had been observing carefully the entire way. Any damage or attribute values were just off. "Alright, just keep performing even more strongly. Let me see where the problem lies." Over here, Qianmo ran ahead of everyone and yelled everyone into position, focus all power to attack. Zihenhai was already in position and used his Holy Light Shield skill, ready to receive orders. Liu Xiaoyu was also in the correct position, continuing to support everyone. Ling Roxy then fiercely charged forward, using her Imperial Dragon Tail whip to attack. Immediately after, all 4 of them coordinated, simultaneously charging forward and unleashing their strongest moves to defeat Lysis. Lysis was now screaming in pain, "Damn it, you despicable people deserve to die." After she said that, she was also blasted into many pieces. At that moment, a notification appeared. "Congratulations on successfully clearing Isurama with a time of 3 hours 28 minutes. and 48 seconds, setting a new record. Congratulations to the Divine Grace Academy for winning the championship, receiving 5 million experience points, and a random grade skill book. Individual evaluation achieved SSS rank. Team evaluation achieved SSS rank. Total evaluation achieved SSS rank, receiving 6 million experience points and a reward of 1 Yang Star Bright. Everyone stood up, all looking at each other happily. They had done it. They were now the champions. Right after the victory announcement, the entire spectator stand seemed to explode. No one thought that the Divine Grace Academy, which ranked last every year, would win the championship, and the person who received the most attention today was Mo. The host said excitedly that before the competition, no one expected a dark horse this year. The Divine Grace Academy not only won the championship, but also left the second-place Cloud-Bearing Academy behind by over 30 minutes. Chang Yusheng saw the results and laughed, praising Ling Xiao, saying this time not only had they won the championship, but they had also broken records. He listened and could not stop smiling but humbly said this was just luck, and the Blue Sky Demon Spirit Academy was not bad this year either. He laughed and replied, that was right, they only managed 6th place, and perhaps they would need to ask the study committee for extra practice. The host continued, what was even more unbelievable was that the Divine Grace team had the lowest average level among the 20 teams, but they not only won the championship, but also broke the Isurama attack record. As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately shouted that he objected. The one who just spoke was Wu Suijing's subordinate. He loudly explained that because Mo did not follow the exam route, this counted as cheating, so the results should be invalidated. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of martial practitioners immediately agreed and responded, that was right. Mo and his group took a completely different route compared to the other candidates. How could that not be called cheating? They had dodged the third boss and thus passed so quickly. It truly was a bit unfair. Chang Yusheng said indignantly that this Wu Suijing, since he could not win, he resorted to dirty tricks. He truly had no spirit. The old man beside him added that he did not even dare to show his face, afraid people would say he was petty. Only Ling Xiao remained calm and said to let it be. Fairness would naturally be found in everyone's hearts. Gu Zizhen then turned and asked Di Yuanhao what he thought. Di Yuanhao explained that Mo was not only 30 minutes ahead, but also pioneered a new route within the Isurama secret realm. Setting the exam aside, this was a great contribution. How could this be called cheating? After receiving the reply, Gu Zizhen turned and asked Wu Suijing if he had any opinions. Wu Suijing stood up and replied, the chief referee asked me what. Our Cloud-Bearing Academy fully supports the head referee's verdict. Only then did Gu Zizhen smile and say that Principal Wu truly knew how to see the big picture. Then he stood up, spread his arms wide, and said loudly, I declare that in this Secret Realm Challenge round, Team Mo from the Divine Grace Academy has won the championship. Based on their record-breaking achievement, on behalf of the Management Association, I will award an additional special honor reward. Wu Suijing outwardly accepted the result but was still bitter inside. The Management Association had indeed sided with Mo. If he was allowed to continue growing, the status of the Cloud-Bearing Academy would surely plummet without break. The scene shifted to inside the secret realm. At this moment, a Yang treasure chest and a piece of paper had appeared on the ground. Mo had now gained 3 more levels. He was currently level 42. The others also said they had leveled up, all thanks to Mo's efforts. Zihenhai could not believe they had actually won the Secret Realm Championship. Mo then walked up to the Yang chest and happily said, next was the most exciting part, opening the chest to see what treasures were inside. As soon as it was opened, a notification appeared. Congratulations, you have drawn an SS grade skill, instant cooldown. This was a move that, after use, could instantly refresh the cooldown time of all skills. Its cooldown time was 72 hours. After reading it, Mo was extremely excited. According to theoretical calculations, this skill provided at least several dozen times the benefit, but he would not have enough mana to use that many skills. However, overall, the benefit was still at least 10 times over. Zihenhai happily said, who knew it would be an SS grade skill book? This reward truly lived up to the name of an executor level secret realm. He had gotten a Will of Steel, which could double his armor for 30 seconds and provide immunity to all. After hearing this, he looked at the remaining chest in the distance and said, the final king chest had not been opened yet. Let's see what treasures were inside. As soon as it was opened, a notification appeared. Congratulations, you have received the Eternal Red Ring. Then another notification reported all the information about the ring. Everyone who saw it wanted it. Ling Roxy pouted and said this was truly equipment tailor-made for a damage dealer mage like them. Liu Xiaoyu behind her suggested it would be better to leave it for the captain. Zihenhai immediately agreed, saying that was only natural. This time, clearing the secret realm was all thanks to the captain's efforts. Moreover, giving this ring to them would not unleash its full power. Hearing everyone say that, Mo did not stand on ceremony anymore. He then took the ring and put it on his finger, laughing to himself. His critical hit rate had now reached 33.6%. Adding the 4% from this eternal red ring, the equipment set on him could now be considered almost perfect. Just then, Liu Xiaoyu spoke up, saying the secret realm had been completed, and asked him to agree to one more condition. Qianmo immediately asked her what the condition was. Both Liu Xiaoyu and Hanhai excitedly asked him if he had established a guild on the Tianqi continent, whether they were still recruiting, and if they could join. Qianmo wondered if they still did not have a guild. Liu Xiaoyu replied that they were members of the school guild, but she thought there might still be a way. If not, they would ask Principal Ling, and if that did not work, they would withdraw from the school guild. Qianmo did not refuse, but still said hesitantly that if they could manage it, he naturally had no objection. In his heart, he was afraid, hoping Principal Ling would not skin him alive if he found out. The scene shifted to the office of Yumba Academy. The subordinate reported to Wu Suijing that the fourth uncle's side had lost contact and had sent people into the Tianqi continent. The old man asked if there would be any unexpected problems. The man confidently said they had spent a large sum to purchase siege weapons, making it far too easy to deal with a rookie guild. After hearing this, Wu Suijing waved his hand and said that was good. Report any news immediately, and you may leave now. As soon as the man stepped outside, he saw someone waiting at the door. Seeing this, the old man called the person in. Liang Suikin Yun entered, bowed to Wu Suijing, and said this time it was his negligence. He had not expected Qianmo to be so reckless. The old man did not blame him and said not to blame yourself. Who would have thought Qianmo would be so bold? Then Wu Suijing smiled and asked how his recruitment for the qualifier team was going. Liang Suikin Yun took out a document and handed it to him, saying he had come for this matter. After screening, he had discovered a new student was an assassin. If he joined, the qualifier results would be much better. Wu Suijing looked at the document. It was precisely the information on Li Minghao. After looking for a moment, he said reaching level 40 at age 21 was not bad talent, but the level was a bit low. Liang Xueqin Yin argued with the principal that level was not the only standard. The old man angrily retorted that was his mistake. For Tianqi, level and resources were the criteria for evaluating everything. They rely only on tricks and luck. In the next qualifier, we will crush them with real strength. The scene shifted to a display panel showing Qianmo's current stats. After reading, he thought to himself that Izrama's combat power had exploded to 106,664 points, an increase of nearly 35,000 points. His current strength could now match top 3rd transition experts. Qianmo then encouraged everyone to try harder in the next qualifier. The competition continued again. This time it was the second qualifier, the individual qualifier. The host announced that the qualifier had a total of 64 participants, divided into 2 factions, red and blue, with 32 people in each area. After knockout rounds, 1 person remained from each side. These 2 would meet in the finals to compete for the championship. Now the system would randomly assign numbers to everyone. The system panel ran quickly, assigning numbers randomly to each person. Qianmo said to Ling Rixi that the blue area meant that before the finals, his opponents were all from the blue area. Ling Rixi happily said, "Great, I am in the red area. In the first round, we do not have to fight internally." Liang Suikin Yun, sitting next to Wu Suijing, saw the draw results and raised his eyebrows. It seemed he would not meet Qianmo soon. What a pity. The old man reassured him to let him wait a few more rounds. Who knew he might not even make it to the finals? Ruan Shen was terrified, his face turning pale as he shouted, "Oh my god, I am really unlucky. Falling into an odd number means I might meet that freak." Chang Yuan said to him, asking if he knew Qianmo. Ruan Shen replied, sweating, that he did not just know him. He had even sold his body to him. After the area division, the host said everyone had been assigned their areas, and the system would proceed to match opponents. "I declare the second qualifier officially begins." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire audience buzzed with excitement. What they were most curious about now was who would be paired with Qianmo. The result was clear. Qianmo would fight Zhao Yusheng from Fengyu Academy. The audience saw that her secret realm challenge ranking was 11th, and she was 4 levels higher than Qianmo. Yusheng was a street brawler. She stepped onto the stage, speaking timidly to Qianmo that it was a pleasure to meet her classmate. "Let us agree beforehand. Civilized competition. Friendship first, competition second." He listened and smiled, replying that she should not worry. He was not really the rude type. Suddenly, a powerful move erupted from Yusheng's position with a loud bang, startling Qianmo. Before him was now a thick cloud of dust and smoke. Zhao Yusheng had now transformed into a muscular, tall girl with a fierce face, smiling as she said to Qianmo, "Classmate, let us compete with all our might." As soon as Zhao Yusheng transformed, everyone was shocked. Who would have thought such a lowly actually had a form like this? Someone said loudly that this was the special combat mode of a street brawler. Zhao Yusheng was serious. Seeing this, Qianmo's face went blank with helplessness. Just what the hell was that? Just then Zhao Yusheng charged quickly and roared at him. What are you spacing out for? Carelessness in battle will get you hurt. Saying that, she swung a flurry of punches towards Qian Mo, but he quickly dodged them all. Yusheng intended to swing a decisive punch to knock Qian Mo down. She taunted him that the Secret Realm champion only knew how to run. Before the punch could touch him, Qian Mo stopped it with one hand. You want to see the strength of the Secret Realm champion? Then I will not hold back anymore. Having said that, Qian Mo grabbed Sister Yusheng's arm tightly and pulled hard, causing her body to be flung along. Immediately after, he slammed Yusheng's body hard onto the ground. Not stopping there, Qian Mo continued to prepare for another strike. He even had the decency to remind Yusheng to be careful, because he was going to hit her. As soon as he finished, countless punches landed straight on her without any mercy. Qian Mo's arm swung up once more, appearing to be the final strongest blow. A thunderous punch struck down, causing the competition stage to sink in one spot. Zhao Yusheng's face was now swollen like a pig's head, but she still managed to say, "Did you not say you would not be rough with girls?" Qian Mo, twisting his aching wrist, replied, "Sorry, that does not include your kind." The referee quickly announced the result. Chengdu Academy versus Fengyu Academy. Qian Mo of Chengdu Academy wins. The match happened so fast that a few people who had just gone to the bathroom found it already over when they returned. They had not even had time to set out their snacks. Looking over at Malin's match, it was also quite interesting. On this side, a female warrior was being grabbed tightly by the mage's magic hands, unable to move. She gritted her teeth in anger and said, "Damn it, if you have the guts, fight me head on. Always playing dirty, is that a skill?" Ruan Shen heard this and chuckled, saying, "Little sister, it is not that you are not good enough. It is just that I am too strong. Give up quickly." The girl was furious to the peak, screaming, "Shameless scoundrel, I will kill you." Saying that, she struggled to break free from Ruan Shen's restraint. As soon as she broke free, she immediately grabbed her sword and charged, but he still arrogantly said, "You did not listen and surrender. Why are you so stubborn?" However, when she charged to attack, the girl's sword could only cut through empty air. Ruan Shen's voice sounded right behind her. "Alright then, let me send you off." Then he unleashed his magic. Immediately after, a powerful shot from a large maelstrom sent the girl lurching forward, letting out a painful scream. Ruan Shen looked proudly at the girl, who had been knocked down, lying motionless on the ground. "I told you, you are no match for me." The referee announced the result. Mailing Academy versus Xuanwu Academy. Ruan Shen of Mailing Academy wins. Ruan Shen greeted the audience around the arena and enjoyed the crowd's cheers. The audience was quite surprised by his strength. He is strong, a mage dominating a swordsman. I like his fighting style, it is really cool and skilled. After watching Ruan Shen's match, Ling Xiao turned to Chang Yusheng and said, "That guy Ruan Shen is a student from your Mailing Academy, right? He looks pretty good." The man humbly replied, "Do not mention it. This guy is not serious at all. To be honest, I just found out he joined Qian Mo's guild." Lao Pai beside him laughed and said, "So he knows Huang Tian too, that is great." Chang Yusheng smiled awkwardly and said to Ling Xiao that it was indeed the case, but that kid is in trouble. He is in the same competition area as Qian Mo, and they might have to face each other later. The old man listened and smiled reassuringly. "No need to be so pessimistic. The outcome is still unknown." Chang Shengming said to him again, "Principal Ling, do not comfort me anymore. I just hope he does not lose too badly." At this moment, from another arena, the referee's announcement rang out, Lantian Academy versus Jijia Academy. Huang Tian of Lantian Academy wins. On another side, Q Ling had just won against someone from Yunlin Academy. A moment later, Ling Rixi of Chengdu Academy won and advanced to the next round. After an intense round of qualifiers, the arena finally reached the most anticipated part. The host announced excitedly that after several days of competition, the top 8 of the tournament had officially emerged. They were Liang Sukin Yin and Jandu of Yunba Academy, Qian Mo and Ling Rixi of Chengdu Academy, Q Ling and Tai Yansheng of Yunlin Academy, Huang Tian of Lantian Academy, and Ruan Shen of Mailing Academy. After a short break, the matches for the top 4 spots would officially begin. The audience was now also buzzing over the results. They remarked that Yunba and Yunlin had been in the top 3 in previous seasons, so having 2 people reach the top 8 was not surprising. But Chengdu having 2 people reach it was unexpected. It seemed Chengdu was truly rising this year, and with this result, they were sure to be in the top 3. The scene shifted to the waiting room for those who advanced to the next round. Qian Mo's entire group was gathered in the room. Everyone was happy because, as expected, they had all made it into the top 8, which was worth celebrating. Just then, Ruan Shen knelt down, hugged Qian Mo's leg and whined, saying, "Guildmaster, please negotiate a bit. Let me win later, okay?" He listened and said in a deep voice, "Kid, try to survive until you fight me first, then talk." Ruan Shen immediately stood up and said, "Saying that makes me unhappy. I know I cannot beat you, but I am still confident in beating the others." Qian Mo explained to him that entering the top 8 meant internal fights were unavoidable. "What is the current situation?" Huang Tian spoke up to report the current situation. "I, along with Q Ling, Ling Rixi, and Liang Sukin Yun, are in the same competition area. Lao Mo, Ruan Shen, along with Tai Yansheng of Yunlin and Jandu of Yunba, are in the same competition area. Among the three of us, two will have to fight each other internally, and the other will face Liang Sukinyun. Qiu Ling asked again if that meant one of them would have to stop at the top 8. Qian Mo quickly reassured them that this was just a competition. Everyone just do their best. A moment later, Qiu Ling turned to Qian Mo and said, "On your side, there are also Tai Yanqing and Jandu." After hearing him speak, Qian Mo stood up seriously and replied that whether it was internal fighting or facing others, he hoped everyone would try their best, fight to the end, to have no regrets. Ruan Shen shivered and stammered, saying, "Guild Master, it sounds like you are warning me." Qiu Ling ignored him and continued speaking with a worried tone. "Among these people, everyone must pay special attention to Liang Shuqin. This person is an assassin from Yunba. His target is probably the guild leader. I have watched a few of his matches. He fights very cruelly. Those who fight him often die or are severely injured. Many opponents even surrender before fighting. His preliminary round score is even higher than the guild leader." Huang Tian said confidently, "Let me face him in the next match. I will crush his arrogant attitude. I am really looking forward to competing with old Mo for the championship." Qian Mo warned him not to underestimate the enemy. Ling Roxy stood up, and everyone gathered around. She said softly, "From now on, everyone should do your best. Fight with all your might." A moment later on the large arena, 8 people stood in a neat row. The host's voice rang out, "Dear audience, the most anticipated top 8 competition has officially begun. The system will randomly pair the fighters. The results show Qian Mo vs Ruan Shen, Wang Tian vs Liang Suqin, Ling Rixi vs Qiu Ling, and Jandu vs Tai Yansheng." Ruan Shen collapsed the moment he saw the result, lamenting that the heavens would not let him into top 4. Huang Tian sneered and said, "Liang Suqin, let me see how strong Yunbei is." Qiu Ling said to Ling Rixi, "Even though we are from the same guild, I will not go easy." She replied, "Rest assured, I will also give it my all." Liang Suqin heard this and immediately shed tears, thinking it seemed he would be meeting Qian Mo in the championship match. He looked at Ruan Shen's pale and terrified face and laughed, only able to say, "You are truly unlucky." The first match was between Qian Mo and Ruan Shen. He stood on the arena and said to Qian Mo that before fighting, we must agree on 3 conditions. Qian Mo agreed to listen. Ruan Shen said slowly, "First, hit people but not the face. You must not hit my handsome face. Otherwise, you will have to support me for life. Second, if I admit defeat, you must stop immediately. No personal revenge." Ruan Shen hesitated and did not continue with the third condition. Qian Mo lost patience and urged, "What is the third? Stop being long-winded and say it quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, Ruan Shen lunged forward to attack, saying the third is, "Please go easy on me so I can win the championship for satisfaction." It turned out he was using a slow-motion spell, reducing the target's movement speed by 40% for 12 seconds. Qian Mo gritted his teeth in anger. This brat is playing dirty again. The host's voice rang out, saying this Ruan Shen is truly despicable, even using a sneak attack. It seems those two know each other, but Qian Mo was too careless, got hit by the slow-motion spell, and is about to be in big trouble. Ruan Shen laughed sinisterly, used magic, and told Qian Mo that the battlefield does not mind cunning schemes. "You said fight with all your might and have no regrets, so do not blame me for being ruthless. Be careful, guild leader," he said, then shot magic toward him. Instantly, the spot where Qian Mo stood exploded, but he quickly used his familiar umbrella to block the entire attack, smiling and saying, "Your methods are vicious enough. Your schemes are not bad either. Too bad your strength is lacking and your mind is not sharp enough. Did you forget my passive purification power?" Ruan Shen was quite annoyed. "Damn it, why did I forget about this?" Qian Mo laughed and said, "Is there anything else? Show me something impressive." Ruan Shen pulled himself together, raised his staff. "I still have many tricks. Let me show you to your heart's content for once." Wuxu Jing saw Ruan Shen's technique and folded his arms, thinking, "This skill looks like purification power, but I did not see him raise his hand to cast anything. This brat's secrets are indeed many. I need to look carefully again." At another arena, Liang Shuqin faced Huang Tian, saying he had watched all the matches. "Among the 8 who entered the quarterfinals, only you and Qian Mo interest me. I am truly lucky to meet you in the very first match." Huang Tian sneered in reply, "You are indeed lucky. Fighting me still gives you a chance, but meeting old Mo leaves no opening." Shu Qin asked again, "So you know Qian Mo? That makes sense. You are all from..." Shu Qin said, "That is good then. If I beat you badly, it will definitely anger him." Huang Tian angrily retorted, "What are you talking about? Do you think you can definitely beat me?" Liang Suqin did not reply, only said in short, "I just hope you can give me a really satisfying fight." He used Bloody Blitz to charge at Huang Tian and slash down, sending him flying a distance. Huang Tian stood up laughing. "Is that all you have? Looks like it is not enough. Next, look at my move." He roared with immense power. Liang Shu-kin was startled and stepped back a few paces, shocked, saying rage burst. He is clearly a sword saint, so why does he have the skills of a sword berserker? Could it be you have activated the ancient altar? The audience was also very curious because Huang Tian even possessed sword saint skills. Di Yuan Hao said in astonishment, it makes sense for Qian Mo as a free practitioner to learn all kinds of ultimate techniques. But how did Huang Tian surpass the class change limit? Gu Zizhen sitting next to him laughed and said this Huang Tian surely has a close relationship with Qian Mo. Hearing him, he added, they are not only both from the Tri-School Alliance, but are also very close. He is Qian Mo's right-hand man and second command strategist in the Guild Eternal Summit Peak. Zizhen murmured with a laugh, interesting, everyone related to Qian Mo is very noteworthy. Huang Tian was now using Sword Berserker and spoke to Shu-kin in a low voice. Sorry old Mo, I really cannot hold back anymore. When it is time to strike, do not hold back. I have been holding back until I got internal injuries. Immediately he commanded the sword to fly straight toward Liang Shu-kin. He quickly jumped aside but was still cut by the blade. Huang Tian did not stop. He continued using Waning Moon's sword dance to control the sword, turning it back to stab Liang Shu-kin again. He had no way out and had to use a round cloak with poor wind defense to protect himself. Right after putting on the cloak, countless blades from Huang Tian shot straight at him from all directions. Liang Shu-kin gritted his teeth and held out inside the cocoon, thinking, damn it, I underestimated Huang Tian. But Huang Tian was not doing well either. His entire body was shaking violently. The match attracted the attention of many spectators who were all cheering. Chang Yusheng sat on his chair and said happily, looking at this situation, Huang Tian might be about to defeat Liang Shu-kin. But Old Fei next to him disagreed, saying not necessarily. I see the situation is not optimistic. This brat has used all his strength. Indeed, Liang Shu-kin was very formidable. He clearly understood his role as a blood mage, willing to abandon pride and play a turtle style to endure. Once Huang Tian's energy runs out without breaking the defense, it will be very dangerous. At this moment, Huang Tian stood up straight, gathered all his strength, and lifted the giant sword. Eat my final sword, he said, then launched it straight at Liang Shu-kin. The spot where he stood exploded. Huang Tian sat down heavily panting and asked, was it successful? But Liang Shu-kin stood up from the smoke and fire, smiling and saying it is finally over, your energy must be completely exhausted. Next is my turn to strike, he laughed with extreme malice. He shot forward like a flash, while Huang Tian could only tremble and retreat backward. The scene shifted to Qian Mo and Ruan Shen's arena. Ruan Shen was cornered, fearfully shouting, do not come near, let me finish casting this skill first. Qian Mo stopped immediately, replying, fine, I will give you one chance to see what other tricks you have. Ruan Shen stood opposite Qian Mo and said, no, even if I lose I must at least stand firm. He raised his staff high, creating a whirlwind in the sky. Qian Mo asked curiously, what move is this? How can it change the heavens and earth so much? Will it affect us? As soon as he finished speaking, several huge meteors shot out from the whirlwind, shocking everyone. This guy actually summoned falling meteors. He launched all of them at Qian Mo and said, taste the power of hellfire. Qian Mo quickly ran to dodge the meteors, commenting this strike is quite something. But it is not enough, he said, then appeared right in front of Ruan Shen. Ruan Shen screamed in fear, Guild leader, are you even human? You survived this too. A non-tanker class has 7,500 health. Just before Qian Mo could strike, Ruan Shen paled in fear and shouted surrender. The referee immediately announced, Ma Lin Academy vs Shenyu Academy, Qian Mo wins, officially entering the top 4. Wu Xujing saw the result and secretly smiled. This brat's attribute values are suspicious. Not only is his attack high but his health is also high. He has many free attribute points to allocate. Let me see how I deal with you in the next round. Chang Yusheng said to Ling Xiao, indeed Ruan Shen is no match for Qian Mo, but reaching the top 8 is not disgraceful. What about Huang Tian over there? He replied with a grim face, the situation is not good. That strike just now could not defeat Liang Shu-kin, now Huang Tian has no chance to counterattack. He used magic to choke and lift Huang Tian high, mockingly saying you were very powerful just now. Let me see what other tricks you have. Huang Tian was being choked tightly, only able to grit his teeth and curse. The entire stands were in an uproar. Many people thought Huang Tian could beat Liang Shu-kin. Wu Xujing secretly smiled, good job, those schools daring to oppose me. This will be their punishment. At this moment Old Fei suddenly stood up and shouted loudly, our Lantian Academy admits defeat. Quickly tell Liang Shu-kin to stop. The referee immediately called out, Lantian Academy vs Yunba Academy, Liang Shu-kin wins, advancing to the top 4, then ordered him to end the match. Liang Shu-kin immediately let go. Huang Tian fell heavily to the ground and he arrogantly walked away. Liang Shu-kin went crazy, laughing excitedly. Reaching this level must have angered Qian Mo. Huang Tian was taken for treatment. Someone nearby said his condition at that time had been defeated. Before that, Liangshu Qin had been heavily injured and intended to retaliate, acting this way out of revenge. But it was nothing to worry about, just rest. Qian Mo said in a low voice, so that man deliberately injured Huang Tian. Q Ling agreed, moreover he spoke arrogantly, saying he wanted to show you. Look, isn't this how I greeted Wang Ping'an? After that, Qian Mo turned to ask the other two how their matches went. Q Ling sighed and said, I tried my best, but did not expect little sister Ling Ruoxi had a perfect way to counter me. She smiled and said it was all what Qian Mo taught me, so consider it cheating. Ruan Shen heard this and grimaced. The next opponent for Ling Rixi is Liangshu Qin, right? His goal is to anger the guild leader. Do not say he will strike ruthlessly. But she snapped, I am not afraid of him. Q Ling continued, Old Tai lost to Gai Yu from Yunba Academy, meaning the guild leader's opponent is from Yunba. Ruan Shen laughed and said, that is interesting. The top 4 competition is Shen Yu versus Yunba. Isn't that settling old and new scores? Qian Mo grimly looked at Huang Tian on the bed and said, repay grievances with grievances, repay debts with debts. The next day at the arena of the He country, the host began, stating that after the inter-school conference, they had finally awaited the top 4 strongest contestants for the championship. Although it was not yet the finals, among the top 4 of Huangtian, only 2 academies remain, Yunba and Shen Yu, an unprecedented miracle in previous tournaments. Next, Chimdu of Yunba would fight Qian Mo of Shen Yu, while Ningqi of Shen Yu would face Liangshu Qin Yun of Yunba. Competition among the 4 strongest officially began. Chimdu stared at Qian Mo for a moment and spoke, saying he seemed a bit distracted. He heard that the person Liangshu Qin Yun was fighting was his girlfriend. Was he worried? Then he started rambling, saying that the man was indeed very strong. At his school, he had fought him no fewer than 20 times and lost every time. Before going on stage, the man told him to surrender, promising to end it quickly so as not to delay the finals between the 2 of them. But he would not let that bastard have his way. He wanted to defeat him first, then beat that man in the finals, and become the champion. With that, Chimdu immediately fired a series of bullets at Qian Mo. He quickly weaved and dodged them all to get close to him. Then Qian Mo took out a dagger in front of Chimdu and said, sorry, but he was not interested in hearing his victory speech. He just wanted to end this quickly and decisively. With that, he swept the dagger past Chimdu's body. He frowned and gritted his teeth, thinking that this man's speed was way too fast. Immediately after, countless strikes from Qian Mo rained down on Chimdu's body. As he blocked the attacks, he looked at Qian Mo and smiled, saying he was indeed just like Liangshu Qin Yun, exuding that annoying, arrogant, and self-satisfied aura everywhere. This move was originally prepared for him, but he would let him taste it first. How dare he look down on him? He would make those bastards pay. Instantly, the entire audience stirred. Would releasing this skill shatter the arena's defensive barrier? Some even felt like they were about to be roasted. With such a range, dodging on the stage was nearly impossible. Qian Mo was done for. The host exclaimed in shock, saying this was a skill from a second-tier berserker. He never expected it to be this exaggerated. It seemed impossible to face head-on. How would Qian Mo respond? Yet, he was very calm and said, planning to use his ultimate technique? Fine, bring it on. The moment he said that, the entire audience thought Qian Mo was insane. With so many options, he actually chose a head-on confrontation? Chimdu, who had just finished executing the move, launched it at Qian Mo, telling him to pay for his arrogance. The attack slammed into the protective barrier of the arena. Everyone saw the barrier stretch to its limit and frantically sought an escape route. Yuan Hao, sitting in the referee's seat, also leaped away from the table, exclaiming that the contestants this time were incredibly skilled. At that moment, the protective barrier could no longer hold and shattered, but Di Yuan Hao arrived in time to prevent the attack from flying out and injuring others. On the arena, only Chimdu's ghostly voice and thick dust clouds remained, saying now look down on him. However, it seemed he had reached his limit. Before he could finish his sentence, he coughed violently and fell to his knees. Just then, Qian Mo walked calmly out of the smoke and said, your final ultimate was only this much. Chimdu was utterly shocked when he saw this. He yelled out with difficulty, how was it possible? Just relying on that broken umbrella. But before he could finish, he saw Qian Mo turn and leave, so he called him back because the fight was not over. Qian Mo turned back with a dark face and said, you used an attack that does not belong to the current stage. Your body probably cannot handle it. There was no need to war time with you. Chimdu tried to shout again, saying no, he could still fight, but just as Qian Mo had said, after a few words, he vomited a mouthful of blood. Then he collapsed to the ground unmoving. At this point, the match referee announced that Chimdu had lost the ability to fight and Qian Mo had successfully advanced to the finals. After seeing the result, everyone was terrified. This match truly killed both body and spirit. Qian Mo had defeated Chimdu so completely he could not resist. Everyone was curious about his true strength. As Qian Mo was walking inside, he stumbled, and a notification appeared before him. It was an emergency notice from Gugan. Was it again the Yunba Academy? Did Wu Xujing want to fight him to the end? Qian Mo immediately walked over to where the principals were sitting, ignored Chang Yu Sheng's congratulations, and directly asked Ling Xiaobao about Ling Rixi's situation. He frowned and replied that, in this situation, Ling Rixi could not defeat Liang Shu Qinyun. Man was currently floating in the air, looking down at Ling Roxy, who was kneeling on one knee and sneered. She was indeed tenacious. But for someone at her level to make it into the top 4, it seemed her boyfriend had put in a lot of effort. However, he advised her to surrender early and not delay the finals between him and him. As soon as he finished speaking, Qianmo's face darkened further, his gaze now icy cold. But at this moment she had managed to stand up a bit, raised her scepter, and said, "Carelessness would lead to loss." Liang Shu Qinyun was somewhat surprised to see that she still had not given up. A fight to the death. Let him see what she was made of. With that, Ling Rixi immediately gripped her scepter and charged straight at him. Liang Shu Qinyun blocked the attack and laughed maniacally, saying it was quite good. He did not expect such high damage. But she did not stop and continued her relentless assault, and Liang Shu Qinyun could feel the damage growing stronger and stronger. The spectators witnessing this scene were all astonished. Ling Roxy was still stacking illusion runes. Once the runes overwhelmed her, the damage would become even higher, no less than the light bombardment from before. What would Liang Shu Qinyun do? She charged again, raising her spear and shouting loudly, "Such big talk. If he had the guts, he should not retreat from this move." Liang Shu Qinyun looked at the technique Ling Rixi was preparing, full of confusion. What kind of technique was this? After the ultimate was unleashed, everything on the arena exploded. Ling Roxy panted heavily, struggling to stay upright, and looked at the person in front of her, saying, "You are still the same. Just dodge." Liang Shu Qinyun's face darkened as he heard the mocking voices of the crowd in his ears. This guy finally retreated. He was no match for Qianmo. He could bathe in the ultimate, but this useless piece only knew how to retreat again and again. When fighting Huang Tian, he was like a turtle, too scared to show his head. Wu Xujing, sitting up high, saw this and gritted his teeth in anger. Damned useless piece. Why was he so afraid of death? Even Ling Xiao's own niece, when had she become so terrifying? Just then, Ling Roxy spoke to Liang Shu Qinyun, saying he was indeed very powerful, and she was no match for him. But she was sure that he was no match for Qianmo, because with the same move he did not need to retreat. He could not beat him, so she wanted to surrender. But at that moment he suddenly unleashed an attack on her, catching Ling Rixi off guard, and she was hit. This was the blood pool flower. It planted a seed on the enemy. After 10 seconds the flower would bloom, dealing 100 damage per second and amplifying pain by 3 times. Liang Shu Qinyun, now like a madman, laughed while torturing her, saying that earlier he told her to surrender, but she refused. Now she wanted to surrender. He would not let her have her way. Ling Xiao saw this and could not stand it. He slammed the table and stood up, shouting that this was a skill specifically used for torture. Liang Shu Qinyun stopped this immediately. Suddenly he was kicked flying backward by someone rushing in. Qianmo caught the fainting Ling Rixi in his arms, while Liang Shu Qinyun quickly stood up and arrogantly said, "Can't take it anymore." He was not done playing yet. He ignored him and focused on pouring a dose of medicine into Ling Rixi's mouth. After finishing, Qianmo glared at Liang Shu Qinyun and gritted his teeth, saying, "Liang Shu Qinyun, you wanted to anger me, right? Congratulations, you succeeded." Within the next 3 moves, he would definitely kill him. As soon as he finished, the entire audience erupted. Everyone was stunned in disbelief. Did he hear that right? Did Qianmo just say he would kill Liang Shu Qinyun in 3 moves? This was not the Tianqi continent. Killing someone came with legal consequences. At that moment, Wu Xujing also slammed the table and stood up in anger, saying he objected. The finals had not even started and Qianmo had already rushed onto the stage. Moreover, what did he mean by saying he would kill him? Right here, he demanded that his competition qualification be revoked. Hearing this, Ling Xiao only coldly turned and replied that they had already lost this match. But it was obvious that Liang Shu Qinyun of Yunba Academy intended to take his niece's life, and Qianmo was just too anxious to save her. At this point, Gu Zizhen finally spoke up, saying the semi-final had reached its conclusion. Although Qianmo entering the stage at this moment was a bit hasty, it was also a perfectly reasonable and understandable action. As for the matter of killing or not killing, young people had hot blood and could be a bit impulsive. It was hard to avoid. Principal Wu did not need to mind. Hearing this, the old man was furious but could do nothing, thinking to himself that this was infuriating. It seemed Gu Zizhen was determined to protect Qianmo. Then Gu Zizhen continued, saying that since they were both already on stage, he declared that the finals between Qianmo and Liang Shu Qinyun would officially begin now. That man on the stage was still taunting, saying he had long heard that he was arrogant, but he did not expect him to be this arrogant. Killing someone on the arena, he had quite a bit of experience in that. Normally people killed first and then claimed they could not control their strength, but stating it outright like this was clearly premeditated murder. Qianmo's dark expression was his only response. He said in a low voice, "Were all the people from Yunba this long-winded and useless?" Immediately after, countless skeletal monsters appeared behind Qianmo. He was using the Soul Emperor of Heaven. Liang Shu Qinyun was stunned in disbelief when he saw saw this? Was he not a free cultivator? How did he know the ultimate skill of the undead magic sect? But before he could do anything, the skeletal monsters rushed forward, grabbed him tightly, and would not let go. The people in the audience who saw this scene also found it extremely terrifying. Wu Xujing, after seeing this technique, cried out in shock. Was this not the bone spirit sacrifice, a skill of the undead magic sect? No, Liangshu Qinyun was no match for him. He quickly shouted that they surrendered and told Qian Mo to stop. But Gu Zizhen was not in such a hurry. He frowned and stared ahead, saying this must be a skill triggered from an ancient sacrificial altar. So this was his greatest trump card. Wait, let him look a bit more closely. De Yuan Hao, sitting beside him, also agreed, saying exactly. Sky Soul Sacrifice was the ultimate move of the necromancer, using solid soul chains to tightly bind the target and prevent them from moving, while the Scythe of the Death God continuously attacked for 4 seconds. Liangshu Qinyun still could not believe it to the end. He screamed in despair that this was absolutely impossible. Qianmo's voice seemed to carry a ghostly aura as it entered Liangshu Qinyun's ears very clearly. I heard you like to torture others, so let me give it a try too. Qianmo, today I will fight you to the death. But he did not care about what he said. The third move used his own ultimate move, Blood Scythe, to finish him off. Chu Qin consumed 80% of his current blood to form a spear. Each time he was hit, not only did they suffer from air damage, but also took massive damage, while healing the exact same amount for the Blood Mage. Chu Qin was now anxious to the point of madness. He told the referee to quickly order the match to stop. But Gu Zizhen still did not care. He watched attentively and thought to himself that it must not stop. This guy still had surprises. He possessed more than just one ancient altar. The match could not be stopped. Qianmo leaped high into the air and told Liangshu Qinyun, go feel the endless pain. At this moment, he was not restrained by the pile of bones but by countless rings of chains coiling around his body. Liangshu Qinyun could no longer bear it, screaming in pain that I was wrong, please don't. Qianmo still decided to raise his hand and snap his fingers. Immediately after, many small chain fragments and bright red flower petals fell onto his head. Liangshu Qinyun completely disappeared without a trace, seemingly dead at Qianmo's hands. Wu Qin saw this from afar and screamed that Qianmo dared to kill someone. You're finished. But he was not afraid at all, even provoking the old man that killing was the same as killing. What could you do to me? Wu Qin's veins bulged. He said loudly to the referee, Commissioner Gu, this man openly violated our country's ban. He must be dealt with severely. I, Wu Qin, on behalf of Yunba Academy, propose execution as a warning to others. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Xiao stood up and said firmly, his entire body radiating a pressuring aura, whoever dares to touch a single hair on Qianmo's head, this old man will surely kill that person. Wu Qin sneered in reply, very good, Ling Xiao, are you sheltering a murderer in front of everyone? The old man was startled, thinking why Ling Xiao was emitting such an aura when he was already injured. Hearing this, he snorted and said, your meaning is that the one just now who had no power to resist was the genius of Yunba Star? Then that's all he was. Dead is dead, but if you want to settle scores, then I will settle with you. Just now someone from your academy deliberately violated the rules and tortured my granddaughter. How do we account for that? That moment, Gu Zizhen stood up from the referee's seat and demanded to cut the live broadcast immediately. The match ends here. The principals of the schools should stay with Qianmo. The rest can leave. Wu Qin's gaze was gloomy as he looked at Gu Zizhen and asked, Commissioner Gu, are you shielding Qianmo? Unexpectedly, the old man said very clearly to him in a challenging tone, Principal Wu, if you disagree with my decision, you can appeal to the Xia Kingdom Administrative Court or try to make a move against this old man. Wu Qin was at a disadvantage, stammering that this is fine. Let's talk about Liangshu Qinyun's matter later. I have other information to report. Then he began to speak. According to my observation, Qianmo not only killed someone in front of everyone causing a bad influence, but his body also hides an astonishing secret. I suggest the association. Zizhen heard him say this and pretended to be surprised, asking further, is that so, Principal Wu? Why don't you explain clearly? Wu Qin glanced at Qianmo standing there, slowly saying, first of all, Qianmo's attribute points definitely have a problem. According to my observation, he has at least 30% more attribute points than people of the same level. Secondly, he has at least discovered 2 or 3 completely new ancient altars. The other principals were extremely shocked upon hearing this. The ancient altar was a crucial weapon that could change the fate of a profession. With just one more altar, the entire combat strength of the Xia Kingdom would skyrocket. Someone who was not entirely convinced said, did he really discover 3 altars? How is that possible? Wu Qin continued his argument. Huang Tian of the Blue Sky Academy has a close relationship with him. He even used a skill not from the second turn earlier. Plus Qianmo has used the necromancer's ultimate move twice. After he finished speaking, someone added that Principal Wu makes a lot of sense. But in reality, Gu Zizhen was cursing the old man in his heart. This Wu Qin, I tried my best to reduce the impact, and yet he exposed everything. At that moment, Qianmo finally spoke to Wu Qin. I'm sorry, but you have underestimated me too much. Actually, the number of ancient altars I possess is 5. Those present, especially Gu Zizhen and Wu Xiuqin, were all shocked and could not believe it. Is this true? The ancient altar is a supreme sacred ground, allowing an awakened to break through professional boundaries and master various skills. A high-level ancient altar can produce hundreds of awakened who surpass professional limits. This is almost the combat reserve force of an infinite-level country. It must be known throughout the Xia Kingdom. The number of ancient altars discovered is only 19, which turned the Xia Kingdom into a major nation of the awakened. Gu Zizhen was still in shock and asked again, 5 sites. Do you have the locations of 5 altars in your hands? Qianmo said without hesitation, that is correct, exactly so. Wu Xiuqin naturally could not believe it yet, saying, you can eat whatever you want, but you cannot speak recklessly. Do you know the meaning of the words you just said? However, he immediately retorted, the matter of me holding the altar locations was brought up by Principal Wu himself. Why do you not believe me now? Indeed, Wu Xiuqin was at a loss for words. He thought to himself, how could he possibly have as many as 5 ancient altars? If it were 3, there could still be charges of concealing them without reporting. But if it were 5, the nature was no longer the same. I'm afraid the Xia Kingdom government would have to win him over. Then Wu Xiuqin raised his head and said clearly, even with 5 altars, you a level 42 awakened, where do you get so many free attribute points? If you have such methods, why not openly cooperate with the Xia Kingdom scientists to find a way to benefit the people? As soon as he finished speaking, many people agreed. If you truly have such ability, you should actively report to the Management Association. Ling Xiao could no longer stand by and watch. He shouted at Wu Xiuqin, shameless and unparalleled genius, what is your intention exactly? Yet the man still replied fervently, Ling Xiao, is your God Travel Academy's insight so limited? If the experiment succeeds, the Xia Kingdom will not just produce one genius like Qianmo, but countless ones. As a citizen of the Xia Kingdom, an appropriate sacrifice must be made. If a student of my Yunba Academy had such a secret, I Wu Xiuqin would be the first to take him to the laboratory. Just as he was speaking, Qianmo stepped forward to interrupt him. I'm sorry, but perhaps you are overthinking. My main attributes are indeed a bit higher than the average person, but this comes from my talent, not anything else. Wu Xiuqin heard him say this and asked sharply, if I remember correctly, your talent was rated as E rank. Can you explain to me what kind of E rank talent can increase attribute points so much? Qianmo very calmly answered him, although I do not know why the system identified my talent as E rank, its specific effect allows me to convert experience points into bonus attribute points every time I level up. If you do not believe me, you can check for yourselves. Meanwhile, he thought to himself that stubbornly fixating on the talent issue, the secret of the soul binder, was something they could not uncover no matter how they investigated. Gu Zizhen finally spoke up, remembering something. Speaking of this, the top Xia Kingdom scientist Liu Yanxing also came with me this time. Why don't we go talk to him? Wu Xiuqin heard this and happily replied, is that academician Liu Yanxing from the National Academy of Sciences? He is here too. That is wonderful. But Ling Xiao was somewhat worried and told Gu Zizhen, head referee, I think this matter has nothing to do with the match. The old man laughed and replied, Principal Ling, do not be so quick to stop him. Why not ask Qianmo's opinion first? He had nothing to refuse, so he replied that he would follow the leader's arrangements. After that, they all walked inside. Gu Zizhen walked and laughed, saying to Qianmo, alright, to be honest, I am also curious about your attributes and combat power, so let's go over there and see. The scene shifted to the laboratory in the Xia Kingdom. The top scientist Liu Yanxing was looking at the data the machine output when examining Qianmo. He exclaimed, so miraculous. I have never seen such data before. Nearby was a board containing all the information and parameters about him. Zizhen looked at it and exclaimed in astonishment, the strategy rating is 16,000 stars, far exceeding the strength of a normal second turn, completely equivalent to level 60. Wu Xiuqin beside him saw this and thought fearfully, if I had known this guy was this strong, I would not have let Liang Yun Xiuqin go to his death. This loss is truly too great. Then he remembered something and asked, wait, wasn't it said the highest rank is only SSS? What the hell is rank X? Hearing his question, Lian Xing turned back and replied, do you know any foreign language? X stands for Xcha, which literally translates to incomparable. At this moment, Qianmo had stepped down and asked him, so what rank am I exactly now? Liu Yanxing stroked his beard and slowly said, there's never been such a case before. Your current data is too strong to compare. Either there is no data to compare, but based on your characteristics, it is clearly there before. At this time, Wu Xiuqin added with a smile, that is great then. Such an excellent experimental specimen must be kept in the laboratory for research. Perhaps after 2 years of research, academician Liu will produce results that will make all the people of the Xia Kingdom as mighty as dragons. Hearing this, Liu Yanxing immediately turned his head back and asked, "You want to keep him in my laboratory?" The man still stubbornly glanced at Liu and said, "I am doing this for the future of the Xia Kingdom. I believe the God Travel Academy will also approve of this plan." As soon as he finished, Liu Yanxing roared and scalded, "You shut your mouth immediately. I risked my life researching the Awakened precisely to create a perfect specimen. Now that the specimen is here, and you want to keep him in the laboratory, are you insane? From today onward, this young man Qian Mo will be under the protection of I, Liu Yanxing. I want the entire Xia Kingdom to cooperate with him anytime he levels up on the Tianzhuang continent, and to report his progress to me anytime." Wu Chuqin stammered in disbelief. How did things not go the way he wanted? Gu Zizhen, however, was very happy to agree with the academician. "Academician Liu, please rest assured, our management association will fully cooperate with Qian Mo." At that moment, he lowered his head and asked him, "Academician Liu, in that case I want to ask you, if someone secretly organizes activities and plots to harm me, what should be done?" Liu Yanxing thought for a moment and replied, "According to the laws of the Xia Kingdom, this would naturally be considered intentional homicide." After saying this, Qian Mo turned around and said, "That's good, you can bring the person in." Gu Gan then appeared with a person whose was hidden under a hood, laughing and saying, "Guild Master, I have brought the person here." Gu Zizhen was slightly surprised to see him. "Gu Gan, why is it you, my boy?" Qian Mo heard this and also turned back to ask, "Head referee, do you know Gu Gan as well?" Then Gu Zizhen answered him, "This is the youngest grandson of your elder Gu Ra. He has always been doing dishonest business on the Shikai continent." "What is it, Qian Mo? Do you know him too?" Before he could answer, Gu Gan spoke up first. "Uncle, I no longer participate in the arena. Now I am the Deputy Guild Master and Guild Master Qian Mo of the Eternal Peak Guild, specializing in running errands." The old man found this very hard to believe. The sun must rise from the west. You actually can do legitimate work. Then who is the person in your hands? As he asked, Gu Zizhen thought to himself, this brat of a fish is only level 65. How could he help Qian Mo, who is only level 42? Immediately after, he released his hand and let the other person fall to the ground, stating, "This is Zhu Saiyu, former head of academic affairs at Yunba Academy. Under the orders of Wu Qiu, the principal of Yunba Academy, while our guild leader was participating in the Lan Yun United Arena qualifiers, he planned a sneak attack on our guild." Before he could say anything more, Wu Qiu roared and argued, spitting blood and slander, "Zhao Saiyu was expelled from Yunba Academy long ago. We at Yunba have nothing to do with this." At that moment, the man crawled over and tightly hugged the old man's leg, shouting, "Principal, you cannot burn the bridge after crossing the river. I have already lost. You must save me." Immediately, Wu Qiu cursed him to his face, "Lao Xiu, do not try to slander me." After saying this, he immediately punched Seiyu on the back of the neck. Immediately after, Zhao Seiyu was knocked unconscious, lying motionless on the ground. Wu Qiu stood up and wiped his hands. "Zhao Seiyu is a man of corrupt morals, long since expelled by me from Yunba, and today he dared to slander me again. Now I, Wu Qiu, kill him according to national law." After saying this, the old man immediately knelt before Gu Zizhen. "Our academy had this scum. As principal, I failed in my duties. I resign as principal and await the association's decision." Gu Zizhen heard this, frowned darkly, and replied, "Wu Qiu, this is not the Shikai continent, yet you dare to take the law into your own hands. Take him away to the dark prison, then interrogate him thoroughly." Qian Mo saw this from behind and thought to himself, truly a cunning old fox. He knew today he could not escape regardless, so he killed the witness first. Even if an investigation later could shake off most of the responsibility, bringing him down today was still a relief. After Wu Qiu left, Gu Zizhen looked at Liu Yanxing and asked jokingly, "Are you satisfied with what I did?" He heard this and laughed in reply, "Why ask me? I am just an old scientific researcher. If you want to ask this kid." Qian Mo saw the answer redirected to him, scratched his head and smiled, saying, "Head referee, you handled the matter with such justice and fairness. I have no complaints." Then all matters were finally settled. Gu Zizhen now said to him, "In congratulations, today's competition has ended. Let us congratulate the God Travel Academy on winning the championship, and also congratulate Qian Mo on obtaining the #1 position in both categories." Gu Gan was now standing beside Qian Mo, whispering in his ear, "You kid are truly not simple. I have never seen my uncle praise anyone like this before. He is the Minister of Education of the Xia Kingdom. You kid can take this opportunity to win him over." But Qian Mo seemed somewhat indifferent, asking Gu Zizhen, "Head referee, what about the challenge secret realm reward you mentioned earlier? Have you forgotten?" The old man finally remembered and replied, "That is correct. I still have a reward for you. But first you must promise me one condition." Qian Mo looked dumbfounded. "A condition? Head referee, you are giving me a gift and still have a condition." Gu Zizhen pulled pulled him by the hand and walked outside, calming, "You brat, rest assured you won't lose out." Gu Gan behind them saw this and twisted his face in confusion. Is this kid really just a student? A moment later, sitting in the car, driving along the road, Qianmo could not help but ask Gu Zizhen, "Head referee, what exactly is the condition?" The old man did not say directly but only told him, "Don't worry, I won't take you away for research." But Qianmo was very curious and could not stand it anymore. "So just tell me now to put my mind at ease. What is the reward?" Seeing his expression, Gu Zizhen thought to himself, although he looks mature, he is still just a child. Then the old man finally agreed to speak. "I have two types of rewards. The first type is a high-level experience book. The second type is a high-level grand equipment set. You can choose one." Qianmo thought for a moment and then replied, "I want the experience book. High-level equipment doesn't mean much to me." Seeing him like this, Gu Zizhen mused. Now he is calm again, no longer like a child. This kid is truly hard to understand. He then spoke about the conditions. "But before that, I must tell you a few things, so listen carefully. The war between Awakened has lasted for 100 years, but has not ended. Xia Kingdom and Foreign Awakened have always been an open and covert conflict. The organization responsible for this struggle is called Soul Flame Dragon. To join, one must have absolute talent and be no older than 45. The purpose of Soul Flame Dragon is to fight directly against Foreign Awakened." Gu Zizhen asked Qianmo if he was interested. After a moment of thought, he raised his head and asked a question that left Gu Zizhen speechless. "Is there a salary?" He helplessly replied that this was a major affair of Xia Kingdom. How could it lack such trivial matters? Hearing this, Qianmo smiled in relief and answered, "Then it is settled. We can learn more." A moment later, the car stopped at a secluded, skyscraping headquarters. Gu Zizhen told Qianmo, "We have arrived at the manager association. Go inside and talk. There is an acquaintance waiting for you inside." Qianmo stood beneath the association building, looked around, and said to Gu Zizhen, "No wonder this is the decision-making center of Xia Kingdom, truly imposing." He walked ahead and said, "If you join Soul Flame Dragon, you will come here often in the future." Qianmo walked while observing, seeing that everyone had a cultivation of at least third cycle, truly the top power of Xia Kingdom. Suddenly, in front of a room, Gu Zizhen stopped and patted Qianmo on the shoulder, saying, "Go in, your old friend is inside. I have matters to attend to, so I cannot accompany you." After hearing this, he thought awkwardly to himself, an old acquaintance of mine, could it be? As soon as he entered the room, Qianmo saw old Qin sitting and waiting. He greeted first Cheng Xiaohui, long time no see. He happily greeted back, "Old Qin, it really is you." But at that moment, several beams of light suddenly shot from old Qin towards Qianmo. He did not back down either, releasing a powerful pressure as he asked old Qin, "Are you testing me?" He did not answer but praised, "Truly not bad. At only level 42 yet with such high attribute points. I truly did not misjudge. You are indeed a good seed." Qianmo still humbly replied, "Compared to you, I am still far behind." At this moment, old Qin finally brought up the main matter. Soul Flame Dragon Gu Zizhen must have told you about it already. He asked him what he thought now. Qianmo said frankly, "Actually, I have not thought it through yet. I just established a guild and do not have a deep understanding of Soul Flame Dragon." Old Qin then explained, when the Tiankai continent appeared, it was distributed based on territorial area and military strength. Xia Kingdom was a powerful nation at that time, and thus received the largest area. Now the neighboring countries are jealous, and have formed a federation to pressure for redistribution. They do not want to start a war on Blue Star, so they decided to begin on the Tiankai continent. To prevent civil war from draining humanity's strength, the countries stipulated that participants in the plunder war must not have reached 5th cycle, and must be no older than 45. After listening, Qianmo asked, "This is the reason Xia Kingdom established Soul Flame Dragon, right?" Old Qin nodded. Since it was permitted, Xia Kingdom has gone through 4 battles, winning 1 and losing 3, with the controlled area reduced to 1/3. There is less than a year left until the 5th plunder war. We have lost to Wa Kingdom twice in a row. We cannot lose again this time. Your talent is unique. I hope you can join Soul Flame Dragon and contribute to Xia Kingdom. After listening to the long explanation, Qianmo immediately fell silent. He thought, if we lose the battle on the Tiankai continent, the territory will shrink and the altars will be divided. Moreover, the opponent is Wa Kingdom. There is even less reason to refuse. Having thought it through, Qianmo raised his head and replied, "Old Qin, I can participate, but I have one request." Upon hearing this, he broke into a sweat. "Brat, are you trying to blackmail me again?" Qianmo said seriously, "Fighting against Wa Kingdom is a good thing. I absolutely will not make any conditions. My request is to join only after I have reached 3rd cycle." Old Qin immediately agreed. "Of course you can, after all, there is still a year left. You need to work hard to improve your strength. If you have any requests, contact me." He asked, "I heard you still have the positions of 5 altars. You are not lying to Gu Zizhen, are you? Qianmo smiled and replied, I have already prepared the positions, but the manager association must also give me a separate reward. Old Qin laughed heartily, shaking his head and saying, this brat never forgets to seek benefits. Then he took out an ancient book and said, this is an advanced experience book. With your current level, it can help you increase by 1 level, providing 6 million experience points at once. He took the book while muttering, a full 6 million experience points. It is no different from an epic tier dungeon. The higher the level, the harder it is to level up. These 6 million points only allow me to increase by 1 level. Then he bowed his head to say goodbye, old Qin. I need to quickly handle things here, then return to the Tiankai continent to level up. He did not stop him, saying, go on. The scene shifted to a large archway with a banner reading, Welcome Qianmo, the champion of the academy tournament returning home. Qianmo and Ling Rixi stood before the school gates, stunned by the sight. Almost all the students had come out to congratulate him, with some female students screaming that they wanted to have his children. Qianmo paled and asked Ling Roxy, why did the principal set up this kind of stunt? She laughed and replied, who told you that you are now the great hero of Shenyu Academy? Rixi recounted, ever since you won the championship, other academies have come seeking cooperation. Now there is no longer a 3-school alliance but a 9-school alliance. The leaders are waiting for you, the student council president, to give a lecture. Qianmo trembled and stepped back. Spare me, I have not had a break since the tournament. Ling Rixi added, well, don't you plan on recruiting people for your guild? Grandfather has made special arrangements for you. As soon as she finished speaking, Qianmo's face brightened. If you say that, then I can go over and meet them a bit. The scene shifted to the conference room of Shenyu Academy. Inside, Qianmo bowed respectfully to the principals. Thank you all for coming. Today is the first meeting of the 9-school alliance. Thank you for trusting me. A principal sitting behind Ling Xiao remarked, everyone has seen student council president Cheng's strength. As long as you can train outstanding students, any conditions can be proposed, and we will fulfill them. The other principals agreed. At this moment, Qianmo began to introduce his guild. I currently own a guild in Moon Spirit City on the Tiankai continent. I want to ask everyone to recruit 600 graduating students to join the guild for actual combat. That is my teaching plan. A principal was concerned that many people, all elite students. You do not intend to have them work for free, do you? Ling Xiao added, it is not that we are unwilling to help, but at least you must have a plan. Everyone was bewildered, agreeing that they needed to know his intentions. Qianmo had anticipated this and calmly replied, I will not hide it from you any longer. My guild has already reached level 4, and upon returning this time I will clear the Moon Spirit City area and raise it to level 5. Those graduating students will be the core force managing Moon Spirit City. That principal asked in astonishment, Moon Spirit City is a mid-level main city. You want to unify it. Even Shenyu Academy would find that difficult. Qianmo said bluntly, that is correct, you all can inquire about our Eternal Peak Guild. Currently, Moon Spirit City has 3 major alliances and 11 guilds. Eternal Peak has already taken over 4 guilds, and is leading the 3 major alliances. According to my prediction, the conquest target can be achieved within no more than 3 months. After hearing this, several academies decided to participate and provide support. Qiao knew they were still not fully convinced and added, everyone, do not worry, this is an initial investment. After half a year, you will see their growth. Outside, people were buzzing about the recruitment from the 9 academies. Everyone had heard that Qianmo's guild was very strong and joining allowed them to purchase items at half the market price. When the recruitment plan was revealed, it immediately caused a wave among the universities. In less than half a month, the number of participants had reached the maximum. As soon as the news was announced that the 9 academies were only recruiting 600 graduating students, no one wanted to lose their spot. After Huang Tian fully recovered from his injuries, Cheng Tianmo and the others were able to return to Moon Spirit City. Ruan Shen was outside talking with Q Ling and Huang Tian. The test match was so boring. I made it into the top 8 without any effort. It is really great. Huang Tian beside him snorted, if you are going to brag, you should have fought that bastard Liang Yun. Du Shu walked out to welcome them. Everyone is finally back. There have been a lot of students lately. I have been busy organizing them. Yang Shuang also stepped out and said, let me explain. Ruan Shen immediately came closer, grinning, it is all thanks to the guild leader. This time he became the double champion so we could recruit many talents. Why don't you set the table so we can have a celebratory banquet? Qianmo turned and asked Ling Rixi, do you notice we are missing someone? Ruan Shen stroked his chin and thought, it seems someone has not returned yet, then suddenly remembered it was Li Minghao. He came back to Blue Star with me and Qianmo. Then we each went our separate ways to Yumba Academy. So why is he still not here? Duxu added, Li Minghao returned alone a few days after the tournament. He said Yumba Academy did not choose him and he was not willing to compete, so he found a training spot on his own. Huang Tian gritted his teeth in anger. Yumba truly looks down on people. If Li Minghao had been chosen, they could have made the quarterfinals and playoffs, even become champion. Qianmo explained, Li Minghao was already insecure. Even if he said he did not want to compete, he surely still wanted to stand on the arena. This was a huge blow. Qianmo slowly furrowed his brow and asked, did he not say which secret realm he was going to? Du Zhu thought for a moment and replied, the Black Cave Oasis, a special secret realm near Moon Spirit City, currently the territory of the Galaxy Alliance. Q Ling asked in surprise, a secret realm that is monopolized. Who is so arrogant? Du Xu explained, not monopolized. The manager association does not have that kind of guts. It is just that most of the people farming monsters there are from their guild, so people commonly call it their territory. Finally, Qianmo told everyone, it is fine, Li Minghao has grown up. We do not need to worry too much. Moreover, my next target is also the Black Cave Oasis, so I will meet him very soon. Huang Tian agreed, that guy is also very strong. By the time we find him, he might already be at third cycle. Finished with that, Qianmo stepped into the guild, smiling. Let us first check how the city has developed during our long absence. As soon as Qianmo entered the city, everyone's eyes were fixed on him, chattering, the guild leader is finally back. Many noticed Ling Ruoxi accompanying him, calling her a goddess for making it to the top 4 in the tournament. Some sighed when they saw Ruan Shen. His fighting style is very interesting. Ruan Shen angrily turned and cursed, I am still the top among the 8. Why call her a goddess, and me a despicable old mage? Wang Tian put an arm around his shoulder to comfort him. Have you not considered your own despicable fighting style? Others calling you that is not wrong. At this moment, Qianmo praised Du Su, not bad. During my absence, you managed the guild very well. Suddenly, while walking, he saw a large hole in the wall ahead and wondered, what is up with this wall? Huang Tian was also curious. The duel of Yurong Sheng's crew ended long ago. Why is it still not fixed? Du Su lowered her head slowly. This is a long story. I was just about to report the situation. A moment later, the entire group stood below observing the hole. After hearing the whole story, Qianmo asked Du Su again, you mean people have been attacking the guild all along? She immediately replied, it was repaired early on, but every time it was fixed, someone would destroy it. Initially, I thought it was Rong Sheng, but later discovered interference from another force. Du Su gritted her teeth and added, if they fought openly, we would not be afraid. It is just a pity that those people only dare to act in secret. Huang Tian asked if they knew which force it was. Qianmo furrowed his brow and thought, there are only the 3 major alliances in Moon Spirit City. The other 2 alliances, Fenghua and Galaxy, both have conflicts of interest with us. It is definitely one of them. Huang Tian could not bear it and was about to go deal with them immediately. Qianmo was not in a hurry and calmly explained, the 3 major alliances check each other. Whoever attacks first will be taken advantage of by the other. It has not caused significant damage, so let us put it aside for now. Everyone has been working hard recently. Now I want to announce some good news. Huang Tian eagerly urged him to speak quickly, but Ruan Shen was quite surprised. I never expected good news to actually come out of your mouth. Qianmo began to speak, I have prepared a young jade dragon for each of you. Everyone was astonished, but immediately the announcement system sounded, saying to reward members with outstanding contributions, every 2 weeks, the guild will gift a young jade dragon. As long as your contribution points rank first, any member can receive a flying mount, regardless of level. After hearing the new announcement, everyone became determined to dedicate their all to receive the reward. 2 soldiers were chatting when suddenly a girl approached and asked, what is going on with the 2 of you? One soldier, unable to hide his excitement, replied, the guild leader just announced that all members whose contribution points meet the target have a chance to receive a young jade dragon as a mount. Fuge saw this, laughed, and muttered, great, so there really is a dragon. It seems I came to the right place today. Saying this, she dashed towards Qianmo's group, ignoring the 2 soldiers who stood bewildered, unable to stop her in time. Fuge ran to a crowd cheering for Qianmo, long live the guild leader. Right after, she pushed through the crowd and asked loudly, if I join the guild, will I get a dragon? Guild master, can you give me one? Ruan Shen saw Fugai and sneered, master what? You are not even a guild member yet, don't even mention contribution points. Fugai snapped, I was calling the guild master, not you. Then she turned to Qianmo, I'll join right now, can you give me a dragon? He smiled awkwardly, saying the guild had its own rules. Ling Rixi quickly added more, but as soon as she finished speaking, she took an item out of her bag and introduced herself as Fu Gui, a level 48 preacher, who came here this time thanks to a referral. Huang Tian and Ruan Shen laughed and joked with each other upon hearing her name, while Qianmo still curiously asked, our team is short on people. Who is this person who referred you? She immediately took out a badge and said, his name is Li Minghao. He said he is from your guild. He is in danger right now. Qianmo and the others were stunned when they saw the badge. This badge was indeed Li Minghao's. Wasn't he leveling up at Black Pit Star? How could he be in danger? Fugi added, that is right, at Black Pit Star. I met him in a party, then he referred me to come here. On the way here, I happened to overhear a group of people people mention his name and discuss a scheme to harm him. When I hurried back, he had already gone into the dungeon with his team, and I could not catch up. I could not enter the dungeon myself, but I remembered his referral, so I came here to find reinforcements. Qian Mo muttered to himself, deducing who would scheme against him. Huang Tian said angrily, I think this is not just targeting Li Minghao, but might be targeting our entire guild. Suddenly, Qian Mo shouted loudly, King Dai. An emerald dragon immediately flew up from behind the city wall. Then, it landed right in front of everyone, the ground shaking. Qian Mo turned around and coldly said, Huang Tian, Ruan Shen, Ling Rixi, wait a moment. Each of you get a dragon and follow me flying to the Black Pit Star coordinates. Everyone was quite excited upon hearing this, as they were about to try riding a dragon. He strode past Fu Gai and said, You will come with me. Tell me where Li Minghao was last seen. Fu Gai excitedly asked back, Then where will I sit? Qian Mo jumped onto King Dai's back and said to it, Let her on. We depart. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped straight into the sky, dust billowing everywhere. A moment later, the whole group was riding dragons, soaring and quickly heading towards Black Pit Star. However, Fu Gai was not allowed to sit on the dragon's back, but was picked up by King Dai's claws and flown away. The scene shifted to the Black Pit Star dungeon, currently at dawn. At the entrance, two brutish-looking guards of the Milky Way Alliance were blocking players. They demanded a payment of 1,000 gold coins before allowing entry. A martial artist exclaimed indignantly, Why do we have to pay to enter a dungeon? Charging 1,000 gold coins is daylight robbery. But others were not so fussy, paid the fee and quickly entered. Suddenly, a group of emerald dragons swooped down towards them, startling everyone. Who is that making such a grand entrance? Riding dragons. Huang Tian stepped down first. Ruan Shen followed, and as soon as his feet touched the ground, he immediately vomited. Qian Mo stepped down from King Dai and asked Fu Gai, Is this the place? She quickly replied, Yes, remember to pay my entrance fee for me later. Huang Tian, who was supporting a pale-faced Ruan Shen, frowned upon hearing this and asked, What entrance fee? A fee-collecting guard saw their group and nervously asked his companion, This group looks pretty influential. Should we collect the fee? But the other guard replied insolently, No matter where they are from, anyone who enters the territory of the Milky Way Alliance must pay. That man stood blocking Fu Gai's path, his face darkening as he demanded, Stop, where do you think you are going? The entrance fee is 1,000 gold per person. These are the rules, understand? She was scared and ran to hide behind Qian Mo. He stepped forward and said, I am Qian Mo, Guildmaster of Eternal Pavilion. Do we have to pay too? Unexpectedly, that man was not afraid and even moved closer to threaten. Even if you were the president of the Management Association, you would be nothing. Got it? Right after, a painful scream echoed through the forest, scattering the birds. The two fee-collecting guards were beaten and lay sprawled on the ground, while Qian Mo's group leisurely walked into the dungeon. Huang Tian voiced his thoughts. The Milky Way Alliance dares to extort money at the dungeon entrance. Their leader is no good, and they have a grudge against us. This matter with Li Minghao must be connected to them. Qian Mo looked up at the dungeon gate and muttered, Li Minghao is not replying to my messages. Either he is still in the dungeon, or he has lost consciousness. Let us just hope it is the former. The scene shifted to the headquarters of the Milky Way Alliance. On a throne, a man was listening to his subordinate's report. Alliance Master, they have completely disrespected us. You must avenge us. Wu Jingxin, the Alliance Master of the Milky Way Alliance, asked back in a deep voice, Avenge? Then he began scolding that man. Do you have a pig's brain? That madman from Eternal Pavilion is someone you dare to provoke. Him stating his name was already showing me a lot of respect, and you still dared to charge him? That man's face was swollen like a pig's head, and he mumbled, I did not know their status. Boss, what should we do about this now? Lu Jingxin sneered, his eyes glinting. But we cannot just let this slide. This is an opportunity. Qian Mo, I was just wanting to meet you this time. Qian Mo's group was now standing before the entrance of the Black Pit Star dungeon. Ruan Shen sighed. This dungeon looks really scary. The Milky Way Alliance guarding it. There must be something special inside. Fu Gai said, This is a random dungeon. Huang Tian was confused. What does random dungeon mean? She explained, Black Pit Star has several overlapping dungeons. After entering, the difficulty depends on the route you choose. Profit and risk are proportional, but still the entrance fee of 1,000 gold is huge. Ruoqi worriedly asked, So we do not have to complete the entire journey. Then can we find Li Minghao? She replied uncertainly, It is hard to say, but we can fight the boss. Defeating one boss meets the condition to leave. As for the ones we cannot defeat, we can skip them. Qian Mo turned around and added, We will fight through all the stages and only stop when we find Li Minghao. Fu Gai was astonished, thinking he was joking. Qianmo did not answer but turned to Ruan Shen. You stay here and guard the entrance. Do not let Li Minghao leave this place. He was startled. Why the hell should I stay? Qianmo patted Ruan Shen's shoulder and said firmly, there are 5 people here. Aside from me, you are the strongest. I feel very reassured with you staying. Ruan Shen was initially unsure, but was quickly convinced. Guildmaster, rest assured, leave this place to me. Ruan Shen is here. As long as Minghao passes by here, no one can take him away. Saying so, the other 4 stepped to the dungeon together, leaving all outside matters to Ruan Shen. He stood outside alone in a daze. After a while, Ruan Shen mumbled and yelled, damn, have I been played by that guy again? Stepping into the Black Pit Star dungeon, Ling Rixi exclaimed, the scenery is not dark at all, nor is it dangerous. Huang Tian agreed and asked, where should we go next? Fu Gai quickly stepped forward and said, do not worry, let me lead the way. I am very familiar with the paths here. Saying that, she pointed in a direction, go this way. This path is relatively easy. The few people quickly followed that direction. Shortly after, they encountered their first obstacle. Some monsters wielding bows and arrows were shooting at them from the cliffs above. They were shield breaker elves level 45. Qianmo and the others charged into battle. While fighting, Huang Tian asked, these monsters have 40,000 health. Are they apprentice shield breakers? Are you sure this is the easiest path? Fu Gai, who was also fighting, replied with a pale face, why are they stronger than last time? Looks like my judgment was a bit off. Qianmo was cutting down 2 monsters at once with his sword and told everyone, shield breakers are attack-type monsters. They have a shield-breaking mechanic. Do not focus on defense, attack their legs. It will not attack a ranged target. Then he turned and said to Fu Gai, fall back and heal us. Huang Tian followed Qianmo's advice and found it effective. He and Ling Rixi charged forward to attack, telling everyone, let us seize the chance to clear this stage. A moment later, they had completely defeated the monsters. Fu Gai panted and asked Qianmo, have you cleared this dungeon before? He smiled and replied, I just researched it a bit. I happened to encounter it and recalled it. Ruoqi started telling her about Qianmo's impressive achievements. He asked Fu Gai again, where do we go next? Huang Tian was startled and asked back, you haven't heard her yet. She is a con artist. Qianmo did not mind and still let Fu Gai choose the path. She rubbed her chin in thought, then pointed in a nearby direction. In my experience, the monsters in that dungeon are easier to deal with. Shortly after, they indeed encountered an extremely ferocious dragon. It breathed fire towards the 4 of them. Qianmo quickly stepped forward, raising an umbrella to block. After defeating the dragon, Fu Gai pointed in another direction and said confidently, this time I dare to guarantee, there is absolutely no boss as dangerous as that. Sure enough, shortly after she was bitten by a water monster lurking underwater, screaming loudly. When they rescued Fu Gai, Huang Tian frowned and said, if we take the right path, each monster will have a corresponding item to deal with it, so it is not too dangerous. Then he angrily pointed at her. Now I am sure 100% this person is a con artist. Ling Rixi asked doubtfully, we have already beaten 2 or 3 bosses and there is still no sign of Li Minghao. Could something have happened to him? Qianmo continued to ask Fu Gai where to go this time. Huang Tian raised his voice. We still have to trust her. Fu Gai was scared and quickly shook her head to refuse. I dare not lead the way anymore. But Qianmo said to her with great trust, it is fine. I told you to choose, so just choose. I trust you. The scene shifted again to a towering cliff surrounded by white clouds. Huang Tian walked along the precarious cliffside while muttering, why do I feel like I have been played by this bastard again? But Fu Gai, who was walking ahead, said very confidently, trust me, there is absolutely no problem with this path. Ling Rixi wondered, what kind of monster will we be fighting this time? Suddenly, Fu Gai stopped and pointed at a huge bird nest blocking the path, saying, it is right here. In the bird's nest were several very large eggs, everyone curious about their purpose. She picked one up, saying it was an important prop, and each person should keep one as it would be very useful when facing the boss. Ling Ruoxi and Huang Tian also held theirs. She cheerfully found them adorable, even thinking they could hatch into spirit pets. But Huang Tian was worried because holding an egg made fighting impossible. Just then, a loud noise suddenly rang out as a giant pair of wings appeared before the 4 of them. A ferocious bird lunged forward, its claws aimed at them. Qianmo shielded Fu Gai, not noticing Ling Roxy had fallen backward. The giant bird suddenly charged, pushing all 4 of them off the high cliff. Fu Gai tightly hugged Qianmo's arm, shouting in fear. He quickly raised the umbrella using Heavenly Sun umbrella to break. Both landed on a rock ledge below. Fu Gai breathed a sigh of relief while Qianmo frowned and said, so they were separated after all. Huang Tian and Ling Rixi fell straight down, landing on something very furry. The 2 sat up. Ling Roxy noticed something strange. Why was the ground so soft? And moreover, the grass was black. As they stood up, both were shocked by the ground moving. They fell and realized it was a giant bear. The scene cut to the outside gate of the secret realm. Ruan Shen was sitting leaning against a tree, asleep. He muttered that he had been tricked, fooled by that brat. They went in to fight monsters for experience. While he waited here, a bald-headed thug from the Milky Way Alliance approached and pointed at Ruan Shen. He was startled to see him, but Ruan Shen drooled when he saw Lu Jingxin. Ah, the man looked down at him and asked, "Are you Qian Mo from Eternal Peak Pavilion?" Purple whirlwind appeared. Someone spoke, looking for my guild leader. Sorry, he entered the secret realm. Ruan Shen bit a rose on his lips and smiled. Just ask me if you have anything. I am the vice leader of Eternal Peak Pavilion, top 8 in the university entrance exam, nicknamed the Genius Mage, Ruan Shen. He bowed politely. My beautiful lady, would you like me to lead you into the secret realm? Lu Jingxin doubted. Hey, old uncle, are you crazy? You call that the Eternal Peak Pavilion team? Ruan Shen was devastated, unable to believe it. You called me old uncle? He sulked. Clearly I am just an 18-year-old youth. Why do you all keep calling me old uncle? Lu Jingxin urged irritably, then waved his staff, creating countless magic circles. Well then, I will settle the score with you for your people's actions against my alliance. Hundreds of monster beasts crawled out from the circle and charged forward. A towering cliff appeared, surrounded by endless void with no way out. Fu Gai asked helplessly, what do we do? We are trapped. Qian Mo spoke up, I have a way. She worried. You plan to lure those stone eagles here. We cannot handle them. He calmly replied, now is the time we need them. After speaking, Qian Mo put his hand to his mouth and whistled. Hear that? The sound of an eagle echoed over. Fu Gai hugged him tightly and shouted, they are coming. Qian Mo swiftly drew his weapon and shot straight ahead. The bird could not dodge in time. Its ankle was tightly wrapped by a rope. The eagle lost control, accelerating towards the two. The lead eagle took advantage of the chaos to struggle free. He did not let it go, held his sword and slashed a warning. If you do not want to die, fly properly. Then reminded, activate speed boost, charge out. She nodded. Okay. Fu Gai drew her staff, creating a bright whirlwind magic-enhanced speed boost. The lead eagle seemed hypnotized, frozen stiff. Both jumped onto the bird's back and flew off, leaving the flock in disarray. Landing, the eagle sighed in relief. She admired. You are so skilled, you even tamed a monster as a mount. He replied, if it were not for the level limit in the dungeon, summoning King Dai would have solved all the trouble. And you always taking such strange paths. Fu Gai stammered an apology, promising to watch the road more carefully. Qian Mo coaxed in response. No need, too troublesome, let me just grind it by hand. The distant tree trunk was enveloped by countless blue light rays, catching the duo's attention. That was the seedling of the secret realm, tier 1, level 50, elite 52,000 health. The seedling growled, intruders, become my fertilizer. He drew his weapon and said, taking a detour is slower than just striking straight through. He swung his sword to slash the ground, shouting, become fertilizer. In an instant, the entire root system of the tree was blasted out of the ground. The distant sound shook the entire forest. She shielded herself, running to find cover, crying out, so strong. He coldly declared, let us go, move forward until we find them. Fu Gai obeyed. Yes, guild leader. Both turned and left the eerie forest. From deep within the forest, hundreds of blood-red eyes appeared. A massive explosion sounded, debris flying everywhere. A giant brown bear lunged from somewhere, baring its fangs to attack. Huang Tian raised his sword and shouted, Ling Rixi, I have it pinned. Before the beast could strike from behind, Huang Long struck the back of its neck, the beast's weak point, with Moon Seal. The brown bear lost its balance, slumped forward, and lay motionless. As they landed, she asked worriedly, are you okay? He panted, replying, I am fine. Finally took down the monster. Let us continue onward. A gigantic black figure suddenly appeared, startling them both. Huang Tian grumbled, damn, it is a mountain giant bear. Earth element, level 50, elite 62,000 health. She said helplessly, did not expect there to be another one. He hastily stammered, you go ahead, find old Mo to save me. Ling Ruoxi refused. No, you cannot hold it alone. She walked over from a distance and spoke. Do not tense up, it is us. Qian Mo rejoiced. Finally found you too. Did I make it in time? Huang Tian replied impatiently. So it is you, the one who gets people killed. She quickly asked. Did not see any other teams along the way. What about your side? He replied. Same as you, I took down a few bosses on the way. Reckoning, only the last boss remains at Lao Hai's training field. Qian Mo pondered. Let us go check it out later. If Li Minghao is not there, we can confirm he has left the dungeon. He made the decision. Let us go to the last boss's location. You lead the way. Fu Gai panicked. You still want me to lead? Qian Mo confidently said. Only the last boss remains. Could it kill us? He made a silencing gesture. I beg you, stop talking. Soon everyone moved to a barren, desolate desert region. Ling Ruoxi speculated. There is broken equipment here. There was a battle. But the situation does not look good. Huang Tian worried. Why does it look so bad? Do not tell me the last boss is extremely domineering. She turned her head and replied. I have never fought the last boss, but I heard it is a hybrid between the dragon race and the human race. It has human intelligence and the robust body of the dragon race. He did not believe. A dragon and a human combination. How can that exist? She pouted. I am just telling you what I heard. Huang Tian taunted. Anyway, mixing with people is too ridiculous. Unless you describe it somehow. She suddenly trembled. Hey, behind you, is there something? He just turned his head, a massive flame spat towards him. He drew his umbrella as a shield and instructed, be careful, do not fall before we even fight. Fu Gai said fearfully, I told you there is a dragoman. A monster with a humanoid body and beast head appeared. Liviluk Dragoman Tribe Warrior, level 58, elite, 420,000 health. Huang Tian was baffled. Damn, there really is a hybrid dragoman. But I wonder who his parents are human. If his father was human, he has guts. She paled and stopped him. Do not say any more, he is enraged. Liviluk roared angrily, his mouth full of fire. Damned intruders, I will burn you to ashes. He opened his mouth and spat fire repeatedly. Fu Gi dodged and snapped. I told you not to talk nonsense. Huang Tian dismissed. This boss only knows how to spit fire, not that strong. Qian Mo warned. Do not be overconfident. He was surprised. Old Mo, is there something special? He replied. Anyway, do not underestimate it. She was startled. This flame deals 500 damage. Qian Mo said firmly. No worries with his combat style. Nothing will happen. He held his spear and attacked its weak point. Liviluk was not strong, but had a passive skill called War Summon, which when activated, reduced health by 25%. The skill was called Call Mother. Ling Ruoxi was bewildered. Call Mother. Huang Tian blurted out. Could it be his mother is... Liviluk knocked Qian Mo away, spitting flames. He landed on one knee, serious as he instructed. Be careful, its mother is coming. Many teams have died from carelessness. Fu Gai excitedly said. Then let me see what its mother is. From the high sky, two massive dragons flew in. The mother dragon Vian, a level 50 dragon clan warrior with 300,000 health points, and the mother dragon Mira, similar. He pondered it was indeed calling the mother as a dragon, but why were there two? Which one was the real mother? Qian Mo coldly replied, both are its mothers. He looked at the mural on the stone tablet recounting the legend. The blood dragon warrior Xavier passed the 3 dragon clan trials and joined successfully, then was loved by the 2 dragon sisters. Later, Liveruk declared both were the child's mothers. Huang Tian could not stop admiring the warrior was truly different. One dragon was already strong, yet he fought against 2. Old Mo also had a woman beside him. The sight made him stiffen with fear. Qian Mo rushed forward and said, stop the nonsense, you deal with the mother dragons. I will handle Liviluk. Enraged, it spat a fireball and roared loudly. You base creatures dare to invade the Black Lair, face my wrath. The 2 mother dragons simultaneously opened their mouths, creating energy spheres of wind and ice. Just by gently flicking, the weapon in his hand turned into a long staff. Qian Mo spun the staff, creating a protective shield with a magic barrier. Watch the 3 spheres being sucked into the black hole, smiled. Good. Let me make you taste the power of your own skill. Qian Mo used the ultimate skill Dark Annihilation, creating a black hole that continuously absorbed enemies and inflicted shadow damage for 5 seconds. Upon exploding, it could silence all enemies and accumulate energy. Liviluk writhed in pain, completely subdued, screaming miserably. He turned his head and announced, I have suppressed it. Because it shares a life force with the 2 dragons, you need to control their health simultaneously to kill them. Huang Tian and Ling Rixi rushed forward to fight. He reminded her to stand in the back for support and use Sigma Link when attacking the final group. Remember not to make mistakes. She nodded in agreement. Huang Tian decisively slashed his sword heavily onto the head of the mother dragon Vian. She agilely thrust her spear straight into the back of the mother dragon Mira, facing the relentless assault. All 3 dragons were exhausted. He quickly said, it's possible, go ahead and cast the spell. Fu Gai scrambled and ran towards the big lake, shouting, come come, celebration time. In her haste, she carelessly tangled her 2 legs together. She stumbled and fell flat on the ground. The small slip alerted the dragon ahead. Huang Tian was startled and yelled, you cheat, falling at a time like this. Ling Rixi and him were tripped, thrown down in front of her. Fu Gai frantically clasped his hands in apology, sorry, really sorry. Huang Tian helplessly replied, I knew I couldn't trust you, this is a colossal blunder. She stared wide-eyed in shock, oh damn. The dragon lunged quickly towards Qian Mo. Ling Rixi panicked, losing control. They are all regenerating health, the operation is about to fail. He was not flustered, only calmly observed. The situation was interesting. Kim Mok summoned a blue flame in his hand, sighed, forget it, still have to rely on myself. She could not hide her surprise. Is he planning to cast 2 skills at the same time? He raised his hand forward and immediately created thousands of small ice shards, frost impact. The 3 dragons before Qian Mo were frozen for a moment. He spoke to command, this is the last chance, quickly attack. He and she darted forward. The weapon in Qian Mo's hand instantly expanded, transforming into a large umbrella. He held the umbrella in front of him, the restored power releasing a massive energy source. Huang Tian held the treasured sword and slashed decisively, Radiance Sui, Ling Ruoxi. Pointing her spear at the enemy, she shouted, Moon Devouring Heart. The 2 massive energy sources just pierced through the thin layer of ice. Fuge quickly raised a hand to block the wind and exclaimed in awe, "Is this the true strength of eternal zenith?" The system announced congratulations on clearing the upper floor of the giant black tower in 5 hours, 2 minutes and 29 seconds, breaking the historical record. And 3 stand side by side between Samarkand, Lithuania and Thailand. For this floor clearance, individual rating SSS, team rating SSS, overall rating SSS totaling 12 million experience points. Reward is Kingly Pride Guard. Activating Soul Binding Effect, rating and experience points doubled. Congratulations on receiving the high-level Baptismal Bracer from the Giant Black Tower, Upper Floor Secret Realm. High Luck, increasing critical hit rate by 10%, equipment drop rate by 20%, and hidden quest chance by 30%. Udu said, "It's a good thing old Mo was here, otherwise we would have been kicked out. I can imagine that brat Ruin Shen laughing at me." Qian Mo gently smiled, "As long as everyone is safe." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned towards her and warned, "And you." Fugai hugged his head in confusion. "Sorry, it's all my fault. Please don't hit me." He didn't care and hurriedly urged, "Alright, stop scaring the newbie. Everyone go collect the loot." She stopped pressuring, "I get a share too." Huang Tian replied, "Don't worry, even if you cheat again, we won't deduct your share or old wheeze." The 3 stood looking at the massive dragon skeleton. Inside the skeleton were countless gold, silver, and jewels. She sneered, "This reward method is quite unique." He nodded, "This mother dragon really eats anything." System announcement, congratulations on receiving Primordial Star Steel, legendary quality. Qianmo looked at the stone and chuckled to himself, so this is Primordial Star Steel. The 3rd stage upgrade for Liao Guang Tian Ren San can now be considered. Everyone received notifications one by one. Congratulations on receiving a level 8 weapon, Bone Breaker, epic quality. Congratulations on receiving a level 65 equipment, Sunfire Armor, epic quality. Huang Tian excitedly said, "This epic sword belongs to me." Ling Roxy eagerly said, "I'll take the epic equipment." Ruan Shen mumbled begrudgingly, "Easy, easy, don't step on my face and mess it up. I rely on it to make a living, big sister." Lu Jingxin frowned, "Less nonsense. Be honored that your mistress is stepping on you." He retorted, "All of you surround me. If you have guts, fight fair." Guts, fair doesn't apply to you. Next, just go catch Qian Mo, make him kneel under the galaxy banner and admit his mistake. Everyone shouted, "Catch Qian Mo and make him confess." Ruan Shen burst out laughing, causing Lu Jingxin to be displeased. "What are you laughing at?" He chuckled lightly, "I'm laughing at you not knowing your limits, still wanting to capture our guild leader." She angrily said, "Failed underling. Still dare to talk back? I'll beat you into submission." Ruan Shen said, "You people don't know martial virtue? Stop." Lu Jingxin suddenly sensed a strange power source appearing and gave an order, "Forest." They seemed somewhat confused. It's only been 5 hours. Did they finish the secret realm? Maybe they didn't finish everything and came out early. Just as he woke up, Huang Tian's voice rang out, "Old Wei, lunch is served, remember the bitter." He said, "See you later." He complained, "Old Huang, you brat finally came out. I've been beaten black and blue." He was startled. "Old Wei, what are you playing at?" When he questioned, "You are people from the Galaxy Alliance. What is the meaning of this?" Lu Jingxin coldly replied, "That's right, I am Lu Jingxin of the Galaxy Alliance. I heard you guys beat up my younger brother, so I brought people to settle the score. He made a request, first release my people, then we can talk." Looking annoyed, "You say release and we release just like that? Based on what?" She didn't bother to argue, directly attacked, surprising her with the speed. He asked worriedly, "You okay?" Ruan Shen boasted, "Do I look okay to you, guild leader? You made me stand guard, so you have to handle this for me." Huang Tian frowned, "Enough. Stop embarrassing yourself." Truly different, Lu Jingxin at this moment still hadn't recovered from witnessing Kim Mok's swift movement. He was stunned. Ling Roxy stepped forward and asked, "Did you see Li Mingao outside?" Ruan Shen said, "No. Besides those few base creatures, I saw no one." Suddenly spoke up and challenged Qian Mo, "Right? I know you don't think beating Xinji makes you strong. I've also beaten him. Do you dare to duel me?" He sneered, "A duel? Interesting." Huang Tian wondered, "Is this group strong?" Ruan Shen said, "Just summoners if it weren't for their numbers. How could I, a mage, be captured?" Kim Mok lowered his voice, "Come on, tell me, is the duel one-on-one or all of you against me alone?" Lu Jingxin stammered, "Wait, we are not fighting here." He added, "My skills have great destructive power. We need to go into the secret realm to fight." Ruoxi hurriedly stepped in to stop. "No. Who knows what schemes she has? We can't agree." Lu Jingxin taunted, "Are you scared? If you're scared, I'll let you off." He smirked slightly. "Scared of what? Let's go to the secret realm and fight." Ruoxi worriedly cursed, "You bad egg, you just came out of a secret realm and you're going back in. Do you have the energy?" Qian Mo reassured, "Rest assured. Don't you trust me?" Set the condition. If I win, Eternal Zenith must declare submission to the Galaxy Alliance before all of Ling Yu City. He glanced and said, "Just in time, I have something to ask you." And so the two of them just walked into the secret realm to resolve the conflict. Ruan Shen outside suddenly raised his voice and said, "It's over. You kids beat me up badly. Now step forward and face me." Soon they stood in the dark lair of the Omori arena. Kianmo glanced around and silently assessed. This place was different from the last entrance. It seemed thoroughly prepared. Lu Jingxin said with a smile, "Do you want to know why I, a summoner mage, can be the leader of the Silver Crane Alliance?" He coldly replied, "I do not care. I came only to ask about a guild member named Li Minghao. When did he appear here?" "Ah, no more talk. Directly summon the contract power. If you want to know, defeat me first, then speak." Lu Jingxin attacked wildly. Kianmo, "Come here soon, I will make you cry." He chuckled, "Interesting. You can summon all the bosses in the secret realm. Is this the reason for your confidence?" Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, Ruan Shen was fiercely replying to the ones from before. He growled, "That brat from earlier was quite arrogant. You were the one who hit me the hardest, right? Have the guts to come and fight back." Huang Tian reminded, "Enough, do not overdo it." Jingdong said, "Do not be complicit. Wait for our alliance leader to come out. You will surely die." He let out a sound. "Could it be you think your female leader can beat our guild leader?" He retorted, "Outside there is no chance, but inside the secret realm it is not certain. Do you know why our alliance occupies this secret realm?" Ling Roxy heard this and felt uneasy, so she asked, "Why?" Jingdong explained, "Our leader is a third-turn summoner mage who has been transformed through the ancient altar. Before that she discovered the special feature of the secret realm, spending 3 years to conquer it all." He added, "Afterwards she signed a special contract with the entire secret realm. Within its scope she can summon freely." Jingdong shouted, "She is invincible inside the secret realm." At this moment chaos erupted and an excited voice was heard saying, "Come on Kianmo, pay for your arrogance." He sneered, "No wonder she wanted to fight inside the secret realm. This place under her control seemed alive. It has definitely undergone transformation from the ancient altar." He said in a flat tone, "But it is not without weaknesses." He charged forward to attack, "Just defeat the summoner herself, and the summoned creatures will stop moving." Seeing this, Lu Jingxin sneered, "Kianmo, you are in a hurry." Hearing this, he calmly replied with confidence, "Lu Jingxin, you are panicking." As soon as Kianmo finished speaking, he quickly rushed to in front of her. However, he was swiftly counterattacked by Lu Jingxin. Her voice seductive, "Kianmo, the last 3 bosses have never been defeated individually by any third-level awakened. If you surrender now, I will be lenient." He said cautiously, "All right, I admit you are really troublesome. I underestimated you before, so I have to call for backup." Kianmo calmly summoned, "Come out, King Dai Gold." Lu Jingxin began to panic. "What the hell are you doing?" King Dai appeared at his command. She used amplified power, causing the ground there to shake violently. He said calmly, "Sorry, compared to the shadow monsters you summoned, my summoned beast seems a bit too strong. This secret realm cannot hold up anymore." She gritted her teeth, "A young dragon race wielder. You have a young dragon race as your summoned beast. Damn it, the secret realm is about to be destroyed by it." Lu Jingxin summoned, "Leveruk, also a dragon race. Defeat them for me." He did not hesitate to charge forward to confront. "Let us go to King Dai." The tremors inside the secret realm now also affected the outside to some extent. Ruan Shen wondered, "What is this?" Fu Gai shouted in panic, "Is it about to explode?" He pressed, "What is your guild leader doing?" Jingdong replied with a trembling voice, "I do not know. This has never happened before." Ling Ruoxi worried, "No, Kianmo is still inside. We must go in to save him." Huang Tian stopped her. "Do not act rashly first. Let us observe a bit more." Right then, a deep voice suddenly rang out, "You bastards of the Silver Crane Alliance, look over here." Ma Bahua frowned and said, "This place is the dark lair, right? Our people disappeared at this spot of yours. Call your alliance leader out here." Jingdong pushed away Ruan Shen. "Another bunch of blind brats. Let me go first, our business can wait." He slowly stepped forward. "Which guild are you from? Do you know where this is?" "This place is the territory of the Silver River Guild Alliance." He suddenly burst out laughing. "The Silver River Alliance, huh?" Abalhua did not waste words, directly attacking Jingdong. He roared, "I am the combat team leader of the Windfire Alliance, Mabohua. What is the Silver River Alliance? Tell your leader Lu Jingxin to come out now." Ruan Shen smirked, "People from the Windfire Alliance. This trip is going to be interesting to watch." Huang Tian said uneasily, "Old Mo is still inside fighting now. The newcomers probably mean trouble." Ma Baohua ordered, "From now on, this place is taken over by us of the Windfire Alliance. All you riffraff get out now." He stepped forward and said, "You red-haired freak, if you want to fight, get away from here." He remembered you. "Since when does the Windfire Alliance have to bow to you of Eternal Crest Peak?" Huang Tian paused slightly. "Wait, how do you know I am from Eternal Crest Peak?" Mabalhua heard this and his expression changed. Immediately after he acted, talkative, "Even if all of you come at once, 1/ is enough." They naturally did not let Mabalhua rampage like that and quickly defended. Huang Tian said coldly, "Seems the target is not just the Silver River Alliance." He sneered, "A second turn guy actually blocked my strike." Mabalhua yelled, "Still not coming out? Drag them out for me. Anyone who dares to resist." He casually gave orders to his underlings, "Just kill them all." They quickly swarmed the scene. Seeing this, he grew wary. This many people means they plotted long ago. They probably want to wipe out the main forces of both our guilds in one go here. Ruan Shen frowned, "These bastards. I will fight them to the death." Huang Tian spoke up. Wait, Ling Roxy. Soon we will fight with all our might. You and the big-chested girl break through the encirclement and go back to call for reinforcements. Ling Roxy refused. No, I want to fight with everyone. Fu Gai also chimed in. I can help too. He said urgently, do not hesitate anymore. The guild leader is still in there. We do not know the situation. In a moment, I and old Ruan will act to cover you two leaving here. She reluctantly agreed. Fine. Huang Tian smiled. Come on, old Ruan. Let them see a bit of our skill combination. Ruan Shen said, but that move is not fully mastered yet. He said, we cannot care about that anymore. Ma Baohua sneered. This time the Windfire Alliance has 5 third-rank combat team leaders here, relying on that skill combination of 2 second-turn guys like you to escape. Huang Tian directly used the power of Broken Moon Sword Dance, Blood Sword, Asura Sword Grip. Ruan Shen also simultaneously used Soul Summoning Magic Shadow Demon Head from the Body Bowing Head Bronze Boy to quickly merge combination skill Yu Ming Sword Combat Technique. Witnessing this, Ma Baohua was astonished. Wait, this is a second-turn skill, and you call this not mastered? He grinned triumphantly. Sorry, it really is not quite mastered. The next second Huang Tian shouted, precisely because of that, we cannot control the killing power. Ling Roxy grabbed Fu Gei's hand. Hurry, their move cannot last long. She replied flustered, okay. His power seemed to have reached its peak, old Huang. I cannot hold much longer. He said, hold on a bit more, at least wait until they are safely away. Spiritual power radiated more and more, covering the entire space. Huang Tian sensed something and shouted, careful, something big is coming. At that moment, a heavy gravity pressed down on their power. A volley of arrows simultaneously shot towards the two, each embedding deep into the ground right in front of them. Ruan Shen staggered. What is this? How can arrows be so ridiculously powerful? He said, they were shot from deep in the forest. Someone is still there. Ma Baohua quickly ordered, capture the 2 girls quickly, leave these 2 for me to deal with. Ling Roxy did not yield, fiercely charging forward to attack. Hurry up. Huang Tian seemed to realize something and shouted, you deceitful thing, everyone is about to be killed because of you. But when he was not paying attention, he suddenly attacked. Eternal Crest Peak, peak of what dog shit, you are finished. At the critical moment, a sound suddenly came from inside the secret realm. Ma Baohua was dumbfounded. What is happening? Huang Tian smiled. Old Mo is about to come out. King Dai's foot quickly appeared on the ground. Ling Roxy was overjoyed when she saw Qian Mo. You scumbag, you are out. He asked worriedly, what is going on here? Is everyone alright? Huang Tian reported that they were fine. Those bastards from the Flame Wind Alliance wanted to fish in troubled waters. Qian Mo ordered them to go ahead. They were leaving this place. Everyone answered in unison. Okay. Before leaving, he lowered his voice and added, Flame Wind Alliance, I remember today's matter. Ma Baohua curled his lip, truly a greenhorn. These Eternal Peak people were indeed a fat piece of meat. He asked curiously, Old Mo, what happened inside the secret realm? Why did it take you so long to get out? Ruan Shen asked with curiosity, did you teach that woman a lesson? Qian Mo replied with difficulty, I won the fight, but Lu Jingxin had real strength, so I was also injured. He was stunned. Huh, even you got injured. Then my loss wasn't unfair. Huang Tian's gaze became unreadable. No wonder otherwise with your personality. You wouldn't have left in such a hurry. Mo faced the sun, but fortunately I managed to find out Li Minghao's whereabouts. We'll head back to Eternal City first. Ma Baohua reported the news. The dry bone from the Milky Way Alliance has been caught, but the leader hasn't appeared yet. I estimate there's an 80% chance Qian Mo killed him in the secret realm. He clenched his fist. He is definitely injured. If not, with his arrogant nature, he wouldn't have left so easily. Li Dijia laughed. Old Ni, you were too impatient and ended up looking like a lost dog. Qian Mo has quickly risen to the top of Wolf Moon City, and even the parliament is on his side. I have to be doubly cautious. He lowered his voice. After all, everything is still under control. The pieces I placed are still in the game. The dragon landed gently on the ground. Huang Tian probed again. How is the leader? Any news of Li Minghao? Qian Mo replied coldly. We'll talk about this later. He spoke seriously. Quickly pass the order. Recall all core members. Close down business. Increase the output of the weapon shop. And strengthen defenses. He panicked. What happened? Qian Mo did not explain. From today onward, Eternal Peak will enter a state of war. The announcement excited everyone. What? Starting a war. Fighting who? Is it to unify Spirit Moon City? Are we starting a war with the Flame Wind and Milky Way families? That's great. Did the Flame Wind Alliance strike first? Qian Mo sat in the middle and answered. It's us striking the Milky Way first. But Flame Wind's flag is probably already planted in Milky Way City. Ruan Shen said angrily. We fell into their trap. But if we fight, we fight. Are we scared or something? Li Taibo objected. Flame Wind is a level 6 guild, with nearly 700 members under its command. Fighting is not a 1 or 2 day affair. Gugan disagreed. What's there to be afraid of? I want to test out the newly trained dragon cavalry. Seeing the two argue, he mediated. Don't be rash. Having dragon cavalry doesn't mean others don't have a way to counter them. The important thing is that I got injured this time. Gugan was stunned. Who could injure you? Qian Mo replied gloomily. Lu Jingxin, but I already killed her. Ruan Shen was surprised. You actually killed her? I only said to teach her a lesson. What a waste. He replied helplessly. In that situation, if I didn't kill her, I wouldn't have been able to leave the secret realm. Finishing the conversation, Kianmo ordered, Old Gu, help me send a letter to Di Yuanhao. Explain clearly what happened here. Everyone, endure what you can. Wait until my injuries heal. Then we will officially declare war. Everyone said in unison. Understood. He stood up. Fu Gai, stay and help me with my treatment. The rest of you leave first. She asked suspiciously. Me? Kianmo nodded. Fu Gai stood frozen in despair. After leaving the meeting room, Duke Su asked with concern, how did this trip go? Weren't you supposed to find Li Minghao? Huang Tian replied softly. Old Mo said he has a lead, told me not to ask too many questions. Huang Tian frowned. What's wrong? Worried about the war declaration, he said grandly. What do I have to worry about? I'm fully prepared. Duke said bitterly. It's just that I had an old grudge, and I settled it that day. I can't bear this injustice anymore. He placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Don't worry. Once Old Mo recovers, we will avenge this hatred. Time passed after the Dark Nest incident, and now they were in a forest. Ma Bahua held a knife and laughed menacingly. After the Flame, Wind, and Alliance submitted proof of their members' deaths in the Dark Nest, they activated their territorial invasion of the Milky Way Alliance. Through the map, the Flame Wind Alliance subsequently seized over half the control of Spirit Moon City's territory, upgraded to level 7, and pointed their sword at Eternal Peak. Tensions escalated and the council forced both sides to sign a non-aggression pact, but Flame Wind still pressed close, looking for an opportunity to declare war. In the bustling market area, a fierce voice rang out. This is Flame Wind Alliance territory. How dare you sell the heads of Eternal Peak here? Brother Feng had his collar grabbed and replied with difficulty. Are you kidding? This is Eternal Peak's free market. A Jew said in a harsh tone. This place has always been Flame Wind Alliance territory. You guys get lost or don't blame me. He sneered. What, not happy? Your boss, Kianmo, has become a turtle hiding in his shell now, huh? As soon as he finished speaking, a Jew was kicked square in the face. Huang Tian raised his foot in warning. Watch your mouth, or you might bite your tongue. He said angrily, you guys, Ma Bahua cut in. Who are you talking to like that, huh? Weren't you the lackeys who lost and ran away last time? He glared at Ma Bahua. Which lackey? If you have the guts, come out and fight. Q Ling advised. Don't forget the leader's orders. Avoid conflict. Huang Tian whispered, I know I'm just scaring them. Before he finished speaking, King Feng rushed in and punched Ma Bahua. How dare you insult my Eternal Peak? Do you want to die? He threw punch after punch. Watch me beat you to death. You're practically asking for it. Huang Tian raised an eyebrow. Whose subordinate is this? Q Ling said fearfully. This is bad. There's a plot behind this. Ma Bahua jumped up and punched King Feng flying. People from Eternal Peak have struck first. We don't need to be polite. He turned pale. Damn it, we fell for the trap. We can only fight now. The man raised his foot to run. Fight what? Let's hurry back to the guild first. Amidst the argument, they could all see clearly through binoculars. Di Chang on the rooftop laughed. The plan went smoothly. This proves they struck first, giving us a reason to declare war. Rongsheng hesitated. It's been so long. Kianmo's wounds are probably healed by now. He reassured. Don't worry, I have Kianmo's situation under control. Even if he recovers from his injuries, I have the strength to fight him. That man asked. I heard he became a core player of the Flame Dragon Soul. If the association interferes, Lady Dijia stood up. Kianmo sent a letter to the association, but they won't care. Rongsheng was suspicious. What? How do you know? That must be the case. He turned around and replied coldly, it sounds like no one has any backing. The core players of the Flame Dragon's Soul are not just him alone. That man was startled. You are also a candidate. Laijia's expression turned dark and he sneered contemptuously. Being a substitute and running to the association for help at the first sign of trouble, is that still considered the future of the Xia kingdom? This action of Qian Mo shows he made a mistake. Then he ordered, all members, listen to my command, set out, target Eternal City. At Eternal City, Duke Xu pointed and urged, hurry up, prepare the ballistae. Those bastards from the Flame Wind Alliance are almost here. Ruan Shen said excitedly, damn it, we're finally about to fight. I've been so frustrated these past few days. Gugan agreed. Who hasn't been? A bunch of brats acting all high and mighty, forcing me to sign a mediation agreement. What the hell was there to sign? He walked slowly. I have over 30 dragons now. I wouldn't be afraid even if the Heavenly King himself came. Huang Tian said discontentedly, Old Wei, those bastards from the Flame Wind Alliance. We need to beat them into submission this time. He laughed. Old Huang, Old Shu, you guys are really something. Finally finding a reason to strike. Dueling said quietly, alright, stop joking. How is it on the leader's side? Without him, we might not have a sure victory. Ruan Shen rubbed his chin and laughed. On the leader's side, Big Sister with the big chest and Old Tin are there. They should be almost done. Leaving the city in a dark, foggy forest, Qianmo sat in silent meditation among the ancient trees, deploying the origin returning formation. Ling Ruoxi asked, "How is the leader?" Leo looked at him and assessed. "After using the 7th spirit horse pill today, next we just need to use the power of the origin returning formation to push the energy through." He hesitated and asked, "I noticed the guild's combat teams are being deployed unusually. Did something happen?" She frowned and signaled, "Keep your voice down. Don't let him hear." Ling Roxy lowered her voice. "The Flame Wind Alliance people have already attacked, but Boss has organized the defense." She cautioned seriously, "Let's not tell the leader about this for now. Wait until he recovers." Leo agreed. "That's right. It's very important. The spirit horse pill was concocted by the leader with me. Under the effect of the origin returning formation, the pill helps the leader achieve the best state for the third transition breakthrough. There must be no mistakes." As the two were talking, the ground beneath their feet suddenly shook. Ling Ruoxi looked out seriously. "The war has started," he said worriedly. "That's a huge commotion." After a while, she turned and left. "Old kin, I need to go check on the battle, leave this to you." Leo clenched his fists in assurance. "Okay, trust me with it." Just then, he, still in his meditative state, slowly opened his eyes wide. The Eternal City Guild, everyone stood fiercely on the city wall looking down. Below, Mabaohua pointed up and laughed loudly. "Huang Tian, you little brat, you're really quick on your feet. I let you escape twice. This time, I'll destroy your home and see where you run." He flew into a rage after hearing that. "I can't take it anymore. Follow me out to smash them." Gugan quickly stopped him. "Don't rush. The guild's offensive strategy isn't just about fighting like this. The Dragon Knight guards are ready to deploy." On command, members rode Dragon Knights into the air. King Feng shouted, "Brothers, take flight." He said with high spirits, "Teach these invaders a lesson D." Huang Tian was stunned. "Wait, old boss, Gu, first have the Dragon Knights retreat." Gugan asked back, "What's wrong, Bao?" Hua below laughed slyly. "So there really are dragons. Is this Eternal Peak's biggest trump card? How wonderful." He said harshly, "To deal with you all, I've prepared everything. Prepare the demon-breaking ballistae." Following Lady Hua's order, "Shoot them all down." One by one, the ballistae fired towards the Dragon Knights in the air. An Eternal Peak member was hit by a bolt. King Feng shouted loudly, "Watch out, stop first." She exclaimed in surprise, "What kind of bow could shoot down an entire flock of dragons like this?" He explained that it was the demon-breaking crossbow he had seen at the Black Acapoint, the thing that had broken the link between him and Old Wei. "They deliberately used it to deal with our Dragon Knights." Mabaohua approached with a ferocious face. "The demon-breaking crossbow squad will provide cover. The rest follow me to break the city gate." He gripped his blade tightly, slashing a straight line towards the city gate. Huang Tiangu calmly said, "Letting them attack like this, the city gate won't hold for long. Our only chance is to go out and destroy the demon-breaking crossbow." He agreed with him. "Then let's follow this plan." Huang Tian led the charge out of the city. "You bastards of the Windfire Alliance, come on." He rushed to attack Mabaohua to settle old and new scores. On the other side, Gugan, holding a gun, jumped onto the middle tower. We carefully maneuvered past the trees, taking advantage of Huang Tian distracting their main force. "We just need to find and destroy the demon-breaking crossbow. Then the dragon cavalry will advance for a full suppression." Gugan's agile figure suddenly stopped, found it. He raised his gun, carefully aiming at the enemy base. Li Dijia's voice sounded from behind. "That's Vice President Gugan of Eternal Wind Pavilion." Gugan was startled and panicked. "He's been found." Without hesitation, he attacked towards him like lightning. Gugan carefully defended, his hand continuously pulling the trigger to aim and fire. Strangely, Li Dejia was not hit by the bullets. Wind Flash allowed him to predict actions within 2 seconds and dodge continuously 3 times. With a cooldown of 15 seconds, he praised, "No wonder you're the wandering gunslinger of the Eternal Wind Pavilion. Your pistol skills are indeed formidable." He looked at Li Dejia and thought to himself, he is a third-turn elemental spirit. This is the wind element, so his speed is so fast. Gugan continuously aimed his gun at Li Dejia. "I know you're here. 3 dodges must be used up by now." He laughed arrogantly, sweeping the bullets away. "My tricks aren't just dodging." Seeing this, his face was full of fear. "Damn it." Ruan Shen approached from afar. "Boss, how's the strategy?" Gugan sighed and replied it failed. As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared behind him. "Don't run, we're not done playing yet." Ruan Shen heard his subordinates asking to rush forward, but he resolutely disagreed. "Their crossbow cart hasn't been destroyed yet. The Dragon Knights flying up are just living targets." He gritted his teeth in frustration. "Damn it. Are we just supposed to stand by and watch the Windfire Alliance act arrogantly?" Outside, Mabaohua and Huang Tian were constantly exchanging blows. Ling Ruoxi, covered in wounds, still fought on. At Gugan's position, Q Ling held a shield, defending against Li Dijia's attacks. He taunted, "Beaten to this state, and Qian Mo still hasn't shown up. Looks like he plans to stay completely hidden." Q Ling frowned. Even Epic Shield couldn't withstand the attack. Is this the power of a third turn? While fighting, suddenly a roar sounded from the sky. He looked up and laughed mockingly. You still dare to send out the Dragon Knights. Ruan Shen was delighted. It's King Dai, the president has finally appeared. Mabalhua turned his face and ordered his subordinates to shoot it down. The subordinate acknowledged the order, raising the crossbow to aim at the middle tower. But before the arrow could be fired, Qianmo spoke, disappear. Seeing this, Li Dijia knew something was wrong. He looked up at the middle tower and saw him holding a rocket launcher, standing on King Dai's back. Qianmo was swift as a flash, firing towards Li Dijia below. After barely managing to block it, Li Dijia used his hand to deflect the rocket. He was horrified to see a core arrow inside. By instinct, he dodged the dangerous core arrow. Li Dijia gritted his teeth in anger, trying to breathe to calm down. Turning his face, he said furiously, this feint to the east and attack to the west trick is good, really cunning. Spoke from the air, I'm not late, am I? Ruan Shen smiled and replied, right on time. Fu Gai shouted loudly, you bastard, are you okay? Ling Ruoxi ran over, President, you finally arrived. Qianmo replied with full confidence, don't worry, the wound is fine. Li Dijia spoke first, thought it was someone, turns out it's the coward Qianmo, finally daring to come out and fight. He jumped off King Dai's back. Li Dijia, I'll give you a chance, hand over Li Minghao and I'll spare your life. He replied contemptuously, what Li Minghao, I don't understand what you're talking about. Qianmo's face darkened. You ordered people to capture Li Minghao at Blackett Point and personally killed members of the Galaxy Alliance to incite civil war. Li Dijia stubbornly denied it. He said angrily while holding his sword, if you don't admit it, I don't want to waste any more time, let's start the war. He laughed loudly. Qianmo, you are indeed as arrogant as the rumors say. I hear you can challenge a third turn as a second turn, but don't expect me to fight you fairly. Li Dijia suddenly shouted, Fu Gai, why don't you make your move? Ruan Shen was stunned. Careful, stop her. He asked in shock, big-chested little sister, what are you doing? As he finished speaking, Fu Gai launched a sneak attack on Qianmo. He was hit by the homologous magic, but still calmly asked, what is the meaning of this? Ling Ruoxi screamed, you bastard. Huang Tian panicked and caught Qianmo. Ruan Shen grabbed Fu Gai's collar tightly, you fucking bastard, so you are a spy. A teleportation magic formation had already appeared behind her. He released his grip in shock. Was the teleportation formation set up in advance? Fu Gai turned her face and said faintly, President, I'm back. Li Dijia laughed loudly. Qianmo, you didn't expect this, did you? She was the spy I sent to your camp. He raised his hand to summon a blue flame. The homologous magic of the preacher has the ability to resonate with life points for remote healing, so it won't make the target feel any malice when casting. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Dijia cut off one of her arms. But under the effect of resonance, it not only heals, but can also resonate damage. He lost his balance, his knees buckling as he fell. He's standing beside panicked old Mo. Ruan Shen ran over worriedly, President. Qianmo tried his best to reassure them. Don't worry, I won't die. He looked at Fu Gai lying motionless, puzzled, impossible. I clearly cut off one of her arms. He calmly replied while holding his chest. The first injury activated the passive purification effect, and at the same time, the contract effect of the extreme blood goo was lifted. Sorry, it made a member of your team lose an arm for nothing. Li Dijia was stunned. The passive purification effect of the extreme blood goo. How is that possible? He immediately ordered, your injury is quite serious. Members of the Windfire Alliance, capture Qianmo. Mabalhua shouted loudly, charge and kill Qianmo. Qianmo still stood tall, coldly calling King Dai. The giant dragon appeared from somewhere and obeyed the command to breathe fire. The crowd panicked and fled. It's a dragon. There's still a young dragon, run fast. Li Dijia stood rooted to the spot, shouting angrily, damn it, a bunch of trash. Huang Tian hurriedly supported him as he limped away. Let's go, we're heading back. After the chaos, the city gate slowly closed. The open ground was empty of people. The dragon still stood majestic on the city wall. The man reported with annoyance, President, the demon-breaking crossbow is broken. We no longer have weapons to fight the dragon. He said with a glare, I can't believe that after such a meticulous plan, Qianmo still escaped death. Li Dijia turned around and left in disgust. Let's retreat for now. Qianmo is heavily injured. Wait 2 days for the demon-breaking crossbow to be repaired, then we'll come back and deal with them. Mabalhua immediately obeyed. Understood. Man asked with a glance, what about her? He asked in surprise, she's not dead yet. Fu Gai's eyes darkened as she breathed weakly. Li Dijia clicked his tongue. Take her back, after all. We have her to thank this time. Watching the limping group return, Leo asked in panic how they got even more seriously injured than before after not being out long. He recounted indignantly, it's all Fu Gai's fault. I thought she was just a liar, never expected she was a spy. The old man was stunned. A spy? How can Fu Gai be? Leo didn't ask further, leading everyone into rest. Qianmo sat down on the chair awkwardly, holding his wound. Huang Tian asked suspiciously, old man killed her for so long, didn't he notice anything unusual? He suddenly spoke up, don't blame old kin. Remote healing with homologous magic carries no malice, so I didn't detect it either, Kianmo recalled and explained. Normally no one is cruel enough to use a strategy that inflicts 1,000 losses on the enemy and 800 on themselves. Ruan Shen agreed. This type of attack was indeed hard to predict. He grew more suspicious when Fuge lost her arm, not knowing what she was plotting. He said Li Dijia was very cunning, using Li Mingao to provoke them into fighting the Silver River, while also manipulating Fuge. But fortunately, he had destroyed the crossbow chariots, preventing their attack. He wondered how the Windfire Alliance could possess such a powerful weapon. Huang Tian was also curious about this super rule design. He lowered his head and thought perhaps there was a force backing them from behind. He would ask the association manager. She worriedly told him to treat his wounds first. Qianmo gently refused, saying the injury was nothing. What needed to be done was to focus on defense. Told Huang Tian, Ruan Shen, Qiuling and Roxy to stay behind to teach combat techniques. Hoxing asked if it was a fusion skill. At this moment, his side was also planning their battle strategy. Rongsheng regretted that Qian Mo had escaped and the demon-breaking crossbow was also damaged. Li Dijia admitted Qian Mo was too cunning to break the isotropic contrast. He sighed because he also severed Fugei's hand. Fugai stood still in the palace, and Li Dijia asked if she blamed him. She replied that helping the leader was her blessing, only regretting not killing Qian Mo. He smiled and said she had done well to wound Qian Mo severely. She thanked the leader in a low voice. Li Dijia told her to visit her brother, saying that after conquering Eternal Peak, he would release him. Fugui joyfully knelt to thank him. After she left, that man wondered if Qian Mo was truly injured. He affirmed that Fugai would not dare to fake it with her own hand and her brother's life. Li Dijia ordered the demon-breaking crossbow to be repaired to deal with Eternal Peak. Fugui held a flickering torch, stepping down into the dungeon. As soon as she saw her brother, she emotionally called out, Wang Ping'an. Wang Ping'an asked fearfully if she could take him out. She gritted her teeth and said, "You dare to take half the Alliance's gold and still want to leave." He cried and begged his sister to help. Fugai comforted him, saying to wait a few more days she would definitely save him. That man, upon seeing her, immediately asked what happened to her hand. Wang Ping'an was stunned and asked where her hand was. Fugai hurriedly hid it, saying it was just carelessness. She walked to the corner of the room and said, "Who told you to be so talkative?" Li Minghao, who was chained, replied with difficulty, "The woman who tricked me must face retribution." Fugai rubbed his head and sneered, "I lost a hand, but exchanged it for your leader's life." Li Minghao panicked and asked what she had done to the leader. She replied ambiguously, "You will know soon, no need to wait long." He roared and cursed, calling her a bitch, demanding she explain clearly. Cheng Zong slapped Li Minghao, telling him to have some self-respect. Fugai gritted her teeth and silently vowed to save her brother. Early in the morning, the research company was buzzing with discussion. Yan Xing slammed down the documents and asked who could explain why the demon-breaking crossbow blueprint appeared on the Revelation continent. He sternly asked Hu Hanshan about the Revelation weapon. Hu Hanshan pretended not to care and answered, "How did you come to know about this crossbow?" Yuan Haolian explained that the news came from Moonlight City. During the Civil War, the Windfire Alliance used this crossbow against the Dragon Knight of Eternal Peak. He waved his hand and said he had heard about the battle between Qian Mo and Li Dejia, but he swore he had not given the blueprint to that boy. Hanshan said Qian Mo was Old Qin's disciple, recommended by Old Liu. He would demand Li Dejia withdraw from Tianqi. Yan Xing asked in shock. He calmly said he believed Director Hu would not do that, because the demon-breaking crossbow was a secret weapon of the Xia Kingdom. Calling Director Hu here was only to understand the situation and avoid harming innocents. Old Qin spoke bluntly about the candidate for the Soul Flame Dragon. The association would not interfere. The two candidates had already fought, so wait for news. Hearing this, he quickly said goodbye, praising Old Qin for his impartiality. Hu Hanshan slammed the door and left, leaving the three dumbfounded. Batman asked Old Qin why he did not press further, since he had revealed the design leak. He replied that the essence was military interference, and making a big deal would cause a loss of face. Yan Xing angrily pounded the table, believing the immortal war affected the children. Old Qin said at least the military would dare not resupply Li Dejia, reducing pressure on that Cheng kid. He decisively said it now depended on the Cheng kid. If he won, the military would punish Hu Hanshan. If he lost, the association should stop interfering. At that moment, on the battlefield, a banner was planted on a rocky ridge. Looking at the sealed cave entrance, he asked if they still could not enter the secret realm. Ma Baohua replied that he had asked the Silver River Alliance, but no one could explain it. He was annoyed that he had barely managed to control it, and now he could not even enter. Suddenly, a call came. Li Dijia answered the phone worriedly. Hu Hanshan scolded him for calling about the wrong position. He shouted, "Said you did 10 days to get the demon-breaking crossbow done. Why is there no progress now?" He stammered that he did not expect Qian Mo to be so hard to deal with. "Wait 2 more days and the crossbow will be repaired." Hu Hanshan warned that the military secretly supported him, but results were needed. If he lost, he would be framed. Dijia clenched his fist decisively. This time he absolutely would not lose. He reminded him to be sure not to let go easily. Dijia asked about the crossbow repair progress. Mabohor reported it was half done, the rest was in a rush, short on craftsmen. He ordered the crossbow to be brought and all members to gather at Eternal Peak. That man obeyed and confirmed. The battlefield was dusty and hazy, red banners planted everywhere marking the territory. The first 3 guilds appeared: Broken Sword, Spark, Giant Wind. The next group included Fierce Dust, Bloodstain, and Burnhand guilds. Mabohor reported that besides the allied forces stationed at the base, 6 main guilds had assembled. Lidigia said to deliver the final ultimatum demanding surrender, or else they would break the gate. That man smiled triumphantly and immediately passed the order. Mabohua stood before the gate holding a banner, cursing the cowards at Eternal Peak. Gugan stood on the wall, analyzing that it had only been 3 days, and they were attacking again on a larger scale. Duke Xu believed the crossbow was not yet repaired, but they were preparing for the final battle. He hurriedly went to check on the leader's situation. Gugan flew down from the city wall, wondering if Huang Tian's group had researched anything these past days with the leader. He frantically opened the door to report the enemy's arrival. Gugan was stunned to see Qian Mo leisurely drinking tea. He invited him to sit and have some tea first. He quickly explained that the situation was urgent. Where was Huang Tian's group? Windfire had already arrived. Qian Mo put down the teacup, saying they went to do a mission. Gugan stammered, "What mission at a time like this? Who will deal with the enemy?" He smiled, "There is still the leader here." Qian Mo stretched, saying he was tired of pretending to be a cute grandson. It was time to get some exercise. He was surprised. "You are injured, and even if you had men, it would not be enough." He confidently told him to rest assured. The allies were about to arrive. The cave entrance was still sealed shut, with guards standing on both sides. Huang Hai yawned lazily, complaining about having to stand guard. Hai Long told him to be grateful. Could he even beat Qian Mo? The young man laughed arrogantly. Qian Mo was now like a tiger without fangs. Suddenly he turned his head in shock. Something was happening at the cave entrance. At the Windfire Alliance base, dusk was falling. That man urged them to hurry. The leader was risking his life. If the stone tablet was destroyed, the whole team would die. Fang leisurely told the team leader to relax. The guild had a defensive formation. Eternal Peak was busy saving itself. Ma Baohua angrily shouted. Fugei walked over. That man asked in surprise what she was doing here. She coldly replied, "I am the support team leader. Do I not have the right?" Mabaohua awkwardly mentioned the order. Fugai said she received the leader's order to reinforce the defense. Mabaohua was bewildered. They had not received any such order. She turned around to explain that the alliance leader, before leaving, had instructed him not to doubt me, and that the defensive formation here was also set up by me long ago. The fortress was engulfed in a sea of fire, with smoke and dust billowing everywhere. Beneath the walls, many frenzied shouts rang out. He laughed ferociously and swung his hammer, saying this was the strength of Eternal Peak. How pitifully weak. Continuously swinging his blade to attack, it was so boring. How come there is not even a single or double transcendence here? On the wall, Dutu punched the wall in frustration. Why were Huang Tuan and the God of Wishes not here? If so, the only option was to sacrifice the secret weapon. Beside him, Rong Sheng pointed and ordered his subordinates to fire. People who received the order continuously fired crossbows at Eternal Peak's fortress. Bahua laughed loudly. Their city gate has been broken. Attack. Even though the city gate was breached, everyone in Eternal Peak was determined to defend the guild with their lives. Suddenly, they heard a signal. Wait, the guild is calling for a retreat. What retreat? Members of Eternal Peak turned around one after another to follow the arrangement to guard the inner city. Seeing this, he shouted, "Brothers, they are scared. Full assault, seize Eternal Peak." Leidagia observed through the telescope and said, "The supporting characters have retreated. Qian Mo is about to appear. I leave the defense of the demon-breaking ballista to you. I will go meet him." Rong Sheng asked in disbelief, "You want me to stay and guard it?" He replied with a warning tone, "If you cannot protect it, atone with your life." Hearing this, he became serious and vigilant. "If there is any problem, I will use you as a sacrifice for the door." At this moment, Li San led the group charging into the city. "Hey, you Eternal Peak bastards, your grandfather is here. Where is that brat Huang Tian? Come out here." Fei had a strange expression on his face. Something was wrong. There was not a single first or second transcendence person in Eternal Peak. The city was also empty. What was going on? After hearing that, he became more cautious. They still have some tricks. The demon-breaking ballista cannot provide long-range support. Be careful. Ma Bahua laughed contemptuously. I think the useless higher-ups of Eternal Peak knew they couldn't win and ran away. As soon as he finished speaking, a large mouth full of fangs suddenly appeared before him. Before he could react, a tremor shot out from the city gate. The group of people led by Li San were pushed back outside. He said angrily, "I told you there was an ambush. I told you to be careful." That man scoffed in response, "It's just a last-ditch struggle." Just then Qian Mo walked out from the city gate. Who is so rude to barge into someone else's home without asking? Li Dijia appeared from behind the crowd. "Qian Mo, you finally came out. The city gate of Eternal Peak has collapsed, and you only come out now to surrender?" He took out a large blade, his killing intent surging. "Watch me kill this brat." Ma Baohua wielded his blade and slashed towards him, roaring with murderous intent. Seeing the two engage in battle, battle, Lee San wanted to help. Let's go over there too. Fei nodded. Okay. At this moment, Kianmo was single-handedly and powerfully dealing with the three of them. Lee Dijia watched in panic from the sidelines. Something is wrong. His bearing is strange. This is bad. Bahua said with an exhausted look. Guild leader, this kid is off. He is not getting injured at all. Lee San was also shocked. He is just a second transcendence. How can he be this strong? He turned his back and fled in fear. I have fallen into a trap. You guys hold him off. I am going back to the base. That man had a panicked expression. What are you saying? Guild leader. Lee Dijia, who was about to flee, was suddenly struck with terror and shock. He wore an incredulous expression. This is a demon-breaking ballista. How do you people have this? He smiled and replied, Alliance leader Lee, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Since you are here, why not enjoy the quality of our guild's demon-breaking ballista? How about it? Dusu called down from the wall. Finally, something less boring. Lee Dijia, take a look at the demon-breaking ballista that our Eternal Peak craftsmen have been simulating day and night. What do you think compared to yours? He said in a suspicious tone. Kianmo, you were never injured at all. He replied calmly, of course not. But that doesn't mean you should let your guard down. Lee Dijia heard this, his pupils constricting in fear. So you knew all along that the scheme with Fugai was a spy. Kianmo sneered in response. You only realize this now. It's too late. At this moment, in a corner of the city, a red magical power spread out. Fugai said in a detached tone, I am done with the modifications. Come take a look. Xiao Long scratched his head sheepishly. I am a warrior. I wouldn't understand even if I looked. She turned her face away. In short, the current formation has been reinforced much more. After hearing this, he replied, Then I thank Captain Wang for his hard work. Comrade beside Xiaolong blurted out in panic, Captain, look, something seems wrong here. Right beside them, Ruan Shen walked out of a light circle. Where in the world have I been teleported to? Am I still inside Eternal Peak? Huang Tian beside him signaled, You old fake, can't you die without saying a few words? We are supposed to be sneaking around. Ling Roxy interjected worriedly, We won't be tricked by that woman again, will we? He turned his head to look at her. I think it's very possible. I dare not believe a single thing that woman said. Even after being tricked once, the guild leader still trusts her. Ling Roxy, you must be careful. He spoke up to remind, talk less, carry out the mission. Ling opened her mouth and shouted, Hey, stop arguing, look at what is happening. Ahead, the subordinates of Lai Dijia had already discovered them. They are intruders, here for the still in the base, kill them. He said helplessly seeing this. Damn it, wasn't this supposed to be a secret infiltration? Why are there so many people? Ruan Shen said angrily, Fuck, were we tricked by that woman again? On the other hand, Ling Roxy calmly suggested, the stone stele is right behind, why not destroy it quickly? Once it is destroyed, the Stormfire Alliance is finished. Fugui watched from the sidelines. Like this, the promise to Qian Mo has been fulfilled. The next step is to rescue my younger brother and Li Minghao. Back at the Eternal Peak City Gate, Ma Baohua asked anxiously, Alliance leader, what should we do now? Li Dijia stomped his foot and shouted, Do you think you can win with simulated demon-breaking ballistas? After all, you are just a level 5 guild. All members of the Stormfire Alliance use a human wave tactic to suppress it. He instructed, As for Qian Mo, we will attack together. As long as we kill him, we win. Hearing this, Qian Mo sneered, You want to defeat me with numbers? I will show you true strength. On the wall, Du Chu gave orders in sequence. Demon-breaking ballistas provide cover. Dragon cavalry, by order of the full force, charge out. Hearing the order, the members of Eternal Peak were boiling with blood and spirit. Brothers, let out all the grievances of the past few days. Charge and attack those intruders. The people of Stormfire were all terrified. Run, the dragon has arrived. Damn it, we should never have come here. Members of Eternal Peak were excited. This is a one-sided slaughter. So satisfying. Rongsheng looked through the telescope in fear. How have they already managed to replicate the demon-breaking ballista in just a few days? His subordinate asked frantically, Boss Ni, what do we do now? Rongsheng frowned and replied, Before, for the safety of the demon-breaking ballista, we set up the ballista team in the rear. Now that we don't have to care about that, we must quickly move the demon-breaking ballista to the front to suppress the dragon cavalry. As long as we can suppress the dragon cavalry, we still have a numerical advantage. Hearing this, he said to the comrades behind him, Push it in, push it in. The comrades acknowledged the order and replied, Roger. That man grabbed the ballista cart tightly. Strange, why can't this ballista cart be pushed? As they were busy pushing the cart, a purple light circle appeared behind that man. The Eternal Guild members walked out from the light circle. Lu Jingxin looked arrogant. You beasts from the Stormfire Alliance, look here, your old mother is back. Seeing this, Rongsheng panicked. That woman is Lu Jingxin. Wasn't she already dead? As soon as he said that, she roared in anger. I think you guys are the ones who are going to die now. Lu Jingxin commanded with great momentum. Go, play them to death, avenge the boss. The magical beasts under her command immediately pounced towards the Stormfire Guild, wreaking havoc. Dejia's eyes widened. The demon-breaking ballista has been destroyed again. What in the world is going on? What is that useless Rongsheng doing? He released magical power, Qianmo, from your performance at the tournament. I thought you were an inexperienced youth. I never expected you to be so cunning. He did not reply, continuing to spar with Mabaowa and his comrades. Then, Qianmo replied humbly but with disdain, when it comes to schemes, I am far inferior to you. You sowed discord between us and the Silver River Alliance, and arranged for Fugai. If not for you capturing a member of my group, making me unaware of his whereabouts, I wouldn't bother acting. But now, perhaps Li Minghao has already been rescued. After saying that, he announced powerfully, all members of the Stormfire Alliance, your plan has failed. Surrender now and I can spare the lives of those not involved. A Fei hesitated. Alliance leader, the demon-breaking ballista has lost its advantage and their dragon knights are too strong. We might as well retreat. Li San agreed. That's right, we have lost. Li Dejia's face was dark. Shut up. At this moment he strained his neck and shouted loudly, I will not surrender. As long as you are still members of Stormfire, anyone who dares to surrender, I will not forgive. We still have 500 members. Even if we are to lose, we won't let them have it easy. Li Dejia issued an order with a resolute attitude. Stormfire Alliance, full force attack Eternal Peak. Even if we lose, we must make them pay the price. His subordinates heard this and were discontented. Clearly we have lost, and he still wants to fight. No choice, he is the Alliance leader. Unless they are willing to drop levels and leave the guild, they can only continue the doomed course. Gung Cao Cao commented, this bastard wants to drag the guild into a mutually destructive fight. Duke Xu said bluntly, then let's fight, who are we afraid of? Beside him, Kanmo sank into thought, calculating the time, it should be nearly successful by now, right? Suddenly, everyone in the Stormfire crowd had a warning screen appear around them. What is this? Do you have it too? Looking at the screen, Li Dejia said angrily, damn it, we still weren't fast enough. The text on the screen read, the guild stele has been destroyed. Receiving the news, the Stormfire guild was terrified. The guild stele has been destroyed. We no longer have a guild. How is this possible? Has the Stormfire Alliance lost? Is there still any need to fight? Well then. The guild members of Ling Rixi were covered in injuries, taking down members of the Stormfire one by one. Huang Tian broke into a cold sweat, saying the Stormfire had left their elites at home guarding the tower. Ruan Shen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the four of us came. Ling Roxy interjected, only then could we win like this. Returning to Eternal City, Ma Bohua said boldly, are those cowards ready to surrender already? The guild can be rebuilt. If you are a true man, fight me. As soon as he finished speaking, a tentacle shot like a blade from behind and pierced into Ma Bohua. It pinned him firmly, then lifted Ma Bohua high into the air, bringing him before Lu Jingxin, her voice contemptuous. I heard you from a long way away. You are the one who led the attack on the Silver River Alliance before, right? From a distance, Li Dejia exclaimed in shock, Lu Jingxin, you are still alive. She lightly tossed Ma Bohua into the jaws of a demon beast. I am certainly going to outlive you, you vile scoundrel. If anyone else wants to roll with Li Dejia, this will be their fate. Seeing this, the Stormfire Guild members dropped their weapons, standing in frozen fear. They raised their hands high, saying in unison, I surrender, no more fighting. That is right, we are no longer members of the Stormfire Alliance. We surrender. Seeing the change in situation, he narrowed his eyes and questioned, Qianmo, so the Silver River has become your hunting dog too. Your calculations are truly vicious. Li Dejia conjured mana in his hand. Good. I heard you have a special talent able to defeat a third turn with a second turn. Now that the Vong Guild is gone, I formally challenge you. He just sneered with contempt upon hearing this. Challenge me? Are you even worthy? He burst out in anger, but Qianmo replied bluntly, I enjoy one-on-one fights, but that is a sign of respect for an opponent. A petty scoundrel like you is not worth my effort. After speaking, he looked around. Everyone from Stormfire, I can let bygones be bygones. But now I want to see your sincere surrender. They hesitated, and in less than a second, all of them simultaneously raised their weapons towards Li Dejia, shocking him. He drew out his voice in threat. What do you think you are doing? Afi spoke up. Alliance leader Lai, sorry. We are no longer part of Stormfire. Li San also voiced, to be honest, I have been annoyed with you for a long time. He gritted his teeth in helpless rage. You ungrateful bastards, no sense of loyalty at all. Go die, all of you. He observed Qianmo's attitude. He explained cheerfully, Li Dejia, let me teach you another lesson. I and Alliance leader Lu are allies. No one is anyone's hunting dog. A man like you uses schemes and tricks, befriends a rabble. Ending up in this predicament is your own doing. He defended himself while replying, you bastard. Qianmo, if you have guts, fight me head on. There will be no consequences. Before he could pay attention, Li Dejia was hit by an attack from behind. He quickly turned and launched a counterattack. You traitors, die. At that moment, Li Dejia was hit in the face again. His face twisted to the side. He furiously flung the surrounding people away and shouted, all of you are national traitors. He lunged towards Qianmo. Even if I die, I am taking you down with me. The attack was about to land, but Qianmo stood still calmly. Oh, is that so? Go on. Then Lion appeared and lightly countered the attack with a skill. The skill of vengeful attachment echoed, and a voice said, "Guild leader, I have returned." He looked at Li Minghao with delight. "Welcome back, Li Minghao." Li Dijia clutched his shoulder and screamed in agony. "My hand, Kiem," Li Minghao said coldly. "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth." Fu Gai led a group of people out from the light portal. She grinned widely and laughed. "Li Dijia never thought you would see this day." Huang Tian put his hands on his hips and asked, "Is the battle over? I haven't fought yet. Where is Ma Baohua?" He was surrounded, trembling and begging. "I surrender. I won't fight anymore." Li Minghao drew his sword and shouted, "You harmed me terribly, and still dared to attack our guild leader. Did you think surrendering would save you?" Li Dijia stuttered in fear. "You cannot kill me." He glared in threat. "I am a man of the great Xia military, a candidate for the Soul Flame Dragon. The Director General Hu Hanshan is my uncle. The military ordered me to do this. If you kill me, he will not let you go." He asked in confusion. "Guild leader, what do we do?" Qian Mo said calmly. "The laws of Xia Nation only apply within Xia Nation. The Tianqi continent follows the laws of the Tianqi continent. Matters here must be settled here." He said decisively, "No need for so much hesitation. Make your move." Li Dijia shouted in despair, "Zhang Qian Mo, you..." Before he could finish, Li Minghao acted without hesitation. "Understood, guild leader." He had no time to argue, and fell to the ground with a thud. Everyone in the city cheered joyfully. "We won, we won. Defeating a level 7 guild, so good," Qian Mo said seriously. "The main culprit has been eliminated. I, Qian Mo, keep my word. I will not make things difficult for you. From now on, all guilds in Spirit Moon City will unite under the banner of Eternal Peak. Just sign this contract, and you will survive." Tai Feng asked happily, "You really mean to spare us?" Yu Ming eagerly asked, "And we can join Eternal Peak? Something so good?" Han Mo immediately replied, "Real or not, I will sign right now." Duxu and Gugan jumped down from the city wall and called out, "Guild leader!" He quickly assigned tasks. "Duxu, Elder Gu, I leave things here to you too." The two happily said in unison, "Leave it to us." The remaining people quickly moved into the city following the guidance. By dusk, Qian Mo arrived at Eternal Peak. The system immediately announced, "Congratulations, the guild is eligible for an upgrade." He crossed his arms and grinned. "This battle helps the guild level up. The combat results are not bad either." Qian Mo paused, then pressed agree on the screen. Instantly, the tower before him transformed. The screen displayed, "Congratulations, Eternal Peak has been upgraded to level 6. All the benefits were clearly itemized by the system. He looked at the camp before him in shock. "It hasn't been long. The guild has upgraded again." He answered happily, "After this battle, we will become the strongest force in Spirit Moon City." Gugan sighed. "But the guild leader's actions will anger the military. This will be hard to handle." Du Sui smiled calmly. "We will meet soldiers with generals and water with earth. It is surely so." In the lounge, everyone gathered, leisurely drinking tea. He raised his hand and explained, "Today I officially introduce Alliance leader Lu Jingxin of Silver River will lead her alliance to join Eternal Peak starting today." Ruan Shen asked suspiciously, "Guild leader, didn't you say to kill her?" Huang Tian grinned and whispered, "Could you really bear to do it? After hearing old Mo talk last time, weren't you very heartbroken?" Qian Mo recounted, "That day I and Alliance leader Lu were evenly matched in the secret realm. Afterwards we communicated to deduce Stormfire's movements. For Li Minghao's safety, Alliance leader Lu had to temporarily cooperate in acting." Lu Jingxin said frankly, "Master Cheng, you don't need to flatter me. A loss is a loss, otherwise I wouldn't have agreed to let you hide in the secret realm for so long." Li Minghao immediately knelt down. "This time it was all my fault. If I hadn't been too trusting, I wouldn't have been captured, and the guild wouldn't have suffered for so long." He quickly waved his hand to encourage him. "Li Minghao, don't take it too hard. As long as you are safely back, that is good." Qian Mo slowly explained, "The reason I had to be patient for so long was not just because of you alone. I also wanted to minimize the guild's losses as much as possible." He continued, "That is right. A guild war with another guild would cost at least several hundred lives, but our total casualties are less than 20. Just as he finished, Duxu asked in confusion, Old Mo, when did you discover Fuge was a mole?" He shared, "I knew as soon as we entered the Black Star Nest." Qian Mo recalled, "I knew the instant's order clearly, and the moment she pointed the way, I realized she wanted to drain my stamina." He remembered the final battle. "Later, when we reached the last boss, I saw the bodies of Stormfire members. Then when guild leader Lu appeared, the complete blueprint of the plan formed in my mind." Qian Mo revealed the scheme. "The Stormfire Alliance wanted to use Li Minghao's disappearance to make us and Silver River suffer mutual destruction. If not for King Dai, we would have entered the Black Star Nest first, then fought with Alliance leader Lu. With our stamina at that time, we might have suffered heavy losses. Upon discovering the truth, he had a private meeting with Fugai. When I returned to the guild, I left her alone. She seemed to come to her senses and told me the entire plan. Kianmo dejectedly continued. Li Dijia set a trap that made her younger brother owe a huge debt, then exploited this to force Fugai to be a spy. He was surprised, so she confessed herself. He clenched his fist in anger that Li Dijia, even scheming so viciously against his own comrades, he convened a serious meeting. For this very reason, after Stormfire's collapse, his subordinates betrayed him without hesitation. Therefore, today we still have one more matter to vote on. Kianmo looked towards the door and called out, "Come in." How we deal with her, I hope you two can decide together. She lowered her head and said sincerely, "At this point, I don't expect you to accept me. I only want to sincerely apologize for wronging everyone." Ruan Shen frowned and said she had her reasons, but we were nearly severely harmed. Huang Tian mused in thought, "So, are we going to kill her?" He immediately dodged the decision and called out, "Li Minghao, you decide. You were captured because of her. If you want to kill her, it is fine." Li Minghao widened his eyes in confusion. Me? Li Minghao clicked his tongue and replied, "Even though she deceived me this time, she also lost an arm. Her turning sides helped us a lot in this battle. I don't want to hold it against her." He looked around at everyone and asked, "What about you all? Do you agree with that opinion?" He grinned. "Since Li Minghao doesn't object, we have no problem either." Huang Tian nodded. "Then you decide yourself, old Mo." Gugan said angrily, "If you guys can't decide, you should let it go." Although there were no casualties, the property damage amounts to 5 million gold coins. Letting her off is too easy. Qian Mo asked in surprise, "Elder Gu, what do you want?" He slammed his hand down and barked, "Of course, keep her in the guild. Make her a slave to work until she has compensated for the losses." He shook his head and sighed, "Isn't that a bit too much?" Hu Kuai quickly replied that she dared not, saying she was willing to work as compensation for the guild. Her voice choked. On Black Hole Planet, she clearly did nothing wrong, yet he was willing to share the profits. Unlike in Fenghu, where everyone knew the truth, she had decided, no matter the cost, to beg for forgiveness. He nodded, agreeing with Elder Sister's proposal to let her pay off the debt. He added, "I agree, but don't lie to me again next time." Everyone also concurred, promising to watch her closely. Mak decided on the plan. If so, then follow Elder Sister's approach. First, she would stay in the guild for a while to observe, but we would still provide her with the minimum living allowance. She was in tears, thanking everyone, saying, "I will definitely work hard." Gugan and him exchanged looks, thinking the guild would soon have another free laborer. Tai Ming ran into the tavern shouting, "Big news everyone, Eternal Peak has defeated the Firewind Alliance." Tai Ping continued, "Everyone knows the guilds in Moon Spirit City have been swept away by Eternal Peak." Wu Yen clicked his tongue, truly frightening. "I heard they won this time without losing a single life." Ding Feng nodded, "Eternal Peak is still too strong." The morning sunlight shone on the Nguyen Castle. Deng Yuan sighed in relief. Just as expected, Eternal Peak had won. Good thing they didn't support the Firewind Alliance, otherwise it would be hard to explain. Kai Xing reported, "Guildmaster, now they control 70% of the city." He analyzed, "Qianmo has the backing of the Administrator Association. That man taking control of Moon Spirit City is only a matter of time." Someone asked worriedly, "Guildmaster, what should we do then?" Deng Yuan calmly replied, "The balance of power has completely tipped. Qianmo is waiting for us to show our stance." Kai Xing hesitated, asking for his opinion. He stood up and walked to the door. "Let us go to Eternal Peak." At that same moment at Eternal Peak, a fierce battle was taking place. Ling Ruoxi held the spear in her hand, pouring all her strength into her attack. Huang Tian and Ruan Shen also did not hesitate to charge forward. The three quickly struck, trying to hit Qianmo's weak points. He waved his hand and sent the three flying far away. "Are you all okay? Not even a moment and you can't hold on anymore?" She panted heavily. "Are you really going easy on us? Why do I still feel such great pressure?" He frowned in frustration. "Damn it, I am at level 50 and still being suppressed by you." He replied warily, "I doubt whether I will still be suppressed by you after the third-class advancement." Qianmo opened the system to send a message. "The third-class advancement plans have been sent." He said, "Everyone is at level 50 now. I have developed individual third-class advancement plans for each of you. In a few days we will return to the Summer Kingdom to recharge. I hope everyone will improve." Huang Tian happily replied, "Lao Mo, you are so thoughtful." Ruan Shen said confidently, "Wait until this old man completes the third-class advancement, then I will duel you one-on-one." Gugan appeared from somewhere and called out loudly, "Guildmaster, President Deng from the council has arrived." He thought to himself, "Finally here, huh?" Qianmo smiled and said, "Call them into the meeting room and tell them to wait for me." Upon arriving, he greeted cheerfully, "President Deng, long time no see." Deng Yuan bowed politely, "Please forgive us, Lord Alliance Leader, the council could not help this time." Qianmo calmly replied, "You are too kind, President. The council staying silent during the internal conflict was already a help to us." He laughed awkwardly. "It is good that the wise lord understands." He replied softly, "Of course. I originally planned to visit, but I have been busy lately. I did not expect the president to come in person. Deng Yuan got to the main point. I am here on behalf of the council to discuss an important matter with the leader. Qianmo was slightly surprised. What is it? He exchanged views. Eternal Peak controls 70% of the market. After discussion, the council has decided to let them take over Moon Spirit City. He turned his head and asked, take over Moon Spirit City. Elder sister, what do you think? He analyzed, controlling the business tax is good, but Ugan rubbed his chin. But Eternal Peak only has commercial interests here. To own it completely, even if the council transfers it, it is not a small sum. Deng Yuan lowered the price. If you buy, the price is 20 million gold coins. But the council accepts the tax plan. He weighed it and asked for opinions. 20 million is a bit difficult, but the tax proposal is not bad. Guildmaster, what do you think? Qianmo secretly rejoiced and replied, President Deng has already planned it. I naturally have no objection. He hurriedly asked for leave to go. Well then, I will go write the plan. He calmly said farewell. Then I won't see you out. Please go carefully. The two people in the room silently watched Deng Yuan's back. Gu Gan grumbled, that old man is truly cunning. He knew Moon Spirit City would inevitably fall into our hands, so he came himself to hand it over and keep the dividends. Qianmo stood up gently. President Deng is wise. His smooth handover is good for us. He said softly, elder sister, the coming period will be hard on you. He asked, are you going back to participate in the third-class advancement? Qianmo nodded, yes. After that I still have to participate in Spirit Flame Dragon. Gu Gan was delighted. The international arena is starting, so you will represent the Summer Kingdom. Unimaginable how Eternal Peak will develop if you become champion. He beat his chest confidently. Rest assured, with me here, Eternal City will be fine. Everyone in the room raised their hands in agreement. A few days later, the Moon Spirit City Council unanimously passed the resolution for Eternal City to take over. His statue was placed in the center of the city. Eternal Peak officially took control of Moon Spirit City, and Qianmo became the first city lord. He said enthusiastically, after taking control of the city, the guild leveled up to 7. Like this, we can safely go participate in the third-class advancement. He immediately assigned tasks. During my absence, Q Ling will take care of the guild members. If anything happens, discuss it with old Gu. Wait for us to return from the third-class advancement. There are still important tasks to do. Everyone must not be negligent. The old man lowered his head to obey. Understood, Guildmaster. Qianmo laughed heartily. Let us go, let us make good time and return. Huang Tian shouted, let's move out. Ruan Shen said eagerly, next time you come back, this old man will have completed the third-class advancement. All the soldiers shouted in unison, see off the city lord, wish the city lord marshal fortune vast and prosperous. Soon, everyone moved to the Shenyu Academy. He asked curiously, why aren't you two going back to your own schools? Why are you following us to Shenyu? He replied quickly, don't even mention it. Knowing you were back, the principal told me to come straight to Shenyu. He chimed in, right. I don't need to report back to Ma Ling either. I'll just follow you. Qianmo heard this and scowled. Principal Lantan of Ma Ling is already here. Isn't that another meeting? I wanted to go back and rest for a bit. Ling Roxy comforted him. It is the education committee of the 9-School Alliance. Once you get back, I'm afraid you won't have much chance to rest. Ling Xiao walked over from a distance. She cried out, grandfather. He embraced her and laughed gently, you silly girl. Even after the third-class advancement, you're still mischievous. Aren't you afraid people will laugh at you? Roxy asked in surprise, grandfather. How did you know I was about to do the third-class advancement? Ling Xiao replied softly, silly child. You kids were away for a long time, and now you suddenly return. It must be to participate in the exam. He spoke up. The principal is right. We have reached level 50 and are back to take the third-class advancement exam. He then praised, good, very good. When I was your age, I was only a little over level 40. Old Wang was so happy he wept, not expecting Ruan Shen to also achieve the third-class advancement. Why not quickly thank the training committee member? Ruan Shen shrank back shyly. Chief, don't be like that. It's embarrassing. Qianmo quickly explained, Chief Chang, Ruan Shen and I are brothers. There is no need for that. Old Fei beside him added, the story about the training committee member Xiao Cheng has already been reported. I heard you have become the lord of a city. He was surprised. You all know this news too. When did it spread back? Ling Xiao replied, Chief Hu Hanshan of the military said so. He came from afar to find you. He is still waiting at the school's reception area. Qianmo lowered his head and muttered, Hu Hanshan of the military. What is he doing at our school? Qianmo wondered, Chief Hu Hanshan, what is he doing at the school? Ling Xiao said, I heard he made a mistake and was sent back to the local area for recruitment. Old Fei added, this time he came with instructor Li Wengxuan of Flame Dragon. It is probably related to the third-class advancement exam. Old Wang sighed, not knowing what he did wrong to be transferred down. Hearing this, he vaguely guessed, this matter has a little to do with me. He asked back in fusion, related to you? Qianmo replied, nothing. Let us go meet Chief Hu together. Ling Xiao worriedly asked Roxy, what is going on exactly? She gave a vague smile, Grandpa, don't ask so many questions. Let us just go in first. Very quickly, they arrived at the meeting room. He walked in and announced, Chief Hu Qianmo has arrived. Hu Hanshan stepped forward to greet him. Committee member, I have long admired your great name. He politely replied, Hello, Chief Hu. Qianmo looked up. The matter of your grandson Li Dijia being killed has been thoroughly investigated by the association. But I still need to apologize to you. I am truly very sorry. He said, so you already know who I am. Did old Kin tell you? Actually, I should be the one apologizing to you. My worthless grandson stole my design blueprints and caused trouble. He smiled cryptically. It is fine. Thanks to your grandson, the guild gained another sharp defensive weapon. Hu Hanshan waved his hand. Let bygones be bygones. Come, let me introduce you. This is your future instructor, Li Wengxuan. He spoke up, so you are the Qianmo that committee member D mentioned. You truly are a talented and handsome young man. He directly called it out. Chief Hu and instructor Li did not just come to visit me this time, did you? Li Wengxuan frowned. I am not that talkative. You and Li Dijia were this year's Flame Dragon seeds. Li Jia is dead, leaving only you alone. He added, the seeds are about to step onto the international arena, so they need a responsible attitude. Therefore, your third-class advancement exam will be fully handled by me. Ling Xiao was stunned when he heard this. Instructor Li, is the third-class advancement exam not usually handled by the school? Hu Hanshan spoke up. Exams for other people can be left to the school, but Qianmo is a seed of Spirit Flame Dragon. It must be handled by the Summer Kingdom. This matter is for his own good. He lowered his voice. This Li Wengxuan's nickname is Li Yanwang. Every year during training, 2 students die. I see Hu Hanshan has come to mess with you. You have the right to refuse. Qianmo smiled. I do not object to this decision. But how is Instructor Li's exam different from the school's secret realm? Li Wengxuan praised. Principal Ling probably told you my nickname. You dare to agree? You truly have guts. He explained, normal exams only choose abyss dungeons higher than your level. With the school's support, students achieve good results when advancing to 3rd class. But Chu Qin Jai of Flame Dragon is different. The Summer Kingdom created the Qilong secret realm. In it, bosses and monsters appear infinitely with strength adjusted according to the participant's power. Li Wengxuan asserted, in short, it means pushing pressure to the maximum and breaking through your limits. Old now asked that the seeded players of Blazing Dragon were always tested in this secret realm. What did he think? Qianmo smirked and said he needed an opportunity to break through. Huang Tian spoke up. If there was something good, he couldn't let the old man go alone. Instructor Li, he wanted to join as well. Ruan Shen echoed the desire to become stronger. Ling Rixie excitedly said she would go too. Li Wengxuan shook his head. Very sorry. The qualification for this test was only for Qianmo. He turned back and told them to just stay at the academy and follow the class change plan he had given. He was a bit disappointed and said, so they didn't have this qualification after all. He turned away and said, Qianmo, in 3 days I will wait for you at the Science and Technology Gymnasium. Hu Hanshan brushed past Ling Xiao and said everything was for sheer country and to let Qianmo become stronger. He shouldn't worry. As they left, the conference room was enveloped in a spreading silence. Ling Xiao said sternly, he cannot go. That Hu Hanshan was a smiling tiger. There must be a scheme. Old Wang agreed. Going was like walking into a trap. Ling Roxy also said, Qianmo, it would be fine to stay and take the academy exam together. Reassured everyone, rest assured, since he agreed, he naturally had some certainty. Night had now covered the outside of this place. Hu Hanshan muttered, this brat Qianmo was truly arrogant. Li Wengxuan said, our blazing dragon soul lacks no one with such spirit. He stopped and looked at him with suspicion. Old Hu, your grandson was not a bad seed. It's a pity he died at Qianmo's hands. You're not making a move this time, are you? Hu Hanshan laughed. What strange things are you saying? For the sake of selecting talent for the nation, how would I dare to make a move? This time you are presiding over the exam. Li Wengxuan smiled. That's good. I was afraid you wouldn't see reason. This time it's not simply about getting ahead. He said firmly he hoped Qianmo would pass the exam. Xia country couldn't afford to lose anymore this year. Exactly 3 days later, at the large-scale competition venue, Wang Xiao Shan saw a familiar figure and spoke up. You're here. He raised an eyebrow slightly. Not bad. I was afraid you wouldn't come. Li Wengxuan introduced. This is the Qilong secret realm, where you will undergo the 3rd class transfer exam. With good luck, we are currently testing. You can watch. Qianmo asked, there are people inside now. Hu Hanshan replied, that's right. Inside is Jianfei from the Yumba Academy. You probably know him. Zhang Qiuqin realized he was the previous university champion. Hasn't he already done a 3rd transfer? He said he didn't accept the qualification and voluntarily applied to join the Blazing Dragon Soul, so we gave him a chance. If he passes the challenge, he could become Qianmo's teammate. Just then, someone announced loudly, Instructor Jianfei can't hold on anymore. Li Wengxuan looked at his watch. He gave up in less than an hour. What about the data? The other party replied, some has been collected, but it's not enough. Gave the order, wait a moment to teleport him out, no need to rush. Everyone just wait, it happens to be a good chance to observe and be more certain later. The screen then displayed segments of the intense battle inside the secret realm. Ling Xiao looked over and said, "This isn't an exam at all, it's clearly treating human life like grass. He should think again." Qian Mo was firm, the competition between nations is probably no less principled, don't worry. Very quickly the battle ended, leaving many injuries. Get out of the way quickly, remove the equipment, where is the doctor? Blood transfusion, send him to the emergency room. Lei Wengxuan smirked, not bad. Even though he didn't pass the test, obtaining the data is still a contribution. He turned and asked Qian Mo, "It's your turn. How is it? Are you ready?" He gave a confident smile and replied, "Instructor Li, rest assured I can enter any time." The space around the arena fell into silence. As he stepped up, the system recognized Qian Mo X-rank talent, jobber class, combat rating 1 in 80. They murmured, "There really is an X-rank. I thought it was just our old flame. A combat rating of 180 is 4th transfer level. Is the machine malfunctioning? Never seen such data before." Lei Wengxuan cut them off. "Alright, stop the nonsense, start now." He thought, truly a good seedling. He said, "There are currently 3 replicated secret realms: Thorn Forest, Ruins Mountain Range, and Dreamare Abyss. Difficulty from low to high. Qian Mo, which one do you want to choose?" Hu Hanshan spoke up, "Qian Mo is the best seed. The 3rd transfer must not be careless. Just choose Thorn Forest, it's safer." He sneered. Director Hu is thoughtful, but since he wants to create pressure, he'll choose the strongest one directly. Qian Mo thought to himself, Hu Hanshan wanted to provoke such a lowly tactic. He will indulge him and show him what true power is. Lei Wengxuan signaled, "Choose Dreamare Abyss. Set the difficulty to maximum so he can unleash his potential." The other party replied, "This far exceeds the ability of a 3rd transfer, nearly 4th transfer." He said without hesitation, "Exceeding it a bit is fine, just increase it." Hu Hanshan said loudly, "Qian Mo has already said he doesn't mind, why aren't you increasing it quickly?" Ling Xiao frowned. Hu Hanshan didn't even bother to pretend. He quickly operated. "Yes, the secret realm challenge intensity has been adjusted to abyss level." Turned his face and said, "Principal, I'm going in." As soon as he entered, the system voice sounded. Secret realm name, Dreamare Abyss, level 60 Abyss. Introduction: the city that was once the pride of the Salo race was invaded by a mysterious power and became ruins. Now occupied by vengeful spirits, demon spawn, and undead. Only by finding the energy stone treasure can the secret realm mission be restored. Find it by passing the stages. Qian Mo thought, the entrance to the secret realm is like this. A level 60 secret realm style Far Road Valley, but he is currently in Dreamare Abyss. Interesting. He looked around once, observing the fusion and disorder of some high-level secret realms. This is an artificially fused secret realm. The inherent memories in his head are completely useless. After thinking, Qian Mo walked to the wall and glanced down. He guessed to himself, bottomless, is this the first challenge? Xu Qin witnessed the scene outside and said with dissatisfaction, for the opening of the secret realm to be so strange, anyone without the ability to fly would be eliminated immediately. Hu Hanshan sneered, luck is also a part of strength, anything can happen on the international stage, there are not many choices. Li Wengxuan lowered his voice, that is right, if he cannot do it then he can go back to school, where everything is prepared for him. On my arena, there are only surprises and high pressure. At this moment, Qian Mo had the idea to summon the magical umbrella. He thought an escape through the air that seems so simple must not be that easy. Qian Mo walked for a while and suddenly sensed something. The system quickly provided information. Falling Flesh-Eating Fiend, level 52 elite. Normal attacks have a 30% chance to inflict a debuff. Withering Sickness corrodes the target, movement speed reduced by 50%, all attributes reduced by 20% for 10 seconds, stacks up to 2 times. Ling Xiao questioned, the Falling Flesh-Eating Fiend is originally a level 30 monster, why is the data like this? Hu Hanshan explained, the ones inside are all programmed monsters, they are definitely stronger, the Dream Abyss is like this. Qian Mo analyzed carefully, it seems all past experience is useless, so I will just play to my strengths and deal with them head on. The Falling Flesh-Eating Fiend smelled the enemy and quickly howled. However, before they could attack, they were already taken down. He saw that the ability of the Falling Flesh-Eating Fiend was nothing to worry about, and he sneered, that is all there is to it. Everyone analyzed the match, thinking that no one could get past it except for the Wind class professions. Yet a tinker managed to get past it by relying on a weapon. The weapon in his hand is not simple. The data shows it is epic grade, with a powerful weapon supporting him. No wonder. Xu Qin smiled triumphantly. That weapon was forged by him himself. He has reached the Grandmaster rank of tool crafting. Li Wengxuan said, this is only the first stage, no need to be arrogant. The next stages are the important ones. Tianmo stood before a cave filled with many mysteries. He thought choosing different paths will encounter different monsters. Isn't that the setting of the Dark Lair? But this fork is not like the Dark Lair. Going the wrong way will waste time and the score will also decrease. While he was lost in thought, a strange sound suddenly rang out, a meow. He saw it and could not help but be surprised. Why did you run out here on your own? Tianmo suddenly remembered. Wait, it was born in the Dark Lair, and this instance is a variant, so it could sense it. He patted its head. Can you help me find the boss with the highest drop rate for inheritance? Fu Hanshan was confused. What is this kid doing playing with a pet? Li Wengxun also did not expect. In this situation, he can still play. Over here, they had finished analyzing the data. Wait, this cat has a high compatibility with the instance, as if it was born to belong to this dungeon. Tianmo simply trusted and Du's guidance this direction. Oh well, let's trust the little one and see. He walked for a while when suddenly wraiths with a level 51 elite appeared around him, and they were even immune to certain types of physical attacks. He said, leave these monsters to me, you just keep moving forward. They were quickly eliminated by Tianmo without mercy. After going a bit further, Du suddenly stopped, causing him to break as well. Tianmo muttered, found it, the first boss, a level 48 elite, indeed a hidden version. This is a huge gain. Before him was the weak incarnation of Poseidon, a water elemental boss at level 48 with 230,000 HP. Fu Hanshan was stunned, level 48. The Dream Abyss is a epic tier instance. The minimum level is at least 50, yet it is an elite boss. How is its level lower than the normal monsters? Li Wengxun remembered, there is one possibility. He looked up at the projection screen. The Awakener was lucky enough to draw a special grade offering, thereby lowering the boss's level to the minimum. Li Wengxun added, difficulty level 48 for Tianmo. It is practically given for free. He smiled, thanks to the little cat. We have reaped great benefits this time. Water elemental boss roared, intruder, sink down, taste the power of the ocean. He did not stand on ceremony and simply went on the offensive. Wait here, let me catch a big fish for you to eat. Li Wengxun was satisfied and nodded in approval. Less than 30 minutes, and he has already reached the checkpoint of the first stage. Too strong. This achievement is unprecedented. On the contrary, Fu Hanshan frowned, his eyes full of dissatisfaction. Ling Xiao immediately retorted, his tone straightforward, Instructor Hu did say that luck is also part of strength. He interrupted the quarrel. Alright, continue watching the test. The secret realm is not over yet. This kid is only this pathetic now. On the surveillance screen, blue magical currents swirled like tornadoes surging in. Those were the undead ocean currents. If the target was hit by the seawater, it would trigger a 30% freezing effect, causing gradual spirit loss. Facing the terrifying pressure, Tianmo did not show weakness. In an instant, he gathered magic power into his staff and finished the incantation. He raised his staff high, its tip pointing straight at the ocean current. Infernal flame slash. Two opposing elemental powers clashed violently, creating an earth-shattering explosion, steam and waves of fire spraying everywhere. The scene was breathtakingly intense. Tianmo completely took the initiative, launching consecutive attacks, each wave of damage pouring down on Poseidon's body. Before the screen, everyone could not help it, their lips moving, their eyes full of disbelief. He used an elementalist skill, knocking off her 40,000 HP from Poseidon in one go. The senior behind him was also surprised, using fire to counter water. His magic efficiency is truly terrifying. At this moment, it cast ice armor, covering its body with an extremely hard layer of ice, increasing defense and magic resistance by 50% for 30 seconds. But he was not flustered, immediately raising his staff, light spreading throughout the space. Divine Expulsion. A holy knight uses the power of light to dispel effects on the enemy's body, dispelling one effect each time. Today, the group of doctors could not help but be shaken. This is a special support skill of the Holy Knight. Only a tinker can activate it. Li Wengxun was delighted, praising endlessly. Although he was lucky to draw a weak boss, his operation was completely overwhelming. It seems in the future, under Tianmo's influence, more and more students will choose the tinker path. On the battlefield, Tianmo smirked, his eyes mocking as he looked at Poseidon when the ice armor shattered. Finally, you shed your shell, then accept your punishment. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge meteor suddenly appeared in the air, blotting out the sky. Before it could react, the meteor crashed straight down, creating a violent tremor that shook the earth. He looked at the scene before him, a hint of doubt in his heart, ending this easily. Sure enough, just as expected, the meteor suddenly cracked. From within, torrents of water violently erupted. The water surged. Poseidon shot out 16 water jets around its body. Upon hitting the target, it would deal heavy damage and slow by 80% for 12 seconds. Facing the counterattack, Tianmo was not panicked, quickly creating a shield, chanting, "Ultimate Barrier." Just as the water jets arrived, the defensive sphere had already formed, blocking the attack. However, the power of the water jets far exceeded expectations. The shield shook violently, making cracking sounds, and its surface began to fracture. Qianmo gritted his teeth, holding the shield with one hand and gripping his staff with the other to cast. Elemental condensation sphere, elemental explosion. Attributes can be customized as needed. Upon hitting the target, it deals massive damage and accumulates 5 stacks of abnormal status. After condensing all the power, Qianmo did not hesitate, raised his staff, his cold eyes locked onto Poseidon. Taste this magic sphere carrying all of my attributes. Next moment, Poseidon's body was completely engulfed in a blinding blaze. When the light faded, Poseidon's huge body collapsed, its life force exhausted. It is over. He turned around, slowly walked towards Du, a smile on the corner of his mouth. Little Du, it's cooked. Come and taste it. As soon as he finished speaking, Du pounced over, brandishing its sharp claws. Yai exclaimed in shock. Am I seeing things? The elemental condensation sphere. He fired dealt 120,000 down damage. The senior behind him was startled. You are not seeing things, it really is that number. Another person could not help but speak, his voice full of fear. How did Qianmo level up? Why is his damage so much higher than others? I can't believe it. Ling Xiao listened to the chatter, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth, thinking, with that kid's ability, it seems I was worrying for nothing. Scene change, a figure stood silently before the entrance of a huge cave, with Meluo flowers blooming all around. It was Qianmo. He had just collected his thoughts when his whole body jolted. The fragrance of the Meluo flower, when inhaled in a certain amount, would cause all kinds of illusions to appear. He quickly held his nose, his eyes rapidly scanning the surroundings for the flesh-eating plant. He needed to find it before inhaling too much. Only by killing it could he get the antidote. But now the map was not as he remembered. Where could he find it? Du's familiar figure came into view. Qianmo was stunned. He discovered it seemed unaffected by the flower's scent. Could it have found the right path again? Qianmo was silent for a moment, then decisively made a decision to trust Du. Fine, I will trust you again. The figure of the flesh-eating plant finally appeared, its whole body engulfed in a fierce flame. After killing it, he sat down in a corner to rest, pulling out a bottle of solution from his bag. Natural immunity, immune to all nature system spells for 5 minutes. He turned to look at Du, his expression completely changed. So it really did smoothly find the flesh-eating plant. Little Du, you are starting to look a bit like an SSS-grade super item. I misjudged you before. He smirked, wanting to test its limits, since it is so smart. How about you and I take on a speed challenge that does not require any brains? Scene change, Qianmo was fighting the guardian of Yuki, Akma Sarl 53, HP 280,000. Next was the snail man-eater, a level 54 elite man-eater, HP 350,000. After the battle ended, Qianmo stood still, hands in his pockets, his gaze contemplative. The second and third bosses had been eliminated. The next boss will be the last one. I wonder which secret realm it was summoned from. Then he stopped in a desolate space, surrounded by the bones of countless monsters, and in the distance sat a coffin. This is the place. The shattered bone fragments on the ground suddenly trembled, as if pulled by an invisible force, automatically piecing themselves together. He was startled when a voice spoke up, saying that the intruder had awakened it. This was the territory of Hezraman, a level 55 undead boss with 320,000 health, but Qianmo did not retreat a single step, his eyes full of anticipation and excitement. Li Wengxuan reported that Qianmo had reached the final boss in just 3 hours and 22 minutes. 2 hours faster than estimated. Hu Hansham broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this, thinking it was a bit excessive. He gave a sly smile, suggesting that this would not put pressure on Qianmo. How would that help him grow? It was time to activate the contingency plan. Hu Hanshan nodded in agreement. Tang Shu Qin asked in confusion what the contingency plan was. He ordered the values to be adjusted to the maximum to increase the monster's effect, putting pressure on Qianmo. The subordinate immediately replied. Hezraman suddenly roared, its body continuously growing larger, death energy erupting violently, saying that the intruder dared to stand on equal footing with it. The star chains transformed into an artificial Hexraman, a mutated level 60 elite undead boss with 520,000 health. It growled angrily at Qianmo, calling him an insolent one. The pressure was enough to crush an ordinary person, but Qianmo burst into laughter, his blue eyes blazing with excitement. The secret realm boss had actually reached this level. How interesting. Since the Skyrise continent appeared, humans had been exploring secret realms, and now with technological advancement, they had shifted from conquest to analysis. Awakened ones discovered that magical creatures had increasingly high levels of consciousness. Scientists discovered that although Skyrise monsters died and were reborn many times, they all shared a common gene sequence. Therefore, they believed that the monsters were projections from a parallel dimension. Hearing this, Ling Xiao's jaw dropped as he asked Li Wengxuan the meaning of that statement. Was the theory of a monster invasion confirmed? Li Wengxuan pondered for a moment, then shook his head, saying Principal Ling had not reached that level. Modern science could clone and program secret realm monsters, even modify boss images, in order to create stronger awakened ones. He wondered if that was the reason for using Qianmo as a test subject. Principal Ling calmly explained that Li Diji of Tiankai was Hu Hanshan crossed his arms and smiled faintly, asking if everyone thought he was only seeking benefits for his grandnephew. His family had served the Xia Kingdom military for generations. Their goal was to select talents for the country. Even death was not regrettable. He opened his eyes, his voice dignified as he said each word. Even if Qian Mo killed his grandnephew, what he did today was only to make him stronger. If anything happened, old Hu would take responsibility and pay with his life. Ling Xiao's face darkened, not knowing what else to say. In the secret realm, Hezraman roared fiercely, swinging its heavy weapon down at Qian Mo, but he dodged gracefully. This artificial version was more like a warrior than a mage. Its movements were violent. Qian Mo smiled, his eyes flashing with interest when he saw that Hezraman, the final boss of the Dream Abyss, had some skill. Hezraman opened its mouth and spat out a massive fireball. When alive, it was a melee general, but as an undead it knew magical attacks, making defense difficult. He activated the Radiant Sky Ring to block the blow, but the artificial version, while increasing health, inadvertently weakened another stat. Qian Mo smiled coldly and immediately switched weapons. Without hesitation, Qian Mo raised his gun and aimed it at it. Gigantic net woven from dense magic strands enveloped Hezraman's entire body. Hezraman let out an irritated roar, the sound echoing. But before it could counterattack, Qian Mo had already switched weapons to the berserk gun, which he had not used for a long time. Hezraman sensed the threat, its eye sockets flashing violently, gripping its weapon tightly, its aura fluctuating. Suddenly it froze, panicking as it saw the haunting mist disappear. In that instant, Qian Mo seized the opportunity, the berserk gun firing in rapid succession. Outside, Hu Hanshan asked worriedly why the boss had stopped and taken the hits. Ling Xiao looked at the screen, then burst into hearty laughter, saying that Hezraman was originally a mage-type boss with a mechanic to turn into shadow. After the modification, its body was stronger, but it lost that stat. But how did Qian Mo figure this out? He smiled, a look of admiration in his eyes, saying that Qian Mo was the political commissar of the main campus. His research on monsters was beyond anyone's imagination. Tang Shu Qin explained that even with changed stats, the monster was still based on the Skyrise. When fighting, Qian Mo recognized it as Hezraman, and with a physical body it was easier to deal with. Even with thick health, it was just a moving target. In the secret realm, he fired continuously, each shot hitting its mark. Hezraman roared in fury, killing intent overflowing, calling Qian Mo a damned blasphemer. A feeling of unease rose in his heart, thinking something was wrong. Hezraman's body disintegrated, revealing a white skeleton emitting a dense death energy. A greenish energy erupted around Hezraman. A status panel appeared. Hezraman level 55 elite undead boss, 320,000 health, saying that he had truly angered it. He sensed an immense source of power, wondering in his heart why it had changed. This artificial secret realm was truly strange. Outside, the observation room was in chaos. Everyone asked why the boss's intensity had automatically lowered. The machinery wasn't working. Then Hezraman's data appeared, its gene sequence being restored and becoming perfect. Just then, old Liu called, causing him to exclaim in shock. He continued observing, seeing Hezraman's values dropping lower and lower. Qian Mo calculated while evading Hezraman's attacks. Even though it was stronger, dust and smoke covered the entire battlefield. Fortunately, he managed to open a white barrier for protection, dodging the blow by a hair's breadth. Before he could catch his breath, it charged him again. Qian Mo hurriedly opened successive supreme barriers. Each of Hezraman's blows used all its strength, sending earth and rocks flying. After a bout of frenzied attacks, it raised its head with a triumphant expression, saying that the blasphemer should receive punishment. Outside, Hu Hanshan, pale-faced, asked about the situation. Ling Xiao also frowned, seeing that the boss was not normal, different from Skyrise monsters that acted on instinct. A connection with Yin Xing was opened. Li Wengxuan asked suspiciously what old Liu was calling for. He nervously said the Research Institute reported a strong quantum pulse coming from outside the galaxy, asking what they had done. Then he showed them the secret realm situation. In the secret realm, Qian Mo stood upright, his eyes blazing red, a giant boulder raised high in his hand. This was the third turn ritual. He slammed the boulder heavily onto the ground, saying he was very curious whether it was a projection of a Skyrise monster or something else. Hezraman's body warped, black energy churning, its eyes, nose, and mouth glowing red. A hoarse, enchanting voice called him an ant. Qian Mo gritted his teeth and gripped his weapon, saying he would get more serious to pry information from it. Flame appeared, enveloping his entire body. In an instant, Qian Mo's clothes changed, adding equipment for Man Qin. Slowly swallowed a life return pill, using the third turn's power to enhance its effect. Qian Mo said imposingly that he was using this posture to show respect for the distant guest. Hezraman went berserk, grabbing a spear and charging at him, shouting wildly. Qian Mo was as fast as lightning, holding an umbrella to block the blow. The entire battlefield exploded, earth and rocks scattering everywhere. They attacked so fast that no one could see their movement traces. The sound of weapons clashing was deafening. Flashes of light streaked across the air, accompanied by thunderous explosions. Tang Xiu-kin was astonished, seeing power far exceeding a level 50 boss. Li Wengxuan said the battle surpassed skill, relying on instinct like a fight between monsters. He shot forward, it clung close right behind. Qian Mo panted heavily, thinking that if he continued fighting like this, the third turn evaluation would be affected. He needed to choose a riskier approach. And he was not paying attention. Hezraman suddenly appeared behind him, calling him an ant and smashing the umbrella to pieces, telling him to pay for his arrogance. Li Wengxuan shouted in panic that the sky ring umbrella was shattered. Qian Mo did not panic, quietly observing the situation. Sraman thrust its weapon straight at him, roaring with delight. Qian Mo nimbly dodged, then suddenly froze stiff, his entire body unable to move. As Ramo looked at the staff piercing through its own body, stammering to ask what this was, he angrily leaped backward, gaining momentum to fling Qian Mo away. Ezraman felt a sharp pain in his chest and roared about being ambushed. He calmly replied that it was a blitz tactic, only pitying the black umbrella blade. Qian Mo coldly raised his spear and pointed it at him, saying to forget it, it was already broken. He would use epic-grade weapons to send him off. From the broken umbrella fragments, a blinding burst of energy erupted. Hezraman unwillingly let out a wretched scream. He could not lose to an ant. His body slowly dissolved as he roared that the main body would descend with the Lord and hunt him down. He stood alone and proud on the battlefield, the man's voice still echoing with threats of return. Hu Hanshan asked if everything had been recorded. The Alliance reported that all data was saved, and the quantum reactions in the secret realm had completely vanished. Ling Xiao discussed the monster's words that the main body would descend with the Lord. He nodded, confirming the worst outcome had arrived, while he muttered that things were more complicated than they seemed. The system announced rewards, congratulating him on clearing the Dream Shadow Abyss stage in 3 hours, 2 minutes and 49 seconds, breaking the record. Individual rating SSS+, total SSS, receiving 15 million experience and Guardian King's treasure. The screen displayed the activation of the Soul Bender effect, raising the individual rating to X, total to SSS+, experience increased to 30 million, and Guardian King's treasure upgraded to Guardian Soul Essence. For the flawless performance, he received an additional Guardian Soul Essence. Congratulations on obtaining the Baptized Corn, which restores 5% magic every 5 seconds and increases magic damage by 20%. Qian Mo clicked his tongue, telling Xiu-kin to disperse, putting the headache aside for now. This counted as a perfect end to the triple promotion exam, wondering how much the reward would be. The system announced congratulations on completing the triple promotion quest, successfully advancing to the unique hidden class, the God Binder. He felt the energy surrounding him and gleefully asked if that was the triple promotion burst energy. He anxiously asked the research center, as Haiming observed the numbers increase 60,000 to 150,000, then 280,000, and 300,000. He explained that was 4 times the triple promotion record, with power equivalent to a medium-sized nuclear bomb. Hang Sun laughed, saying his grandson died without regret, as it was even stronger than old Li's 4th promotion. Hien was deeply moved, feeling that the appearance of such a good seed at this time was a blessing for the Xia Kingdom. The system rewarded him by unlocking all triple promotion skills for the God Binder and granting additional attribute points. Qian Mo curled his lips in a smile, wondering if his current power could challenge the 5th promotion. The gift box opened, congratulating him on receiving the epic-grade material Firmwood Deng Sai. He was excited to have the material for crafting the 3rd stage Black Umbrella Blade, thinking that breaking the weapon this time might not be entirely bad. He sighed wearily as there was still much to do, such as reporting to the Soul Flame Dragon and finding upgrade materials. He wished a day had 48 hours. New reward appeared, congratulating him on receiving the legendary grade Multi-Transcendence, which could upgrade any equipment to legendary rank. He calmly mentioned that there were also divine gear upgrade items. The ritual summoned a teleportation spell. The triple promotion was complete, and he could now leave the secret realm. He wanted to go out and ask about this boss and what it really was. The red circle slowly appeared, and Qian Mo stepped out leisurely. Everyone was already waiting, offering endless praise. He scratched his head shyly, asking why every time there was a trial result, everyone looked at him like that. Were they not used to his tactics? Nak happily reported that the triple promotion exam was complete. Ling Xiao patted his shoulder in praise, saying he had just watched it too. He wondered what was wrong with the secret realm boss, asking Instructor Li if he knew what was happening. Li Wengxuan seriously replied that old Liu was about to arrive, and he could join the meeting. Everyone moved to the meeting room in the research center. Liu Zheng laughed loudly, praising him for completing the triple promotion and breaking the record. Qian Mo scratched his head shyly, thanking him for the many artificial dungeons he had designed. He shared sincerely not to thank him, but that he must thank Qian Mo for destroying the dungeon. Thanks to that, we could observe the true form of the demonic beast. Liu Xing nodded, saying there was something he should know. He pointed at the screen, explaining that it was a strange stone carving found in the secret realm of the Tianqi continent. Liu Xing asked the lad what he saw from these drawings. He focused and observed for a moment, then answered a civilization. He raised his voice in praise. Exactly, this was the civilization of the demonic beasts. He recounted that demonic beasts had appeared since the Tianqi continent existed, and even the strongest boss was like an NPC for humans to advance. Liu Xing stood before the screen, explaining the orthodox theory that the boss was a projection from a real realm, but no one could explain the purpose and power behind this. He looked at him and said today's performance confirmed that they were not NPCs. Ganmo realized something, stunned and losing his composure. Liu Xing recounted what was observed, that a special pulse came from Tianqi into the artificial secret realm. That boss might be the second real demonic beast to appear. Upon hearing this, he asked in surprise the second real demonic beast. He coughed lightly, telling him to stop discussing this for now. Anyway, he understood its meaning. Ganmo analyzed that if the speculation was correct, the demonic beasts in Tianqi were real and were humanity's invisible enemies. He asked what stage the research was at and how many enemies there were. He replied that from the carvings they pieced together a legend. The strongest one was called the Lord. Mac had vaguely guessed the number and bluntly said 12 lords. Lei Wengxuan asked in surprise how he knew. He awkwardly rubbed his head, glossing over it by saying he had seen similar carvings. Liu Xing directed the meeting, stating that no one had yet encountered the Lord's projection, so the number was just a guess and not too serious yet. He understood and thought to himself, like a game configuration, the final boss was 12 lords. Hu Hanshan crossed his arms and said now he understood. The Soul Flame Dragon was not just about conflict between nations. The foreign teams were also preparing for this nameless enemy. He asked if he was ready to enter the special training of the Soul Flame Dragon. Qianmo quickly agreed, asking the instructor to rest assured. Li Wengxuan happily replied, good. He firmly said that after handling the academy's affairs, he would report to the training camp. He smiled gently, welcoming him anytime. All three of them silently watched Qianmo's car drive away. In the car, he sighed, originally thinking it was a regular triple promotion exam, but it led to so many things. He gently reassured him that everything was just speculation, not yet confirmed. Qianmo clenched his fist with determination. Even if it happened, he had proven that the demonic beasts were not invincible. Ling Xiao smiled with relief, saying the Xia kingdom was lucky to have him. At the same time, at the Yuanya arena in the demon realm, a punishment trial began. Hezraman was asked if he knew his crime. He clearly answered that even though the subordinates will had appeared, he still lost to an N of a human. The crime was worthy of 1,000,000 deaths. He roared in anger. The greatest crime was not losing the battle, but that the descending will was known to humans. Hezraman argued that they were just ants. Knowing was no big deal. Alex could not restrain himself and scolded him for being stupid. We used the will to invade the myriad realms, but no race had ever created power to counter the projection. He opened a projection to explain that although their power was far inferior to ours, these and humans grew too fast. If not necessary, we absolutely must not let them discover us. Alex said warily, especially that Qianmo was very strange, his power surpassing the myriad realms. Hezraman stammered that he had only defeated a will projection that was not even half the main body's full power. Alex shouted loudly, ordering him to forbid bringing the main body's will into this plane again, to avoid drawing his attention. Hundreds of giant tentacles emerged from the ground. A monster with sharp teeth appeared. Alex manifested, saying we needed to speed up devouring the smaller galaxies, and then focus on dealing with this strange plane. He reached out and removed his mask, saying that when the time came, this human named Qianmo would be dealt with by him personally. Alex had fully revealed himself, proudly saying he would personally take action. Early morning at the Shenyu Academy. Qianmo walked while asking Ling Xiao about Ling Rixie's triple promotion ritual. He replied that he had called to ask. They were not as fast as him. Suddenly Ling Xiao stopped, saying they must be done by now. He was slightly startled by the scene before him. Ling Xiao laughed and said, "It looks like we returned just in time." He excitedly boasted that all three had successfully completed their third-class advancement. Huang Tian confirmed this and praised Qianmo for advancing faster than them. Ruan Shen added that everyone was waiting for the guild leader to return. At this moment, the two had already stepped into the magic circle. As soon as they saw the scene, both were disappointed to encounter the same old trick. Before they could act, an explosion occurred. Old Wang panicked and asked what they were planning to do. Ruan Shen quickly intervened to stop it and reassure the head teacher. Qianmo gently adjusted the situation, saying he had expected everyone would pull this trick. He told them to at least wait until the principal left. Ling Xiao did not scold them but instead acted relaxed, allowing the kids to have their fun. He was curious if little Cheng could handle all three at once. However, he warned them not to injure anyone or damage any property. The group sighed in in relief, apologized to the principal, and admitted they only dared to face him with a sneak attack. They complained that even a sneak attack couldn't wound him. Qianmo raised his hand, signaling that his heavenly calculation artifact was broken, so this time he would fight barehanded. Hearing that, Huang Tian quickly drew his weapon and said he would no longer stand on ceremony. He charged straight at Qianmo. Huang Tian's class was Mystic Sword God, with a combat power of 415,772. Even though he used all his strength, Huang Tian was easily blocked by Qianmo. He praised the Mirage Sword dance of the Mystic Sword God for being able to stack damage. Not bad. However, Qianmo pointed out the weakness was focusing only on attack while neglecting defense. He appeared behind Huang Tian in a flash. Qianmo made a decisive move, chopping at Huang Tian's neck. Huan Shen immediately joined the battle with his class Dark Desolate Demon Emperor, combat power 418 and 87979. Qianmo saw countless skeletons charging at him, but was not worried, remarking that the class suited his cunning personality. He easily neutralized all the attacks thanks to his passive skill, Purification Power. Qianmo reminded Ruan Shen that he had forgotten about this ability. Ruan Shen saw his minions wiped out, held his head, and lamented to the heavens that his whole life would probably be countered by that man's passive skill. Ling Roxy also seized the chance to charge in, but was easily stopped by Qianmo. He teased her for learning bad habits. Her class was Profound Yellow War God Strength, combat power 41058. She swung her weapon and apologized in advance. Though she was knocked away, she received praise for evolving her Profound Yellow War God to third class in the direction he had suggested. And just like that, she was knocked back dozens of meters. Qianmo smiled in satisfaction, saying he now had a basic understanding of everyone's class strength. He called for all three to come at him together, no need to hold back anymore. Receiving the order, all three charged forward, saying they would not go easy on him. He still had many more things to amaze people with. Ruan Shen stood firm against Qianmo's kick. Huang Tian took a punch straight to the gut. Since Ling Roxy was a girl, he only gently flicked her forehead, but the damage was still considerable. All three lay sprawled on the ground, surrendering, unable to believe it and wanting to fight more. But then they gave up, calling Qianmo a monster and refusing to fight any longer. Qianmo dusted off his clothes, saying they should have advanced to third class earlier than him. When he was at second class, maybe if they had teamed up, they could have won. Huan Shen was annoyed by that man's infuriating tone, but had to admit the opponent was too terrifying. Ling Roxy came closer to ask about his current strength. Ling Xiao clapped and praised him endlessly. Qianmo humbly said the three of them still had potential, they just lacked a sense of crisis. Old Fan did not think so, believing he had not yet used his full strength, and advised the three to work harder. Ling Xiao asked about his next plan. Qianmo calculated that the training period was not short, so he wanted to arrange matters for the school and the guild first. He suggested the principal arrange a meeting of the schools. Ling Xiao agreed easily. After the reunion, everyone dispersed to prepare. Zhang Xiuqin spoke, saying the alliance of Xia Kingdom schools was growing rapidly. The core decision-making layer consisted of 9 schools, with an additional 10 weaker schools as reserves. Currently, the actual number had exceeded 9 schools. He introduced that Qianmo virtually held sway over half of Xia Kingdom's education system, and attributed the credit to the alliance's head instructor. Qianmo humbly bowed his head, saying he felt ashamed inside. The meeting announced 2 matters. First, the Eternal Peak Guild had reached level 7 and still had many vacancies. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it, as it was only level 5 before. They wondered what he had done to develop it so quickly in less than 3 months. Zhang Xiuqin urged Little Cheng to explain how it was done. Qianmo did not hide it, saying it only took some time to unify the Moon Spirit City region. Everyone realized the fast leveling speed was due to using other people's warehouses. Moon Spirit City was a medium-sized city, and the local guilds had long since disbanded and built warehouses. They wondered how a new guild could take control. Everyone listened intently to learn the method, believing Qianmo was powerful and well supported. They quickly considered having their students occupy it first. Huang Tian whispered to Qianmo that they probably wanted to stuff students in, but the guild's recruitment was very strict. Continued to the second matter, stating that he had mastered many ultimate skills of other classes. He affirmed that since they were now one family, he would no longer hide it. He revealed the reason was thanks to having the coordinates of many ancient altars. Everyone was baffled, unable to believe there were so many altars, and that he was willing to make them public. They suspected whether he intended to share them with everyone. Qianmo confirmed it, and said he wanted to share these locations with everyone. The auditorium buzzed with chatter, wondering if everyone would become as strong as him. Ling Xiao silently pondered his true purpose. Qianmo admitted that with the aid of the altars, Xia Kingdom students would become as strong as dragons. However, currently only a small portion of the coordinates were within Xia Kingdom territory, the rest were abroad. Everyone said among themselves that since it was abroad, he was being generous. Qian Mo raised one finger, reassuring everyone not to be discouraged. He announced that he had a plan. Someone in the crowd raised a hand to ask about the plan. Qian Mo said an international tournament was about to begin. If they won, Xia Kingdom could secure a position at the international altar. The crowd scoffed, saying Xia Kingdom's performance in international competitions was terrible. Qian Mo thought otherwise, declaring himself a member of the Blaze Flame Dragon team, and that he would be participating in the battle. He firmly proposed forming an alliance of academy guilds, with himself leading it, to compete for the altars against foreign guilds. It sounded certain, but that the majority were still concerned by the large amount of information. They realized they needed to cling tightly to him, and felt the era of awakened beings was about to change. Ling Xiao thought that if he had proposed it from the start, everyone would have been wary, but he had chosen a different approach. In just a few seconds, Qian Mo had secured everyone's agreement. Xuanwu Academy supported him, believing only a stronger Xia Kingdom guild could resist foreign powers. They joined because they considered it Xia Kingdom's fortune. Qian Mo smiled amidst the applause, officially announcing the original political alliance would be expanded into an unlimited-scale alliance of great Xia Kingdom schools. The clock struck 3 p.m. and the meeting ended. Everyone shook hands and congratulated Ling Xiao, praising Qian Mo. He humbly responded. After everyone left, Qian Mo approached Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao asked him about his true intentions in revealing the altars and the alliance. Qian Mo apologized for not informing him beforehand. His face was full of concern as he said the real reason was to make plans for the future. Ling Xiao understood and praised him for thinking ahead. He smiled contentedly, believing Qian Mo was confident enough to be the leader of the new era. Qian Mo scratched his head in confusion, thinking the words were too arrogant but promised to do his best. In his heart, he recalled his previous life, ultimately having to face the Lord. Their power was too great, even with all the strong warriors. Nothing could be done. Qian Mo looked at Ling Xiao, thinking to himself that this time it was not a game that could be replayed. He planned to gather all of Great Xia Kingdom's strength. Ling Xiao praised the idea as not bad, but feared there would be obstacles that would surprise him. He scratched his head sheepishly, realizing the vice principal had a strained relationship with him. Ling Xiao said Old Fan was not a bad person, but was eccentric and difficult to deal with. Qian Mo smiled to reassure the principal, promising that after arriving at Blaze Flame Dragon, he would return to meet the vice principal directly. Ling Xiao sighed in relief, waiting for good news from him. Ling Xiao watched Qian Mo's retreating figure, thinking to himself that someone else was about to have bad luck. A few days later, Qian Mo left the Divine Wandering Academy. He stood before his group, announcing that the third-class advancement ritual was complete, and he would go report to Blaze Flame Dragon. He assigned tasks to the three, ordering them to return to Eternal City to help Gu Gan manage the guild. Huang Tian confidently promised to train the members well and return a powerful Eternal Peak to him when he came back. Qian Mo gave detailed instructions, saying this time the Tianqi continent might undergo major changes. He reminded everyone to train both the guild and themselves. Ling Rixi emotionally rushed to hug him, telling him he must return soon. Qian Mo patted her head, reassuring her that after completing the special training and the tournament, he would immediately return. He saw it was time and turned to leave, saying it was getting late and he was going to register. A heavy silence surrounded the Soul Flame Dragon garrison post. AE checked the list with confusion. Qian Mo, level 52. A person at that level wants to join the Soul Flame Dragon. Are you sure you are not mistaken? Qian Mo asked worriedly, do you not recognize me? I am Qian Mo. The other person replied, would I happen to know you? Are you some internet celebrity? Li Wengshan appeared at that moment to ease the tension for both of them, saying, Qian Mo, since you are here. Yi bowed to Instructor Li. He kindly took his hand and led him away, saying he thought he had fled at the last moment. Qian Mo explained that this place was remote and took considerable effort to find. Yi could not believe his eyes seeing Instructor Li personally receiving him, wondering what background this guy had. Li Wengshan reminded him not to mind it, as the rules here restrict outside communication, so they seldom access information, and have never heard of his championship title. Qian Mo gradually understood, so that was it. He lowered his voice but said, do not be too proud, because after all, geniuses here are just stepping stones. At that moment, his new teammates were discussing the upcoming newcomer, who they heard was very young. They wondered if he could be more formidable than Lu Cheng'an, the 28-year-old who had reached level 49 with an SSS talent. Lei Wengshan brought Qian Mo over and introduced him. This is your new companion, Qian Mo. They spoke with cautious tones. Is this not a fresh graduate? How can can he join the Soul Flame Dragon? This mysterious newcomer had nothing special about him, he was very ordinary. Li Wengxuan reminded him that his reputation is useless here, he must prove himself to earn respect. Qianmo spoke up and asked, so I have to prove myself by fighting a match. He thought it did not need to be that complicated, just pass the assessment with a qualifying result was enough. He asked back worriedly then replied no problem. Li Wengxuan gestured toward the gate, if he wanted others to respect him, he must first pass this assessment. Lu En sneered, so they are sending the newcomer in there for the test, is that necessary? Will the newcomer upset Instructor Li? It seems his days ahead will be tough, there will be some drama to watch. Qianmo looked at it with boredom, I thought there was something new, is this not the same game I have played once before? Li Wengxuan said this assessment was different, it was an endless challenge, with monsters spawning continuously. The more waves endured, the more it proved one's strength. Hearing this he became excited, no problem, then let us play another round. Outside, sunlight illuminated the barren surroundings. Li Wengxuan explained the assessment had a time limit of 30 minutes, persevere to the end, and it was cleared. He replied that he understood. San could not believe it. Instructor, are you mistaken? It is usually only 10 minutes. Jin Xiong sneered, and it is a young newcomer. Has he already offended Instructor Li, the king of hell? Although not dangerous, he would still have to suffer. While they were chatting, Qianmo approached the door without anyone noticing, saying, Instructor Li, I am going in. Li Wengxuan said go and remember to achieve a spectacular result. He looked towards the back, they were all arrogant geniuses, just right for Qianmo to knock some sense into them. Upon entering, the system announced the first wave was in 10 seconds, with 5 seconds of rest after each wave, difficulty increasing progressively. Prepare. Looking around he saw the secret realm, so that was it. From outside the combat process could not be seen. Very good. That meant he could go all out freely. Known from when, blood wolves had quickly surrounded him. They were elite blood wolves level 54. They lunged at Qianmo. The first wave only had 20 elite monsters. This intensity was a bit weak. He must quickly raise the difficulty. He swiftly activated combat mode, Chaos Shockwave. The entire pack of blood wolves was sent flying hundreds of meters away. Qianmo's eyes blazed frost shock. His power erupted, pushing everything back. The blood wolf pack was frozen and unable to move. Qianmo quickly drew his weapon. He had not used this glory vanguard in a long time since obtaining Transcendent Human. He easily cleaved the ice block in two. This time let me sharpen you. The system popped up congratulating him on passing the first wave of the assessment. The seconds would start in 5 seconds. Qianmo with flames bursting from his hand. The first wave had not warmed him up yet. He must use his ultimate first. Those who sneered at him were quickly put in their place when they saw he cleared the first wave in under a minute. Li Wengxuan rejoiced inwardly. These arrogant ones must now know there is always a higher power. On the other side of the gate, Qianmo was diligently taking down his opponents. With just a single blow without even needing his weapon, he shattered the giant snake into 100 pieces. The system kept popping up, congratulating him on passing the second wave. The third wave would begin. Qianmo's momentum was fierce. The passive damage of triple shift was indeed very strong. With preemption he could one-shot those monsters. The whole group exchanged confused glances. This time he one-shot them again. Was the secret realm bugged? Li Wengxuan also found it strange. What did he do this time? Could the endless challenge really have a problem? Qianmo's body moved with incredible speed, taking down opponents as easily as eating candy. The system congratulated him on passing the third wave. Time and again, congratulations on passing the fourth wave. The giant beasts fell while Qianmo remained unscathed. Congratulations on passing the fifth wave. The system kept popping up congratulations until it became tiring. Congratulations on passing the sixth wave, the seventh wave. Looking at the time, the crowd outside did not know what they had just witnessed. 28 minutes had passed, and he had gone through 19 waves, averaging no more than 3 minutes per gate. What kind of monster was this? Qianmo was still diligently beating down the creatures charging at him. He recognized the floating bugs in front of him as poison self-detonation insects level 62, which would explode in a small area after death. Even killing them would trigger a chain of self-detonations. Thinking Qianmo would be worried, but his attitude was the opposite. Just right, he would test the power of his final elemental passive skill. In an instant, he flew off to who knows where. Qianmo used his sword to slash all the poison insects into many pieces. As he predicted, their corpses quickly exploded. His health dropped a bit, but Qianmo was satisfied. The passive Hellfire Retribution had been triggered. The system panel sounded Hellfire Retribution. When receiving intense damage, sacrifices 50% of life and summons an evil shadow of hell, dealing corresponding damage. The monster quickly turned into a massive vortex. Qianmo stood calmly in the eye of the storm, delighted. His health had recovered. He landed easily on the ground, an area of effect ultimate. The more monsters, the greater the effect. The system appeared. Congratulations on passing the 20th wave. The assessment is over. You will be ejected soon. Kianmo scratched his head in boredom, so it was already over. He was not satisfied yet. After finishing, he stepped out through the gate. Seeing Kianmo, everyone thought their eyes were playing tricks on them. He endured 20 waves in 30 minutes. Am I seeing this wrong? This clear rate must be related to hacking. Look at his expression. It seems he is still unsatisfied. He sighed in relief. I know, every time I come out, it is always the same show. Kianmo approached Li Wengxuan. Instructor Li, so I have passed the second stage now. He praised him. You are truly very strong. You not only passed but also broke this secret realm's record. Luan quickly reminded him, Instructor Li, is there not still one more stage to endure for 5 minutes under your attack? That is right. We all get tormented by you. Is he not getting any? Li Wengxuan's face darkened. You lot who love watching dramas talk too much and cannot accomplish great things. I will deal with you later. Kianmo asked back, is that rule real? He coughed a few times. It existed before but was deemed too cruel and was removed. He pretended to mischievously scratch his head. Since there is a rule, I cannot break it. So let the newcomer follow the rules. The crowd of onlookers started their sartones again. Impressive. He wants to fight the instructor. Perhaps he thinks breaking the record makes him confident. Li Wengxuan got excited. The boy really wants to fight me. Fine. I will show him my King of Hell Li title. He offered, if you have such a strong intent, then I will satisfy you. Do not worry. I will not use my fourth shift ultimate to bully the weak. Kianmo smiled. Please, instructor. The two quickly took their fighting positions. Just then, a figure stepped forward. Was it you who broke my record? The crowd quickly stepped aside. Yes. His record is 30 minutes. Yours is 10 minutes. He is even stronger than a genius like you. Chang'an raised an eyebrow. If the instructor adjusted mine to 30 minutes, I could do it too. Li Wengxuan reminded him, my class is High Elementalist 4th Shift. My Eye of Destruction can unleash extremely powerful magic. You must be careful. Kianmo did not flinch and took a defensive position. Instructor Li, please make the first move. Li Wengxuan crossed his arms and laughed. I have already made my move. Did you not notice? At this moment Kianmo realized, standing still and motionless, he could secretly cast spells. Instructor Li truly has skill. The system provided information. Ice crystal pool creates a magic formation, summoning a large amount of ice to fall and attack enemies. Upon hitting a target, it deals ice damage and slows by 60% for 10 seconds. Everyone was puzzled. Instructor Li seems to be sneaking an attack. Does Instructor Li, the King of Hell, need to sneak attack? What background does this kid have? Though he appeared calm on the outside, inwardly he was worried. The ice element had a slowing effect. Those hit usually could not withstand it. This kid's strength was too great, so only a sneak attack provided an opportunity. The ice blocks grew densely but did not trouble Kianmo. His speed was too fast to be seen by the naked eye after his triple shift. The speed of the void leap had increased by 200%. Even when slowed, he could easily escape. At this moment, sweat poured from Li Wengxuan. This kid was not affected at all. He praised, very good, then see if you can handle this skill. Extended Dark Domain. System described that expanding the dark domain created a sphere of dark energy that drained all light within a 20-meter range, temporarily blinding all targets in that area. Li Wengxuan secretly rejoiced, because this move stole visibility, creating an advantage for a counterattack. But in just 1 second of carelessness, the opponent appeared behind him. Kianmo drew his weapon, charged straight at Li Wengxuan, and stabbed him in the back. He activated his resistance ring just in time to block the strike. Though he was thrown far, he maintained his balance well. The audience clamored, unable to understand what had just happened. Someone saw Instructor Li deploy the Dream Shadow Field. Others said the match was undecided, with 5 minutes almost up, and the rookie was not inexperienced. Li Wengxuan curiously asked what skill that was, as it did not look like a tracking talisman. Kianmo answered honestly, Spatial Leap, it is a skill from my equipment. Li Wengxuan praised his gear as very good, making him envious. But he said next the Elemental Sphere Bombardment was a locking skill. He challenged to see how good his defense was. Kianmo, seeing this skill for the first time, was slightly stunned, but immediately used Reflection Magic. Next second, he countered the attack. Li Wengxuan was astonished. A rare skill like this from an elementalist, and he had it too. Just like that, Li Wengxuan received back both capital and interest from what he had unleashed. Everyone raised their hands to shield themselves, astonished by the huge explosion. Who won? Some saw that Instructor Li seemed to be struggling. Only Chang'an focused on one thing. Was this the true strength of a newcomer? Li Wengxuan appeared from behind the smoke, declaring that the Xia Kingdom had another genius. He said he had lasted 5 minutes, officially welcoming him to Soul Flame Dragon. Kianmo humbly lowered his head, saying he had held back. Someone whispered that the condition of Instructor Li and the newcomer were worlds apart, as if he could not hold his own. Hearing this, Li Wengxuan immediately activated brutal mode and ordered an assembly. Everyone was terrified, not daring to refute. He loudly announced this would be an intensified training session. He asked if anyone else was unconvinced about Qian Mo, wanting to step forward and try. Everyone said in unison, "No, we are convinced." Li Wengxuan smiled, declaring that Qian Mo was rated at A-grade armor level, officially becoming the 5th captain of the Azure Dragon branch. Everyone was dazed, buzzing with discussion. Soul Flame Dragon originally only had 4 captains, all of whom were 4th turn powerhouses. This newcomer, though strong, was only at 3rd turn, and was made captain upon entry. Qian Mo turned to ask what the Azure Dragon branch was. Li Wengxuan said he would introduce it later, then yelled an order for everyone to carry heavy loads and run 100 laps around the field. His voice resonated throughout the base. Everyone cried out to the heavens, saying they only trained yesterday. Someone complained and was immediately given 20 more laps. As for Qian Mo, he called him to follow him to the office. In the office, Li Wengxuan began speaking about the Azure Dragon captain. Qian Mo felt this background had never appeared in the game from his past life. Li Wengxuan explained, within the Soul Flame Dragon team, each person had a dragon title. The highest was Ancestral Dragon, held by only one person, responsible for expanding the territory for the kingdom. The previous Ancestral Dragon, an unparalleled genius, had sacrificed himself in the Great War against beast spirits. Below the Ancestral Dragon were 4 great captains bearing the title Azure Dragon. Only armor grade members had hope of being appointed. Qian Mo was curious about the authority. He said each Azure Dragon captain could form a personal guard of 10 members, choosing them freely. If there was an important mission, they would lead the charge. Qian Mo was excited about this. Li Wengxuan continued, B-grade armor members were the Ying Dragon, top-tier strategists. C-grade armor members were the Jiao Dragon, the backbone force. Finally was D-grade armor, usually rookies, receiving the most common title, Dragon. Qian Mo rubbed his head in embarrassment, saying he understood the ranks, but didn't need to be elevated to this position right away. Li Wengxuan honestly said they were throwing him into the hot pan to force him to build prestige, so he could take on responsibility later. He placed his hand on the screen and the fingerprint recognition succeeded. He said each class in Soul Flame Dragon had its own baptism ritual. As an Azure Dragon, he could receive the baptism named the Dragon's Blessing. Qian Mo was confused. Li Wengxuan led him into an area with stone tablets. These tablets had appeared automatically along with the Tianqi continent on the territory of the Xia kingdom. Awakened ones who touched them would gain a boost in power, considered a symbol of national fortune. He warned that the baptism had conditions. First, loyalty to the Xia kingdom. Second, appropriate strength. The decision of whether he became an Azure Dragon was up to these national treasure stone tablets to choose. Qian Mo approached to take a closer look. The dragon script on the stone tablet was carved with scales and horns, the traditional design of the Ying Dragon of the Xia kingdom. Li Wengxuan told him to place his hand on the Azure Dragon tablet to receive the baptism. Qian Mo thought it would be perfect if King Dai could transform into a Xia kingdom dragon. He did as told, gently placing his hand on the stone tablet. At that very moment, a dragon with a ferocious appearance suddenly appeared. Qian Mo's face changed color, as if he was experiencing something terrifying. Li Wengxuan had never seen this phenomenon before, wondering why activating the blessing would be so painful. He wondered if the stone tablet was rejecting him. Weight and a heart-piercing pain pressed down on Qian Mo's body. Li Wengxuan was astonished, because the previous 4 captains' ceremonies were not this turbulent. He feared he had misjudged, that he was not yet at the Azure Dragon level. It seemed an invisible force was blocking him, but then his reaction changed when he saw the eruption from him. The dragon from before charged at Qian Mo with glowing red eyes. It invaded his body, and a mark gradually appeared on his back. His entire body was enveloped in a blue flame. In all his years, Li Wengxuan had never seen such a phenomenon. He recognized it as the Azure Dragon tattoo. Crying tears of joy, the last person acknowledged by the stone tablet was the Ancestral Dragon. He wondered if this kid had the potential of an Ancestral Dragon, that this was Heaven's blessing for the great calamity. Li Wengxuan believed this kid could help the Xia kingdom overcome the crisis. Qian Mo paid no attention to his expression, only looked at his own palm, feeling the power surging inside him. Suddenly, the ring on his hand emitted a light. King Dai Rai rushed out in a hurry, asking what was happening because she suddenly sensed an ancient aura. She calmly looked up at the stone tablet and confirmed it was here. Li Wengxuan recognized at a glance that she was a dragon girl. He did not expect Qian Mo to have a dragon girl in his team. The system congratulated him, granting the Azure Dragon blessing. Azure Dragon Tattoo permanently increases all stats by 20 points, allows use of the skill Azure Dragon Phantom. This skill, within a short duration, increases damage by 20%, reduces cooldown time by 30% for 10 seconds. Cooldown time is 3 days. days, the Azure Dragon power sensed the aura of an alien kindred and forcibly transformed King Dai into one of its own. The young King Dai of the Jadeite lineage successfully evolved into the third-generation Azure Dragon. She was surprised that she had evolved. Even Kianmo was stunned by this change. His body felt as if it had been recharged with energy. All stats increased by 20. Every attack automatically came with the Azure Dragon Phantom. He exclaimed that this baptism was way too amazing. Li Wengxuan could not contain himself, running off to inform the others, telling him not to wander for a few days because an important mission was coming soon. Kianmo went to ask King Dai. She replied that she felt much stronger, with a lot of new knowledge in her head. The system informed him, third-generation Azure Dragon King Dai is a super ultimate SSS-grade pet. When used as a flying mount, speed increases by 800%. In combat, her strength is equivalent to a level 65 awakened. Kianmo could not believe it. King Dai's strength was now equivalent to level 65, close to a human's third turn. He suddenly remembered the image of Du. He thought that the Azure Dragon was an ancient dragon race in Xia Kingdom legends, and was probably only an SSS-grade pet. Then what did Du rely on to have similar quality? A while later, at the combat meeting room, everyone had arrived after Li Wengxuan's summons. Old Qin asked what urgent matter he had called them for, as the Hun plan was about to begin and everyone was busy. Yuan Hao guessed that the thing that made Li the King of Hell lose his composure like this must be something very joyful. Li Wengxuan got straight to the point. Old Qin took one glance and guessed it was related to Qian Mo, startling him and making him wonder how he knew. Old Qin said he heard today that he had come to report, so he had anticipated good news. He just did not expect it so soon, but was very curious what this miracle was. Li Wengxuan announced that he had just appointed him as the 5th captain of the Azure Dragon Squad. Hu Hanshan was not pleased upon hearing this, thinking that he was only a third turn and not qualified yet. Yuan Hao also agreed, saying they could nurture him, but there was no need to give him special treatment immediately. Li Wengxuan remained calm, telling them to look at this and they would understand. The entire process had been recorded. They saw the Azure Dragon tattoo and could not believe their eyes. Everyone was stunned that this legendary thing had appeared. Old Qin's eyes widened in praise, saying he always managed to do the unbelievable. Li Wengxuan asked if anyone still thought he was giving special treatment. Everyone discussed it. The title of Ancestral Dragon had been vacant for over 50 years. Now seeing that potential, he was qualified to be a captain. They were all convinced. Old Qin suggested including Qian Mo in the hunting plan 5 days later, giving him the rank of deputy captain. Even without a personal guard, someone of his strength could still contribute. Li Wengxuan stood up excitedly. I was just waiting for you to say that. This time we must teach those Wu country bastards a lesson. He placed all his faith in Qian Mo, hoping his first battle would bring glory to Jia country. Above them were helicopters filling the sky. He asked Li Wengxuan where they were going. He reassured him, don't worry, we have already arrived at the Shu Qin region. Everyone should be assembled by now. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Wengxuan disappeared. Qian Mo was surprised. He jumped down without a parachute. Truly the Yin Long style. Interesting. Immediately after, he also followed Li Wengxuan. Qian Mo observed the surroundings and judged. Quite a lot of people came this time, wondering what the mission was. Fei Xiong flew over to introduce himself. You are Qian Mo, and you are? He introduced himself. I am King Long team leader Zhang Fei Xiong. Heard you're also a new team leader, so young, truly interesting. I'll go ahead, young man. After speaking, Fei Xiong flew straight forward. He confidently wanted to impress Qian Mo. A mission with a newcomer this difficult. Whoever handles it best is the one with real strength. As soon as he touched the ground, a huge explosion occurred. Fei Xiong landed gracefully, his body suffering no damage. Everyone couldn't stop praising him. Luckily, thanks to the team leader's punch, we landed easily. He stood up, dusting himself off. It's nothing. Quickly organized the team. But inwardly, he wondered how the new deputy team leader was landing. If he fell, he couldn't laugh out loud. Before he could be happy, Qian Mo silently appeared behind him without a sound. Team leader Zhang, landing so noisily like that. What if the enemy sees? Fei Xiong turned around startled. This kid has no equipment nor levitation. What method did he use to fly down? Fei Xiong curiously ran over to check his class, asking what skill he just used. Qian Mo didn't hide it. It's just subordinate. That was my King Long Shadow. He was surprised after hearing it. Subordinate King Long Shadow. You're not joking me, are you? At this time, Li Wengxuan arrived just in time. Let me introduce another King Long team leader, Zhang Fei Xiong. The two of you will carry out this mission together. He said we've already gotten acquainted. Fei Xiong hurriedly asked, Old Li, where did you find such a freak? Does he even have a King Long tattoo? Li Wengxuan asked back, now do you believe my words? The younger generation is formidable, truly formidable. Qian Mo couldn't contain his curiosity. Instructor Li, what exactly is the mission? He clasped his hands and walked toward the whole team. Everyone is assembled. I will announce it. The full name name is the World Alliance Demon Beast Hunt Plan. Kianmo listened but still didn't understand. Hunt what? Li Wengsun explained. Since the last battle with the demon beasts, energy leaking from the void rifts has increased over the years. Now every few years a beast tide appears on Earth. He listened worriedly. Since enrolling he had only seen fiends in the secret realm and Tian Qi. Never heard of a beast tide, Li Wengsun said. That's naturally because there were people silently fighting behind you. Now you are also a member of that, Qianmo understood. So the mission of the Hun Yanlong was the beast tide. Li Wengsun explained, whenever a new demon beast lair appears, neighboring countries must send awakened individuals to Xuqin to eliminate them. The person or country with outstanding achievements will receive territorial rewards on the Tian Qi continent. He described in detail the mission location called Ji King Mountain, involving 7 countries. Because the distance to Xia country and Wu country is the same, the targets of both countries are definitely the same demon beast. Qianmo asked again, is this the legendary international competition? Fei Xiong chimed in, right, but in recent years the beast tide is no longer a threat, but has become an arena for resource competition between countries, so you must be more careful of the opponents than the fiends. Many brothers have died at the hands of Wu country. They are worse than fiends. You are gifted, but be careful. Qianmo nodded. I understand. Everyone discussed tactics. This time Xia country and Wu country will jointly clean up the fiends on the island, then tally the total points. Each person engraved the most important point in their hearts. The main target for both sides are 3 king rank boss demon beasts. They decide victory or defeat. If all 3 fall in the opponent's hands, no matter how many you eliminate you still lose. At least we must secure one, Li Wengsun said loudly. That's the basics. Does everyone have confidence? Yes. He was satisfied with that performance. Very good. Wait for the signal and set off immediately. Li Wengsun spoke quietly to Qianmo and Fei Xiong. You two come here, I have something to say in private. Understood. He gave a new mission. The other's mission is to earn match points. Besides that there is another mission for you too. Fei Xiong guessed it. Sakushi. Li Wengsun nodded. Right, your mission is to kill that man. Qianmo wondered. What has this man done? Fei Xiong explained. 12 years ago in a joint campaign of 5 countries, he betrayed mutual interests for victory, violating the friendship declaration. At that time, Yanlong Sr. lost half his talents due to resisting the beast tide. Afterwards he was afraid of retaliation and didn't dare participate in activities for 10 years, but this year he is rumored to have reappeared. Qianmo listened confidently, then leave this scum to me. Li Wengsun reminded, don't underestimate him. Give it your all, but keeping yourself safe is the most important. Rest assured. Suddenly a signal flare rose from below. Notice the command and signal to everyone. The beast tide has appeared. Prepare to set off. Fight for Xia country. The entire forest was quickly covered by a red mist. Dark figures flashed under the green treetops. Fei Xiong took the lead, reminding them the beast tide is all level 60 or above monsters. Many are not recorded, don't be too reckless. Everyone answered in unison. Understood. While running, they felt something strange from the ground. One person was quickly swallowed. Dangerous, it's a rotting venom slime monster. Be careful. He turned back to reassure everyone. The slime monster has high attack, but is slow. Melee fighters fall back. Let ranged fighters strike. The slime layer protects inside. The whole team quickly coordinated and changed positions. They tried to control that slime monster. Luckily they saved the comrade who was just swallowed. He asked if he was okay. That person answered fine. Team leader. Qianmo observed with satisfaction. The Hun Yanlong is truly a millennium talent. Team leader Zhang, whether in experience or combat instincts, is extremely sharp. He turned and looked in the distance. This place no longer needs him. He could go ahead to scout. A ranking list gradually appeared in the sky. The hunt list: Xia country killed rotting venom slime monsters, 200. Wu country killed ghost flame wolves, 170. Fei Xiong saw it and breathed a sigh of relief. A good start. The ranking isn't bad. I hope we continue to perform well. But he was also worried. The beast tide gets fiercer every year. If this continues, I don't know what the end will be. Fei Xiong only now realized. Right, where is Qianmo? The dark figures continued to appear, then flashed under the treetops. They had to fight the terrifying monsters. Team leader, save me. Sakushi let out a curse. You waste. Getting ambushed and still yelling no imperial warrior spirit. He drew his sword, swinging smooth slashes. In a flash, not only the monsters but also his own men were cut into many pieces. He turned around without a trace of anger. The empire is unable to swallow Xia country precisely because of wastes like you. The hunt ranking list: Xia country killed rotting venom slime monsters, 200. Wu country killed ghost flame wolves, 170. Peacock country killed 7 sin venom spiders, 80. Gaoli country killed chirping bugs, 120. Sakushi looked at the list annoyed. We're being surpassed by Xia country. Damn it. At this time at the Jai King mountain base camp, Zhang Lian praised, Okamoto-san, the three of your countries are still as strong as before. He was polite. Gaoli's achievements are not bad either. Simon clapped as he walked over. It seems the top 3 spots this year will still belong to our 3 countries. Lai Wengxun sneered from the side. Now really everyone comes out shouting. Too overconfident. Simon heard this and was annoyed. You Xia country people dare to mock us. We are a 1,000-year-old country of culture. Can you compare to our peacock? Zhang Lian was confident. Gaoli is small, but our strength has far surpassed yours. Lai Wengxun didn't mind provoking the dogs about arrogance. I won't say anything. As for you, Gaoli, who stole achievements in the past becoming a world joke, yet you still have the face to brag. The opponent was choked hearing this. Okamoto also joined the conversation from outside. Instructor Lee speaks very well. That year Xia country ranked second, only behind our country. That alone is already very strong. If not for Sakushi betraying the ally for achievements, how could our Xia country have been inferior to others? Li Wengxun quickly made peace. Alright, enough talk. He silently walked towards them. Li Wengxun stood before Okamoto. Don't be too arrogant. This year we will definitely trample you underfoot. His attitude showed no fear. I hope your country truly can do it. Don't become a laughingstock. He was so angry his facial veins bulged. Rest assured, we will definitely bring you a huge surprise. Inwardly he prayed, Qian Mo, don't let me down. Simon heard this and was annoyed. These Xia country people are too arrogant. What do they mean by saying we are arrogant? At this moment a streak of smoke suddenly rose in the forest. Qian Mo stood on the monster puzzle. Why are these peacock country men? Where did the Hua country people all go? After a long while everyone finally caught up. Bai Hung broke out in a sweat, telling Captain Trin to slow down. Acting alone was too dangerous. He joyfully approached, thinking he would get a share of the benefits. Qian Mo explained that the 2 peacock users could not defeat this harmonized wolf, so he had saved them. Bai Hung crossed his arms, saying this third brother was weak but liked to stir up trouble. Good thing you were here, because he was too lazy to bother making a move. Qian Mo said they would continue to split up, and if they found any trace of the Demon King, they would contact each other. He was stunned upon hearing this, saying that if you kept acting alone like this, it would be a bit dangerous. He took out a card and showed it to Bai Hung, telling him to rest assured. His stealth ability was very strong, nothing would go wrong. As soon as he finished speaking, Qian Mo vanished. Bai Hung looked at the card. So this kid was from the Dark Brotherhood, quite a mixed background indeed. He did not hesitate, ordering everyone to collect the loot and take those 2 people back to the base. Everyone acknowledged. As for Qian Mo, he easily passed through the deep forest, carefully observing every nook and cranny. Based on the monster levels along the way, he guessed a Demon King was nearby, but he did not know the exact location. Suddenly, a voice made Qian Mo stop. Idiot. He lightly concealed himself in the treetop, realizing that someone else had gotten there first. From above, he saw an argument. One side said, we clearly discovered it first. This opportunity should be ours to take. You people of Huaguo should just stand and watch. You are too weak. We are afraid you will die at the hands of that monster. Ma Kim was furious. If he was not afraid of waking the Demon King, he would have taught them a lesson today. Qian Mo casually snapped a small branch, thinking, it did not matter if they discovered the Demon King first. If you cannot decide who goes first, let me give you a hand. As soon as he thought this, he threw the branch straight at the monster. That small commotion made the 2 people below notice, and they both looked up. They quickly assumed fighting stances, ready for battle. The sleeping monster was awakened, slowly opening its eyes. This was Agnax, a level 80 Demon King with 1 million health points. The tiny humans were scared into a chaotic retreat. It is coming, big trouble. One unlucky person was grabbed, crying out, what kind of monster is this? In the nick of time, Sakushi rescued him. The old man landed, turned and asked Ma Kim, was that your doing just now? Ma Kim was annoyed by this. I think it was your people who did it. Qian Mo stood by observing, thinking, it is Agnax. Perfect. Now I have nothing to worry about. He curled his lips into a smile, waiting for them to slowly wear down the Demon King. Then he would take the opportunity to harvest. The whole group scattered, shouting, do not run into our area, we are dying. Your healer mages are right next to you. Why are you abandoning them to die? Damn Waguo. When the proposal for cooperation came, Sakushi said, no, we must cooperate to defeat it. The old man thought for a moment and said, cooperate. Sakushi agreed, but you will only get a 1/10 share of the credit for this. Ma Kim was upset by this. 1/10. Huaguo is pushing people too far, but his teammates were calling for help. Captain, save me. Ma Kim had no choice but to grit his teeth, not wanting to die in vain, and yelled, 3 parts, we take 3 parts. As soon as he spoke, Sakushi swiftly cut through the monster's tentacles. He ordered, all peacock users shield me. Our team will handle the main attack. Sakushi's entire body was enveloped in blue power. With his sharp blade, there was nothing he could not cut. It was the ultimate technique, slashing heaven's stream. Sakushi charged forward, slicing the monster to pieces with the ultimate technique, wind-splitting slash. Ma Kim finally understood. No wonder the Woe people were so arrogant. Sakushi was stronger this time than before. Captain Sakushi, unbeatable under heaven. The words of praise made the old man shiver. Something was wrong. The monster was still alive, growing fiercer, as if it wanted to devour everything. Everyone did not understand what was happening. How is this monster still so strong? Did you Huaguo people not say you could handle it? The old man found it strange. This demon king must have a weakness. If he did not hit it, he could not bring it down. Qianmo had now waited for the right moment, ready to appear. If you cannot handle it, do not blame me for stepping in. This kind of action should not break the rules, right? The monster became more ferocious. Countless tentacles appeared in increasing numbers. Sakushi was puzzled. The monster's weakness should be right here. Why is it not working? Ma Kim was now also restrained, crying out, "Damn it!" Qianmo suddenly appeared like a savior god to rescue him. Ma Kim was extremely surprised to have his life saved. "I am saved, this person is." He used the illusion image tracking technique, turning the monster's tentacles into living maggots. Qianmo moved with lightning speed, making it impossible for the monster to see his direction. He seized the opportunity and charged straight at the monster's weak point. Sakushi was furious, not knowing who the opponent was, and yelled, "Bastard." He turned and asked Ma Kim, "Who is that? Is he on our team?" "No." Qianmo realized that Agnax's weakness was its eyes. In his past life, after countless trials and errors, he finally discovered the pattern to kill it. The monster tried to grab him, but with his current speed, that was very difficult. Qianmo had counted without missing a single one, a total of 36 eyes. The order of each eye had to be precise. But understanding this mechanism could only be achieved by exhausting its energy. That was why he had let them attack first, so he could deliver the decisive blow. People below exclaimed, "Who is that? What is he doing? It looks like he is attacking the monster." He seemed to have locked onto his target, charging in. "Alright, this is the last eye." Qianmo used his weapon to finish the monster. It writhed in pain and slowly fell. After successfully defeating the great demon King Agnes, all members of the Soul Flame Dragon received an SSS rank hunter reward. Qianmo took the top spot on the individual ranking for this hunt, receiving an SSS rank individual reward. A notice board appeared in the middle of the forest. The Huaguo team Soul Flame Dragon is the first team to defeat the demon King Agnes, earning the first decisive point. Fai Hung was shocked to see it. "Have we already taken down the demon king?" Even the leaders had the same expression as him. "Huaguo has captured the demon king. How can this be? Did Sakushi not say he found the demon king? What is our name for? Damn it." Li Wengxun proudly said, "See, I told you earlier, this year's champion is definitely our Huaguo." Sakushi approached Qianmo roaring, "Huaguo scum, how dare you steal my monster? You are asking for death." He heard this and curled his lips into a smile. "You're a monster. I have been standing here beside you for half a day. I fight better alone than all 4 of you dogs combined." The men in the group were angered by this. Who is this guy? Why is he so delusional? How dare he speak to Captain Sakushi like that? He is dead for sure. Sakushi's face darkened. "You brat, I do not care who you are today. We'll all die here." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man swung his sharp blade at Qianmo. No one dared to intervene, seeing his anger. They thought, "Captain Sakushi is serious. That guy is definitely dead." Dust flew everywhere, only slowly clearing after a while. Qianmo had actually blocked the sharp blade with a small knife, taunting him. "Did you skip a meal?" The old man could not believe his eyes. "Impossible, he could actually block my attack." Fai Hung seized the opportunity and rushed over. "Sakushi, do you still have any face? Do you think I am here to let you bully our newbie?" He landed so hard that the ground cracked into several pieces. Fai Hung ordered everyone in the group, "Protect the vice captain. Anyone who dares to challenge our Huaguo will be killed without question." Sakushi still tried to defend himself. "Truong Fai Hung, it was you Huaguo people who broke the rules first." He claimed they had been fighting Team Italy for a long time, and finally Xu Qin activated the Demon King's bloodline, when your people suddenly rushed in to steal the monster. Fei Xiong laughed upon hearing this. "You mean a newcomer who just joined Team Cheng? In front of all newbies you could steal the Demon King?" Qianmo did not stay silent. "I do not mean to look down on you. With your fighting method, even if your entire army was wiped out by Xu Qin, you might not be able to kill it, so I had to lend a hand." He advanced fearlessly to confront them. "If not, let us try. If you can beat me, I will hand over Agnes to you." Fei Xiong, worried that Qianmo would act impulsively, quickly stopped him. "Cheng, do not be rash." Sakushi was delighted upon hearing this. "Earlier I spared your life out of respect for your Xia country team leader, but since you are asking for death like this, do not blame me. Ignorant child, tomorrow next year will be your death anniversary." As soon as he finished speaking, he flew straight at him. Star Cloud Heaven Extinction Slash. The 4-turn ultimate skill of the Wandering Swordsman unleashed 12 slashes simultaneously, increasing damage by 10% for each hit on the target. Jin, standing nearby, did not dare face a newcomer and used a 4-turn ultimate from the start. Sakushi was too despicable. With Qianmo's personality, how could he stand still? A unique ultimate skill was truly magnificent, Azure Dragon Phantom. As soon as he finished speaking, King Dai shot like an arrow towards him. Only then did Sakushi realize he had offended someone above him. Wait, he is actually an Azure Dragon team leader too. What kind of Azure Dragon blessing effect is this? I have never seen it before. King Dai easily restrained him in a single blow. Sakushi, who had been so strong just moments ago, was now beaten to a pulp. Everyone in the team was excited. Well done. That is our Captain Cheng. This Azure Dragon blessing effect probably surpasses even the previous Azure Dragon team leader, using a 3-turn body to fight against a 4-turn ultimate. Damn, that is truly cool. Sakushi could not believe it, can only clutch his wounds. How is this possible? This guy absolutely cannot be left alive. Once he reaches the level of a 4-turn powerhouse, no one in the eastern region of Lansing will be his match. The organizer's announcement board appeared. Attention all country team members. The Great Demon King has appeared. The entire Hat Country army has been wiped out by Shu Qin. All units immediately depart to assist. Fei Xiong could not help but be surprised. Team Hat Country's entire army has been wiped out by Shu Qin. What kind of Demon King is that strong? It seems. How is this mission? Should we continue fighting? He heard this and said to Qian Mo, first deal with the Demon King. After the mission is complete, you and I will settle this to the death. Then see you later. Having said that, he and his team quickly left to assist. Just as Qian Mo left, Sakushi could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground. Zhang An in the control room also went wild. What exactly happened? Why was our entire team of experts completely wiped out by Shu Qin? It took a while for them to find out. Found it. This time the Demon King is south. The projector had also started at this time emitting light. According to ancient tales, 20 years ago that Demon King destroyed the Jiao Hai Island chain and escaped safely in front of many countries. Now it has reappeared, truly terrifying. I wonder what their target is this time. Li Wengxuan was extremely worried. A Calamity-class Demon King has already broken through its realm. If it escapes from Jizing Mountain, the neighboring countries will surely face disaster. The other side was also rushing to the Demon King's location. Fei Xiong questioned him. Why did you not take the advantage earlier to kill Sakushi and complete the mission? Qian Mo thought killing him was no different from killing a dog, but the 4 extermination plan would reduce Country L's troop count. Prioritizing the bigger picture, wait until the 4 extermination plan is complete before talking. At that moment, a helicopter appeared above their heads. He was anxious but also dared not let down his guard. Which Demon King came this time? I have a bad feeling. Based on this direction, its target is Country G. We must stop it or Country G is done for. As the clouds parted, the Demon King slowly revealed itself. According to provided information, the Demon King South, a level 100 Great Demon King, total health 1,500,000 points. Suddenly its body emitted smoke. It turned out South had begun to conceal its tracks. Be careful. The helicopter thus lost its bearings. Damn, we've been hit. We have been hit. Even Ficker sitting inside was heavily shaken. It turned out someone outside had grabbed the helicopter's landing skid. Cosman laughed arrogantly. It seems our Ep country has arrived first. This Demon King South, we have a score to settle. Turning to his teammates, Team Ep country, all members, follow me to deal with South. Understood, Captain. Yet just a few seconds later, they all went to sell salt like a bunch of losers. Other teams were also moving towards the Demon King by boat. Sakushi turned to ask the person behind him. Cosman of Ep country also died here. That means Team Ep country has been completely wiped out by Shu Qin. Member spoke up, Captain. Should we wait a bit? The Soul Flame Dragon team is right behind us. What if we let them exhaust Shu Qin first? Upon hearing this, he angrily slapped him across the face. Useless trash. The Demon King's target is Country L. Are we supposed to wait for others to come and snatch the credit later? Sakushi sneered, hoping Xia country would drive away the Demon King for us or waiting for them to steal the merit points. After a while, the wind slowly blew away the hazy clouds ahead. Qian Mo was at the front and remained highly vigilant, observing the surroundings. Fei Xiong turned to speak. This kid was always so arrogant. I never expected him to die here. Headquarters said the Demon King South's target this time is Country L. Maybe we should just not bother. He felt the purpose of defeating the Demon King was not for personal revenge. If it is not controlled, the people of Country L could be in danger. When he looked back at everyone, moreover Country L fought the previous battle. They need this Demon King to lead to improve their total score. So why not? Of course, this is only a personal opinion. If everyone disagrees, you can turn back. We swear to follow the captain to the death. The team's morale was pushed to excitement without any worry. Move out. Even so, when they witnessed the true size of the Demon King, everyone was amazed. So big, almost equivalent to an island. Brother Yongfeng stepped forward. Go onto the island. Qian Mo tried to be as gentle as possible so as not to alert the Demon King. Fei Xiong was endlessly curious. This is the monster's shell. What is this cave above? He told him to wait a moment and he would know. Suddenly, strange shapes appeared in the wooden holes. The entire team got goosebumps seeing this. What is this? It looks so disgusting. South's familiars, level 70. But they quickly regained their momentum and charged into battle. It turns out they are just low-level monsters. Soul Flame Dragon, according to the plan, form into battle formation. Charge kill. In contrast to the intense battlefield, the tent side was more peaceful than ever. Due to Eb country's demise, everyone was panicked. Eb country has also been completely wiped out. Our only country L and Xia country currently attacking South. South's target is country L. It seems this time we can only rely on Wu country. Okamoto was still confident with Sakushi here. Even an ordinary demon king is nothing to fear. But Xia country is butting in again. Do they want to steal the merit? Li Wengxuan looked at them with disdain. A bunch who cannot rid the situation. If not for the demon king's points, I really want to have the whole team retreat. The top of the demon king was no different from a beautiful green island. But no matter how many attacks they launched, the familiars kept appearing continuously. These monsters are endless, are they not? Tianmo was unfazed, turning them all into premium sushi. He turned back to instruct his team members. South's weak point is its neck. If South is not killed, these monsters will never end. Fei Xiang quickly ordered, so what are we waiting for? Let us head straight for the head. Chang'an at this time stood in the way for the two people. Two captains? Leave this place to them. We will go deal with South. Fei Xiong could not help but be surprised by this display. Are you sure you can handle leaving it to that kid? He answered with full confidence, do not underestimate me. I was once a genius of the Soul Flame Dragon too. Qianmo reminded Fei Xiong there is no time to hesitate. Just leave it to him. I will clear the path. He summoned King Dai Azure Dragon Phantom Enhancement. The familiars were no different from mosquitoes to King Dai. The commotion caused chaos on the Demon King's shell. As soon as the path was cleared, Qianmo sprinted away without looking back. Captain Zhang, you all move out. Even though he had seen a lot, Fei Xiong still sighed with envy at the Azure Dragon tattoo. Okamoto wondered what is going on. Why are our results so much lower than Xia countries? What despicable methods did the Xia country people use? Li Wengxuan kindly reminded, the demon is moving towards country L. I still advise everyone not to focus on personal grudges. Despite the warning, it still fell on deaf ears. It is just a demon king. I believe Sakushi can definitely kill it. As for you, Xia country people, do not always look for loopholes. Okamoto even sneered back at Li Wengxuan, making him angry. His good intentions turned into heartless ingratitude. The birds on the Demon King's shell were flying around in chaos everywhere. While running, Qianmo suddenly stopped. Someone is there. He quickly recognized the person ahead as from Country L, their team leader. Qianmo just charged forward, kill these monsters first then talk. With just one sword strike, he laid out a dozen plates of fresh sushi. Bai Heng refused to back down. He knocked them down with his fists and earned a point. Qianmo felt something was off. What was happening here? Where was Sakushi? Did he abandon you all? One man on the ground replied. The captain went to take SOS's head. He could already see that the wounds on their bodies were not the cuts of the bloodthirsty merman. He explained that Captain Sakushi wanted to get here fast, so he had them stay behind as bait to hold off the monsters. Suddenly, a curse came from behind. Shut your mouth, being a soldier of the Dragon Nation. Loyalty to the Empire is a duty. Act like a man. Fei Heng grew angry upon hearing this. Damn it, does such a captain even exist? He guessed this was their culture, sacrificing anyone for the goal. Qianmo thought of his comrades and smiled. Our Xia nation also has people willing to sacrifice without needing a blade to their throat. Done with that, he hurried over to where the Demon King was. Qianmo calculated, this trip had taken quite some time. At South's speed, if not stopped, it would enter the waters of the Wu nation and cause a coastal tsunami. Fei Heng thought it would be fine to let the people of the Dragon Nation suffer a bit, but then the ground shook violently. Wait, what was going on? Qianmo realized immediately Sakushi was attacking the giant Hydra. At the same time, the two were ambushed by members of the Soul Flame Dragon. They had to stop them. He looked at them and lowered his voice. Interesting. We came to help you hunt the Demon King. What do you want to do? No matter what Qianmo said, it did not get through to these men. They said, nonsense. Even if we have to enter the Emperor's waters later, we will not give you this chance now. Hearing the line about eternal loyalty to the Empire, Qianmo found them extremely foolish. He quickly took them all down. After dealing with them, Qianmo was surprised by how incompetent this group was. Fei Heng's eyes widened. Damn it, these people from the Emperor's nation cannot even fight. Looking closely, he saw they seemed to be forced. With his experience, Qianmo realized it was not that they could not fight, but they did not want to. Only then did they bow their heads and confess. Please stop, Captain Sakushi. The captain has arrived already. At this rate, he will doom the whole nation. On the Demon King's side, it was enraged. Nothing could quell its fury. Sakushi drove his sword deep, his body enveloped by a purple light. Fei Heng yelled, Sakushi, what are you doing? Qianmo recognized this as the Wanderer's ultimate move, Blade Soul Sai's spell of the fourth shift. His sword was invading SOS primordial spirit. Sakushi slowly opened his eyes and looked at him. You are quite knowledgeable. This Demon King is too strong. Even if I go all out, I cannot kill it, nor can I change its target, which is my nation. But under the influence of my skill, it has shifted its attention to your Xia nation. Fei Heng cursed, shameless. We thought we had to deal with the monsters at all costs. Yet you Dragon Nation people are this despicable. Man tightened his grip on his sword. In this campaign, you Xia Nation people shamelessly plundered and caused heavy losses. If I did not use this move, we would be overtaken by the Xia Nation. Qianmo assigned the task to Fei Heng. Captain Zhang, you go block South's path. And what about you? His eyes lit up. I will naturally complete the mission, kill this man. Acknowledged, he quickly left, leaving this place to me. Sakushi turned pitch black, pointing his sword at Kianmo. The reason I lost to you last time was the Azure Dragon Phantom. Now that I have the grudge of this SOS, we are even. The man's eyes were filled with nothing but hatred and jealousy. Shia Nation man, state your name. My blade does not kill nameless ghosts. But while he was talking, Kianmo had already moved right in front of him. He summoned the Azure Dragon. Remember this well. The one who kills you is the deputy captain of the Azure Dragon, Soul Flame Dragon of the great Shia Nation, Kianmo. Sakushi actually managed to block Kianmo's sword strike. He was slightly surprised that in such a short time, his power had grown. Was this the power after merging with the monster? But it was not that terrifying. This Sakushi was merely a needle tip to Kianmo. The viewers on the screen grew anxious. What's happening? Why did it suddenly turn back towards the Shia Nation? Could this demon king also bully the weak? Okamoto found this amusing. Even the monsters help our nation. It seems the Dragon Nation is destined to replace the Shia Nation as the master of the region. Li Wengxuan looked at him with great annoyance. You bastard. We always put the big picture first. Yet you people kick us while we are down. Suddenly someone noticed something strange. Wait, look over there. Someone is blocking SOS's advance. Seeing that scene, everyone sneered at how ridiculous it was. Some even quoted the words of Xia country, a mantis trying to stop a chariot not knowing its own strength. Li Wengxuan was drenched in sweat, full of worry. Bai Xiong clenched his fists, intending to attack the Demon King with all his might. He tried his best and roared, "Damn it, you come back to me right now." According to new information, the road of the Demon King south had changed. He planned to enter Xia country's territorial waters in 15 minutes, and after 30 minutes would create a tsunami to attack the coastal cities. Fei Xiong struggled every step of the way, shouting, "Stop right there." Each swing of his blade was without hesitation. Sakushi asked him, "Haven't you heard? In 30 minutes, your coast will be destroyed." Kianmo was silently thinking about Ronin Country's exclusive class, the Wandering Swordsman. One slash from it had broken through many skills, truly troublesome. A flash of light streaked by as the old man knocked the sword from his hand. Sakushi sneered, "People of Xia country, you cannot even hold onto your weapon." The old man picked up Kianmo's sword and said, "Today I will use you to sacrifice my blade." Despite that, Kianmo laughed. An exclusive class of Ronin country. Xia country never had one. Activating the special class effect of the Blazing God Triple Succession, Huaxia Sword Immortal. Sakushi quickly realized something was wrong. What is this? The sword suddenly left the old man's hand on its own. Having lived to this age, Sakushi had never seen such a strange phenomenon. What skill was this? The old man tried to counterattack, but it was useless. The more he fought, the more swords there were. Kianmo finally spoke. "After the triple succession, I have all the ultimate skills of the triple succession classes, including the Huaxia exclusive class that counters the Wandering Swordsman, the Huaxia Sword Immortal." The old man did not believe him. The Huaxia Sword Immortal is nothing much. Wait for my stellar slash to condense, and these broken swords will no longer be a threat. Kianmo's body slowly began to float in the air. Kianmo said calmly, "Let us see if you get that chance." Sakushi gripped his sword tightly. This single strike will decide the victor. Controlled the swords using the ultimate body sword technique. 10,000 swords returned to the origin. Just seeing it, the old man's pupils contracted. Sakushi stood still, taking the blow, unable to do anything. He could not even hold onto the sword in his hand. The old man knelt to the ground, baffled. "Why? I still lost." Kianmo commanded Sakushi, "Now take the Demon King back to international waters, and I will spare your life." The stubborn Sakushi refused to listen. "Do not underestimate me." The old man did something stupid, committing suicide. "Upon his death, my skill will enrage the Demon King, dragging Xia country down with me." Kianmo frowned, unable to reason with the madman. "Damn it." At that moment, the Demon King reacted violently, its multi-soul usurpation reaching 100%. The helicopter panicked, not knowing what to do, and suddenly sped up. At its current speed, it would enter Xia country's territorial waters in 5 minutes. Fei Xiong tried to keep up, but found it difficult. What was wrong with this monster? Though exhausted, he still tried his best not to give up. "No, I must stop it." Fei Xiong clenched his fists, determined to use his will. His image reflected clearly in the Demon King's pupils. It opened its mouth, preparing to counterattack. He tried his best to protect the people. "Dragon Ancestor, bless us for Xia country. Even if I only delay it a little, dying would be worth it." But Fei Xiong's power was nothing compared to the Demon King. Disappeared in its attack. Everyone saw it. Holy crap. Li Wengxuan was both angry and worried. "Damn it, I told you not to do useless things." Suddenly Lian Huang saw something. "Wait, everyone look, it seems he is not hurt." His vision was blocked by smoke, but thankfully Kianmo had arrived in time and rescued Fei Xiong. Looked down at the Demon King from above. This monster was still troublesome. Its health was that of a normal Demon King, but its defense was abnormally high. Qian Mo recalled his past life. The entire team had to find 8 weak points on its neck and attack simultaneously to bring it down. He dispersed his weapons, but attacking 8 spots at once was not difficult for a Huaxia sword immortal. Observing the terrain, behind him was Xia country's territorial waters. If he did not destroy it within a minute, the tsunami would kill countless people. He had to think of a plan quickly. A lone boat carrying the sun and moon, a single rod shaking the underworld gates, the divine turtle capsizing the ink black waves. A familiar reed returned, that voice is. Never expected old Qin to be fishing here. The old man said, Kid Cheng, hand him over to me, and you go do what you need to do. Qian Mo threw Fei Xiong to him, leaving this place to you, old man. Then he turned back, preparing to deal with the Demon King. Qian Mo regained his confidence. With old Qin here, I can safely deal with you, you iron turtle. Following his command, each sword shot forward, piercing straight into the Demon King's body. Attacked repeatedly, the Demon King roared in pain. Everyone thought this would only anger it, causing a disaster for the coastal cities. Only Li Wengxun was clear-sighted. You short-sighted fools, it is time for you to see the true strength of Xia country. At that moment, they finally noticed something strange. The Demon King was bleeding and was no longer advancing. They also saw a person on the sea besides the Demon King. It was he who had stopped South from advancing. Someone recognized old Qin. It is a Xia country powerhouse. He is doing this alone. Interesting, I wonder if Ronin country could do the same. Okamoto became anxious. What happened? Where is Sakushi? Why has contact been lost? Li Wengxun laughed. Sakushi? I am afraid he will not be coming back. He turned around in confusion. What do you mean? Wait, what is this? A strange phenomenon began to appear in the sky. It was a space-time rift. A demonic entity was invading here. Everyone became alert. A pair of hands full of sharp claws slowly tore the rift open. People fled in fear, screaming, it is a Demon King, a final great Demon King. On Qian Mo's side, he was preparing to finish off the Demon King. He continuously landed deadly strikes upon its body. The speed of his techniques was so fast that the naked eye could only see streaks of light. He floated in the air, using the extreme divine sword technique. 10,000 swords returned to the origin. The moment he finished speaking, the giant sword shot straight at the opponent. The Demon King writhed in pain as damage values in the tens of thousands appeared. System displayed, Xia country has killed the great Demon King South. All members of the Flame Soul Dragon receive an SSS rank hunting reward. The announcement reached everyone. Qian Mo topped the merit list, receiving a reward. All single sword class users of Xia country upon 4th class advancement will be eligible to choose the exclusive Hidden Awakening class. The Huaxia sword immortal. He was delighted with the reward. It seemed Huang Tian's 4th class promotion now had a clear goal. Afterwards, he returned to old Qin's boat. The old man praised him. Good job, kid, turning a rare Xia country class into a path for all the people. Qian Mo smiled. I did not expect such a reward either. He scratched his head, feeling it was strange. The Demon King is dead, but why has the headquarters not sent any notification? Old Qin sensed something unusual in the wind, fearing something had already happened. Qian Mo suddenly remembered there were 3 Demon Kings this time, and the one just now was only the second. As he finished speaking, the other end reported shocking news. The great Demon King Fanta had appeared at the main base of Mount Jizing. Inform the experts of all nations immediately. The scene at the main base at this moment was extremely brutal. He gave a cruel smile. It seemed the lords still had not noticed. Perfect, the true Demon King Fanta, level 100. Fanta observed his surroundings. Occupy this place as a base and infiltrate the planet. Old Qin asked Qian Mo if the main base of Mount Jizing had also been destroyed. It sounded like that was indeed the case. He nodded. It seemed he could no longer rely on the guards. He would have to take action himself. Then he sat up. Qian Mo wanted to stop him, but old Qin was a key figure in the manager association and still had important decisions to make. He interrupted, but since things had come to this, if he did not go, who would stop that Demon King? The two returned to discuss. News of Mount Jizing had spread, experts from all nations were gathering, and they needed him to organize. Qian Mo told old Qin to sit back and fish. The mission to slay the Demon King was for Soul Flame Dragon. He reminded this Demon King is not like the previous ones. Even so, Qian Mo still left and reassured him. Old Qin, rest assured, Soul Flame Dragon will take the lead to investigate the situation, and later we will still rely on the expert teams. Old Qin was silent then agreed. This kid had a point. He had to stay and wait for the others to arrive before he could arrange things. Qian Mo returned to check on his team. Everyone was fine, which was good. But the mission ahead would be even harder. Everyone worriedly asked about Captain Zhang. He updated the situation. Captain Zhang was lightly injured, and he was taking command now. Chang'an spoke up. Captain, what do you want us to do? Qian Mo said. South had nearly destroyed Xia Nation's coastal defense system. Now the great Demon King had appeared and destroyed the main base. Its strength was unimaginable. He looked around and assigned tasks. We will go to Mount Jising to investigate. This could be a suicide mission. Are you all willing? The entire team replied in unison. For great Xia, death without regret. Qian Mo darkened his face. Then no need for more words. Follow me back to Mount Jising. The group boarded the flying ship and sped towards the base. Qian Mo stood at the bow, deep in thought. The great demon king Fanta was a top-tier boss of the Tower of Despair. Those who did not understand it would be useless coming along. He looked at the distant island. Fortunately, he clearly understood the mechanics to kill it with Zhu Qin. The scenery on the island was apocalyptic. The monsters had taken the island, had the instructors all been wiped out. Even with mental preparation, Qian Mo had not expected them to take root so quickly. He turned back to remind, these small monsters are nothing to worry about. Now I will transfer the mission to you all. The team replied, understood, Captain. Qian Mo added knowledge. Fanta is a void spirit tribe monster. They are symbiotic monsters. Each time they descend, they make their tribesmen take root around them, building crystal star points to seize the world's origin. After successfully rooting, they bind the crystal to a life point. He pointed to the island. Based on the timeline, there will be 6 crystal points on Mount Jising, and our mission is to find and destroy them. Qian Mo's voice deepened. The Demon King Fanta is responsible for planting these crystals. After landing, besides investigating the crystal positions, you must also find the Demon King's location and report to me to prevent him from planting more. The team replied, understood. Then seize the time, move out, no delays. Everyone got to work. Everyone spread out to quickly handle the situation. Qian Mo looked at his watch. The radar showed Instructor Lai's position moving, meaning they might still be alive. He commanded, everyone search for the crystal points. I will go find Instructor Lai. The team replied, understood. In an instant they had all scattered. He thought to himself, if Instructor Li was alive, he was likely with the great Demon King. Let me deal with that Demon King. However, Chang'an was not pleased. Should the credit for killing the great Demon King belong to him? Qian Mo focused on one thing only. If he remembered correctly, after killing Boss Fanta, the reward included a material used to reclaim the Dark Sky Blade. He needed to find a way to take down this Demon King. He also worried for his teammates, not knowing how many brothers would be lost destroying the crystals. Everyone in the group was fighting the monsters with all their might. Since they were just small fry, Chang'an easily dispatched them. But in just a few seconds of carelessness, he did not notice an enemy appearing behind him. Fortunately, a teammate saw it and rescued him immediately. Old Lu, watch out, someone asked worriedly. Old Lu, are you okay? Chang'an reassured, I am fine, just a bit tired. He looked at the sword in his hand. I always thought I was powerful before, but today I realize I am not qualified to face super monsters yet. Someone asked, then encouraged, I know what you are thinking, but a genius like Captain Cheng got the Azure Dragon because the military and the association cultivated him. We should be grateful he is our teammate. It is Xia Nation's blessing. Hearing this, he gripped his weapon even tighter. Chang'an's attitude completely changed. Having such a teammate was indeed Xia Nation's fortune. Alright, let us continue destroying these monsters. Just then, someone ran over to report. Boss Lu, something seems to be happening over there, come take a look. The green, clean forest from before was instantly covered in evil air. Deep in the northern forest of Mount Jising, a crystal protected by monsters was discovered. They observed from high ground and below at the southern lake of Mount Jising. Another crystal was discovered. Qian Mo then understood. No wonder they were Xia Nation's elite team. They had found the crystal positions so quickly. His eyes scanned the deformed main base. The scene had few instructor bodies. Qian Mo silently prayed and looked at his watch. Instructor Li's position was still moving. He hoped he was still alive. He did not want to waste a single second, so he left to continue the pursuit. The sea was not idle either. All warships had been assembled. Everyone was tense, not knowing how powerful the enemy they were about to face would be. Old Qin turned and asked Hu Hanshan, what is happening? Still not done negotiating. When will we set out? They are still discussing inside. He heard this and became furious. Still discussing. Soul Flame Dragon is still on the island now, and that monster is even stronger than the one back then. If they keep negotiating, they will be in danger. The man was also helpless. This plan originally involved dividing the Awakening content territory, but the main base of Mount Xing has been destroyed. Only the Xia Nation team is on the island. Now asking other nations to join the battle, they will definitely demand a redistribution. Old Qin frowned. Is this really the time to negotiate such things? His face darkened. If you all will not fight, then this old man will go himself. Franz argued. Lord Qin, during this competition, Xia Nation single-handedly defeated 2 demon kings. No matter who gets the credit, Xia Nation will receive the largest resource share in Awakening. Kelvin added, exactly, if Xia Nation does not concede in negotiations, we cannot immediately start the war. Yoka also felt it clearly. Our nation's armed forces were destroyed by Xu Qin. Personally, I really want to meet the new demon king, but it is not urgent if negotiations take a few hours. Hu Hanshan spoke. Old Qin, you cannot go to battle first. You must wait for the division negotiation to finish. Hearing this, Old Kin grew angrier. So we just watch the youths of Xia Nation die on Mount Jizing? He said. They are soldiers, their duty is to fight for national interests at this moment. If we do not draw the line now, we will not gain more rights on the awakening continent. The future sacrifice will not just be one soul flame dragon. Old Kin could not stand it and shouted, "Forget the damn negotiation. Hurry up and deploy for battle." Amidst the rolling waves, a crystal was discovered on the cliff of Mount Jijing, guarded by low-level monsters. On the river southwest of the mountain, another crystal was also discovered, along with high-level monsters. Qianmo had found most of the crystal positions. Next was the Great Demon King. His face was dirty, the radar showed Instructor Li's position inside. If the instructor had entered, the Demon King was very likely also here. Standing before the pitch-black cave, he did not hesitate to charge in. With his weapon, Qianmo easily cleared the path. In an instant, he was deep-side the cave. Qianmo saw something and was completely shocked. How is this possible? He never expected this monster would use Li Wengxuan as bait. Xiao Cheng, the Demon King, is not here. He also did not think they would use this method. The monster did not kill Instructor Li, but dragged him around in circles. This had never happened before. The monster was using a scheme. Legs and spikes slowly approached Qianmo. This was the level 80 bloodthirsty Brood King. It was almost clear. All of this was deliberately to lure him away. He forced his mind to work. Then where was the true Great Demon King? A strange figure was making suspicious movements outside the forest. The whole team dared not act without permission. They all hid. Just as Captain Cheng said, the Demon King was cultivating. If those crystals could not be destroyed, the Demon King would keep reviving. Letting it develop would make it very hard to kill it completely. The group watched slowly, not daring to leave. It had finished planting. It seemed to want to leave. What should they do? Cheng told everyone to stay and send their location to Captain Cheng, while he would go stop the Demon King that had destroyed the main base. Even though Captain Cheng was a genius, he still stubbornly went, because the Flame Soul Dragon Clan's genius wasn't just Qianmo. Cheng An turned back to instruct his teammates to relay a message to Captain Cheng. I, Lu Cheng An, have always been jealous of him, but from now on, I will use my life to prove my contribution to Xia country is no less. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a skill to attract the Demon King's attention. Without any fear, Lu Cheng An, the genius from Tong Suecheng School on Jiangbei Street, stepped forward to challenge. The Demon King was delighted to see prey, thinking he was seeking death. The monster raised its sharp claws and charged at him. Qianmo's body quickly dodged its attack. He drew his weapon and discovered that besides the Demon King, there was another boss-level entity. Wherever there were crystals, a boss was guarding them. Suddenly, a notification came that Captain Cheng had spotted the Demon King at the southeast cliff, and old Lu did not despise it. He panicked. Lu Cheng'an, why did you alert him? I told everyone to just follow. Everyone was helpless against Lu Cheng'an's stubbornness. Qianmo thought to himself, the great Demon King had appeared. He could not waste any more time here. He decisively used his ultimate move, Freezing Impact. The monster's entire body was encased in ice, unable to move. Qianmo raised his sword and began his counter-attack. While the monster was immobilized, he cleaved it in two. The monster screamed in agony and despair. That scream attracted a massive swarm of insects charging towards him. They were as dense as a storm, heading straight for him. It seemed Qianmo was in danger, but a flash of light burst from within. He used a skill to fly out of their center, his sword truly divine. Each monster died by Qianmo's hand. When he landed, they were all dead. Qianmo hurried to Yun Xuan and asked Instructor Li, "Are you all right?" He clutched his wound and replied, "Nothing serious." Li Wengxun said worriedly, "This Demon King is a truly intelligent monster. He helped him up, I know, rest assured I will deal with it." Li Wengxun recounted, "The Demon King has set up a void gate, wanting to transform Mount Jijing into a stable teleportation zone. If successful, monsters will pour in endlessly." Qianmo scratched his cheek upon hearing this, a void gate. All the monsters had surrounded this island. The whole team was in more trouble than ever. Captain Cheng reported that boss-level monsters were appearing around the crystals, hindering the mission. He anxiously asked when reinforcements would arrive. Suddenly, a streak of light appeared in the dense forest. He announced to everyone, "The situation has changed. The crystals cannot be moved for half an hour. Otherwise, Mount Jijing will become a passage to another dimension." The team was startled. What a passage to another dimension? Qianmo said sternly, "For everyone's sake, don't wait for reinforcements. Be prepared to die here." With that, he rushed forward swiftly, without looking back. Within seconds, Qianmo reached Fanta's location. His voice trembled slightly when he saw him. "True monster, your opponent is me." Fanta bared his teeth. Another prey has arrived. Qianmo remembered Li Wengxuan's words. Indeed, this monster had the ability to create a void gate. If he kept waiting, things would spiral beyond imagination. He thought of his teammates wanting to wait for a strong expert to arrive, then find a chance to kill it in the chaos. But he couldn't wait any longer now. Kianmo opened his blazing purple eyes and charged forward to seize the upper hand. His speed was so fast that Fanta couldn't react in time. In a single instant he had lost an arm. Kianmo ported Chang'an and set him down to the side. Rest for now. Chang'an felt reassured. Captain Chang, it's up to you. Kianmo glared angrily at the opponent. Leave the rest to me. Fanta, the primordial void spirit, the catastrophe boss. Level 100, health 18 million. He was surprised that his body had regenerated a limb, and he was injured. He said, interesting. Kianmo calculated. Its strength was comparable to a 5-turn expert. If the crystals on Mount Jijing were not removed, its injuries would heal. Fanta saw him about to charge and was surprised. You still want to do this again? This time, Fanta did not stay still. Kianmo activated the effects of Divine Glare and Shadow Step. He took out his weapon, Divine Glare Effect, Raging Gatling. Level 8 passive skill. Using any gun has a 45% chance to fire 20 Gatling bullets with 100% accuracy. Continuing the skill, 45% chance to fire 20 Gatling bullets at the target with absolute hit rate. Kianmo unhesitatingly fired countless bullets at Fanta, but his body was unharmed, and he charged straight at him. Quickly activated the Divine Glare Effect and Purifying Power. Raging Gatling level 8 passive, 45% chance to fire 20 Gatling bullets with 100% accuracy. Then switched to the Purifying Power effect. Level 8 passive, the entire body creates a strengthening buff, removes all intermediate abnormal states. Last 20 seconds. Cooldown 1 minute 10 seconds. Kianmo shouted loudly, Divine Glare Effect, Divine Glare Effect. Fanta roared in anger, damn it you despicable prey. Chang'an lying nearby wondered, how can a 3-turn have so many ultimate moves? Is this something a normal person can do? Kianmo calculated, his moves were exhausted. As long as the crystals remained, this monster would never die. Suddenly he looked up and saw something strange. What is it doing? Wanting to summon more monsters, Fanta created strange symbols before his chest. Even if you have the power to kill me, you can't stop it. He thought killing it is impossible, and it's difficult to stop many monsters from entering. There is only one way left. Fanta looked at him like prey and ordered, kill him. Receiving the order, all the monsters targeted Kianmo. Fanta gleefully thought he had put him in danger. But then, the expression on his face changed as he saw something strange. A beam of blue light pierced through the monster's encasing. They were all torn into countless pieces. A dark figure rushed out from within completely unharmed. Healing plus 500 plus 1000, Kianmo activated his healing mode. The blood drain dance passive helped maintain his health while attacking. Fanta saw him leaving and quickly chased close behind. Both flew towards each other simultaneously without a signal. Kianmo thought that if the crystals were not destroyed, even high damage could not kill him. Fanta's body was automatically healing its wounds. Suddenly, a door of ice appeared. He guessed that if the gate was not stable, destroying the crystals would be useless. The world would face an endless influx of monsters. At that critical moment, a familiar voice rang out, Little Cheng, can you hear me? He replied, Old Kin, have you guys arrived? Old Kin stood on the boat. The negotiations took a long time. What's your situation? He replied, the situation is getting more serious. It's no longer as simple as just killing Fanta. Old Kin could observe all the phenomena on the island from the sea. He could not believe his eyes when he saw the Void Gate. The Great Demon King had created a very sturdy gate. Kianmo talked with Old Kin while dealing with the demons rushing out from within. He said that killing Fanta now would not close the gate. It would even make it lose control. Just leave this place to me. Your task is to go destroy the crystals on Jijing Mountain. Only then can the Demon King plan be stopped. Hearing that, the old man worriedly asked if he was certain about facing the Great Demon King alone. His body was already beginning to tire. There was no absolute certainty, but there was only one plan at hand. Success or failure depended on whether everyone could destroy the crystals in time. Old Kin faced him. Hearing this, he trusted him. Alright, I trust you, leave the crystal matter to me. Franz leaned down and asked Old Kin what the Xia country team had discovered. He replied that the plan had changed. We cannot directly kill the Demon King. Franz heard this and was puzzled. Why is that? Old Kin explained, according to intel from the Soul Flame Dragon team, the Demon King is opening a void gate. The only way to neutralize it is to attack the crystals. Dojiro thought that Xia country was deliberately saying this to steal the credit for killing the Demon King. Old Kin could not take it anymore and raised his voice. They were only tier 3, not strong enough to fight the Great Demon King. Moreover, the agreement clearly stated there would be no division of merits in this battle. All spoils would be shared equally. Franz, seeing the tense situation, stepped in to cool things down. If this is Mr. Kin plan, then I will follow it. They quickly deployed a new strategy. The scene upon arriving here was truly horrifying. Has Jijing Mountain become like this? So tragic. Old Kin reminded everyone not to waste time anymore. Let move out. In the sky, swarms of monsters appeared. appeared, causing everyone to panic. No, the number is too great. We simply cannot get close to the crystal. But they quickly regained their resolve. Stop talking nonsense. Captain Cheng is dealing with the Demon King. Even if we die here, we must clear the obstacles for Xia country. Let risk it all. Just a few seconds of lax vigilance and a monster appeared. Seeing it, everyone's face turned pale. We are doomed. At the critical moment, someone suddenly came to the rescue. The person behind rushed in. Don't worry, backup has arrived. Seeing him, the whole team rejoiced like drop meeting rain. Old Kin was saved. News of the reinforcements was quickly distributed. France, the national tier awakener of country F, was responsible for the South Crystal. Dojiro from country L took the southeast one. The awakener from country H made Kianmem. Mo breathed a sigh of relief. They had finally arrived. They were all national tier powerhouses. They should have the ability to destroy the crystals. But the great demon king Fanta was still here. This gate would never close. He fought more and more fiercely, needing to seize the opportunity to push the Demon King back into the Void Gate so his teammates could destroy the crystals. There was no choice but to risk it. Kianmo's eyes were filled with determination. Old Kin contacted Kianmo, reporting that the monsters near the crystal had been cleared. When can we start? Almost. Wait a moment. Distracted by the communication, he was hit on the shoulder by his opponent. But unexpectedly, it was a trap set by Kianmo. He had caught the Demon King. He used his ultimate skill, Frozen Impact, to freeze Fanta. He poured all his strength into gripping Fanta's arm and shouted a signal for Old Kin to act. Receiving the order, he quickly executed it. Everyone destroy the crystals now. The others acted simultaneously. Acknowledged. Kianmo used all his strength to force Fanta back toward the gate he had opened, rejoicing at the success of the plan. At that moment, Cheng-en hurriedly ran over, calling for Captain Cheng to come out quickly. The gate was about to close. Even so, Kianmo did not give up. No, cannot let go. If I let him go back, the gate will not close. You and don't think you can stop me. Fanta rooted himself with his leg, refusing to leave this place. He summoned King Dai, the Azure Dragon Phantom. If that is the case, then a trip to the alien realm is fine. The three of them entered the other world just like that. Cheng-en screamed in agony. Captain Cheng. Smoke rose from the green forest. Old Kin rushed over asking where Xiao Cheng was. Cheng-en wept incessantly, blaming himself for being useless and unable to help the captain. He had entered the Void Gate to stop the great demon king. Li Wengshan recounted that he had sacrificed himself to save Dashia. Everyone observed the surroundings. This place had fluctuations from the world gate, but it had already closed. Entering the alien realm with a demon, he was likely dead for sure. Old Kin was too angry to speak. If it were not for you people, things would not have come to this. France could only apologize. We were only acting for the greater good of our nations. Franz turned and walked away. Kin, your student was exceptional. This crisis was all thanks to him. Don't worry, when we return we will process the posthumous award of a hero medal for him. In his heart, he could not help but lament, Xia country had such a prodigious figure. Good thing he died here, otherwise he would surely become a rival in the future. Those who cared nothing for Kianmo simply left. Old Kin was in so much pain his body trembled violently. He was so young. He was the future of our Xia country. If possible, I wish I were the one who died here today. After the door closed, the world returned to its normal state. After the 2-week demon eradication campaign, the World Alliance demon beast hunting plan officially ended. Those who remained erected a tombstone for him. In this campaign, Kianmo, vice captain of the Xia country Soul Flame Dragon, defeated the Demon King and secured the championship for Xia country. Fei Xiang, a tough man, could not hold back his tears standing before the tombstone. His image spread everywhere. Kianmo had sacrificed himself to take down the great Demon King Fanta, stopping the demon invasion plan. The Administrator Association posthumously awarded him the title of hero. The scene shifted to Eternal Summit Peak. The disappearance of Kianmo was the most severe loss for Xia country. The entire nation mourned. Everyone was shocked upon hearing it. Time passed just like that. Spring came and autumn went. Time flew by. The entire forest changed from green to yellow. 1 year later, even as it was covered in a pure white coat, a monster slashed across the middle of its chest, roared in pain, and Cheng-en was the author of this strike. Fei Xiang advised Cheng-en, you are getting older, so do not push yourself too hard. It turned out that from that day on, Cheng-en had always been regretful. If only I had been a bit stronger back then, I might have been able to help Captain Cheng, not push him alone into that door. Fei Xiang also wanted to comfort him. That happened over a year ago. Don't blame yourself too much. Fei Xiang looked around and pondered. Since the incident last year, all the animals on Jizing Mountain had mutated. It was unimaginable what this world would be like without Kianmo. Kianmo, was he the king of screw-ups? Hearing this mockery, everyone's face changed. Who is talking nonsense? 2 masked figures slowly approached. Did I say something wrong? If he had not stolen 2 demon kings from our country, it would not have been Xia country that won. Right, he overestimated himself. Still tried to steal steal the third one, and ended up dead on Jijing Mountain. How could someone like that be posthumously honored as a hero? Say that again if you dare. Cheng En quickly stopped Fei Xiong Captain Don fall for their trap. He gritted his teeth because the reinforcements from various countries hastily set the agreement. These foreigners use this to provoke us. Acting rashly will get us caught in a trap. There is an international summit coming up, endure it for now. Seeing the opponent yield, they pressed further. These Xia people are truly cowards. Never mind, let go. As soon as he finished speaking, a blade cut across his neck. The remaining comrade panicked. Xia people, you dare kill people. Fei Xiong and Cheng En frowned. Don't spout nonsense. We did not touch him. Could it be a scheme by Country L? A sharp blade flashed under the clear blue sky. Huang Tian sheathed his blade. The killer was Huang Tian, combat captain of the Eternal Summit Peak Guild of the Tianqi continent. He looked at the remaining one, wanting only to send him to the grave. The one you just insulted is our Eternal Summit Peak captain. I killed them purely out of personal vengeance. I let you live only so you can find the right person to take revenge on. The remaining man fled in fear. I will wait for you here. Having said that, he turned and apologized. This might have caused trouble for everyone. Fei Xiong, however, felt relieved. Trouble? You helped me vent my anger. That is great. But after a year, why are you Eternal Summit Peak people still stationed here? Huang Tian said firmly, our guild rotates shifts every month. We will not give up until we see the guild leader body. Fei Xiong was delighted hearing this. No wonder you are his brother. Truly a real man. Cheng En worriedly asked if he really intended to wait for those Country L people here. It was very dangerous. Huang Tian smiled. Only a fool would wait for them. My shift change is coming up. Let those Country L people wander around looking for me. Suddenly, a notification announced the discovery of a high-level demonic beast in the southeast corner. All three were startled, as it had been a long time since they saw a level 80 demonic beast, wondering if a new invasion wave was coming. They quickly rushed to the scene, where a level 80 reverse flame dragon was appearing. Huang Tian immediately recognized it as an alien creature, suspecting a new spatial rift on Cure Love Mountain. Two did not hesitate and immediately charged into battle together. Others grew anxious seeing Jia country come to steal the monster, fearing a loss of their right to speak. Fei Xiong sensed two consecutive level 80 demonic beasts, thinking a storm was about to hit. Both dragons simultaneously prepared to breathe fire into the crowd. Flames erupted as everyone tried in vain to defend themselves. At the critical moment, when the situation hung by a thread, King Dai appeared. She coiled around and took down the monsters, rescuing everyone. Cheng En noticed the azure dragon tattoo, seeing a familiar rift in the sky above. A figure with long hair stepped out, wondering if this time he had found the right direction. Headquarters had no news yet, but the messenger team reported a high-level demonic beast at Cure Destiny Mountain. Staff hurriedly announced the appearance of a high-level demonic beast in the southeast, requesting urgent reinforcements. While absorbed in checking the notice, they saw that the great demon King Fanta had been executed, with a SSS rank reward. Everyone was stunned, unable to understand who had killed the great demon king, wondering if it was someone from Xia country. Li Wengxuan trembled with joy. Qianmo was still alive, though few recognized him after a year. Qianmo was astonished, thinking that this time he had indeed found the right direction. Fei Xiong and Cheng En were overjoyed, unable to believe that Captain Cheng had returned. Huang Tian rushed over and hugged Qianmo tightly, overjoyed that he was still alive. He was surprised to see Huang Tian here. Huang Tian examined his body and asked how he had managed to survive and return. Fei Xiong told him he had been gone for 1 year and 3 months and everyone thought he was dead. Suddenly, countless spatial rifts appeared in the sky. An immense number of monsters poured out from within. Everyone panicked, unable to understand why there were so many demonic beasts. Qianmo snapped his fingers lightly and summoned King Dai. Her colossal size startled everyone, and Huang Tian was dumbfounded, asking why she had turned into a snake. King Dai charged forward to block the monsters stepping out from the door. Huang Tian anxiously asked what he had gone through in the past year. He told them to return first, then they could talk later. When asked how to handle this place, he entrusted it to King Dai. Old Qin was still skeptical, unable to believe it was true. He was so tense that sweat covered his forehead, believing this was Xia country's second chance. He took a deep breath, pushed the door open, and stepped inside, seeing a familiar figure. Qianmo turned around and smiled at Old Qin in greeting. Old Qin could not believe it and asked if he had truly survived and returned. He said that although it was somewhat arduous, everything had finally worked out. After a few hours of discussion and recounting the story, Old Qin exclaimed in shock, "The Tower of Despair." Yuan Hao realized it was a secret realm, but Qianmo said the place he went to was the real tower. He recounted the process of fighting from floor 56 all the way up to floor 100, finally taking down Fanta. With Yuan Hao taking notes, he began to recount all his experiences inside the tower. Old Qin was surprised by the lightness in his narration, despite the hardships he had endured. He snapped his fingers to summon Yu. saying it was an SSS rank summon beast. The two men were stunned to see that the cat was an SSS rank beast. He explained that you could copy the skills of demonic beasts, which was how he opened a spatial gate to return. Even so, he still had to expend a great deal of effort to find the right way back. He suggested not spreading the news of his return, even though Yuan Hao considered it a great achievement. Old Qin agreed, telling him to rest first, then announced the appointment of a new position. He was appointed as the 7th instructor of the Soul Flame Dragon. Yuan Hao was surprised by the new position, which came with authority and the right to recruit a team. Qian Mo was delighted to receive an experience manual, an SS rank skill book, and an evolution stone. He was happy to have more materials to restore the dark flowing light heaven blade. The system reported that the manual had been absorbed, granting him experience to reach level 54 along with attribute points. Qianmo eagerly opened the random SS rank skill book. The system notified him that he had learned elemental clone, creating 5 elemental clones. He was surprised that the special skill could not be leveled up, but was incredibly powerful. Satisfied, he selected the evolution stone for the Watertide charm. Tide inscription, epic quality, adds 10 strength, adds 10 physique, permanent durability, level 60. Effect allows active activation of the soul shock skill, creating a shockwave at the target in front, stunning for 4 seconds, cooldown 2 minutes. The system panel appeared again, congratulating him on evolving the Tide inscription into the Soul Tremor weapon. Soul Tremor weapon, legendary quality, adds 50% strength and physique, permanent durability, level 100. Effect 1 allows active activation of a shockwave with a 5-meter radius, stunning enemies for 4 seconds, cooldown 2 minutes. Effect 2 can control the target's soul for 1 minute, cooldown 5 minutes. Ineffective against humans. This is a perfect core material for the Sky Blade. He remembered that the history of the Tianqi continent had never seen such a skill or equipment, and he wondered how powerful the Sky Blade would become. Qianmo calculated, even though he was only level 54, his agility and health had increased comprehensively, adding 90,000 combat power, surpassing the 600,000 mark, on par with high-level 4th transition. He wondered how much of his current attributes would seep into the shadow, but it was still far from his prime. Facing the threat of monster invasion, he needed to quickly gather a team. Qin Mo knew he could wait no longer. Tianqi continent, I have returned. Finishing that line of thought, he walked outside and saw Huang Tian waiting for him. Huang Tian asked if that group had taken him away for research. He replied that they only gave him a replacement reward because he had killed the great demon king at Juxing Mountain. Huang Tian smiled, telling him to hurry back to Tianqi continent. The two chatted happily after a long separation, wondering how Ling Rixi and the others had grown, and whether the little girl was causing trouble at Eternal Peak. The guild had developed rapidly, but no one knew he had returned yet. Qianmo said he missed them very much but had things to do and would return a little late. Huang Tian stopped walking and asked why he had not returned yet. Qianmo did not hide it. He had collected materials to restore the Sky Blade, but was still missing 2 items. Once he had them, he would return immediately. Huang Tian did not hold him back, telling him to take care of his business, and she would return first to inform everyone. He instructed her to rest assured he would soon return to Eternal City. Night fell, and rain poured down at Chengfengyu in Tianqi continent. Under the heavy rain, no one here used an umbrella. Qianmo had disguised himself with a mask. This was probably a branch of the Dark Brotherhood in Chengfengyu. He gently observed his surroundings. Chengfengyu was a high-level assassin assessment ground, a base for elite assassins and infamous criminals from Tianqi continent. The assessment content often involved mutual elimination. Without sufficient strength, one would be considered prey. He walked through the large puddles. His steps were agile and light, but he had successfully taken down the group of assassins. Qianmo walked into a dead-end alley, approached to collect documents. The assessment had to be completed here, and this was the entrance to the Dark Brotherhood branch. The door ahead was heavily guarded. As soon as they saw Qianmo, they blocked him and demanded his assassin token. He took out a token from somewhere and presented it. The 2 guards sneered, saying he was just a lowly silver rank assassin. How dare he come to the Chengfengyu branch? He should go to an intermediate branch. He honestly stated that he wanted to register for the rank advancement exam. If not here, where else should he go? They did not agree, saying the gold rank exam had to be at an intermediate branch. How could he not even understand the rules? They scorned him, saying to enter here one must have a gold rank token. They told him to go to an intermediate branch, pass the exam first, then come back. Qianmo's voice turned stern, who said he was taking the gold rank exam. He wanted to register for the earth rank exam, which an intermediate branch was not qualified to hold. Hearing this, they immediately exuded killing intent, mocking him for being unqualified. Before he could finish speaking, that man's entire body suddenly stiffened. Qianmo used his burst of strength to intimidate the 2 blind fools. He calmly asked back what qualifications. The arrogant one was now lowly, wondering how he, a 3 transition awakened, was being suppressed by him. Kianmo asked again, do I have the qualifications now? Both of them trembled, inviting the Lord inside, apologizing for failing to recognize his greatness. Kianmo successfully stepped inside. He went straight to the consultation desk and said he wanted to submit an application for the Earth rank exam, placing something down. Li looked at him in confusion, wondering what the guards had eaten today to let a silver rank assassin in. She told him to scram quickly, this was no place for him. When she reached for the item, Kianmo pressed down with his hand. His voice sank, clearly stating he wanted to register for the Earth rank exam. Others laughed, asking who would dare confront Li. Heard she was on her period and in a bad mood. Last week she had killed 68 criminals. But Li felt something was off. She used her strength to confront him. Though she was 12 levels higher, she could not shake him at all. Li adjusted her tone, said it was not impossible to take the rank advancement exam. He asked what the conditions were. She pointed at the testing machine, required him to first test his combat strength. If it exceeded 400,000, she would help with the procedures. Li was confident inside. No matter how special his strength score was, the level gap here would make him back down in difficulty. The door had just opened, a robotic voice announced. Silver rank assassin 567, level 54, actual combat power 619 and 544 points, potential rating A+. Li's face turned pale as a sheet upon hearing this, and the one who had just mocked him also changed his attitude. A level 54 with over 600,000 combat power, could he be a reincarnated god? But Kianmo did not care, asking if she could help register him for the Earth rank exam now. Li did a complete 180, saying he had talent, and would help him sign up. She led the way for Kianmo, because he was the only candidate today, told him to follow her. When people learned of his strength, they gradually dispersed. Finally, someone spoke up, recognizing him as a wanted criminal in Changfeng Yu, saying trouble was coming, he should leave the city and hide. Li said he might have taken an assessment from the Dark Brotherhood before, and he admitted it. She advised him that the Earth rank exam was completely different. It did not test skills, only killing ability. She asked him how many bounty hunting missions he had done, and if he could differentiate the difficulty. Kianmo calmly replied that he knew. It was about killing wanted criminals. But he apologized he had not completed any missions before, nor had he killed any bounty hunters. Li asked in surprise. She pondered this did not fit the guild's rank-up rules. She asked if he had someone to pull strings. How could he pass the assessment to get a silver rank token without doing any missions, then run straight to take the Earth rank exam? Kianmo admitted he had no interest in being an assassin, he only needed something here. She asked directly what his achievement was when he first took the entry exam. He calmly replied a plus. Li led him straight inside, apologizing for her earlier attitude. But she said to pass the Earth rank assessment, he had to be tested on his killing skill. The two arrived at a large computer screen. She operated the keyboard quickly, said logically before the test he needed to kill more people to reduce the difficulty. Li's face was tense. She said based on her experience, someone like him who directly got silver rank through the entry exam, and then took a rank advancement exam, the difficulty was likely extremely high. If he wanted to participate, he should prepare well. Kianmo's voice was unwavering. He said it was fine, just tell him the rules. Images appeared on the screen, the guild's only assessment equipment, updating the criminal leaderboard daily. Li took a file and handed it to him, saying for a blank slate like him taking a rank advancement exam, the mission would be terrifying. He took the stack of documents, understanding that his identity was like an ancient constable, tasked with arresting as many criminals as possible within a set time. She agreed, said he had to find the wanted criminals within 24 hours. Li reminded him to be careful, because they were all criminals hiding in Changfeng Yu from Tianqi continent, their levels no lower than 3 transitions. If he was not confident, he could back out. Kianmo turned, stored the information in his coat, said to wait for good news. She watched his retreating figure with worry, thinking she must report to the branch leader. Light shone on the potted plants in the room. Banshee smiled, praising his daughter for having endured many hardships before and still being able to step into the gold rank. Quan let out a sigh of complaint, telling her father he underestimated his daughter. She said even if that wicked brat had framed her, she would not be completely defeated. Her brows furrowed. If she had not worked so hard to level up before, she would have torn him to pieces. He comforted her, saying as long as his beloved daughter wanted to improve, he would provide all resources. She had not let him down, being the youngest gold rank assassin in the guild. Banshie's gaze turned scheming. That thief dared to bully his daughter. As soon as he came to participate in the guild's assessment, he would ensure that man died a horrible death. Aquan sighed, even though that person had great potential. At the time he was only level 29. Over half a year had passed. She predicted he had at most trained to level 40, absolutely no higher. Even if they met again, she could deal with him. The old man thought she was right. With his silver rank level, it was hard for him to come here for an assessment in a short time. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Is the branch leader here? I have something to report. Quan quickly stood up, asking what had happened. Sister Li. She hurriedly reported, just now a very strong young man came to our branch. Banexi's attitude remained cold. Oh, to hear such praise from this boss's mouth, it seemed this young man truly had considerable skill. Lily's tone became tense. The young man who had just arrived, though only level 54, his combat power had already exceeded 600,000 points. Aquan was startled to hear this. A level 54 with 600,000 combat power, was that a misreading? Lily affirmed it could not be wrong. Banshai found it somewhat interesting. If that was really the case, he could be even more outstanding than Ixwan. About how old was he? She was honest. Even though he was dressed like an assassin, I could not see his face clearly, but based on his voice, he was probably only around 20 years old. Quan felt like she had seen this person before, so she hastily asked what his name was. Lily was nervous. She did not know his name, but his code number was 567. Hearing this number, she could no longer contain herself. 567. It was him. How could he already be level 54? He turned around and asked, "Do you know him?" Quan's voice was hurried and anxious. "Is he the one you were talking about?" Qian Mo, who was in another place, suddenly felt something with his body. He was puzzled. How could a man as strong as an ox catch a cold? Could someone be speaking ill of him behind his back? At that moment, the system panel appeared indicating that the mission could begin. The Earth Tier Assessment Mission. Target list Qin, welcome to the Assassin City. This mission was the test to advance to Earth Tier, requiring within 24 hours to eliminate or capture as many awakened ones on the wanted list as possible. If the completion rate exceeded 90% before the time ran out, it would be considered a success. If not, it would be considered a failure and banned from the test for 1 year. During that time, you would not be able to participate in the Earth Tier exam, and capture would be considered successful with a 1-minute cooldown. Qian Mo checked the entire list to see how many people were on the wanted list. He observed each face one by one, over 100 wanted criminals. Zhang Long, the strongest one, was actually level 75. Qian Mo propped his chin and thought more. Moreover, once the chase began, the opponent would also receive information and could very well be counter-killed. It was fine. Eliminating or capturing the target Qin could also complete the mission. After all, this was a race against time with only 24 hours, so he had to set out quickly. Having said that, he did not let any time slip away and began to work. The moment of the hunt had arrived. Qian Mo departed under the pattering rain. Inside the room, Aquan was still constantly stunned. No, this absolutely could not be. Sister Lily, are you sure you heard correctly? Is his code number really 567? Lily dared not hide it. He was indeed 567. Not only did he have 600,000 combat power, he also achieved an A+ rating in the entry test, leaving a deep impression on me. Aquan seemed to understand, so in this world, there really existed those who could take down an A+ monster upon joining. She angrily grabbed her head. I am not convinced. For the past 6 months, I have been working my guts out, only increasing by 5 levels. He actually skyrocketed from level 29 to level 54. He was only level 29 half a year ago. How could this be? Ban Shai felt distressed seeing his daughter like this. My good daughter, do not worry. He calmed her down. He is probably now carrying out a mission in Chengfeng Yu. Since he has offended you, rest assured, I will vent your anger. Having said that, Ban Sai turned to Lily. Where is he now? Lily replied, he is currently participating in the Earth Tier assessment, expected to leave the Assassin City around this time tomorrow. Even he himself was surprised. What? He is only level 54 and dares to challenge the Earth Tier exam. That means he has already accepted the assessment mission, so we can deal with him openly and justly. That is right. What is his name? Aquan searched her memory. I remember when he took the combat power test. The testing machine showed his name was Qian Mo. Hearing this name, the anger in Banshi's heart burned even more fiercely. Qian Mo, is it? Alright, I have memorized it. Wait, suddenly Lily sensed something was wrong. You said he is Qian Mo? Banshi also turned around frantically. He is Qian Mo? Aquan was confused. That person's name is Qian Mo. I absolutely did not misremember. His attitude did a complete 180-degree turn. My good daughter, we should still take the long-term approach on this matter. Aquan was displeased by this. Why take the long-term approach? Now that he has finally appeared, are the 2 awakened ones who died in Chengfeng Yu not considered a big deal? Banshi sighed warily. You really do not know. What kind of existence Qian Mo is to our Xia kingdom now? What do you mean? He calmly recounted to his daughter. You have not left the Tianqi continent for 2 years, so it is not your fault for not knowing what happened at Jizeng Mountain. Let me tell you about his miraculous feats. After listening, Aquan could not help but be surprised. He actually did all those things. But did the report not say he had gone missing? Banshi said, according to internal sources, he followed a monster into a different realm, and now after a year has passed, he has reappeared. Perhaps he is not that person. He gave the task to Lily, inform the most wanted criminal. Whoever kills him, I will immediately remove his name from the wanted list. Lily was also flustered after hearing this. That is Qian Mo. Are we really going to make a move on him? Banshee's voice grew deep. If he truly is Qian Mo, then those on the wanted list are nothing compared to him. He can complete the mission much faster. If he is not, then what is a nobody dying in the Assassin City? A voice rang out, only a 3rd tier, yet you dare participate in the Earth tier assessment. It was Hanchu warning everyone, this is not a newbie protection zone. Dying here is a real death, you cannot return to a respawn point. As soon as the words fell, a black shadow appeared right behind him. Those people quickly raised their weapons upon seeing this. This kid is not simple. Everyone charged together. Then the whole group coordinated and charged at the same time. Qian Mo calmly said, 40 minutes and I have only killed 4 people and captured 1. If I continue at this pace, passing the exam will be somewhat difficult. It seems I not only need to speed up but also find a way to kill many people at once. Suddenly, something made him exclaim, what is going on? Why are all the mission target kins rushing towards me like this? As soon as the words left his mouth, 2 sources of power from the front and back attacked simultaneously. Qian Mo swiftly leaped into the air. From up there, he simultaneously observed the situation below. Xia Kingdom's sword immortal, Li Mubai, was this white-haired old man. The other was elemental sage Guan Xianyu. The crime was leading and killing low-level players in high-resource areas. Relying on that to advance to 4th tier A. Deserves to die. Xianyu spoke, did they not say he was 3rd tier? So quick. Mubai continued, with such a high bounty, and those participating in the Earth tier assessment surely have some skill. Qian Mo spoke, I did not expect to have a bounty on me. Mubai pointed his sword towards him and said, do not be tense. Chengfeng Yu has always been a gathering place for desperados coming to take the assessment. They should have long prepared their minds to be killed. Qian Mo replied, no, you misunderstand. I was just thinking why I did not think of such a good idea. Just put a bounty on myself, and the mission target kins would automatically rush over. You are a 4th tier Xia Kingdom Sword Immortal, are you not? Mubai fought while continuing. Are you also a Xia Kingdom Sword Immortal? Wait, are you not only 3rd tier? Did you just ascend to 4th tier? But you want to compare swords with me? Do you know the price I paid for this profession? Do you even deserve to compare with me? Then Xianyu spoke, old Li, you hold him down, let me finish him off, we will split the spoils. Qian Mo replied with great confidence, what price did you pay? Do you mean killing and robbing in Tianqi? The path I opened for the Xia Kingdom was not for the likes of you to walk. Then an explosion occurred right there. Ling Ruoxi used the ice charge recovery armor to block the blow. By relying on you 2 scoundrels, you want to kill me? Jianyu exclaimed in shock. Wait, he is not a Xia Kingdom Sword Immortal. No, he is the duplicate class. Mubai realized dazedly. A 3rd tier duplicate. Could he be? Qian Mo. At the same time, Qian Mo summoned the Divine Dragon Afterimages to receive the blow. Those Afterimages emitted illusion waves, leaving Mubai no escape. Scene changed to another place. Lily spoke, President Liu, how sure do you think Qian Mo is of passing the Earth assessment? He replied, if another person wanted to pass the Earth tier assessment at only level 54, they would be a fool dreaming. But if it is a genius like Qian Mo, then there should be no problem. But the prerequisite is that he really is that Qian Mo. Lily was flustered. Seeing Lily so worried, a Quan asked, Sister Lily, what is wrong? Lily immediately informed them of the news. Li Mubai and Guan Shanyu just died. And she replied very nervously, those 2 4th tier desperados just became ultimate assassins. They must be the assessment target kins. Killed by him, it seems he really is that Qian Mo. Lily asked for his opinion. So should we stop the bounty to help him complete the promotion assessment? Ban Si quickly answered, no need, a character like him needs us to do this superfluous thing. Quan considered and said, then will we not become his enemies? Having an enemy like that is pretty terrifying, is it not? Ban Si broke out in a cold sweat, somewhat fearful. If he wants to level up, wants to grow, the Xia Kingdom will spare no effort to help him. But he chose to come to Chengfeng Yu. There must be something needs here. We will just wait for him to arrive. Only tonight, perhaps Chengfeng Yu truly must experience a storm of blood and rain. Scene changed to Qian Mo's side. The system displayed a notification. Eliminated mission target Qin, level 70 awakened Li Mubai, danger level S. Eliminated mission target Qin, level 72 awakened Guan Xianyu, danger level S. Some people were hiding behind a wall watching Qian Mo's recent battle with Xianyu and Mubai. Am I seeing things? Guan Xianyu and Li Mubai were killed that quickly. They just sent a message telling us not to interfere. What kind of demon is the target Qin? Qian Mo quickly called out to those men. Since you are here, stop hiding. Come and attack together. Maybe you still have a chance of surviving. Hearing this, they panicked and quickly showed themselves. He has discovered us. There is no other choice. We can only fight. There are many of us. We do not necessarily have to fear him. Being able to kill Li Mubai and Guan Xianyu, your skill is not small. But the greater your skill, the more we must go all out. Otherwise, would we not truly become your prey? Qian Mo only calmly turned his head and said, having this kind of awareness is very good. It saves me from running all over the place. Come on, fight quickly and win quickly. Kanmo only made a few moves, and those men could not react in time and were eliminated. The blades grew more numerous, surrounding them tightly as the relentless assault made it impossible for them to withstand. This made no one dare to confront Kanmo. He was a demon, unstable, they had to run. But he still walked leisurely, watching the panicked crowd, telling them not to rush, then dealt with them one by one. Realizing they couldn't escape, they all trembled like fallen leaves in autumn. This man was completely a killing machine. Too horrifying, he was no different from a monstrous being. Finally, the scene shifted to the sky burning red under a blood moon. Kanmo sighed. The all-night battle was finally over. He looked at the system panel. The wanted list had 108 names. Currently, he had eliminated 105 of them, completing the objective. These scoundrels of the Xia Kingdom had to be removed, or they would cause trouble during the monster war. The system congratulated him on passing the assessment. From the list of 108 criminals, he had killed 105 in 2 hours 9 minutes and 18 seconds, with a 100% completion rate and an A+++ rating. He was promoted to Earth Grade Assassin, received 5,658 accumulated points, was ranked 1998th globally. The special reward was an SSS grade item. Kanmo took off his mask and smiled with satisfaction. The mission was complete. It seemed he could also obtain the materials. He was still missing a few items to restore the Radiant Sky Eye, but this reward allowed him to choose raw materials. The system announced the opening of SSS grade materials, congratulating him on receiving epic heavenly grade nether silk. Kanmo said with delight, this type of silk was impervious to water and fire, and immune to blades and spears. He didn't expect to unlock it. This added another precious item. The system displayed the rankings. First place, Free Light Code, 19,283 points. Country M. Second, Bloodline, 17,247 points. Country M. Third, Sixth Sender, 16,054 points. Country M. Fourth, Butcher, 15,115 points. Country E. Kanmo was surprised. He had only wanted to gather materials, never expecting to break into the global top ranks. Country M's Federation, known as the Beacon of Earth, unexpectedly took the top 3 positions in the assassin profession. Their strength was truly not to be underestimated. Didn't expect that our Xia Kingdom also had a master-grade assassin in the top 10. This name, Jinki, was quite interesting. He wondered which senior it was. Even the assassin world had hidden dragons and crouching tigers. To win the Lord's War, he had to use every bit of power. The authority of the Dark Brotherhood must be in his hands. Kanmo put on his mask and stepped into the hall. He observed his surroundings and evaluated. With so many people, it seemed the news of the promotion had spread. No matter how much time passed, this scene was still common. Everyone was shocked. Master Kanmo had finished ahead of schedule in under 24 hours. He must have killed at least a few dozen people to be that fast. He was truly cold-blooded and terrifying. A girl asked about the completion rate, and he replied that the requirement was over 90%. Hearing the astonishingly high number, the surroundings became more noisy. 90%. That meant he had to kill at least 90 people in 2 hours. Was he really a triple transfer? What rare class was he exactly? Lu Banqi was already waiting, quickly stepping forward to greet him. He was the branch leader of Chengfeng Yu for the Dark Brotherhood. Kanmo replied there was no need for formalities. The bounty just now was issued by you, and you accidentally stirred up a hornet's nest. Banqi awkwardly explained that it was to help him complete the task faster. Kanmo reassured him, rest assured, I don't intend to make things difficult. After all, I might still need you someday. Banqi asked further about his rank on the global assassin leaderboard. Kanmo replied that he barely made it, but was only 198th, near the bottom. Banqi said hopefully breaking into the top 200 was already formidable. The upcoming martial arts tournament at the Chengfeng Yu branch could earn extra points. Kanmo asked in surprise, a guild martial arts tournament? Banqi invited him inside to talk. Lily dispersed the crowd, telling everyone to go home. The crowd watched Kanmo's retreating back in shock, wondering who this guy really was. Scene change, Kanmo was already inside Banqi's office to talk. He suggested that leader Lu explain the bounty. Was it really just to speed up the test? Banqi replied that it was only a probe. He didn't expect him to truly be Kanmo. Of course, there was also a bit of a grudge. Akwan, come out and apologize. Akwan appeared to defend her father, saying this had nothing to do with him. It was my idea. Kanmo was surprised to see her, so that was it. Banqi urged Akwan to apologize quickly because he was now an honored guest and a hero of the Xia Kingdom. Kanmo refused. It wasn't necessary. If it was Miss Akwan, then I can understand. There's nothing to apologize for. Akwan was surprised but delighted, asking if he forgave her. He explained that he couldn't blame her for what happened before, and the bounty wasn't a threat, so consider it settled. Seeing that everything was peaceful, Banqi continued. Master Cheng is generous. It's good that you don't blame me. Now let's talk business. Kanmo asked what there was to discuss. Banqi proposed confidently, I sincerely invite you to be the chief assassin of the guild, and to participate in the upcoming martial arts tournament. Kanmo calmly folded his arms. In Chengfeng Yu there are many transfers like dogs. You want me, a newly promoted Earth-grade triple transfer assassin, to be the chief? Leader Lu, are you joking with me? Ban Ki replied that this was trivial. Besides you, who else is qualified? Qian Mo told him not to flatter him and to get straight to the point. Upon hearing this, Ban Ki's expression turned serious. Even though you have been promoted to an Earth-grade assassin, you might not be clear about the internal affairs of the Dark Brotherhood. Every 5 years, we internally hold a grand martial arts tournament. The purpose is to promote exchange, enhance combat skills, and decide which leader will hold power in the future. With your strength, just by participating, the championship is almost within reach. Qian Mo gave a slight smile, finally getting to the crux. He had intended to participate, but there was a big difference between volunteering and being begged. He told Ban Ki, you talk beautifully, but you're hiding your own interests. Ban Ki asked awkwardly for the conditions. Qian Mo replied, not much, just the Chengfeng Yu branch is enough. Quan angrily asked, what do you mean? Do you want the branch leader's position? You're being absurd. Ban Ki shouted at Quan to shut up, then turned back with a friendly smile. I believe your intention isn't to become the branch leader. That's a tough job. Besides, your Eternal Summit Guild already has a reputation. Qian Mo replied that naturally he didn't mean the leader of the Dark Brotherhood. I just want Leader Lu to guarantee that if one day the world changes, you all will listen to my orders. Quan interrupted again, listen to your commands. Quite the big talk. What makes you qualified? Qian Mo leaned back in his chair calmly, relying on the fact that I can help Chengfeng Yu become the largest branch and help Leader Lu control the entire Dark Brotherhood. Ban Ki blurted out in disbelief, really? Qian Mo said confidently, what's the matter, leader? Don't believe me? Think I'm bluffing? He thought to himself, he's only triple transfer, his level is insufficient. But why? When he says it, does it make me actually believe? After a moment of deliberation, Ban Ki agreed with Qian Mo. I trust you. If you help me seize power, I will fulfill any request. Qian Mo quickly shook his hand. With those words, we are officially allied. Ban Ki replied, agreed, a gentleman's word is his bond. The annual Assassin Grand Assembly begins in 1 month. At that time, you will wear the chief's attire, bring the Earth-grade token, and gather at Shangjiang City. Qian Mo accepted with full sincerity. See you then, and we won't leave without meeting. Scene shift to a sky burning red with fire. Below, Qian Mo opened the system panel to check the information. The blue and cyan color scheme was quite nice. Does the chief assassin outfit have such terrifying attributes? This was truly an unexpected joy. Busy for a few days, he could finally return to Eternal City to see them. King Dai, you must miss those little brats a lot, right? King Dai appeared cheerfully, of course. I wonder how big the little brothers have grown. Qian Mo pointed ahead. Then we'll depart immediately for Eternal City. Don't let them wait long, King Dai happily replied. Scene shift to Eternal City. Qian Mo observed from above and assessed happily. That Kushan did a good job. After he left, the guild had expanded much more. Suddenly, as he was flying into the city, a guard flew over to block him. Stop, this is the territory of Eternal Summit. Outsiders are not allowed to fly over. You have 3 seconds to land, or don't blame the Eternal Guard for being rude. Qian Mo looked at their demeanor with great satisfaction. They already had this kind of scale, even establishing a Sky Guard squad. The guard squad saw his calm demeanor and grew suspicious. Captain Li, who is that person daring to ignore the order? His mount looks like the legendary dragon lineage. We must be careful. Suddenly, the dragon of the guard squad was startled and panicked. It roared in front of Qing Dai. What's going on? Why did the flying mount lose control? Was it because of him? Prepare for battle. Something was wrong. The captain quickly stopped them. Wait, he is Xiao Wang. What's wrong with you? Xiao Wang said tremblingly, he is Qian Mo. The guild leader has truly returned. A few days ago, I heard Captain Huang say so. Captain Lai, you'd better pray for yourself. The disturbance we've been feeling recently is the guild leader's spiritual energy, extremely volatile. Captain Li was terrified, fearing he had offended him. Seeing Captain Li approach, Qian Mo asked, who are you? He replied, reporting to the guild leader, I am the captain of the Eternal Guard, Li Qingfeng. He awkwardly scratched his head and confessed, recently members of the Shenyu Guild have been harassing us, so we strengthened security. Qian Mo was not annoyed and even praised them for doing well, but asked why Shenyu was harassing them. Wasn't their guild leader Stone Hongyuan, the vice dean of Shenyu Academy? Qingfeng replied, this story is indeed a bit complicated. At the same time, a notification came, so Thanfong had to end his conversation with Mai. The soldiers of the Shenyu Guild were too numerous. Everyone should go there. The group responded together. Qian Mo flew past them and Zhen An. He told them to continue defending, let him go check. Thanfong rejoiced. Since the guild leader was back, what was there to fear? As he flew away, Qian Mo blamed himself. He had been away too long, even causing trouble for his own guild. Over here, the people from the Shenyu Guild were already standing right in front of the gate. Vice Guild leader Shi Hengyuan spoke up, advising Ling Rixi not to be stubborn, that only the Shenyu Guild could stop the nightmare. Ling Rixi replied that Qian Mo was the leader of the Eternal Peak Guild. No one could decide for him, and he was about to return. Heng Yuan said sympathetically that he had heard of Qian Mo's situation. He was indeed a promising genius for the academy, but it was a pity that heroes had short lives. Ruan Shen and Huang Tian reminded him to speak politely. The Shenyu Guild could not defeat the nightmare themselves and wanted an excuse to expand their territory. It was truly shameless. Heng Yuan shouted that this was an internal matter of Shenyu Academy. Ling Rixi replied that uncle was a Shenyu student, but the Eternal Peak Guild did not belong to Shenyu. They were her brothers. Heng Yuan frowned and threatened that it was out of respect for Ling Xiao that they had negotiated so many times. He revealed his power, claiming that a small level 7 guild could not fight a level 9 guild. Everyone should say less. If they did not agree, then they would fight. Gu Gan, Ruan Shen and Huang Tian also revealed their power, saying the Eternal Peak Guild was not afraid. They had been annoyed with them for a long time. Whether they wanted a one-on-one or a group fight, they would take all. Suddenly a voice rang out, causing their aura to dissipate. Dignified level 9 vice guild leader, yet bullying new students. Ruoxi was overjoyed. Before she could finish saying his name, Qian Mo interrupted, telling her to wait until he finished handling this. Heng Yuan pointed at him and asked who he was, if he was from the Eternal Peak Guild. Qian Mo replied that he was just a nobody, but he was annoyed to see them bullying people here. King Dai quickly flew out to greet him, saying if Vice Guild leader Shi wanted to make a move, she would play with him. Heng Yuan was startled to see her in her dragon form, quickly saying that this time he did not wish to use force. They could discuss things slowly. He thought to himself, why did this person make him feel dangerous? Huang Tian proudly said that now they were scared. Why did they not act earlier? Qian Mo suggested that both guilds were from the same origin. Fighting would lead to casualties, which was not good, so why not make a bet? Heng Yuan asked what the bet was. He proposed that the people behind him seemed sufficient, so they could send out a team to decide the winner. If they lost, they would be at their mercy. And if they were lucky enough to win, then from today onwards, the Shenyu Guild would merge into the Eternal Peak Guild. Heng Yuan laughed scornfully upon hearing this. Did you all hear what he said? Huang Tian was angry. Gu Gan continued, telling him what he was laughing at. After all, they were a level 9 guild. It was normal to look down on a level 7 guild. Heng Yuan confidently said he was not discussing their chances of winning, but could the Eternal Peak Guild even swallow the Shenyu Guild when they already had over 2,000 people? Your guild was what level? How many people could your base hold? Qian Mo calmly told him not to worry. Did Shenyu dare to accept this challenge? Seeing his confidence, Heng Yuan was wary. Who was this brat to dare represent the Eternal Peak Guild and decide matters? Was there some trick? Vice Guild leader, why hesitate? We have more people. A full-scale war would be better. Lan Zhan spoke up, telling the Vice Guild leader to rest assured. He was a 4th-class Devourer Sky Emperor Blood Lan Zhan, level 65. Next was a 3rd-class Annihilation Spear God Zhao He, level 63. After that was a 3rd-class Elemental Mage Wu Jinyu, level 60. The white-haired person was a 2nd-class Assassin Lan Yu Lisa, level 58. The cold young man was a 3rd-class Celestial Puppet Master Zhou Liang, level 59. Lan Zhan introduced himself as the combat leader of Shenyu. Ling Rixi said that Senior Lan had been the Academy's top student for many years. Qian Mo continued, that was right, a top student and a few 3rd-class users. That was your arrogant capital. There were many ways to shut people up, no need to argue. Heng Yuan was sweating, feeling uneasy. A single 4th-class user in an ordinary guild would already be a guild leader, and with 3 3rd-class users, they showed no pressure at all. Qian Mo said if they had chosen their people, then it was to the Eternal Peak Guild's arena. Heng Yuan worried it was a trap. Qian Mo replied that dying inside the city did not lose levels. Dying outside the city in a guild war meant true death. Why did the two sides need to go that far? Lan Zhan confidently reassured Heng Yuan, telling him there was nothing to fear from them. If there was a trick, Shenyu would retaliate fully. Suddenly, he called out to Lan Zhan, but it was too late. Lan Zhan and his group followed Qian Mo. He was surprised to see the Eternal Peak Guild's base district, which was unlike a level 7 guild. Lisa also envied seeing many more regular members than them. Heng Yuan reminded them to quickly enter the arena, thinking to himself that the Eternal Peak Guild had grown fast. If they could take Shenyu, then what fear would there be of Yun Ba? After calming himself down, everyone entered the peak. Gu Gan proudly introduced the newly completed arena, which would soon open for professional tournaments. Heng Yuan was shocked because this place was much more imposing than their own guild. At that moment, a match was about to take place at the Eternal Arena. People saw another guild enter and started chattering. They heard that Shenyu had challenged. The arena was opening bets for the first time. Participating in voting could get them prizes. Someone contemptuously asked what Shenyu was. In the arena, the stage lights turned on, all eyes turned to the center. Gu Gan welcomed everyone to the Eternal Peak Guild Arena, today officially opening for business betting. Lan Zhan on the observation deck evaluated. The Eternal Peak Guild dared to open bets on the match. showing no tension at all. Henyuan thought that was good. Underestimating the enemy gave them a higher winning rate. Jan turned and asked Xinyu what she had stuck on her face. Why was it the Eternal Peak Guild's logo? She replied that it was a free sticker given with a bet, asking if it was cute. On the spectator stand, Qian Mo praised Gugan's skills, but the style was like that of Bloodfang Fort. Huang Tian said he had objected before. That old man treated the guild power like personal property. Who could stop him? Just look how tense everyone is. Hearing this, Qian Mo took off his hat and cloak, admitting he was a bit anxious because it had been a year. He did not know how to face everyone. He took off his mask and apologized for making everyone worried. Everyone cheered in joy. It was really him. He had really survived and returned. Ruan Shen and Li Minghao were about to run over and call the guild leader when Q Ling pulled them back, telling them not to cause a commotion. Ling Roxy went to Qian Mo and asked if he was really back. He confirmed it. She ran over and hugged him tightly, asking if she was dreaming. He said that was right. He was lucky to be back alive. She said everyone said he was dead, but she did not believe he would die so easily. Q Ling happily said the Eternal Peak Guild was about to rise again. Ruan Shen was moved to tears. Fu Gui knocked his head and told him not to wipe his snot on him. At that moment, she rushed in announcing there was a big mistake. As soon as the betting opened, all the guild members bought us to win, so the result was obvious. The betting money could barely balance the costs. Huang Tian asked if that meant no loss. Gu Gan said not making money counted as a loss. Gu Gan pushed Huang Tian away, saying the beloved guild leader had finally returned. See how well he had developed the guild. Qian Mo coldly replied it was very good, but he did not like this style. Gu Gan asked what was wrong with this style. Flowers had meaning, there was depth. What was not good about it? Qian Mo affirmed he was the guild leader. He did not like it. Gu Gan had to say fine. Who told him he was the guild leader? But changing the decoration was expensive. Qian Mo promised to take over a level 9 guild for him to have fun. Gu Gan happily agreed. Ruan Shen reminded them that the opponent was a 4th class user. Should they discuss tactics? Qian Mo told them to just pick 14 people who wanted to warm up. Later they could watch him perform. Huang Tian happily said the arrogant Eternal Peak Guild of the past was back. Q Ling asked for a spot. Minghao cried out asking to be in the battle, just to stand and watch. Qian Mo put his mask back on, telling them to rock paper scissors. The winners would come along. Outside the stage, the words Eternal Peak Guild 5, Shenyu Guild S appeared. The audience was eager, wondering who was going out. Some guessed Captain Huang and Ruan were the main force. Others said Captain Ling was the right one. Captain Ruan often messed things up. Someone was willing to wave the flag for Captain Shu. Xinyu was surprised the atmosphere was not tense. Zhou Liang said no one from top to bottom was reliable, but Huang Tian was very strong. They should focus on dealing with him later. Everyone was curious if the person walking in front was Captain Huang or Captain Ruan. It was definitely Ling. When they saw the person appear, they were surprised and asked who the masked person was. The people on the stand were surprised and discussed. Why was a newcomer standing in the central position? They were worried this match decided the plan to merge with Shenyu, asking what the old man was doing. Huang Tian heard this and had to tell Qian Mo. Now that he was back, there was no point in keeping the secret. Qian Mo replied, to keep everyone worried, I have my reasons, you will understand soon. Lan Zhan looked at the confident opponent. Among the 5 people there was a stranger, yet the win rate was higher. Zhao Xia reminded him, the main assassin position. Be careful of ambushing the commander. Lan Zhan replied, if they want to ambush, they have to see if they are skilled enough. Gu Gan announced both teams of players are in position. The team battle officially begins. Lan Zhan charged forward, ordering Zhao Xia to stay back and deal damage. Be careful of a sudden counterattack. Long-range support, you stand behind the flag. Zhao Xia drew his weapon and fired repeatedly, replying clearly, mainly for self-defense because the opponent has an assassin. Qian Mo's teammates saw this and told each other, the firepower is too strong, let's retreat. The audience was furious seeing him stand still. They jeered, what kind of tactic is this? What is Captain Goyin doing? I bet so much money, do not be so careless. Huang Vian broke into a sweat, feeling something was wrong. Even if weak, he could not perform that poorly. What did these people want? He suddenly realized something was off. Wait a minute. Why did that person not retreat? Lan Zhan charged towards Qian Mo. I do not know what trick you are trying to pull, but you have gone too far. He took a split earth slash. The missed attack caused a huge explosion, smoke and dust everywhere. The audience was restless. The assassin was dead for sure after being hit. He did not even know how to dodge. Where did this guy come from? Lan Zhan drew his blade, said arrogantly, the first life belongs to me. Qian Mo's appearance shocked him. He said coldly, I gave you a chance and you did not know how to use it. Qian Mo quickly disappeared and appeared right in front of Lan Zhan, catching him off guard. Qian Mo flicked Lan Zhan on the forehead, sending him flying. He fell flat on the ground. Qianmo looked at him, said humbly, "It seems I was a bit too heavy-handed." Thousands of eyes focused on the burly man lying flat on the ground. A startled boy asked what happened. Another replied, "It seems Shen Du was counter-attacked." Ruan Shen and Huang Tian joked contemptuously. Ruan Shen taunted, "Fall down and pass out just like that." Huang Tian echoed, "He is older, it is understandable." Hoang Vian suddenly stood on the railing, shouted loudly, "That is a blessing phantom. That person is..." Hugan smiled smugly, said to Hoang Vian, "The game has begun, too late for regrets." Vice Captain Bang Hong was stunned. He really has returned. Zhao Xia fired, 4 bullets whizzed past. But this time the situation was not in Zhao Xia's favor. He was stunned when the bullets did nothing to the opponent. Not right, there is something very wrong with this guy. Han Kuet, use your ultimate skill quickly. Han Kuet was dumbfounded. It is not as expected. The masked man unleashed his power, creating a transparent golden shield, thin but sturdy. The layer was like a screen of thunder and lightning, both defensive and offensive. Zhao Xia was determined not to lose, annoyed that his attack was nullified. He summoned his power, an orange-yellow-red light appeared, said, "What class is this guy? Do not underestimate me." Zhao Xia unleashed a move, a precise shot, a powerful flame rushed forward fiercely. Flame collided with the masked man's shield, causing it to dent. The bullet got closer to his face, but he calmly reached out and caught it as if it were nothing. Zhao Xia was bitter, gritting his teeth, but secretly glad that at least he could not kill him. He smiled in relief, because on the ceiling Han Kuet was casting a spell, buying time for the ultimate skill. Holding a staff, she created a jade-green vortex, shouted loudly, "Chains of illusion." Her body floated up, tens of thousands of chains spread out in a gentle jade green. Everyone was blinded by the light, being pierced by the chains. The masked man murmured, "So they still have strength to counterattack." Lan Zhan got up awkwardly, panting, lucky to have health recovery from the chains. He instructed, "This fight is difficult. Everyone must be extremely vigilant." The people behind reassured him. They had recovered thanks to the chains. "Rest assured, the formation is set. You guys cannot even die." The chains of illusion linked their health, sharing life points, unbreakable, sharing life and death. The masked man taunted, using a healing mage as the core while distributing the battle is interesting. Ling Rixi stood by watching, asked Ruan Shen and Huang Tian, "What kind of formation is this? Do we need to intervene?" Ruan Shen replied, "It is the tortoise flow spell, nothing special." He did not change expression, explained to Ling Rixi, using the chains of illusion to link the whole team's health, protecting the healing mage. The warriors in front protect the attack. The mage maintains health. The whole team is invincible. Then he smiled sinisterly, as if discovering something interesting. This battle method has a flaw. Ling Roxy turned around confused. The masked man's head hovered amid the lightning, ignoring everything attacking the mage. Lan Zhan sensed something was wrong, shouted loudly, "That guy is an assassin. Be careful." Zhao Xia closed his eyes to sense the source of power, the murderous intent in his instincts. He said, "Stealth concealment, but it is useless against me." Everything seemed to sink into cold air. Everyone was tense and stiff. He shouted a warning, "Chu Liang, direction 12 o'clock. Chu Liang reacted quickly, raised his shield in front of Han Kuet, asserted, "Do not even think about getting through the defense line." The masked man attacked while commenting, "Your team coordination is not bad." But he jumped up, fired rapidly, mocked, "How do you plan to deal with AoE skills?" Chu Liang realized the danger, flustered, "This guy is a long-range shooter, not an assassin." Lisa was hit in pain, leaning towards Han Kuet, taking advantage of the enemy's distraction. The masked man spoke while continuing his attack. "The only mobile class can block bullets." Han Kuet felt for her teammate, Lisa. Lan Zhan ambushed from behind with a giant blade, shouted loudly, his eyes full of anger and determination, "Die." A single strike came down, shaking heaven earth, distorting time and space. Zhao Xia and Chu Liang discussed animatedly, "This time it is the shadow chase step of an assassin." Still an assassin. What kind of assassin uses a gun like that? Times really have changed. Lan Zhan shouted angrily, "The situation is critical. Stop discussing. He is neither an assassin nor a ranged class, he is a traveler." The masked man revealed his true identity. "He is the legendary traveler, the guild master of Eternal Peak." Was Qian Mo not already dead? Everyone stood up cheering joyfully. The guild master has returned. The whole group laughed and talked happily. That figure and skill could only be the guild master. The vice guild master immediately said loudly, raised his hand, "All right, stop fighting, we surrender." Someone shouted, "Vice guild master, wait a moment." He asked in confusion. Lan Zhan said to Qian Mo, "I am also a student of Shendu Academy, your senior." He said coldly, "Never seen you on the Shendu Academy board." Lan Zhan continued, putting on a gentlemanly air, "Fine, I am not afraid, you have not heard. Before you appeared I was the strongest genius of Shendu. Today we will probably lose, but the blood of competition still flows." He smiled a battle-ready smile, "But we do not want to surrender directly, lose in such an ugly way." Qian Mo took off his mask, smiled in agreement, "I understand. You are very strong, I will give you respect." The guild hall was in an uproar. It really is the guild master. No wonder he was made the main force. I was wrong about Captain Hong. Huang Tian was exasperated. Old Mo has to steal the spotlight every time he appears. Ruan Shen said, "Looks like we cannot stay idle." Kianmo ordered, "Stop standing around. Eternal Peak full force into battle." The teammates acknowledged, coming immediately. The other side also solemnly declared they would go all out. Even if they lost, they would lose in a dignified manner. So the two leaders, Lan Jian and Kianmo, gave the order to begin the battle. In the auditorium seats, the fierce-faced ones buzzed with discussion. With the guild leader here, Shendu is no match, but he is still very strong. It's just a pity he met our guild leader. When the match ended, Lan Jian sincerely praised him, truly a genius who led the Shendu Kuisui Academy. He knelt on one knee before Kianmo's team, commending this match for making them truly convinced. Heng Yuan approached Gugan from behind, accusing Gugan of deceiving him that if he knew he was coming back, he would not have agreed to the martial match. Gugan replied, explaining that this was unfair to them. They had said many times that he would return soon, but he did not believe it. He stood amidst the crowded stands, cheerfully continuing that they truly needed this martial match. Ever since he disappeared, the 10 guilds under Yong Heng Ting Feng had all been stirring up trouble, and this was a good chance to knock them all down. Someone sitting behind also remarked that it was indeed Chairman Cheng. He really was still alive. Deng Yuan's face turned pale, his voice trembling. He did not expect Chairman Cheng to actually return. The vice team leader's face was stern, as if he had seen through Kianmo's intentions. He said it turned out Chairman Cheng was not only using this martial competition to intimidate our Divine Traveler Guild. He continued, looking towards the team members, including Lan Jian, Chuliang, Lisa, and Han Yu, but also wanted to use my team members as an example to scare the others. Kianmo smiled indifferently with great authority. Actually, this time Divine Traveler could not be considered a loss. Between us, it can at most be seen as a draw. In the stands, everyone was confused, opening their eyes wide and looking at each other, discussing, what is the chairman saying? Being crushed like that and not losing. That is right, Divine Traveler could not even put up a fight. Lan Jian smiled reluctantly, his expression unpleasant. Chairman Cheng, do not joke. Kianmo explained, although I am younger than you, as the chairman of Eternal Wind Pavilion, for me to fight you in this match was already unfair. Lan Jian paused for a moment. This matter. Kianmo took Lan Jian's hand and raised it high, declaring to everyone's astonishment, therefore the results of this match will not count. Gugan immediately turned pale, ran over in a fluster, his face drained of all blood. Wait, it is not like this. Of course, Heng Yuan was very happy, a smug expression on his face. Kianmo is not wrong. He is the chairman of Eternal Wind Pavilion and personally fought, dealing with their members. This result truly cannot be counted. At most it is a draw. He thought to himself, if the chairman finds out that just this one match helped Eternal Wind merge with Divine Traveler, he would kill me. If Kianmo said so, then it is truly great. The stands were lively. Everyone discussed what had just happened. Such a good opportunity to merge with Divine Traveler. Why did Chairman Cheng throw it away? But looking at Chairman Cheng's strength, it seemed even greater than before. Eternal Wind Pavilion seems to be about to become stronger than before. In a luxurious and ancient place with meticulously carved architecture, Gugan stood with a grim face, questioning Kianmo. Chairman Cheng, a series of these actions will make us suffer a great loss. He just sat there calmly explaining, my participation was already unfair. Giving them a draw result is reasonable, and this small amount of money is nothing to us. Gugan, as if treated unjustly, continued to blame. Why did you not say so earlier? Our guild is full of talented people. Even if you did not go up, the team would still win. Kianmo's face was cold. Rest assured, this small amount of money can be earned back anytime. Someone just knocked on the door. Vice Chairman Shi, come in. Heng Yuan entered, attracting everyone's attention. Chairman Cheng, this time I came specifically to apologize. He placed his hand on his heart, respectfully stating, you were originally a student from Divine Traveler, and Ling Rixie is also a child I watched grow up. Please believe that I absolutely did not intend to coerce Eternal Wind Pavilion. He smiled gently. Vice Chairman Shi is too kind. You are a teacher of Divine Traveler Academy, also an elder. How would I dare to settle scores with you? Heng Yuan continued to flatter. This time the two great guilds had a friendly exchange. Obtaining a draw result truly makes everyone happy. Gugan was not happy at all, sneering, you people dare to call this a draw. Heng Yuan said in a stern voice, anyway, we have troubled you long enough today. We plan to return to Divine Traveler. We came specifically to take our leave. Kianmo beamed with a bright smile, quickly saying, perfect timing. I was also planning to take the team to Divine Traveler for an exchange. The vice chairman looked as if he had heard bad news, stunned. An exchange. Wait, Chairman Cheng said before that only a victory would count for a merger. We only had a draw, right? Kianmo replied calmly. A draw in a martial competition naturally counts. This visit is unrelated. I want to personally discuss matters with Chairman Fan. Gugan was satisfied. Good, so that was his plan. He nervously broke into a sweat. You want to discuss with Old Fan? I am telling you in advance. Old Fan left for Tianqi because he did not get along with Principal Ling. Kianmo remained nonchalant. This matter does not require your concern. Heng Yuan left, still calculating the benefits. If you insist on coming along, then I have no choice. But I have made it clear this match was not a loss. So whatever happens, I am not involved. Let him deal with Old Fan. On the day of the exchange, everyone gathered in a wide open field. Kianmo stood heroically, his tall and burly figure looking extremely cool. Someone brought flying dragons for them to see. He introduced Chairman. These are the fastest dragon knights of the guild, all brought for you. Kianmo thanked him. You worked hard. Lanjan's group was astonished, seeing the strange creature for the first time. These are dragon-type mounts. They casually brought out over a dozen. Is Chairman Cheng planning to have us ride these back? Kianmo said calmly. It is truly a privilege of the strong, like leading country folk to the city. Once Divine Traveler merges with Eternal Wind Pavilion later, what are these dragons? Riding on the dragon's back, the girls joked. Suddenly the merger seems acceptable. Heng Yuan, a conservative old man, muttered, young people have no knowledge. Just some dragon knights make them happy and sad. Hilarious. After mocking the dragons, he immediately got snatched up by one, shouting in panic, hey! The dragons flew through the endless sky, gliding through white clouds and golden sunlight, looking down to admire the majestic mountains. Huang Tian turned to ask Lan Zhan, how much farther to Divine Traveler? He answered according to his knowledge. On horseback it would take at least 2 days, but with these flying mounts, less than half a day. Ling Rixi was worried. Old man Fan's temper is very peculiar. If he does not acknowledge it, it does not matter who goes. Contrary to Ling Rixi, Qianmo was confident and laid back, speaking to reassure, everyone do not worry, I believe if I speak with reason, Chairman Fan will listen. We are about to reach the fierce grasslands, brace yourselves. The group of dragon knights flew through a blizzard, the freezing wind chilling their hands and feet. Ruan Shen was the first to complain, his eyes half closed. Damn, this wind is too strong, my nose is about to be blown off. Q Ling responded, is Divine Traveler's climate so harsh? Heng Yuan sighed warily. If there was a choice, who would want to come to this bitter cold place? They had arrived at Divine Traveler. White snow covered the entire area. Everywhere was the pure white of cold snow. Here, a warning was issued about the suspicious intrusion of many strange creatures. The guild warned, multiple unidentified flying creatures, 2,500 meters northwest of the base. Details unknown, require high alert, prepare for battle at any time. Combat team members assemble, stand guard. Everyone stood in line. Han Yu frowned, there are as many as 10 flying creatures approaching. No telling what kind of beings they are. The whole group of people talked over each other, some predicting this, some predicting that. The flying speed is so fast. What kind of mounts are these? Could it be that bunch of bastards deliberately came to cause trouble? Damn Nightmare Guild! We have fled here, yet they still will not let go. Han Yu was furious, his blood boiling even in the freezing weather. Bastards, bullying people too much. This time we must make them pay. On this side, Qianmo's group was getting closer. The soldiers below panicked, thinking they were in danger. We are done for, each one has a dragon mount. Could they be the mercenaries hired by those 2 guilds? We have fled here, yet they still will not stop. Han Yu shouted orders loudly, rallying everyone, what are you afraid of? Organize a defense. If they dare come closer, shoot. Everyone responded, understood. The weapons were also prepared, and Yu yelled loudly, get ready. A voice came from afar, Chairman, do not strike. Han Yu was puzzled. That voice is Lan Zhan? Since when to get flying dragon mounts? Lan Zhan shouted, it is our people, do not attack. At this moment, a series of dragons soared in the sky. Han Yu found it strange and asked, Old, she said he went to Eternal Wind Pavilion for negotiations, right? Why did he bring back so many dragon knights? Old Liu was astonished. Could it be that he succeeded in negotiations and is about to merge Eternal Wind Pavilion? Hearing the speculation, Lao Hai rejoiced. Great, with a new force joining, we no longer need to fear the nightmare. He asked suspiciously, Old Shi, what is going on? He stammered, this matter. Just then Qianmo stepped forward to introduce, I am Qianmo. The person behind me is Principal Ling's granddaughter, Ling Rixi. We come today with no hostile intent. All of you do not need to be tense. Han Yu marveled, you are Qianmo. Was it not said that you died in Jizi Mountain? Old Liu confirmed in horror, Qianmo is the child Principal Ling raised. Lao Hai rejoiced, and also Principal Ling's granddaughter Ling Rixi. This is great. The next second, he coldly declared, the Divine Traveler Guild now only has the name related to Divine Traveler Academy. In other aspects there is not a single connection. He calmly confronted, we came today not representing Divine Traveler Academy, but our Eternal Wind Pavilion. Han Yu noticed his firm attitude and asked in a harsh voice, what is it? Built a new guild and changed your stance. Do you dare say you did not come here today to make peace with us? Qianmo replied calmly, of course not. I came today to merge the Divine Traveler Guild. Heng Yuan shouted angrily, what is this brat saying? Merge us. Who does he think he is? Qianmo in Eternal Wind Pavilion, you did not say that. Our skill match was a draw. He did not hesitate, immediately spending time to explain, Vice Chairman Shi. I did not say the skill match did not count. Right now I am rediscussing the merger matter with Chairman Fan. Hearing this, he was choked into silence. Afterwards, Han Yu narrowed his eyes and turned to ask old Shi, what skill match? What is going on? He flinched in embarrassment. At that moment, Lan Zhan stepped forward to report Chairman. The matter is like this. After listening, his expression suddenly became serious. Han Yu sighed, losing the skill match is losing. Chairman Cheng does not need to save face. But this merger matter was old Shi's idea. I have not yet agreed. He glared and pointed his finger in challenge. Kid, even if your reputation is great, you are just a measly level 54, and the teammates beside you are even worse than you. Next, Han Yu sneered. With such average strength, even with flying mounts, what qualifications do you people have to take over? Ling Roxy was annoyed. Chairman Fan, Xia Kingdom is developing day by day, far surpassing your imagination. Keep standing still, sooner or later you will be eliminated by the times. He burst into a mocking laugh. Ridiculous. Only now know how to rise up. What did you do before? If Ling Xiao had woken up earlier, in the beginning he would not have. Hearing this, she panicked and pressed him. Chairman Fan, what exactly happened between you and my grandfather? You did not answer, decisively turned and left. Enough. No need to speak. The merger matter is not up for discussion. Old Shay going to Eternal Wind Pavilion was our mistake. We will compensate for your losses. Just then, soldiers rushed in breathlessly to report urgent news. Chairman, the people from Nightmare's Descent are here again. This time they set up teleportation gates on both the east and south sides. Old Liu was furious, found by them again. Damn it, setting up gates on both east and south sides. Just the high-grade crystals cost several 100,000 gold to prevent us from destroying them. Who told them they have money? Damn it, we fled here, yet they still will not let go. Qianmo pondered. This seems to involve some hidden circumstances. Han Yu ordered coldly, this matter is none of your business. You have Dragon Knights, quickly take Ling Rixi away from here. A war is about to begin. Seeing the other party's stubbornness, Ling Rixi said boldly, Chairman Fan, you are still our elder. How can we leave at a time like this? He firmly agreed. Ling Rixi is right. Nightmare's Descent, if I remember correctly, is one of the largest guilds in Xia Kingdom. Why is Divine Traveler being targeted by them? Lan Zhan frowned. It is all because of Cloud Overlord Academy. Qianmo was suspicious. What does it have to do with Cloud Overlord? Han gritted his teeth and answered, the Academy Supremacy Tournament. After Cloud Overlord was defeated by you, he collapsed. His affiliated guild also fell in rank. Chairman Guan Yunping took the initiative to request a merger into Nightmare's Descent to suppress our Divine Traveler. Immediately after, Lan Zhan nervously emphasized, Nightmare's Descent is a level 10 guild. Its scale in the past 2 years is comparable to a city. Chairman Ren Tianhong is an expert about to undergo his 5th class change. After Guan Yunping joined, he flattered fiercely, causing Nightmare's Descent to pursue and attack our Divine Traveler everywhere. Lan Zhan spoke from behind, saying they had destroyed our castle a few months ago. Fortunately, we managed to move most of the army, but now we can only hide in this cold place. Han Yu replied dejectedly, enough of these matters, you all must leave quickly. Qianmo stepped forward and said, the Zhouwu region is very far away. Entering it will take a lot of time. A clear plan needs to be made. This is why the Blazing Flame Holy Hall was chosen. You were infected once before, this time the power can spread in 2 directions to strike at your weak points. Hearing this, everyone started murmuring, how did he know so clearly? There truly are many hidden experts in the Blazing Flame Holy Hall. Han Yu asked suspiciously, so what if you know? Are you trying to interfere in this matter? He replied, having cooperated with Divine Revelation, I cannot hide my basic strength. Divine Revelation is short on manpower. I can use opening the teleportation gate as a bargaining condition. The man refused harshly. No need. We are not here to entertain you. Leave immediately. Qianmo asked softly, President Fan, in your heart, which is more important, personal grudges or the interests of all your members? He hesitated and then turned to look at his members. Han Yu had to relent and remind him, this is not a game. The opponents have all undergone 3 transformations. If you join, you must take on the mission as an elite. Qianmo smiled and replied, rest assured I have no malicious intent. I am just the older one. Han Yu shouted, Lan Zhan, you all go with him to the south. Make sure they don't get hurt. The rest follow me north to eliminate the invaders. Everyone answered in unison, as you command. Scene shifts to the descending Sacred Dream Guild. Secretary Li Yushu reported guild leader, according to scout reports, members of Eternal Peak entered the Frostwind Plains over 10 minutes ago. They have probably already arrived at the Divine Revelation Guild. Guild leader Guan Yunpeng asked in surprise, Eternal Peak is interfering too? Yushu replied, that is correct. Our people will certainly have their chance. Hearing this, he became excited. Excellent, not just pure Ray, but the enemy Eternal Peak also wants to join the fray. Yunpeng looked up and said, Guild Leader Ren, you must help me take revenge. Qian Mo joining Eternal Peak is my greatest enemy. My Flying Ridge Guild is still imprisoned. Guild Leader Ren Tainong replied, Eternal Peak, I recently heard a rumor, unsure of its truth. Yunpeng asked, what rumor? She answered, I heard that the legendary guild leader Qian Mo has returned. He said angrily, Qian Mo is the one who harmed my grandfather. He is still imprisoned in the Xie Nation dungeon. Tianong patted his head to comfort him. Rest assured, I will help you get revenge. And she asked the secretary Yushu, what do you think? He replied, Eternal Peak is a high-level guild. It could be very strong. But I heard their level 9 guild was defeated, and they have special communication equipment. We must be careful. Yunpeng sneered, what's so great about him? He just relies on his connections in the Mage Association. Tianong agreed, yes, the meeting is over. The Karen incident was already part of the plan. He then asked, who is currently in charge of clearing the grasslands? Yushu looked at the information and replied, the second night team, consisting of Bao Mufan and Wuxuan, has been in charge since the first team failed to build the teleportation gate. This time we will start construction simultaneously on both sides of the Divine Revelation Guild at double the cost. Once just one gate is completed, the main army can arrive immediately. Qin Hong ordered, send word that they can create a gate for me alone. If it is confirmed that the other side is Qian Mo, I will personally take the field. Scene shifts to a blizzard region, a group of people riding dragons. Huang Tian asked curiously, Old Mo, what will we do next? Qian Mo calmly analyzed, the Nightmare Guild will surely have sent a vanguard to guard it. We only need to destroy the teleportation gate or kill the mage creating it to stop their main army. Then he turned and asked, Captain Lan, how is the south? Lan Zhan reported quickly, the south has a cliff that is easy to defend and hard to attack. The teleportation gate is likely being built there. He suggested anxiously, Captain, you all focus on destroying the gate later. Just leave it to us. Qian Mo gently reassured him, no need to rush. You all stay behind for support. Leave everything to us. Huang Tian encouraged loudly, don't look so tragic. With Old Mo here, rest assured, we will end this quickly. After we finish here, we will go help Old Fan. Seeing his confidence, Lan Zhan couldn't help but be moved. This will put too much pressure on him. Scene shifts to a mountain peak. A group of people gathered in the middle. Combat Captain Bufan, level 65, remarked, such a big commotion, Divine Revelation must have sensed it. How much longer until the teleportation gate is set up? May quickly reported, about half an hour. This time we must blind Revelation's attack. Han calmly assessed, don't worry, we have experience. Even if Divine Revelation comes to raid, we can handle it. Moreover, the second team in the north is absorbing their firepower. She speculated suspiciously, but scouts report that Eternal Peak's people have entered the Divine Revelation Guild. There might be new combat forces joining this time. Notification. Eternal Peak has entered. Bufan sneered, Eternal Peak has only a few level 7 guild members. Nothing to worry about. Suddenly, a trainee panicked and pointed to the sky. Captain, from far away in the sky, over 10 dragon riders are flying closer. He was stunned. Over 10 dragon riders. Since when did Divine Revelation have this strength? Then Bufan ordered loudly, long-range formation, bring those flying mounts down. Immediately, the sharpshooters and mages lined up, ready for battle. Without hesitation, they fired arrows and magic at Qian Mo's group. Seeing the dense barrage, Huang Tian remarked with admiration, truly impressive. That is some solid firepower. Qian Mo charged forward proactively, you all be careful. I will go ahead to clear the path. Lan Zhan shouted in panic, Captain Huang, Guild Leader Cheng, why did you go down personally like that? He calmly reassured her, do not worry, it is fine. Next second, Huang Tian bravely gestured, we have always operated this way. Come down with us. Seeing the dragon diving down, Bufan and his teammates cheered in victory. Knocked it down already, it was taken down so fast. These dragon knights are nothing special. Just then they sensed something wrong and panicked. No, he was not knocked down. Be careful. The enemy is attacking. Qian Mo gracefully leaped off the dragon's back, flying downward. He charged straight into the center of the battle, sending archers and mages flying in all directions. He shouted loudly, do not panic. Suddenly, blue flames ignited their bodies, causing them to scream for help in terror. Qian Mo coldly walked closer and asked, the Nightmare Guild correct? I am certain I did not target the wrong people. Bufan roared in anger, and it is just one guy. You are underestimating me far too much. He waved his hand to command. Perfect, activate the prepared magic formation. Then kill them here. A Mei heard the order and immediately obeyed, understood. As he spoke, the ice crystal beneath the snow slowly rose to the surface. In an instant, a magic circle was formed, enveloping the entire snow mountain. Huang Tian pressed his back against him and nervously assessed. Old Mo is on the mountaintop. What are they up to? Qian Mo seriously explained. It is an illusion split formation. This thing can split the opponents into different areas, but our team members can still move freely between those areas. It is very convenient for them to divide our combat strength. He mocked in surprise. The Nightmare Guild sure has deep pockets, casually using such a flashy tactic. Lan Zhan retreated uneasily. Is the guild leader alone up there not being surrounded? Ling Rixi sneered. Surrounded him, it is still uncertain who is surrounding whom. At this moment, Buffon arrogantly declared, "You want to use flying mounts to attack our teleportation base. But unfortunately, we were already prepared. You are surrounded now." Hearing this, he curled his lips in disdain. "Protect me? I do not think so. Moreover," Kianmo proudly snapped his fingers to summon, "What makes you say I have no teammates?" Seeing the strange phenomenon, he could not help but be stunned. "This is," Buffon exclaimed in shock, "an azure dragon." Seeing the colossal creature appear, his comrades fled in panic. "Damn it, it is an adult flame dragon. How can there be an adult dragon here?" However, they could not escape, and were pushed off the cliff. Lan Zhan exclaimed in astonishment, "What is happening now?" Huang Tian proudly explained, "That is our guild leader's summon." Calculating the time, the people on the mountaintop have probably already been surrounded by the guild leader. Buffon refused to believe, gritting his teeth and muttering, "How is that possible? How can it be?" He blocked the attack while panicking and wondering, "I am a 4th tier, and this brat is just a few years old. Not only does he have a rare summon, but he can also suppress me. What is his background?" Sensing the unstable situation, Buffon quickly leaped backward. Next, Handing also shouted, "Let us all attack together, kill him." But his teammates had not yet charged forward. Seeing them all rushing in together, Kianmo declared contemptuously, "You want a group fight? I am not afraid of that." Without hesitation, he used his skill. "Then me try this new SSS ranked skill, Elemental Clone." Seeing a series of illusions appear, Buffon was completely crushed. "Clones, how many tricks does this brat have left?" He tightened his weapon and made up his mind, "Damn it, if I, Buffon, let a kid like you break through the southern defense line today, I will have no face left in the Nightmare Guild." Seeing the opponent charging at him, Kianmo quickly activated his weapon. "You want a duel? I do not want to risk my life against a 4th tier." The Soul Shock weapon can be actively activated. This skill creates a shockwave within a 5-meter radius, stunning any target hit. Cooldown time is 2 minutes. Without hesitation, he launched it straight at him. Finding himself frozen stiff, Buffon roared in anger, "What is this?" At that moment, Kianmo cast his gaze forward and coldly ordered, "Go ahead. Next we just need to destroy the teleportation gate." Mei raised his staff to activate the barrier, expanding the protective range of the teleportation gate. At the same time, he coldly released the pressure from his sword. Kianmo did not hesitate, swinging his sword straight at them. Seeing the explosion after the collision, Kianmo narrowed his eyes and wondered, was it successful? Seeing the shield layer still intact, he exclaimed in surprise. Buffon grew angry and unleashed his power, recalling that last time, only the combined strength of the entire Shen Yu guild could break the gate thanks to Han Yu. This time, the gate was reinforced more solidly. For you to destroy it alone is far too naive. He used the 4th form of the infernal blood demon sword, continuously burning his bloodline to remove negative effects and heal through powerful attacks. He was brimming with momentum, activating all the power within his body. Kianmo declared in surprise, "If one time is not enough, then I will try a few more times." He smugly reminded, "Even if you activate your ultimate state a 4th time, it won't threaten me." Buffon schemed maliciously. A young dragon plus someone like him is indeed troublesome. But if he can stall for a few more minutes, the teleportation gate will be completed, and the main force of the guild will land. Kianmo sneered in mockery, "Stall for a few minutes. You are too confident." He unlocked a skill, proclaiming that he, a 4th reincarnation sword demon who dominated the continent, had never seen a brat as arrogant as you. Buffon snorted coldly, locked onto the target. "Today I will definitely make you pay the price." After speaking, he leaped up and charged straight at the opponent. Two immediately clashed fiercely. He was not at a disadvantage, using his giant sword to block. Kianmo lay praised, "Fighting by burning your blood. Commendable." He deployed his opposing flame. "This level is far from enough." Feeling the suffocating pressure, Buffon was stunned. This combat power is terrifying. Could it be that he cannot hold him off even for a few minutes? As soon as he thought this, he was pushed back by him. Buffon lost his balance and crashed straight into the forest. In the critical situation, he had to use his weapon to break sharply. Buffon gritted his teeth and muttered, "Damn it, who the hell is he?" At this moment, Kianmo confidently walked over. Buffon panicked but calmed himself. "It's fine." He calculated inwardly, "This teleportation gate has been reinforced. To destroy it in one blow requires dealing at least 10,000 damage. He absolutely cannot do it." At that moment, Kianmo calmly swung his sword, executing the extreme body sword art-rending slash. In an instant, the shield layer was split in two. Seeing this, Mei screamed in horror, "It's over, the teleportation gate is destroyed again. Damn it, failure again." Kianmo said happily, "Mission complete." At this time, Thanlong noticed the killing intent. Buffon swore bitterly, "Today, even if I die, I will take you with me." He scornfully mocked, "You want a mutual destruction. Too bad I don't have time to play with you." As soon as he finished speaking, Kianmo's teammates flew in. Huang Tian jumped down and asked, "Old Mo, we've finished dealing with everything below the mountain." He wondered why this old man is still not taken care of. "Need help." And Diandan advised, "You have lost. Continuing to burn your blood is useless. Give up." He cursed bitterly, "Damn it." In the next moment, Buffon threw his sword to the ground. Kianmo instructed Lan Zhan to guard the prisoner, then flew up to assist Han Yu. He nodded in acknowledgement. Buffon asked curiously, "You are not from Shen Yu who exactly are you? He clearly stated his name, Eternal Peak Qianmo. Hearing this, he was stunned. Qianmo, the legendary guild leader, has returned. Time passed, the blizzard grew fiercer. On the northern battlefield, a group of people was waiting for the opponent. The combat leader of the Nightmare Guild, Wuxuan level, arrogantly shouted to charge for the guild, deploying an area of effect spell. And you admired, being able to trigger an area support skill from an archery tactician. The level Nightmare Guild is indeed strong. He worried, if our side is fighting so hard, their side must be tougher, cannot let them die here. Without hesitation, Han Yu activated his ability, must finish quickly to go help them. Faced with the immense power, the soldiers stood frozen, mouths agape. He swung his weapon powerfully, knocking the opponent away. Wuxuan was terrified. The fourth reincarnation war god Han Yu alone is this strong, truly a level guild leader. After that, Han Yu gritted his teeth and went all out. Even if his mana ran dry, he had to dominate the battlefield. He roared in anger. I have conceded many times. The Nightmare Guild has gone too far. Han Yu gathered his power and charged forward, then die. The opponent begged in fear, wait, we surrender. As soon as he spoke, a giant hand pierced through the space gate. Recognizing the aura, Han Yu was shocked. Ren Tianong has arrived. A terrifying explosion engulfed everything. Wu Xuan knelt in reverence. The guild leader has arrived. Tianong stepped out and sneered, Han Yu, the tables have turned, haven't they? Zhang Feng beside him spoke sharply, kill him. Take Shen Yu's resources. Han Yu worried, it's over. Ren Tianong is here. What about Eternal Peak? At that moment, the woman fiercely threw a punch. Take another punch from me. Han Yu exclaimed in horror, too fast. Tianhong casually struck a palm towards him. However, someone blocked that attack for Han Yu. Qianmo calmly created a shield, casting save in time, just in time. Han Yu was surprised. Qianmo, why are you here? He replied, the south is taken care of. Han Yu was shaken. Taken care of? You mean the southern teleportation gate is destroyed? At the same time, Huang Tian complained sulkily, Old Mo, you always rush ahead, never waiting for your brothers. The enemy soldiers panicked and discussed, a dragon, they have a dragon mount. Is this Shen Yu's hidden strategy? That's Eternal Peak, they have had the dragon for a long time. Tianhong silently concluded, so it really is Qianmo. Zhang Feng schemed, if we take down Eternal Peak, the dragon will be ours. Without another word, Huang Tian's group immediately jumped down. He sneered, the opposite side only has 2 people left, the disparity is too great. Wasted trip coming here. Q Ling seriously warned, don't be careless. That woman is a peak 4th reincarnation powerhouse on the rankings. Qianmo teased annoyedly, waiting for you slowpokes to arrive, this side wouldn't have held out. The woman arrogantly challenged, the arriving person is Eternal Peak guild leader Qianmo, dare to step forward and talk. Han Yu patted his shoulder and advised, little bro, this Ren Tianhong is not simple. She has approached 5th reincarnation. Don't go over there, let me negotiate. He confidently reassured, I came to negotiate, no intention to conflict. Tianhong arrogantly assessed, I saw the guild leader's photo in the news before, thought it was edited, didn't expect him to be even more handsome in person. I heard you disappeared on Tree Tea Mountain, I felt sorry. He exclaimed in shock. Tianhong. Ling Rixi grumbled irritably, unsure what this old woman meant, whether she came to fight or flirt. Ruan Shen helplessly coaxed her to calm down and see what old Mo had to say. Qianmo said nothing more and went straight to the point. Association leader Ren had heard of me. Why not do me a favor and stop here today? He coldly refused. Stop the fight? We have attacked this fortress 11 times, spending millions of gold on the teleportation gate alone. How can we just stop on a single word from Association leader Cheng? The next second, Tianhong hinted slyly, I have a better idea. These college association leaders rely on their background and resources and refuse to advance. They will be eliminated sooner or later. I have already taken over Yunba. She smiled seductively. I admire Association leader Cheng very much. Let us each take a step back and split the Shenyu Guild together. What do you think? He fell into thought upon hearing this. Such an enticing condition, Qianmo would not actually agree, would he? However, Qianmo burst out laughing and flatly refused. Our cooperation with Shenyu is none of the Nightmare Guild's business. Seeing this, Tianhong narrowed her eyes and probed. So it seems Association leader Cheng intends to oppose me. He showed no fear and declared arrogantly, pardon my bluntness, your guild's southern combat team has been captured alive by us. Not a single one escaped. As for the teleportation gate, Qianmo cheerfully exposed the truth. If I am not mistaken, that is a reduced version for single-person passage. The energy fluctuation is unstable, and the load limit is extremely low. In other words, Nightmare's human wave attack plan has failed. Struck in a sore spot, she frowned and retorted, then secretly admired, so what? I can still reorganize the guild. I heard you are a deputy manager and no construction. Qianmo cheerfully proposed, continuing to fight will only harm both sides. Why bother with the trouble? How about we make a bet? What do you think? Tianhong asked curiously. A bet? Bet on what? He loftily laid down the terms. I heard Association Leader Ren's fist can even break through city walls. Today I stand here without dodging, let you throw one punch. If I can withstand it, you will never harass the Shenyu Guild again. Tianmo emphasized the condition. If I cannot withstand it, Eternal Summit will retreat, release all prisoners, and not interfere in this matter. Faced with this crazy decision, Han Yu frantically tried to stop him. Ren Tianhong is a fourth turner tyrant fist emperor. Do not stand still and let her hit you, you will die. She pondered and analyzed, continuing to fight even if we take down Shenyu will cost us dearly. This plan is indeed not bad. Zhang Feng excitedly urged Association Leader. He is only third turn, agree to it. Seeing Tianhong hesitating, Qian Mo narrowed his eyes and provoked. Association Leader Ren lacks confidence. Or are you afraid you cannot defeat a third turn like me? Hearing this, she stomped her foot in anger, creating a fierce pressure. I lack confidence. I am just afraid a single punch will kill you, and I will not know how to explain it to the Xia Nation Management Association. Shocking Tyrant Fist. The exclusive ultimate skill of a fourth turn Emperor Tyrant Fist Emperor. When facing a lower level opponent, it forcefully locks onto the target, cannot be defended, cannot be dodged, and deals massive damage. Seeing this, Ding Ning concluded inwardly, this is the move. Cheng Qianmo is too stupid. He does not know the Emperor Tyrant Fist Emperor's ultimate skill has a forced target lock mechanic and is completely undefendable. He is dead this time. Huang Tian panicked and advised Old Mo, this punch is not good, get out of the way quickly, do not stand there and take it. Q Ling hurriedly offered, Association Leader, let me help you. But Qianmo sternly refused, do not come close. The ultimate skill has locked onto its target. It is only me, it is useless for you to come. At the same time, Tianhong ferociously threw her punch, silently reminding herself, be careful, the fist is coming. Go easy, do not kill him. As the giant fist appeared before him, he stood still in place. Qianmo smiled and signaled Yu Xiang, get to work. In an instant, a tremendous explosion erupted. Huang Tian stared in shock and screamed, Old Mo. She watched the scene anxiously. Did she not kill him with one punch? That would be troublesome. Qianmo calmly commented from within the smoke, not bad, worthy of a fourth turn ultimate skill. The power is indeed extraordinary. Tianhong widened her eyes in shock. How is that possible? Even if you blocked that move, how could you be completely unharmed? He lightly smiled and confirmed, in short, I consider this punch to have been blocked. Yu Xiang's spatial tearing ability created a void rift that exists for 3 seconds. No skill can destroy it. It just happens to counter those rule-based ultimate skills. Tianhong crossed her arms and accepted defeat, secretly admiring, fine, you are formidable, you win. The heroes of Xia Nation truly have skill. Ganmo turned and left without further words. Then this bet is mine. Association Leader Ren should keep your promise and retreat. As for the prisoners, you can redeem them with money later. Ling Roxy voiced her worry, you scared me to death. Do not take such risks next time. Huang Tian asked curiously, Old Mo, you are really skilled. How did you do it? Han Yu patted him on the shoulder and praised, you little brat, you actually did it. However, Zheng Feng instigated discontentedly, Tianhong, he must have special equipment. Throw another punch, you will definitely kill him. The moment he finished speaking, Tianhong gave him a slap across the face. Zheng Feng was caught off guard and tumbled to the ground, blankly holding his face. Tianhong stated bluntly, a loss is a loss, do you take me for that kind of person? Afterward, Tianhong asked softly and passed through a space gate. Qianmo, the mountains are high and the roads are long, we will meet again. After they left, the entire team cheered in celebration, we won! We won, the Nightmare Guild has retreated. At that moment, he hesitantly placed a hand on his shoulder. Qianmo understood and sincerely suggested, old fan, I know what you want to say, but now is not the time. We will talk about it when we get back. And you nodded in agreement? Alright, we will talk when we get back. Without hesitation, he directly ordered, let us go, we are holding a victory banquet. Scene transition to the Yuan castle. Han Yu seriously announced, Association Leader Cheng single-handedly eliminated Nightmare's entire detachment and completed the mission. Without Association Leader Cheng this time, we of Shenyu would truly have been doomed. Everyone raised their glasses in unison to Association Leader Cheng, to Eternal Summit. Qianmo modestly stated, this is not my merit alone. If not for the people of Shenyu sharing the burden, nothing would have gone so smoothly. He expressed his emotion, merit is merit, Association Leader Cheng does not need to refuse. I am extremely grateful for this help. And Yu lowered his head and affirmed seriously, as I said before, I personally will not have Shenyu join Eternal Summit because of this help. Lanjan panicked and tried to stop him. Association Leader Huang Tian bitterly complained, so we worked for nothing. He calmly swirled his wine. Association Leader Fan, rest assured what I said before still stands. I absolutely will not demand repayment from Shenyu for this help. The next second, Han Yu commanded seriously, I have not finished. After this battle, I realize my own strength is insufficient to lead the guild, so I intend to hand it over to old Shi to manage. He was stunned upon hearing this. I become Association Leader? He stood up and announced decisively, "From now on, I am no longer the leader of Shenyu Guild. If Association Leader Cheng wants to discuss cooperation, discuss it with old Shi." Without another word, Hanyu turned and left the banquet. Now, he slyly commented in a low voice, "Association Leader Fan could not swallow his pride himself, so he used Shi Hengyuan to give us a way out." Ruan Shen cheerfully agreed. "Yes, it looks like we will successfully win over Shenyu this time." Just then, Hengyuan said apologetically and earnestly, "Association Leader Cheng, do not blame him, old Fan is just like that." Although he resigned, but he calmly continued, "I understand, let me go and persuade Association Leader Fan myself." Huang Tian sighed in frustration, old Mo looking for trouble for himself, why not just go along with it? He nodded in approval. Ling Rixi sneered and glared, "What do you know?" She analyzed firmly, forced merger is easy, but afterward the people grow distant and the consequences are endless. They fell into thought, that makes sense. Scene transition to the private room. Now Han Yu secretly spoke up to probe. "Did I not tell you to discuss cooperation with old Shi?" Qian Mo honestly explained, "Vice Association Leader Shi's authority is not enough to convince us. When his orders are passed down among the thousands of Shenyu members, it is hard to avoid dissatisfaction." He resolutely refused, "I do not want to manage guild affairs, nor do I want to deal with Ling Xia." He hardened his tone and played his strategic card. "If Association Leader Fan refuses, I truly do not know who to find for the vacant Vice Association Leader position of Eternal Summit." Hearing this, Han Yu was stunned. Vice Association Leader of Eternal Summit. Qian Mo calmly introduced, "Association Leader Fan, do not underestimate Eternal Summit. Although it is currently only level 7, once Shenyu joins, reaching level 9 will not take long. In addition, I have unified the Lingyu region, with 11 subordinate guilds under my command, totaling nearly 10,000 people." He exclaimed in shock, 10,000 people? How is that possible? He had seen Eternal Summit on the rankings before. Its rank was very high, but he never imagined it was this large. Han Yu questioned suspiciously, "If a guild in the same region tries to monopolize, it will be attacked from all sides. How did you unify them?" He confidently affirmed, "I was just about to tell Association Leader Fan about our history and plans." After a while of strategic discussion, the atmosphere suddenly became warmer. Han Yu asked in surprise, "You are this young and already an instructor of the Flame Dragon Soul?" He did not hesitate to reveal the secret. "That is right. The Management Association has approved me to independently establish a new team. Association Leader Fan surely knows the reason why." He pondered and made a guess. "To deal with the future monster invasion event you mentioned." He heard this and gently inquired, "Does Association Leader Fan still have a heart knot?" Han Yu sighed and admitted, "Consider it so." Hearing this, Qian Mo immediately deduced, "It has something to do with Ling Rixi." He stammered in surprise, "How do you know?" He honestly explained, "I am not 100% certain. It is just that from the moment we appeared, your eyes swept over everyone." But they did not stop on Ling Ruoxi for even a second. Ling Rixi is Principal Ling's granddaughter, and Vice Association Leader Shi's group are all enthusiastic with her. As the Shenyu Guild leader, you deliberately ignored her. That in itself is problematic. He told the story warily. "The conflict between me and Principal Ling originally stemmed from Ling Rixi's parents. This story's 20 years ago, when Ling Rixi had just been born, a very rare demon beast invasion erupted across the entire Blue Star. To resist the foreign enemy, nearly every country deployed all their elites. Shenyu University, under the management of Ling Xiao and me during its golden age, naturally mobilized its students to participate in the war. Ling Rixi's parents were my nominal disciples. In the final battle against the monsters, there was originally no need for juniors like them to participate, but Ling Xiao kept opening his mouth about national righteousness to encourage them to join." Han Yu bitterly narrated the heartbreaking outcome. "You know what happened next? They sacrificed in that battle, only bringing back a national hero title." He fell into thought and expressed sympathy. "I have heard about it too." Qian Mo gently comforted him. Losing a disciple and being injured, with his best brother also leaving, had completely broken Principal Ling down, leaving him with no heart to manage the academy. He must have been suffering bitterly inside. He muttered blankly, "It turned out it was all his own fault." The two old men were dead anyway, but he pitied the young ones. Ling Roxy was still so young back then. He encouraged him seriously, "But I think President Fan is not someone who doesn't understand," Han Yu said sadly. "I have come to terms with it over the years. The deceased were his son and daughter-in-law. He was in more pain than I was. That decision was not wrong, but I simply don't want to have anything to do with him anymore." Qian Mo called out resolutely, "I believe President Fan is a man of great righteousness. A demonic invasion even larger than the last one is approaching now. Do you not wish to avenge your former disciples?" He sincerely extended his hand. "Whether it is building a team or managing the association, I need your help." As for the frontline battlefield against the demons, leave that to us youngsters. Without hesitation, Kianmo affirmed, that is right, we need you. Hearing this, he was stunned for a few seconds. The next second, Han Yu lowered his eyes and then replied gently, I understand. Time passed until the morning banquet. Huang Tian muttered anxiously. It has been so long, the negotiation probably failed again. The Hong Vian opposite gently comforted him. Don't worry too much. President Trin was so confident. Perhaps he succeeded. Just then, he happily announced they are out. Immediately after, Han Yu solemnly proposed a plan. The crisis for the Shenyu Guild this time has been resolved by the Eternal Summit. I just had an in-depth discussion with President Trin, and we have reached a decision. Huang Vian couldn't help but rejoice upon hearing this. Finally wised up, huh? He proposed solemnly, I will lead the Shenyu Guild to join the Eternal Summit and follow Qian Mo's orders. Lan Zhan cheered excitedly, awesome, now I have a chance to get a baby dragon to ride. Huang Tian, standing behind, also chimed in happily, great, this trip was worth it. As soon as he finished speaking, Qian Mo quickly assigned tasks. Since we are cooperating, I announced two things. First, immediately relocate the Shenyu Guild to Lingyu City. The Eternal Summit currently has a large territory that hasn't been developed enough for Shenyu to settle down. Zhao Xia discussed in surprise, Eternal City is that big with undeveloped land around it. Is its strength really that great? Lisa commented eagerly, finally escaping this cold place. Eternal City is much warmer. The trickster star asked impatiently, what's the second thing? He calculated aloud, of course, it is to demand ransom for the prisoners and compensation from the Nightmare Guild, to make up for Shenyu's losses in the recent battle. Very soon, under Qian Mo's urging, the Nightmare Guild began returning the captured combat personnel. However, according to intelligence, all this money was extorted by Ren Tianong from Guan Yunpeng of the Yunba Guild. The entire handover process went quite smoothly. The Nightmare Guild representatives repeatedly expressed Ren Tianong's admiration for Qian Mo. After everything settled down, the Shenyu Guild officially led everyone to Eternal City, preparing to merge into the Eternal Summit. The next day, the main gate of the Eternal Summit was rather quiet. Han Yu looked up in surprise. Is this the Eternal Summit? It is this large in scale. Is this really a level 7 guild? Qian Mo continued, with the merger of the Shenyu Guild, we will immediately be upgraded to a level 8 guild. Upon hearing this, he became embarrassed. Originally, I thought I was a level 9 guild leader. Assisting a level 7 guild would be a piece of cake, but now it seems a bit arrogant. Another voice rang out. President Fan is too polite. Gan stepped forward full of excitement. President Fan's reputation is renowned. With your help, I can be much more at ease. As soon as he looked, Han Yu recognized him. You must be Manager Gu Gan. He respectfully bowed his head. I didn't expect President Fan to know my name. It is an honor. The two shook hands heartily. I have been offensive before. My apologies. Not at all. Please come in. Saying so, they both are the Eternal Summit. Gu Gan smiled. You really didn't lie to me. You actually successfully merged with a level 9 guild. We hit the jackpot this time. In terms of economic benefits and reputation, I'm afraid we are already on par with level 10 guilds. Qian Mo asked, I plan to appoint Old Fan as vice president. Do you have any objections? He answered honestly, I am a businessman. Han Yu is a 4-turn peak powerhouse with real operational experience. You found him, making me feel like I got a huge bargain. Gu Gan slowly admitted, moreover, with the current scale of the guild, finding someone to take on that job, I couldn't be happier. It just so happens that I also need to seriously break through to 4 turns. If not, as an awakened, I will be left behind by you guys. Qian Mo was surprised. You want to break through to 4 turns? He changed his tone to a reproachful one. If it weren't for you dumping this whole mess on my shoulders for over a year, I would have broken through to 4 turns long ago. He excitedly revealed, perfect timing. This is a good opportunity for training. I will take everyone along. He was surprised. Is it the Blazing Dragon Soul Pool you mentioned before? Qian Mo instructed kindly. That's right, the guild's development has gradually gotten on track. We should also step onto a new path of conquest. When Gu Gan left, he stared intently at the system panel, which displayed a guild upgrade notification. Qian Mo muttered to himself, this merger with the Shenyu Guild, plus the ransom money from those nightmare bastards, the Eternal Summit is finally about to reach level 8. The moment he pressed the button, wind suddenly picked up in the surrounding space. The entire vast territory of the guild was then upgraded and expanded. The system panel immediately displayed new information. He announced after this expansion, the area of the Eternal Summit has reached 420 kilometers. Qian Mo said to Han Yu, the new territory will be handed over to Old Fan for planning and distribution. He replied, it has already occupied 82% of Lingyu City's area. It seems it won't be long before this place only has the Eternal Summit and no longer Lingyu City. He continued, although it can't fully meet the needs of everyone at Shinyu yet, the personnel limit, reaching level 9 should be no problem. Han Yu answered, rest assured, I will prioritize arranging for a group of strong members to join first. Qian Mo smiled with satisfaction. Alright, I will arrange more temporary housing for the remaining guild members. And Yu reassured him, I know you will be busy with the new team for the Blazing Dragon Soul Pool, just entrust the guild to me. Qian Mo revealed, everything I have done so far has been to prepare for the upcoming demonic invasion. He looked at him with full trust. With a powerhouse like you stationed in Eternal City, I can safely return to Xia country. Later, everyone had moved to the Manager Association. Gan exclaimed excitedly, it took so many minutes of old Mo's effort for us to be able to step into this place. Qian Mo briefly introduced, wait until everyone joins the Blazing Dragon Soul Pool. Later on, you can come and go as you please. She wondered the Blazing Dragon Soul Pool is an elite special forces team of Xia country with access to all resources. Can we really join just based on your word? Won't we be rejected? Ruan Shen laughed, didn't the guild leader say he is the instructor captain? Just then Commissioner Gu stepped out, greetings, instructor, long time no see. You brought quite a lot of people today. Qian Mo said proudly, these are all the team members I have selected, and they are also members of our guild. He was somewhat stunned. He brought this many people. What exactly does he want to do? Is he planning to put all of them into the Blazing Dragon Soul Pool? Commissioner Gu looked at Gugan in confusion. Among the people he brought today, some I have met before, some I haven't, and their ages vary greatly. Gugan is already this old, why did he call him over? He asked excitedly, old Shu. Long time no see. Commissioner Gu wondered, why have you been away so long this time? I heard old Kin say you were still alive. I couldn't believe it. He immediately replied, it hasn't been that long. I just went to Tianqi continent to handle some matters. The space inside the Manager Association was very modern. As soon as they saw him, the staff team shouted in unison, greetings, Instructor Trine. Qian Mo looked at everyone with pride, greetings everyone. Seeing this, Gugan was stunned. Is this the real powerhouse? What position do you have in Xia country now? Huang Tian widened his eyes in surprise. It seems old Mo's position is really very high. He stepped forward and announced loudly, everyone, keep order, next we will begin the assessment to join the team. Hearing this, the staff all discussed among themselves, everyone except that one quite old person looks too young, right? Can they really pass the assessment smoothly? I'm not too sure either, maybe one or two will pass, after all they were brought here by Instructor Trin. Commissioner Gu explained, there is no need to be so serious. The first test is a combat power check. Even if recommended by Instructor Trin, only those who meet the requirements can participate. If no one meets the criteria, then they should reflect on their own actions. I will not give any special treatment. As he spoke, he looked at Gugan and silently assessed him. He had assessed Gugan's abilities 3 years ago. No matter how much he has improved, I'm afraid there isn't much hope now. Qian Mo announced, now everyone line up and step onto the combat power testing device. A combat power above 350,000 is considered passing. Commissioner Gu was shocked, 350,000. That number is very high. Seeing this, he immediately explained Zhu Qin's standard was that high at the beginning too. He silently judged, this must be that Li Wengxun deliberately making things difficult. Why does selecting members need to be this strict? Huang Tian walked closer. Old Mo, what do you think of me? As soon as he stood on the machine, the information displayed. Huang Tian level 54, class Mystic Sword God, combat power 445 pounds 782. Everyone was astonished. Level 54 with over 400,000 combat power. This guy is also a freak and so young, no wonder he was brought by Instructor Trine. Qian Mo asked, what do you think, Commissioner Gu? Commissioner Gu clapped continuously. This result is naturally a pass, very good. He thought to himself, so powerful again. I wonder what the level of the others is. He ordered, the rest of you should also show your talents. Ling Roxy said eagerly, I want to know how high my combat power is too. Ruan Shen guessed, my combat power is probably similar to that kid Huang Tian. Everyone's information was displayed one by one. Ling Rixi, level 53 class Mystic Huang Battle God. Ruan Shen, level 54, class Lao Hai Dark Demon Emperor. Fugai level 53, class Corpse Angel. All had combat power above 400,000. Continuing to Li Minghao, level 51, class Moon Shadow Star Calamity. Q-Ling, level 53, class Dawnbreaker Oath Speaker. Gugan, level 65 class Destroyer, had the highest combat power at 510,000. All members of the guild passed. Everyone around praised them endlessly. Oh my god, not only did they all pass the test, but the one with the lowest combat power also exceeded 400,000. That's too exaggerated. Each of them has combat power surpassing their current level. Where on earth did Instructor Trine find such a group of peerless geniuses? Commissioner Gu was completely stunned. Am I seeing this right? Even that Gugan has grown to this point? Qian Mo asked enthusiastically, Commissioner Gu, there shouldn't be see any problem with them, right? He replied, of course they pass. I have never seen so many talents gathered like this in my life. Our country has hope. He looked towards everyone. Then the next step is the endless challenge. The procedure should still be taken step by step. Commissioner Gu said with combat power of this level, participating in the endless challenge is no problem. Kianmo guided carefully. See that square machine over there? Everyone will still be tested one by one. Afterwards, everyone will enter a void space, where they will face a continuous onslaught of attacks. He declared bluntly, my requirement for everyone at this level is to last 30 minutes and complete at least 15 rounds. Commissioner Gu exclaimed in shock. Wait a minute? Zhu Qin's standard was 10 minutes, wasn't it? A staff member immediately explained. This is because Instructor Li secretly raised the standard. He helplessly muttered lightly that Li Wengxuan really knew how to cause trouble. Qian Mo calmly reassured, just follow Zhu Qin's standards as usual. 10 minutes is enough. And also take the chance to see what their strength is like. He asked loudly, so, is everyone afraid? They all answered in unison, not afraid. Qian Mo patted his chest to encourage good. Then enter one by one and bring honor to our peak. The battle time ended, and the results displayed made the female committee member unable to believe it. This performance was too outstanding. Saying it achieved a perfect score was not an exaggeration. Could Instructor Cheng really have found so many talents? Qian Mo humbly praised. Although all passed, Ruan Shen and Li Minghao stood out the most. Ruan Shen, a mage, blocked 17 waves, and Li Minghao, with the lowest level, also blocked 16 waves. Truly amazing. Ruan Shen glanced and smiled. Kid Huang Tian, this time Dad is stronger than you. Wang Tian taunted back, if you have the guts, fight another round. How about a father-son match? He suddenly suggested. Old Ruan seems very confident. For the third trial, I plan to pick 7 opponents from the Blazing Dragon Pawn Soul for you. But now if I change it to myself, how about it? He quickly refused. Forget it. Just follow the plan and fight with brother Blazing Dragon. Huang Tian and Q Ling teased. Don't be such a coward. We also want to see you fight with old Mo. The female committee member spoke up. Alright, the 7 people Instructor Cheng brought are all excellent. I think we'll skip the final match. Everyone behind agreed. We concur. We don't want to fight these freaks. We people under Instructor Cheng are all convinced. He declared loudly, I hereby officially announce that the 7 members of Instructor Cheng today join the Blazing Dragon Pawn Soul under Instructor Cheng's command. Huang Tian laughed excitedly. Great, today I, old Huang, finally get to live the good life. Gu Gan also felt proud. Didn't think I would actually join the Blazing Dragon Pawn Soul. The female committee member shouted, use your power to contribute to Xia country. Everyone responded in unison. Soon it was the next day. The place was quite quiet. A few staff members were discussing, have you heard? Yesterday Instructor Cheng brought 7 people and had them all take the entry exam. The unbelievable thing is that all 7 passed. Really or fake, 100% pass rate. Truly incredible. Qianmo heard this and thought to himself, this news spreads fast. He walked towards a room and gently opened the door. Qianmo spoke up, greetings old kin. Old kin happily replied, little Cheng is here. I've heard about your matter, come over and sit. He respectfully placed a cup of tea before him and said, come, have some tea. Old kin generously introduced, this tea is something money can't buy outside. Only us old folks rely on our age to get a little. Try it quickly. Qianmo said frankly, I don't understand tea. The aroma is truly wonderful. Suddenly his tone turned serious. Do you know why I called you here today? He was a bit confused. Old kin, don't tell me you want me to continue finding people again? Let me say this first, my ability is limited. Good seeds only go so far. Old kin quickly reminded, at least let me finish speaking before you refuse. You answering first really makes me lose face. Kinmo awkwardly scratched his head. Old kin, please go on, I'm listening. He explained, I know a talent is hard to find, and your time is precious, so you can't stay at the Blazing Dragon Pawn so long. But I heard you reform the teaching in Xia country, with the curriculum all completed by you alone. Qianmo was surprised. Does old kin mean? He admitted, you guessed right, I want you to create a special reform training plan for the Blazing Dragon Pawn Soul to raise the Shu kin standards, increasing the team's level by about 20% to catch up with other countries. Old kin emphasized, you don't need to worry about the reform costs. My budget is unlimited, all paid for by the total headquarters of the Manager Association. Just say if you need anything. Qianmo breathed a silent sigh of relief. Great, just when I plan to ask old kin for a favor. This time I can confidently make my proposals. He said frankly, leaving this to me is no problem. But old kin, I also have a matter where I need your help. He asked in surprise, just say what you need. Consider it as a favor you owe me. Qianmo said seriously, then I'll speak. He recounted the entire story. Old kin sighed, no wonder I haven't seen your unique silver feather anywhere. Turns out it was destroyed. Now you need to forge a new one. He revealed more, that's right, to deal with the upcoming monster war. I need to forge a divine weapon that can truly counter monsters. He pondered deeply. Let me see what materials you're still missing. With my ability and connections, I can probably help you handle it. Mo began to explain. This time I plan to reforge the Tier 3 Heavenly Mechanism umbrella. The main material is atomic star iron. I already have the auxiliary materials like morning wood vine and mystic heaven silk. And I'm missing 3 types: flowing flame earth, remnant sun secret stone, and Taixu sand. Old Kin was stunned after hearing this. Are you sure you're not forging a legendary divine artifact? Just these auxiliary materials alone, any one of them is enough to forge an excellent silver feather. He asked curiously, doesn't Xia Country's warehouse have these materials? He answered honestly, I can try to get the others for you in the next few days. But this last Taixu sand, I have never heard of it. Qianmo sighed, is it that hard to find? After a moment Old Kin revealed, even though I don't know Taisu Sand, I can introduce someone to you, and you will definitely be able to get it. He wondered, who is it? He lowered his voice meaningfully. A very interesting man. Old Kin made a request, but before that you must help me complete the new teaching plan for Blazing Dragon. He thought to himself, I have to make this kid finish the main task first, otherwise he won't work seriously. Qianmo cheered up. Old Kin, rest assured, I will definitely design a training curriculum for Blazing Dragon as quickly as possible, and I won't let you down. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Huang Tian was commanding 3 people to train simultaneously. Seeing the power they generated, he said with satisfaction, in just a few short days, their strength has changed so dramatically. This is how opponents should look. Ruanshen was surprised. I wonder what miraculous elixir our instructor gave to make such obvious progress. Q Ling added, that's right, clearly their levels haven't increased too much, yet their combat ability has improved so much. The 3 guys were panting and exclaiming, this sparring session was great, we blocked them for 2 whole hours. Huang Tian decisively ordered, everyone pull yourselves together, this time we must completely defeat them. They answered in unison. Fei Xiang watched from above, I didn't expect that in just a few days of training your way, they would grow so much. Qianmo shared, it's still because their foundation is good. This is the easiest group of students I've ever taught. Fei Xiang was excited. If you personally guided them for a few more months, the revival of our Xia country would only be a matter of time. He smiled slightly, I'm afraid I won't be able to personally guide them from now on. I'll be leaving this place for a while soon. Fei Xiang was stunned. Where are you going at a time like this? Suddenly a huge explosion erupted in the training ground, sending 3 trainees flying. They panted and complained, still can't grasp that attack wave. Damn, but compared to the previous times, we've improved a lot. Good thing we have Instructor Cheng's training method. Huang Tian whispered, if this continues in half a month, we're afraid we won't be a match anymore. Ruan Shen was also astonished. I wonder what elixir our grand instructor gave them. Qian Mo stepped forward to praise. This training session was very exciting. I'm very glad to see you all grow. He revealed decisively, but I have to leave this place for a while. The trainees were worried. Instructor Cheng is leaving. Why? We just started to get stronger. Qian Mo calmed them, rest assured. Before I left I already finished your training plan. Fei Xiang breathed a sigh of relief. So you had already arranged things. I thought you wanted to run away. He handed over a piece of paper. This is the curriculum I made specifically for you. You will continue training under the guidance of Instructor Zhang. When I return, I'll check your achievements. Fei Xiang was a bit uneasy, leaving it to me. Can I handle it? Qian Mo reminded further. For Gugan I've chosen a place for you and the trainees who are about to break through to the 4th turn. You will lead the team and ensure their smooth advancement. Gugan laughed heartily, so Instructor Cheng still remembered his promise of the 4th turn to me. He seriously warned, if a problem occurs, I will hold you accountable. Gugan confidently replied, rest assured, the mission will be completed. Qian Mo looked at everyone and then said firmly, Old Kin entrusted the team to me. I will devote all my effort to train you. I hope you won't let me down and become the pillars of Xia country. Everyone shouted in unison, for the rise of Xia country, we die without regret. Qian Mo smiled with satisfaction. Very good. I look forward to seeing a completely new Blazing Dragon Pawn Soul team next time. He breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, finally completing Old Kin's commission. All preparations done. Next is to return to Tianqi to reforge the Heavenly Mechanism umbrella. At this moment, Qian Mo had arrived at the Misty Vale Swamp on the Tianqi continent. This place was damp and muddy, making movement quite difficult for him. He felt uneasy in his heart. Old Kin once said that to find Taisu Sand, he had to come here to meet a person named Ashai. But the problem was, he had been in this damned place for 3 whole days and hadn't seen a single soul. Qian Mo inwardly grumbled. The Misty Vale Swamp is an unexplored area, with temperatures over 45 degrees Celsius, and the air also carries miasma. If he stayed any longer, he feared he wouldn't be able to endure it. Suddenly he saw a giant python charging at him with terrifying speed. It rushed forward madly, opening its mouth with a fearsome biting force. It, not knowing its limits, directly lunged to swallow Qian Mo. Just 1 second later, his sword had pierced through its body. Blood gushed out, the giant python writhed in agony. In an instant, Qian Mo cleaved its body in two. He told himself reforging the heavenly mechanism umbrella must be put on the schedule as soon as possible. Qian Mo looked around full of doubt. Could old Qin's intelligence have been wrong? That Ashi is simply not here at all. He looked towards the body of the newly killed python and sensed an unusual aura. Indeed, this place had a hidden dimension. Qian Mo slowly reached his hand closer. He didn't expect it to be a hidden barrier. He exclaimed in joy, indeed, there is something hidden here. Before his eyes, the entire space suddenly changed. The land he stood on was now incredibly peaceful. Qian Mo looked around in a daze. Just now he was in the harsh swamp, and in the blink of an eye he was here. How exactly did this happen? Suddenly someone spoke. You searched in the poisonous miasma swamp for 3 whole days, passing by this spot at least 5 times, finally finding the right path. Qian Mo was startled and spun around. Who are you? He slowly replied, I am the person you are looking for, Ashi. He was inwardly bewildered. This man looks only in his 40s, yet he is already at level 73. Moreover, he stood right here watching me walk around in circles without me detecting him at all. Does Xia country still have such an expert? After a moment, Qian Mo respectfully bowed his head, acknowledging the senior Athai, finally meeting him. He wondered if the man was not angry, and he smiled casually and replied, since I have a favor to ask of you, of course I must show the proper attitude. Athai replied with satisfaction, not bad. Old Qin sent word that a talent has emerged in Xia country, telling me to take good care of him. I tested him a bit, and surely enough he is a pillar. Seeing the kid is so sensible, no matter what the matter is, I will help him get it done. Qian Mo sat down leisurely and asked, Senior Athai, have you ever heard of the Void Pavilion? He was a bit surprised. The Void Pavilion? Athai pressed further. What do you need it for? Ordinary people would not use that thing. He frankly revealed, to be honest with you, Senior, I need to forge a weapon, and the Void Pavilion is one of the auxiliary materials. He replied, do you know the value of the Void Pavilion? For it to be just an auxiliary material? Do not tell me you are forging a reincarnation divine weapon. Athai's tone turned serious. Moreover, what is your forging level to dare use the Void Pavilion, speaking such a big lie? Qian Mo brought out the token. I am currently a high-level blacksmith. Upon seeing this, he widened his eyes in surprise. What? A high-level blacksmith? Athai's attitude became flattering. Since you are a high-level blacksmith, come here. Help me take a look at this blueprint first. It was a blueprint for a spear, the tip made from dragon scales, the shaft crafted from arcane silver, and the final part being a magic rune array. Qian Mo was puzzled. Senior, do you want me to help you forge this unique silver weapon? Athai was a bit annoyed. I have sought out quite a few high-level blacksmiths for this blueprint, but they are all a bunch of trash, let alone forging it. They could not even understand the drawing. He pondered carefully and then said, Senior, although I can understand the blueprint, my current forging rank is still insufficient. To perfectly forge this silver weapon, I must reach the level of Grandmaster Blacksmith. He raised his hand and opened a storage panel. I thought it was something serious. Come on, you are already a high-level blacksmith, are you not? At worst, you fail a few times. He broke out in a cold sweat when he saw nothing but rare items before him. Athai said with a smile, if your level is not enough, then practice. I have plenty of materials anyway. Do not worry about materials, practice however you want. I will cover all the costs. Qian Mo laughed joyfully. Since Senior is so generous, then I will not stand on ceremony. He secretly rejoiced, thinking old Qin had introduced him to a blacksmith, but it turned out to be a tycoon. Let's see just how much potential there is. The two continued to exchange. I can forge it, but there is one more problem. They asked, what problem? As long as you help me forge this weapon, I can help you with anything. Qian Mo replied, even if I max out my high-level blacksmith experience, I still have to return to the Blacksmith Association to take the promotion exam. From your place, the nearest main city is not a short distance away, so you might have to wait for some time. Athai turned and walked away. Is that even a problem? Come here, let me show you something interesting. The climate here, though sunny, was still cool. After moving for a while, Qian Mo was shocked once again. Is this a personal teleportation gate? He looked at it with admiration in his eyes. Teleportation gates were generally divided into 2 types. The first, and most common nowadays, was the Guild Teleportation Gate. When the Dark Twilight attacked before, the Gate of the Divine Wanderer Guild was also of this type. Qian Mo observed for a long time. The second type was the extremely rare Personal Teleportation Gate. They belonged to an individual, with no restrictions, and could be connected anywhere. However, by conservative estimate, the value of a personal gate was at least 20 million gold. Then, Athai explained in detail, you are right, this is my personal gate. The other end is connected to the high-level main city of Wolf Mountain City. When you need to advance to Grandmaster, you can directly teleport over. Mo patted his chest with confidence. If that is the case, I will definitely give it my all. He nodded. Very good, impressive. Follow me. As they walked, Adi silently appraised. This kid is really calm. He only agreed to help me forge the weapon and never once mentioned the Void Pavilion. After a while, the two arrived at a large warehouse. Adi said generously, these materials, use them however you want. Just help me forge that weapon. He said softly in admiration. Although there is no Void Pavilion in here, there are still many priceless treasures, and you are willing to let me destroy them like this. He slowly turned and walked away. As long as you can forge a good piece, what is a little money? Alright, I leave it to you. I will not disturb you any longer. Mo smiled gently. I really wonder what this person's identity is. Still, what kind of figure did old Kin finally introduce to me? He looked around the warehouse. This was truly a golden opportunity, with the conditions to practice his forging skills and prepare for reforging the celestial mechanism umbrella. From then on, the sounds of forging hammers and hammering constantly came from the warehouse. Soon enough, the 10th day arrived. Adai was lying relaxed and suddenly muttered, 10 days have passed. I wonder how that kid is progressing. A burst of light erupted from the warehouse, and he immediately jumped up. It is that energy fluctuation again. Another failure this time. No, the longer he observed, the more unusual it seemed. Unable to sit still any longer, Adai immediately stood up to investigate. As he touched a tree trunk that had a cut mark from that energy, it immediately snapped in half. This is, unexpectedly, all the surrounding trees snapped in half afterward. He exclaimed with joy. That kid succeeded. Mo excitedly held the spear in his hand. Success. The system announced. Congratulations. Successfully forged the unique silver weapon, Spirit Severing Spear. Because the current experience is maxed, forging technique has reached Grandmaster level, can directly participate in the promotion exam. After that came the detailed stats of the spear. He was a bit confused as he looked at the warehouse he had just personally destroyed, but he had only been testing its power a little. It seemed he had caused trouble. Right then, Thai arrived. He truly did not expect that in just 10 days, he had already finished forging. Kianmo hesitated. Senior Aethe, I am truly sorry I damaged your courtyard. The old man waved his hand cheerfully. It is only a courtyard, nothing serious. I truly cannot believe you managed to forge it. Old Kin really did not misjudge you. Thai looked at him with satisfaction. Over these years I have met quite a few so-called forging masters, but to be able to forge this silver feather in just 10 days, just how terrifying is this kind of talent? Kiemo honestly admitted, I did not disgrace your command, but I also consumed quite a lot of materials. Additionally, I took the liberty of keeping one weapon for myself. I will reimburse you for the related costs when I return. He accepted the spear. Young friend, are you looking down on me? Do not mention that the things in the forge are hardly worth anything. Even if they were valuable, I would not need it. He cautiously probed. Then, many thanks to Senior Athai. As for the matter of the Tai Su sand, Athai interrupted. You have worked hard during this time. Take a good rest for a day. The matter of the Tai Su sand will be discussed tomorrow. Anmo silently speculated. It seems he does not possess the Taisu Pavilion, otherwise he would not need to take such a roundabout way. He smiled with satisfaction. But this time I have gained quite a bit. I plan to return to Eternal Peace Fort, to slowly train my skills before seeking the Elder to begin forging the Heavenly Blade Umbrella. Now my forging strength has greatly increased, which can save considerable time. Athai was also silently evaluating. That young man Old Kin introduced is truly very capable. He might just become a key piece for me to control Mountain Ridge City. The two of them returned together to the location of the teleportation gate. They said happily, young man, since you are so eager to find the Tai Supu Pavilion, then I will not keep you any longer. Kianmo asked bluntly, have you found the whereabouts of the Tai Su Pavilion, senior? He earnestly instructed, that is correct. After passing through the teleportation array in a moment, it will naturally take you to the location of the clues regarding the Tai Su Pavilion. He bowed respectfully. Thank you, senior. Shortly after, he handed over a ring. I saw your storage ring before. Its design is a bit outdated. Take this. It is a top-quality storage ring, with 10 times the capacity of your old one. Kianmo accepted it, though a little hesitant. This, Athe laughed it off. What is this worth? There will be an even bigger gift later. Just keep it safe. He replied cheerfully. This junior accepts. The old man added a reminder. Do not get too cocky just yet. Whether you can obtain the Taisu Pavilion there depends on your own fortune. Athe gestured towards the teleportation gate. Alright, enter. Once you arrive there, someone will guide you on what to do. I have granted you usage permissions, so when you return, you will be able to freely use the teleportation gate. Kianmo replied, Senior, I will take my leave then. A second after stepping through, hazy space appeared before his eyes. Tianmo looked around in confusion. This place is... Suddenly, a sweet voice rang out. Is President Cheng here? Several beautiful girls rushed out together. We sisters have been waiting here for you for a long time. You have worked hard for several days. You should relax a bit. Tianmo stood frozen. Is this the big gift Senior A they spoke of? Beautiful girls approached and pulled at him. That is right. We specially came to bathe you. Come here quickly. Let us sisters give you a massage for a while. Tianmo broke out in a sweat. I can do it myself. Rather authoritative voice rang out. Since young Master Cheng does not like it, then you girls can withdraw. The beautiful girls immediately bowed. Understood. Tianmo was surprised. You are... She introduced herself solemnly. I am Ano, Senior A.'s personal assistant, here to welcome you. Ano bowed earnestly. If President Cheng is uncomfortable with others serving you, then we will take our leave. Please make yourself at home. He stammered a little. All right. Tianmo relaxed his body. After half a month of sitting and hammering iron, being able to relax a bit is not bad. He swiftly removed all his clothes and placed them neatly in one spot. While soaking in the warm water, he wondered curiously, I wonder what identity that Senior A actually has to be able to arrange such a bold plan. Ano gently stepped forward. So President Cheng still does not know the identity of Mr. A. Have you ever heard of the Radiant Group? That is our boss's enterprise. Hearing this, Tianmo was quite surprised. That is the business tycoon with widespread influence in Tiankai and Xia Kingdom. His identity is rumored to be extremely mysterious. Even the leader of a nation would find it hard to meet him. No wonder he is so wealthy. Seeing her sit close to him, he asked dumbfoundedly, Miss Ano, why have you come here? She replied, fearing the subordinates would not take good care of you. I came personally to serve President Cheng. Ano honestly revealed, when I was still in the Xia Kingdom, I heard of President Cheng's great name and admired it greatly. Being able to make your acquaintance, President Cheng, is truly Ano's honor. Tianmo probed, Miss Ano, why must you do this? Senior said there are traces of the Taisu Pavilion here. I wonder if the answer lies with you. She asked further, President only wants to obtain the Taisu sand, but do you know its origin? Tianmo replied, I heard it is some kind of ore eaten by a demonic beast, then formed after being melted in its stomach. Ano explained, that is correct. Everyone knows this. Mountain Ridge City is the main city of the Forging Association. The reason it became the main city is because there is an active volcano there. The volcano is very rich in various high-quality forging ores. Inside this volcano are many demonic beasts related to lava, among which the rock giant demon is one of the demonic beasts capable of producing Taisu sand. He was slightly surprised to learn that only by having the chance to kill the giant rock demon could one obtain the void stones. She revealed further that things were not simple. The drop rate was very low, but recently a major incident occurred in Shining City. If Chairman Cheng could resolve it, he might obtain the void stones. Hearing this, his heart grew uneasy, feeling Ano was unfolding. Ano analyzed in more detail. The volcano that formed the foundation of Shining City had spawned a super-level giant rock demon of level 115. Its appearance caused the mining team to return empty-handed. Even the former chairman, Shu Wuqiang, died on the mountain. Tianmo asked in surprise, Chairman Shu is dead. Ano replied, that is correct. The Heatherington Blacksmith Guild had 5 master-level blacksmiths. Now 1 seat is vacant, changing the power dynamics. Now there are only 4 master-level blacksmiths. Besides Xing Suwei, the chairman, and Jiang Wenling from Zhaoshan Fengfeng City, the remaining 2 competing for the interim chairman position are Lu Qifa and Liao Yanshan. He judged that Lady Ano's intention was that obtaining the void stones required a position within the guild. She replied, yes, if Mr. Cheng becomes a master level, obtaining the void stones will be easier. Tianmo pondered carefully. This was aimed at giving him power within the blacksmith guild. Even though that was the original goal, it now seemed that Old Man Qin was the one orchestrating everything. Ano asked Chairman Cheng, what are your thoughts? He suddenly stood up. With such a rich itinerary to Shining City arranged by Lady Ano, how could I dare to refuse? His expression was determined. What are we waiting for? Take me to the blacksmith guild at the dock immediately. Seeing Tianmo's fiery body, Ano's face involuntarily reddened. After a while, they arrived at the headquarters of the blacksmith guild in Shining City. Ano introduced, Mr. Cheng, we have arrived. He secretly observed, no wonder it was a high-level lord city. Shining City's area was 3 times larger than Lingyu City. The blacksmith guild was the most profitable guild. Its power could not be underestimated. Cheng Feng suddenly appeared, asking Lady Ano, what wine blows you here? She ignored him, inviting Chairman Cheng to come inside. Cheng Feng still tried to strike up a conversation, asking who this was. She coldly replied, this person is recommended by my master to participate in the blacksmith assessment. He raised his voice. After all, Cheng Feng was the youngest counselor in the history of the Shining Blacksmith Guild. If someone wants to join, I am certainly qualified to ask about it. Tianmo sneered inwardly. Over 30 years old and a counselor, he had some skill, but it was a pity he bumped into him. He said arrogantly, "Just a counselor, quickly call someone with a higher rank to speak." Everyone murmured, "Who is this person to look down on young Master Liao who just got promoted to senior blacksmith? Perhaps he is not a person of low status." Cheng Feng deliberately made things difficult, asking if he came to take the assessment test. "Sorry, the slots for the senior blacksmith exam are full today." Qian Mo replied, "I never said I was taking the senior blacksmith certification exam." He emphasized, "I want to participate in the master level blacksmith exam." Everyone marveled, someone challenging the master level. Where did this kid over 20 years old come from? Cheng Feng mocked, "Barely 20 years old. Becoming a mid-level blacksmith would already be an honor for your ancestors, and you dare to talk about taking the master-level exam?" Inside the forge, Luo Qifa raised his voice to ask, "Did you hear wrong? That young man said he is taking the master-level exam." The subordinate replied earnestly, "That is correct. That person is just over 20 years old. I'm afraid, as Counselor Liao said, he is just causing trouble." He angrily slammed his hammer. "That fool Cheng Feng knows nothing. The person Lady Anno brought is definitely not simple." Qifa thought to himself, this is a critical moment. If he gains the support of a young master-level blacksmith, the seat of the general chairman will be even more secure. In front of the main gate, the crowd was still in an uproar. Enno angrily raised her voice, "Cheng Feng, I advise you to step aside. Don't ask for trouble." He said smugly, "I, Cheng Feng, have the authority to expel troublemakers from here." At that moment, Luo Qifa appeared, having heard that someone wanted to take the master-level exam. Cheng Feng exclaimed happily, "Old Luo arrived just in time." He pointed at Qian Mo. "This is the person who wants to participate. It's truly too boastful." He asked calmly, "Do you have a recommender?" Qian Mo took out the command token, asking, "Is this acceptable?" As soon as he saw it, Qifa was startled. This was Chairman Jiang Wenliang's command token. He said, "Respectfully, so you are recommended by Chairman Jiang. Please come in quickly." Everyone was stunned. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Chairman Luo is personally receiving that person. This person looks so young. Who on earth is he? Chairman Luo is a big figure, second only to the 4 master-level masters, yet he is so humble. Luo Qifa said apologetically, failing to properly receive a distinguished guest is truly unforgivable. "Is Chairman Jiang well?" Qian Mo replied, "You are too polite. Chairman Jiang is well. I am here today only to register for the exam." He pretended to be annoyed. "It's just a pity the headquarters is too formidable. All the master-level exam slots are used up. I am truly enlightened." He immediately turned around and scolded Cheng Feng. "Do you know your crime?" He panicked and argued, "Old Luo, you can't just listen to one side." Qifa growled, "Stop talking nonsense. It seems the headquarters will have to reconsider your counselor position." Then he turned and asked, "Is this handling acceptable to you?" Qian Mo said slowly, "I am just a minor senior blacksmith. How dare I speak about personnel appointments? Do as you, Chairman Luo, see fit." At that moment, Liao Yanshan laughed loudly. "Luo Qifa, you are regressing as you age." He raised his voice to question. "A youth over 20 says he wants to take the master-level exam, and you agree? What do you think the blacksmith guild is?" Cheng Feng behind him started whining, "Uncle." Qifa reminded him, "Old Liao. This person was recommended by old Jiang." He laughed contemptuously. "Jiang Wenliang?" He put on a sneering expression. "Who can guarantee that bastard Jiang Wenliang doesn't have selfish motives for recommending a waste? And you, Luo Qifa, need a new master to pull votes for you." Qifa was too angry to speak. Qian Mo sneered, "Can old Liao even say such words?" He mocked, "You know your place." He asked curiously, "But what if I pass the exam under old Liao's supervision?" He questioned seriously, "Wouldn't that prove the Shining Blacksmith Guild is blind and abuses its power?" Yanshan said seriously and loudly, "No problem. If you pass the exam, I will agree to any condition." "But what if you fail?" He firmly asserted, "If I lose, I will never touch the blacksmith trade in this life, and I will leave the guild, never to return." Everyone clamored, "He is only 20 years old. Even if he loses this time, he still has other chances." "That's right. Why must he retreat like this? This is the top profession in Heatherington." He stepped back to make way. "Fine. Let it be decided then. Old Luo and I will directly evaluate you." Enno spoke up to remind him, "This bet is not in your favor." He reassured her, "Rest assured, there is absolutely no way I will fail." Upon entering the forge, Yanshan briefly introduced the master-level exam, saying it was simple to call simple, and difficult to call difficult. "The materials in this room are for you to use as you wish." He set the requirement, "Within 1 day, forge the strongest equipment you can. If the quality is epic grade and above level 90, you are considered to have passed." Qifa added a reminder, "The master-level exam inevitably involves secret techniques. We will first step aside to let you work in peace." Yanshan sneered, "What secret technique could a kid over 20 have? How could this old man lose?" Qifa was again provoked by those words. Qian Mo calmly walked in. "It's fine, everyone can stay and observe, it won't hinder anything." He focused on planning an epic-grade equipment plus item level exceeding 90. This promotion requirement was too simple. If it's the guild's materials, I must make good use of these 24 hours. A pleased expression clearly showed on Qian Mo's face. I will prepare a big gift for everyone in the guild. He began to filter through and decide which materials to use. Yanshan and Cheng Feng stood on one side laughing. With so many materials, is he planning to forge a divine weapon? Or does he think more is better? He doesn't even have a crafting blueprint. This kid is clearly a fraud. Tifa spoke up in defense. It is normal for a master-level blacksmith to not need blueprints. But in his heart he was worried. These materials indeed made people baffled. Could that kid really be all show? Qian Mo selected a pile of materials and placed them on the table. Almost done, all the final materials have been gathered. Now I can start working. Yanshan begrudged the waste and threatened. That brat took all the most expensive materials. A third of this year's quota was taken by him. If he forges scrap, Luo Qifa will take responsibility. He was slightly flustered. Just consider this a gamble, kid, don't let me lose. At this moment, Qian Mo began crafting. While the furnaces heated up to melting temperature, he simultaneously moved to the next step. All the onlookers watched with mouths agape in shock. Is this for real? He lit 2 furnaces at the same time. Is he trying to forge multiple things at once? The master level requirement only asks for 1 item. No, he is still opening more furnaces. After a while, Qian Mo had placed the materials into the furnaces. He marveled inwardly. No wonder the headquarters relied on the volcano advantage. The efficiency of these 6 furnaces was this high. Behind him, jeering words continued to echo. He must be crazy, daring to forge 6 billets simultaneously. I bet this master level promotion will fail. It's too ridiculous. If this makes him succeed, then what the hell is the point of our blacksmithing? We should all go home and sell potatoes. Yanshan began to grow impatient. I think this kid is causing trouble. Letting him continue will waste materials. We must stop him. Ano spoke up. Old Liao, what's the hurry? She presented a card. If Mr. Cheng cannot do it, all the material costs will be borne by our Guanghui group. He sneered, so he's from Mr. Shi's people. He may have some skill, but forging 6 billets at once, I want to see how he dies. Qian Mo ignored those words. He calmly took out the materials. He sighed. The reason for lighting 6 furnaces at once was not to show off, but simply to avoid wasting time, because he only had 1 day. Everyone turned to questioning. Does anyone understand the technique he just used? Why'd he mix earth cloud stone with wood cloud wood? How is that possible? Can he operate 6 furnaces simultaneously without error and without a blueprint? The weapon from the first furnace is more complex than anything ever seen. The difficulty is too high. Yanshan suddenly exclaimed, no, this kid is not messing around. He placed the hardest to melt type of earth cloud stone last. Qifa discovered it at the same time, that's right, but the biggest problem is whether he has enough physical strength to forge 6 weapons at once. Qian Mo's hammer blows ran continuously. Looking at his fierce posture, Qifa guessed inwardly, judging from the current situation. It seems he is still conserving his strength. Because he used too much force to shape it, he let out a tired sigh. Qian Mo took that billet and quenched it in cold water. He brought the blade up to examine its sharpness. The system announced, special crafting of silver rain successful. Everyone praised in admiration. He is truly formidable, absolutely amazing. While Cheng Feng was stunned, no, I am not convinced. We are all young. What gives him the right to be stronger than me? After a while, Qian Mo smiled contentedly. Alright. All the weapons he finished crafting were placed on the table. A one-handed sword, a staff, and a dagger. When he felt satisfied, the Eternal Peak team finally had a unique silver-white weapon for each member. Qian Mo turned his back and said slowly, one final step remained, and Qifa joyfully praised him for accomplishing it. Yanshan, standing nearby, couldn't believe it and quickly interjected, saying it was only a blank. Tempering and polishing stages were the key factors. He replied to everyone with a confident tone and a steady demeanor. Come on, it was time to make history. Immediately after, countless flashes of light followed his movements, creating a suffocating pressure. Several old men around witnessed Qian Mo's performance with curiosity, discussing whether tempering 6 items at once with such confidence could succeed. If it succeeded, he would be the youngest master craftsman in history. A cracking sound echoed, and a mysterious liquid flowed along the cracks. A small explosion violently stirred the water surface, and everyone couldn't help but wonder curiously what had happened. Was this a failure? The young man sensed an unusual vibration from the magical tools and immediately retorted, no, look at these weapons, what do you think? Along with a fierce tremor, the water shot straight into the sky, shattering the container. Qian Mo looked at the floating equipment and its terrifying stats, smiled and said, success. His hair flew in the wind along with a satisfied smile. His persistence had paid off. All 6 special silver feathers were finally completed. The system quickly appeared to share the joy, congratulating you for passing the Master Craftsman test. Current experience points 400,000, undefined. And Shan saw this fantastical scene and was astonished, almost dropping his jaw. 6 epic-grade silver feathers at once. Qifa beside him was happier than a father whose child was just born. He exclaimed that Chia Kingdom had gained another master craftsman. The moment he picked up the short sword, the system panel immediately appeared. Engraved flowing ice feather, unique silver quality, one-handed weapon, durability never wears. Effect 1 increased the sword number for the 10,000 swords returned to 1 technique. Effect 2 increased armor penetration rate and had a chance to slow enemy speed. Effect 3 reduced cooldown for sword and gun skills and increased movement speed. Tianmo was satisfied with these stats and praised that engraved flowing ice feather surpassed Huang Tian's weapon from the previous life. He considered it a completely upgraded version, and being its creator, he had done his utmost. A mechanical sound echoed continuously, congratulating the host for advancing to Master Craftsman for the first time. The system was upgraded to level 9, receiving 4 transformation slots and the exclusive passive skill replication. When successfully crafting any item, there was a 5% chance to create an identical copy. All passive levels were upgraded to level 9. He collected the pile of magical tools into the storage space, happily thinking about the 5% chance to get an extra copy. If he could replicate one of the 6 unique silver feathers, he would make a lot of money. It seemed he couldn't be lazy anymore. Kifei hurried over to strike up a conversation, calling him Master Cheng because he had reached the same master level as him. Then he raised his hand, clearly declaring that Master Cheng was young, but his forging skills were exceptional. He nominated him as the new president of the General Blacksmith Association. Yan Shan was dissatisfied with that declaration and immediately objected, arguing that forging skills were excellent, but becoming the president of the General Association required more. Kifa sternly replied, "If the General President doesn't look at forging skills, then why not let your useless nephew take the position?" Mo suddenly pointed at a young man standing nearby, causing everyone in the room to turn their eyes. He thought they were just short a position, Yan Shan spoke smugly, saying that President Shu had previously died in the mouth of the giant rock demon, his body not yet cold. They had agreed that whoever avenged him would take the president position. Kifa disagreed, arguing that the monster was level 110 and had broken through the volcanic secret realm, difficult to deal with in a short time. Faced with that, Yan Shan showed a triumphant look, saying he had spent a huge sum to hire a bounty hunting team of Awakened who had class changed into the mountain. He was sure they could kill that beast and bring back valuable materials for the association. Hearing this, Kifei lost his composure and loudly scolded him for letting the bounty hunting team into the mountain. Yan Shan seized on that remark and mocked him, asking if he was afraid he would take the president's seat. Not letting him gloat for long, Kiefer cursed, reckless. If it were that simple, why did President Shu die? The monster was sleeping peacefully. If they rashly attacked and woke the volcano, the entire Mount Ridge city would be buried. Yan Shan did not admit fault, but instead gave a lecture, arguing that if everyone was cowardly, they might as well wait for it to kill them all. He arrogantly said the bounty hunters had already brought. Suddenly an earthquake struck from nowhere, scaring everyone present out of their wits. Suspicion crept through the space, followed by questions, what happened, an earthquake? One person quickly identified the cause, loudly saying, damn it, the bounty hunting team must have disturbed the giant rock demon. The volcano had been activated. The crowd held their heads in panic and asked again. Yan Shan had not yet realized the severity, thinking it was just an accident in the workshop. Kifa turned and said, go outside and see. Before their eyes, fireballs from the midski were falling one after another. Damn it, the volcano was really about to erupt. A mechanical voice sounded in the chaos. Emergency mission due to the awakening of the giant rock demon. The deadly volcano was about to erupt. Mount Ridge City was about to be destroyed. Players were invited to evacuate or resolve the crisis to complete the rescue mission. The reward for resolving all dangers was a 10% permanent share of the association's profits. The young man ran frantically towards the group, calling out old Leo non-stop. The bounty hunters are back. Yan Shan asked in surprise, back so quickly, is the giant rock demon destroyed? The young man collapsed to the ground and stammered that it had failed. Only a few hunters had survived and returned. Yan Shan asked again in panic. The young man added that the giant rock demon had activated the volcano. Locke and his teammates emerged from the chaos, their voices full of resentment, blaming old Leo for being dishonest and hiding the complex volcanic terrain, costing them 6 men. Yan Shan quickly retorted, you failed and still have the nerve to demand compensation. The surrounding crowd agreed, saying if they hadn't overestimated themselves, none of this would have happened. If they were still alive, they should continue fighting. He lost patience and said they only worked for money. Now that 6 members were dead, pay up the remaining money and compensation. This place was about to be destroyed. They needed to leave quickly. Yan Shan angrily gritted his teeth and cursed them as shameless, failing the mission and still demanding money. Locke did not back down, threatening that if there was no money, he could overlook the principals. Cheng Feng, who had been standing by, could no longer listen and intervened, asking if they still wanted to make a living on this continent. He laughed villainously, saying the General Blacksmith Association was an association of Xia Kingdom, and Cairo quickly added that he was from country L. Several members of the team continuously corrected, I am from Hat Country, I am from the U Federation, I am from Xia Kingdom, but will not make a move. The destructive power of the fireballs grew larger. One of them hit a building not far from them. Not good, this place was about to be destroyed. They had to get to the teleport gate and leave immediately. Stop wasting time with these thugs. Unable to listen any longer to Locke's group's immoral words, Kianmo spoke up as an awakened, bullying craftsman who have no combat ability. Even bounty hunters who only care about profit are not this shameless. He saw him speak and asked, who the hell are you? He answered frankly, I am a blacksmith who just advanced to master rank in the General Blacksmith Association. You can call me Master Cheng. Cairo, like a dog just let off the leash, his face full of killing intent as he shouldered his weapon. He said it was rare to see such a young master-level blacksmith, but if the association refused to pay, he would start his blade with a master like you. He didn't know his place, swinging his mace to send him off. Seeing him about to harm Kianmo, the crowd quickly yelled in unison, damn it, we'll pay. Mace came down, creating a thunderous shockwave. The dust slowly cleared, revealing a scene that made Locke cautious. His companions saw Kianmo still standing firm while Cairo lay sprawled on the ground in disbelief. What happened? Cairo is a triple transformed war mace warrior, and he was taken down in an instant. Ignoring their astonishment, Kianmo said calmly, I forgot to mention, I am also a fourth transformed sign. If you don't want to call me Master Cheng, you can call me Kianmo. Hearing this, Locke's eyes widened. Kianmo, that Kianmo. Murmurs arose. People wondered if it was the same name, but seeing what happened to Cairo, it must be that name from the news. Everyone was surprised to learn he was a hero of Xia Kingdom and also a blacksmith. Kianmo was the hero who once saved Xia Kingdom at Star Subduing Mountain. They should have recognized him sooner. Locke saw the situation was difficult and tucked his tail, turning around. He said, so it's the hero of Xia Kingdom, fine, out of respect for you. Everything here is done. Let's go, this place is about to be destroyed. Can't linger. Let go that easily. Kianmo spoke up, did I say you guys could leave? Hearing that chilling remark, though unwilling, Locke was forced to turn back. He asked, in this situation, do you intend to keep us here? He answered frankly, that's exactly the intention. Seeing he couldn't win, he bluffed. I know you're strong, but dealing with us alone, do you want mutual destruction? The others also advised Master Cheng to give up. Think of a way to leave this place and protect the association's stele. But his mind was made up. Who could change it? Either die here like a man or apologize to our blacksmith association. Locke was extremely angry inside, but on the surface, he still had to bow respectfully and say, Sir Masters of the Blacksmith Association, that was just a joke, I apologize, and will return the full reward money. Please spare my life. Fat just wanted to get rid of them quickly, so he said, fine, get out of here now. We still have to clean up this mess. That man trembled, asked, Sir Cheng, can we leave now? Kianmo replied with satisfaction, your attitude is quite good. I should spare you by rights. But sometimes I don't stick to that principle. As the words fell, a huge explosion appeared right behind Locke, like a declaration of war. The man was now furious to the extreme, ready to fight to the death. Kianmo, do you think I'm afraid of you? Fireballs rained down unceasingly, dyeing the space red, creating a scene of devastation. Locke gritted his teeth and growled, Kianmo, do you think I am afraid of you? Kianmo didn't want to talk much, so he retorted, I heard a barking dog seldom bites. He saw there was no room for negotiation, so he ordered the lackeys behind him. This guy is crazy. Rush up and kill him, then we'll leave. The group immediately scrambled to explain, Sir Cheng, it was Locke who offended you. It has nothing to do with us. They begged for mercy and offered to hand over all their money. Locke shouted, damn it, he's just one man. What are you afraid of? Nguyen Tran retorted, shut up, back when we were dealing with the monsters, if it weren't for your mistakes, we wouldn't have been so utterly defeated. Loi Chan also chimed in, that's right, whenever there is danger, you always abandon your teammates. Seeing them quarrel, Kianmo lost patience. I don't want to hear you tearing each other apart. Since I said the responsibility lies with this man, you should show some sincerity. But because he couldn't beat him, that man could only grind his teeth. Kianmo, you... At that moment, his teammates simultaneously turned and attacked. Locke, blame yourself. Locke said coldly, fine, if that's the case, don't blame me for turning hostile. As soon as the words fell, Nguyen Tran slipped behind him. I have put up with you for too long. Loi Chan and Team Vien also charged forward, forming a pincer strategy, quickly intending to kill him and leave. Seeing them in civil war, Kaifat quickly said, Sir Cheng, while they are fighting each other, we should hurry and leave. Ngansun also nodded in agreement. He replied indifferently, the situation is unclear, I cannot leave just yet. Kianmo analyzed, they are tearing each other apart because I am threatening them. If I retreat, they will unite against me. Then he instructed Ano, help me organize their retreat. The girl immediately replied, yes, President Cheng. Kaifat and Ngansun cupped their fists in respect, Sir Cheng. This time if the Blacksmith Association survives, we are willing to respect you as the Grand President. I, Liao Yanshan, am also genuinely convinced. Kian Mo turned around and refused. I told you I am not suited to be Grand President. Let's discuss this after everyone survives. With that said, he gathered energy in his feet, leaped, and immediately vanished. Holding a long sword with a flash of killing intent in his eyes, he had to deal with the immediate trouble first. Light blue slash appeared right behind Locke, making him break out in a cold sweat. Luckily, Locke dodged the sword strike, straining his neck to curse Kian Mo, "This is all your fault, you bastard." Not wanting to stand around and wait for death, he activated a skill to counterattack. The two energy streams quickly clashed, one side with death energy soaring to the sky, the other pure azure. They only saw Locke's sword being cut in two by Kian Mo's weapon as easily as splitting a piece of firewood. Witnessing this scene, that man's face instantly turned pale and lost its color. Without stopping, he charged straight forward and finished off Locke without hesitation. His last words were just an unwilling look in his eyes and the sentence, "That's a really sharp sword." Kian Mo looked at the weapon in his hand, secretly satisfied. Truly epic grade. If not for the fact that I am about to reforge the Heavenly Blade umbrella, I might have regretted giving it to Huang Tian. Seeing this, Nguyen Trang stepped forward. "Locke is dead, can you spare us now?" He replied calmly, "Spare you? And what about the people of Mountain Ridge City? Things have come to this, there is no other way." Kian Mo's eyes flashed with an oppressive aura that allowed no refusal. "Now I give you two choices. One is to fight me, kill me, and then escape." That man gritted his teeth. "Damn it, I should have sided with Locke earlier." Loi Chan asked, "Then what is the second choice?" Kian Mo looked towards the roaring volcano. "The second choice is to come with me to the volcano of death and eliminate the source of the disaster, the rock lava demon." Seeing both paths leading to a dead end, the group panicked. "President Chang, that rock lava demon is not easy to deal with. Better to retreat early and not care about those blacksmiths." He replied calmly, "No, I am a Grand Master of the Blacksmith Association. If I don't take charge, who will?" Seeing they weren't cooperating, he displayed his killing intent as a threat. "There is not much time left. You come with me over there only to block the small monsters. Leave the rock lava demon to me." The three men, under the heavy death energy, had no choice but to agree. As soon as they finished speaking, Kian Mo smiled cheerfully. "Isn't it better to live in harmony?" The majestic azure dragon he summoned left everyone stunned. "I am in a hurry, ride on my mount with me." A mythical grade mount, lucky we didn't fight him earlier. The group quickly climbed onto the dragon's back, and the azure dragon shot into the sky. The scene of ruin unfolded before their eyes, with countless teleportation gates appearing there. Loi Chan looked around. "So this is the volcano of death. Turns out there are over a dozen large and small dungeons inside." Nguyen Tran continued, "Ever since the rock lava demon appeared, half the monsters have poured out." Kian Mo took the lead and said, "Don't waste time. Later, you are responsible for holding off the small monsters, and I will strike straight at the core." Entering the cave, he thought, this time it's not just about quelling the disaster, but also about conquering the entire Grand Blacksmith Association. The influence of the Eternal Pavilion will be stronger to deal with the Great Monster War. He instructed later, "I will control the monsters to fight the boss." Those few exchanged glances. When the monsters come later, we immediately flee. What do the lives of Mountain Ridge City have to do with us? As if understanding their thoughts, he snapped his fingers, and the earth and rocks collapsed, sealing the cave entrance. Seeing their plan crumble, Nguyen Tran questioned, "What are you doing? Cutting off our escape route? Do you want to offer up our lives?" He declared directly, "Don't think I don't know what you're planning. Since we are here, we must complete the mission. King Dai will take us to a safe place." Nguyen Tran cursed, "You are truly insane." As they argued, a level 87 scorching flame giant wolf appeared, scaring the other three. "The monsters here are all fire type. Letting them gather in a pack will be very troublesome." Kian Mo charged forward. "Then let's fight properly. If the mission is completed, there will be no shortage of benefits for you." In one hand, he held the soul sealer, and in the other, the peak of life. One purple and one blue. Just like that, they charged forward, ready to deal with the monster. Wherever Kian Mo went, the giant wolves were neatly frozen. Then he used soul-piercing arrows to string them onto his arm, his moves smooth and proficient. Nguyen Tran watched the fluid operation, mouth agape. Single target damage over 6,000, killing them in an instant. They could only gaze at the assassin-like back of Kian Mo and sigh. He casually picked up two epic-grade pieces of Silver Rain equipment, still dual-casting spells. Too terrifying, lucky we didn't fight him. I'm starting to believe he can lead us. Seeing them talk too much, he casually tossed a few pieces of gear over. "Take these." Their hands were now filled with top-tier magical tools. Thinking they had gotten a free gift, Kian Mo spoke up. "Don't get any ideas, this is just a temporary loan. You have to return them after this crisis is over." The three men replied regretfully, "Okay." He smiled and added, "But if we manage to save Mountain Ridge City this time, having the Blacksmith Association forge an item for each of you is not entirely impossible." Grabbing the good stuff in their hands, they became enthusiastic, willing to follow the captain to brave the volcano. Kian Mo thought with satisfaction, using both the carrot and the stick, "These people are finally listening. If I didn't want to finish this quickly, I wouldn't need them." After the commotion, inside the cave, lava roared unceasingly, and fierce flames billowed in the air. The lava wolf monster is about to fire a fireball. Be careful. Please subscribe to the channel to receive the latest information. Loi Chan raised his shield to block. I've got it. No trouble at all. Truly an epic grade Silver Rain. My combat power has increased by a whole level. Team Vian charged forward. That's right. Things are going much smoother this time than when Locke was in command. Nguyen Tran reminded. Don't let your guard down. The monster isn't dead yet. Qianmo rushed over and beheaded the lava wolf with a single sword stroke. The lava wolf's head fell, and he landed gracefully. Nguyen Tran laughed. I didn't expect this to go so smoothly. Team Vian agreed, thanks to the Silver Rain and President Cheng's leadership. Loi Chan asked, I wonder how those blacksmith masters will repay us. Qianmo pointed towards the dark cavern. Don't be complicit, we are almost at the rock lava demon's place. There is still a tough battle ahead. He vanguard, the comrades followed behind. Team Vian said, last time we were too careless. Loi Chan added, but this time with President Cheng here, there shouldn't be any problem. They passed by two large lava pools. Qianmo looked down, and Nguyen Tran exclaimed, this is... The colossal monster stood in the middle of the lava pool. The rock lava demon of death, level 120 epic elite monster, 210,000 health points. Team Vian was astonished. Why is this boss bigger than last time? It seems even stronger. Loi Chan was sweating. The monster's size is way too big. Nguyen Tran worried. Can we even kill it? Qianmo looked at it and said this former nether fiend is no different from a stupid creature raised by the volcano of death. It just has high health. Killing it is not difficult. But because it is the core of the volcano, destroying it means extinguishing the mountain range's fiendish vein, making it impossible to use as a base for the blacksmith guild. Yuan Zhen looked at Qianmo. We worked hard to fight our way here. As long as we eliminate the former nether fiend, we will receive experience and rewards. Why care about Sunlang City? Qianmo furrowed his brow slightly in refusal. No, you must listen to me and act. Qianmo looked at the monster moving in the lava and said the giant rock fiend was originally a gentle monster, not easily attacking humans. It only acts on instinct when awakened. Once it moves, it will naturally bring disaster. The firestones fall like meteors every time it wakes up and stretches. It causes a natural disaster, called heaven-shaking, earth-shattering. This leads to a deadly volcanic eruption pouring down on Sunlang City. Therefore, we need to find a way to completely soothe it and let the boy continue sleeping. Yuan Zhen insisted we should just kill it. Soothing it is just a fantasy. Qianmo looked at him. Rest assured, I have a way. Qianmo recalled in his previous life, he conquered the giant rock fiend dungeon and obtained a book on its care. From then on, he learned the characteristics of this type. They like to resonate with high-quality weapons, which will send them into a deep sleep. But epic-level silver weapon needs mana to maintain. This is also the reason I need them. Qianmo looked at his teammates. I want you to cooperate with me to hypnotize this giant rock fiend. Yuan Zhen immediately replied, Guild Leader Cheng, feel free to command us. We are willing to jump into boiling oil and fire. Guys, occupy one direction each, wait for my command, and start the equipment resonance together. Yuan Zhen replied. Yuan Zhen had his own calculations. The silver weapon was already in hand. If it didn't work, he could still escape. He really couldn't be buried here. Two streams of red-violet light emanated from Qianmo. I don't know what you're thinking. Once you board the pirate ship, do you think you can get off? Qianmo's clones then appeared beside everyone. Yuan Zhen was vigilant. Guild Leader Cheng, what is this? Qianmo sneered. In case you slip up at a critical moment, I will have my clones assist you in completing the battle like this. It will be a little more secure. Yuan Zhen broke out in a cold sweat. This time I am truly sorry. Thank you, Guild Leader Cheng. How can this guy have so many tricks? Qianmo enveloped his body in mana. Alright, don't waste time. Let's get to work. Qianmo and his teammates appeared above the giant rock fiend, resonating the silver weapon. The giant rock fiend had noticed them. It became enraged, causing the lava to boil. Yuan Zhen, Lai Zhen, and Jing Yuan barely held on. It's coming. Jing Yuan gritted his teeth. No, this spiritual will is too strong. The pressure is too great. The giant rock roared. Lava erupted. Lava shot up in huge pillars. Yuan Zhenshad were dead. The lava stones shot toward Sunlang City. Qifei looked at the sea of fire. Sunlang City is finished. If we had known this, why did we fight? This will destroy the entire blacksmith guild of the Xia Kingdom, and the awakened of the Xia Kingdom will also fall into stagnation for who knows how many years. Cheng Feng appeared behind him. It was the Grandmaster. Uncle, most of the servants in the city have been evacuated. We should also leave quickly. Yan Shan patted Qifei's shoulder to comfort him. Hurry up and go. We must live to have hope. Qifei looked at the falling firestones. I will stay here and die with Sunlang City. I have faith in Grandmaster Cheng. Yuan Zhen shouted loudly. Guild Leader Cheng, we have tried our best. If we don't retreat now, even with a flying mount, it will be difficult to escape the erupting volcano area. Qianmo glared at him. Put a little more strength into it. I have a firm grasp on this. Qianmo's clones deployed their mana. Your mana to control the silver weapon is insufficient. Then let my clones help everyone distribute the mana evenly among you. Qian Mo's clones transferred mana into Yuan Zhen. Cut! The other clones did the same. Jing Yuan looked at Qian Mo. He was already bearing a part of the power, yet he still had the ability to allocate more to us. He is truly terrifying. The power of the four people resounded, reaching its peak. The giant rock stopped moving, slowly closing its eyes. Yuan Zhen said, "We are about to succeed this time." Qian Mo reminded, "Don't let your guard down." Qian Mo reminded everyone, "The next tug of war will be the exhausting part. If we aren't careful, all our previous efforts will be lost." He took out a blue potion bottle, an epic level mana recovery potion, immediately restoring 100% mana upon use, then restoring 30% mana per second for the next 30 seconds. Qian Mo distributed the mana recovery potions to everyone. Yuan Zhen exclaimed, "An epic level potion costs 100 gold. Guild leader Cheng is really generous." Everyone's spirits were lifted considerably. It seems like we are about to face a difficult battle. Otherwise, us bounty hunters would truly be useless. Let's take a gamble with this big guy. Play hard. We're sure to become heroes today. Sunleng City was engulfed in flames. Cheng Feng shouted, "Uncle, aren't you going either?" Yanshan was resolute. "Even if he doesn't leave, I have no intention of leaving. As blacksmiths, without the support of Sunleng City, we would have lost our only hope." Qifei looked ahead, unexpected, that our stubborn struggle would end like this. Yanshan stood with his arms crossed, unable to leave. "Then just wait here and see the end of Sunleng City." A notification board before Cheng Feng. "Wait, this is the giant rock fiend boss of the Sunleng City volcano of death has been soothed and hypnotized. Congratulations on clearing the volcano of death in 2 hours 45 minutes 10 seconds. Received 500 experience points. Rescue mission for Sunleng City complete. Mission rewards. Void Stone X1. Heavenly Fire Spirit Vein. Epic materials." Cheng Feng shouted with joy, "Sunleng City is saved. Grandmaster Cheng succeeded." Both Yan Shan and Qi Fa couldn't believe their ears. What? The system notification board also appeared before the two of them. "This Sunleng City is fine now. It was Grandmaster Cheng. Grandmaster Cheng completed the mission." The smoke and fire of Sunleng City dissipated. The sun began to shine through the clouds. "Excellent. Sunleng City is fine." The blacksmiths of the city cheered with joy. "We are saved. Excellent." The sky was clear blue. A gentle breeze was cool. Qian Mo walked through the crowd. He was continuously hailed. "The hero who saved Sunleng City. Guild leader Cheng is amazing. Thank you all very much." Jing Yuan said with a bright smile, "We must thank Guild leader Cheng. He allowed us to be heroes once." Yuan Zhen asked heartily, "The feeling of being a hero isn't bad, is it?" Qifei stepped forward in front of Qian Mo. "Grandmaster Cheng, you spoke first. As the guild leader, you did not disappoint expectations. You resolved this crisis." He cupped his hands and sincerely thanked him. "Grandmaster Cheng, this grace is beyond words. What you contributed to Sunleng City this time, we all hold in our hearts." Afterwards he, along with everyone else, placed their hands over their left chest, bowed their head slightly, and then spoke. "Before, although I recommended you as guild leader, it was not from the heart. But this time, on behalf of all the craftsmen of Sunleng City, I sincerely recommend Grandmaster Cheng to become our guild leader of the Blacksmith Guild." He only closed his eyes and replied frankly, "I already said, I am not suited to be the guild leader of the Blacksmith Guild." Qi Fa was anxious. "Grandmaster Cheng." And Shen quickly interjected, "Grandmaster Cheng, I, Liu, am also completely convinced by you. If you don't become guild leader and let him do it, I won't accept it." Qi Fa gritted his teeth and said, "Right, I, Liu, also won't accept him." A person in the crowd suggested, "I think no one is more worthy of this position of Grand Guild Leader than Grandmaster Cheng." Another person agreed, "Right, I won't accept anyone else doing it." Everyone believed that only Guild Leader Cheng was capable. Qian Mo quickly waved his hand to calm everyone down. Everyone calmed down. "It's not that I, Qian Mo, don't want to take this position. It's just that I am young, not yet strong enough to bear such a great responsibility. Regarding the candidate for Guild Leader, I have a more suitable person." Everyone was very curious after hearing this. More suitable person, who is it? He then raised his head high, recalled Jiang Wenliang, and clearly introduced him, Guild Leader Jiang Wenliang of the Zhao Tianfengfeng Branch Guild. In terms of seniority and forging technique, he is among the top in the entire Grand Guild. Qifei then stroked his chin and thought, Grandmaster Jiang's seniority is indeed sufficient. Yanshan also felt the same. Grandmaster Jiang, he is indeed a good choice, but we still hope that Grandmaster Cheng will have a certain position in the guild. Anua stepped forward. She offered an opinion. This matter is also easy to solve. Grandmaster Cheng concurrently serves as the guild leader of Eternal Summit. He truly doesn't have much energy to manage the Blacksmith Guild. It would be better to establish an honorary guild leader position for him. No need to manage affairs, but with the same rights and obligations as the guild leader. Yanshan then happily asked for opinions. An honorary guild leader. This is is indeed a great idea. What does Grandmaster Cheng think? Qian Mo did not refuse this time. An honorary guild leader? No need to manage daily affairs. I have no objections. Qi Fei folded his arms in agreement. Alright, then I agree to Grandmaster Zhang Bigang becoming the Grand Guild leader of the Blacksmith Guild. Yan Shan's face showed a little worry again. He raised a nagging question. I also have no objections. But he is in Zhao Tianfeng City. Who will go inform him? Qian Mo then took the responsibility upon himself. Leave this matter to me, I need to go to Zhao Tianfeng City anyway. His heart also felt a bit relieved. The materials for the heaven-splitting umbrella have been collected. I also need a grandmaster with real strength to help recast the heaven-splitting umbrella. Old Master Jiang's skill is the most suitable. Then he turned to the group of people including Yuan Zhen and said, Alright, the rescue mission is complete. Those epic-level silver weapons in your hands should be returned to me now. Yuan Zhen then asked for an opinion. Guild Leader Cheng, can you sell these weapons to us? Lei Zhen also had the same wish. That's right, using them was really great. They were willing to pay any price to buy them. If you sell, any amount of money is fine. Qian Mo then explained, these epic level items were originally intended as gifts for my assistants. If you want them, based on your contributions, I think the Grand Guild will not be stingy with a few epic level weapons. Qi Fa immediately followed up, rest assured, although you made mistakes before, you still assisted in saving Sunlang City. Let bygones be bygones, we will craft proper epic level silver weapons for you. Hearing this, the eyes of the three of them lit up, and then the items were all placed back in their original spots. Alright, then these silver weapons are returned to Guild Leader Cheng. All three of them were very happy. Only he stood still in one place, silently calculating. Like this, I have recruited another major force of craftsmen. The distance to the goal of unifying the armed forces of Skyward has taken another step forward. The traveler clad in a long robe stood silently on the grassland, his eyes fixed on the volcano burning fiercely under the deep blue sky. The following year, the wandering bards of Sun Lang City composed poems recording this story. Qian Mo and the group of Yuan Zhen were sculpted into very large statues. The legendary hero Qian Mo had led the gathered elites of all races, united their efforts to defeat the giant rock fiend king, and saved the ancient Sun Lung City from the natural disaster. No one knew that those heroes were merely threatened and enticed by the true hero to accomplish this miracle. At this point, Jing Yuan pleaded with Qian Mo, Grandmaster Cheng, no. Guild Leader Cheng, can you really not let us form a team with you? Yuan Zhen immediately echoed, right, we won't cause you trouble. From now on we will turn over a new leaf. He refused bluntly, I have things to do. I don't need anyone to follow me. I think you should just stay in Sun Lang City. Here is enough for you to shine. Later on, who knows, I might need to use you. Then he jumped onto his dragon, let's go. The three of them also heeded his words. Since Grandmaster Cheng says so, we will stay in Sun Lang City, ready to wait for Guild Leader Cheng's orders at any time. Qian Mo stood proudly on the dragon's back, looking down, then spoke his farewell. Alright, farewell here until we meet again if fate allows. Then he rode the dragon and flew away. Qian Mo looked at distant sky and thought, the Void Stone has been obtained. Next is to go see Old Master Jiang to complete the recasting of the Heaven-Splitting Umbrella Phase 3. I wonder if suddenly becoming the Grand Guild leader of the Blacksmith Guild will startle him. His dragon flew in undulating curves across the high sky, heading for Zhao Tianfeng City, the branch guild of the Blacksmith Guild. Then Nguyen knelt with his hands cupped to reporting to Guild Leader Jiang. The lower levels just reported that all the forging equipment of our guild suddenly experienced a collective, brief vibration 3 minutes ago. He paused for a moment, then continued speaking. Afterwards, I contacted the Blacksmith Guilds of 2 neighboring main cities, and discovered that the same phenomenon also occurred at their locations. Wen Liangfu Dao reasoned that this situation could only happen when the ruler of the Runesmith Association changed. Since the death of President Xu, Liao Yanshan and La Qifa had been in a fierce struggle, and it seemed a result had been reached. He immediately pointed at the system screen to see who had become the new president. But the next moment he was extremely shocked and surprised. Looking at the information on the screen, he dazedly asked himself when he had become the general president. The screen clearly showed 2 lines. Xia Nation Runesmith Association General President, President Jiang Wen Liang, Honorary President Qian Mo. Wen Liang wiped his sweat, half believing and half doubting. He thought to himself about that Surname Cheng kid. Didn't he sacrifice himself on Jizing Mountain? How did he become the honorary president? Could this be related to him? King Yuan reported from behind. President Qian Mo of Eternal Summit requests an audience. Wen Liang's eyes went wide as he exclaimed, that Surname Cheng kid is here. He even asked again, are you sure it's Qian Mo of Eternal Summit? King Yuan replied, that is what the visitor said. Qian Mo strode in imposingly and said, Old man Jiang, it is indeed me, the real deal. Wen Liang was utterly astonished, that Surname Cheng kid. He stepped forward and greeted the old man. Long time, no see. Overjoyed, he ran over to grasp his hand and said excitedly, "You are truly still alive. I thought you were dead. This is truly great." Qianmo quickly stopped him. "All right, old man Jiang. I am here on official business this time." Hearing this, Wen Liang turned around and questioned him. "Right, what is the meaning of this general present title? It must be your doing, isn't it, boy?" He scratched his head awkwardly and smiled brightly. Qianmo stated bluntly, "That is right, this time I came to ask a favor of you, old man. So I had to give you a gift for good luck." He asked directly, "What request do you have? Just say it. Don't go making me general president and scaring me to death." Before he could continue, he praised him. "You kid are really formidable, not yet 20 years old and already an honorary president. I'm afraid there will be no one in this position after this." Qianmo quickly waved the matter aside and opened the door. "Old man Jiang, stop flattering me. Let's discuss the official business." He invited him to sit. "Official business can wait. Little Cheng, you escaped death and returned, plus the title of honorary president. This is truly joy upon joy." On the table was a plate of golden pastries that looked very delicious. He said before, this old man used a traditional Xianatian ritual to pray for your Wangping and to return. Now I wish you a bright future. Quickly eat. Consider it as fulfilling the prayer offering. He looked pensively at the pastry, thinking about Xianatian traditions. The elders praying for their descendants would always prepare pastries, and then watch the child finish them. Having lived 2 lives, he had always been lonely. It turned out there were still family members caring for him behind his back. Wen Liang suddenly started sobbing like a child. He cried as he spoke, "This old man has been lonely his whole life. With great difficulty I met you. I have long regarded you as family. After what happened at Jijing Mountain, I thought you had truly, just being alive is good enough." He ate the pastry and praised its taste, thanking the old man. Afterward, Wen Liang wiped his tears with his sleeve edge. He asked, "I also don't know what you have been through this time. You said you sought me out for official business. Is it something other than the general president appointment?" Qianmo frankly admitted it and then took out a piece of paper. "That is correct." Wen Liang, not recognizing it yet, asked, "This is?" He looked at the paper and saw an umbrella drawn on it. He asked, "A stage 3 celestial widening umbrella blueprint. The materials this time are this complex. Are you planning to forge a divine artifact?" He immediately made his request. "I have prepared all the materials. I only await you, old man, to start work together." Wen Liang did not refuse. "Forging stage 2 last time helped me advance to Grandmaster. This time you give me the location and I will personally assist." The sky here was clear and the air was tranquil. Wen Liang looked at the blueprint and understood. "The materials you collected this time are too rare. No wonder your requirements for the furnace are high." Qianmo admitted, "To be honest with you, old man, to forge this weapon, I need to use the heaven-grade furnace of Zhao Tianfeng City." Hearing this, he was even more puzzled. "Doesn't Shanling City also have a heaven-grade furnace? Why didn't you send word for me to come and help you?" He scratched his head apologetically and explained, "Shanling City just encountered an incident. Several furnaces are temporarily unusable. I know Zhao Tianfeng City also has one, it's just not used very often." Wen Liang was extremely surprised. "You knew this secret too." It is true that Zhao Tianfeng City has that furnace, but as he got to this point, he paused, making him curious. "Is there some difficulty?" He quickly explained, "No. I am now the general president. What difficulties could there be?" Wen Liang pointed the way and invited him, "Let's go. I will take you to open the furnace, help you forge this legendary divine weapon of the ages." There were many machines here. One person who had overheard the news went to tell others, "I heard the president wants to activate the heaven-grade furnace this time." Another added, "President Jiang hasn't forged in person for a long time. Today we will have our horizons broadened." Many people buzzed with discussion. "No, I heard President Jiang is just assisting. The one responsible for the main forging is that young man over there." "What? President Jiang is just assisting? Who is that young man with such a mysterious background?" Wen Liang saw he was covered up tightly and asked, "What kind of outfit is that?" He answered softly, "I still have some concerns. I don't want to make the news of my survival public. It will bring too much trouble." After a while, Wen Liang brought Qianmo to the furnace. He announced loudly, "Look, this is the heaven-grade furnace of Zhao Tianfeng City. This city doesn't have a death volcano. It all relies on this artificial industrial system." He commented, "It lives up to being the second largest city of the Runesmith Association. Besides this, it would be truly difficult to find a facility like this." He closed his eyes and said, "Regrettably, this furnace has been used very little in recent years. After all, competing for the processing level isn't something just anyone can handle." Qianmo showed a kind smile and asked, "So can I use this furnace?" Wen Liang puffed out his chest. "Rest assured, just look at this old man's current status. Trust it absolutely." He pointed and ordered, "Go open the furnace." King Yuan acknowledged the order, "Yes." But just as he stepped onto the platform, someone came running from afar to stop him. "Hold on." Wen Liang grit his teeth in annoyance. Damn it, they still got wind of the movement. Old man Feng swaggered over with his hands in his pockets. "President Jiang, I heard you just got promoted to the general president president of the Runesmith Association. We were planning to come and congratulate you, but I heard you want to activate this heaven-grade furnace. Is that true? Wen Liang coughed once and replied, "You all are so thoughtful. I accept your goodwill. Today I want to forge a weapon, so I need to use this heaven-grade furnace." Old Man Feng questioned loudly, "Do you know that once this furnace is opened, 1/3 of the entire city's firepower must be supplied to the Runesmith Association? Our medicine refineries would all have to shut down." Wen Liang couldn't hold back and retorted, "I am aware of all this. But the construction of Zhao Tianfeng City back then was undertaken by the Runesmith Association. I am using it for less than a month. Can't you even tolerate this?" Old Man Feng's face was arrogant. The construction of the city back then did indeed cost the Runesmith Association no small effort. The heaven-grade furnace was once thriving, but now the association has been low-key for a long time, with very few orders. If there's an urgent order, using a regular furnace would be the same. One person spoke up, "Does Zhao Tianfeng City have everything decided by this council?" Another chimed in, "That's right. Does the Runesmith Association wanting to open a furnace warrant your management?" Old Man Feng taunted Wen Liang, "Since President Jiang has made up his mind, I cannot stop you. But if the business is delayed, will the Runesmith Association take responsibility for this year's city taxes?" Hearing this, he was extremely furious. Qian Mo stepped in to mediate. "Actually, I am the one who wants to use this furnace. I hope everyone will accommodate me." Old Man Feng asked, "What need do you have that requires the heaven-grade furnace? Do you know how much gold coins it costs to open this furnace once? Enough to pay the city's taxes for a whole year." He kept his arms folded calmly, his hand slowly reaching inside his robe. Qian Mo handed him a piece of paper which made him extremely shaken. He said, "There are 600,000 gold coins here, enough to pay the taxes for Zhao Tianfeng City for 1 year. One person exclaimed in surprise, "Is that really so? It seems the Runesmith Association has landed a big deal this time." Another person was curious. "What background does this young man have that he can get President Jiang to open the furnace for him?" Old Man Feng put on a stern face. "Even if you take out the money to open the furnace, this furnace still cannot be opened. Our medicine shop is in a rush to complete a large order. If successful, we could sign a 10-year contract worth millions of gold coins. How can we give way for this small amount of money?" Qian Mo asked, "Then if I help you complete the million gold coin order, will you give way?" The question caught Old Man Feng off guard. He quickly regained his composure and asked, "Which rich young master's son are you? You have a little petty cash and think you can manipulate a big order." He operated on the system screen and replied, "Maybe we can give it a try." After a moment, Qian Mo asked, cooperating with the Guanghui group, "What do you all think?" This time he was truly stunned. Guanghui, the conglomerate spanning both the political and business worlds of Xia Nation. He thought to himself, "Is this brat joking? Guanghui Group is one of the largest conglomerates in Xia Nation. They have their own team of experts. We have never been able to connect with them before. If it truly is Guanghui Group, the order wouldn't just stop at 1,000,000. On the screen, Ano appeared and asked President Cheng, "What instructions do you have?" He replied, "Ano, come to my side." The people behind Old Man Feng had already recognized Ano. "Wait, that's the assistant secretary of Guanghui Group. I recognize her." Old Man Feng broke out in a cold sweat, thinking he really does have connections. Who the hell is this guy? This brat's network is terrifying. He can even convince such a huge commercial conglomerate. If I spoke through the screen, this small matter doesn't need to trouble the boss. I can decide. "Ah, right, President Cheng. The boss you can drop by the small courtyard after you finish the forging." Hearing this feedback, he spoke up, "Senior A Thai is looking for me? Then let me finish my immediate business first, and we'll see later." After the call ended, Qian Mo asked again to be sure, "Elder Feng, what do you think of this matter?" He immediately did a 180, putting on a beaming face. "The Runesmith Association wants to use the heaven-grade furnace. 1/3 of the firepower is not enough. On behalf of the pharmaceutical industry, I declare a citywide shutdown for 1 month to supply the association. What do you all think?" Many voices chimed in unison. "Agreed, of course." Afterward, Old Man Feng quickly pulled Wen Liang aside by the shoulder. "President Jiang, with our relationship, please don't mind what I just said. Right, you haven't yet introduced this young and talented hero to me." Qian Mo said frankly, "Since you all have no more objections, don't delay our furnace opening." He threw his head back and laughed heartily. "All right, won't delay your important business." Wen Liang returned to Qian Mo's side. "That old fox gave an all, because of your connections." He replied, "Having the power of money works even better. Can we open this heaven-grade furnace now?" Wen Liang continued to give orders. "Didn't you hear me? Hurry up and open the furnace." King Yuan obeyed. "Yes, Mr. President." He firmly grasped the lever with both hands and shouted loudly, "Heaven-grade furnace, ignite." The machinery engine started running. The furnace lit up with shimmering colors. At the same time, in some medicine refinery in Zhao Tianfeng, workers were extremely puzzled. What's going on? Why did the fire go out? Back to Qian Mo's side, Wen Liang excitedly reminded him, "All right, the forge fire is up, let's start forging." He agreed, yes. He used his hand to grab the edge of his robe. Then he decisively tore it off, revealing his rippling muscles. He thought to himself, after 2 years, the celestial widening umbrella is finally about to be reforged. This time with the convergence of favorable conditions, I believe I will definitely forge an unprecedented divine weapon. Outside voices of discussion still sounded. I never expected that kid to have connections with Guanghui Group. This is great, but now that this heaven-grade furnace is open, none of us have work to do. Old man Feng took the lead in saying, what is there to worry about? This time Jiang Wenliang is just an assistant. That kid is the one responsible for the forging. Now I am certain this kid is either a wastrel rich kid or the crown prince of Guanghui Group. What does he know about forging? His face showed a clear sign of malice. Wait until 3 days are up, he'll get bored and won't have forged anything. Then when the furnace closes, Guanghui's business will still have to come to us. Isn't that killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Someone who overheard immediately flattered him. Elder Feng truly has great foresight. That's right, I think that kid has no skills at all. Let's just go back, eat well, sleep well, and wait. Qian Mo and Wen Liang were still diligently working in the furnace area. He spoke up. The 7-colored flowing fire? Only this heaven-grade furnace has this special flame. Old man Jiang, I will be troubling you for the next month. He smiled warmly and replied, don't be so polite. Just thinking about what is about to be born from my own hands gets me unbearably excited. Qianmo used tongs to pick up a piece of iron and placed it into the glowing red coals. Then let's begin. He began to bring down solid hammer strokes. His arm muscles were very strong. Holding the hot iron in one hand and the hammer in the other, he continuously struck them together. In the workshop, a scolding voice rang out. Didn't you say they would fail within 3 days? It has been half a month now. Old man Feng was extremely angry. What in the world is that Jiang Wenliang trying to forge? Could he have died in there? Let me go in and see. The 2 guards immediately stopped him, saying it was a critical forging period and unauthorized entry was forbidden. Even they found it odd, as forging epic weapons usually took 3 to 5 days, but this time it was over 10 days, which was indeed rare. Old Feng remained very stubborn, insisting on entering to see. Suddenly, someone spotted a strange phenomenon above and exclaimed, wait, everyone look at that. Turning back a minute earlier, Wen Liang asked Qian Mo, Boy Cheng, the furnace temperature has hit the limit. Are you sure adding Tai Xu now is fine? He confidently replied, Elder Zhang, rest assured, everything is under control. Trust me. The furnace began emitting a mystical glow, shimmering with all kinds of wondrous colors. Outside, the entire workshop took on a brilliant red hue, leaving everyone deeply puzzled. Old Feng asked in panic what was happening. The guard blurted out, this is bad. The heaven-grade forging furnace is about to explode. Another person with a twisted face shouted, this heaven-grade furnace is condensing the combined energy of the entire city. If it really explodes, I fear Zherzhao Tianfeng will be left in ruins. Immediately after, a terrifyingly huge explosion occurred. Rocks and earth flew everywhere, and people were no exception. They were blasted far away and collapsed onto the ground. Old Feng looked up in fear at the devastated scene before him. He lamented, Tzu Qin, the city of Zhao Tianfeng is finished. One person clutched their head and wept. So it really exploded. President Jiang just took office under the General Alliance president. Another worriedly said, truly heaven is jealous of talent. President Jiang, please, for heaven's sake, be safe. The thick smoke and dust gradually cleared, revealing 2 figures, and everyone exclaimed in surprise, wait, there are still survivors. Old Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Such a terrifying explosion, and yet there are still survivors. How is that possible? Everyone was overjoyed. It's President Jiang. The president is still alive. That umbrella was their weapon. Before them were Qian Mo and Wen Liang, along with the umbrella they had painstakingly forged. The system displayed the umbrella's information. Heaven's Blade Umbrella, 3rd stage, unsharpened, unique silver quality, one-handed weapon. Wen Liang was moved. It succeeded. The Heaven's Blade Umbrella, 3rd stage, a divine weapon has been successfully forged by my hands. He added, consider it smooth sailing. It's just that the quality was too high, so the passive copying skill couldn't be activated. Wen Liang glanced at him and silently asked, the stats of the 3rd stage Heaven's Blade Umbrella are truly terrifying. I really don't know where you got that idea from. Qian Mo tested the umbrella and said, it's still a bit different from what I imagined, but this stage is suitable for use as well. Wen Liang was puzzled. This is still different from what you envisioned. Afterwards, he looked at the old man and said, Elder Zhang, I am truly sorry for destroying your heaven-grade forging furnace. Wen Liang smiled kindly. What are you saying? Being able to forge this divine weapon, what is one heaven-grade furnace worth? At that moment, Old Feng's group arrived. President Jiang, you are too generous. A heaven-grade furnace. We, Zhao Tianfeng, poured all of our energy into that furnace, and now the entire city is at a standstill. Old Feng pointed at Qian Mo, and you as well. No matter your identity, given Zhao Tianfeng's current situation, even if you carry an order from the Guanghui group, we cannot accept it. He just scratched his head awkwardly. At that moment, Ano stepped forward. Everyone, there is no need to worry. she stated clearly. I will take full responsibility for all losses caused by President Cheng. The Guanghui Group will handle everything. Moreover, from now on we will deepen our cooperation with the city of Zhao Tianfeng. Old Feng gaped in bewilderment as he looked at them. You are the secretary from Guanghui? Wait, you called him President Cheng? No smiled happily and introduced. That's right, he is Qian Mo, the hero of Xia country. He also said cheerfully, I originally wanted to remain anonymous, but you still discovered me. Old Feng immediately changed his tone to a gentle one. No wonder President Jiang trusted you so much. If I had known earlier you were that hero, I would never have dared to be so rude. Wen Liang chimed in from behind. Old Feng, you should have believed in me. Wen Liang. Qian Mo asked, if Guanghui has promised to make amends, then Elder Feng you have no objections, right? Old Feng laughed heartily. No objections at all, not to mention cooperating with Guanghui. Just the 3 words Qian Mo alone would make me. Old Feng, show respect. He breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Then it is settled. Old Feng continued, with support of Guanghui, I believe it won't be long before Zhao Tianfeng becomes one of the world's leading cities. And everyone had left. Qian Mo turned to look at Ano. Ano, I was lucky to have you this time. Thank you so much. She bowed her head slightly and replied, this was all arranged by my master. But you don't need to thank me. My master did this because he has a matter he needs President Cheng's help with. Hearing this, he seemed to understand. Wasn't this already discussed before? I didn't expect Senior Ashi to personally send you. It seems he is truly in a hurry. Eno admitted, that's right. My master instructed me to personally come and fetch you. Qian Mo straightforwardly said, if that's the case, then I will go with you. He wondered inwardly. He deliberately waited until I finished forging the Heaven's Blade umbrella before coming. Could it be related to it? Light was a serene blue, and the air was fresh and pleasant. Ashai greeted him. Young friend Cheng, thank you for making the trip here. He quickly said, Senior Ashi. The old man interrupted him. Come have a cup of tea and rest first. At the bright and cool courtyard, the two sat opposite each other. Qian Mo spoke up. I heard from Ano about your identity. This time, I was fortunate to have your support. I am very curious. What kind of matter could someone of your stature need my help with? He said directly, I heard that you just forged a divine weapon. Would I be honored to take a look at it? Qian Mo generously replied. Of course. This weapon could be forged thanks to your support. He understood inwardly that, given his current strength, he was not afraid of the old man having ulterior motives. Then, he pulled out the umbrella and placed it on the table. Senior, please have a look. Ashi picked up the treasure and praised, truly a fine item. Since you can forge a divine weapon like this, there should be no problem. Qian Mo asked again, so what exactly is it that I am to help you with? He answered frankly, actually it was you. You are the person Elder Qin recommended to me, but you have surpassed my expectations. He breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. I had a feeling. Otherwise, with your style, I would have found it hard not to suspect a trap. He straightened his back and placed his hands on the table. It hasn't come to deceiving you. I simply want to borrow your reputation and skills to help me regain control of the Guanghui group. Qian Mo was puzzled. Help you regain Guanghui? Aren't you still its leader? He slumped down, sighing dejectedly. It's a long story. As she recalled, back then I saw the market potential of the quasi-human founded by Guanghui and developed it to its current scale. I thought I had built a career and became complacent, not realizing that internal changes had long since taken place. He remembered the ambitious group. Guanghui is primarily a company dealing in tea and kwai equipment. The role users are its vital resource. During my years of retirement, some discontented shareholders brought in professions from country R to sabotage and sell off the group's assets. Qian Mo listened and asked, Country R? Bringing professions from country R to sell off assets. Isn't that treason? Ashi admitted. You're right, it's no different from a disguised form of betraying the country. That's why Elder Qin helped me and introduced you. He asked again, I still don't quite understand. So how can I help you, Senior? He thought and explained, as I said, Guanghui is a group composed of professions, and their influence determines its market value. This time, my opponent has invited Sumaru, a forging master from country L. Initially, I intended to invite Master Jiang Wen Liang, but Elder Qin recommended you. You just need to appear at the upcoming joint celebration of the two major associations, organized by Guanghui a few months from now, to counter the forging master Densamaru from country L. Shai placed some valuable items on the table. Of course, I won't have you work for free. This is the deposit. An epic grade helmet plus a special grade experience book. Qian Mo looked at the items and said softly, such a generous deposit is just the down payment. So how much is the main payment? She confirmed and laid out the terms. That's right, it's just the deposit. If you help me regain control, I promise that from now on, you can freely command all of Guanghui's resources. He placed his hand on the items and declared, Senior is too kind. Based on our friendship, even without compensation, I Qian Mo, who fights for the country, would not refuse this request. He calculated inwardly, gaining control of Guanghui would be a good strategy. Outside, the sky was clear with white clouds. Kianmo spoke up. Senor Ashi, I shall take my leave. Rest assured I will definitely be present at the grand ceremony. Ashi clasped his hands behind his back and replied, I trust you, but there is one thing I must warn you about. His voice was steady. My daily schedule is undoubtedly being monitored. Your visit to meet me is probably also under the watch of my opponents. This time, you might very well be targeted by people from country R. You must be careful, he answered firmly. Senor, rest assured. Kianmo thought to himself. Knowing he's being watched, he still called me over. This is a way to tie me to the same boat. Senior Ashi's scheming is truly deep. Ashi smiled in satisfaction. Good, I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Take this item. It will not only allow you to freely use my personal teleportation gate, but also command all of Guanghui's resources. Kianmo accepted it. Thank you, Senior. His heart gradually calmed, but with the right price, everything is easy to negotiate. He announced, then I shall take my leave now, Senior. The scene was poetic, with a dragon soaring in the sky. Kianmo wrote it, assessing the situation. This trip, arranged by Old Kin, not only allowed me to forge the Heaven's Blade umbrella, but also gained the support of the Blacksmith Association and Guanghui. Truly an unexpected harvest. He looked at the experience book and decided, before returning to Eternal Celestial Peak, let's check out Senior Ashi's gift. He pressed it. At that moment, the system screen displayed, congratulations on absorbing the special grade experience book. Received 25 million experience points. Congratulations, your level has increased to level 55. He was somewhat amazed by the amount of information. To jump a full level from my current level, this book is truly extraordinary. Kianmo curiously checked the attributes of the epic grade helmet. The screen showed, Helmet of Piercing Insight, requires level 50, no class restriction. Effect, active skill Eye of Insight, capable of seeing through the enemy's weakness, randomly detecting one flaw, cooldown time. He was satisfied. These two items have compensated for some of my weaknesses. Next, I have 4 conversion slots after leveling up. This trip has brought in a huge bounty. First skill, Conversion. He used it to convert the 3rd tier ultimate skill of the Frost Mage, Arctic Ice Field. The system explained, the Frost Mage can release frigid energy at 50 degrees Celsius, covering a 30-meter range ahead. When a target is hit, they fall into a frozen state, while also taking minor ice damage for 3 seconds. He pressed his finger on the screen and said, System, I want to convert Arctic Ice Field. It responded with the text, converting. A moment later, the mechanical voice said, Congratulations, host, for successfully converting Arctic Ice Field into a passive skill. Kianmo said to himself, the passive version of Arctic Ice Field not only expands the attack range, but also increases damage and duration. Next, converting another passive skill. I won't have to worry about AU area of effect capabilities for the time being. As he moved on his mount, he commanded, Next, I want to convert the ultimate skill of the Wind Chaser, Wind Fist Remnant Cloud, and the ultimate skill of the Blood Mage's Surplus. Scene shifted to a castle-style building. Kianmo strode forward, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Every time I return, it's troublesome. Even with overwhelming flight speed, it takes a lot of time. If only there were a teleportation gate here. He gave a faint smile. I've been away for about a month, and the changes are this big. It seems President Fan's management is slightly better. At that moment, a voice rang out. President need not be surprised. The City of Eternal has been renamed. Now it's called the City of Forging. Han Yu stepped forward to explain that after being appointed as the Guildmaster of the main guild, the Elder had brought 80 high-level blacksmiths to renovate Eternal City. Kianmo looked at everyone in confusion. How did everyone know I was back? Duxu quickly replied that ever since the city radar was upgraded, the Guildmaster's flashy mount had been detected from dozens of miles away. Kianmo gradually understood, so that was it. He thanked the Elder for rallying so many blacksmiths. Wen Liang jokingly scolded him, what politeness is there? Aren't the Blacksmiths Guild's people also yours? He walked beside him and reminded that this was just an appetizer, asking if the Guildmaster noticed any other changes. Kianmo looked at the scenery suspiciously, his footsteps freezing. He quickly asked, why is the world tree so big? Has it already leveled up? Looking at the animals around him, Kianmo was stunned. Not only did the quality of basic materials increase, but the tree also had the ability to attract high-level flying creatures. And Yu excitedly asked, so, did I not become a burden to the guild? The world tree leveling up attracted 3 vermilion birds. Wen Liang added that if they rested a bit longer, they could breed more flying mounts. The system displayed information. Vermilion bird is SS rank pet. An ultimate flying mount increases movement speed by 400, strength equivalent to a level 50 awakened. Kianmo couldn't help but praise, attracting 3 vermilion birds already. That's a flying mount equivalent to a 3rd-class reincarnator. He teased, Old Fan is really generous, taking out part of the guild's reserves to nourish the tree. Han Yu pouted, don't flatter me. If it weren't for the guild master activating it, I couldn't have done anything. Want to praise? Praise the guild master. Kianmo looked at everything, a faint happy smile appearing on his face. Eternal City was no longer the small guild relying only on him Huangtian and the old cores. It had become a massive entity, strong enough to look down on Sky Revelation depending on its own resources. A moment later, he emerged from his thoughts, speaking to thank everyone for their contributions. He asked, Eternal Peak must have met the conditions to level up, how about we level it up a bit? Everyone replied it met the conditions long ago, just waiting for the guildmaster to return and handle it. A moment later, the scene shifted to Eternal Peak. The system displayed, congratulations, Eternal Peak has met the conditions to level up to level 9. Do you wish to upgrade? Kianmo praised, good, it truly reaches the standards of a level 9 guild. He quickly selected confirm, his voice full of spirit, level me up. Immediately, a large amount of useful information was brought to the guild named Eternal Peak. Han Yu looked at it and commented, the upgrade succeeded, finally not disappointing the guild master's expectations. The others looked at the bright screen in front of them, excitedly exclaiming, the guild leveled up again, excellent. Kianmo also added, the guild leveled up again. Let me see what new architectures can be upgraded this time. Wait, this is... He stared sharply at the screen. The guild teleportation gate can be upgraded. On first use, the guild master can set one free waypoint. After that, to add new points requires spending gold coins separately. Detailed info showed the normal teleportation gate is in an unactivated state. Each activation needs 2 million gold coins, lasting 1 day. A level 9 guild has unlocked the authority to build a teleportation gate. Kianmo started thinking. Each opening already costs 2 million gold coins. Most guilds can't afford that. No wonder the Nightmare Descends and Cloud Lord guilds never launched large-scale attacks. He spoke up, forget it, having it is better than nothing. Luckily, building it doesn't cost anything. Just build it and figure it out later. Han Yu realized this was an exclusive architecture after level 9. When Liang continued, it's a teleportation gate. The guild finally has a teleportation gate. Then, murmuring sounds arose. This is the center of Eternal City, the most developed transportation hub. Just place it here. It really is a teleportation gate. Now we can freely come to Eternal City to play. Eternal City's goods can also be transported everywhere faster. He hesitated a bit to remind, the teleportation gate is 70% constructed. Don't celebrate too early. Opening the basic gate each time is very costly. How can we let you guys use it to go sightseeing? He spoke up to reassure everyone, it's only temporary. I believe we'll find a way later. Just build it first. The system screen appeared again. The teleportation gate construction progress reached 100%. Preparations complete. Kianmo began explaining to everyone, these are the World Tree's roots. Han Yu hastily reminded, what's happening? Is the World Tree rejecting it, wanting to destroy the teleportation gate? This never happened in other guilds. That moment, someone immediately said no, they can't let the World Tree do this. Kianmo calmly replied, don't rush. What if the World Tree has good intentions? Immediately, the system displayed as if in response. Congratulations, the World Tree has merged with the Guild Teleportation Gate, forming the special architecture World Gate. The others gaped in astonishment. The World Gate is a new type of teleportation gate powered by the World Tree, can maintain two-way opening without spending any gold coins. However, the nutrients the World Tree needs will also increase. Need to ensure sufficient nutrients. Currently can open 5 World Gate waypoints, which will increase as the tree evolves. Maintain opening without spending gold coins. It actually mutated. I have never seen such a strange change. Today this old man truly has his eyes opened. Kianmo confidently introduced, this is a World Gate seed planted, and you can open a teleportation gate waypoint. With these seeds now I can set 5 waypoints. Eternal City can set up branches in Sky Revelation. He directly stated his purpose. This time I returned actually to announce an important plan. Next, you all will have to put in a bit more effort. Han Yu asked puzzled, what mission does the guild master have? Just give the order. His attitude became serious. I want to establish an assassination intelligence organization. When Liang heard this and asked curiously, don't we already have the old Hai Shadow Brotherhood? If we have a need, we can just hire them. His voice became sincere. To be honest with you all, my reputation is growing. There are not a few people who want to make a move on me, including foreign assassin organizations. I still find the old Hai Shadow Brotherhood hard to trust. Now that the guild has spare strength, we can develop other business sectors. Han Yu continued, I agree with the guild master's idea. Only by possessing an assassin team by our own people can we use them without worry. Someone firmly added, if the guild master wants to do it, I naturally support it. I also don't object. Finally, Kianmo agreed, since that's the case, let's decide so. The name of this new organization is Netherweb. He had his own thoughts. Rather than representing Wind Rain City to participate in the big tournament, it's better to build an army himself. Scene change, clear sunlight bathed sky blue city. In the meeting room, Someone couldn't help but speak up. Everyone, has the activity of the assassins under your command been slowing down recently? Recently, someone named Eternal Peak suddenly appeared, noisily recruiting assassins. Interesting, at this time when the Dark Brotherhood is about to hold its big tournament, he dares to be so ostentatious. Zhao Tianfeng slammed the table with his hand. The guild master of the Dark Brotherhood. You all calm down a bit. After all, you are heads of major branches. How can you lose composure over a little movement? Old, you said somewhat hesitantly. Guildmaster Zhao is very right, but the activity level in our guild has indeed dropped severely recently. He replied irritably, it's right now the big assassin tournament is happening. Eternal Peak choosing this moment to raise its banner is clearly a direct declaration of war. Next, Zhao Tianfeng stood up and loudly said, that's it, pass my order. The 10 branches closest to Moon Spirit City, from today suspend all assassin missions. His voice carried authority echoing through the room. For the next month, all assassins of the 10 major branches will receive orders to hunt members of the Eternal Peak Guild. We obey the order, we will definitely give our full strength. At the same time, Liu Bengxi thought angrily, that bastard Qian Mo, didn't he agree to represent Wind Rain City in the big tournament? What the hell is he doing? Trying to get himself killed. The desolate battlefield space at Divine Wind Gorge. They looked around and chatted. After fighting for 3 days and 3 nights, they finally finished off this boss, thanks to the potions produced by the guild. Lei Hao glanced at the person opposite. Brother, you contributed quite a bit just now. Want me to introduce you to join our guild? Li Du smiled and pointed at himself. Is your guild the famous Eternal Peak? Do I even qualify to join? The man said contentedly, of course, our guild is establishing the Nether Web Assassin organization. If you switch to being an assassin, your commission will be triple what you currently get. The corner of his mouth curled up as soon as he heard Netherweb. Then Zidu released internal energy, blood splattering everywhere. Not interested. They angrily shouted, what are you doing? How dare you sneak attack us? Do you know who we are? Damn it, Eternal Peak will not forgive you. He held his knife up to the blade and said, not joking, tell Qian Mo of Eternal Peak, the Dark Brotherhood sends him its regards. Then, he gifted each of them a free gruesome kill. He is a man of the old High Shadow Brotherhood. Kill him, damn it. At the same time at the Divine Wind City respawn point, Lei Hao had an angry face. That passerby assassin was actually an assassin from the old High Shadow Brotherhood. The knights beside also chimed in with curses. Truly despicable. If we hadn't just finished fighting the boss, how could he have taken us out in one move? He's targeting us, hurry up and report to the guild. On the system screen, they quickly chatted. Guild channel brothers, I was ambushed by an unidentified assassin. Anyone near area 293-933-434 Divine Wind Gorge, requesting backup. Guild channel, I just saw someone even more arrogant, already targeted by 3 assassins. Guild channel SOS Emergency Brothers, our dungeon team is trapped at Sky Garden Spring. Han Yu clicked his tongue and spoke. The old High Shadow Brotherhood reacted that fast. No good, this matter must be reported to the guild master as soon as possible. He seemed to realize something uneasy. Guild master, something terrible has happened. Just as he entered, he startled Han Yu. Why are there so many people in the room? Guild master Fan, you arrived at the right time. I was just about to send some to call you. His face drenched in sweat quickly recounted. Guild master, a big incident has occurred. The old High Shadow Brotherhood has ordered a hunt on us. Qian Mo gently replied, Guildmaster Fan, don't rush. Join the meeting first. Elder Jiang, please continue. Wen Liang continued, to deal with this targeting by the old High Shadow Brotherhood, I have led the Blacksmiths Guild to craft 500 iron tree grenades and high-level defensive equipment, still continuing to complete them urgently. Qian Mo smiled contentedly and probed, how about Elder Qin's side? He laughed loudly, our pharmacy has also prepared enough high-level recovery potions for 1,000 people to distribute to the guild. The knights also quickly added, there's also our dedicated flying squad, can provide support within a 100-mile radius of Eternal City at any time. Us, and us too. And you reminded, so that's it, Guild Master, so you were already prepared. But our enemy is after all an assassin guild. He smiled reassuringly. Elder Fan, rest assured, the old High Shadow Brotherhood's actions are all in the respawn areas. Their goal is to reduce members' levels, create pressure, they don't dare to casually harm people. Then, he outlined his own strategy. The weakness of assassins is that once their identity is exposed with low health, they are easily eliminated quickly. So prepare a large amount of instant health potions and high-level defensive equipment for members. With our production capacity, soon these assassins will no longer pose a significant threat. He asked curiously, if this drags on too long, the guild economy could be bankrupted. Qian Mo reassured, regarding the economy, everyone doesn't need to worry too much. Then he pulled out a blue badge and asked everyone if they knew what it was. They were curious, what is this? Suddenly someone recognized it and spoke up, this is the core administrative token of the Glory Group. When I worked at the Life Association, I once saw it from a distance. Only high-level shareholders can own it. He smiled, correct. correct. You all must have some preliminary understanding of my current identity. Behind me now are the Shia Country Management Association and the Glory Group. In terms of economy, everyone absolutely doesn't need to fear. The knights below also smiled contentedly and chimed in. Guildmaster Cheng even has the backing of the Glory Group. Even without it, we wouldn't lose to the Dark Brotherhood. Guildmaster Cheng is too formidable. I don't dare imagine how big Eternal City's scale will become in the future. Qianmo stated his viewpoint. If the combat strategy is confirmed, everyone act according to their duties. You all allocate personnel, distribute the prepared war materials in order. Dismissed. Everyone said in unison, understood. Guildmaster. Scene change to the bright daytime space at the guild. Qianmo spoke. Guildmaster Fan, you've worked hard recently. This time I entrust you with commanding the operations. I trust in your ability. Han Yu asked, puzzled, me command? Didn't you already return? He continued, the necessary arrangements I have made. I believe even if I am not in Eternal City, we are now in an undefeatable position. Guildmaster, you can't run around carelessly, you know. That's right, you are the pillar of Eternal Peak. Also the spiritual symbol of everyone. We can't let anything go wrong. Exactly at this critical moment, where are you planning to go? He cut right to the core and reminded, Netherweb has already begun recruiting people. You all handle the war, but I have to go fulfill my promise to help Chengfeng Yu win the championship at the Assassin Tournament. Han Yu was jolted. What? At this time, you still plan to participate in the Dark Brotherhood's Assassin Tournament? Isn't that walking right into a trap? Gan Mo put on his mask. The old High Shadow Brotherhood has no small influence in Sky Revelation. I want to establish an organization with enough influence in the Assassin world. If I rely only on Eternal Peak, it will be a bit hard to convince everyone. I also happen to have promised their branch leader Liu Bengxi, if I can use a different identity to suppress the old High Shadow Brotherhood, then they will have no choice but to be sincerely convinced. Elder Qin spoke up to remind, the Guildmaster makes a good point. Though Netherweb has recruited some hands in the past few days, compared to the old High Shadow Brotherhood's influence, it is indeed far behind. Qianmo quickly jumped onto the dragon's back. Rest assured. Wait for me to return this time. From now on the Xia country will only have Netherweb, no more old High Shadow Brotherhood. Elder Qin looked up. Can our newly established Netherweb replace the old High Shadow Brotherhood? Is that possible? Wenlang also added, if it were before, I would never have believed it. But now it's hard to say. Han Yu smiled. I thought this guild master just wanted to expand business. But now it seems his ambition is far greater than I imagined. At the same time, at the Chengfeng Yu dungeon point, the man admonished in a fatherly tone, don't be foolish anymore. He is the guild master of Eternal Peak. Now Eternal Peak is establishing an assassin organization. How can he still come to us? This time, just let me go. The man said in a deep voice, just wait a bit more and see. She was somewhat unhappy. Sister Li Li, you also say a word to persuade my father. Li Li replied, I have the same opinion as the guild master. Just wait a bit more and see. Aquan was still advising, don't wait any longer, or it will be too late. Just let me go into battle at this year's martial arts tournament. At that moment, the crowd around was noisy. Oh my god, look at that dragon, whose mount is so cool. Kinmo jumped down and spoke. Guildmaster Liu, did I arrive in time? Did I not delay your affairs? Guildmaster Liu was shocked. Cheng, you actually dared to come. Qianmo replied calmly, Guildmaster Liu, let's talk about it inside. Right after that, a shout came from the room. Qianmo, what do you mean by this? You agreed to represent Cheng Feng Wu, so why did you also establish an assassin organization yourself? He advised Guildmaster Liu that matter and my representing Cheng Feng Wu in the martial arts tournament do not conflict. Guildmaster Liu was puzzled. Well, that's true, there's no conflict, but I'm very curious about what you want to do. He said frankly, Yonghengding Feng is a guild with a parliamentary system. Decisions are not made by me alone, so you don't need to worry about that. Guildmaster Liu remained curious. But now you are representing Cheng Feng Wu in battle. This is not a simple matter. He smiled behind his mask and spoke. This matter is too easy. In everyone's impression, Qian Mo died long ago, so I just need to not use the identity of Qian Mo to fight. He seemed convinced by him, stroking his beard and saying, this seems like a viable method. He proposed, I have presented my plan. If you agree, we depart immediately. If not, I will return all the previous deposit. We will have no further relationship. Guildmaster Liu was shocked and immediately grabbed him. Wait, let's do as you say. You represent our Cheng Feng Wu in battle. Then he turned to remind them. Aquan, this time you will lead Guildmaster Trin to participate. Everything must follow his arrangements. Aquan said solemnly, Father, understood. Qianmo turned his head to remind them, if so, we should not delay, let's depart immediately. Please explain the competition rules to me on the way, Miss Aquan. Then they watched the backs of Qianmo and Aquan. Lili was somewhat curious. Guildmaster Trine clearly has his own agenda, is that alright? He said in a deep voice. I can roughly guess what he wants to do. After all, our Cheng Feng Wu branch has never had any reputation. His eyes were deep. If he really has the skill to cause a stir in the main guild, I would be very willing to watch. The vast space, the dragon moved nimbly across the sky. Kianmo spoke, Miss Akoyan, if I have offended you before, please forgive me. Akoyan's cheeks flushed. I'm not holding a grudge against you. Even without you this time I could handle it alone. Besides, your guild is being targeted by the Dark Brotherhood, yet you still come to this tournament. Is that no problem? He replied. Don't worry, with the assassin's mask no one knows my identity. As for the guild, you don't need to worry at all. So, what are the rules for this tournament? He quickly spoke. This tournament is held in Tianlan City, the headquarters of the Dark Brotherhood. It seems there are 3 rounds with different types of events, and the overall score will determine the ranking. Each branch will send 1 representative. Saying this, she reminded him, but the competition content changes every year, so we don't know what it will be this year. He replied, it's fine, we'll figure it out when we get there. Kianmo said with satisfaction, it looks like we have arrived at Tianlan City. Let's find a place to land and walk. Riding a dragon attracts too much attention. Akoyan said in a low voice, this is Tianlan City, the headquarters of the Dark Brotherhood. You definitely wouldn't guess how to get in. Most ordinary assassins can't find the entrance without a guide. I really want to see him beg me for directions. Kianmo touched the wall. Time is precious. I don't want to play these childish games. At that moment, a mysterious light appeared on the wall. Let's go, seize the time. She was astonished. You actually know the way into Tianlan City. Even I had to be told by my father. How do you know? The 2 quickly stepped into the passage opened by the light. Akoyan whispered, how did you find the entrance? Could it be that you have also been to Tianlan City before? Suddenly, the administrator stepped forward to stop them. Stop. Today is the day of the Dark Brotherhood's tournament. Entering Tianlan City requires registration. She introduced herself, Akoyan, representative of Chengfeng Wu, here to participate in the assassin tournament. The administrator said sternly, Chengfeng Wu branch. And you? Kianmo spoke from under his mask, my name is A Mo, also representing Chengfeng Wu. The surrounding crowd looked at the information on the screen and sneered. Chengfeng Wu, someone actually made it onto the world rankings. The past few years they were always at the bottom. I thought they wouldn't come this year and just skip it. Words like wind stung Akoyan's ears, truly eyes of a dog, looking down on others. Quite a few people are participating in the assassin competition, and most are at least above the 3rd class. The Dark Brotherhood's strength is indeed not weak. This year, most of them are off on missions targeting Yongheng Dingfeng. Otherwise, the number would be even larger. To be honest, aren't you worried about your guild? Kianmo only coldly replied, you don't need to worry. The martial arts tournament is about to begin. I wonder what the content will be this year. The host announced, brothers from all branches, welcome to Tianlan City for the martial arts tournament. Zhao Tianfeng declared in a deep voice, as in previous competitions, the top 10 teams will be qualified to join the Dark Brotherhood's inner council and decide the direction and resource allocation for the next 10 years. The surrounding crowd murmured, the 3 gates dungeon, life and death don't matter. The strong prevail, the weak are discarded. Eliminated means thrown away. Only the strong can reach the end. The useless don't even have the right to breathe. Kianmo spoke mockingly. Those words are quite domineering. But the Dark Brotherhood has always been at the bottom of the global assassin organization rankings. Truly ridiculous. Hearing this, they shouted, who is this? Talking nonsense here. Can you shut up for a minute? Yansu covered half her face as she stepped forward. Cheng Yunlin branch, Yansu. Isn't this little girl Akoyan from Chengfeng Wu? He spoke. Are you at the bottom of the rankings again this year? The administrator sneered mockingly. So this is the trouble from Chengfeng Wu. You still dare to come this year? I'm afraid you're just here to give us points. Akoyan reminded them in a deep voice. The ranking of your Cheng Yunlin branch isn't much better either. Yansu continued, still better than your Chengfeng Wu at the bottom of the rankings for 10 years. Yet you still occupy a spot, wasting resources. Get out of here. As soon as the words fell, a flash of light shot through, tearing his mask apart. Kianmo comforted her. Why waste words with them? If we are an assassin guild, let's talk with assassin moves. Next time I won't just cut your masks or face coverings. Yansu gritted his teeth in anger. You're looking for death. Zhao Tianfeng released the information about the dungeons. The first floor of this dungeon is called Key Robbing Chaos Realm. There are 72 bronze keys scattered within the dungeon. Only by obtaining a key and successfully reaching the teleportation point can you move to the second gate. Everyone raised their eyebrows upon hearing this. So fierce. Over 400 people, but only 70 some can advance. It's not just 70, not to mention the dangers of the dungeon. There's another possibility. That is to reduce the number of opponents in the next round. You can eliminate opponents earlier. There's also the act of taking keys from others. Akoyan bit her nails anxiously. This year's format is even harsher than before. Kianmo was busy with his thoughts. Looks like my luck isn't bad. It's actually key robbing Chaos Realm. This means there will be a resurrection token reward. He shoved something into his hand and spoke. This is for you. Kianmo asked curiously, what is this? Akoyan spoke. This is an invisibility charm I collected. After you find the key later, use this to escape without being detected. The invisibility charm, once used, can maintain invisibility for 20 minutes. He returned it. I don't need this. You should keep it for yourself. Akoyan raised her voice. Don't be stubborn. If we lose in the first round, our Cheng Feng Wu won't have a chance to turn things around. Zhao Tianfeng loudly announced. Next, the first round of the key robbing Chaos Realm dungeon officially begins. I wish you all good fortune in martial arts. Qianmo said softly, I'm leaving now, wait for my good news. Akoyan muttered, this guy. Yansu sneered, is that the reinforcement you found this year? He has some skill, but is too arrogant. I want to see what your results are this year. Akoyan reminded him, worry about yourselves. She couldn't help cursing in her heart, that guy just rushed in like that. Although he is very strong, this is still a fight between assassins. Does he think relying on strength alone is enough? At the same time, on the barren, primitive land within the dungeon, Qianmo appeared with his guard up, exactly the same as the key robbing Chaos Realm he had played in his previous life. It seems the setting is consistent too. I wonder what he saw at that moment that made him freeze for 5 seconds. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared. Qianmo quickly defended against that energy. The foolish group was astonished he that fast. Qianmo spoke, if you want to reduce the number of participants in the tournament, I advise you not to continue this foolish action. This gate is just about finding keys. Let's search quietly, shall we? He thought to himself, this guy is really alert. Didn't they say the Cheng Feng Wu people are very weak? This guy is truly formidable. Forget it, better honestly look for the key. He guessed they're gone. A wise choice. Then Qianmo quickly began his attack. Well then, I also need to start finding the key. Recalling the events that occurred, the rules don't tell us where the keys are, so we all have to rely on ourselves to find them. Attacks from the monsters made him speed up further. The system updated the rabbit type, but that's no problem for me because I conquered this map in my previous life. The keys are hidden on these rabbit monsters. Level 60 agile rabbits, docile, and won't attack humans unless provoked. Rabbits raised their eyes and watched him. At this moment, the remaining group was searching. I guess those keys will probably drop from those monsters. Forget it, let's try first before talking. The rabbits quickly sped forward rapidly. They landed on the ground, panting. How can these rabbits run so fast? The keys must be on them. Chase them. Seeing them like that, Qianmo couldn't help but sigh, these fools. Although the rabbits run fast and have a docile nature and weak attack power, they are extremely quick. Little rabbit, stop. This gate also tests the agility and speed of the assassin. He quickly thought of a new strategy in his mind. Of course, there are better ways than blindly chasing them. At the same time, Zhao Tianfeng was watching the screen. Too bad they already discovered the existence of the keys. Cheng Feng Wu, that Cheng Feng Wu branch, actually completed it first. Should you judge which branch will get the key first this time? He laughed loudly. Tianluan, Jujian, Wuyan City. These years they have produced many talented people, so I guess the top 3 will be among them. I have the same thought as the guild master, but relying on the methods of these kids, they probably won't find the key quickly. Suddenly, at this moment, a notification appeared on the screen. Congratulations to Amo of Cheng Feng Wu for being the first to obtain the key, achieving an early achievement. What? Someone already got the key? That fast? It's only been half an hour since the start. Zhao Tianfeng was also sweating. Wait, did I hear that wrong? Someone already completed the collection. It's a person from Cheng Feng Wu. Truly lucky. Akoyan was shocked he got the key that fast. If that guy had used the invisibility charm just now, he could have directly passed the gate. His luck is really good finding the key so quickly. But it's useless, the most dangerous part of this game comes next. At this moment he was busy studying and following the rabbit. Although it is possible to catch the running rabbit by chasing it, there is an easier way. Those are these purple berries. If you pour out the juice from these berries, it will attract the rabbits to come on their own. Gently shaking the key in the air like this, getting the key becomes easier. But the most annoying mechanism of the dungeon now appears when someone gets the key. Their location is made public, causing everyone to rush over and snatch it. Seeing this, the crowd immediately rushed forward, with one person already grabbing the key. They contemptuously called Cheng Feng Yu just a rotten fish or shrimp, lucky to have snatched it first. They told each other capturing a person was easier than a rabbit, and flocked to coordinates 164 6 26, shouting that first come, first served. Amid the desolate mountains, fierce shouts rang out, ordering him to stop. He gave orders like big shots, saying the kid couldn't escape, and to hand over the key. One said he would buy it for 20,000 gold. Another thought Cheng Feng Yu was unworthy of the key. They threatened to spare his life if he surrendered it. Qianmo calculated that if he hadn't found the key, taking down a few would be enough to scare the rest. But now, things were no longer that simple. He let out a contemptuous chuckle. No matter, no one knew this terrain better than him. Thinking this, he dashed forward, shouting loudly as he ran that their pursuit had been more than enough. They laughed back, asking if he still wanted to run, promising to deal with him when they caught him. Things were unpredictable. The point they rushed toward was a dangerous spot, leading straight into a deep chasm. The whole group fell into the chasm, while Kianmo calmly clung to the cliff wall. He climbed back to the ground, sighing in relief that he had finally shaken off those persistent hounds. Observing the map, Kianmo saw more and more people finding keys and revealing themselves. He realized they would no longer target only him, and could now focus on the supplementary resurrection-proof mission. At that moment on the screen, his image and words were broadcast. People remarked that this person not only had luck but also great wit. It was surprising that such a talent came from Cheng Fengyu. Zhao Tianfeng voiced his doubts. After getting the key, he should have gone to the teleport point immediately. So why was he still running around like this? The crowd behind buzzed with chatter. He was the first to get the key but didn't run out right away. Not only that, he ran further and further from the teleport point, truly wasting time. A real fool. Shouts rang out, but one person said he understood why he ran so far. The man pointed at the map, analyzing that key holders were heading toward the teleport point. Meanwhile, those without keys would ambush them, making that route the most dangerous. He thought that kid was a coward, didn't want a high rank, just wanted to wait for everyone else to finish first. The whole crowd laughed, claiming the last place on the leaderboard couldn't have talent. Cheng Fengyu was just lucky. Aquan thought to herself, that guy was lucky to get the key first. But instead of quickly escaping, he used such a cowardly tactic. It was too shameful. Tianfeng and the crowd commented that this kid chose a lowly way to act. Nothing interesting. He said to move the camera near the teleport gate, because he had thought Cheng Fengyu was extraordinary, but it turned out he overthought. For an assassin, both strength and a sharp mind were important. Xiao Han, who was watching the strategy, also found it strange. Why would a stupid kid get the key and then run into the forest? He thought that since no one else had a key yet, they shouldn't fight, just hurry to the teleport point. Rabbits were hard to catch, but people were easier to deal with, everyone agreed. On the map, the system showed many key-encoded zones. Kianmo planned as he ran. As long as he smoothly passed the first round, the ranking would no longer matter. Suddenly, a terrifying explosion sounded ahead. A massive monster roared violently. The system immediately updated the information. It was a level 96 Zing tyrant, hot-tempered, and would fight to the death to drive away intruders from its territory. Kianmo spoke, who said the deep area of the secret realm wasn't dangerous. The deeper one went, the stronger the monsters. This Zing tyrant was much more troublesome than those rabbits. He opened the parachute in his hand, but he had a legitimate reason for doing this. That reason was more important than even passing the first round. At the same time, at the final teleport crystal, warriors lay sprawled on the ground, shouting in pain, demanding their keys back. Then Tao said sarcastically, whose key was it? Whoever snatched it owned it. The system rang out with congratulations. Luosha of Jujian City had used the key to escape the secret realm, achieving the first completion. As soon as the sound ended, murmurs rose. Luosha of Jujian City truly lived up to his reputation. Too formidable. He was in the top 100 international assassins, truly deserving. Members of other branches taunted. The Cheng Fengyu person found the first key, but now no one knew where he was. Sunian sneered, saying a big tournament didn't rely on luck. Did Cheng Fengyu think hiding would get him through? Aquan retorted in disgust that the match wasn't over yet, and to shut up. She couldn't help but worry. Damn it, what was that guy doing after all? Amid the intense storm, the system continuously updated good news. Congratulations to Zhang Ling of Tianluan City, Luofu of Huku City, and Daozhen 7 of Liuxu City for using their keys to escape the secret realm. Enhu smiled and praised the guild leader for being astute. The top 3 positions all belonged to the major cities. Zhao Tianfeng thought these branches were already top-tier teams. It was understandable. The conversation continued. Dozens of people had left, but the Cheng Fengyu youth who got the first key was still nowhere to be seen. Some thought he only cared about safety, unaware that monsters deep in the secret realm were even harder. He might be in danger soon. Zhao Tianfeng speculated in his heart. There might be another possibility. The sky was clear, a cool wind blew gently. Tianmo nonchalantly sat on the carcass of a giant snake. Most of the keys had been taken. Everyone was gathered at the teleport point. He was likely the last one out. He wondered, but that didn't matter because he had found something much more valuable. Qianmo stood before a stone-cast statue, realizing this was the most important reward of the secret realm. He clasped his hands together, bowed his head, and prayed. If he remembered correctly, this was exactly how to complete the resurrection-proof quest. The system displayed a congratulatory notice. Player A or Amo of Cheng Fengyu had overcome the obstacles and reached the Assassin King statue. He completed the Nostalgia quest, part 1 of 3, making this trip to the secret realm not in vain. Luosha spoke. Currently 61 people had entered the next round. The first round was about to end. According to the information, there were no other keys left. Only one person remained. Sunayan scoffed. That was Amo from Cheng Fengyu, the first to get the key but extremely cowardly. Everyone jokingly called him Cowardly Amo, mocking Cheng Fengyu for knowing how to survive. Aquan angrily told him to shut up. Zhao Tianfeng also spoke. That kid thought too simply. The current situation had exceeded his expectations. He looked around and then sighed. The teleport plan was not only unsafe, but also the most dangerous time. Unable to find another key, this last one absolutely had to be taken. Then Hu smiled, his cleverness had backfired. The Cheng Fengyu boy tried a trick, but now faced trouble. Zhao Tianfeng believed an assassin must always be ready to handle surprises. Let's see how he reacts. At that moment, the man smoking suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment. Amid the noisy space, everyone shouted, "He's here, the last hope, together, first kill this kid." Qianmo walked forward and calmly said it seemed everyone was waiting for him. He spoke in a placid tone, "You all want this thing to get to the final round, right?" They threatened, "Hand it over and your life will be spared." Immediately after, Qianmo tossed the key forward. Glowing golden key slowly fell through the air. Everyone who witnessed it was dumbfounded. What was this kid doing? Was he crazy? But then they realized he was very clever. Xiao Han joyfully rushed to grab it, shouting that the key was his. But before his hand could touch it, a streak of light slashed across, causing blood to splatter. The large man laughed loudly, declaring this key was his and anyone who dared to snatch it would be killed. The remaining crowd pounced in a frenzy. "Who did you think you were, you bastard? Give me the key." They clashed with each other, determined to kill all opponents. Immediately after, a horrific free-for-all erupted in the space. Amid the crowd, a blood-covered figure crawled forward. His scarred face broke into a joyful smile. The key was his. Entering the final round was his. His joy didn't last long before Qianmo spoke up to remind him, "Isn't it too early to celebrate?" Everyone on the big screen buzzed with discussion. This guy was too despicable, using cunning tricks. But his opponent was Zhu Yu Luo Feng. He might not be a match. Then Hu praised the representative from Cheng Fenyu this year had all sorts of tricks. This young man was interesting. Zhao Tianfeng began to take an interest. The man's identity increasingly intrigued him. He immediately ordered Bai Tian. The assassin's mask had blocked all information, making it very hard to investigate. Use the highest authority to look into this person's background. However, Thang Hu was still uncertain. The match hadn't taken place yet. His opponent was Zhu Yu Luo Feng, a top-tier assassin. He thought the man might necessarily win. But Zhao Tianfeng asserted there was no need to think too much. Luo Feng couldn't beat him. The atmosphere between Qianmo and Luo Feng was now extremely tense. He broke the silence first, thanking him for taking care of the others. Now the key should return to its original owner. His face bruised, Luo Feng said fiercely with contempt, "A coward like you dares to brag in front of me? Today, I will definitely teach you a lesson." Qianmo's eyes behind the mask flashed a red killing intent. He advised him to return the item obediently. Hearing this, Luo Feng went berserk, shouting that he was asking for death and charged forward. The outside viewers became excited. Luo Feng has made his move. This coward is dead for sure. Luo Feng proudly displayed his speed, asking Qianmo if he could keep up. Calmly analyzed. A high-level assassin's teleport skill often goes behind the enemy to stab stealthily. Luo Feng flashed past, reaching for the teleport crystal, sneering that only fools would fight head-on. He said the key was already in his hand, just touching the crystal meant victory. At that moment, Luo Feng's body suddenly froze, just an arm's length from the crystal. He looked back at the opponent's completely frozen body, saying calmly that faking a desperate charge, but actually relying on speed to escape wasn't a bad plan. Qianmo walked leisurely, tossing the key as he spoke, saying this thing is useless to me. Soon, he stepped out from within the golden flames, congratulating Cheng Fengyu's Mo on using the key to escape the secret realm. The batch of candidates was astonished. Did this guy really sneak his way out? Luo Feng actually lost, it was just luck. If Luo Feng were in his prime, he definitely couldn't have won. I think he's quite formidable, dealing with those assassins like they were ants. Only now did King Su smack his lips in wonder, so he really did let him win. I never expected him to be a mage. A magic-type assassin is quite rare. On the other hand, Zhao Tianfeng wasn't surprised at all. That he could beat me is hardly shocking. The first round is over. Let's see if he can still perform like that in the second round. Then he stood up and addressed all the competitors, saying just now the last competitor had stepped out of the secret realm. With that, the first round is concluded, with 67 people advancing. Zhao Tianfeng explained the rules for the next round. The next round is the Shadow Hunting Grounds. The advancing teams will enter the secret realm territory. Prey is divided into 3 levels, the lowest being Shadow Wolves worth 1 point each. The medium is Shadow Snow Leopards worth 5 points, and the highest is Phantom Lions worth 20 points. The minimum requirement is 30 points, and the higher the score, the higher the ranking. He continued the announcement. The second round will begin in 1 hour. All branches can make adjustments during this time. The second round uses a scoring system and can weed out those who fish in troubled waters. Someone calculated that 30 points means killing 30 Shadow Wolves, but less than 2 Phantom Lions would be enough. Qianmo sighed in relief. Luckily, he didn't disgrace his mission and passed the first round. On the other hand, Quan angrily scolded him, saying you have the nerve to claim you took the key first, but came out last. If you had listened to me and used the stealth talisman, our result would have been better. He sighed and conceded, just consider it my oversight. Sunan came over to provoke, saying the second round is a scoring mode, and the number of monsters is limited. I estimate less than 10 people will pass this round, and this time you people can't fish in troubled waters. Ji immediately retorted, I heard your branch was eliminated in the first round. Meanwhile, Qian Mo was thinking about other things, wondering how things were at the guild. His message should have been received by Gugan and his group by now. At the same time, at Eternal Summit Palace, Han Yu walked to the practice field and asked Han about everything, how the current situation was. Du Jai reported in detail. Following the guild leader's arrangements, the guild supplies are sufficient and the checkpoints have been reinforced. Although there are still losses, the impact is no longer significant. He also mentioned a notable matter, that the Laohai Brotherhood had changed their tactics and were now targeting our partners. Former Councillor Chengling Yu had been assassinated 6 times, and even though she was in the respawn area, her level and supplies were nearly depleted. Clearly Han Yu despised this, saying to resort to such dirty tricks shows the Laohai Brotherhood is out of options. Continuing like this will certainly lead to mutual destruction, but he still hoped the guild leader's actions would be effective. At the same time, inside an office in a building lobby, Zhao Tianfeng was discussing the recent match, saying the name Eternal Summit Peak truly lives up to being a rising newcomer. Even under our attacks, they still operate normally. King Su agreed, saying that's right, they have begun to take precautions, and quite a few of our brothers have been counter-killed. Aunt Tian commented, even so it wasn't entirely useless. Now their network has no players daring to register, knowing they will be assassinated once they join. Wandu thought differently but felt he had to speak up, saying we are an assassination organization, yet targeting them has had this little effect, where is our dignity? Zhao Tianfeng thought the same, saying that's right, the reputation of the Laohai Brotherhood in Tianqi has been declining. Both the Grand Tournament and targeting Eternal Summit Peak are hoped to raise our reputation value again. He fell silent in thought, saying with the current results, we're just making other guilds look down on us more. So we must defeat Eternal Summit Peak and invest more branches before the Grand Tournament ends. We must make Eternal Summit Peak beg for mercy. Aunt Tian was absolutely determined, saying that's right, this time we must crush Eternal Summit Peak. King Su was also always ready, saying I agree to mobilize all our forces. We must defeat them. Zhao Tianfeng smiled confidently again, saying this Grand Tournament has also produced quite a few good talents. For example, that youth from Chengfeng Yu. As long as we overcome this difficulty, I believe our Laohai Brotherhood can certainly rise to new heights. The meeting ended here, saying alright, the third round is about to start, isn't it? Let's go take a look. Second round of the Shadow Hunting Grounds was about to open, with competitors preparing to enter the Secret Realm battlefield. Everyone was nervous, saying it's about to start. Get ready. Let's wait and make a big scene. Qian Mo turned his head to inform Quan, saying the second round has begun, I'm off. She kept reminding him uneasily, don't be so timid this time, you must get plenty of points. He didn't reply and walked straight into the illusion realm. Quan bit her lip, her face full of worry, saying if I had known, I would have gone myself. My result would certainly be better than his. Father, oh father, this time you trust the wrong person. In the space of the Shadow Hunting Grounds, a level 80 phantom snow leopard appeared. It suddenly stopped drinking water when it sensed someone approaching. He laughed smugly, saying luck isn't bad, landing right next to a phantom snow leopard worth 5 points, well within my ability. But when he saw a pack of ferocious phantom snow leopards appear, he began to panic. Wait! A helpless cry echoed through the sky. Damn it, this many is too much. It seems reincarnation is also a skill in this round. Of course it is. Haven't you heard that luck is part of strength? Look, someone landed right in front of a solitary snow leopard and immediately got 5 points. Some people were unlucky. All 3 fell next to a phantom lion. Even working together, they couldn't kill this 20-point monster. Suddenly, someone shouted, look, it's that timid Mo. Sunan crossed his arms and mocked angrily, saying your Chengfeng Yu sure has good luck. Level 60 Phantom Wolves. Landing to find 10 Phantom Wolves. This type of monster is very weak. With just a little time, 10 points would be easily pocketed. Before he could act, one of them ferociously charged. However, Qian Mo stamped off the ground and launched himself up. But then, he casually stomped on its head with his straight leg. There were more important tasks now. These few points weren't worth the time. Immediately, he turned and ran off in one direction into the forest. Seeing this action, a few others couldn't help but laugh mockingly, saying, am I seeing things? Points are right in front of him, and he doesn't care. This guy is too timid, truly living up to timid, Mo. Sunan continued the ridicule, saying that's right, even Luofeng he was able to beat, so his strength certainly isn't weak. But he's also too cowardly. The outsider you hired is truly strange, being this timid, not even daring to fight phantom wolves. This atmosphere made Quan's face redden with embarrassment, grinding her teeth and cursing inwardly. Damn it, did he even listen to what I said? What the hell is he planning to do? The 3, Zhao Tianfeng, Kingsu, and Aunt Tan were also watching live on the big screen. Last round, just passing gave promotion, but this time was different. Points were right in front of him, and he wouldn't take them. From the first round, it was clear he had the strength to finish off these phantom wolves. So why didn't he act? His purpose was clear. His actions last round were already strange. This time he had to watch closely to see what he was really up to. Meanwhile, Mo was still running hard forward. He had to speed up. The second resurrection task absolutely had to be timed perfectly. Being even slightly fast or slow wouldn't work. His gaze swept behind him. In front of the chasing wolves, Mo muttered to himself, "As for these small monsters, if I can dodge them, I will." Then he slid down a rocky slope. Once he landed, Mo stopped, saying, "This is the place." Before him were jagged rocks blocking the path, the Assassin King's memorial task. The second location was inside this canyon, and the rock formation above, when combined with sunlight at a specific time, would reflect the shadow of the Assassin King. Then he could complete the second phase of the memorial task. Mo calculated in his mind. As for scoring points, there was no rush for now. Suddenly, he sensed movement nearby. Level 120 Phantom Lion was closing in. He had planned to ignore it since it was worth 20 points, but it didn't seem intent on attacking. Then he would ignore it for now. Missing the moment for the memorial task would be a loss greater than gain. But just then, a female figure charged in, saying that Phantom Lion is mine. Unrelated people get out of here immediately. Luosha threatened as she appeared, saying, "Since there's no mutual annihilation task, I can spare you, so scram." But of course, Mo couldn't let things go so easily, saying, "I don't either. Moreover, I'm not interested in this lion, but I have a reason to stay here." Her appearance also shocked many watching on the screen. That's the top ranker from the last round. Luosha of Fort Jujian. She's on the assassin ranking list, codename Luosha. This woman is quite formidable. That timid guy running into Luosha is his bad luck. Hurry up and eliminate him. He's not fit to be an assassin. Luosha seemed to recognize him, saying, "You're the timid Mo from the last round. I've watched your match video. Your assassination organization was pretty good." She still pointed her blade at him, "But what you seem good is picking up scraps. So do you think I can trust you that you won't steal my prey?" Hearing this, Mo couldn't help but feel helpless. Was his image really that bad now? He meant well and wanted to ease the tension, saying, "I advise you to trust me. I won't compete with you. I have another goal." But the other party despised him, saying, "Since you won't leave, killing you won't take much time." This time, a cold aura enveloped his entire body, saying, truly full of confidence, "It seems I must make you accept defeat willingly." Outside, murmurs arose, saying, "Heavens, that timid Mo is actually planning to fight hard against Luosha." Sunan was mocking again, saying, "I didn't expect this guy is not only timid but also foolish, thinking he can fight Luosha like he made Luofeng retreat." Even Aquan was worried, saying, "What is this guy thinking? Not collecting points and for no reason planning to fight Luosha." King Sungsu raised an eyebrow curiously, saying, "What is that timid Mo up to, actually intending to fight Luosha?" Only Xiao Tianfeng noticed the peculiar point, saying from the moment he entered the arena, Suddenly, his expression changed as a possibility occurred to him, saying, "Wait, could it be he has activated the Secret Realm special reward? That must be it. I'm truly getting more curious about this guy. I hope my subordinates can gather useful information." In the competition space, a strong wind swept across the ground, stirring up dust. Facing Luosha's approach, Mo remained calm. He secretly assessed, saying, "Truly fast speed. The Wind Cloak Night Strike movement technique combines concealment and speed. Belonging to the violent faction among assassins, Wind Shadow forms a unity with the wind, using speed and the wind's characteristics to continuously attack the target without interruption. Each hit stacks 10% damage, up to a maximum of 100%. Cooldown time 5 minutes. Luosha circled behind him to strike. Using this move on him was like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. One hit should be enough. But unexpectedly, Mo opened a special umbrella to block the attack. Surprise stopped on her face, saying he could actually block it. What kind of strange weapon is that? What profession uses such a weapon? Soon, Luosha discovered the key lay in the iron spikes around the umbrella's rim, saying he blocked it thanks to that strange weapon. Just need to angle my attack a bit more cleverly. Facing her continuous attacks, Mo stayed in place and only changed the direction of his umbrella's block. He glanced at the sunlight behind him, saying 3 more minutes, and the sun will shine directly into the center of the rock formation. Meanwhile, Luosha was extremely angry at being unable to do anything to him, saying, "How is this possible? I can't break his defense. Could this guy be very strong?" Suddenly, a grappling hook rope flew from somewhere and tightly wound around her body, saying, "What is this now?" Mo held the rope end and said coldly, "I have no time to play with you anymore. You want that lion so badly, then I'll let you have it. Consider it a big gift from me." As soon as he finished speaking, Luosha's body was pulled by a force and then flung high into the air. She was about to fall onto the position of the Phantom Image Master. Luosha angrily cursed, "Damn it." On the other side, a dark shadow descended onto Qianmo. It was time. This shadow of the Assassin King, this proof of resurrection, had been hidden for so long in the previous life, only now being unlocked. Immediately after, the system announced that player A in Chengfeng Yu had completed the second commemoration quest, unlocking a fragment of the Assassin King's inheritance. The entire hall instantly buzzed with excitement. No way, he was unlocking an achievement quest. That's right, it was the Assassin King's inheritance. So he had already completed 2/3 of it. So his strange behavior was all for the achievement. Even Zhao Tianfeng found it hard to believe. The Assassin King achievement really existed. Legend said that the legendary assassin of the Xia Kingdom found it, codename Jing Qi. So he was going for the achievement, so that was it. Beside them, Luosha was battling the Phantom Image Master. Even now, she only believed his explanation that he was doing the achievement, not that his behavior was as strange as before. When he turned and said he had promised not to lay a hand on her prey, Luosha still stubbornly said, "That's for the best. The river water doesn't interfere with the well water." He crossed his arms and reminded her, "Rest assured, I am a man of reason. But don't say I didn't warn you." Although Phantom Image Masters don't live in groups, Qianmo noted, most of them live in pairs, one male and one female. When another female appeared, Luosha grew annoyed. Damn it, there's another one. The male Phantom Image Master's palm swung over. She was heavily injured. Seeing this, he proactively offered, "If you need help, I can make an exception." Luosha remained stubborn, "Save your nonsense. I don't need you to interfere." As soon as she finished speaking, both Phantom Image Masters charged at her simultaneously. She closed her eyes tightly, thinking it was over, she was about to be eliminated. At that moment, Qianmo made his move, and the two Phantom Image Masters were frozen in place. He carefully confirmed, "You have already lost. My intervention now doesn't count as breaking my promise, does it?" Astonishment was clearly written on her face. Who the hell is this guy? Since when did the Dark Brotherhood have such a formidable figure? Outside, Su Yen no longer had that arrogant look. No way. Was this still that cowardly A? How did he get so strong? Quan regained his credibility, saying not to underestimate others. He defeated the Phantom Image Master, and the score announcements rang out continuously. After a while, Qianmo stopped, turning his back. Enough points. Next is the leaderboard. No need to hide from anyone anymore. The contestants' faces turned pale. Who is this guy? He's stealing our monsters. We've been fighting for half a day. This is too much. The second round of the Shadow Hunting Ground ended with score teleportation. The top 10 scorers advanced to the third round. First place was A from Chengfeng Yu with 560 points. Second place was Zhaozhen 7 from Cheng Liu Su with 380 points. Everyone walked out amidst a buzz of chatter. It turns out to be this powerful. Which stronghold? From Chengfeng Yu, they were at the bottom every year. This year they're so strong. The Assassin King title is definitely his. Scene shifted to the Totem Plaza area. As soon as they saw Qianmo step forward, the crowd of thugs jeered. This kid took first place. Luosha, you lost to a little brat like that? She glanced sideways with disdain. What do you know? Luosha warned repeatedly, this guy's strength is not as simple as you think. At that moment, Zhao Tianfeng announced the end of the second round of the Shadow Hunting Grounds. The branches had performed well, especially Feng Yucheng, who caused a major surprise. The jealous crowd muttered. Feng Yucheng was just lucky. He slowly raised his hand to signal. Lately, I know everyone has been dissatisfied with the association's development. Even the newly emerged Eternal Peak wants a share of the profits. Zhao Tianfeng laid out the plan. The battle with Eternal Peak is at a stalemate. The third round of the King's Secret Realm will select the Assassin King, who will lead the troops into battle. He encouraged them, let Eternal Peak see our true strength. The excited crowd cheered. Without further ado, Zhao Tianfeng got straight to the point. Rest up in half an hour. Enter the third round of the King's Secret Realm. A few passing contestants eagerly discussed. The Black Brotherhood has been holding back for a long time. Now someone has come to provoke them. Wait for the big competition to end, then go all out to teach Eternal Peak a lesson. Suddenly, a Koyan appeared and probed. The Dark Brotherhood plans to use Eternal Peak as their first target. Aren't you worried? Qianmo replied indifferently. What does the guild's first target have to do with me? She was stunned. Hey now. No sooner had he spoken than Duzhen, standing behind him, whispered a reminder that startled a Koyan. Of course it's related. Based on your performance in the first 2 rounds, who knows, you might become the Assassin King. After that, he arrogantly relayed the order. A Mo of Feng Yucheng. The guild leader thinks highly of you. He invites you to meet him. However, Qianmo flatly refused. The guild leader wants to meet me? Sorry, I have to prepare for the third round. I'm not free. Duzhen was surprised. Did you miss here? It's the guild leader inviting you. He fearlessly asserted. I heard you clearly, and I spoke very clearly too. There's only half an hour. I need to rest here. He arrogantly roared. You dare to defy the guild leader's order. Are you even a member of the guild? Qianmo sneered and gave a reason. I just got first place in the second round. Now the guild leader invites me to meet. I suspect whether you were actually sent by the guild leader asking me to go over there. Is there some ulterior motive? Duzan sneered mockingly. No wonder they call you cowardly Mo. You really are scared like a coward. The guild leader is right over there. Following me won't take much time. Kinmo ignored him. I don't care. I'm not going anywhere before the third round. He fumed and disappeared, missing a good opportunity. What an idiot. Fine, I'll report back. Right then, Akoyan asked curiously, when did you notice him? And you refused to meet the guild leader. Is that okay? Or did he discover your identity? Kianmo pondered. Sensing changes in the environment is a basic skill for assassins. He confidently analyzed. Relax. If he had discovered my identity, he would have come to capture me himself. Going to meet him would have been truly dangerous. Let's just calmly wait for the third round. The scene shifted to the meeting room. Zhao Tianfeng was furious. What? He refused to meet me. Didn't you say it was the guild leader who wanted to see him? Duzan wearily reported. I did, but he was a coward, afraid of a trap, so I didn't force him. He couldn't accept it and criticized. What kind of excuse is that? Disrespecting the guild leader, he should be disqualified from the competition. The wise Yu Ming soothed. Cowardly Mo is understandable. To expel him now would make us look bad to outsiders. King Song agreed. It's not too late to ask about the Assassin King's inheritance after the competition. Zhao Tianfeng squinted suspiciously. This kid is not simple, his background is unknown, yet his strength is great. And he keeps avoiding me, I can't find a reason to deal with him. They were optimistic. This matter might be a good sign for the guild, perhaps heralding our prosperity. He let it go and focused on the battle. The fight with Eternal Peak has an advantage. Just wait for the third round to finish, and we'll wipe them out. The scene shifted to the Eternal City. At this moment, the team leader angrily roared. The Black Brotherhood, are you crazy, daring to sneak into the city? Do you have no regard for Eternal Peak? They smugly threatened. Dare to offend us, and you'll never have a peaceful day. Upon receiving the notice, a subordinate fearfully relayed, Captain, many Ghost-level assassins have appeared at the Guild Stone Monument area. Come for backup quickly. The captain was horrified. What? The Guild Monument is under attack. Damn it. He decisively divided the forces. Leave 2 people to deal with him. The rest follow me to support the monument. If the monument is destroyed, we're finished. The whole team chorused. Understood. The scene shifted to the central square, where explosions occurred around the shield. A group of contestants shouted, their monument protection barrier is broken. Charge. Take the monument and Eternal Peak loses. Long live the Dark Brotherhood. As they entered the forest, they were grabbed by vines. The contestants were lifted up, continuously screaming. Damn it, there's another defense layer. The Black Brotherhood won't give up. Han Yu sighed in relief. Good thing we have the World Tree. We need to reinforce several layers of protection. Old Kin pondered. With an attack this fierce, if the monument is destroyed, I won't know how to explain it to the guild leader. He gravely assessed. The Black Brotherhood wants to teach us a lesson. No wonder they're one of the top guild organizations in Xia country. Dealing with them is quite troublesome. Xiao Han affirmed. If Wang Tian's group were here, we wouldn't be this passive. The Black Brotherhood just chose the right moment. Without delay, Han Yu pulled himself together. In short, follow the guild leader's arrangements. I trust he did the right thing. At the same time, in the headquarters area, a loudspeaker announced, after half an hour of reorganization, the third round of the King's Relic begins. Promoted contestants depart immediately. Akoyan cheered excitedly. The guild leader really didn't cause you trouble. The third round starts smoothly. Qian Mo confidently promised, I told you as the first place holder, if I didn't appear in the third round, this competition would become a joke. The announcer spoke eagerly. Pass the third round, complete the resurrection trial, obtain the Assassin King's inheritance, this farce should end now. As soon as the words finished, they stepped through the spatial gate. At the center, Zhao Tianfeng wondered expectantly. The third round has begun. Everyone, who do you think will be champion? Tian Yuan clicked his tongue. I'm not curious about who wins. I'm extremely curious if that cowardly Mo will complete the resurrection trial. Yu Ming nodded. I'm curious too. What exactly is the Assassin King's inheritance? He squinted and explained. The Assassin King's inheritance is said to be a skill book. An assassin who obtains it can dominate the world. That kid is indeed very slippery. Right then, Duzan respectfully reported, Guild leader identity information on Mo has been obtained. Zhao Tianfeng's eyes lit up as he demanded, is that so? Let me see it quickly. What's his career record like? He hesitantly read, participating contestant from Feng Yuqing Mo, real name Qian Mo, profession healer affiliated with Eternal Peak. Hearing this, he was shocked. Wait, what was his name? Tian Yuan was stunned. Eternal Peak? Did I hear that right? Zhao Tianfeng panickingly shouted. The guild leader of Eternal Peak, Qian Mo? Wasn't he supposed to be dead? Isn't the current guild leader of Eternal Peak Gugan? Tian Yuan furiously continued. Damn it, no matter what, we can't let him obtain the assassin's inheritance. Yu Ming said helplessly. He's already inside. We can't stop the secret realm. Right then, he clearly ordered, all members of the Black Brotherhood, hear my command. I, Zhao Tianfeng, in the name of the guild leader, issue a heaven-level kill order. Wait for the champion to exit the secret realm and execute them on the spot. Everyone was bewildered. The guild leader wants to kill the champion. A heaven-level kill order, the highest protocol. This is no joke. Seeing this, Akoyan's face turned pale. Bad news, that guy's identity must have been exposed. Tian Yuan wondered, why not reveal his identity but instead target the champion? Yu Ming agreed. Right, what if the champion is one of our own? Zhao Tianfeng mused. Don't hold on to false hopes. The one who reaches the end and takes the championship will only be this person. As for not releasing the intelligence, the Black Brotherhood has been infiltrated to this extent by the enemy. Releasing it would be too demoralizing. The scene shifted inside the illusory space. The third round of the King's secret realm had no rules. The contestants used all means to eliminate each other, and the last one standing would be the winner. Contestants looked at each other. The final round's rules are simple but brutal, killing each other, all shoved into the same spot. It's really a triple siege. I have a feeling whoever strikes first will be eliminated the earliest. Kanmo arrogantly removed his mask. No one dares to be the first bird, then let this cowardly Amo be an example for you all, he proudly announced. Kanmo, guild leader of Eternal Peak, sends greetings to everyone. Hearing this, the crowd was flustered. What is he saying? He says he's from Eternal Peak. Is he joking? They doubted. Did you hear what he said? He's from Eternal Peak. Our Black Brotherhood is in a guild war with Eternal Peak, and the name Kanmo sounds familiar? Zhao Tianfeng roared furiously. This brat has gone crazy, daring to publicly admit he's from Eternal Peak. He gritted his teeth. No, we must kill him. Otherwise, with this kind of influence, what face does the Black Brotherhood have left to operate in Tianqi? King Su laughed smugly. The kid isn't very smart, daring to admit it inside the secret realm. There are 9 of the guild's top assassins inside. He's as good as dead. He secretly hoped, if only things would develop that way. Turning to the space inside the secret realm, Kanmo quietly asked, "What's wrong? No one believes it." As he finished speaking, he suddenly shifted his body, appearing like lightning behind Zhang Ling, who was preparing to ambush him. He caught the intention and spun around sharply, choosing me as the first target, treating me like a soft persimmon. Zhang Ling confidently blocked. I am a triple transmission stealth assassin. Trying to match speed with me? I'll show you. The overwhelming force made him step back. Zhang Ling stared blankly at his cracked sword. My weapon, his weapon, is at least at the Grandmaster level. He crazily went all out. Then I'll use speed to finish him. At the same time, Kanmo also charged forward to attack. He agilely closed in on Zhang Ling, and the amazed crowd exclaimed, "So fast." He seriously swung his sword. A series of warnings sounded. Vital point strike. As soon as he was defeated, the system announced, Zhang Ling of Chengshan Luan eliminated. Amo of Feng Yu adds 10 points. Kanmo sneered. So this is the top 10 assassin of the Black Brotherhood. He swept his gaze around and then mocked. Do you believe me now? Why don't you all come at me together? Or is the Black Brotherhood full of cowards? The crowd was horrified to realize he was the real Eternal Summit Guild Master, but also too arrogant to dare fight 8 alone. He quickly joined forces, shouting in unison that he must be dealt with first because he was too dangerous. Luo Sha frowned, wondering why Quan Mo would reveal his identity. The contestants immediately charged at him together, determined to kill him. He calmly assessed these two were both triple transcend assassins. Just as the sword tip stabbed toward him, he skillfully dodged to the side. Quan Mo lightly jumped to the side. Then he leisurely activated Elemental Clone. Xuanwu was shocked to be controlled. This was a mage skill. He was not an assassin. That man roared and activated the forbidden technique Blood Moon Stab, increasing his power and gaining unstoppable effect for 30 seconds. Xuanwu swung his blade at the clone, contemptuously thinking a clone could not handle him. Kanmo silently praised the opponent but also did not expect to finish it with just a clone. He snapped his fingers. He only needed to severely wound them. Clones were suddenly pierced through by iron bars, leaving everyone stunned. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrible explosion erupted from the center of the battle. He was impressed that there was no elimination notification. Truly top-tier assassins. One contestant jumped up to curse, determined to kill him. Kanmo saw the situation was messy, deciding he could no longer hide his cards. At that moment, Xuanwu also attacked from behind. He calmly opened the umbrella, activating Soul Shock, releasing a shockwave that stunned the enemy for 4 seconds. In an instant, the light emitted froze the air and Kanmo took the chance to finish them. Next, a series of elimination notifications rang out, the score updating continuously. The crowd outside was stunned to see him handle all the elite assassins alone, seemingly guaranteeing a clear. They pointed in fear toward the throne, where a vague figure suddenly appeared. Kanmo joyfully looked toward the center, for his target was the resurrection fruit. He had to eliminate all opponents to summon the king of assassins. If they killed each other, the plan would fail. Realizing the shift in momentum, Laisha and Chuji raised their hands to surrender, volunteering to withdraw. But he showed no mercy, immediately refusing, telling them to go back to the respawn point. As soon as he finished, both were defeated, and the score increased again. Kanmo wondered there must be one more assassin left. He coldly spoke, calling out to Luosha, telling her to stop hiding. She stepped out in surprise, exclaiming that he was the Eternal Summit Guild Master, Kanmo. He shrugged and denied it. saying he always used the name Amo. It was their fault for not recognizing him. Luosha quickly probed, asking if his target was the resurrection fruit. He nodded, urging her to attack. She calmly said if she surrendered, he would not complete his goal. At that moment, Qianmo was startled, realizing he had forgotten this detail. Zhao Tianfeng excitedly shouted, praising Luosha as a promising assassin for finding the loophole. He was humiliated at being forced to surrender to break the stalemate. He thought if he did not let him receive the inheritance, he could still kill him outside. Qianmo silently calculated. The fastest skill still needed half a second to cast. A bit troublesome. Luosha straightforwardly proposed to Qianmo that if he agreed to one condition, she would let him complete the resurrection fruit. He nodded, telling her to speak as the reward was quite important to him. Luosha firmly demanded to join the Nether organization and become its leader. Zhao Tianfeng froze for a few seconds. The people outside were also extremely stunned by that request. Qianmo asked back in a daze, not believing his ears. She calmly explained the condition again. He suspiciously asked why she wanted to join the Nether. She believed the Dark Brotherhood was in decline due to incompetent leadership, and an enemy guild master killing into their headquarters proved it. She expressed her feelings strongly, driving him mad. At that moment, Qianmo smiled and agreed, saying that even if she had not proposed it, he had already planned to invite her. Luosha happily lowered her weapon, calling him guild master. He calmly defeated her, saying they would meet again. At that moment, the system announced Luosha of Fortress City was eliminated. Amo of Storm City gained 10 points. Player Amo completed the third mission of the Secret Realm, receiving a super experience book and 2 evolution stones. Evolution stones could upgrade equipment to legendary quality and lock the level. Qianmo said satisfactorily it was done. Now to check the reward. The scene shifted to the respawn point, the crowd curiously waiting to see if it was Qianmo or Luosha. Seeing Luosha appear, they asked in horror why she also lost. She calmly replied her skills were inferior. The crowd despaired, thinking the guild was about to collapse. Luosha coldly said the decline had been long underway. They only realized it now. She said she had a better choice. Qianmo was busy inspecting the evolution stone and experience book. He used the experience book. The system continuously announced level ups to 56, 57, 58. Receiving free stat points, he excitedly cheered, getting closer to level 70. After leveling up, he received the final reward for completing all missions. The assassin class of Xia Kingdom unlocked a new 4th tier advancement path, Easy Shifter Sting. He also received the passive skill Arcane Essence of God's Concealment. Looking at the items, Qianmo was excited. His next move would be more certain. He clenched his fist, knowing the epic achievement would trigger a full map notification. His goal toward the Dark Brotherhood was considered achieved. The system displayed a server-wide announcement. The crowd eagerly discussed the new 4th tier advancement exclusive to Xia Kingdom. Zhao Tianfeng paled, believing Qianmo would become an insurmountable mountain for the assassin world. Qian Yuan furiously proposed a strategy. If Qianmo lived, the guild would perish. They decided to expel everyone, keeping only 4th tier assassins. He frantically ordered the destruction of Eternal Summit. The contestants questioned Luosha, believing she wanted to betray the guild. They suspected she was lenient because she liked that pretty-faced man. She mockingly said if she showed mercy, it would be no different from saying she was stronger than all of them combined. Luosha calmly stated she chose this side because she was outraged by bugs occupying high positions. One contestant criticized what contribution Qianmo had for them to join the Nether. The screen again displayed a shocking announcement about Qianmo and the new 4th tier advancement. The crowd realized in shock it was Qianmo. Luosha sarcastically asked if they now understood why she chose him. The scene shifted to Eternal Summit. Xiaohan joyfully shouted loudly. Hanyu excitedly affirmed the Nether would become famous. He seriously warned about the Dark Brotherhood's madness. He confidently reassured him the guild monument was as solid as Mount Tai. The scene shifted to a small alley. A few people were peeking from hiding. The Dark Brotherhood group wondered about Eternal Summit's achievement. One person frantically reported they were being ambushed and needed reinforcements. The leader confirmed it was too late to return. The only way was to destroy Eternal Summit. If they could not break the monument, they must target the high-level leaders of this guild. Right at that moment in the central area, a blazing gate suddenly opened. Feng excitedly ambushed at the entrance. Qianmo is about to come out later. Do not argue with Qing Xuan, just follow the plan. Killing him is the most important thing. First, kill him back to the respawn point, then kill him thoroughly at the respawn point. As soon as they saw him step out, they hurriedly reported, he has appeared. Qianmo looked around and then cheerfully greeted, so many people came to welcome me? At that moment, he suddenly noticed the side. In an instant, an explosion erupted. Seeing that the target, Wang Pingyan, was still unharmed, they ferociously jumped up to attack. He is not dead yet. Do not be careless. Get him, kill him. Ji Feng angrily swung his blade. You still want to run? Today you are dead for sure. Sensing something was off, he exclaimed in horror, this is wrong, this is a clone. The next second, a world-shaking explosion violently erupted. Seeing this, Zhao Tianfeng nodded in approval. Indeed, Qian Mo would not fight head-on. Let me see how you escape. As soon as his thought ended, Qian Mo appeared right behind him. Eternal Summit Peak's president sends his regards to you. He turned around enthusiastically. Not running but coming here, truly daring. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Tianfeng activated the ancient magic gem. Heart of Lysium, the gem of the space god, can freeze space within a 100-meter radius, lasting 1 minute. Seeing the treasure before him, he froze for a few seconds. A legendary grade accessory. Although the radius is not large, it lasts for a full minute. Worthy of being a president. Is this his trump card? At the same time, Tian Yuan raised his hand and unleashed his ultimate skill, Annihilation Black Hole. The 4th-tier Separatist's ultimate move, ignoring all defenses to deal massive magic damage. He fiercely directed kill him. Yu Ming added a special tool, the Soul Immortal Rope. This tool locks onto a target, with the guaranteed effect of binding them. Once successfully bound, it eliminates all threats. Zhao Tianfeng laughed loudly. You arrogant brat, you are dead for sure. However, Qian Mo was not afraid and laughed arrogantly. But who doesn't have a little final ace move? He swiftly activated his power, phasing through their bodies. God Concealment, the assassin's passive ability at the mastery level. When receiving fatal damage that cannot be dodged, it activates God Concealment. Transforms into a hidden assassin, ignoring the rules. Complete the elimination, 1 chance per day. Seeing his form flickering in and out of visibility, they cursed in frustration, damn it. Without hesitation, Qian Mo placed his blade against his throat and coldly declared, President Zhao, you have lost. Tian Hu panicked as she watched the commander being subdued and urgently cried out, President. Xiaomu was stunned in disbelief. The president has been caught. King Xuan was shocked. How could this be? The president has been captured. Qian Mo coldly reminded President Zhao, what do you think? Zhao Tianfeng remained calm. The skill just now was the reward for completing the Assassin King's Resurrection Challenge, was it not? He frankly admitted that is correct. It was God Concealment, the assassin's passive skill. He chuckled lightly. President Qian is indeed very brave. At the critical juncture of the guild, you actually dared to come to our Tianyuan city to execute decapitation strike. Qian Mo said calmly, I succeeded, did I not? Zhao Tianfeng frowned smugly. I do not think so. Currently, we are inside Tianyuan City. Even if you kill me, I will respawn at the respawn point, and you will not have a second chance to find me. Also, I do not mind telling you, the Dark Brotherhood has developed to its current position on a solid foundation. In response to these suggestive remarks, he only said indifferently, President Zhao, do you think Eternal Summit Peak is a place easily threatened? He confidently said, President Qian, let me be direct. This time I have not only mobilized high-level strategies. The Dark Brotherhood, after years of cultivation, has 3 4th-tier powerhouses on their way to Eternal Summit Peak. I have ordered the complete annihilation of Eternal Summit Peak. Zhang Feng chimed in, that is right. Although the president is caught inside the city, he will not die. Xiaomu laughed loudly. Eternal Summit Peak will soon be no more. What uses Qian Mo alone? King Xuan said arrogantly. Although a bit embarrassing, if we can eliminate Eternal Summit Peak, this trip is still a victory. Qian Mo smirked slightly. Is that so? Then President Zhao, do you want to make a bet? Zhao Tianfeng was surprised. You want to bet with me? Can Eternal Summit Peak withstand it? I warn you, once the guild monument is shattered, there is no turning back. If you step back now, I can discuss cooperation. He said coldly, no need, I trust my guild. So I will make a bet with President Zhao. 1 Shichen is the final deadline I set for your guild. If you can destroy Eternal Summit Peak, I will turn around and leave immediately. He was puzzled and raised his hand to signal. Wait, doing this kind of thing openly will make people laugh. No wonder you are a hero, President Qian. I have some admiration for you. But if you want to bet, do not expect me to let off easily. The Dark Brotherhood is my life's work. I will absolutely not yield. Qian Mo said calmly, then let us wait for 1 Shichen. We will wait together. At this moment from the outside, Eternal City could only be seen with thick black smoke rising. Han Yu anxiously asked the person beside him, Du Chui, what is the situation in the city right now? This person clasped his hands in salute, and then informed, do not worry, Vice President. The Dark Brotherhood within the city has been completely annihilated. Now we are only waiting for the President to return. He furrowed his brow slightly. The Dark Brotherhood vermin were cleared so quickly. This is very good. But do you not always call me old fan? Why so polite today? The disguised thief was startled. Seeing the flaw, Han Yu immediately became furious. What have you done to Du Su? Yun Jukin retreated while drawing the blade at his side, wanting to use this identity to get close for an assassination. But a 4th-tier power is indeed not foolish. As for that man, he is probably dead by now. He shouted loudly, you are courting death. The water blade in his hand descended like lightning. A loud explosion sounded. Dust, debris, and shockwaves from the force field billowed densely. Watching the man take the hit and crash heavily into the wall behind him, causing it to crack, Han Yu sneered. Unable to break our guild monument, you surround and attack the high-ranking officials instead. You Dark Brotherhood are truly knave. Yunju Qin's face was swollen, but he still looked smug. Our Dark Brotherhood has mobilized all its forces. Today, no leader of Eternal Summit Peak will escape from here. He silently contemplated. Currently, besides myself, there is Old Qin, Old Jiang, and Du Su. All those in charge are their targets. Right at this moment, the communications screen flickered and then suddenly blazed brightly. Han Yu was surprised. This is. Huang Tian's face appeared. Old fan, have you seen? He exclaimed. Huang Tian, have you already returned? He said happily. That is right, old fan, we have returned from special training. Du Su from behind also chimed in. Old man, are you alright? I was just surrounded by the Dark Brotherhood. Luckily, brother Huang Tian was there. Huang Tian looked over the group of people lying beaten on the ground, then continued to relay the president's order. So we have returned, old fan, rest assured, leave the rest to us. Han Yu could not believe it. You have returned? Is this the trump card arranged by the president? At the same time, at the second location, Ling Roxy was also reassuring. Old Jiang, I have this side covered, it is fine. At the third location, after dealing with the Dark Brotherhood, Q Ling also called back to report. Old Qin, this side is all clear. Fu Gei anxiously reminded his two teammates, Ruan Shen and Li Minghao. When you two are ready, wait for me to complete the formation. Members not part of Eternal Peak will be marked. Li Minghao nodded. My side is ready. Ruan Shen was a bit flustered. My side has some trouble. He looked at the group surrounding him. I think I have found their hiding place. How can I be this unlucky? Those men ferociously shouted together. He is from Eternal Summit Peak. Kill him. The leader charged forward, but at that precise moment, a bullet from an unknown source flew straight into his head. The remaining men were terrified. They have an ambush. Gugan appeared with a sniper rifle. Do not waste time. I will clean up for you. Quickly drive out the Dark Brotherhood members. Hearing themselves directly pointed out, the Dark Brotherhood members panicked and told each other, we are doomed. Our identities have been exposed. Let us fight it out with them. One man loudly reassured them, it is fine, the three great suppliers are almost here. We still have a chance. In the sky, three massive birds appeared, spreading their wings and flying towards Eternal City. A man in a black hooded robe sat on one of the birds, observing the front for a long time before speaking. So this is Eternal Summit Peak. It is hard to believe a newly established guild of less than 5 years could be this large. He was the elder Shishi, a supplier. Poison Peak laughed heartily. No wonder Xiao Tianfeng invited us to act. Lan Chu reminded her, have you not seen the notice? The people of Eternal Summit Peak have obtained the Assassin King's inheritance. The juniors have already started fighting? It seems things are not going smoothly. This Eternal Summit Peak has some weight. She gently blew out a breath of poison insects. Let me test their depth first. Swarm quickly followed the wind into the city. The invisible insect body possesses the full ability to activate toxic swarms. This insect is linked to the host's health, able to consume health to heal itself. Inside the city, a group of 3 people were patrolling the streets. Today seemed like a good day, blue sky and white clouds. One person happily spoke. This time it is a blessing that Manager Gu and Captain Huang and the others returned. This time not a single hidden assassin in the city can escape. King Feng gently reminded, do not be careless. It is not yet time to celebrate. As soon as he finished speaking, their comrade A Lu ahead shouted loudly, Captain, 3 powerful combat forces are approaching Eternal Summit Peak. It seems they are not our people. The other person worried, are they new reinforcements for the Dark Brotherhood? The captain said, Gu and the others are eliminating the remaining forces of the Dark Brotherhood in the city, so our patrol team will go ahead to scout the situation first. The captain pointed in surprise to the right side. Wait, what is that? Poison insects from the sky swooped down to attack the 3 men like a swarm of angry bees. Someone's panicked voice said, damn it, there is a powerful enemy of high caliber. Poison Peak observed the situation and was very pleased. The insects have grasped the situation. There are no formidable figures in the city, so let us quickly complete the mission. Lang Chu nodded. This time I will show Eternal Summit Peak that those below the 4th tier are but ants. His voice rang out challengingly. Eternal Summit Peak, listen up. Quickly summon the guild leaders to surrender. If not, the 3 of us, representing the Dark Brotherhood, will annihilate all of Eternal Summit Peak. Inside the office, Han Yu looked at the 3 guild leaders. The patrol team reported that 3 4th tier powerhouses have arrived. It seems they are the foundation of the Dark Brotherhood. Gugan was worried. 3 4th tier fighters. This is a bit troublesome. Our guild only has 1 veteran who has advanced to the 4th tier, Elder Fan. He clenched his hands into fists. I have just advanced to the 4th tier. I can face one of them. Huang Tian and Ruan Shen are also close to reaching the 4th tier. Perhaps they can also fight a battle. Huang Tian agreed. Not bad, old Ruan and I have a combined skill, so we might be able to hold off one person. Han Yu frowned in difficulty. Even if we have the strength for a battle, if we fight in the headquarters, the years of accumulation of Eternal Summit Peak might be destroyed. How am I going to explain this to the president? Suddenly a commanding voice rang out, demanding who dared to be so rude. Gugan was startled, wondering who it was. Han Yu's heart stirred, instantly recognizing the owner of the voice. The speaker stepped forward leisurely, hands clasped behind his back. Wan Tiansheng was forced to reveal himself. Shi exclaimed in shock, "Ling Xiao, why are you here?" Ling Xiao laughed heartily at the other party's stunned expression. Ling Xiao replied slowly, "Eternal Summit is my disciples' guild and also my grandson's. Why can't I come?" Feng Du curiously asked who this person was, noting that his apparent strength also reached 4th turn. Shishai sneered, saying he was just a sick old man about to die. Not worth bothering with. Ling Xiao's expression darkened. He softly repeated the words "about to die." He stamped his foot hard, the shockwave from his energy shaking the ground. The spiritual power around him erupted violently in an instant. He snarled, "Then let me show you whether I am about to die or not." The swarm of poisonous insects was immediately suppressed by Ling Xiao's spiritual power and fled in a panic. The 3 patrolmen, who had been in dire straits, were overjoyed to be rescued. Watching the poisonous insects rain down, King Feng happily declared that reinforcements had arrived. Feng Du panted heavily, realizing that the old man's single strike had destroyed the insect's body. He understood that the opponent was no ordinary 4th turn. Shi coldly asked Ling Xiao how his wound had healed. Han Yu led everyone running over, surprised to ask why Ling Xiao had come. Ling Rixi joyfully called him grandfather. Ling Xiao squinted, saying it had been a long time. He had answered Qian Mo's request to help. Han Yu apologetically said the past was over but still thanked him. Huang Tian signaled with his eyes, asking who the 3 people were. Ling Xiao calmly replied, "I don't know the other 2, but the one in the middle is actually named Wan Tiansheng. During the Otherworld invasion campaign years ago, he deserted, causing me to be severely wounded. He is nothing but a coward." Shi angrily told Ling Xiao not to pretend to be a good person. He roared, "Do you think you alone can stop the 3 of us?" Old Qin suddenly appeared, exposing that Feng's 7th lady and Lan Yushu had once accepted a high-level assassination commission from the Xia kingdom. Shi panicked and shouted, "Who?" Old Qin calmly announced his name. "Fei Yu is here. Do you recognize me?" Hearing this name, Lan Zhu stammered that he wanted nothing more to do with it, and Feng Du also hastily retreated. Shi gritted his teeth. "Damn it, why are people from the Management Association showing up here?" Old Qin coldly said it was too late to leave now and ordered the capture of the 2 fugitives. Lan Zhu cursed, regretting taking this job, knowing he should have raised the price. He felt he had been set up by Zhao Tianfeng. Han Yu sighed, saying this time he had troubled the Management Association. Otherwise, handling the 3 of them alone would have been somewhat difficult for him. Old Qin politely said he happened to come to back up the kid Qian, and unexpectedly found fugitives. A pleasant surprise. He cracked his knuckles and invited Ling Xiao to stretch their limbs. Ling Xiao nodded, wanting to see if Wan Tiansheng's strength was as tough as his mouth. Han Yu laughed heartily, glad to fight side by side after many years. Huang Tian eagerly wanted to lend a hand. Gu Gan stopped him, saying it was none of our business, we have things to do. He asked dazedly where they were going. The man replied, "To the Tree Realm teleportation gate. These 3 angry fellows are as good as lost. Let's go play at the Dark Guild's lair." System announcement. The Dark Guild's attack on Eternal Pavilion has failed. All members retreat. Eternal Pavilion successfully defended. The Dark Guild crowd buzzed. The Dark Guild lost? Weren't there 3 great enforcers? Couldn't even Eternal Pavilion handle them? Zhao Tianfeng couldn't believe it. 3 4th turn great enforcers failed? Qian Mo said coldly. People have their moments. The Dark Guild's strength is no longer comparable to Eternal Summits. The Spider Web never considered you opponents. Failure was predetermined long ago. There are 3 reasons. Do you want to hear them? Zhao Tianfeng angrily shouted, "Not even worthy of being opponents. What arrogance! Go on then." Qian Mo spoke leisurely. First, the higher-ups only know how to freeload, seeking personal gain and ignoring guild development. Qian Mo continued. Second, they stop at nothing for money, act against justice, and dare to take on national missions. Among the 3 great enforcers, 2 have previously assassinated high-level officials of the Xia kingdom. Zhao Tianfeng retorted that assassins naturally take money for work. Qian Mo sneered, "That's the 3rd point, a complete lack of professional ethics. Assassins have always sacrificed for righteousness. Under you, they've become profit-blinded scoundrels. Can you even call them assassins?" Zhao Tianfeng said bitterly, "Consider this your win today, but my guild's foundation remains. We won't let this go." A subordinate suddenly panicked. "Guild leader, it's bad." Zhao Tianfeng turned his head and snapped, "What's the rush?" The frightened subordinate reported, "Eternal Summit's people have crossed through the teleportation gate and are attacking here." He was stunned, his pupils contracting. "Through the teleportation gate? Since when does Abyss City have a teleportation gate?" Qian Mo smiled faintly, pulling out a Tree Realm seed. "This is Eternal Summit's teleportation gate node. It can grow anywhere with no cost at all. all. Zhao Tianfeng's eyes bulged. Qianmo, you're despicable. System warning, Abyss City is being invaded by Eternal Summit. Organize a counterattack. The crowd was shocked. Eternal Summit attacked this fast. Even riding flying mounts isn't this quick. The guild leader said the operation was successful. How are we already being ambushed in our own lair? Zhao Tianfeng roared. Order! We haven't lost yet. Defend immediately. Not many can come through a teleportation gate. Call the top 10 arena members to lead the team. Luo Sha stepped forward. Guild leader, no need for trouble. The top 10 arena members are leaving the Dark Guild today and joining the Spider Web to serve President Cheng. Someone exclaimed in shock. Luo Sha wants to join the Spider Web too? Another said, she said all of them. Has the Dark Guild completely collapsed? Zhao Tianfeng angrily questioned Luo Sha. Have I treated you badly that you would betray me? Luo Sha said calmly, I agree with the 3 points President Cheng made. The current assassins of the kingdom run amok, and the association never managed them. I've been annoyed for a long time. Also, one more point. President Cheng is young and handsome, much easier on the eyes than a doddering old man like you. Zhao Tianfeng was so enraged he clutched his chest and spat blood, his face ashen, only managing a choked, you. Fu Gai frowned thoughtfully. Qianmo toppled the entire Dark Guild. My father must have known in advance when he allowed him to come to Abyss City. If I help him, Stormfeather City's status in the Spider Web will surely rise. Luo Sha straightforwardly declared that the Dark Guild's time was over, and the Stormfeather City branch was leaving the guild to join the Spider Web. Everyone responded in unison, demanding to withdraw from the Dark Guild to enter the Spider Web. A roar echoed in the air, panicking the crowd. It's flying mounts. Eternal Summit's people have already infiltrated Abyss City. Gugan cheerfully shouted his name, leading Combat Squad 11 to welcome the guild leader. Zhao Tianfeng's eyes bulged, his mouth agape, defeated. To let them infiltrate this far, the Dark Guild is truly finished. He slumped onto the brick floor in helplessness. Zhao Tianfeng hung his head. Forget it, President Cheng, you win this time, we lose. Qianmo replied bluntly. Qianmo said, if the Dark Guild hadn't pushed people too far, I wouldn't have acted. But since I have, I hope from today onward, the Xia Kingdom only has the Spider Web, no longer the Dark Guild. A subordinate panicked. Are you forcing us to disband today? Zhao Tianfeng said dejectedly. Fine, we no longer have the right to negotiate. Do as you say. The Dark Guild will merge into the Spider Web from now on. Qianmo, riding on the dragon's back, said, good. A wise decision. First, hand over the position of guild leader to Lu Bank of Stormfeather City. Having said that, Qianmo and Gu Gan's team proudly flew back to Eternal City on the dragon. Zhao Tianfeng was crushed, his brows tightly knit. It's over. Everything is over. Huang Tian said joyfully. This time we struck straight at the enemy's lair. That was something. Gu Gan agreed. Thanks to the portation gate, attacking any target is convenient. Qianmo gave him a meaningful look. You all worked hard, but since when did Squad 11 exist? Gu Gan replied casually, just to scare them. If they knew we only had a dozen people, would they have surrendered so easily? Qianmo burst out laughing. Old Gu, well done. Just prepare to take over the Dark Guild properly. Towering skyscraper office building of the Management Association appeared before them. Someone asked curiously, have you all heard the news about the Dark Guild disbanding? Is it true? Another confirmed, 100% true. Yesterday they were forcibly merged into an organization called the Spider Web. A shocked voice exclaimed, what the hell is the Spider Web? Qianmo stood quietly in the corridor, listening to everything. I heard the Spider Web is a new branch of Eternal Summit, that President Cheng. Old Kin approached from a distance. President Cheng, congratulations. Eternal Summit has expanded its territory again. Qianmo cupped his hands in salute. Senior Kin, Grandmaster Ashi, and I both rely on the Management Association's support. Otherwise, Eternal Summit could never have grown to this position. Old Kin patted his shoulder. You just did me a huge favor. The Dark Guild's membership is complex. They've struck at high-level Xia officials many times. They should have been taken care of long ago, he said. Now that you've absorbed both the Blacksmith and Assassin associations, these will play important roles. Your next step is probably to cooperate with Ashai to push for the merger of the two associations, right? She said enthusiastically. Eternal Summit's reputation is rising, and they have the convenient Tree Realm teleportation gate. I plan to hold the ceremony at Eternal City. Qianmo scratched his head sheepishly. Holding such a grand ceremony at Eternal City, I definitely agree. However, Old Kin chuckled. Don't worry, I won't short you on the venue fee. He suggested, if this goes smoothly, the strength of the Xia Kingdom's awakened will reach its peak, playing a decisive role in future crises. Qianmo calculated and then promised, the Blacksmith Association is no problem. I'm confident about the rest and the Lifestyle Association too. Old Kin mentioned, next is a major event. The Void Assembly happens once every 10 years, and I need you to lead a team to participate. Qianmo was surprised. What is the Void Assembly? Old Kin explained, the Void Assembly originated over 100 years ago. A miraculous secret realm appeared in the Far East. By meeting special conditions, one could select priceless treasures affecting a nation's destiny. That secret realm appears only once every 10 years, requiring special conditions to open the gate. Completing the quest grants treasures bestowed by the void. Kianmo was extremely curious about that special treasure, realizing this was a new setting that never appeared in the game in his past life. Old Kin added, for example, the blessing of the 5-colored divine dragon possessed by the flame dragon soul, and the mysterious ancient altars scattered throughout Kaiyuan. He could not help but wonder if the blessing of the flame dragon soul was born this way. Old Kin nodded, that is true. Besides that, there is also the U Federation Gen X, and the divine weapons of the R country. All things that could reform this old awakening came from there. When he finally understood, it was indeed an extremely important matter. Mr. Kin instructed, I will send you the materials on the previous Hukou conference later. I trust you can lead the team to achieve good results. He smiled faintly. Old Kin, rest assured, I will prepare well. Old Kin replied cheerfully, alright then, you go back and handle the guild matters properly. Prepare for the merger of the two associations. You earned quite a lot this time. This old man has no more rewards for you. Outside Vinhang City, a large crowd had gathered, standing in groups. Someone complained indignantly, what is this about? I traveled all this way to join and cannot even get through the gate. The person next to him immediately mocked, brother, with your meager level, do not bother coming. Another chimed in, that is right, I am on my 3rd class change and still have to take a test. On the city wall, Banke's voice rang out in a report, guild leader. The total number of assassins joining Levung has exceeded 20,000. Among them, core members number 57 Bae, the rest are registered assassins. Kianmo nodded, very good, you can post the notice. Those who wish to join later will be interviewed by Luosha first, then I will look over it and decide. He accepted the order. Understood, guild leader. He suddenly remembered something. Yes, help me post another standing mission. Banke was surprised. Please speak. Kianmo instructed, long-term surveillance of the Denkiram area around Vinhang City. Once any abnormality is detected, report immediately. Post 2,000 mission slots at once. Reward is 100 contribution points per day. Effective long-term. After hearing this, he was stunned with wide eyes. 2,000 slots per day will cost 200,000 contribution points. He reassured him, rest assured, Vinhang Din's production capacity can handle it. If anyone provides an important clue, they will be rewarded an additional 1,000 contribution points. Banke cupped his fists. Understood. I will go post it right away. Left alone on the city wall, Kianmo calculated silently. The conference is about to begin. Everything is ready. The ones who need to come should be arriving soon, right? The sky today was so clear, clusters of white clouds drifted lazily, making one feel a bit melancholy. Not long after, when he saw Dusu, Hanyu, and Old Kin arrive, he asked softly, how is it? Have all the invitations been sent out? Dusu scratched his head. All guilds from level Nin and above in Kaihuyan have been sent invitations. Most of them have responded that they will attend. Kianmo noticed the other's hesitation. What is it? Something unexpected. He spoke up. A few of the top large guilds, like the level Den Guild Thung Kung Chi Quang, although they agreed to attend, spoke rudely to the messenger. I fear their intent this time is not good. He lightly rubbed his chin. Thung Kung Chi Quang, their influence in the lifestyle association is not small. The merger of the two associations has touched their interests. This is easy to understand. Looking towards Old Kin, Kianmo asked, what about association leader Hein Tu Vien of the Lifestyle Association? He informed, in front of me, he is... Could not help but sigh inwardly. Association leader Hein thinks we are just a level 9 guild. Our voice lacks weight. It seems we still need to quickly advance to level 10 to earn others' respect. Then Kianmo quickly regained his confidence. No matter, since it is Vinhang City. Whoever comes, I can persuade them. Du Chu thought to himself, in this aspect of the guild leader, does he really intend to persuade people with reason? The base of the Thung Kung Chi Quang Guild, with its classical European design, appeared before his eyes. In the main hall, guild leader Hong Kong Ye was very angry. That bastard Kianmo relies on the backing of the management association. Not only did he meddle in the Lao Hai Brotherhood Guild, but he also wants to interfere with the Lifestyle Association, and even dares to plan to merge the two associations. This is truly going too far. One member stated, seriously, this matter is driven by the Quang Hai group. He shouted, I do not care whose idea is. In short, if the two associations merge, our previous business in the Lifestyle Association will definitely be affected. Kaungia slammed his hand on the table. There is internal conflict within the Quang Hai group as well. Now it is just a matter of seeing the puppets Athai brings against us. Whoever has the bigger fist gets the right to speak. He looked towards the person nearest him. Thien Hong, you have fought that brat before. What is your assessment? Thien Hong replied calmly, it was just one move. If I had to judge, I can only say that the heroes of Hakwuk are well deserved of their fame. Upon hearing this, the person opposite sneered, Nyam Thien Hong has fought the Tanzu Guild several times time, losing plenty of gold coins without gaining any benefit? This is just saving face for himself, right? The person beside him chimed in. That is right, if Qianmo truly had skill, why would he hide for 2 years? Taonia also agreed. He is just a level 9 guild relying on government backing. He swept his eyes, probing slightly enough. Then Tianheng, what do you think I should do? She gently closed her eyes. Even if I said he was formidable, the guild leader might not believe it. But based on the current analysis, the merger of the two associations is an internal power struggle within Quanghai. Faction close to the Roy nation within Quanghai will definitely take action. Perhaps we should first see if the Roy people can deal with Qianmo before deciding the next step. Taonia stroked the sides of his mouth. Makes sense. Let the Roy people be the vanguard and take the first hit. We will watch the situation and then respond. The border of Vinhang City came into view. The mountains and forests were a lush green, stretching endlessly to the horizon. At this moment, someone lying lazily on a thick tree branch in the forest complained. We have been lurking outside the city for days and have not seen a single shadow. I wonder what the guild leader wants to do. A person nearby chuckled. Who cares? Sitting in a tree to rest while still pocketing 100 contribution points is easy money. If we find something, there is even a bonus, so what is there to complain about? Grumbling person immediately sobered up. That is true, we never had such good days before. Then he suddenly shouted, something is wrong, as he looked at his monitoring screen, which had been silent but now emitted a series of warning signals. The once quiet forest suddenly saw the appearance of many masked figures in black. Two leaders complained as they moved. Hakwuk is truly both backward and remote. If it were not for the reward, who would want to come to this godforsaken place? The other stated, Shenji. Besides its large area, Hakwuk is inherently quite underdeveloped. Do not use our Roy Nation standards to judge them. He was Baichthak Ching, an assassin from the Le Nation. Shenzi mocked. Is that Brad Ganmo really still alive? We spent an entire month infiltrating deep into Hakwuk's interior, and we will not have come for nothing, right? Hak Ching reassured him. Relax. The news of Qianmo being alive has long spread throughout the eastern zone. It is just that the Hakwuk side has been hiding this news all along. He nodded. Good, just kill him. With the Randuk Tianyan here, the Roy Nation will surely seize control of the Quanghai group. Our Roy Nation's path to hegemony takes another step forward. Shenji's gaze suddenly turned sharp. I cannot believe Master Thakuntu died at that bastard's hands. I must personally cut off his head. Let us speed up. Find a chance to scatter and sneak into Vinhang City. As soon as he finished speaking, the subordinates behind immediately acknowledged, understood. The streets within Vinhang City these days were extremely bustling with people coming going. Qianmo was now standing alone by the window frame, looking down at the street in deep thought. Han Yu suddenly opened the door and entered. Guild leader. He turned his head. Have all the members attending the celebration arrive? He nodded, almost fully. Some people have already entered the city, and defense measures have been strengthened to ensure no mistakes. Qianmo suddenly proposed a security plan. Tell Gugan to leave a loophole. Let us see what happens. Han Yu was slightly startled. Why do that? His eyes carried calculation, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. You will understand soon enough. Just then, Banke rushed in from outside, out of breath, shouting, Guild leader! Guild leader, there is movement, Qianmo said calmly. If I am not mistaken, it must be the Roy people, right? He paused. How did you know? That is right. A secret report indicates a group of unknown people appearing around the city. Judging by their attire, they seem to be from the Roy Nation. He asked, approximately how many people? Banke reported, at least 30. The two leaders have very strong auras, at least 4th class change. Qianmo instructed, continue monitoring, just report their movements to me. Do not stir the grass and alert the snake. He said gravely, the Roy Nation's assassination order came faster than expected. Then let them come a bit closer. Han Yu was curious. Guild leader, do you want to lure the snake out of its hole? Qianmo turned around. That is right, these people are useful to me. Now, let us go to the celebration ceremony to welcome our friends from afar. Han Yu thought inwardly, the guild leader is scheming again. Down in the main hall, there were already 5 or 6 people waiting. Qianmo's voice rang out, Old Kin, Senior Athai, sorry to keep you waiting. He had changed into a neat set of clothes, his tall figure upright, his bearing dignified and steady. Atai replied, we just arrived. Duxu reported, Guild leader, today at least 3,000 people have come, double the estimate. Qianmo nodded slightly. Within expectations, this reputation is very useful when needed. Let us go, do not keep the guests waiting too long. The streets today were brilliantly decorated with lanterns and flowers. The attendees chattered and discussed. Guild leader Trin advanced to the master rank. He is the 5th one in Hakwuk. I heard he also replaced the Dark Brotherhood Guild, just over 20 years old. His future is truly boundless. Lifestyle Association leader Hing Tu Vian tilted his head and asked the person beside him, is this Vinhang City truly imposing? It does not look like a level 9 guild at all. I heard that Yongshuang earlier refused our invitation just to stay in this city. Is that right? Trenthing replied, that is correct. It is because he took the position of technical director of Vinhang Hang city that he refused to leave. He felt slightly regretful. This city is very prosperous, with many people in the lifestyle profession, but with Yang Shuang's master-level skills staying on as technical director, it is truly a waste of talent. Chen Thing forced a smile. Guild leader, Yang Shuang must have his reasons for choosing this. He thought to himself in rebuttal, he does not even bother to look at the treatment here. The guild leader should take a look at himself first. While leisurely sightseeing, Tu Vian suddenly heard someone call out, Association Leader Hing. Long time no see. You are still alive. Chen Thing felt annoyed and retorted, is that Kui Fat? Watch your mouth. Tu Vian replied with a smile, little la, your temper is still so hot-headed. No wonder you could not become the chief guild leader of the Blacksmith Association. Kui Fat did not care. Association leader Hun does not need to speak so sarcastically. Everyone expected Tung Van Van Leung to be elected chief guild leader. He and guild leader Tring lead us, and I bow to them. After hearing this, he slightly frowned, his deep eyes assessing the other party. How strange, the arrogant and unruly La Kui Fat actually submits to a newly risen Tung Van Leung. The people on the street noticed the commotion and turned their attention this way. Someone exclaimed, is that not Association Leader Hung of the Lifestyle Association and Master Blacksmith La Kui Fat? Isn't today the day of the merger of the two associations? Why are they arguing like that? The person next to him sneered, what do you know? The merger is led by the Quanghai Group. The two big associations might not agree. Moreover, the Lifestyle Association used to dominate the Blacksmith Association, but ever since Guild Leader Trin and Guild Leader Tuong advanced to Master rank, the Lifestyle Association is no match for the Blacksmith Association. Even if the merger succeeds, the Lifestyle Association's status will still be lower. Tu Vian said, two gentlemen, Qianmo invites the distinguished guests to the lounge. He turned and left, not bothering with those brains of fools and bodies of brawn. In the main hall, Tu Vian shouted angrily, this is utterly outrageous. After all, I am the chief guild leader of the Lifestyle Association. He pointed at Kui Fat. Not only did Qianmo not personally come out to welcome me, how could he let me stay with this riffraff? Du Shu quickly explained, please wait a moment. He said he will be here soon. Tu Vian frowned. I have been drinking tea for half an hour now. Is he that busy? Soon the person arrived. Qianmo said gently, sorry everyone, I was held up by some trivial matters. I hope you did not wait too long. He greeted politely Association Leader Hun. I have admired you for a long time. Tu Vian assessed the person before him from head to toe. Is this Qianmo? Unexpectedly so young, truly as the rumors say. Qianmo continued, you all know I am very busy today, so please allow me to get straight to the point. I invited you all here today mainly to resolve one matter, which is to dissolve the grievances that have lasted for decades between the two great associations. On this happy occasion, I wish to be the mediator so that both sides can shake hands and make peace, merging into a new association. Tu Vian replied coldly, does this matter need to be decided so hastily? Perhaps wait until everyone is present before speaking. In his heart, he was both contemptuous and angry. Why is this Qianmo bringing this up right now? Young people truly have no regard for face. He said bluntly, you are all intelligent people. There is no need to beat around the bush. Give a decisive answer. Will you merge or not? Kui Fat honestly expressed that our blacksmith guild is willing to cooperate with the president, just not knowing what the others think. Tu Vian shot a glare, insisting this was no small matter, and he could not decide on behalf of others. Qianmo immediately asked, if the president cannot decide, do we let an outsider decide? The old man was pushed into a corner, his voice becoming faltering. As Tu Vian was at a loss on how to respond, someone suddenly jumped in to take his place. President Trin was truly domineering. The Life Profession Guild has developed for decades, not simply based on a single word. The deep-rooted interests behind it are not something you can understand. He introduced himself as Zhen Dong, a shareholder of the Quanghui Group, currently managing all business operations. Behind him were Cao Nye and Thian Hong. Qianmo was not polite, so it is Director Han. The binding interests you speak of, do they refer to the people of the Dragon Country? Zhen Dong sneered. The Dragon Country capital naturally has a share. In addition, there is President Hong of Tung Kung Tri Quang and President of Ak Mong Jiang Lum. Thian Hong spoke up, it has been a while since I last saw President Tring. Cao Nye taunted, President Tring is so anxious to merge the two big guilds. Is that not also for personal gain? I think Vinghang Din Feng has developed quite well already. Tu Vian took the opportunity to set conditions. If we truly want to merge, the main guild can only be called the Life Profession Guild. The Blacksmith Guild must be absorbed into us. Kuifat retorted, why can it not be called the Forging Profession Guild? Or does Tu Vian also want to take on the position of Chief President? Tianmo looked at Zhen Dong, understanding that this old fox wanted to muddy the waters as soon as he arrived. The atmosphere was tense when more people entered from outside. It is lively here, is it not? Someone's voice rang out. Speaker, then director, I have arrived. Old then approached. Old Han. Actually, the drive to merge these two guilds was initiated by our management association. Zhen Dong smiled ingratiatingly. I have previously reported this matter to you. I am not entirely opposed. I only hope that after the merger, the Quang Hui group can lead the work. He said he had contacted Director Dai many times but received no reply. Adai smirked slightly, replied, waiting for you to find me and send someone to kill me? Qianmo spoke up. As the honorary president of the Blacksmith Guild, I want to know why it has to be led by you people. He confidently replied, Quang Hai's business covers all professions in Tiankai. Only the Quang Hai group is most suitable. He countered using his words, why do I think Vinghang Dingfeng is more suitable? After all, I myself am the honorary president of the Blacksmith Guild. Athai agreed, that is right. Half of Quang Hai's shares are mine. I support Vinghang Dingfeng. Zhendong proudly declared, the Life Profession Guild is on my side. As for the Blacksmith Guild, Quang Hai has the forging immortal Yanghuan from the Dragon Country guarding it. With his skills, I doubt anyone in Tian Kai can match him. Tianmo proposed, since Director Han is so confident, let Old Dun be the witness. I will spar with Yanghuan. The winner decides the outcome. Old Dun confirmed, what does Director Han think? He adjusted his glasses. I have no objection, but Senior Yanghuan is a forging immortal. His works are definitely epic grade. I fear a heavenly grade forge is needed. I say Vinhang Dingfeng does not meet this condition. Leung laughed loudly, who says Vinhang Dingfeng does not have a heavenly grade forge. Zhen Dong was taken aback. Vinhang Dingfeng has a heavenly grade forge. Zhao Nye was startled. Can a level Nin guild even afford a heavenly grade forge? Tu Vian sneered. Sun Langthang relies on volcanoes. Zhao Tianfeng Fengthang on industrial construction, Quang Hui on financial resources. Though Vinhang Dingfeng is wealthy, I fear it cannot bear the consumption of a heavenly grade forge. Qianmo smiled slightly. I intended to announce this joyous news today. If you do not believe me, let us move and go take a look together. Streets were noisy again, with everyone buzzing with discussion. Have you heard? Vinhang Dingfeng actually has a heavenly grade forge. A heavenly grade forge is not something an ordinary city can afford to build. Let us go over and see. Cao Nia swore. The news spread very quickly with so many people around. If that forge did not exist, Qianmo would lose all face. Zhen Dong calmly assessed. The forge is 80% real. This news was certainly spread by Qianmo. This time, it seems we cannot embarrass him, but instead expand his influence. Vian could not believe his eyes. Those are the Dragon Knights of Vinghang Dingfeng. They actually managed to raise this many dragon-shaped mounts. Tian Hong was also greatly surprised. There is even an SS rank flying Mount Siklon, a mount comparable to a dragon. Cao Nye was full of questions. Where did a level 9 guild get so many resources? Zhen Dong noticed one thing. If I am not mistaken, this is the world tree. Most of what Vinghang Dingfeng holds is related to this divine tree. Qianmo praised softly. Director Han is indeed knowledgeable. The development of Vinghang Dingfeng cannot be separated from the world tree, and this heavenly grade forge is no exception. He ordered his subordinates to pull it out for the guests to see. The man immediately clasped his fists, understood. As the red cloth was pulled down, the heavenly grade world tree blueprint forge instantly appeared. Cao Nye voiced out, this is a strange forge, connected to a tree, can it even produce fire? The others chimed in, that is right, is this not just a fake? Ban Leung swore, what do you ignorant, short-sighted fools know? I swear on my name as president of the Blacksmith Guild, this forge has absolutely no problems. Old Dun explained that this heavenly grade forge was created by President Dung and me. Its energy source is world tree sap. It can definitely be used, just needs a few more days of testing. Cao Nye seized on this point and raised his voice. So you have not finished building the forge, then we do not know if it can be used. Qianmo patted the forge body. President Hung, if you are not at ease, I can add a condition. If the forging process fails due to a forge malfunction, I will also concede defeat. Zhen Dong immediately agreed eagerly, fine. If Vinhang Dingfeng possesses a heavenly grade forge, the bet is officially set. However, it is expected that Senior Yangwen will not arrive for another 3 days. During these few days, we will go prepare the materials ourselves. Qianmo finalized it, agreed. He turned to leave, a hint of cunning appearing on his face. Then let us end here for today. See you again in 3 days. The border scenery outside Vinhang City was extremely beautiful, with a feeling of endless green mountains and forests stretching into infinity. Zhendong led the group of people from several guilds leisurely walking on the main road. Cao Ngia suddenly had an idea, Qian Mo said. If the forge breaks down, they admit defeat. How about we try to tamper with their forge a little? Tu Vian disagreed. They dared to make the bet. There is no need to do that. The old man asserted that after the death of Tu Volkung, Zha Xianghuan could be considered the strongest blacksmith in the East. Even Tung Vanlung is far behind. We cannot possibly lose. Zhen Dong swore. Qian Mo was confident about the forge, so he must have arranged many guards. We need to know they have an assassin organization, no need to take risks. Tu Vian praised. Director Han is wise. He gave a sinister smile. Tampering with the forge is petty. With this opportunity, we might as well go directly for the person. After all, in Vinhang City now, the waters are muddy. Hearing this, the old man was startled. Qian Mo is a Hakwuk hero. Is that not going too far? Zhen Dong sneered. If we can secure a Ben out of Ben business project, why choose a vibe out of Ben one? A Hakwuk hero. Tu Vian paused, feeling an inexplicable unease in his heart. The heavenly grade forge nestled against the world tree looked so peaceful. Old Thun worried whether this forge could be activated in 3 days. Van Leung affirmed, Speaker Thun, please rest assured, if the forge cannot be used, I, Tung Van Leung, will present my life to atone for it. Qian Mo quickly waved his hand. Old Tung is too kind. If I did not trust you, how would I dare to guarantee as much to them? Adi spoke up to warn. This Zandong was someone I promoted myself, but now I cannot control him. Qian Mo, you should be careful. With his character, he could do anything. Van Leung agreed. That is right. You are too confident. They might very well try to sabotage the forge. Old Tun lightly stroked his beard. Actually, things do not need to be this complicated. If I had stepped forward today with a firmer stance, they would not have dared to object. Qian Mo explained. If Old Tun steps forward, there will certainly be no problem. But that could give people a reason to say the management association is abusing power to intimidate. Moreover, Vinhang Dingfang also has important members of the Life Profession Guild. There is no need to make things too tense. Although Tu Vian is not a good person, as a Grand Master of Pharmacology and Fur Science, I hope I can persuade him. He nodded. Your words are reasonable. I have not misjudged you. Old Tun smiled kindly. Thank the President for considering us. President Hein has simply not yet recognized the situation. I believe he will understand. Qian Mo reached into his pocket and calmly announced, as for Zhen Dong, I think his target is me. Assassins from the Dragon Country have already entered Vinhang City. Everyone was horrified. What? Assassins from the Dragon Country have snuck in? Old Tun angrily cracked his knuckles. Just leave these people to me. I will ensure they never return. He softly interjected to stop him. Old Tun, Old Dung, no need to worry. I am keeping them for a purpose. Gently touching the forged body, Qian Mo reassured. The most important thing now is to prepare the materials and wait for the so-called immortal to come for the challenge. The gates of Vinhang came into view, the world tree within the city towering and overshadowing the sky. Thak Qin hid behind a roadside tree, originally thinking this desolate city would be in ruins, was surprised by its prosperity. It seemed this assassination mission was not simple. Moreover, not far away, a weak country like Hakwuk, what notable guild could it have? He swore in confusion. This time the hiring party did not even come to receive or arrange anything. Thak Qin carefully analyzed. Hakwuk people are known for being cunning. Once the mission is given, they will surely try to distance themselves. This time we have to work hard to find the target. Shenji waved it off. Alright, it is just a small Hakwuk. There should be no formidable opponents. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 extremely large-winged birds appeared in the sky flying towards the city. He widened his eyes and stammered, these are cyclone birds. Thak Qin added, there are also eagle birds. Quickly they flew into the city, navigating the paths as if familiar with the place from long ago. Everyone exclaimed in unison, what impressive mounts. Are these people all guests coming to the celebration banquet? Who are these arrivals? Their momentum is so great. Someone with sharp eyes recognized Liao as the principal of Hakwuk's universities. They have arrived now. Thak Qin was astonished. Hakwuk does not have many 4th-tier experts, even less than 1/3 of our country's total. Unexpectedly, we get to see one in person today. He snorted coldly, and it seems he is a guest of Vinhang Dingfang. Thak Qin and the specific plan, it seems this operation is indeed perilous. We must be extremely careful. First enter the city to find Qian Mo and lock down his movements. He listened and dismissed it. They are just a few 4th-tier experts. In any case, all the keycards of Vinhang Dingfang are in hand, nothing to fear. High atop a tree, like a sparrow stalking prey, every move of the assassins was locked into the scope. A subordinate blinked curiously. What are those foreigners muttering about? So mysterious. She sneered, a bunch of idiots. Just one principal Ling scares them. I do not know where their confidence comes from. If it were not for President Trin's promise to spare their lives for 3 days, I really would not want to see them in front of me. In the city, someone's excited shout rang out, Grandpa, Grandpa, hurry up. There are so many new things here. As Xianghuan walked with his hands behind his back, his wooden prosthetic limbs clenching as he followed his granddaughter. Alright, I know. He looked around. This is Qian Mo's stronghold, the man known as Quook's peerless Asura. Why are you so relaxed, even running around happily? Leia replied mischievously while running. But this place does not look dangerous at all. Dea Xianghuan swore Qian Mo is the one who killed the hero of the land country. He is a dangerous figure. This time we are here to erase the shame for the land country. She confidently declared, I know, Grandpa, do not worry. A small Quook does not need your involvement. Just my forging skills are enough to sweep them away. Seeing his granddaughter like this, Da Xianghuan laughed heartily. This time I brought you along to see the world, do not embarrass me. Leia pouted, mentioning the Quanghe group. They asked Grandpa to work but did not even receive us properly. He gently explained, I told them not to come pick us up, to let us evaluate the quality of Quook's blacksmiths and better understand their abilities. She listened half-heartedly, her attention drifting elsewhere. Grandpa, look, it is a forge. Leia excitedly grabbed her grandfather's hand and dragged him off like the wind. Let us go see the skills of the Quook people. Da Xianghuan panicked. Slow down, my waist is acting up. At this moment, Qianmo stood at the door, negotiating with the craftsmen, demanding the materials be provided within 3 days, regardless of the cost. He happily rushed over, praising the large forge. Da Xianghuan, panting, told her to slow down. Qianmo noticed and raised an eyebrow slightly. A man from the Dragon Kingdom. The ancient mirror town appeared peaceful under the blue sky, its roof tiles densely packed together. Leia excitedly showed her grandfather the sharp sword, praising the forging skill of the Eternal City as well. The old man commented that weapons of this rank from the guild were not bad. The shop owner proudly replied, no one in the Xia kingdom forges better than Eternal Zenith. Leia held the sword. Da Xianghuan criticized it bluntly. The craftsmanship was insufficient, only usable for ordinary professionals. The old man angrily shouted, you are too arrogant. Qian Mo smiled calmly to ease the tension. Perhaps you should listen to his evaluation. Leia defended her grandfather, saying he had the right to judge. She quietly observed Qian Mo, thinking the shop owner was handsome. Leia handed him the knife, saying the quality was similar to the previous weapon, asking him to take a look. Qian Mo took the knife and praised its classic design, the Dragon Kingdom style, with better details than the items in his shop. He offered them a 50% discount on materials. The shop owner stammered an agreement. Leia was overjoyed. Da Xianghuan taught, be careful when outside, do not trust men's words. The clear blue sky signaled that a new journey was about to begin. Leia carried her heavy bag to the door, cheerfully telling her grandfather he was truly a good person. The old man continued his lectures. They did not notice the 3 men in the small alley smiling sinisterly. Shop owner wondered why he gave the old man such a bargain. Qianmo said he was right. The forging skill was indeed insufficient. He ordered the intermediate blacksmiths to practice basic forging for half an hour each morning. Hearing this, the blacksmiths froze, letting out a long sigh. The guard reported Da Xianghuan and his granddaughter had just arrived. Qianmo calmly replied that he knew. The guard worriedly said they were being targeted by robbers and asked if they needed assistance. Qianmo smiled confidently, no need, let me go myself. Ancient Mirror Town appeared peaceful under the windy sky. Leia happily praised the man as interesting. Da Xianghuan reminded her not to be influenced by the Black Dragon Society. The Xia kingdom was vast, and underestimating it would bring retaliation. Meng Hu and his gang aggressively blocked the path, threatening for them to leave the materials. Leia shouted, asking who they were. Da Xianghuan stopped her. The old man stepped forward, explaining they were from the Dragon Kingdom, and recognized them as people from the Yu Federation. That man immediately kicked him, sending him flying. Meng Hu was arrogant. I don't care about allies, I only know money. Leia panicked and ran to support her grandfather. She angrily asked if they knew his status. Da Xianghuan tried to stop her, telling her to give them the items. Meng Hu grinned sinisterly. We don't need the items, but the little girl needs to play with us for a while. Leia cried out in fear for her grandfather. Extremely powerful kick suddenly slammed into the face of the lecherously grinning Meng Hu. The kick sent him flying backward. His underlings shouted for the boss. Qian Mo said coldly, daring to do this within the city, do you want to die? That man angrily shouted to see who was so bold. Meng Hu stared at Qian Mo, trembling as he blurted out, you are Cheng. He saw the massive, dark entity behind Qian Mo. Qian Mo coldly told him to turn himself in at the security bureau, sparing his life. The group panicked and fled in all directions. Leia helped her grandfather up. Qian Mo apologized for frightening them. Leia said gratefully that it was lucky he was there. Qianmo waved his hand to reassure her. Da Xianghuan coughed, reminding his granddaughter not to let people laugh at them. Qianmo respectfully addressed him as senior. Da Xianghuan stopped him. Do not act friendly. You saved me, but do not have any ideas about my granddaughter. Da Xianghuan handed him a book, saying it was a thank you gift. Qianmo took it. The old man pulled his granddaughter away. Leia waved. Fate will bring us together again. Qianmo stood alone, looking at the book, muttering that he had intended to reveal his identity. He did not expect the old man to gift him an S-rank forging technique. He activated it, wanting to see what was special about the gift. Qianmo stood amidst the background shadows, the wind blowing his robe. He thought happily that this was a new forging skill, seeing new possibilities. Qianmo saw a minotaur swinging a hammer, striking hard, sparks and lightning flying. A surge of power from the new technique radiated, enveloping the weapon. Qianmo saw the system notification and smiled in satisfaction. Fusing the Dragon Kingdom forging technique, he was sure to win the competition. On the other side of the town, the streets were bustling with people. Leia was disappointed that she did not get a chance to ask for his name. Da Xiangwen teased. Granddaughter has fallen for a man of Xia. Leia blushed, praising him as good. Da Xianghuan said anyone who pulls tricks is definitely a bad person. In his heart he thought, his identity, I hope I am mistaken. A man approached and asked for Senior Da Xianghuan. The old man confirmed his identity. Jia Rui quickly clasped his hands and apologized for being late. Da Xianghuan sneered. Arriving late, yet you still managed to meet me. Jia Rui explained that President Han was preparing rare materials. Xianghuan said forging a divine tool required meteorite iron, rare materials, and a heavenly grade forge. The conditions were not easy. He was surprised. Every divine tool is a divine weapon. He wanted to see it too much. Jia Rui smiled confidently. If the forging succeeds, the competition will be no problem. Then Bane excitedly recounted. President Chang is about to compete with the Dragon Kingdom's forging immortal. He wondered. Da Xianghuan was stronger than he had imagined the Grandmaster to be. The president had only just reached the Grandmaster rank. This time it was dangerous. Then Ben saw many outsiders arriving. The arena must have opened betting. Going for a spin, he might win some contribution points. Gu Gan got on the microphone to greet everyone. He spoke confidently about the matchup, the arena opening a betting section for the duel. He was excited, hoping everyone would participate enthusiastically, contribute to the guild, and find a chance to change their lives. The red-haired man supported the president. The man beside him chose the forging immortal. The red-haired man put down 10,000 gold coins betting the president would win. Ruan Shen was worried seeing many people betting on the forging immortal. Huang Tian reviewed the file, saying he was an undefeated existence. Gugan arrived, overjoyed at the large turnout. Huang Tian teased, afraid old Mo will lose, you'll lose all your pants. Gugan laughed. I have what I have today because I follow the president. He was very confident, believing the facts had proven he would win. Huang Tian shouted, old Mo has never lost. Everyone agreed, bringing all their money to bet on the president. Gugan sat below, telling them to speak softly. He opened the control panel and saw that the number of people trusting the president was still high. He looked for ways to manipulate public opinion to get more people to bet on the forging immortal. Everyone said in unison, profiteer. At that moment in the president's office, Qian Mo sat on the chair. Dutai reported. The preliminary forging inspection showed no problems, but there was no time for testing. Qian Mo saw a need to postpone. He would check it himself. Han Yu reported. More than half of the materials had been gathered. Han Yu suggested blocking the material supply of radiant glory. Qian Mo understood and said old Fan had learned bad habits. Han Yu felt a bit embarrassed, so he confessed that this was all the idea of his boss. This old man, couldn't think of those tricks. Unexpectedly, Qian Mo turned and said, Gugan still doesn't trust me. No need for schemes. How are things on Luosha's side? Where are those people from the Lu Nation? He despised them as a bunch of pig-brained idiots, constantly commenting on Han Nation along the way without knowing they were being watched. Luosha accepted the important task and asked the guild leader to give orders, so they could organize people to deal with them immediately. But Qian Mo warned not to touch them, to lure them into the arena the day after tomorrow. They would be his trump cards. Old Qin suddenly walked in and spoke up. Little Cheng, I have found out clearly what Da Xiangwen plans to forge this time. He stood up and walked over to them asking, is it a powerful weapon? The old man reached behind him and inquired, have you ever heard of divine artifacts? Immediately after, a gate appeared behind Mo, the very thing granted by the Void Gate, capable of affecting a nation's fate. Wen Liang also arrived, raising 3 fingers, that's right. 100 years ago, the leader of the Continental Guild of Lu Nation once won a void competition and was granted 3 iron cores. talked about special magical type divine weapons. Lu Nation's artisans spent decades forging two divine weapons, the Octagon Mirror and the Skyhook Jade. The third item, the Sky Evil Cloud Sword, was still in its embryonic stage. He felt a surge of fear. Old Kin believed that if the divine artifact was successfully forged, it was feared no weapon on the entire Tianqi continent could match it. He continued, 80 years ago, Lu Nation relied on those two divine artifacts to inflict heavy losses on Han Nation. This time, they absolutely could not lose to them. Little Cheng, do you have confidence? Qianmo's expression did not change at all. He softly reassured him, Elder Qin, rest assured. Lu Nation has gifts from the void, we in Han Nation also do. Even if Da Xiangwan forges a divine artifact, I believe it won't lose to his. Seeing his confident expression, Han Yu also felt less worried. It's good that you have confidence. We're counting on you this time. Luosha also voiced support. We trust you. At this moment, in a certain house, on the table lay a scattered array of large crystal fragments. Senor Da Xiang, these are the materials you need. Please see if anything is missing. Da Xianghuan picked them up and examined them for a while before speaking. The items are all correct, but why haven't you burned incense and set up an altar for the rite according to the specifications I mentioned? Zhen Dong gently pushed up his glasses, looking arrogant. Senior materials are just dead things. In my opinion, stable storage is enough. Why bother with the trouble? Hearing this, the old man turned and barked. What do you know? Are you the smith or am I? My conditions must be followed strictly. Lai Ya, seeing the tense atmosphere, quickly stepped in to smooth things over. The technique for forging divine artifacts is different from common epic-level weapons. It requires fusing with the will of a deity. I hope you won't take it to heart. Kao Ye beside her, looking fearful, whispered, Senor Da Xiang's request has its merits, I think. Hearing this, the old man didn't nitpick further. Since that's the case, just arrange it as he says. Having said that, the two of them left. It's getting late, Senior should rest and prepare for tomorrow's match. Da Xianghuan was extremely annoyed with them being so arrogant. If the Black Dragon Society hadn't requested it, he really didn't want to get involved in this muddy water. Seeing his frustration, Lai Ya massaged his back to soothe his anger. Come on, grandfather, for the sake of forging the Sky Evil Cloud, let's just bear with it. As Xianghuan sighed, the Sky Evil Cloud in Lu Nation has failed many times before. Perhaps this time we can borrow the earth vein spiritual energy of Han Nation and succeed. On the way back, Zhen Dong walked while seething. This old man always acts so mysterious. If it weren't for him still being useful, I wouldn't bother holding it in. Kao Yi thought to himself. After all, this is a big matter. Having a peculiar temper is normal. The more he spoke, the angrier he got. A master is only valuable when useful. This old man hasn't created any wealth for me. After the match, he would immediately kick him back to Lu Nation. Kao Ye saw Zhen Dong's narrow-minded attitude and felt he was too petty. A grandmaster like Da Xiangwen could help any faction he joined soar to great heights. If Han didn't want him, he would have to invite him over when the time came. Time passed, and it was now 2 days later. A young man outside the hall exclaimed excitedly, It's finally time for the match between the guild leader and the forging immortal. The person beside him said enthusiastically, I have to go see what that immortal looks like. Another quickly jumped up on the ticket counter. Guild leader Cheng, fight on. I totally support you winning. There were even strangers in the crowd. A rank 9 guild, and we can infiltrate it this easily. Shi Zheng looked around, feeling that things going smoothly was good. I heard Qian Mo will appear today. This is a perfect opportunity for us. Zhen Dong looked at his watch impatiently. Has your guild leader Cheng not arrived yet? Yu Su Lian quickly explained. The guild leader arrived early, but today is the first time he's lighting the forge for a celestial grade item. He's inspecting it. Cao Yi was surprised to hear this. What? Could it be that your guild's furnace hasn't even been tested? So can the forge be lit today? The young man quickly reported back. The guild leader said there's no problem. Lei Yo looked at the shape of the furnace, quite surprised. Grandfather, the shape of this furnace is so strange. Da Xiangwan explained. A celestial grade forging furnace has an unprecedented shape, but the design is extremely reasonable. It truly opens my eyes. Zhendong turned around anxiously and snapped. The appointed time is almost here. Is your guild's furnace workable or not? If not, just say so. A man suddenly laughed in a goading manner. Zhendong, what are you rushing for? Afraid of losing? At that moment a sound rang out. The sound came from the celestial grade furnace. It began to operate. The machinery inside slowly started up, sounds echoing continuously. Ruan Shen looked at the furnace and exclaimed, Look! The furnace is lit. The guild leader succeeded. Plumes of purple smoke began to emit from the machinery. From within it, Kianmo stepped out one pace at a time. The purple smoke gradually dissipated. He stepped forward to greet everyone. Wen Liang, who was with him, coughed from the smoke. Sorry to keep you waiting. It took some time to start up the forge. Leia suddenly pointed at him in surprise. It's actually Kianmo! Leia's voice exclaimed with delight. It succeeded. The forge is lit. Our Eternal Peak city now has a celestial grade forge too. Wonderful. He respectfully inquired, Senior Da Xiang, your junior Qian Mo greets you. The old man said excitedly, I knew it was you. Xianghuan was full of praise. Last time I vaguely guessed your identity, I just couldn't believe it. A master-level smith so young. Qian Mo scratched his head embarrassed. I intended to reveal my identity then, but unfortunately you left in a hurry. Leia still stubbornly cursed, You fraud! I think you deliberately came to trick us. Da Xiangguan quickly interrupted. Enough, little Ya. Guild leader Cheng helped us back then. That forging technique wasn't something he asked for himself. Noise from people behind made Ling Rixi even angrier. What's going on? Guild leader Cheng seems to know the forging immortal? Sounds like that girl got swindled. Could guild leader Cheng be a player? The forge suddenly erupted with tremendous power. Cao Yi said, Hey, what's wrong with this furnace of your Eternal Peak Guild? Why has the fire turned green? Zhen Dong sneered disdainfully. Could it be of such poor quality that the furnace is about to explode? Xianghuan immediately retorted, It's not inferior, it's better. Explained, the most important characteristic of a celestial grade forging furnace is the quality of its flame. For example, the black fire of Lu Nation's Divine Mountain and the red fire of Han Nation's Wolf Mountain City. Other man-made furnaces, like those of Shining Light and Zhao Tianfeng City, only have the lower grade crimson fire. Wen Liang boredly admitted, That's right, the energy for Eternal Peak City's celestial grade furnace comes from the World Tree. This green fire can increase a weapon's attributes by 10% when forging, and also significantly boosts the success rate. Several people behind cheered, Great. From now on we can use this forge to make better weapons. No more fear of making junk. Zhen Dong thought surly. This old man praises someone else's product. Why does he have to put down our Shining Light group? Qianmo spoke up. Senior Da Xiang, if there are no issues, let's begin. Leia suddenly blocked the way. Wait, she stated clearly. You may be at the master level, but you are only 20 years old. If you want to challenge my grandfather, you have to pass my test first. He was a bit concerned. Da Xianghuan encouraged him. Guild leader Cheng Leia is only one exam away from the master level. Why don't you give the girl some pointers? Qianmo slowly walked forward. Alright, Miss Leia. What tests do you want? She pointed towards the bundle of materials. Just use these materials that you sold to me. We each forge a weapon. Only if you beat me can you challenge my grandfather. He smiled gently. No problem. Please go ahead. The young men behind were still whispering. That girl's gaze at guild leader Cheng doesn't seem right. There must be something more to it. Could guild leader Cheng be a player? Huang Tian deliberately smacked his lips to tease Ling Rixi. Old Mo's always pretending to be busy. Turns out he's a master of time management. She stomped hard on his foot in anger. Shut up! On this side, Qianmo seriously took off his jacket. Leia also got ready and stepped forward. Two people forged simultaneously, their movements as fast as lightning, amazing everyone. Am I seeing things? They don't need blueprints, and they seem to be using some kind of forging technique. At the master level, all blueprints are in their heads. But when did the guild leader learn the forging techniques of Lu Nation? Leia observed while working. That bastard is actually using the forging technique grandfather gave him. Bastard. The guards were extremely surprised. Never seen the guild leader use any forging technique before. Another chimed in. Seems like Lu Nation's style. Must be a recent study. He didn't want to bully the girl. Leia wiped her sweat and exhaled. This young lady performed exceptionally this time, finishing the rough blank a full 10 minutes early. But looking to the side, Qian Mo had already started quenching. She was stunned. What? That guy has already started tempering. How can he be so fast? Leia continued working, fuming. Damn it! There's absolutely no way I'm losing to him. The young men were still discussing. Looks like that girl can't match guild leader Cheng. Definitely, the guild leader's opponent is the forging immortal. Da Xiangguan quietly acknowledged. I had thought Lai Ye's forging technique at this age was unparalleled. It seems I was short-sighted. A short while later, Qian Mo presented an epic grade sword. I'm done. Leia also presented a blade at the same time. I'm done too. Our time is about the same. Wen Liang spoke up, confused. The quality is comparable. This makes it hard to decide a winner. Senior Xiang, what do you think? The crowd behind buzzed. Guild leader Chang had a much easier time forging than her. The guild leader surely wins. Xiangwen observed for a while before slowly declaring. Lai guild leader Chang wins this round. She angrily demanded. What? My quality is exactly the same as his. On what basis did I lose? She lost her composure, grabbed her sword and charged. I don't accept it. Qianmo calmly raised his sword to block. Unexpectedly, Leia's blade snapped in two. A fragment of the blade flew off, startling her. How could this be? Xianghuan calmly told President Cheng to use the newly learned forging technique, which was faster and lighter, with higher perfection. Qianmo humbly replied that Leia's forging skill was top tier among the younger generation. He cheerfully said that receiving guidance from President Cheng was an honor, and he was worthy of the old man's personal effort. Leia worriedly asked if he could endure it. Then Xianghuan took out a mysterious red stone. It was an epic-grade absorption stone. He revealed that today, he would borrow the precious land to forge a divine weapon. Everyone was astonished, as the material required an epic-grade artifact. Old Xianghuan decisively drew his sword. He warned that the weapon named Heavenly Evil Cloud once served as the secondary sword of a peerless great god, and could affect everyone. Everyone confronting the aura became manic, wanting to kill. Huang Tian was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Ling Xiao explained that it was because the demonic blade had yet to take form. That man Shi Zhang and Shen Ji became even more frenzied, insisting they must seize the chance to kill Qian Mo during the forging. Zhen Dong muttered about obtaining the glory. Only those clear-headed, like Old Sin, saw the terrifying imagery, all sorts of ugliness. Qian Mo wondered if this was the power of a divine tool, truly unique. He waved his hand to summon the dragon spirit, intend to elevate the radiant heaven blade to the supreme level. The spirit immediately unleashed a massive surge of power. The lingering dark auras quickly dissipated. In an instant, everything vanished. Everyone returned to normal, their heads aching, not understanding why. Old Qin quietly remarked that the upper realm now had void 4 blessings, and the lower realm did too. Xiangguan suddenly removed his shirt, revealing his sturdy physique. He challenged seriously, praising Qian Mo's weapon for its unique design with a grade no less than Heavenly Evil Cloud. Qiu Ling was startled by the old man's slightly odd behavior. When Liang replied that a blacksmith pours his heart into his weapon, but worried for the president because the radiant heaven was nearing its peak. A few young men discussed that even a rough divine tool had such might, wondering what the finished product would be like. The radiant heaven was a third-tier silver feather. If successfully enhanced, it might not lose out. Qian Mo, while executing his cultivation method, thought that his path to upgrading the radiant heaven only followed his past experience, resulting in a mortal grade because this world was different. He told himself that to surpass, he must overcome himself and break out of his comfort zone. Lei Yao sarcastically remarked that he truly intended to enhance the silver feather, a real gambler. Si Yuan commented that such determination was enough to show his skill. The old man silently wondered how the Grandmaster could still compete knowing the opponent had a divine tool. Surely he had a method, and he wondered what materials he would use. Xianghuan had already begun heating the furnace, impressing everyone as he adjusted the temperature to 2000 degrees, which was terrifying. Ben Liang remarked that ordinary forging furnaces could not withstand this temperature, but their furnace could endure it. Xianghuan excitedly said it was a truly good furnace. A regular body would already cracked. It seemed the wish of the day might come true. He took out treasures from his storage pouch, preparing to melt the rare materials from the Dragon Kingdom, and would start forging once the blank deformed. Xianghuan looked towards Qian Mo, challenging him to see what formidable materials he could bring out to win against him. Qian Mo calmly replied that he had finished returning the traceless heavenly umbrella to its original state, and next was to melt the new materials. The few youths behind him mockingly remarked about melting the unique weapon of the Celestial Awakening, suggesting the president should contribute to research. Wen Liang angrily shouted for them to shut up. Qian Mo took items from within his outer garment, preparing the materials. Xiangwen observed that materials like the Evolution Stone, the Wood Earth Flowing Flame, or the Dust Sun Secret Stone were all top grade but merely mortal items. Qian Mo smiled and said there was one more material. Let the senior see if he could contend with a divine artifact. As the captain of the Blaze Dragon Grand Xia squad, Qian Mo requested Zhu Qin National Fortune for assistance. The 4 Blessings Blaze Dragon appeared, stunning everyone. Old Qin excitedly explained that it was their totem, showing that he had mastered the Azure Dragon Phantom, far surpassing the previous generation. The system panel displayed basic power. Qian Mo easily controlled the Blaze Dragon. Xianghuan asked in shock if this thing was condensed from the national fortune of Xia Kingdom. Qian Mo confirmed that it was, admitting that the process of grasping this method was not easy. Qian Mo threw it into the furnace, reassuring the senior that he was a worthy opponent. The finished piece would not disappoint him. In just a moment, a supreme staff appeared hidden within the flames. Kianmo smiled in success. The people behind whispered that the first stage was evenly matched, but watching the immortal forging became strange. Everyone felt as if an evil god had possessed him. De Xiangwen gleefully picked up his hammer, a dark aura radiating from him. The celestial evil cloud blank had been completed, and the furnace not exploding seemed to be a miracle possible only on this land. Shi Zheng and Shenji trembled uncontrollably, stating that the celestial evil cloud was the companion sword of the unmatched great god, which would affect the surroundings. Da Xianghuan swung his hammer, determined to recreate the glory of the Dragon Kingdom. When the hammer struck down, that aura immediately sealed off the entire space. The aura blanketed a wide area, shocking everyone due to the murderous intent from the evil sword being too terrifying. Kianmo inwardly assessed that the divine artifact was fearsome, realizing that forging this sword could cost the senior a few years of his lifespan. He must not be affected. He continued striking his hammer to unleash the power of the Blaze Dragon. Everyone else breathed a sigh of relief as the feeling improved. Thanks to the president's weapon resisting the evil sword, Xie Kingdom did not lose to the Dragon Kingdom. De Xianghuan's eyes burned red with anger, because the celestial evil cloud was suppressed by mortal products. He frantically hammered the blank, trying to stabilize his mind to avoid being controlled by the celestial evil cloud. Zhendong hesitated, seeing the old man's state was unstable. He did not know if he could complete the forging. Leia called out to him worriedly. Kianmo also asked anxiously if the senior had gone into cultivation deviation. The system announced the blank was deforming. The forging was about to fail. De Xianghuan was thrown into extreme panic. It could not be. As he panicked, the aura grew more violent. He could not fail. The glory of the Dragon Kingdom must be upheld. De Xianghuan called for Leia, telling her to sacrifice herself for the clan. She was horrified. He questioned if she wanted to avoid it. The descendants of the Great Wall were ready to dedicate themselves to this forging. Dark aura touched her, causing Leia to be manipulated, losing control. She willingly stepped forward, declaring her devotion to the Great Wall clan. Wen Liang and Huang Tian felt helpless, seeing the danger of the divine artifact. Was this girl meant to be a sacrifice? Rumors said the Dragon Kingdom had a sacrificial method, offering humans to weapons to create spirits. Wen Liang suspected if De Xiangwen was using that trick. The youths beside him were shocked because she was his granddaughter. As she drew closer, De Xiangwen continued the manipulation, telling Leia not to be afraid. She would become the blade spirit that protected the clan. Though Leia's eyes were vacant, tears still fell. She said, "Grandfather, I am going now." She was only a few steps from the furnace when Kianmo used the power of the Blaze Dragon to hold her back. Wait, he looked straight into her eyes, seriously telling Leia to wake up. As Xianghuan was startled, what was this? Kianmo clarified that it was an elemental clone. He apologized to the senior but would not allow the use of human sacrifice. The old man angrily shouted that it was none of his business. This was the Dragon Kingdom's business. Kianmo asserted his authority. Regardless of who it was, this was on Eternal City territory. It was not permitted. Zhendong intervened, asking if President Chang was deliberately sabotaging the match. How would the duel be judged? De Xiangwen continued the manipulation, shouting if Leia wanted to disgrace the clan. Leia helplessly explained that President Chang must not interfere. The celestial evil cloud had to be forged successfully. Kianmo turned and mocked him. Was using humans to refine swords the forging art of the Dragon Kingdom. Truly laughable. The old man panickedly asked what he wanted to do. De Xiangwen's sword was churning violently. The sword spirit of the blade emerged, its ferocious image threatening Kianmo. He stood calmly, actively waiting for it to charge. The next second, Kianmo's brow raised slightly. The Blaze Dragon immediately attacked that eerie sword spirit. It was the Azure Dragon Phantom, completely obeying Kianmo's command. With one hand, he firmly gripped the hammer. With his other hand, Kianmo controlled the strange sword, saying regardless if it was an evil sword or a broken blade, be silent now. He fiercely struck the clone with his hammer. Guards exclaimed in astonishment. What was President Cheng doing, forging two weapons at the same time? Was that against the rules? Old Qin sneered. The Dragon Kingdom people couldn't control their weapon. President Cheng was helping them. Da Xianghuan roared in fury, ordering Kianmo to stop. How dare he desecrate his divine weapon? The aura was gradually being suppressed. Kianmo taunted, saying it was just a dull blade, calling itself a divine weapon. The pressure was so great that De Xianghuan could not approach. Kianmo glared, his voice calm, as he remarked that the will parasitizing the blank was merely average. The eerie sword gradually lost its frightening appearance, becoming as gentle as it was initially. The more the sword changed, the more the old man screamed in pain to stop. Zhen Dong wondered how President Cheng's actions would be judged. Old Qin replied to rely on the judgment of the artisans on site. Wen Liang explained that the immortal forging was being counter-controlled by its own creation, losing the ability to compete. The president was doing this to avoid risks. It was not against the rules. Sai Yuan judged straightforwardly that an artisan controlled by their creation was disqualified from this point. Zhendong faked a cuff as a signal. Sai Yuan immediately changed his attitude. Kianmo looked at the sword and smiled. Its killing intent was steadily decreasing. This celestial evil cloud was cowardly. Xianghun broke free from the controlled state, asking in confusion what had happened. Leia worriedly asked if he was alright. He realized in horror that he had just been about to use Leia as a living sacrifice. Seeing him cry, Leia comforted him, saying it was all over. Shi Zheng and Shenji were bitter, seeing Qian Mo forging the celestial evil cloud while Xianghun did nothing. This was their chance to act. Shi Zheng smiled meaningfully. Qian Mo was completely focused. Striking now would surely finish him. Notification appeared that the celestial evil cloud blank had been forged into shape. Qian Mo happily said that finally all the killing intent had been removed. The forging was successful. The system announced that when successfully crafting any item, there is a 5% chance to copy its exact attributes. Qian Mo asked in surprise, could this copy a divine artifact? After agreeing, the equipment's power surged and was copied onto the myriad mechanism umbrella. Shenji rushed in, shouting for Qian Mo to die. Wen Liang was startled and shouted loudly, there was an assassin. Qian Mo calmly gave an order. Finally couldn't hold back anymore. Netting Organization Act. His assassins simultaneously shot up from among the ordinary people. Luosha and her squad surrounded him. The netting organization of this peak of eternal heaven was here. Who dares to cause trouble? Then Qi was startled and shouted, there is an ambush. Luosha faced him head-on. She glared and threatened, man of Xia, give up and surrender. Your actions have been under surveillance for a long time. Shi Zheng gritted his teeth in anger. What? These Xia people have been watching us all along. No, the plan is about to fail. We must leave quickly. Ling Xiao behind slowly spoke, you all came to the festival. Why are you leaving in such a hurry? He stubbornly ordered, the mission has failed. Fight to the death with these Xia people. Ling Xiao stood still and activated his technique. Fight to the death. Are you even worthy? Zhendong panicked and cried out. Why has everything suddenly gone chaotic? Guild leader Hong, protect me. Old Qinping said calmly. President Han, there is no need to panic. They are just a few troublemakers. They will be caught soon. By then, we can interrogate the mastermind behind them. He was extremely anxious. Damn it, these dragon people are all unreliable, even that forging immortal. Qian Mo remained as calm as ever. After the copy was activated, the Celestial Edge umbrella underwent such a change. Interesting, now I must focus all my efforts on completing the Celestial Edge umbrella. He respectfully handed it to him. Senior Xianghun, I have helped you forge the twin blanks of the Celestial Evil Cloud. Next, I will focus all my efforts on forging the Celestial Edge umbrella. You can handle the rest. Xianghun lowered his eyes in regret. In the end, it was a Xia person who helped me forge these twin divine artifacts. He frankly shouted, I admit defeat in this match. I declare that Qian Mo's forging skill has surpassed mine. The guild members rejoiced. The guild leader won. Others were stunned. Wow, how could the forging immortal possibly lose? That man Zhendong secretly fumed. These dragon people are truly useless. They even lost at forging. Shen Zhai still cursed. The forging immortal lost. This Qian Mo is no ordinary blacksmith. For the sake of Dragon Nation, he absolutely cannot be allowed to live. Luosha ordered, still daring to be negligent. Capture him alive for me. Suddenly he took off his mask and put a strange object into his mouth. Luosha involuntarily shouted, fall back, something is wrong with him. Shenjai roared in fury, even if I die here today, I must take Qian Mo with me. Saying that, he decisively leaped up with tremendous force. Shenji's strength increased exponentially. He attacked using Heavenly God / Die Qian Mo. Huang Tian and Ling Rixi both worried. Guild leader, be careful Qian Mo. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to touch him, a kind of power erupted from his body. Shenjai panicked and tried to open his eyes to Irv. Everyone around had to shield their eyes. So bright, what is that? That stream of light enveloped a large area. In everyone's eyes, that man Shenjai had collapsed with his sword broken in two. Qian Mo did not expect to have just tested a new weapon. The completely new Celestial Edge umbrella was finished forging. The system displayed all its information. Radiant Light Celestial Edge Umbrella Monarch, Divine Artifact Quality, One-Handed Weapon. Base damage 650, bonus 130. The note in parentheses was the bonus from Divine One Hand. Total attribute was the sum of the two attributes. Attack speed 1.4, reduces attack range by 0.1. Adds 30 strength, bonus 6, adds 30 agility, bonus stamina, durability is permanently unbreakable. Item level 120. Equip effect, chain transformation of 9 forms, one-handed sword, machine gun, war spear, magic staff, knuckles, shield, dagger, cross, scythe. Activating the new form of the divine artifact is a horizontal blade. Has a 100% pressure effect. Within the same level can ignore all defenses. Old man Da Xianguan asked in confusion, a divine artifact. How did you do it? He answered frankly, this was also thanks to you, senior, but I am not at liberty to disclose the specific details. Excitement was evident in Qian Mo's eyes. I originally only planned to help Da Xianguan stabilize the Celestial Evil Cloud Sword blank, but I never expected to accidentally activate the passive copy, and it copied the divine artifact attributes of the Celestial Evil Cloud onto the Celestial Edge umbrella. The Celestial Edge umbrella now not only has an additional form, but its quality grade is also completely different. As for Da Xianguan, he sighed regretfully. I originally thought I could forge the celestial evil cloud this time and revive the glory of Dragon Nation, but it seems everything has turned to dust now. He took a step forward. Senior Xiangwen, let me deal with some internal matters first, he said sympathetically. Those people from the old Black Dragon Society deserve to die. I will handle them. Dai Xiangwen questioned in a deep voice, Bai Shizhang, who allowed you to come here and cause trouble? Stop immediately. Tian Mo seriously continued, Senior Da Xiangwen, I respect you, but that does not mean I will respect other dragon people, especially those who come uninvited. He stammered slightly. Well, with that, Qian Mo's expression turned extremely serious. The celestial mechanism umbrella in his hand transformed into a weapon form. He slowly approached the chaos, daring to show off on my turf, then come and pay with your lives. The citizens of Xia Nation said in unison, Dragon people dare to cause trouble on our turf. Let them fall flat on their faces. Give them a royal beating. Luosha reminded sternly, everyone, fall back in an orderly manner. This is just a small disturbance. It will be resolved shortly. These people of Xizhang were already surrounded by the guild members. Ling Xiao said calmly, surrender now and we might spare your lives. If you continue to resist, there will be no mercy. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, I never expected to fall into a trap. Xizhang took out the body sacrifice pill and put it into his mouth. Warriors, the time has come to give your all for the Empire. The body sacrifice pill description stated that after taking it, all attributes would be increased for half an hour, continuously consuming the user's health. After the effect wears off, body attributes would be reduced by 50%. Ling Xiao and Huang Tian quickly rushed forward. What are they doing? Earlier, another dragon person also drank it. That is a secret medicine to boost strength. Stop them quickly. All the dragon assassins simultaneously took that pill, showing their loyalty to the Empire. Shizhang attacked wildly. Huang Tian used all his strength to block his attack. The very next second he was pushed back. Ling Xiao reminded softly, do not be agitated, they are just a mantis trying to stop a chariot, they will not be hopping around for much longer. Zhang glared and ordered, we are doomed to not leave here today. Go all out, kill as many as you can. They shouted in unison, understood. Unexpectedly, it was just his plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. While his subordinates were fighting desperately, he had to find a way to escape, save his own life to avenge them later. That group of assassins fought wildly. Enemy attack. Prepare for battle. That bastard Zhang began to sneak away. All of them, not knowing their limits, charged at Qian Mo. He maintained a calm demeanor, executing a few basic punches that left them terrified. In an instant, Qian Mo had shattered all the swords of those subordinates. Only Shizhang was left, having not yet managed to escape. He roared, Qian Mo. He launched a venomous attack without any regard for defense. Since you seek death, do not blame me for being cruel. Qian Mo coldly swung a powerful slash. Sword in Shizhang's hand broke in two and his attack also left him severely wounded. Huang Tian and everyone cheered, holy crap, guild leader finished him in one slash. Long live guild leader Cheng. What weapon is that old man Mo holding? It is so awesome. Old man Huang Qian could not help but marvel. The Onimaru in Shiraishi Tadashi's hand is also a top-tier divine weapon of Dragon Nation. Yet it was cut through in one slash. It seems Qian Mo's new weapon has truly reached the quality of a divine tool. After finishing the matter, he walked over to Ling Xiao, Senior Ling. I am sorry for the trouble. He replied, it is nothing. I am happy to be able to help you a little. It seems this forging match is a sure win for you. Huang Tian excitedly said, Old Mo, let me take a touch of your King Dai sword. He turned and announced, everyone, there was an unexpected incident that frightened you, but the match is considered over. Old Qin praised profusely. Guild leader Cheng just completed the forging and immediately took down a powerful enemy. Truly magnificent. Qian Mo deliberately asked President Han, what do you think? Zhendong stiffly replied, Guild leader Cheng is indeed extraordinarily skilled. We admit defeat. I will no longer interfere with the merger matter. Since a result has been reached, you can leave the remaining matters to Guild leader Cheng and Director Sai. I will take my leave now. Qian Mo raised his hand to block his path. Hey, President Han, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Looking at the sprawled Shizhang, he said coldly, that dragon scum, stop pretending. Earlier I only cut your blade. I did not cause any fatal wound. He sat up, still cursing, since you have seen through me, do whatever you want, kill or maim. We dragon people are not cowards to be easily intimidated. Qian Mo seriously demanded. If you just reel the mastermind behind you, I will let you go. Shizhang's eyes lit up immediately. Are you telling the truth? How can I trust you? Dai Xianghuan decisively stepped forward. I am willing to vouch for guild leader Cheng. He was a bit surprised. Senior Dai Xianghuan. Zhang covered his mouth and whispered, Guild leader Hong, kill that dragon man. Name your price however you like. Gao Yi frankly said loudly in front of Councilman Qin. President Han, find someone better. This sentence left him speechless with anger. Old Qin said sternly, I am the president of the Xia Nation Management Association. I can also guarantee it for you. Seeing this, he immediately confessed everything. Fine, the one who hired me is the Guanyang Corporation from your Xia Nation. He panicked and explained, this dragon man is talking nonsense. His words are not credible. He is an invader of Xia Nation territory. Kill him quickly. Shi Zhang snorted an order, although that commission went through several hands. Do not underestimate our Dragon Nation's old Black Dragon Society. Finding the root cause is as easy as turning over my hand. Zhen Dong still stubbornly argued, this is Qianmo's conspiracy. Those dragon men were hired by him to frame me. Z spoke up at this moment. He said it was Guanyang Corporation. I am also one of the leaders of Guanyang. It is not certain he was implying you. Why are you panicking? Old Qin stepped in to mediate. Since it is not yet clear who the mastermind is, I invite Director A Sai and President Han to come to the Management Association with me. He replied calmly, I have no problem with that. I will fully cooperate with the investigation. Ji Zhang asked Qianmo, I have said all I need to say. Will you keep your word? Unexpectedly, right after he finished speaking, he swung his sword and severed his arm. Qianmo said coldly, the death penalty can be spared, but the living punishment is hard to escape. He ordered sternly, Senior De Xiangwen, take him out of Xia Nation. If he is ever seen again on Xia Nation territory, he will be killed without mercy. He nodded vigorously. Understood, Guild Leader Cheng. Afterwards he turned and asked Sai Yuan, I have won the forging match. What do you think, Guild Leader Hong? He replied, Guild Leader Cheng is truly worthy of being a hero of Xia Nation. Your forging skill is indeed unparalleled in the world. This matter is negotiable. He smiled with satisfaction. Very good. Since you both are of this mind, let us officially begin the merger process. Sai Yuan was extremely surprised. Right now? Guild Leader Cheng, isn't that a bit too abrupt? Even if we want to merge, we should discuss the organizational structure after the merger first. He asked bluntly, then the two of you, please tell me, how many seats in the top management does each side need? He slowly listed. The headquarters of the Lifestyle Profession Association only had the general president, the elders and committee members. Branch presidents who weren't in the upper echelons also had no voting rights. The number of people at these three levels was estimated to be over 20, so based on the scale of 20 people on our high-level board, we needed at least 8 seats. Kifa immediately became angry. 8 seats, you must be dreaming in broad daylight. Even if your status as an alchemist is a bit higher, how can you occupy 40% of the voting rights? Why don't you be more straightforward and demand a 50-50 split? Old Gao sneered. If not for President Cheng's face, I would have actually demanded half the seats. This statement left Qifei speechless. Qianmo immediately stepped in to mediate. As I see it, you two have been arguing endlessly, neither convincing the other, so let's stop the struggle. The new organization will abolish the parliament system, and I will temporarily hold the position of general president. Sai Yuan exclaimed, abolish the parliament system, and you are going to temporarily hold the position of general president? He questioned. It seems you two have some objections? Qianmo emphasized again, I have proven my forging skills, but it seems I haven't proven the two major skills of alchemy and artifice yet. I've long heard of grandmasters as a dual-system grandmaster. How about we have a little contest? The old man secretly calculated, although this kid is only at the grandmaster level in the Lifestyle Profession Association, he is truly monstrous. If I lose the contest, I'll never be able to hold my head up again. Then he stammered, a contest would be too detrimental to harmony. Everything can be renegotiated. He kept his tone calm. This is my only plan. There is no room for negotiation. Anyone who objects today can step up and fight me. Old Qin followed up. I declare in advance that the Management Association fully supports President Cheng. President Cheng, if you still have concerns, how about we move to the study to hear President Cheng's plan? The Yuan sighed helplessly. Since Councillor Qin has said so, I can only agree to the merger, but the specific details still need to be discussed. Cao Yi, who had been standing on the sidelines, finally spoke up. If the merger of the two major associations is a done deal, there's no point in us from Kangkong Qiguang staying here any longer. I take my leave. Qianmo asked curiously, President Hong, won't you stay to guide the work a little? He answered curtly, how dare I instruct President Cheng? Farewell. Old Qin snorted coldly, the evidence of Zhen Dong's treason will soon be uncovered. He will spend the rest of his life in prison. As for that Hong Kao Yi, letting them go now, once they return to Kangkong Qiguang, they will surely start a guild war with Eternal Peak. With the merger complete this time, Eternal Peak will inevitably become a level 10 guild. Conflict with Kangkong Qiguang is unavoidable. Keeping him here is useless. On the road, a subordinate asked Cao Yi curiously, President Hong, why didn't you attend the meeting for the merger of the two major associations? He said resentfully, that useless Han Zhendong has fallen from power. Attending the meeting would mean submitting to the distribution terms set by the Management Association. Wouldn't that make me look cheap in front of Qianmo? He continued, so you don't intend to abide by the principles set by the meeting, right? His expression turned tense, of course. Even as a level 10 guild, we can't surrender to Eternal Peak without a fight. I have a rough grasp of Qian Mo's abilities now. Whether we can win or not, we'll just have to fight and leave it to fate. After that, everyone returned to the study. They sat around the large table with none other than Qian Mo presiding. Si Yuan was the first to speak. President Cheng, what do you mean by helping the entire upper echelon advance one step? Qian Mo replied bluntly, it's literal, of course. Everyone can become stronger than before. Chen Sheng questioned, stronger, how much stronger? For example, does someone stuck at senior craftsman for many years also have a chance to advance? He affirmed firmly, of course. Advancing from senior to grandmaster is the most basic thing, nothing difficult about it. Si Yuan immediately retorted, President Cheng's words are too absurd. The total number of grandmasters from the two largest associations in the country combined is only 11. You say advance just like that? Chen Sheng sneered inwardly. That's right, after all, it's the grandmaster rank. How does it look so easy in his eyes? Qian Mo slowly introduced, you can ask Jiang Wenliang about this. He should be more convincing than me. That's right, I advanced to grandmaster with President Cheng's help. Chen Sheng immediately changed his mind. So the rumor outside that Jiang Wenliang's breakthrough to grandmaster was thanks to you is true. He exclaimed outwardly, then we have a chance too. Qian Mo seriously declared, as long as you all agree to the merger conditions, I guarantee I can help each of you advance one rank. Everyone spoke in turn. I agree with the merger plan. I also agree with President Cheng holding the position of General President. I agree too. Si Yuan stood up, feeling powerless. Since things have come to this, from now on, the Lifestyle Profession Association is entrusted to President Cheng. I hereby resign and retire. Qian Mo immediately stopped him. Wait, except for Elder Sin, Elder Jiang, and President Xing, everyone else, please wait outside for a moment. He thought to himself, I still need to keep seeing Si Yuan working here. After all, he is a dual system grandmaster. It would be a waste to let him go. Besides, I don't have the energy to manage so many people myself. The old man suddenly raised his voice. Qian Mo, you've gotten what you wanted. What else do you want to say? Qian Mo spoke frankly. President Xing, don't rush. Consider my previous actions as self-serving. But listen to what I have to say next before you pass judgment. If you still have objections, I can return the power to you. Si Yuan turned back angrily. Return the power? Are you trying to trick an old man like me? Outside the guild hall, everything still had its usual calm appearance. Members of Si Yuan's association were all discussing. Why is the discussion taking so long? Elder Gao, what do you think? Will the president agree to the merger? Hasn't the president already agreed? From the looks of it, President Cheng wants to keep the president. Old Qin said gently, in my opinion, the merger is a good thing. Look at Eternal Peak. In just a few years, it's almost reached level 10. Elder Gao nodded. That's right. And President Cheng even said he could help us advance to Grandmaster. I've been stuck at Grandmaster for 30 years. The other members also agreed. Exactly, we don't have many years left to live. If we can become Grandmasters, we'll die without regret. Just then, Qian Mo and Si Yuan appeared. They're out. They're out. The old man clearly declared, from today, the Lifestyle Profession Association and the Blacksmith Association are officially merged. Qian Mo will hold the position of General President, and I, Xing Siyuan, will also follow President Cheng's orders. The members present applauded. He agreed. Never mind, this is too good. Qian Mo smiled and shouted, then I declare that from today, the Lifestyle Profession Association and the Blacksmith Association will cease to exist, replaced by a completely new organization called the Artisan Association. He continued to declare, and I, Qian Mo, will hold the position of the first General President. Everyone cheered in unison. Eternal Peak has another business venture. Long live Eternal Peak. Long live President Cheng. Si Yuan quietly asked Counselor Sin, this void invasion matter President Cheng mentioned, was it made up to get me involved? He answered honestly, I wish it were false, but it is indeed true. Otherwise, we wouldn't be risking our necks to support him. He looked at his retreating back with pride. If Xia Nation is such a hero, I believe we can safely overcome any disaster. Afternoon, everyone went to the gate to see off De Xiangwen and his granddaughter. He smiled broadly. President Cheng, thank you for your concern. No need to see me off any further. Qian Mo replied sincerely, it's nothing. I hope that when Elder Daxiang returns this time, you can convey my message to the leaders of your nation's Lao Hai Long Guild. Xiang Huan sighed, rest assured, I will deliver your message, but I doubt he will listen. Fortunately, this time President Cheng was here. The Tianji Yin embryo has all its evil energy dispelled. When I return to my country this time, I will surely succeed in forging it. He turned around. Leia, let's go. Suddenly, she ran back towards Qian Mo. Grandpa, wait a moment. Leia bowed respectfully. President Cheng, thanks to you last time, I would have died under the Tianji Yun by now if not for you. He replied gently, it was a small matter, not worth mentioning. Unexpectedly, she was even bolder, kissing him on the cheek. Qian Mo, I won't forget you. Ruoqi screamed angrily, that little girl, what is she doing? Huang Tian quickly calmed her down. Goodbye. There, it was just a kiss. Old Mo hasn't lost anything. Old De Xiangwen lightly scolded her. You girl, have you no sense of propriety? What kind of behavior is this? She replied slyly and shyly, Grandpa. grandfather. Ruoqi grumpily walked over to wipe his cheek. Wang Tian wondered, Old Mo, is it really okay to let them go like that? That old man took the Tianji Yun blade embryo with him. Qian Mo calmly explained, the evil power of the Tianji Yun was refined by my Azure Dragon Shadow. Even if it truly becomes a blade in the future, it will be suppressed by me. He raised the celestial mechanism umbrella, and besides, thanks to him, our Xia nation now has its own divine artifact, a weapon even more powerful than the Tianji Yun. He exclaimed excitedly, Old Mo, I'm so jealous of your weapon. When are you going to upgrade one for us brothers? Qian Mo revealed, don't worry, when I get back this time I can give you guys a comprehensive upgrade. Huang Tian was shocked. Damn, my sugar daddy. In the end, only Qian Mo and Old Qin remained. He handed over a box. The guild merger matter is complete. It's time for me to return to the Management Association. Take this. Consider as a reward from the Management Association and also as support for you. He hesitated slightly. What is this? As soon as he opened it, he was surprised by the token. This is the badge of the Management Association. Old Qin said clearly, that's right. From today, you are a committee member of the Management Association. You are qualified to hold this position. Qian Mo scratched his head awkwardly. Elder Qin, you're putting too much pressure on me. I really don't know if I should accept this. He secretly worried. Becoming a committee member of the Management Association means I have stepped into the highest tier of Xia Nation's power pyramid. Then he took out the next item, and there's also an invitation to participate in the 16th Void Battlefield. He carefully reminded him, that's right, don't too much psychological bun yourself. Actually, you can just think of the Void Battlefield as an activity similar to a hunting plan. He had a question. I wonder what our Xia Nation's best ranking in previous years was? Old Qin replied gloomily, last time was 31st. Qian Mo said bitterly, that bad? He sighed in frustration. It might be because the level and strength are capped at the 4th class advancement. In short, it's very unsatisfactory. Old Qin placed his hand on his shoulder with confidence. Actually, Xia Nation already has a team prepared for the competition, and they've been cooperating for about 4.5 years. But I have higher hopes for you. Qian Mo was surprised. Wouldn't that take away someone else's opportunity? Will they agree? He explained as he walked. The results over the years have been so poor. Healthy competition is the best choice for the country. As for the third item, look at it yourself. This old man is busy with official duties and must return to the Management Association. He watched his receding back go slowly. Elder Qin. Qian Mo picked up the item curiously. What is this? Suddenly Duke Shu rushed over frantically. President, something's wrong. He pressed. What's wrong? Why are you so flustered? He hurriedly reported, President, something's wrong. Kangkong Qiguang has declared war on us. Qian Mo calmly opened the paper. I thought it was something serious. Isn't this within expectations? Xu was at a loss for words, but they are a level 10 guild. We should at least act a little tense. Qian Mo didn't even pay attention. Just tell Huang Tian and the others to prepare defensive measures. Wait until I finish my work, then I'll go arrange things. He peeked curiously. President, what are you looking at? Looking closer, Du Xiu exclaimed, this is an extremely rare special architecture blueprint. Qian Mo was a bit confused. An architecture blueprint. Why did Elder Qin give me this? On it was all the information about the Spirit Ascension Hall. The architecture blueprint of the Spirit Ascension Hall. Current quality, special architecture. Special ability 1. Can permanently provide a 30% experience bonus to all guild members. Effective when completing quests, challenging secret realms, and hunting monsters. Special ability 2. The Spirit Ascension Hall has a certain chance of attracting spirit entities to reside. Construction materials 10,000 units of wood, 10,000 units of stone, 8,000 units of food, 5,000 units of metal, 6,000 units of furniture, 6,000 units of herbs, 2 million gold coins. Unique building. The experience bonus effect only applies to awakened below level 70. Yusu said urgently again, President, this is a good item. The quality of this is amazing. Qian Mo smiled lightly. Another item for upgrading structures. Where would be a good place to use it? Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the area with the world tree. Qian Mo thought for a moment. Got it. A moment later, a system notification appeared. Congratulations, as the Spirit Ascension Hall was absorbed by the world tree. It has evolved into the Spirit Flower Realm. Spirit Flower Realm, current quality. Special substructure of the world tree. Special ability 1. Can permanently provide a 50% experience bonus to all guild members. Effective when completing quests, challenging secret realms, and hunting monsters. Special ability 2. The Spirit Flower Realm can produce 50 spirit flowers. Carrying a spirit flower can provide an additional 100% experience bonus to guild members. Special ability 3. A 30% chance each day of attracting a spirit entity to reside. Unique building. Note, the experience bonus effect only applies to awakened below level 70. The world tree has been successfully upgraded, and all benefits have been greatly enhanced. Qian Mo looked up with satisfaction with the world tree's coverage. It's enough for everyone in the entire Eternal City to benefit from its effects. Duxu smiled brightly. Now we have the confidence to deal with a level 10 guild. The world tree began to be enveloped by a surging power. Everyone cheered joyfully. The world tree has leveled up. Am I dreaming? A permanent 50% experience bonus. Doesn't that mean we're all going to skyrocket? With such an insane experience boost, it looks like I have a hope of reaching level 50 before I turn 35. Huan Shen and Huang Tian couldn't help but rejoice either. What new trick has the president pulled out now? The world tree has leveled up, and this new effect is truly sensational. Duxu praised endlessly. It was indeed a special building that could still absorb other similar buildings. Truly overpowered. Qianmo added more. The new Spirit Ascension Flower Realm version increased the experience buff from 30% to 50%, and also increased another 10 different buffs by 100%. He breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the matter of him and Huang Tian reaching the 4th class change could be put on the schedule. After a moment, the system panel displayed that the construction was complete with coverage spanning the entire Eternal City. All stats increased significantly. The world tree had successfully absorbed a similar building, received sufficient nutrients, and smoothly advanced to the middle stage of maturity. The first special ability was secreting 50 units of life source essence each day. The second special ability was protecting the base territory and had a 50% chance of attracting at least 2 high-tier flying creatures. Life source essence could increase the quality of basic materials by 3 grades. Qianmo looked up. The upgraded world tree not only doubled production, but also elevated the enhancement effect to a higher level. Additionally, the probability of attracting high-tier flying creatures had also increased significantly. It was likely that before long, the scale and strength of the Eternal Summit flying unit would experience a qualitative leap. Duxu bowed respectfully, congratulating the guild leader. It was truly far-sighted of you to choose this place as the base earlier. He replied, at this rate of development, reaching level 10 would not be far off. He calmly gave an order. Duxu, go summon all high-ranking cadre members to the meeting room. A moment later, everyone had gathered in the Eternal Summit conference room. Qianmo explained gently. The purpose of this meeting was first to deal with the attack of Firmament Aurora, and second to summarize the current changes and growth of the guild. First, let me introduce a new member, the dual grandmaster, Xingxi Yuan, Elder Xing. I believe everyone already knows him. The elder scratched his head awkwardly. There had been many misunderstandings with the guild leader before, but thanks to the guild leader's magnanimity, they were forgiven. He replied sincerely, now that you have joined Eternal Summit, we are family. No need for formalities. Next, as the head guild leader, I have several tasks to announce. Everyone chorused. Guild leader, please give your orders. Qianmo began to deploy. The first task was to make Eternal Summit the headquarters of the Artisan Association, and construct it on a large scale according to the highest Qin standard. Sai Yuan expressed an opinion. Eternal City has a heavenly tier forge and the world tree. I have no objection to it being the guild headquarters. However, to gain recognition from other craftsmen, perhaps a strong promotional activity would be needed. He immediately reassured, I will personally set the exam. Elder Jiang and Elder Xing will be the judges. We will organize a skills test for all life professions within the territory of Xia country. It will attract talented craftsmen from across the nation, and all benefits will be given according to the highest Shukin standard. The elder wondered, this idea isn't bad, but what exactly is the highest Shukin standard? Qianmo honestly disclosed, it is calculated as 5 times the benefits from your previous headquarters. Those whose total test scores rank in the top 5% will be directly recruited into the headquarters and receive 10 times the benefits. Sai Yuan felt a bit uneasy. Wait, this method might expand the scale, but within less than 3 months, the guild will be dragged down by the enormous costs. And you immediately encouraged, Elder Xing, rest assured. You don't fully understand the current financial potential of the guild. We are desperately craving profession talent. He inwardly evaluated Xingxi Yuan, although the head of the profession association, still thinks like his younger self, never having seen great affairs. Hearing this, the elder breathed a sigh of relief. If Vice Guild Leader Fan says so, then I am at ease. Qianmo continued with the tasks. The second matter, after the Artisan Association is officially operational, immediately issue an order prohibiting all guild members from associating with members of Firmament Aurora. Si Yuan stammered. This, he pointed out bluntly. Elder Xing, please speak your mind. The elder's expression was full of concern. Firmament Aurora is, after all, a level 10 guild. The number of craftsmen who interact with them must be at least several thousand people. This rule of the guild leader forces them to choose between the two. I fear. Qianmo clenched his firmly and affirmed, a battle with Firmament Aurora is an unavoidable trial for us. But if we fight, we cannot show mercy. It will be either their death or ours. We must set a rule for other level 10 guilds and extinguish any opportunity for forces to take advantage and provoke us. Huang Tian and Ruan Shen added, that's right, we must show them the might of Eternal Summit. If Firmament Aurora wants to be the leader, then we will just butcher them. He seriously corrected them. Although we are fully prepared, we cannot underestimate the opponent. Elder Fan, please present the overall overall strength of Firmament Aurora to everyone. Han Yu listed clearly Firmament Aurora advanced to a level 10 guild 5 years ago. Under its command, there are 3 level 9 guilds and a total of 6 guilds of other levels. The total number of members is 4,000. There are 120 people with class changes of 3rd tier or higher. Huang Tian calmly remarked, only 4,000 people, comparable to the Dark Brotherhood. Ruan Shen agreed, yes, the same scale as our level 9 guilds. What about their main combat force? He explained in detail, besides the guild leader Hong Gao Yi, there are 4 core combat forces, all of whom have achieved 4th class change. They are Fist Overlord Ren Tianhong, Sword Berserker Su Jierui, Arcane Mage Ling King Zhao, and Underworld King Gao Yu. After that, Han Yu emphasized that is the basic information. Please refer to the detailed materials yourselves. For some time afterward, everyone fell silent in thought. Sei Yuan inwardly felt disappointed. A bunch of reckless brats who don't know their limits. Now they know the opponent is not easy to mess with. Qianmo clapped to encourage. Alright, everyone should have grasped Firmament Aurora's strength, therefore do not harbor any luck. This confrontation will be on multiple fronts. He gently reminded, but the Heavenly Palace capital city of theirs is several hundred miles away from Eternal City. Their subordinate Snow Abyss City, the nearest one, is also over 100 miles away. A large-scale attack would likely require ample preparation time. The city lord of Snow Abyss City is the Blizzard Guild, where Sword Berserker Zhu Jierui, under Firmament Aurora's command, resides. That is also a level 9 guild. Our current focus should be on monitoring their movements. Qianmo assigned tasks. The guild will carry out self-defense. Boss Gu, you arrange the guard squad, send out scouts, and report their movements at any time. Duke Xu, make good arrangements for logistics. The two nodded, understood. Qianmo ordered. This is an internal battle between guilds of Xia country. We must note that battles can only be fought at the city's respawn points. The goal is to defeat the opponent and ensure no real casualties. Understood. He continued, good, then next, Huangtian Ruan Shen, Lingling Roxy, hear my command. You all are about to achieve 4th class change, right? We're gonna find a dungeon to grind levels. They were all surprised now. Is level grinding appropriate at a time like this? Qianmo comforted them. Rest assured, Firmament Aurora is too far away. If they can't solve the distance problem, the battle won't start that quickly. We must increase our combat power. The scene shifted to Sky Palace City, which appeared quite quiet on the surface. 2 low-level members were discussing. Have you heard? We're about to go to war with Eternal Summit. Why would the guild leader want to fight when things were peaceful? Recently, they even annexed the Dark Brotherhood. Don't we have a choice? They took over the Artisan Association. If we don't fight, we won't survive either. The other side, the situation isn't too good. According to reliable sources, that Qianmo guy seems to have led a team to grind levels. He said dejectedly, didn't we already declare war on the public channel? And he went to grind levels. Does he look down on us that much? That man sarcastically remarked, is he that confident? It's just a level 9 guild. Do they really think they have a guaranteed victory? Suddenly, the sound of a cup shattering and curses rang out. Damn it. Gao Yai cursed angrily. Qianmo, that little brat, clearly about to go to war, yet he goes grinding levels. He deliberately leaked the information. Now the entire Heavenling realm thinks their win rate is higher. Those craftsmen have all run off to Eternal City. Tianhong hurriedly comforted, guild leader, don't be angry. This man is indeed very cunning. She maintained a calm expression. He saw through the distance problem between the two guilds, and thus dared to brazenly leave like this. But rest assured, guild leader, after the last battle, Nightmare Descent of ours has updated the teleport gate technology. As long as we set up the teleport gate at Snow Abyss City from Jujirui, Firmament Aurora's main force can be transferred immediately. By then, we will launch a surprise attack on him. Gao Yi replied helplessly, it's a pity that Brad is too impulsive and difficult to entrust with great responsibility. Firmament Aurora is lucky to still have you. Tianhong spoke up, I lost to Qianmo last time. I also want a rematch with him. I must thank the guild leader for giving me this opportunity. Suddenly, Ada rushed in frantically, guild leader, something terrible has happened. That man demanded, panicking over what? Calm down. What happened? Ada frantically replied that, well, guild leader Sui, he has gone to Eternal Summit. Gao Yai and Tianhong were utterly shocked. What? How did that happen? Didn't we tell him to build the teleport gate first? He reported fearfully. Guild leader Chu said that Qianmo going to grind levels at this time is an insult to Firmament Aurora. Moreover, they are just a measly level 9 guild. The Blizzard Guild is also level 9. He alone can capture Eternal City. That man cursed bitterly. This fool, is the Blizzard's level 9 the same concept as Eternal Summit's level 9? Didn't he think that this is Qianmo deliberately luring him out of his lair? Tianhong interrupted, guild leader, don't panic. The teleport gate can barely teleport me there. I'll go. Gao Yi glared and ordered, fine, go over there and salvage the situation first. Wait for Gao Yu to bring the main force, then we will go together to Snow Abyss City. The scene shifted to the outskirts of Eternal City. There, all the guards had been defeated. Xu Jia Rui excitedly shouted, so these are Eternal Summit's hidden scouts. Lin Qingzhao asked uneasily. Jia Rui, the guild leader, said we must wait for his orders before acting. Will this mess things up? He laughed maniacally. What's there to fear? Since Can Mo is so arrogant, don't blame us for launching a surprise pincer attack. As long as we move quickly and accelerate the capture of Eternal City, maybe the guild leader will even reward us. People assigned to the task had already arrived at Eternal Summit. Duke Shu looked down from above. The guild leader just announced the recruitment plan, and career system players from all over the heavenly opening continent are flooding into Eternal City. The people are too many these days. Gu Gan sighed. He just wiped his hands and went to grind levels, leaving us here on edge. Duke Shui looked ahead and comforted. Don't worry, the demon-slaying crossbows are everywhere in Eternal City now, and there is also the Wyvern Guard squad. Although the flow of people at the city gate is huge, Fugai's magic formation can accurately identify the identities of those entering the city. He encouraged himself mentally. In short, even without the guild leader and the others holding the fort, Eternal City is as solid as an iron fortress now. I hope so. If this situation dragged for a month, even without a fight, Firmament Aurora's economy will collapse. The scene shifted to the gloomy forest. Luosha judged, the two previous hidden watchposts haven't sent their signals for over 5 minutes. I suspect something unexpected has happened. Li Minghe was slightly surprised. Did Firmament Aurora's people move that fast? He calmly stood up. I'll go scout how many people are over there. You return to the city and tell them to prepare in advance? Luosha asked uneasily. Is it safe for you to go alone? Li Minghe replied and quickly dashed off. Rest assured, I'll find out the number of people and come right back. After that, she ordered, do the old-timers from the guild leader's founding class all act so recklessly? Forget it, let's just do our duty and return to the city to report. A subordinate immediately replied yes. The members of the Web of Secrecy organization moved swiftly. The forest still retained a bit of calm at this moment. Jia Rui looked around with raised eyes. We're almost at Eternal City. Let's plan our next actions. King Zhao wondered, didn't you say we need to speed up the assault? Li Minghe sat on a tree branch, silently observing them. The leader was the sword berserker and arcane mage mentioned in the documents. He scrutinized carefully, 2 people of 4th class change, leading a considerable number of troops. But he didn't know how they planned to enter Eternal City with its dense defense system. Having scouted enough information, it was time to head back. The very next second, Li Minghe was startled. Wait, where did Xu Jia go? That man appeared behind him, swinging his blade, looking for someone. The strike was so overwhelmingly powerful it caused a huge explosion. Li Minghe hastily turned around. Damn it, I underestimated them. No wonder they are Firmament Aurora's top combat force. From below, a barrage of attacks was rapidly fired toward him. Li Minghe strained to dodge all those strikes. However, they were so dense that he was hit. Damn it. King Tao happily taunted hit. Jia Rui praised, well done King Tao. Several subordinates hurriedly moved. Go, capture him and interrogate for information. He immediately blocked them. Wait. Forget it. We are near Eternal City now. Caution is better. My subordinate is foolish, just letting him go like that? Jia Rui sneered. Letting him go is not certain. Maybe we can use him to break through Eternal City's defenses. The chaos at Eternal Summit. Why did they suddenly close the city gates? Didn't you hear the commotion just now? It must have started a battle. Sky Dome Light attack. I heard Chairman Cheng is not here. Gu Gan quickly deployed, arriving so fast. It's definitely not Sky Dome Light's main force. Du Shu, go arrange the defenses. He replied, rest assured, with them making such a fuss, they couldn't breach even if given candy. Luosha reported uneasily, damn it, hearing this noise, Captain Li is in trouble. We shouldn't have let him go. Fu Gai helplessly scolded, he is still so impulsive, I wonder if he can return this time. Gu Gan affirmed seriously, rest assured, his strength is at the peak of 3rd turn. No one can stop him if he wants to leave. Let me go rescue him. At that moment, Ming Hao appeared. No need, I am back. Seeing him holding his injured arm, everyone was worried. You are back, are you alright? It's fine, I just got hit by one of their 4th turn mages. Fu Gai recognized it at a glance. Wait, the one who injured you is the magic witch Lin King Tao. He wondered, what's wrong? On the other side, King Tao said softly, he returned to the city. Jia Rui said triumphantly, it seems my battle plan is about to succeed. She raised her summoning staff, initiating the teleportation spell. It was a type of spell that sets up a small magic circle. After activation, it consumes 10% health, continuously attacking the target indiscriminately of friend or foe, destroying the target. Instantly, the other end of the barrier appeared behind Ming Hao. What is this? It is a symbol teleportation spell. Careful. Countless magic attacks shot out from it. Everyone began to fly and broadcast widely, enemy attack, careful. But they were also hit immediately. Gu Gan exclaimed worriedly, damn it. The entire large city was now filled with huge explosions. King Tao and Jia Rai still stood watching quietly. Eternal City's defense system has been destroyed. Never expected to get past the hidden outpost from the start, so you already arranged an infiltration plan, right King Tao? He excitedly pointed his blade forward and ordered, go, take Eternal City. The subordinates replied in unison, yes, Chairman. In an instant, Eternal City was engulfed in dense smoke and dust. Gu Gan spoke helplessly, are you all right? Fu Gai replied, we are fine. but the defense system on the city wall is destroyed. He gritted his teeth. Damn it, they played us for fools. Dusu exclaimed in panic. Boss lady, it's bad. Sky Dome Lights people are here. Jiarui smiled proudly. Listen up, Eternal Summit, your defense system is destroyed. Open the city gates quickly, or don't blame me for being rude. Gugan ordered the 4th turn warriors. Without the guard squad and magic-breaking crossbows, the city gate cannot hold. Notify everyone in the city to prepare for battle. Cutscene to Qian Mo and the rest. Huang Tian was a bit confused. Old Mo, this map isn't even marked as explored. Haven't seen a soul. Where'd you find this place? Ruan Shen nodded. Right, is there a secret realm here? If we weren't close, I'd be scared you were selling us out. Qianmo gave an enigmatic smile. Trust me and follow. There is indeed a secret realm suitable for us here. He pondered silently. In the previous life's game, this place had a high-level dungeon, and it also had a new skill I need. Wang Tian questioned, our guild is facing an unprecedented challenge. Is it appropriate to go out and grind levels now? He replied slowly. Sky Dome Light cannot bring their entire main force here so quickly. So, biggest threat to us is at most their subordinate Blizzard Guild. If it's just a level 9 Blizzard Guild, there's no need for us to sit and defend. He was visibly relieved. Makes sense, the guild can handle one of Sky Dome Light's subsidiary guilds without us. Ruan Shen sighed, but it's hard to say. Qianmo reassured them. Even if there's a problem, I still have a final trump card. You all just relax. What final trump card? Ling Rixie over here shouted. Found it. Found it. Ruan Shen and Huang Tian were stunned. Qianmo, is this the secret realm you talked about? Damn. He calmly looked at it. Yes, it is the buried demon abyss secret realm. Ling Roxy felt uneasy. This dungeon looks really dangerous, and it has no description at all. Ruan Shen explained, this is an unexplored area, there isn't even a map, so of course there's no description. Huang Tian spoke up. As long as we clear this dungeon smoothly, the rewards should be enough for us to deal with Sky Dome Light. How about we try normal difficulty to scout first? Qianmo coldly interrupted. No need to waste time, go straight into Abyss difficulty. Ling Rixie looked at the system panel in confusion. But Abyss difficulty requires 5 people to enter, so we need to find one more person. Huang Tian complained dejectedly. This godforsaken place, it took us a whole day just to get here on flying mounts. Does it look like there would be anyone? Qianmo also thought intently. In the previous life at Tianqi, this place was packed with people. I really didn't account for a shortage. My calculation was off. Ruan Shen opened the system. Let me use the map to search for party matching. Maybe there is someone. He reluctantly added, in this place, I'd believe it if there were ghosts. Just a few seconds later, the map sent a signal. Got one, I can't believe there actually is a person. There's really a person? Huang Tian was startled. Damn, there's actually someone here. Moreover, he is approaching us. Just as he finished speaking, a figure staggered over. Andrew rode a horse, he spoke. Hey, are you all humans? Qianmo stepped forward to reply. Of course, are you from the UA Federation? He slowly dismounted. It's rare to see 4 Chinese people. He bowed to introduce himself. Hello everyone. Let me introduce myself. My name is Andrew, a 4th turn firegun knight from the U Federation. He replied calmly. Hello, I am Qianmo, Chinese. Ruan Shen and Huang Tian whispered. Firegun Knight is a special 4th turn profession of the U Federation. This guy must be strong. How can a Westerner appear in Chinese territory? Andrew said with a surprised tone, I really didn't expect to meet humans in this ghost-forsaken place. Qianmo similarly replied, same here. Never expected to meet anyone in such a remote spot on the map, let alone a Westerner. He explained, don't misunderstand, I am an explorer. I discovered this secret realm a month ago. Went in several times, but can't enter the abyss mode alone, so I was waiting for an opportunity. Never thought I'd actually meet someone. Qianmo smiled. What a coincidence then. We can agree to form a party, but the final item must be distributed by us. Andrew was immediately impressed. You are all 3rd turn. Teaming up with you is practically a carry. Besides, I've gone through all the other difficulties of this secret realm several times. He added, this is our only condition. He stared at them for quite a while. Then he reached out his hand. Fine, cunning Chinese, I agree with you. In his heart, he mocked agreeing with you for now. Once inside, it won't be your turn to decide. Qianmo maintained a curious tone, then happy cooperation. In his heart, he planned, a foreigner appearing in an unexplored area of China. After this is done, I must take him to the Management Association for interrogation. Andrew stepped forward. Then let's go, let's head inside. Huang Tian felt a bit uneasy. Old Mo, maybe we should wait a bit longer? Something might be happening at the guild. He explained seriously. Even if something does happen, we wouldn't make it back in time. I already told you I have preparations. There won't be any problems. He reluctantly agreed. Fine, then I can only trust you. Andrew asked as he walked. Sounds like you are members of a guild. What's the matter? Nothing, let's just go inside. At the same time, Eternal Summit was still shrouded in smoke and dust. Jiarui stood outside the gate shouting, I warned you. Since you refused to surrender, don't blame me for being rude. Gugan said with a worried tone, I didn't expect them to act so fast. If we send a message now, can the chairman make it back in time? Han Yu remained calm, who knows? But is it necessary? It's just a brat. He was surprised by Han Yu's attitude. So do we fight them? He replied, of course we fight. fight, but let's first have the professionals in the city scatter, then open the city gates and let them into fight. Gugan ordered the city gates to be opened, and Yu glared challengingly. He went through all that trouble to destroy our defensive structures, didn't he? It was to get into the city. We'll just let him in. Jiaruru shouted loudly, brothers, since Eternal Summit doesn't know their place, then break down their city gate for me. The subordinates quickly interrupted. Chairman, wait, look. The city gate then began to move. Just a few seconds later, it was fully open, leaving him stunned. They dare to open the city gate wide, trying to pull an empty city strategy on me? Be careful of a trap. Gugan said coldly. Chairman, if you want to enter our eternal city, there's no need for such tricks. We are opening the gates now. If you want to enter, feel free to try. The subordinates were bewildered. Chairman, what do we do? He laughed contemptuously. The high-end combat power of Eternal Summit is only Han Yu and the fourth turn Gugan. The others have combat power comparable to my subordinates. Even if there is an ambush, based on our setup, we can cause chaos in the city and then retreat. What's there to fear? Having said that, they rushed in hastily. Go, take down Eternal Summit. Gugan was still genuinely worried. They are inside. Han Yu reassured him, rest assured, with the world tree here, we still have time to arrange things. He clearly ordered. Now Qiuling leads the defense team guarding the key structures in the city. Li Minghao, Luosha, you two lead teams for mobile attacks, harassing their third-turn forces in the city. Fu Gei operates the defensive magic arrays in the city. Both of them answered firmly. Yes, we guarantee to complete the mission. We will definitely drive them out of Eternal City. He instructed, no, you don't need to go all out, follow my orders, pretend to lose the battle. We will put on an act. Qiuling was bewildered, not only letting them in but also pretending to lose. Why is that? Han Yu explained vaguely. Don't ask so many questions. This is the chairman's arrangement, just follow the orders. Hearing this, Qiuling and Gugan finally felt at ease. The chairman's arrangement, no wonder he was so confident. No wonder the vice chairman seemed to have some of the chairman's aura today. I wasn't hallucinating. He grumbled to defend himself. Surely this old man can't plot and scheme, right? Hello, Sky Dome Lights people were all dumbfounded. Boss, there's not a single person in the city. Jiaruru warned. Don't be careless, although Eternal City's defensive structures are destroyed, there are still other awakens in the world tree. Suddenly, massive vines rose from the ground. In an instant, his subordinates were tied up tightly. Jiarui's sharp slashes were unleashed to save them. He said hurriedly, be careful of these tree roots, that is the world tree, Eternal Summit's main defensive structure. There are also their flying dragon and man Tiao guard squads. This is all information the chairman gathered when the two guilds merged. Qiuling observed carefully. That tall guy in red knew our guild's defense system like the back of his hand. Truly despicable, Fu Gai sighed. There's no choice. Don't act recklessly. Just follow the guild leader's arrangements. Jiaruru pointed his finger and ordered them to split up. The main combat forces follow me. The others, each group followed Chu Qin's adaptable combat formation, with one third-tier class changer as the core. Our goal is to destroy the buildings in the city before the main army arrives. Go destroy the world tree first. Having said that, they charged forward frantically again. On Qianmo's side, Andrew was guiding everyone. The corpse burial abyss has 3 levels, each with its own monsters and rules. The core mechanism of this dungeon is the corpse burial stone in the center. The system displayed information about the Lozagma bone monster. Andrew carefully warned that ahead was the first level's monster, the Horned Demon. Don't let their ugly appearance fool you, their stats are astonishing. Huang Tian couldn't help but be surprised. Normal monsters are already level 80. Elite ones are even stronger. I wonder how strong the final boss is. Ruan Shen still smiled. It's nothing too scary. It's not like we can't beat them. Andrew added, normal monsters are nothing. The new mechanic is the most annoying part. If you don't destroy the corpse burial stone in the center, the horned demons will revive infinitely. This level, for a long-range class like me, can be easily cleared. If you agree to change the item distribution plan, I can lead you through the level quickly. Qianmo slowly stepped forward. Perhaps we can try it ourselves. He moved like lightning. Huang Tian, Ruan Shen, Ling Rixi, cover me to quickly clear the level. Everyone replied in unison. In an instant, Qianmo was standing right in front of the horned demons. Seeing this, Andrew sneered. Are you people from the lower nations always this reckless? You charge in without even understanding the dungeon mechanics. I'll wait for you to come back and beg me. A group of horned demons simultaneously rushed towards him. His sharp eyes observed them. Qianmo used his bare hands to finish them off one by one. As he fought, he reminded everyone to pay attention. The ones holding weapons with red eyes are mini-bosses. Killing them will temporarily suppress the other monsters in the area. The other 3 coordinated very well, just rest assured, leaving our backs to us. At this moment he was stunned. That strange weapon. He seemed to have said his name was Cheng Qianmo. Ling Ruoxi and Ruan Shen entered the fray. unleashing their Chu-kin to quickly eliminate the enemies one by one. On the other side, Andrew quietly approached where Kian-mo was standing. He recognized Andrew's footsteps and said in a gentle voice, "Actually, you can rest here. We will still pay you the corresponding party compensation." Andrew forced out praise. "These friends of yours are quite reliable." He demonstrated his long-range shooting talent and then hinted to Kian-mo, but without anyone dealing long-range damage. "This level will be hard to pass." "Let me handle it," he interrupted Andrew, refusing immediately. "Who told you our team has no ranged attacker?" Kian-mo was prepared in advance, pulling out the machine gun form of the heavenly sword umbrella. Andrew blurted out in surprise, "Incredible, such an interesting weapon." He demonstrated the power of that weapon for Andrew to admire. The bullets fired from the machine gun immediately destroyed the corpse burial stones. The system soon displayed a notification. 1 out of 3 Kree corpse burial stones destroyed. "Congratulations, you have cleared the first level." Huang Tian looked in admiration at the guild leader and sighed. It seems the guild leader has already taken care of it. Ruan Shen also happily said, "We passed the first level just like that. This dungeon doesn't seem too complicated, does it?" Andrew was extremely interested in his weapon and quickly asked, "Your weapon is really interesting. What class weapon is it?" Huang Tian proudly showed off. "Don't even think about coveting this flowing light heavenly sword umbrella. This is a unique weapon for the freelancer class. There's only one in all of Tianqi." Andrew was extremely surprised by Kian-mo's class. He asked repeatedly, "Freelancer? There are still people in Huaxia who choose the freelancer class." "Wait, Cheng Kian-mo, are you the team leader of the Yanlong Zhaohun from Huaxia?" Cheng Kian-mo. Kian-mo did not show any arrogance. On the contrary, he greeted him warmly. "I didn't expect people in the West to know my name either." Andrew was overjoyed to meet a celebrity and chatted enthusiastically. "I just heard a few days ago that the hero from the Void Otherworld at Juixing Mountain 2 years ago, Wang Ping'an, has returned. You must be the only person who has ever entered the Otherworld. Can you tell me what the Otherworld looks like?" Huang Tian clicked his tongue on the side. "Looks like the old man has gained another little fanboy brother." Ruan Shen added, "Truly the guild leader, everyone, and men and women alike, are infatuated." Kian-mo quickly turned away after the greetings. "Let's continue to the next level." Andrew happily agreed. All right, from now on I will wholeheartedly help everyone. I never expected to meet my idol here." The next second, his expression changed, scheming inwardly. "I didn't expect to meet a legendary figure. Luckily I clarified his identity. Then the plan will have to be more cautious." On Kian-mo's side, Huang Tian started asking again, "I wonder how the guild is doing. I wonder if Kangkyong Zhiguang has attacked yet." Ruan Shen couldn't stay silent either. "Guild leader. When we go out, the guild won't be wiped out, right?" Ling Rixi couldn't bear it anymore and snapped, "You two be quiet. We can only go back if we clear the level quickly." Elsewhere, inside a factory, everything had been smashed, smoke billowing and burning the entire frame. A madman wielding a devastating weapon laughed loudly. "I didn't expect to destroy his workshop so easily. Eternal Zenith is just all talk." Inside the building, a group of people rushed in and quickly cleared out all the items. One of them urged, "Hurry up and clear out all their herbs. A place this important with no one guarding it. What a treat." After finishing the theft, they immediately withdrew and left the scene. Jia Ruri led that group of robbers. He quickly ran ahead. Behind him, a subordinate asked cautiously, "Boss, we came all the way without any obstacles. It's not a trap, is it?" He also did not relax his vigilance, instructing them to stay alert. After achieving the strategic objective, "If it's not safe, we retreat. What's there to fear?" Inside a study elsewhere, Fu Gai reported the situation to everyone. "The vice guild leader has followed the plan and relaxed the defenses at some places to let them in and cause trouble." Han Yu nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. "Good, make sure to record all the actions of Zujia Rise group and bring them to me." Fugai replied happily, "Rest assured, Vice Guild Leader, everything is going according to plan." Han Yu continued to ask the person on the other line, "Q Ling, how is it over there? No problems, right?" He reported seriously, "Rest assured, Vice Guild Leader, there can be no mistakes on our end." On the battlefield, Q Ling respectfully guaranteed his honor to Han Yu. "I, Q Ling, will protect the safety of Elder Jiang and Elder Xing with my life." The old man paced back and forth restlessly, muttering to himself, "I really don't understand Han Yu. Even if the guild leader is not here, it's not like we don't have the strength to fight. Why do we have to hide? I heard it was the guild leader's plan before he left, so we'll just wait here." He grieved for his precious herbs, wanting to cry and lament. "What a pity for my herbs in the medicine shop. 80% of them are probably looted clean." Han Yu stood up abruptly, intending to go somewhere. He said angrily to Fu Gai, "The various stages are almost complete. Fu Gai, this place is in your hands." He responded forcefully to reassure him, "Rest assured, Vice Guild Leader, I guarantee the mission will be completed." Hearing this, he was satisfied. Han Yu rotated his wrist, muttering to himself, "I should also go stretch my limbs a bit with those youngsters." Outside, Jiarui was still immersed in joy. A few flattering subordinates said, "Boss, we've seen their heavenly forge and world tree. Just destroy these two structures, and eternal zenith will no longer be a match for our Kankyong Jiguang." King Tao remained worried and said, "Don't let your guard down. Eternal zenith couldn't possibly have no countermeasures." Suddenly, Jiarui discovered something blocking his path. He frowned to see what it was, when suddenly a bullet flew from somewhere, speeding straight towards Jiarui. He quickly drew his sword and blocked the bullet. Jiarui looked up at the rooftop and quickly caught the one behind it. He sneered, "You finally couldn't hold back and made a move, huh?" Gan sat high above looking down and praised him. Worthy of being one of the 4 great combat forces of Kankyong, pretty alert too. At the same time, Han Yu had also led his men to surround Jiarui. He mocked him, "You let others infiltrate all the way here. Damn it, how am I going to explain this to the guild leader?" Jiarui was not afraid at all. On the contrary, he laughed arrogantly. "It seems the rumors are true. That bastard Qian Mo actually dares to look down on our Kankyong Jiguang like this, taking all the high-level strategists away, only leaving these 2 old and sick geezers." Then he ordered his comrades, Blizzard Guild, crush them. Han Yu also did not back down, roaring with authority, "Eternal Zenith, drive out these invaders." Immediately, both sides clashed, starting a fierce battle. Jiarui slashed down with his crescent blade but was blocked by Han Yu. He didn't forget to sneer, worthy of being a veteran 4th turn. This old man is the vice guild leader of Eternal Zenith. His strength is indeed not weak. Han Yu fought more and more fiercely, telling Jiarui without backing down, "The top strategist of Kankyong Jiguang is not bad either, but you're still too green." Jiarui arrogantly looked at Han Yu's soldiers, mocking that the old man is indeed strong, but his subordinates are a bit weak. He boasted. King Tao followed Jiarui's orders. She immediately used magic to defeat the soldiers. Gugan tried to save people but was blocked by King Tao's heavenly fire. He shouted in fear, "Holy shit!" Gugan was afraid of being ground into pieces by her and quickly called out to Qian Mo, "Guild leader, I can't take it anymore. This group has also been worn down by Tsu Kin. Aren't you going to make a move yet?" Hearing Gugan's call, Jiarui was extremely surprised and turned to look at him. "What? Could it be that Qian Mo is still in Eternal City?" "No, I have accurate intel proving that Qian Mo has left Eternal City." His quick mind realized he had been tricked. "It seems you people are truly cornered and desperate, daring to use this kind of news to fool us. You think I would act rashly like that?" Han Yu knew what Jiarui was thinking. He said contemptuously, "Fooling you? Knave." Suddenly, a blue dragon quickly appeared where they were locked in a standoff. King Tao anxiously called out his name, "Su Jiarui." Han Yu's team members joyfully shouted, "It's the guild leader." King Tao quickly recognized it as the Azure Dragon. It was Qian Mo. Qian Mo is still in Eternal City. Qian Mo transformed into human form and appeared. Han Yu quickly approached, clasped his hands respectfully and reported the situation. "Guild leader, according to your instructions, we have lured them into the city." Qian Mo nodded. "You did well." Jiarui, after a prolonged fight with Han Yu, was also bleeding. He knelt down, dazed, thinking, "Damn it, it really is Qian Mo. Why is he still in Eternal City?" In a dark dungeon, the only light came from a flickering torch. All the monsters gradually dissipated into the air, clearing the path for the people to walk. Ruan Shen watched them gradually disappear and was surprised. The monsters are all gone. Huang Tian realized the corpse burial stone on the 2nd level was destroyed. "We cleared the level." Ling Roxy was not quick to rejoice, reminding everyone the difficulty of the monsters is increasing. Andrew returned from deep inside the dungeon, reassuring the 3 who were feeling uneasy. "Eastern friends, rest assured. As long as you follow the dungeon mechanics, there will be no problems." Huang Tian saw Qian Mo from afar, who had also finished his business, and asked him, "Old Mo, at this rate, the 3rd level shouldn't touch time. We'll be able to return to the guild soon, right?" The system simultaneously displayed a notification, 2 out of 3 corpse burial stones destroyed. "Congratulations, you have cleared the 2nd level." Qian Mo looked at their cheerful speed and quickly reminded them, "Don't think it's that easy. The main boss of this dungeon is not so simple." Andra also chimed in with his words, quickly saying the corpse burial lord on the 3rd level is not easy to deal with. One mistake and the whole group will wipe. Your friends seem to be in a hurry. I keep hearing you mention the guild. Did something happen? Qian Mo warily looked at him and replied perfunctorily, "It's nothing major, just in the middle of a guild war." Andra asked back in surprise as if he couldn't believe his ears, "You mean your guild is in a guild war while all the main forces are away?" Qian Mo chuckled upon hearing this and quickly explained, "Not everyone is gone. I left a clone behind to guard the guild." Deep inside, Qian Mo's group had entered the corpse burial abyss cave. Huang Tian awkwardly asked Qian Mo. He said he had left a skill clone behind, so it only had half his strength, right? Wasn't he leading them into the secret realm with only half his power? Qian Mo calmly replied back, "Is there a problem?" Andra silently observed the conversation, thinking to himself that this guy had only been using half his strength the entire way and was already at the 3rd turn. He then spoke up to reassure them, saying this secret realm only required half his strength. Huang Tian shook his head, saying he was worried about the guild. Ruan Shen felt uneasy about Andra and suggested leaving the team because they weren't familiar with him. Andra from behind called out, "Hey, I can understand Chinese, you know. Tianmo showed confidence, telling Andra not to mind those words and to continue introducing the mechanics of the next stage. Andra began to briefly explain the mechanics of the next stage. He said, alright, let's continue moving forward. Before entering the final stage, I'll give you a little briefing on the background of this secret realm. Andra showed them the cruelty of this place. This place is called the Burial Demon Abyss, because legend says it is where ancient gods and demons are buried. The so-called burial demon stones are the seals on these gods and demons. Huang Tian was startled and asked, so we've already broken 2 seal rings? If we break the third, will the god or demon resurrect? Ruan Shen asked in confusion. The final boss of this stage isn't that god demon, is it? Andrew did not deny it and even enthusiastically explained further. He said that's right, after pulling out the burial demon stone in the third stage, the Lord, the festering life demon, will resurrect. And that is the final boss. Saying this, he pointed and said, we've arrived, everyone. Andrew's explanation scared the whole team. Huang Tian's face paled as he whispered, that demon sounds terrifying. Ruan Shen was even worse off. He started missing his mother and moaned, Mom, I want to go home. Nuak Kai, seeing those two jumping around constantly, angrily scolded them. Aren't you too tired of hopping around? She forcefully pushed them inside with her hands. They stiffened and said, don't push, we'll go ourselves. Qianmo's group had already entered the cave. Andrew and Qianmo's group stood on a rock ledge looking down. He said the small monsters in this stage are nearly as strong as the elite monsters of the first stage. Destroying the final burial demon stone will summon the boss. Andrew added, the burial demon stone of the third stage is on the mini-boss, the festering life horn demon. Hearing this, Huang Tian said, if it's on the mini-boss, won't the difficulty of obtaining it be doubled? Andrew nodded in confirmation, that's right, but if you want to speed things up, there is a special mechanic. He explained this stage has 3 capture points. After capturing them, they will continuously attract monsters, preventing the small monsters from protecting the elite monsters. Nuak Kai excitedly said, well, that's simple, we just send 3 people to capture them. Ruan Shen scratched his head in dismay, having to bear the pressure again. This team would fall apart sooner or later without me. Huang Tian drew his blade ready for battle, that's right, let's get into position quickly. Ender quickly suggested to Qian Mo, I'm a long-range class, I'll stay by your side to assist the guild leader in dealing with the mini-boss and obtaining the burial demon stone. What does everyone think? Qian Mo nodded, I see no problem with that. Ender's expression seemed calculating as he urged the team to act according to the plan. Inside the city, smoke and fire were still billowing up. Qianmo's clone, looking down from above, opposite him was Jia Rui, saying the Sky Soaring Guild only sent a few people yet dared to invade Eternal Peak. Seems like they think they're something special. That man pointed his blade at Qianmo and stubbornly said, so what if you're here? I don't believe you're that powerful. Behind him, Jia Rui's lackeys cheerfully encouraged him, boss, let's fight them to the death. That's right, today we'll turn Eternal Peak upside down. Jia Rui angrily scolded them, fight what fight, you bunch of pig-brained idiots. He said, our strategic objective has been achieved. When I make my move later, Thantao will open the teleportation array immediately, we retreat at once. One idiot asked why not take a gamble. Jia Rui cursed, while preparing to lunge forward to distract Qian Mo. Save the nonsense, just do as I say. Han Yu loyally stepped forward to take the blow, shouting, if you want to lay a hand on our guild leader, you have to go through us first. In a hidden corner, Thantao had already started using magic to open a teleportation gate. A lackey asked, Sister Thantao, are we just leaving? Help the boss, maybe we still have a chance. She didn't even glance at him, her voice harsh. The original plan was to sabotage Eternal Peak. The teleportation array was already set up. Now that the objective is complete, what's the point of staying? Qian Mo saw through Jia Rui's plan and quickly said, they want to escape. Stop them. Gu Gan aimed his gun, having long since identified Thantao as the primary target. He fired from a distance, not forgetting to tell Qian Mo, leave her to me. On the enemy side, one person quickly raised a shield to protect her, saying smugly, did you think our Blizzard Guild had no one? Thantao's array was successful. She signaled that the teleportation array had finished activation and they could withdraw. Upon receiving the news, Jia Rui immediately retreated, no longer fighting Han Yu. He quickly ran into the teleportation zone, not forgetting to leave a taunt. Consider yourselves formidable, but I'm not playing with you anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, the teleportation gate suddenly shattered, and a notification appeared saying the teleportation had failed. Jia Rui shouted in fear, what's going on? Thantao was also startled, saying this is bad, my teleportation array was blocked. Fugai, observing from afar, thought smugly, everything in Eternal City is in my palm. Did you get my permission to use magic skills within the city? Qianmo politely extended his hand and asked, Jia Rui, since you're here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? How about staying for dinner? That man's face turned pale as he yelled, Qianmo, if you want to keep us here, don't expect Eternal Peak to have any peace either. Suddenly the ground shook violently. Han Yu looked around warily. What's going on? A notification screen appeared, warning that the outer wall of Eternal City was under attack. Han Yu was surprised. Another attack. Could the main force of the Sky Soaring Guild have arrived? Outside the city, a single punch had created a crack on the city wall's surface. Soldiers on the city wall asked in fear, how is that punch so powerful? That is one of the main forces of Sky Soaring, a third or fourth turn fist. Duchu cursed angrily, damn it, why are more people coming? We don't have enough manpower at the city gate. At the foot of the city wall, a voice rang out. Ren Tianhong spoke, saying, people of Eternal City, I am Ren Tianhong, guild leader of the Nightmare Guild under Sky Soaring Light, also an old acquaintance of Qian Mo and Han Yu. Her voice echoed throughout the city. I have only one demand, release Xu Jiarui of our guild. Jiarui recognized her voice and rejoiced. It's Ren Tianhong, people from Sky Soaring Light have arrived. His lackeys chimed in, great, headquarters has come to reinforce us. Boss, why not attack? Han Yu looked at them with authority, his voice harsh. So what if Ren Tianhong comes? Does our Eternal City fear you all? Qian Mo said to Han Yu, old Fu, if we let Ren Tianhong continue attacking, we will also suffer heavy losses. Let them go. Han Yu disagreed, insisting, guild leader, just leave Ren Tianhong to me to handle. We absolutely cannot let these people go. Qian Mo also disagreed, giving an order, I am the guild leader, just follow my orders. He contacted Fu Gai, saying turn off the defense array, let them leave. Fu Gai replied solemnly, understood, guild leader. Thang Tao reactivated the teleportation gate, saying happily the array is working. Jiarui, still fearless, said arrogantly, Eternal Peak is nothing special. Aren't you afraid and letting us leave freely? He said arrogantly to them, next time I return, I definitely won't let you off so easily. Han Yu looked at his arrogance and shook his head in reproach. This kid is too reckless. I somewhat regret letting them go. Gu Gan holstered his gun, agreeing that's right. Even if you weren't here, if the rest of us had charged together, we would have had a sure victory. Qian Mo had his own plan and told them it wasn't necessary. Letting him go was maximizing the benefits. He slowly explained, in the current situation, if we wanted to capture him, Zhu Jiarui would definitely resist fiercely, and with Ren Tianhong added, it would probably cause real damage to Eternal City. Qian Mo clarified his priority regarding the internal factions of Huaxia. I don't want to escalate things too much. I believe Honggao Yi thinks the same, so this time, only achieving the desired outcome is enough. Gu Gan asked blankly, I still don't understand what outcome was actually achieved. Han Yu had already understood. He laughed heartily and told Gu Gan to rest assured. Everything is according to the guild leader's plan. The effect will be seen soon. Gan dropped the matter and asked Qian Mo about the instance dungeon. He said, guild leader, really at such a critical time you keep going to farm instance dungeons. How much longer until you're back? Qian Mo didn't hide it, replying that he had already arrived at the designated instance dungeon. He just needed to lead Huang Tian and the others through the stages and he could return. He suddenly remembered Andra and said to Han Yu and Gu Gan, we happen to meet an awakener from the Yu Federation. Perhaps there will be some unexpected gains. Qian Mo's conversation with his guild members quickly ended. Elsewhere, Tianhong listened to Jiarui's story and was surprised what Qian Mo was actually in the city. He replied weakly, yes, if it weren't for Qian Mo, we would have truly captured Eternal City today. She grumbled in reproach, I told you Qian Mo wasn't that stupid. If I hadn't come today, a major plan would have been ruined. Jiarui was also annoyed, trying to defend himself. At least I plundered Eternal City. Even if you hadn't come, it wouldn't have been easy for Qian Mo to take me down. Tianhong scolded him directly, a real case of well-developed limbs and a simple mind. If Qian Mo already anticipated your actions, letting you go naturally had a reason. She warned with a harsh tone, you can explain all this to the guild leader. On a TV screen, a report was airing about the battle between Jiarui and Qian Mo. The announcer spoke fluently, breaking news from the Tiankai incident. Blizzard's Rio, under Sky Soaring Light, was defeated in its battle with Eternal Peak. The announcer's voice drifted through a tavern. What is noteworthy is that the defender of Eternal Peak this time was a skill clone of Qian Mo. The battle, using only a clone, scared off the guild leader of Blizzard's Rio, Zhu Jiarui. Ahao listened and then commented, the main force of Sky Soaring Light went to sneak attack Eternal City and got scared off by a clone of the guild leader. Guran heard this and asked, a clone? Then those main forces over there must be pretty pathetic. Zhang Ran beside him retorted, pathetic. That was the sharp sword of Sky Soaring Light, known as a twin hero together with the fist overlord Ren Tianhong. Ahao scratched his head, remembering the details. I heard that after Sky Soaring Light declared war, guild leader Trin led people to farm instance dungeons, completely disregarding them. And Zhu Jiarui didn't believe it, ran to Eternal City, and ended up getting taught a lesson by the guild leader's clone. Sister Ran, holding a beer mug, added, I also heard that if Ren Tianhong hadn't had a previous acquaintance with guild leader Trin, Zhu Jiarui would have died at Eternal Peak. A legitimate 10th turn Rio, launching a sneak attack while guild leader Trin was away, and still getting taught a lesson. It's simply laughable. Suddenly, Ahao turned around and asked loudly, hey, Truong V Vuong Nhai, aren't you two the members of Rio Sky Soaring Light? What's the situation really like? Truong Vi awkwardly scratched his head and replied, I've already submitted my resignation from Rio. I don't know about Sky Soaring Light's affairs. Vuong Nhi also made an excuse, I'm about to resign from Rio too. Don't ask me. Hao regretted not being able to get any information and said, you all want to leave, seems like Sky Soaring Light is truly past its prime. Someone else quickly added, Eternal Peak is recruiting members, with a salary 3 times higher than other Rios. How can one not be tempted? Another voice argued, that's right, I have to go over and check it out. In the massive Nya, my palace standing tall in the sky. A man's voice rang out as a fist slammed heavily into the wall. Damn it! Cao Ye gathered the entire team and scolded them. In just 3 short days, Rai's reputation points have plummeted, about to fall off the rankings. Many members have lost faith and left Ryu to join Eternal Peak. He pointed straight at Jiarui and scolded him without mercy. This is all because you acted on your own. Not only did he not show repentance, but he also argued back, if I had known it was just Qianmo's clone, I wouldn't have retreated. This is all that meddling Ren Tianhong's fault. Tianhong, sitting by the side, couldn't stand to hear this and retorted, you were foolish yourself and blame me. I was just carrying out the guild leader's orders. Jiarui, still unabashed, yelled, then let's go again. Everyone knows Qianmo isn't an eternal city now. Cao Yai told him about his humiliation. You got into the city because they let you in, because they let you out. It has nothing to do with whether Qianmo was there or not. Jiarui still refused to concede, stubbornly finding excuses. At least I destroyed the headquarters of Eternal Peak and stole a large amount of materials. Cao Yi had another reason to curse him. Those materials you stole were all trash. Those poisonous items have already ruined over a dozen of Ryu's forges. Jiarui was stunned, stammering, how can that be? Was this also a trap set by Qianmo? Thane Tao answered his question for him. That's right, that's also why a large number of Ryu's members have left. Jiarui was speechless, slamming his hand on the table and cursing, damn it, Eternal Peak is too cunning. Cao Ye had already realized his foolishness. He sighed and said, you thought you achieved a strategic objective, but in reality, you only fell into someone else's trap. Suddenly, a lackey came in from outside to report, guild leader, people from the management association have arrived. Knowing there was trouble, Cao Yuri grew even more furious. Damn it, I knew the management association would get involved, but I didn't expect them to come so quickly. Forget it, who can blame anyone when Trinqianmo has such solid backing? Dick Nianhao greeted Cao Yi politely as soon as he saw him. Guild leader Hong, long time no see. Cao Yi tried to compose himself, shaking hands and putting on a happy face. Commissioner Dick, long time no see. I never expected you to find the time to visit our Sky Soaring Light. It's truly an honor. Dick Nguyenhao did not beat around the bush and asked directly, Guild leader Hong, let's not waste time. I'm sure you know why I'm here. Cao Ngia asked if he had come as a mediator for Eternal Pavilion. Di Yuanhao quickly clarified, saying that Sky Dome Light was a rank 10 power and should be made an example. As for Eternal Pavilion, it was the new hope. If they fought each other, how could a country be stable? Cao Nia lost all his hospitality, furrowed his brow, and asked if the council leader's intention was to force them to join Eternal Pavilion and obey Qianmo. Di Yuanhao bowed his head and explained that the management association did not interfere in internal conflicts, only acting as an arbiter. He slowly said it wasn't that they couldn't fight, but that the fight must be orderly and follow the law. Tactics like Giriryu's ambush on the city also harmed their reputation. He lost patience and demanded Di Yuanhao speak directly. Only then did he stop beating around the bush, took out an envelope, and said he had newly issued documents. The documents required that the two major Ruri not attack each other arbitrarily for the time being. He added that they must wait until both sides were prepared, notify each other, and then fight fairly. Jirarui indignantly thought the association was shielding Eternal Pavilion. Di Yuanhao gritted his teeth and said it was a common regulation. Cao Nia sensed something wrong and immediately called to stop him. Jirarui still foolishly criticized, saying the management association was biased and was nothing. Cao Nia, already furious, was enraged by Jiarui's arrogant words and swung his hand to slap him hard. Jiarui still wouldn't shut up, even acting wronged and asking why the leader hit him. Cao Nia shouted that he was an idiot. Everyone knew the association was backing Eternal Pavilion. He held the document and asked why this mandatory order existed. Cao Nia sighed and said they couldn't fight the National Law Enforcement Agency. Having opened the teleportation gate to confront them head-on, they were already at a disadvantage. Now being played like this, he feared more than half of the Ruse members had already left. Tianhong understood half of it and asked if it meant surrender. Cao Ngia did not answer directly, only saying to let the disloyal ones go and to proceed with the original plan and set up the formation. Cao Ngia's eyes blazed with hatred for Qianmo. He thought that if Qianmo won, then he had nothing left to say. On the other side, in Qianmo's territory, everything that had been destroyed was already repaired. Hanyu grasped the news of the incident on the opposing side and said the association had come to mediate. Gugan saw the result and immediately praised Qianmo's plan. He believed that by delaying time, this rank 10 Rui would collapse on its own. Qianmo was not arrogant, only replied that large-scale war was a waste of resources. When Skydome Light was completely gnawed away, Hong Kong would have only one path left. Gugan asked what path that was. Qianmo said it was a solo fight between the high-ranking members, the fairest option. Gugan was surprised, thinking that Hong Kong was about to reach rank 5 and might not necessarily lose. Qianmo reassured him that after returning from the burial demon Ibis, Huang Tian and Ruan Shen would be stronger. Then he created a teleportation gate, thinking to himself that he had time because the association was stalling. He was no longer needed here, so he should prepare to deal with the upcoming events on the other side. The cave in the dungeon that Huang Tian and the others entered was pitch black. He tensed up to fight the monsters and realized these perception demons were stronger than before. Ling Rixi cheered, waiting for the leader to deal with the boss. Ruan Shen called for help because the number of perception demons seemed endless. Andre's gunfire rang out, taking down a number of monsters. Qianmo returned in time, and Andrew shouted loudly for the leader to act and provide cover. The monster saw Qianmo and charged at him, but he was more skilled, holding his sword as he rushed towards the boss. Thanks to Qianmo's sword strikes and Andre's bullets, the boss was significantly injured. Suddenly a notification appeared. The war fog was stealing the enemy's vision, weakening their stats and strengthening the local side. The fog obstructed vision and disrupted the formation. Andrew warned that it was the boss Jackma's fog, and not to inhale it. Huang Tian covered his mouth and complained that the difficulty had spiked like crazy. Qianmo's perception sensed that the monster had vanished and was hiding. Suddenly from behind, a surge of power rushed to attack him. Qianmo quickly sidestepped to dodge the blow, and the monster lunged again to unleash a skill. He found an ideal spot and landed, preparing to engage in battle. He unleashed a skill, pouring all his power into this attack. In his mind, Qianmo calculated that it would be very difficult to defeat the boss with only half his power. If it dragged on, Huang Tian and the others wouldn't be able to hold out. Then he calmly smiled. Fortunately, the clone had returned. Qianmo began to summon the elemental clone to defeat the boss. The monster knew something was wrong and glared at him.